Reborn into the Pokémon world, I have become Ash Ketchum. In this life, I aspire to become a Pokémon Master. Wait a moment, this doesn't seem right. Does Blue have a sister? Isn't she the sister of Green from the special episodes? Are we merging worldviews here? How intriguing. Are you suggesting that both my mother and I are students of Professor Oak? Thus we are also senior siblings? Brother Sakuragi, I regard you as my elder brother, yet you seem to desire something else. Regardless, my partners, Pikachu and Eevee, are unparalleled in their prowess. Chapter 1. Professor Oak's Summer Camp. This is Pallet Town. Pallet symbolizes the pure white color of beginnings. A gentle breeze stirs the branches and leaves, creating a rustling sound. The afternoon sunlight filters through the foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the river surface. A boy with black hair sits cross-legged beneath an ancient oak tree, wielding a rudimentary fishing rod, his gaze intently fixed upon the rippling water. He wears a straw hat, a white tank top, black trousers, and a pair of flip-flops. Beside him, a pink slowpoke languidly sprawls, letting its soft pink tail dangle into the water, its vacant eyes seemingly pondering some profound philosophical question. The tip of its tail is white, resembling a fishhook deliberately fashioned for the fishing rod. Though it is a straight hook, it sufficiently indicates to the fish below where they ought to bite. I must say, Ash, you are remarkably relaxed. Suddenly, a teasing voice shatters the tranquility. The brown-haired boy, Gary, approaches, shouldering high-end fishing gear. The yellow-green Inyong fish pendant around his neck glimmers notably in the sunlight. Despite the lively summer camp organized by my grandfather, you refuse to join in the fun. Ash, without turning his head, merely curves his lips into a faint smile. This weather is perfect for fishing. The summer camp is delightful. Yet fishing allows me to truly appreciate the vastness of the sky and sea. Stop that. Gary deftly sets up a folding chair, gracefully assembling his fishing rod. I see you simply wish to avoid that noisy group of children. He glanced at Slowpoke, and you've even chosen a partner as dazed as yourself. Slowpoke lethargically turned its head, gazing vacantly at Gary before slowly returning its attention to the water, its tail tip unconsciously swaying in the water. Gary swiftly baited the hook and cast it into the stream. Hey, Gary, what right do you have to criticize me? Noticing that the fish near his rod had been startled away by Gary's commotion, Ash finally turned around, his previously indifferent demeanor replaced by a pair of crescent-shaped eyes. Didn't you sneak away as well? Of course, I came to find you because I was worried you would be bored all alone, Gary retorted, adjusting the collar of his shirt, which had been tangled by the fishing line, feigning pride as he raised his chin. How about this? You can skip the gratitude. You'll be covering our lunch today, deal? Huh, who would want a pompous guy like you to accompany me? Ash rolled his eyes while untangling the fishing line around himself. Besides, doesn't the young master of the Oak family have enough money for a meal? You know as well as I do that since my sister left for her journey, my grandfather and I can barely cook. We're left with only simple instant noodles or fast food. Just as their banter continued, an unusual ripple suddenly disturbed the surface of the river. Their argument halted abruptly as they both turned to gaze at the water. Splash! They observed as Slowpoke lazily shifted forward, its pink tail gradually rising from the water, with a struggling Magikarp hanging from the tip. The droplets glimmered in the sunlight, and the scales of Magikarp reflected blinding light. Slowpoke tilted its head, regarding the two boys with its perpetually half-open, vacant eyes, then lowered its gaze to inspect the prize dangling from its tail. Despite the lack of any change in expression on its perpetually dazed face, it inexplicably conveyed a sense of fishing is this simple, which was rather infuriating. Gary's lips twitched slightly. It seems like it's mocking us. Does a Slowpoke truly comprehend what mockery is? Ash crouched down, carefully helping Slowpoke unhook the Magikarp. As soon as Magikarp was freed, it flopped back into the water with a splash, soaking Ash's pant leg. The Pokémon, with its scales encasing bones and lacking any meat, scarcely incited any appetite. He and Gary were fishing merely to pass the time, as the joy of fishing lay in the act itself or in competing with friends nearby. Being minors, they could not purchase Pokeballs, and since capturing Magikarp was not an option, it was better to release it back. Slowpoke made no indication after Ash returned the Magikarp to the river. No one could discern what it was thinking. My apologies, Slowpoke. This is a form of compensation. After releasing Magikarp, Ash held out a blue energy cube towards Slowpoke's mouth. This was an energy cube he had crafted himself, suitable for water-type Pokémon. Each time he released a Pokémon caught by Slowpoke, he would offer a small piece. Slow, After a moment, Slowpoke finally seemed to register Ash's words, opening its mouth wide. The two boys instinctively turned their gazes towards Slowpoke. The pink creature maintained its eternally unchanged, adorable expression, slowly savoring the flavor of the energy cube. It's hard to say, Gary observed the Slowpoke with a contemplative air. My grandfather once mentioned that sometimes Slowpoke's sluggishness can make them seem particularly infuriating. Slowpoke, whether it understood Gary's words or not, suddenly called out, slowly turning around to present its rear to the two boys, its tail rhythmically slapping the ground. This action seemed to express a form of disdain. It must be mocking us, right? Ash and Gary exclaimed in unison. Slowpoke, classified as a dopey Pokemon, is so slow that it takes several seconds to register pain even after being hit. Their species is notoriously sluggish. Some Slowpoke do not even feel pain if their tails are bitten and fail to notice when a new tail grows back. Ash and Gary exchanged glances, deciding not to stoop to Slowpoke's level. After feeding Slowpoke, Ash returned to his fishing rod to continue waiting for a bite. Ash, you're not seriously considering making this Slowpoke your first Pokemon, are you? Once Ash resettled himself, Gary could no longer contain his curiosity. I'm thinking of taking it with me when I travel in the future, but if Slowpoke prefers to remain in the wild, I won't force it. Ash smiled at Gary. Slowpoke's evolution, Slowbro, is capable of mega evolution, while another evolution, Slowking, possesses a remarkably intelligent brain. Both options would be excellent choices for a team. Meanwhile, on the other side of the summer camp, Professor Oak surveyed his surroundings, observing the eager faces before him, continuing his patient explanation. In general, wild Pokemon can be captured and trained like that. He pointed towards a girl with a ponytail nearby, who had just captured a Caterpie and was bouncing with joy while holding her Squirtle, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She was a trainer who had set out at the same time as his granddaughter, Nanami, but due to family circumstances, had departed a few days later. Once everyone matures and officially becomes Pokemon trainers, they will also receive a starter Pokemon from the league. Professor Oak crouched down to meet the children's eye level, extracting a red and white Pokeball from his pocket, which glimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Then, they will embark on their own adventurous journey alongside their Pokemon. Wow, that's amazing. A little girl wearing a straw hat cupped her cheeks with her hands, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I can't wait to become a trainer. The girl beside her exclaimed, hopping with excitement, her messy hair bouncing with each movement. Professor Oak watched the children's exuberance, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. But before that, everyone must diligently learn about Pokemon. Okay, we understand. The children echoed in unison, their clear voices resonating through the forest. What a delightful group of children. Professor Oak stroked his chin, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the distant woods. Unfortunately, Ash and Gary seemed to have wandered off somewhere. He sighed silently, pondering these two exceptionally gifted children who struggled to mingle with their peers. Though Ash and Gary had not joined the summer camp, they were indeed a source of relief for Professor Oak. However, the next arrival would not be so easy to handle. The black-haired boy stepped forward. When it comes to Pokemon knowledge, I believe I already possess an abundance. Chapter 2. The Manifestation of Dreams. When it comes to the knowledge of Pokemon, I am already quite well versed. A small boy with dark skin, donning a red baseball cap, confidently pushed his way to the front of the crowd, hands on his hips and chest puffed out. Xiaohao, the girl beside him, with her hair styled in purple braids, urgently whispered his name, her gaze darting between Professor Oak and Xiaohao, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. Haha, you are indeed quite reliable. Professor Oak chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling Xiaohao's hair. Having encountered many children eager to showcase their talents, he always met their confidence with the utmost understanding and encouragement. With a broad grin, Xiaohao beamed at the praise, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. As Professor Oak led the children deeper into the forest, an extraordinary outdoor lesson commenced. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was fragrant with the scent of earth and greenery, while distant chirps echoed melodiously. Do you know what Pokemon resides in that tree? Professor Oak paused before an oak tree, pointing at a yellow cocoon hanging upside down from the trunk. Its shell shimmered with a metallic sheen, subtly revealing itself amidst the shadows. It's the cocoon Pokemon, Metapod, Xiaohao exclaimed, darting to the front and answering loudly before anyone else could. He cast a proud glance back at the other children, as if flaunting his knowledge. Oh, correct. Professor Oak nodded approvingly, though his attention was drawn to a fleeting figure in the underbrush. A brown duck, clutching a green onion, was stealthily hiding behind the bushes. And do you know what that Pokemon over there is? It's far-fetched, right? Xiao Hao continued, firing off answers without giving the other children a moment to ponder. Its wings wield a plant stem that can slice through many things like a sword. He demonstrated with exaggerated gestures, nearly hitting the girl behind him. Wow, that is amazing. You're so knowledgeable. The children's exclamations only inflated Xiao Hao's ego further. Completely immersed in the adoration, he began enthusiastically pointing out various Pokemon that appeared around them. This is a Diglett, a Pokemon that feeds on tree roots. He indicated a small mound of earth that was rapidly shifting. And that is Dugtrio, the evolved form of Diglett. His voice grew louder as he turned towards another area with 3 small mounds. They possess immense strength and are said to be able to dig down to a depth of 100 kilometers. Unaware that he had monopolized the conversation, Xiao Hao continued to flaunt his knowledge, oblivious to the growing unease among his peers. Xiao Hao, please stop talking. Professor Oak will explain the Pokemon. The girl leaned closer, reiterating her reminder in hushed tones, as these details were meant to be shared by the professor shortly. I should have asked my dad to accompany me. Haha. Xiao Hao truly knows a great deal about Pokemon. As he had said, Pokemon do evolve, though the conditions for evolution vary widely. Professor Oak continued to lead the children forward, acknowledging that while Xiao Hao may have been somewhat overbearing, he did not mind the boy's enthusiasm. In essence, Pokemon are beings capable of altering their physical forms. Isn't far-fetched, not supposed to evolve. Professor Oak's words were interrupted by a familiar voice, Xiao Hao, who awkwardly responded. You're right, some Pokemon do not have an evolved form. What an exuberant child. Professor Oak's initial embarrassment quickly transformed into admiration. Despite being interrupted frequently, he remained unfazed. Xiao Hao raised his hands and proudly elaborated. Not all Pokemon evolve. Only a portion of them possess that ability. At that moment, Xiao Hao resembled a student boasting his historical knowledge before a patient teacher, creating an atmosphere that was awkward yet oblivious to him. Xiao Chun gently tapped his back. A third reminder for him to tone it down. It's all right. Professor Oak, noticing Xiao Chun's gesture, smiled at her. He recognized the girl as the daughter of his student, Sakuraji. I've got one, Ash suddenly exclaimed, reeling in what appeared to be a sizable Magikarp from the water. What a big Magikarp. He proudly waved it in front of Gary, who turned his face away, initially intending to ignore Ash's boasting. Gary noticed in the distance that Professor Oak and the group of children had walked onto the bridge by the river in Pallet Town. Hey Ash, isn't that Grandpa and the others over there? Just as Ash was about to release the Magikarp and rebait his hook, he heard Gary's voice. Turning to where Gary was pointing, he saw the group on the bridge. From afar, he could make out Professor Oak leading a cluster of children, with 2 more kids trailing behind them. What, are you thinking of going over? Gary shook his head, indicating that if he wanted to go over, he wouldn't have come fishing with Ash. Soon, Professor Oak led the children into the forest, leaving only the 2 kids on the bridge. Well then, let us keep fishing. Ash shrugged, continuing to fish, confident that nothing untoward would happen with Professor Oak present. As one of Professor Oak's students, Ash was well aware of his mentor's capabilities. Hey, Ash, they seem to be in trouble. Before long, Gary anxiously tugged at Ash. Turning around, Ash saw 2 evidently solitary children at the bridge's edge, confronted by 2 Pokemon. One was entirely pink, resembling a small cat with a long tail. Facing away from the children, it resembled the legendary Pokemon, Mew. The other was purple with a white underbelly, sporting purple spikes on its back and head, and a pair of long fangs. Its appearance fierce, it was Nidoking. With a menacing roar, Nidoking unleashed its attack at the 2 children. Upon seeing Nidoking, Ash and Gary dropped their fishing rods and rushed forward. How could Nidoking suddenly appear near Pallet Town? They had accompanied Professor Oak multiple times to survey the area around Pallet Town before the summer camp commenced just days ago. Dazed, once Ash and Gary had run a short distance, Slowpoke seemed to realize its fishing companions were missing. Lifting its head, it glanced around. Spotting Ash and Gary sprinting toward the bridge, a flash of insight crossed Slowpoke's eyes before it resumed its fishing. How could a Pokemon of Nidoking's caliber be here? Gary felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. They were not Pokemon trainers, and the esteemed Professor Oak had long since moved on. Ash, look at the Pokemon opposite Nidoking. Isn't that the legendary Pokemon Mew we saw in the book at the lab? Ash was not as frantic as Gary. He pointed at the pink cat, reminding him, moreover, it seems like Mew is helping them. Chapter 3, The Mischievous Black-Furred Boy. With a melodious chirp, the pink Mew floated gracefully before Xiao Chun and Xiao Hao. Its large, cerulean eyes sparkled with mischief, and its slender tail swayed joyfully. In the face of the furious Nidoking, Mew displayed no fear. Instead, it playfully covered its mouth and giggled. as if anticipating an entertaining game. Nidoking. With a thunderous roar, Nidoking unleashed its poisonous needle attack, sending a multitude of purple spikes raining down upon Mew. In a display of remarkable agility, Mew performed a graceful somersault in midair, evading the onslaught as the toxic projectiles embedded themselves into the trunks of trees behind it. Mimicking Nidoking's movements, Mew flicked its tail, effortlessly launching identical poisonous needles in return. Nidoking, caught off guard, hastily attempted to dodge but was struck by several needles on its arm, eliciting a grimace of pain. What on earth is happening? Xiaohao gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief as his legs trembled involuntarily. Xiaochun clutched his arm tightly, her expression a mixture of fear and wonder as she observed the lopsided battle unfold. Fueled by rage, Nidoking stomped fiercely on the ground, channeling the power of the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently and the surrounding trees to sway ominously. Yet, Mew floated effortlessly like a feather, completely unaffected. Playfully, it blinked and gently tapped its small paw, causing a seismic wave to erupt from beneath Nidoking's feet, sending it staggering. Mew twirled joyfully in the air, as if performing a ballet. Each of its moves perfectly mirrored Nidoking's abilities, yet with a potency that surpassed the original. Nidoking's hyper beam was deftly evaded by Mew, while Mew's counterattack grazed just above Nidoking's head, singeing a portion of its purple horn. Is it protecting us? Xiaochun whispered, gently wiping away the tears of fear that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Xiaohao was rendered speechless, having never witnessed such a mesmerizing spectacle. The clash between Mew and Nidoking resembled a grand performance, with Mew's every evasion executed with elegance, and each counterstrike delivered with precision as if imparting a lesson. At that moment, Ash and Gary arrived on the scene, standing behind Xiaohao and Xiaochun, both holding their breath in unison. Ash was prepared to whisk the two children away at a moment's notice, while Gary's gaze was entirely captivated by the unequal duel before him. After all, this was the legendary Mew. Finally, after Nidoking unleashed its final flamethrower and paused, panting heavily, Mew suddenly hovered in midair, its paws forming an adorable cross over its chest. With a resounding explosion, a searing fire erupted, forming a perfect fiery net that enveloped Nidoking completely. The flames illuminated Mew's pink fur with an orange glow, as it squinted its eyes and emitted a tinkling laugh, as if this were merely a delightful game. As the flames subsided, Nidoking lay unconscious on the ground, wisps of smoke rising from its form. Mew gracefully landed beside it, poking Nidoking's cheek with its small paw to confirm its temporary incapacitation before twirling joyfully in celebration. Suddenly, Mew turned its gaze toward the four children, playfully winking before flying off into the distance. What an extraordinary Pokémon! I've never seen anything like it, Xiaohao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I think we should return to the main group. At that moment, Gary spoke up, and Xiaochun turned to find that two figures had appeared behind them without their notice. Upon recognizing Ash and Gary, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had seen them before when they accompanied their parents during her birthday and her brother's birth. The boy with black hair was Ash, the son of Aunt Hanako, and the brown-haired boy was Gary, the grandson of Professor Oak. Both were a year older than her. Xiaohao, however, paid no heed to Gary's words and dashed off in the direction Mew had departed. Xiaohao, Gary called, chasing after him. Ash, please take Xiaochun to find Grandpa. I'll go bring that kid back. This is Professor Oak's Pokemon summer camp. It would be troublesome if anything went wrong. Ash, seeing the urgency, wasted no time in grabbing Xiaochun's wrist and leading her down the path toward Professor Oak's retreat. I'm so sorry, Ash, Xiaochun apologized on the way. She knew that she and Xiaohao had strayed from the group, causing trouble for Professor Oak. If you want to apologize, do it to Professor Oak, Ash replied, contemplating how he would teach that reckless kid a lesson. Indeed, mischievous children were the most troublesome beings. He was determined to ensure Xiaohao had a complete childhood. Before long, Ash and Xiaochun encountered Professor Oak, who was returning with a group of children, his expression visibly displeased. You've really helped, Ash. He sighed with relief upon seeing Ash and Xiaochun together. That reckless boy went into the forest looking for Pokemon, and Gary went after him. Ash quickly summarized Xiaohao and Gary's whereabouts, and then advised Xiaochun, our fishing rods are under the big tree at the south end of the bridge, where there's a drowsy fishing. Could you please fetch them for Gary and me? Turning to Professor Oak, Ash added, Professor, I'm going to find Gary and Xiaohao. Please take these children back to Pallet Town. Professor Oak nodded, unfastening a pokeball from his belt and handing it to Ash. Be careful. As Ash's mentor, Professor Oak had great trust in him. After all, Ash had been studying under him for quite some time and possessed knowledge of Pokemon that rivaled that of many elite trainers. Just days prior, they had cleared the area of potential threats together, so there was no need to worry about Ash's safety. The children around him required more attention. Arriving at a bend in the river, the clear waters sparkled beneath the sunlight. Mew twirled gracefully, its body radiating a gentle glow as it transformed back from Lapras into its original pink form. Mew, came a soft, youthful voice. Mew turned curiously to see a small Snorlax standing on the riverbank, its eyes wide in astonishment at the recent transformation. The little creature was evidently taken aback by the spectacle it had just witnessed. Mew's eyes glinted with mischief as it gracefully flew to the side of the Snorlax, suddenly vanishing with a swift motion. Snorlax? The small creature perked its ears in surprise, scanning the surroundings. Just then, it sensed something behind it and spun around, coming face to face with Mew's beaming smile. Mew. Mew stifled a giggle, playfully darting to the right before the Snorlax could react, then appearing on the left. Thus, the pink sprite engaged in a delightful game of hide-and-seek around the Snorlax, who excitedly danced about, having never encountered such an entertaining game before, its round eyes following Mew's every movement. At that moment, a boy's voice echoed from a distance, muttering to himself, "I should be around here somewhere." Chapter 4. A forceful strike is required. Mew's movements suddenly halted, its ears perked up in alertness. It spotted a hat-wearing boy scanning the riverbank, none other than Xiaohao, who was persistently searching for it. A glint of mischief mingled with caution sparkled in Mew's eyes. Mew. It gestured for the Snorlax to remain silent, and then gracefully ascended toward the cliff above the riverbank. The Snorlax, understanding the cue, began to scramble up the rocky wall. As Xiaohao reached the bend in the river, he found only the tranquil water's surface and an empty riverbank. High upon the cliff, Mew and the Snorlax hid behind a protruding rock, their little heads peeking out to observe the situation below. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, adding an air of mystery to their game of hide and seek. Not far behind Xiaohao, Gary and Ash silently witnessed the interaction between Mew and the Snorlax. The two boys, captivated by the antics of the playful Pokémon, had no intention of pursuing them. "If Mew truly wanted to see me, it wouldn't be hiding," Gary remarked. Ash contemplated that if it did not wish to be found, no amount of searching the world would yield results. He shook his head and turned his gaze toward the still exploring Koharu, sighing, "This guy is truly a nuisance. I should hurry and take him back. Should we give him a beating?" Shigeru whispered, believing that a little physical education might instill some sense into this troublesome child. After all, the other children of the same age in Masera Town would never dare to act so brazenly. "Let us see how he behaves," Ash replied before quietly approaching Koharu from behind and suddenly speaking up. "Hey, it's time for you to head back. I senti it?" "Whoa." Koharu jumped in fright, spinning around and relaxing only upon realizing it was Ash, though he quickly adopted a defiant expression. "I remember you as the guy who was fishing by the river. Didn't you just witness that battle between the Pokémon and Nidoking? Don't you want to capture that Pokémon you've never seen before?" Ash scoffed, crossing his arms and looking down at him. "Have you even reached adulthood? Do you possess a Pokémon? Do you have a Pokeball? How do you plan to capture it?" Koharu was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, unable to retort. After all, without a Pokémon, even the most basic battles were unattainable, let alone capturing one. You lack even the ability to protect yourself in the wild, and yet you dream of capturing Pokémon? Ash's gaze was laced with undisguised disdain. Koharu's face flushed red, but he stubbornly protested. "But that's an extremely rare Pokémon. It's a significant discovery in the Pokémon world." Ash, uninterested in further discussion, delivered a swift chop to his head. Thud. What a solid head. Ouch. Koharu crouched down, clutching his head, tears nearly springing to his eyes. "You may not care for your own life," Ash said coldly, "but if you were to die here, Professor Oak would have a problem on his hands. If you wish to seek your demise, do not involve others. After all, should anything happen to the children at the summer camp, Professor Oak's reputation would undoubtedly suffer." Since reasoning was ineffective, it seemed a physical lesson was the only way to make him see sense. Dazed from the chop, Koharu felt as if his very soul was about to escape his body. Ash flexed his wrist, feeling considerably better, and was just about to haul him back when Koharu suddenly rolled away, scrambling toward the riverbank. "This kid recovers quickly," Ash mused, wondering if it was due to his own small stature and lack of strength, or if the people in this world were simply extraordinary. Still daring to run? Ash raised an eyebrow and immediately gave chase. This was no ordinary brat. A firm hand was necessary. Shigeru, who had been trailing behind, also sprinted forward. The three engaged in a lively chase by the riverbank. Koharu glanced back and saw another boy aside from Ash, instantly quickening his pace. After a while, noticing that Ash and Shigeru seemed to be holding back, his confidence surged. He spotted a protruding rock in the water, and an idea struck him. I'll go for it. In the astonished gazes of Ash and Shigeru, Koharu leaped powerfully, stepping onto a stone in the center of the river, and propelled himself once more, astonishingly landing directly on the opposite bank. Goodness, Ash's lips twitched. Who was the real rookie here? Ignoring Shigeru's incredulous remarks, he bolted forward. Ash, seeing this, shrugged his shoulders. He had no desire to play games. He simply stepped into the river. The cool water lapped around his calves. A refreshing sensation in the summer heat. Stop running and hurry back with us, Ash shouted, pondering whether he should find a stick to give him a couple of swats. However, just then, a sudden disturbance occurred. Crack! The cliff above Koharu emitted a sound of crumbling rock as a small bagworm Pokémon tumbled down with the debris. Bag! Piku! On the other side, the bagworm and Piku, searching for the small bagworm, cried out in alarm. Ash instinctively looked up, opening the Pokeball entrusted to him by Professor Oak, releasing a majestic Pidgeot that soared into the sky. It caught the falling bagworm midair and flapped its wings with great force, sending the rocks scattering aside. After averting the crisis, Pidgeot gently placed the small bagworm on the ground, which immediately scampered towards its searching mother. Dreamy, who had intended to intervene, sensed Pidgeot's formidable aura and promptly took flight, vanishing from sight. No. Upon witnessing Dreamy's departure, Koharu let out a wail of despair akin to a lamenting ghost. Snowflakes drifted down, and the north wind howled. The mother bagworm and Piku, nestled together, exchanged puzzled glances at the weeping Koharu, wondering if he had snowflakes on his head in such warm weather. What awaited Koharu was not consolation, but the swift kicks of Ash and Shigeru, who simultaneously knocked him to the ground. This guy truly deserves a beating. I'm hungry. Sitting unceremoniously before a pile of fruits, Koharu picked up a pomelo fruit without hesitation. Ash, meanwhile, polished a lime berry and handed it to Piku, who was peeking out from the mother bagworm's pouch alongside the small bagworm. If memory served, this Piku was the very one from their first adventure, and potentially the one that would accompany him in the future. The bewildered Piku instinctively accepted the lime berry offered by Ash and took a bite. The sour yet refreshing flavor of the lime berry delighted Piku, causing its eyes to sparkle as it devoured the fruit. Watching Piku enjoy the lime berry, Ash smiled and picked up a nice orange berry. Shigeru followed suit, choosing a fine-looking orange berry to nibble on. In gratitude for saving her young, the mother bagworm led them back to her community. With Pidgeot to deliver the message, Ash and Shigeru need not fear Professor Oak or Hanako's worry. Chapter 5, Piku's Pursuit. The mound of fruits glistened enticingly in the sunlight, with orange berries, lime berries, and berry berries mingling together, exuding a sweet aroma. Ash held the orange berry delicately, pondering how long the mother bagworm must have gathered such a variety of fruits. Bagworm. The mother bagworm gently called out, nudging a few of the plumpest fruits towards Ash with her paw. The small bagworm beside her imitated her, pushing a lime berry forward, but in its eagerness, the round fruit rolled directly to Shigeru's feet. Shigeru, who was munching on the orange berry, paused in surprise. He cautiously picked up the lime berry, meeting the mother bagworm's affectionate gaze, feeling a twinge of emotion, and softly uttered, "Thank you." Koharu, watching enviously, remained silent, fearing another reprimand, to avoid leaving any marks. Ash and Shigeru did not strike hard. This was enough to quieten the boisterous Koharu, observing the actions of the mother bagworm and the young one. Piku also followed suit and unearthed a peach-shaped fruit. Piku stood on its tiptoes, cradling the pink peach berry delicately in its tiny paws as if it were a rare treasure. Its round, sparkling black eyes gazed expectantly at Ash, with the electric sacs on its cheeks shimmering faintly with excitement. Ash crouched down to meet Piku's gaze. He noticed droplets of morning dew glistening on the surface of the peach berry, refracting the sunlight beautifully. Seeing Ash hesitate to take it, Piku anxiously nudged it forward, its little paws trembling slightly from exertion. "Is this for me?" Ash asked softly, not wanting to disturb such genuine intent. The peach berry was a crucial ingredient for crafting antidotes, soft and refreshingly sweet, beloved by children. Piku nodded vigorously, its tail swaying joyfully like a spring. It witnessed Ash finally accepting the fruit and joyfully spun around in place, only to inadvertently trip over its own tail, rolling to a stop at Ash's feet. Ash couldn't help but chuckle, promptly biting into the peach fruit, which released a burst of sweet juice in his mouth, accompanied by a hint of perfectly balanced tartness. The flesh was succulent and tender. Seeing this, Piku gleefully wiggled its tiny feet as if to say, "The fruit I chose is splendid, isn't it?" While Ash savored his treat, he observed his new companion perched on his shoulder. Piku's fur glistened healthily in the sunlight, and its tail occasionally brushed against his neck, sending delightful tingles through him. The most amusing aspect was its expressions. Whenever Ash enjoyed his food, Piku would squint its eyes with a smile. And when Ash paused as if in contemplation, it would tilt its head, displaying a look of confusion. Before long, Ash found himself engaged in conversation with Piku. Although he couldn't comprehend its speech, Piku's expressive body language conveyed much, particularly its face, which was a veritable canvas of emotions, allowing Ash to decipher its meaning with relative ease. Observing the harmonious interaction between Piku and Ash, the Kangaskhan mother wore a satisfied smile. After all, they were not of the same species, and it was unlikely that Piku would remain with them for long. In this forest, electric-type Pokémon were a rarity, and if this Piku were to accompany this human child, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. The Pokémon population near Pallet Town had mostly been visited by Professor Oak, leading to a general lack of hostility towards humans among them. Even species like Kangaskhan and Chansey exhibited goodwill towards humans. Having eaten their fill, the small Kangaskhan had already forgotten the earlier peril and was now soundly asleep in its mother's pouch. Just then, panting heavily, Professor Oak pushed through the nearby bushes. "Professor, Grandpa." Upon seeing Professor Oak, Ash and Gary immediately stood up to greet him. However, hadn't they sent Pidgeot to report their safety? Piku clung tightly to Ash's neck, eyeing the out-of-breath professor with a hint of wariness. The Kangaskhan family stirred slightly at the intrusion, but when they recognized the newcomer as Professor Oak, they settled down. Kangaskhan, having evidently encountered Professor Oak before, immediately presented him with a berry to quench his thirst and restore his energy. "Ah, it has indeed been a while, Kangaskhan." Upon seeing the Kangaskhan, Professor Oak felt a wave of relief wash over him. As a trainer with a Kangaskhan, he understood the nature of this Pokémon. Kangaskhan's offspring would eventually leave their mother's pouch, and accounts existed of Kangaskhan raising lost human children. Perhaps this Kangaskhan would ensure the safety of Ash, Gary, and their friend in the wild. The Kangaskhan mother nudged some berries towards Professor Oak. When he accepted them, a soft crack echoed from his old back. He grimaced slightly. Rubbing his lower back, the frantic dash had taken its toll on his aging bones. Observing this, the Kangaskhan mother kindly used her paws to massage his back, applying just the right amount of pressure. "Oh, thank you, Professor Oak said, closing his eyes in comfort. After resting for a while, Professor Oak prepared to lead the three children back. Just as they were about to leave, Piku suddenly stepped forward, seemingly eager to express something to Ash. Piku, do you mean you want to come with me?" Ash asked uncertainly. He initially thought it unnecessary to force anything. If this Piku was indeed the one from the original story, they would surely meet again when he set off. Yet now it appeared that Piku wished to accompany him. Was this destiny? It was not merely the whims of fate. Piku had its own considerations. It felt that the Kangaskhan mother was already exerting considerable effort in caring for the little Kangaskhan, and its presence would only add to her burden. Moreover, during their earlier conversation, Piku learned that Ash's home was nearby, and it could return to visit the Kangaskhan mother and her child if it desired. Another reason was that it sensed something admirable in this human, as though an inner voice urged it that he was a worthy companion. Chapter 6, Serena. The Kangaskhan mother gazed at Piku with eyes full of reluctance. She gently extended her paw to smooth out Piku's slightly tousled fur, her movements tender as if she were tending to her own child. The little Kangaskhan reached out, trying to grasp Piku. Piku leaped in front of the little Kangaskhan and affectionately nudged its nose with its forehead. Then it turned to embrace the Kangaskhan mother's arm, rubbing its little face against it as if to imprint the familiar scent in its memory. A poignant atmosphere of parting enveloped them as Ash knelt down to pat Piku on the head softly, whispering, "Don't worry, the research institute is very close. When the weather is fine, I can bring Piku back to visit you." Hearing this, the Kangaskhan mother's worries gradually dissipated. She lowered her head, gently stroking Piku's small face with her paw, offering her final advice. "Kangaskhan, how beautiful this is." Professor Oak smiled with satisfaction. It was a rare occurrence for a wild Pokémon to choose to follow a human trainer. "Ash, it seems your bond with Piku has developed swiftly." Ash scratched his head in embarrassment, and Piku immediately mimicked his action, scratching its own head with its tiny paw. This adorable imitation drew a chuckle from Gary, unable to contain his amusement. After bidding farewell to the Kangaskhan mother and child, Piku hopped onto Ash's shoulder, joining him and his two friends as they prepared to leave. Just before setting off, Piku turned back for one last glance at the Kangaskhan mother and child, its brown eyes misty with emotion. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped it, signaling its evolution. Piku transformed into Pikachu. "Professor, we encountered a Pokémon we have never seen before." On their way back, Max gathered his courage to recount the encounter with Mew. With Professor Oak present, He felt unafraid of any reprimands from Ash or Gary. That Pokemon could very well be Mew. Upon hearing Max's description, Professor Oak's demeanor grew serious. It was a legendary Pokemon. Yet, in an instant, he returned to his amiable self, for it was a good thing that Mew was not disturbed by humans. In his youth, he had once encountered a Shalebi pursued by poachers. Reflecting on this, Professor Oak discreetly glanced at Ash, who was playfully engaging with Pikachu. Mew? Indeed. Mew resides deep within the dense forest, rarely spotted by humans due to its ability to conceal itself. It is said that Mew possesses the genes of all Pokemon, thus earning the title of the progenitor of Pokemon. Just hearing Professor Oak's description made Max realize the rarity of Mew. How incredible! I can't wait to grow up. Once I do, I will ensure Mew is the first Pokemon I capture after I set out. With eyes brimming with aspirations for the future, Max made a promise that he would never fulfill. Professor Oak suddenly interrupted him with a serious tone. Pokemon do not exist merely to be captured. The elder turned slowly, locking eyes with the boy, much like the Kangaskhan mother today, and like the bond of this Pikachu choosing to follow Ash. Sometimes the connection with Pokemon is more significant than mere capture. Do you understand? The majority of the mythical Pokemon and legendary creatures possess their own designated duties. Overhearing this, Ash and Gary could not help but chuckle at How's antics. They had never noticed before that he harbored a sense of humor. Previously, they had found him rather annoying. Yet now he appeared quite amusing. Regardless of whether in this world or the original narrative, it was evident that How would never achieve his lofty aspirations. His ideas were far too fanciful. What are you laughing at? Perhaps emboldened by the support of Professor Oak, How's confidence surged, and upon hearing Ash's mocking snicker, he glared back like a puffed-up rooster. I'm merely entertaining Pikachu. I have no interest in engaging with you, Ash retorted. How? If you're not a dog, then what are you? What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm a dog? How exclaimed. Ash had not made such a statement. It was merely How's own misguided interpretation. Ash fixed his gaze ahead, unwilling to waste even a second of attention on How. You three. Observing the playful banter among the children, Professor Oak sighed and quickened his pace. As an adult, he felt it inappropriate to interject in their childish quarrels. In the past, Ash and Gary had often engaged in similar banter, though their camaraderie seemed relatively strong. 2 days later, in a secluded part of the forest, a little girl wearing a straw hat anxiously scanned her surroundings, fearful that something terrifying might emerge from the shadows. Where is everyone? She cried out in desperation, her cerulean eyes reflecting a torrent of unease. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from the grass before her, and as her fear reached a threshold, she stumbled and fell to the ground, scraping her knee and drawing forth beads of blood. Yet, she stifled her cry of pain, nervously watching the grass, terrified that a dangerous Pokemon might emerge. Moments later, a tadpole leaped from the underbrush. The creature glanced at the girl, but paid her little heed, bouncing deeper into the forest until it vanished from sight. Overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere, tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out, I didn't want to come to this summer camp, Mom. From the same patch of grass, a dark-haired boy dashed out, a Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Found you, Ash exclaimed, relief washing over him upon seeing the girl. Clearly, she was the one Professor Oak had mentioned earlier who had gotten lost in the woods. Her chestnut hair cascaded like a waterfall, glistening with a honeyed sheen under the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. Strands of hair clung to her porcelain cheeks, trembling slightly with her rapid breaths. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of the clearest lakes in the Kalos region, were now clouded with pain and fear, teardrops clinging to her long eyelashes. Serena instinctively tightened her grip on the strap of her straw hat, her knuckles turning white. As she looked up at the suddenly appearing boy, a halo of soft light formed around him, making him seem like a divine savior in her eyes. Here to rescue her from the eerie forest. Ash approached, scanning Serena's injured leg. The color of her hair and the location of her wound revealed it was indeed Serena. Had she come to participate in this summer camp as well? He had not noticed her in the group earlier, perhaps due to her hat. It was common for children to wear hats in summer, making her blend into the crowd. Pikachu, are you all right? Serena stared blankly at Ash, perceiving him as a messenger sent from above to save her, as if a sacred light shone from behind his head. My leg is hurt, she admitted. Ash quickly knelt and retrieved a towel adorned with pokeball patterns and some medicinal supplies from his pocket. Fortunately, he had brought alcohol and iodine after learning of the disappearance. Let me see exactly where. Serena pointed to her right leg, revealing an abrasion on her knee with faint blood beads forming at the wound. Thankfully, it was merely a minor scrape, nothing too serious. Chapter 7. The Headache of Professor Oak. Utilizing his experience in bandaging injured Pokemon in Professor Oak's backyard, Ash swiftly dressed her wound. After securing the bandage, he brushed off the grass from his knees and stood up, extending his hand towards Serena, the palm still marked with traces of ointment. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, its tail held high like a little flag. Come on, let us see if you can stand. His voice exuded a reassuring firmness. Serena bit her lip, her fingers nervously clutching her skirt. She tentatively moved her right leg, but gasped as she bent her knee, pain shooting through her. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, making them even more luminous. Ash, unlike the other children who might have rushed to comfort her, simply extended his hand further. You must believe in yourself. Give me your hand. His tone conveyed an undeniable truth, as if he was certain she could accomplish it. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on Ash's outstretched palm. Serena gazed at his hand, noting the short nails and the small scars on his knuckles, which somehow made it feel reliable. Okay, she whispered, placing her right hand into his. The moment their fingertips touched, she felt the warmth of his palm and the calluses formed from years of companionship with Pokémon. In the next instant, Ash exerted force. Serena was lifted effortlessly, akin to a Magikarp being hoisted by a fishing rod. In a dizzying whirl, she tumbled into a sunlit embrace. The fabric of Ash's sweatshirt brushed against her cheek, and she could faintly hear the steady beat of his heart beneath the material. Unbeknownst to them, Pikachu had nimbly leaped onto a branch above, stifling laughter with its paws. Sorry, Serena stammered, scrambling to regain her balance. Only for her straw hat to slip off, her chestnut hair cascading around her like a waterfall. In her flustered state, she stepped on her shoelace, inadvertently pressing closer against Ash. Are you all right? Ash instinctively steadied her shoulders, only then realizing her face was flushed, resembling a ripe cherry. Tears still clung to her lashes, catching the sunlight and refracting tiny sparks of light. Look, you're up now. Yes. Once steady on her feet, Serena blushed even deeper, stealing shy glances at Ash. Now, let us make our way back to the camp slowly. All right. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting delicate white speckles on the forest path. Serena cautiously held onto Ash's arm, each step taken with great care. She tilted her head slightly, meeting his radiant smile, which outshone the summer sun in Kalos, causing her cheeks to warm further. Serena, with her other hand nervously fiddling with the hem of her skirt, summoned her courage to speak. My name is Serena, and I hail from the town of Azalea in the Kalos region. I am 7 years old. Upon finishing her introduction, her ears flushed a soft pink. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and I'm also 7. Ash now understood why Serena was present at this summer camp. In this world, he was a year older than Serena. Originally, in the previous timeline, Ash and Serena had likely met at the age of 7. Xiaochun, at the tender age of 6, had joined the summer camp alongside Xiaoha, a moment that mirrored their shared youth. In the original tale, Ash had missed out due to oversleeping, but this time, owing to the difference in their ages, he was able to participate. However, it remained uncertain whether Professor Oak would continue to host such camps in the future. What a coincidence. We're the same age, exclaimed Xiaochun, a realization dawning upon her. So, we will both become Pokemon trainers in the same year? As the conversation unfolded, Serena gradually shed her earlier nervousness, leading to a discussion about the day that most children in the Pokemon world eagerly anticipated, the day they would become trainers. Indeed, my ambition is to vanquish all formidable trainers and ascend to the pinnacle as the strongest trainer, a Pokémon Master, she declared passionately. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. As an aficionado of Pokémon battles, how could I ever settle for anything less? Unless, of course, I am truly outmatched. How impressive. Does Ash aspire to be a Pokémon Master? Serena inquired. My dream is to become the future Kalos Queen, she added, seemingly anxious that Ash might misconstrue her aspirations. She hastily clarified, the Kalos Queen is the highest honor awarded at the Grand Festival, a prestigious event for Pokemon performers in the Kalos region. Currently, only Ms. Shauna holds the title of Kalos Queen among the Grand Festival's champions. I see. It sounds akin to being a Pokemon Master in the realm of performers, Ash remarked. However, the highest accolade of the Grand Festival pales in comparison to that of a Pokemon Master, as the Grand Festival is a regional competition while the Pokemon Master title is recognized universally among the strongest trainers. Numerous trainers refer to the Elite Four and the Champion as Masters, at the very least exhibiting the prowess of an elite. The true standard for the title of Pokemon Master would later be established by the Pokemon World Championship, which is segmented into 4 tiers: the normal class, the Pokeball class, 1000, the Super class, the Ultra Ball class, 100, 999, the Advanced class, the Master Ball class, the top 8. Ultimately, It determines the world's 8 strongest Pokémon trainers, acknowledged as the 8 Masters. However, prominent figures such as Professor Oak and the nefarious Sakaki, along with several seasoned champions, did not participate in this competition. Thus, while the event boasted considerable merit, it did not encapsulate the entire truth of the matter. Nevertheless, when conversing with children, it is essential to speak in terms they can grasp. I shall strive towards that goal, to become a Pokémon Master among performers, Serena declared, gripping Ash's arm a little tighter, her head bowed as if to conceal her shyness. You must also give it your all, Ash. I will, he affirmed. As their dialogue continued, they ambled down the path leading to the Viridian Forest. Serena felt that this moment was both lengthy and beautiful. The pain in her knees had faded away without her notice. As long as the boy beside her remained, she felt a sense of beauty and safety. Sunlight filtered into the forest, illuminating the white expanse beyond, which led to the bridge connecting to Viridian City. At that moment, Professor Oak was experiencing an overwhelming headache. Just days prior, he had lost 2 children, but they had fortunately been found in time. Now, however, another child was missing. Chapter 8, The Crown Summit. Just the day before, Zyahaw's father had rushed over after Zyahawk claimed he had been bullied at the summer camp. Thankfully, after learning the details, Mr. Kiyoshi did not pursue the matter further and instead expressed gratitude to Ash and Shota for retrieving his wayward son. Xiaochun's father, Dr. Sakuragi, a student of Professor Oak, had flown to Viridian City on the back of a bee drill to be with his daughter upon hearing of her predicament. Originally, Xiaochun had traveled with Zyahao and Mr. Kiyoshi's vehicle. Had it not been for the presence of a younger son at home, Mrs. Sakuragi would surely have accompanied them as well. During this time, Ash and Dr. Sakuragi were residing at Professor Oak's laboratory, while Xiaochun stayed with Hanako. Ash's arrival also alleviated the situation for Professor Oak's granddaughter, Nanami, who had been subsisting on instant meals after setting out on her journey, as the professor often forgot to cook amidst his busy schedule. After Serena went missing, a fleeting thought reemerged in Professor Oak's mind. Perhaps it would be best to discontinue the summer camps altogether. Instead, during the sweltering summer months, he could invite some old friends or former students for an outdoor excursion, which would also expand Ash and Shota's horizons. He had heard that a young girl from his alma mater had attained her doctorate at the mere age of 6, earning the moniker Miss Poison. Perhaps a trip to the Crown Summit was in order? Wait, what am I thinking? Right now, the priority is to find the missing child. As he delved into this train of thought, his habitual tendency to overthink resurfaced, which was precisely why he had often forgotten to prepare meals for Shota lately. Not just recently, Shota added. Professor Oak slapped his face, reminding himself that it was time to search for the lost girl rather than indulge in idle musings. As he prepared to venture into the forest for the 3rd time, Ash emerged, supporting a slightly unsteady Serena as they exited the woods. Upon receiving the news, Saki rushed back and tightly embraced her daughter. To Ash's astonishment, once Saki and Serena had calmed down, the first to express gratitude was Hanako. It dawned on Ash that after Serena had gone missing, Hanako had remained by Saki's side, assisting in the search, only for Serena to be found by Ash himself. When Saki discovered that the boy who had found her daughter was Hanako's son, she was equally taken aback. That very evening, mother and daughter paid a visit to Ash's home to express their thanks. Although Saki did not press the issue, the incident had a significant impact on Professor Oak. For the first time, he felt the weight of age upon him. In his youth, not only could he have watched over 20 children, but even double that would have posed no challenge. During dinner, Dr. Sakuragi recounted a glorious tale from when Professor Oak had taken him to survey the Kanto region, riding a Rapidash while herding hundreds of wild toros. Unsurprisingly, Ash and Shota found themselves roped into the task. The 2 boys remained at the back of the group, tasked with ensuring that any would-be escapees were promptly returned. However, over the next few days, the children seemed to behave significantly better. Shota fixed a steely gaze on Zyahao, which effectively silenced the boy who had initially sought to show off. Meanwhile, Ash found himself sandwiched between Xiaochun and Serena, bombarded with questions. Before long, Xiaochun and Serena had forged a close friendship. As the summer camp drew to a close, the hardest parting was between Xiaochun and Serena. Sister Serena, I will definitely come to the Kalos region to find you in the future, Xiaochun declared. Yes, we must part ways now. Farewell, Xiaochun. As the 2 girls exchanged their bittersweet farewells, Dr. Sakuragi approached Xiaochun. His voice suddenly broke through the impending sadness of their departure. I apologize for interrupting you, he said, adjusting his glasses, the lenses glinting with excitement. But Xiaochun, it's time for us to prepare to set off. At his words, Xiaochun immediately turned, her braids swaying gently beneath her straw hat as she did. Her expression grew a touch forlorn. Dad, do we have to leave right now? Indeed, Dr. Sakuragi replied, hastening toward her while waving 2 tickets in his hand. Professor Oak and Dr. Yamazaki will be taking us to the Crown Summit in the Sinnoh region. He crouched down, lowering his voice conspiratorially. And don't worry, Xiaochun, you won't be without company, as Ash and Shoto will be going too. Really? Xiaochun's eyes widened in surprise, her previous gloom dissipating. She turned to Serena, unable to contain her elation. Sister Serena, I must go prepare with Dad. Serena's smile promptly froze on her face. Her cerulean eyes fluttered slightly, and her fingers instinctively clutched the hem of her dress. No, she had assumed that Koharu would depart from Masera town just as she intended, only to discover that she was embarking on a journey alongside Satoshi instead. In the Sinnoh region, in the town of Shinboku, Dr. Yamashita, who perpetually exuded an air of stern authority, approached a young girl from behind while carrying a suitcase. The girl was clad in a tailored, form-fitting deep blue college-style coat, adorned with golden trim at the cuffs. She wore a matching deep blue pleated skirt that reached her knees, its creases sharp and crisp. With her hair cut to a practical short length and her black eyes sparkling with vitality, she turned to face Dr. Yamashita, standing up from her chair. What is it, Doctor? Professor Okito from the Kanto region has expressed a desire to investigate MT Tinkan and has invited me to join him. I plan to take you along as well. Fortuitously, he has brought 3 children of similar age to yours, and you should engage more with your peers. Dr. Yamashita's remarkable assistant, though gifted, was often so engrossed in her research that her interactions with the outside world were limited. Previously, she had suffered a collapse due to recklessly experimenting with herself and Pokémon, requiring a lengthy recuperation. That experience had imparted upon her the significance of health, and now, at the tender age of 6, she had honed her marksmanship skills. Dr. Yamashita had been astonished by her talent on numerous occasions. Despite having achieved heights that many pursue for a lifetime, the now 6-year-old Manu remained quite reclusive. It was hoped that this outing would allow her to interact more with her contemporaries, for apart from her appearance, she bore little resemblance to a typical child. Very well. I shall pack my belongings at once. Manu nodded and promptly rose to gather her things. MT Tinkan, nestled in the heart of the Sinnoh region, stood as its highest peak, bisecting the area into eastern and western halves. It was a snow-capped mountain renowned for its unique magnetic field, which facilitated the evolution of certain Pokémon. After establishing camp at MT Tinkan, Dr. Sakuragi began to wander nearby with an unusual device in hand. The peculiar magnetic field indeed held wonders. Dr. Sakuragi, whose research spanned diverse fields, excelled at utilizing computer technology to aid in his studies and showcase his findings, as well as to develop and maintain the ecosystem of Pokémon. Naturally, he sought to comprehend this locale to realize his dream of establishing and preserving a Pokémon ecosystem. The most renowned of such magnetic fields was located at MT Tinkan, with others found in various regions, such as the Unova region's Electric Stone Cave. The Kalos region's Route 13, situated between Bienville and Mier, Hoen's New Violet, and Alola's Pony Canyon and Mount Hokalani, including the geothermal power plant. Among them were both natural and artificial formations. Having finally arrived at MT Tinkan, he was determined to conduct thorough research. Professor Okito, accompanied by Shigeru and Hanako, gathered firewood, while Satoshi and Koharu prepared dinner. Pikachu, after washing a potato by the riverside, hurried back to present it to Satoshi before darting off for another. Suddenly, a pink shellmet emerged from the water, snatching the potato in its mouth. Pika. Upon witnessing the theft of its potato, Pikachu was taken aback and instinctively released a jolt of electricity in excitement. Although the current was somewhat controlled, it still inflicted considerable damage on the water-type shellmet. 4 shellmets peeked out from the water, 3 of which unleashed water gun attacks toward Pikachu, while the 4th, still clinging to the potato, refrained from opening its mouth. Pika. Pikachu ducked and dodged, feeling a surge of anger. How dare they attack after their companion had stolen their food? Pika, your water guns require aim, but mine does not. When Satoshi was ready with the ingredients and firewood, he noticed Pikachu strutting back, proudly clutching a slightly charred potato, akin to a victorious rooster. The river still bore witness to the 4 shellmets lingering nearby. Engrossed in conversation with Koharu, Satoshi had been oblivious to Pikachu's clandestine triumph over the wild Pokémon. Pika Pika. Noticing Satoshi's gaze on the charred potato, Pikachu bashfully recounted the events, gesturing animatedly. Satoshi understood. Pikachu explained that while washing the potato, one of the shellmets had ambushed him, stealing the potato from his grasp. Not only did it not return the potato, but it also joined the attack. Ultimately, Pikachu successfully defeated the 4 shellmets and reclaimed the potato. Impressive. Let's prepare for dinner. Satoshi smiled, affectionately ruffling Pikachu's head before approaching the injured Shelmets with a medical kit. After tending to their wounds, he retrieved some energy cubes he had prepared for Slowpoke and offered one to a Shelmet. Though the Shelmets had initiated the food theft, it would be unjust to impose human moral standards upon these wild Pokémon. In the wild ecosystem, the behavior of the Shelmets competing for food aligned perfectly with nature's survival laws. They were devoid of the moral constraints of human society and lacked any concept of right or wrong. This seemingly brutal act of theft was fundamentally rooted in the primal instinct for survival. The logic of wild Pokémon was straightforward. In a resource-limited environment, those who could procure food the quickest would enhance their chances of survival. The Shelmets' competition arose from their evolutionary adaptation to such conditions, ensuring that the strongest individuals received nourishment first, thereby enhancing the resilience of their entire population in a harsh natural environment. Observing Koharu's puzzled expression regarding Satoshi's treatment of the Shelmets, a serious voice provided clarity to her confusion. Notably, recent studies indicated that, compared to the past, the population of Shelmets in the East Sea was gradually declining, while those in the West Sea appeared to be thriving. It seemed that these pink West Sea Shelmets had indeed made their way to this small river, validating the findings. At that moment, Dr. Sakuragi also noticed the newcomers and tucked his device into his pocket, waving to greet them. "Ah, it's Dr. Yamashita," a distinguished elderly gentleman, clad in a white lab coat, approached alongside a girl in academic attire. The man, approximately 60 years of age, stood tall and composed, exuding the quintessential demeanor of an old-school scholar. His brow often furrowed in seriousness and concentration. His skin was pale, and his gaunt face bore distinct wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and forehead, complemented by a neatly trimmed gray-white beard. He wore a brown long coat with single-breasted buttons, the lines of his shoulders sharp, and a pen nestled in his left breast pocket. Beneath, he donned a blue vest and a brown tie, while an old leather suitcase rested in his hand, presenting a formidable and dignified presence. The girl was attired in a fitted school uniform with blue and white trim, embellished with golden accents at the cuffs and hem. She wore a deep blue pleated skirt that reached her knees, paired with white tights for warmth, and black matte leather mid-calf boots. Completing her scholarly appearance was a deep brown backpack slung over her shoulders. "Senior, you have arrived." The group collecting firewood, led by Professor Okido, had returned, and he proceeded to introduce the individuals he had brought along to Dr. Yamashita. "I presume you need no introduction for Hanako and Dr. Sakuragi. This is my grandson, Xiaomao. The one by the riverside is Huazi's son, also my student, named Xiaoji. This girl is Sakuragi's daughter, Xiaochun. Ah, and this is Manua, the daughter of a scholarly family from Xinjia town, who recently attained her doctoral degree." Xiaomao gazes at the expressionless short-haired girl with astonishment. She appears to be of a similar age to them, yet she has already earned a PhD. After feeding the shell-less sea bunny, Xiaoji returns to the camp and sizes up Manua. If memory serves, Manua is the female protagonist from the special manga Sun and Moon, and she also made a cameo in the special Sword and Shield. This pharmacist, known as Miss Poison, was consulted by Clara, Master's apprentice, on how to treat the poison of Nihilego. It is precisely this cameo that Xiaoji remembers. However, at this moment, Miss Poison appears remarkably youthful, hardly resembling the fierce individual who would one day team up with another peer to defeat Necrozma. Although the protagonists of the special manga may not exhibit the same level of abnormal prowess as those from the games, they generally complete the local challenges within a year. The game protagonists, on the other hand, possess overwhelmingly formidable strengths, especially during the Ultra Sun and Moon era. In that era, the protagonists single-handedly took down the former antagonists of the Rainbow Rocket team. Such feats would surely earn respect from the likes of Akai, the warrior. After exchanging greetings, the group disperses to attend to their individual tasks. The adults gather to chat while Xiaoji painstakingly ignites the firewood with a lighter and begins preparing a meal. Assisted by Xiaochun and Pikachu, the idle Xiaomao glances at Manua, who is rummaging through a colorful array of bottles and jars from her backpack, before retrieving his fishing gear to cast his line. Midway through their conversation, Dr. Yamanashi suddenly turns to Dr. Sakuragi and reveals one of the objectives of their expedition. "If possible, I hope you can create an environment suitable for Rotom to thrive, as the population of Rotom in the Sinnoh region has dwindled in recent years. The root cause lies in the reduction of special magnetic fields, which has led to a contraction of the wild Rotom's habitat, making reproduction exceedingly difficult. Records indicate that during the Washi period, Rotom frequently appeared in large numbers at Crown Mountain in the Sinnoh region, yet now, it is a challenge to find many Rotom across the entire Sinnoh region." Chapter 10. You can slack off, you can coast, but you cannot truly be inept. Rotom? With a body as electric as lightning, Rotom can infiltrate various machines. It seems to embody a soul powered by electricity, making it an extraordinarily peculiar Pokémon. It utilizes its ion-based body to merge with an array of devices, delighting in using them as vessels to prank and startle, earning it quite the reputation. However, Rotom is indeed a rather rare Pokémon. Its dual electric and ghost typing alone suffices to underscore the challenges of its reproduction. The emergence of ghost-type Pokémon does not solely rely on traditional egg-laying. Some scholars have posited that the lingering resentment of a Pokémon or human after death could transform their souls into ghost-type Pokémon. Nevertheless, the ethereal nature of souls renders this hypothesis largely unsubstantiated. The construction of a Rotom ecological zone aligns perfectly with my current research on special magnetic fields, and thus, it will not hinder my ongoing work. Dr. Sakuragi possesses a diverse range of research interests, particularly excelling in employing computer technology to assist in research and showcase results, as well as in establishing and maintaining Pokémon ecosystems. Naturally, the creation and upkeep of such ecosystems require a profound understanding of the environments and conditions necessary for various Pokémon to thrive and reproduce. The reproduction of Ghost-type Pokémon is even more challenging than that of Dragon-type Pokémon, as most Ghost types lack physical forms, leading to extended lifespans devoid of physiological needs. Without biological demands, the act of procreation becomes an arduous task. Moreover, the gender of Pokémon like Rotom remains ambiguous, making it difficult to ascertain whether two Rotom captured at random are mating as a male and female pair or as two males. Of course, considering the unique nature of Ghost-type Pokémon, one cannot simply assume they possess only male and female genders. Thus, even the Pokédex categorizes such indistinguishable Pokémon as genderless or undiscovered in terms of sex. To be prudent, initial breeding efforts may require the assistance of 1 to 3 Ditto. Perhaps I should consult my junior, Dr. Cookie. Dr. Cookie specializes in Pokémon breeding habits in the Johto region, and he was the one who proposed the classification of egg groups. Dr. Sakuragi, curious, directly inquires, Dr. Yamanashi, if we aim to address the dwindling population of Rotom. I believe Dr. Cookie from the Chengdu region would be more suitable. His research focuses on Pokémon breeding and eggs, making him more appropriate than I. Dr. Yamanashi nods in agreement, acknowledging that Dr. Cookie is indeed more specialized in tackling the issue of Rotom's declining numbers. However, I wish to request you to establish a suitable ecological zone for Rotom, not to actively promote their reproduction, but rather to provide them with an appropriate habitat akin to a wild reserve. I see. Dr. Sakuragi nods thoughtfully. While this rationale may not be entirely sufficient, it is a request from the client, and thus there is no need for further embellishment. The funding for the Rotom ecological zone will undoubtedly come from Dr. Yamanashi or be provided directly, as is customary within the Pokémon research community. Establishing an ecological zone demands considerable time and resources. As a junior, he could forego his salary, but it would be unreasonable to undertake such a project solely on the request of a senior without compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Okido suddenly remarks, I think you should discuss this with Dr. Cookie. He has recently encountered a bottleneck in his research on ghost-type topics. Coincidentally, Rotom belongs to the amorphous egg group. Dr. Yamanashi casts a surprised glance at Dr. Okido. The moment Dr. Okido speaks, it indicates his investment in this project and his intention to involve students. The amorphous egg group consists predominantly of Pokémon whose designs are based on soft-bodied animals, spirits, and organisms or non-organisms with pliable forms. Pokémon in this egg group either reproduce prolifically, like Grimer, or take decades to lay an egg, like Jengar and Rotom. Dr. Yamanashi's original aim was to protect Rotom's ecological environment. As for boosting their population, that is of little concern. Teacher, senior brother, if we are considering special magnetic fields, the abandoned power plant near the Yinshan Tunnel in the Kanto region seems to exhibit a unique magnetic field, and it could potentially serve as a suitable ecological zone for Rotom. Huazi's comment piques the attention of the three. It is worth noting that since her marriage, Huazi has effectively stepped back from the academic field, relying on her abilities as a senior breeder for her income. As a senior breeder, she possesses unique insights regarding such matters. At 17, she graced the cover of Pokémon Friends magazine during that year's spring festival, leading many to believe she was a rising star in the research community. However, to everyone's astonishment, Huazi married at 18 and gave birth to Xiaoji at 19, promptly vanishing from the academic scene. Now, at 26, few remember her for her past endeavors in the scholarly world. Subsequently, Huazi showcased the exemplary qualities of Dr. Okito's pupil, articulating her thoughts in a manner that left the three astonished. It has been proven that one may slack off, one may coast, but one cannot truly be inept. The abandoned power plant was a place she had visited during her youthful travels, at a time when it was not yet deserted. She had once collaborated with Ash's father to resolve an incident involving an overabundance of electrode and magnemite in that area. Given the absence of human activity there now, it was only natural to apply to the League for its designation as a Pokémon ecological zone. Soon, a delightful aroma permeated the campsite, causing the ongoing conversation among the group to pause. Professor Yamanashi turned his gaze toward Ash, who was busy cooking, his previously stern expression softening. The scent was utterly tantalizing. It seemed that Ash possessed a remarkable talent for both learning and culinary pursuits. How splendid it would be if Man-Moon could exhibit such prowess as well. Like his father, Ash aspired to become a Pokémon Master, diligently preparing for that goal, beginning his culinary education the moment he could stand on a stool and wield kitchen utensils. Hanako smiled as she explained this to Professor Yamanashi, alleviating her worries about Ash's ability to care for himself during future travels. No one could begrudge a child for cooking. For a chef who can create delectable dishes naturally ought to prepare meals. How fragrant, Man-Moon remarked, setting aside her various jars and joining Ash at his side. Is this a dish from Kanto? She inquired, noticing the familiar home-cooked fare. Ash, not being a professional chef in his past life, could not produce intricate dishes. However, compared to the bland dietary habits prevalent in the Pokémon world, the flavors Ash infused into his cooking were far more enticing. Perhaps it was due to the influence of island anime, as the tastes of people in the Pokémon world generally lean towards the sweet. Over the past 2 years, Ash had intentionally adapted his cooking to align with local preferences. Man-Moon nodded in understanding, choosing not to interrupt Ash further, instead pulling her fellow young girl, Koharu, aside for a chat. As a pharmacist, Man-Moon was not the frigid and aloof figure many might imagine. Rather, she was exceedingly approachable, particularly in her efforts to soothe her patients, who were predominantly Pokémon rather than humans. While she had a fondness for poison-type Pokémon, she detested the nickname Poison Mississippi. When Ash finished cooking and prepared to call Koharu and Shigeru to assist with serving, he suddenly noticed Man-Moon and the somewhat shy Koharu gazing at him with unusual expressions. It appeared they had shared a conversation that was somewhat awkward. Shigeru, could you help serve the dishes? Ash requested. Sure thing. Shigeru responded immediately, rising from his seat without even retracting his fishing rod, eager to assist Ash. Is it time to eat? Let us go help, he exclaimed, prompting Professor Okito to chuckle and rise as well, prepared to lend a hand with the meal service. Chapter 11. History is an unconnected storybook. After placing 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork into Pikachu's bowl, Ash finally began to eat. Pikachu relished sweet and sour flavors, which Ash carefully considered when crafting energy cubes and Pokémon food, making mealtime something Pikachu eagerly anticipated each day. The traditionally stern and strict Professor Yamanashi praised Ash's cooking, and had he not been Professor Okito's student, he might have even sought to invite Ash to become his assistant. During the meal, Professor Yamanashi took the opportunity to quiz Ash and Shigeru on their knowledge. The results pleased him greatly. As expected from Professor Okito's student and grandson, I am confident you will both become formidable Pokémon trainers in the future. After commending Ash and Shigeru, Professor Yamanashi showed no inclination to test Koharu, as she attended a regular elementary school rather than a Pokémon academy, and it would be unfair to assess her Pokémon knowledge. Not all schools in the Pokémon world are centered around Pokémon. Indeed, many individuals are not trainers. Admission to a Pokémon academy requires ownership of a Pokémon, which means reaching the age at which the League distributes Pokémon. Koharu's foundational school seldom touched upon Pokémon knowledge, focusing instead on establishing a base for the children. After lunch, the group did not rest, but instead advanced toward the mountainside. This excursion was initially intended for the ascent of Mount Coronet, with plans to climb, rest at the summit, and witness the sunrise the following day before heading to the Pokémon Research School on Mount Coronet after lunch. Then, they would await the school's arrangements for a lecture to fulfill their obligations for the year before returning home. As one of the major sponsors supporting Professor Yamanashi's research, the Pokémon Research School on Mount Coronet had a contract stipulating that Professor Yamanashi must visit at least once a year to give a lecture. This trip provided a perfect opportunity to conduct that year's lecture while also allowing the children to experience the scholarly atmosphere of a Pokémon Academy. The summit of Mount Coronet, known as the Spear Pillar, appeared to be the site of an ancient temple, which was their destination. Sensing a somewhat somber atmosphere within the group, Professor Yamanashi took the initiative to break the silence, and began to introduce the spear pillar. The spear pillar, situated at the peak of Mount Coronet, had faded over time, leaving only vague indications that it was once a temple. Professor Okido had come to Mount Coronet purely for a respite from the heat. In terms of knowledge about Sinnoh, he was better off deferring to the local experts, Professor Yamanashi and Manmoon. Noticing that Professor Yamanashi had paused, Manmoon quickly picked up the narrative. According to legend, Mount Coronet is the place where the Sinnoh region was first created, and the spear pillar is its very heart. The north-south orientation of Mount Coronet divides the Sinnoh region into eastern and western halves, with the differing habitats of the Shellos species arising from these subtle variations. Observing the group's lack of reaction, Professor Yamanashi continued. He had not intended for this journey to morph into an outdoor history lesson. Yet even with 4 children in the group, the atmosphere remained rather dull, compelling him to press on. The legend of Sinnoh states, in the beginning, there was only a chaotic sea. Everything was intertwined, and at the center, an egg appeared. Upon its fall, the primordial being was born. This being created 2 avatars. Time began to flow, and space began to expand. Subsequently, it birthed 3 lives from its essence. After the 2 avatars prayed, what we now refer to as matter came into existence. After the 3 lives prayed, what we now refer to as spirit was born. After creating the world, the primordial being fell into a deep slumber. Is the primordial being that hatched from the egg a Pokemon? The first to voice the question was Shigeru. There is a possibility. Often, the ethereal myths conceal a glorified or deified version of the actual history. Those bards, in search of intrigue, wove together the truths of history with fabrications to create myths or epics that resonate throughout the world. Although it remains uncertain how they acquired their tales, the beautiful stories ultimately document everything. It is the archaeologist's task to sift through historical records to validate these accounts. Sometimes, myths hold considerable reference value. Once the topic was broached, the discussion flourished. Myths from various regions often correlate with legendary Pokemon, perhaps due to the enigmatic and powerful nature of these Pokemon, which inherently draws attention. The region of Chengdu, for instance, has legends concerning the 3 legendary beasts, and Ho-Oh. Ash, feeling the weight of Professor Okido's gaze, began to share his knowledge as well. There was no escaping it. He had gravitated toward historical texts in Professor Okido's study and had procured numerous books on the histories of various regions. Though Ash did not possess a particular fondness for history, he was captivated by the stories within it. Certainly, studying history aided his understanding of the world. 7 centuries ago, the city of Yuanzhou constructed 2 towers, standing on the eastern and western sides. These towers were erected to symbolize the friendship between humans and Pokemon, their summits boasting spectacular and majestic views. The tower on the eastern side serves to awaken Pokemon, while the tower on the western side induces slumber in them. Ho-Oh resides atop the bell tower on the eastern side. A century and a half ago, a lightning bolt struck the bell tower, instantly engulfing it in flames. The inferno blazed for 3 days and nights, ultimately subdued by a torrential downpour. However, by that time, little remained of the tower. 3 unknown Pokemon perished in the blaze, prompting Ho-Oh to descend from the heavens and revive them. These 3 once unknown Pokemon are now revered as the legendary guardians, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou. This tale is well known among the elders, as one Pokemon that witnessed the event still resides in the Johto region's Ecruteak Gym, an enduring Jengar. As one who gazed at Ash, she voiced her curiosity. You mentioned 2 towers, one dedicated to Ho-Oh. What of the western tower? Furthermore, if the fire raged for 3 days and nights, why did the people of Ecruteak not intervene? Given the presence of water-type Pokemon, extinguishing a fire in the Pokemon world is typically manageable. It is unusual for a centuries-old structure to be consumed by flames for such a duration. This could either be an exaggeration or suggest human involvement in the fire. The western tower was likely intended for Lugia, yet if the sea god truly resided there, he would have extinguished the flames at their onset. Perhaps beneath the myths lie truths that future generations find difficult to verify. One would discover such revelations by delving deeper into history. The history books of the Pokemon world are often fragmented and rendered incoherent by the self-aggrandizement of their rulers. Chapter 12. The Poacher's Cabin. I must admit, I am quite unaware of this. The mere thought of opening such voluminous history tomes, with their dizzying array of embellished words extolling our ancestors, gives me a headache. One who felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of those history books. The history of the Pokemon world is frequently disjointed, and there has never been a prosperous nation capable of unifying a region. The kings, who boast of their grandeur in those tomes, are now little more than town mayors or village chiefs. Few territories have grown to the size of a modern city under their rule. The so-called royal descendants today are mostly a gaggle of self-absorbed jesters, with a scant few possessing genuine noble status recognized by the League. Yet, these are often merely symbolic figures, with few acknowledging their supposed superiority. The history books of the Pokémon world are of little utility, save for the accounts of recent history, which commenced with the establishment of the League. Professor Oak and Professor Sycamore stand as living witnesses to the shifts of time, while it was President Damalanche who founded the Pokémon League. The populace exhibits little enthusiasm for the preservation of history. The tome detailing the recent history of the Pokémon world is as thick as a British cookbook. Purchasing such items pales in comparison to the practicality of acquiring the Book of Scarlet and Violet from the Paldea region. The Book of Scarlet and Violet is not a singular work. Hayes documented his experiences within its pages, sharing his observations from Zone Zero. However, due to the fantastical nature of its content, these tales were ultimately dismissed as mere folklore, leading to the book's gradual neglect in the second-hand market. Only a select few are inclined to purchase it, whether for reading or collection. Ash had previously acquired a copy, which now rests on his bookshelf, occasionally pulled out for leisure reading. So, do you usually pass the time by perusing those history books? No. Prior to befriending Pikachu, I spent my time fishing. Reading history books is merely a hobby. One you chuckled at this revelation. You truly are a genius. And what about after you became friends with Pikachu? After we became friends, we ventured here. Ha ha. Ash, you are quite amusing. Observing the cheerful exchange between the two, Professor Sycamore felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that you and Ash shared a remarkable rapport. Perhaps their maturity and insight surpassing that of their peers fosters deeper connections, Professor Oak remarked with a chuckle. By the way, Ash, is your starter Pokémon Pikachu? Have you resigned yourself to foregoing the initial Pokémon distributed by the League? Professor Sycamore inquired, glancing at the slightly envious Pikachu nestled in Xiaochun's embrace. The League provides a fire, water, or grass-type Pokémon to every child who meets the age requirement, with each region offering different varieties. These starter Pokémon share the commonality of having two evolutions, with their typical abilities being Blaze, Torrent, and Overgrow. They are colloquially referred to as the starter trio. However, the League stipulates that if a Pokémon is acquired before the age of 10, it is deemed a voluntary forfeiture of the opportunity to receive a starter Pokémon. Upon reaching the appropriate age, the distribution shifts to providing 6 Pokeballs and a Pokédex. Ash has a fondness for Pikachu, and Hanako respects his wishes. However, I did not register him. Professor Oak explained with a smile. There are a few old-timers in the League who owe me favors. Those soon-to-retire fellows contribute little and still maintain their heirs. I hear they've recently been giving the elite for a hard time at the League meetings. I suppose they want to let them bask in their glory before making any changes. At this, Professor Sycamore cast a sidelong glance at Professor Oak. The crux of your statement isn't that they contribute little. Rather, it's about giving the elite for a tough time, isn't it? Who doesn't know the history between Kiku and Professor Oak during their youth? Others may be oblivious, but he certainly is not. That boy Green is the grandson of Kiku. The funeral from 2 years ago took away 2 of Professor Oak's relatives and stripped this old man of the stubbornness he maintained throughout his life. It seems he intends to make amends with Kiku in hopes of forgiveness. If one is stubborn while the other is pliable, they might have reconciled long ago, alas. Both are as obstinate as a Tauros. Upon reaching the halfway point of the mountain, the group discovered a quaint cabin. How rare it is to find a newly constructed wooden shelter in a place like MT Crown. Professor Sakuragi was the first to approach the cabin. The harsh climate of MT Crown, with its perpetual snowfall, typically attracts only mountaineers or trainers seeking to challenge or train with ice-type Pokémon. This cabin likely belongs to a trainer seeking to hone their skills. However, upon seeing the individuals within, his body suddenly stiffened, and he cautiously retreated to the front of the group, whispering his inquiry. Professor Sycamore, do you have any Pokémon with you? As a seasoned trainer, Professor Oak instantly sensed something amiss and placed his hand on the Pokeballs at his waist. What's the matter? Professor Oak's gaze remained fixed on the cabin. To prepare for emergencies, he had brought along a few trusted companions. Professor Sycamore also opened his briefcase and retrieved several Pokeballs. Professor, you should go first. The poachers inside are armed. With this, Professor Sakuragi indicated with his fingers, showing that the individuals inside possessed firearms. Were it only the 5 of them, they could manage the poachers even with weapons. However, there were also 4 children and a defenseless housewife present. Without hesitation, Professor Oak nodded and urged everyone to retreat swiftly. We must abandon the gunmen as well. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the children and Hanako before calling for help. By this time, darkness was descending. Ash gently set Pikachu down on the ground. Pikachu, use flash, keep it dim. From the onset of his training with Pikachu, Ash had requested several functional skill learning machines from Professor Oak's repository, and now they were proving their worth. Pikachu took a deep breath, concentrating intently. On its fluffy cheeks, golden currents began to dance restlessly, emitting faint crackling sounds. Initially, only a few scattered arcs of electricity flickered at the tips of its ears, but gradually, an increasing number of electric sparks spilled forth from its rounded cheeks, slithering around its body like mischievous little serpents. These erratic arcs suddenly aligned themselves neatly and wove into a dense electric web encircling its plump form. The web slowly expanded, transforming into a luminous shield radiating a warm yellow glow, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 13. Blizzard, the Snow Maiden Strikes. The mountain path at night was treacherous, especially atop the snow-covered peaks. Hanako held Koharu's hand with her left, while her right hand grasped the hand of Mangetsu, carefully navigating forward. Shoda and Shigeru stood beside Professor Sakuragi at the front, while Professors Okido and Yamanashi, accompanied by their Pokémon, brought up the rear. Professor Okido had only brought along a Dragonite, capable of flight, and could not carry everyone down. At this moment, dispersing was not a prudent choice. Professor Yamanashi's Pokémon was a fiery Infernape, which now stood behind Hanako, using the flames atop its head to ward off the darkness and chill. They had successfully captured a high-paying client for the Snowy Children and the Snowman. A woman clad in black was dragging two snow children bound by a special device, appearing quite pleased. Beside her, a similarly dressed man was leading 3 snowmen, his grin reflecting the generous payment that would allow him a 2-month indulgence after splitting the earnings. All right, after we divide the money, I'm going to splurge in Bidai City. As they fantasized about their impending windfall, heavy snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. Oh no, it could be the Blizzard King and the Snow Maiden coming after us. The male poacher's complexion changed drastically as he bolted away. They had seized this opportunity to steal the Snow Children and Snowmen while the Blizzard King and the Snow Maiden were absent. Encountering them directly would surely result in being frozen solid. Blizzard. The furious roar signified the Blizzard King's wrath, instantly rendering the female thief pale with fear. Fortune favors the bold. Let us move. The male poacher urged, hastening his pace with the snowman in tow. The Snow Maiden's voice pierced the air like ice picks, bearing a sorrowful resonance that penetrated the soul. Shoda shuddered violently, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Infernape immediately assumed a battle stance, flames erupting around it, creating a mist in the swirling snow. Pikachu quickly retracted its spark, keenly focusing on the cliffside to the right. The snowstorm intensified suddenly, visibility plummeting to near zero. On the steep cliffside to the right, a slender figure flickered into view. It hovered in midair, the hem of its pale kimono billowing in the wind, resembling a flowing ink painting. Those sky-blue eyes pierced through the blizzard, glowing with an otherworldly light, like 2 lanterns guiding lost souls. The snow country Pokémon, the Snow Maiden. It was said she descended from the mountains on nights of fierce blizzards, venturing to human settlements to encase her chosen humans or Pokémon in ice, taking them back to her lair, and she only targeted handsome men. She delighted in freezing souls, particularly savoring those of males. Thus, few male trainers dared to capture the Snow Maiden. Sakuragi, you are likely her target. Quickly, take Shoda and Shigeru and run. Professor Okido released his Dragonite to intercept. Within the group, the only handsome man was the still youthful Professor Sakuragi, while Professors Okido and Yamanashi were too old, and Shoda and Shigeru were still too young. Hanako, Koharu, and Mangetsu were all females. Unbeknownst to Shoda and his companions, this Snow Maiden was desperately searching the mountains for her lost children, leading to their erroneous assumptions. Dragonite's fists ignited with fierce flames, carving 2 fiery trajectories through the snowstorm. Roar! It charged toward the Snow Maiden, who swiftly conjured ice blocks to retaliate against Dragonite. The collision of fire and ice produced a hissing sound, enveloping the area in a thick white mist. However, the Snow Maiden's form suddenly blurred, as if melting into the storm. Dragonite's fiery punches merely shattered a few drifting snowflakes. Realizing the disparity in power, the Snow Maiden chose not to engage further. With her snow cloak ability and innate ghostly nature, she easily evaded Dragonite's assault. The storm intensified, howling winds swirling ice shards, casting the entire forest into a desolate haze. The frigid gusts felt like countless icy blades, enveloping everything in bone-chilling cold. The Snow Maiden's figure flickered like a specter within the tempest, each appearance drawing closer to the group. Infernape unleashed flames in an attempt to deter her approach. Soon, it struck the Snow Maiden, but she transformed into an illusion. It was a shadow clone. Ultimately, the Snow Maiden gracefully hovered before Hanako, her eyes radiating a ghostly blue light. Hanako instinctively concealed the two children behind her, yet the Snow Maiden made no move to attack. She merely stared at her, as if searching for something through her. Do not worry, Hanako instinctively reassured the children behind her, feeling her body temperature plummeting rapidly. Each breath bore a sharp pain. The mist she exhaled crystallizing into tiny ice shards in the air. Frost blooms adorned her eyelashes, her vision beginning to blur. But more terrifyingly, she sensed her limbs gradually losing sensation, not from freezing, but as if her very soul was being drawn away bit by bit. At the moment their eyes met, the blue light in the Snow Maiden's gaze intensified. In the next instant, Hanako, Koharu, and Mangetsu's eyes grew dazed. Infernape's pupils constricted suddenly, the golden, beastly gaze reflecting the Snow Maiden's ethereal form. Its hind leg muscles tensed instantaneously, the snow beneath its feet vaporizing under the intense heat, producing a thick mist. Accompanied by a roar filled with battle fervor, Infernape surged forward. Its right fist, charged with flames, exploded in the storm, instantly evaporating the falling snowflakes into vapor. The arc of its punch cleaved through the air, leaving a crimson afterimage, hurtling toward the Snow Maiden's face. The Snow Maiden's azure eyes flashed with surprise, clearly not anticipating the swiftness of this fire-type Pokémon. She instinctively leaned back, her ice crystal-like hair cracking softly beneath the flames. Yet Infernape's assault did not cease. Its left fist followed suit, unleashing a second wave of fire that roared like an enraged dragon. Boom! The explosive flames detonated upon the snowy ground, sending melted snow water splattering everywhere. The Snow Maiden's figure twisted momentarily in the heat wave, but in the next breath, she dissipated like mist, only to coalesce again several meters away. The storm intensified, seemingly answering her fury, as countless ice shards crystallized in the air, aiming like arrows toward Infernape. With a swift strike, the Snow Maiden disregarded Infernape's next move, seizing Koharu and Mangetsu, lifting them into the air. Infernape, stop! Professor Yamanashi commanded, halting Infernape, who was poised to strike again. Now, Koharu and Mangetsu were held aloft by the Snow Maiden, who knew if she would use the two girls as shields against an attack. Chapter 14. The Snowman Blizzard King arrives. The Blizzard King is down. Pika, Pika! A small arc of electricity suddenly shot from the side, striking the Snow Maiden's ethereal form with precision. Although the current was weak, it caused her to shudder, plunging her into a state of paralysis. The electromagnetic wave guaranteed a 100% chance of ensnaring the opponent in paralysis. Blizzard. The ground trembled violently as two colossal figures crashed down onto the snowy expanse, sending waves of snow soaring several meters high. The raging winds whirled with shards of ice, causing the entire cliffside to tremble under the impact. Mother! With a fervent shout, Ash lunged towards Hanako just as the snow waves crashed upon them. With his left arm tightly clutching Pikachu and his right hand grasping Hanako's precariously swaying body, the trio was swept away like kites severed from their strings amidst the force of the impact. Coughing violently, Hanako felt the icy snowflakes invade her collar. She could sense Ash's grip on her wrist, as unyielding as iron, while his slender frame stood resolutely against the blizzard, shielding them from the brunt of the onslaught. Pikachu, struggling in Ash's embrace, peeked out, and through the swirling snow, it beheld the looming figures of two colossal Abomasnow, their forms gradually revealing themselves. Not just one, but two towering Abomasnow stood side by side, their white fur cloaked in a thick layer of frost, with blood-red eyes gazing down upon them. The mythical snowman and snow woman from folklore had indeed arrived. Suddenly, Dragonite swooped down, despite its small wings. The tempest it conjured dispersed the blizzard within a radius of several dozen meters, unveiling the clear night sky. The others, including Professor Sakuragi, who had just managed to sit up, were once again buried beneath the snow. The two Abomasnow, previously imposing, were momentarily taken aback, and before they could react, Dragonite descended like a bolt of golden lightning. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed as Dragonite's fists, enveloped in searing flames, struck the chins of the two Abomasnow with pinpoint accuracy. The flames erupted upon contact, shattering the icy armor encasing their heads. The tremendous force sent the two massive creatures flying backward like rag dolls, carving deep furrows into the snow. The Snow Woman's cerulean eyes narrowed as she hurled the ice-encased Koharu and Full Moon towards Dragonite. With a swift flick of her snowy sleeves, she transformed into an ephemeral mist of ice, retreating into the depths of the blizzard. Trying to escape? Dragonite caught Koharu and Full Moon in midair, delivering them safely to Professor Okito. With a powerful flap of its wings, it erupted in dazzling white light, unleashing its incredible speed. Amidst the piercing shrieks of the torn air, its figure shot forth, leaving a series of afterimages in the snow. Before the Snow Woman could fully dissipate, Dragonite's fiery claws descended upon her. The intense heat radiating from the flames vaporized the snow within a 10-meter radius in an instant. The Snow Woman emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Forced to reconstitute her form, her kimono's hems singed by the flames. Dragonite used Dragon Dive. Seizing the opportunity, Dragonite pursued, enveloped in indigo dragon energy, plummeting like a meteor. The Snow Woman hastily conjured several ice shields in a desperate attempt to defend herself, but they shattered upon impact. Crystalline shards of ice danced through the air, reflecting her terror-stricken visage. After vanquishing the Snow Woman, Dragonite did not immediately return to Professor Okito, but instead raised its head, a radiant golden-red glow swelling in its throat. After taking a deep breath, it unleashed a blazing energy sphere towards the night sky. The orb ascended like a miniature sun, tracing a brilliant arc against the darkened heavens. Upon reaching its zenith, the sphere erupted with a deafening pop. Like fireworks, countless golden rays cascaded down like a meteor shower. Each point of light blazed fiercely in the air, scorching countless tiny holes in the storm clouds enveloping the mountains. Moonlight streamed through these openings, casting dappled shadows upon the snow. Though the night sky lacked the scorching sun of midday, it was sufficient to dispel the raging blizzard. The swirling snowflakes vaporized upon contact with the golden sparks, and the howling wind seemed to hit the pause button. The entire Tenkan Mountain quieted at a visibly perceptible rate, leaving only the faint sounds of energy remnants dissipating in the night sky. Once the dazzling display was concluded, Dragonite returned to Professor Okito's side. Casting a guilty glance at Koharu and Full Moon, who were warming themselves by the flames of the Infernape, Dragonite, with its inherently kind heart, had initially refrained from unleashing its full power, inadvertently allowing the Snow Woman to breach its defenses and harm Hanako and the two girls. Shigeru and Professor Sakuragi emerged from the snowdrifts, and together they located Ash, Hanako, and Pikachu, who had been buried beneath the snow, before making their way back to the campsite below as the blizzard resumed its fury. Thankfully, they had dressed warmly for the climb up Tenkan Mountain. Shigeru tightened the coat he wore, a thick overcoat belonging to Professor Yamanashi, originally intended for a lecture at the Tenkan Mountain Pokémon Research School. The most affected by the Snow Woman's influence were Full Moon and Koharu, who had been directly in contact with her, followed by Hanako, and lastly Ash, who had been buried in the snow alongside her. The four of them were on the verge of becoming ice pops. Currently, Ash was in another tent, assisting Hanako in caring for Koharu and Full Moon, with Infernape keeping them warm. Professor, why not lend me Dragonite? I could ride it to Baidai City and return with medicine in just 2 hours. Professor Sakuragi's expression darkened. He had finally managed to carve out some time to play with his daughter, only to have her suffer frostbite. While Dragonite could make the trip in under half an hour, Professor Sakuragi's body could not endure the intensity of unprotected high-speed flight at Mach speed. Don't worry, Professor Sakuragi, I have lumberries in my bag, Ash said, stepping into the tent. Were it not for the 2 massive tents brought by the frequently traveling Professors Yamanashi and Sakuragi, they would have had to huddle outside against the cold wind to converse. I've already given my mom and the girls some lumberries to alleviate their frostbite. How are you holding up, Ash? Shigeru inquired, assessing Ash's untroubled demeanor, which reassured him. However, Ash's next words invigorated everyone in the tent. I believe this incident is closely linked to those poachers. All the Pokemon that appeared were fully evolved forms. What about the Snover and Snorunt? Are you suggesting that those poachers captured the kin of Abomasnow and the Snow Woman, leading them to mistakenly believe we were the ones who abducted their kind? Professor Okito deduced the situation's trajectory, prompted by Ash's insight. Indeed, Ash affirmed, acknowledging Professor Okito's hypothesis. In the legends surrounding the Snow Woman, her targets were typically handsome men or scornful suitors. However, this time the targets were not Professor Sakuragi, but his daughter Koharu and Yamanashi's assistant, Full Moon. It was highly plausible that the Snow Woman, having lost her child, sought to abduct these 2 exquisite little girls to raise as her own, akin to how a bereaved pouching Pokemon might place another Pokemon's offspring into its pouch for care. Alternatively, she may have intended to exchange human children for her own lost one. In the eyes of many Pokemon, humans were perceived as one and the same, a collective. If one were to say, "You took my child, why are you taking mine?" the response would be, "Humans are humans. He is human. You are human. Therefore, you are his accomplice." In such circumstances, the solution seems straightforward. Confront her. Communication among people can often lead to misunderstandings, so why exert unnecessary effort with her? Therefore, Professor, I plan to borrow one of your Pokémon to rescue the ones those poachers have captured. This is no joking matter. Ash, Professor Sakuragi interjected, raising his hand to halt Ash. You are still a child. Even if it comes to confronting poachers, it should be an adult like me who does it. How about this? I will provide you and Shigeru each with a Pokémon for self-defense, and then you can help me deliver this Pokeball to Hanako. Professor Oak pondered for a moment before unfastening 3 Pokeballs from his waist. Shigeru received a bag monster from Professor Oak, while Ash acquired the legendary Arcanine. Professor, is this truly Arcanine? Ash exclaimed, gazing up at Professor Oak the instant the majestic creature materialized, recalling that it had not been summoned during the earlier battle. Professor Oak felt somewhat embarrassed, admitting that he had underestimated the situation. Cough, cough. The primary reason I did not deploy Arcanine was that I believed Dragonite was sufficient to defeat Frostless, especially with Infernape by my side. Hence I did not intend to bring Arcanine into the fray. Unfortunately, the ensuing chaos left me unable to call upon Arcanine. Ash nodded in understanding. Professor Oak had devoted many years to his research. He had become a professor at Yuhong University by the age of 25, truly a beacon of knowledge and mentorship. He was also the first champion of the Kanto region, the principal author of the Pokédex, a luminary in the realm of Pokémon, and a master of Pokémon haiku. The reason for his separation from Kikuko was that she believed he squandered his potential as a trainer, growing weak and subsequently distancing herself from him. Yet, Professor Oak proved that his prowess in research surpassed his talents as a trainer. All educational materials related to Pokémon invariably referenced his work. It was precisely because his energies were channeled into research that he had become somewhat lax in battling. Pika, woof. The sharp sound of electric energy and the ferocious roar of a primate shattered the stillness of the night as the tent zipper was abruptly pulled open. As Ash and the others rushed outside, they were met with a horrifying sight. 2 Frostless floated like ethereal blue flames towards the summit of Ten Crown Mountain, cradling the unconscious Koharu and Tsukuyami in their grasp. 8 Glalie formed a chilling barrier, their spiky, ice-clad bodies swirling, conjuring a frigid ice storm across the snow-laden ground. Pikachu's golden sparks and Infernape's fiery punches were repelled time and again, each strike leaving cracks upon the icy armor, only for fresh frost to swiftly mend them. Dragonite, unleash Heat Wave. Bag Monster, execute Hand Smash Surprise. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Professor Oak, Shigeru, and Ash each commanded their Pokémon to assault the obstructive Glalie. Under the oppressive weight of levels, the Glalie were soon vanquished. Ash hurried back to the previous tent, locating Hanako. After a thorough examination, he discovered she was merely in a temporary stupor, uninjured. His tense shoulders finally relaxed, and the mist of his breath dissipated into the cold air. Mom, please rest well. Ash whispered gently, carefully placing Hanako in Professor Yamazaki's tent, using his backpack as a makeshift pillow beneath her head. Pikachu instinctively tugged the blanket to cover her. Ash, leave your mother's care to me, Professor Yamazaki said, handing the Pokeball of Infernape to the anxious Professor Sakuragi, who was eager to rescue his daughter. He was left with only 2 less agile Pokemon, and safeguarding the camp was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Ash would undoubtedly seek vengeance for Hanako. Only the boy's physical form could be hindered, while his soul, ablaze with seething rage, would roar like a cornered beast. Thus, Professor Yamazaki's duty was to ensure the boy had no worries to weigh him down. Thank you, Professor. As he stood, the gentleness in Ash's eyes transformed into resolute determination. He nimbly exited the tent and leapt atop Arcanine's back, its orange and white fur billowing like flames in the biting wind. Pikachu deftly burrowed into Ash's embrace, its electric pouch crackling with energy. Let us go. Ash tugged at Arcanine's mane. In the next instant, brilliant flames erupted from Arcanine's paws, propelling them toward Ten Crown Mountain like arrows released from a bow. The melting snow water splashed behind them, creating a shimmering vapor in the moonlight that resembled the tail of a shooting star across the snowy expanse. Professor Oak's Dragonite had already forged ahead, its golden silhouette flickering amidst the auroras. Professor Oak remained vigilant in the air, observing the 2 Frostless. They could not conceal themselves in the snow while bearing hostages. Professor Sakuragi and Shigeru sprinted through the snow-clad terrain of Ten Crown Mountain, unencumbered by the weight of their backpacks and invigorated in spirit. Professor Sakuragi dashed with astonishing speed and endurance through the blizzard. Infernape stood before them, warding off the encroaching snowstorm, and soon after, Arcanine, ablaze with flames, raced past them, leaving a path devoid of snow. Shigeru, this way. Seeing Ash riding Arcanine as it carved a snow-free trail, Professor Sakuragi pulled Shigeru toward Ash's route. Although Arcanine's speed was not as remarkable as Dragonite's, it still boasted an impressive record of running 1,000 miles day and night, achieving an astonishing average speed of over 200 kilometers per hour and traversing mountainous terrain with the grace of running on flat ground. The biting cold wind howled past them, and after about 5 minutes, Ash squinted, fixating on the faint outline of a cabin ahead. The area surrounding Arcanine was enveloped in the white mist produced by melting and evaporating snow. Arcanine, flamethrower. Upon spotting the cabin, Ash wasted no time. He commanded Arcanine to halt abruptly, raising its head as a searing column of fire erupted from its mouth, charging towards the wooden structure like a fire dragon. At that moment, the 3 poachers inside, gathered around a fire for warmth, remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, reveling in the rich rewards anticipated from their latest endeavor. The middle-aged man among the poachers, their leader, was approached by clients drawn by his notoriety. The captured Pokémon, including the Frostless and Snorunt, were secured in Pokeballs to prevent any escape. Chapter 16, The Slate. The crackling of the firewood in the cabin echoed as the flames consumed the timber, and the entire space began to fill with smoke. Just as the middle-aged poacher sensed something amiss and reached for his Pokeballs, the walls of the cabin suddenly exploded outward. Arcanine's sharp claws, enveloped in blazing flames, tore through the heavy wooden planks as if they were mere parchment. Amidst the splintering wood, the 3 poachers gazed in astonishment at the enormous orange canine bearing its fangs, its fiery eyes illuminating the dim interior with a terrifying glow. "What are you?" The male poacher's cry of alarm was cut short as a blinding golden light surged through the breach. Pikachu, leveraging off Arcanine's head, vaulted into the air, its diminutive form soaring high, while its electric pouch erupted in dazzling sparks. Sensing its trainer's fury, Pikachu unleashed a power beyond its current level. Pika Pika! Amidst the deafening roar of thunder, countless golden currents cascaded like a torrential downpour. An electric net formed by electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire interior of the cabin, every inch of air crackling with dancing arcs of electricity. Though it was a skill typically devoid of power, it now inflicted harm upon the poachers, as the electrical current itself could cause injury to the human body. The middle-aged poacher's gun clattered to the ground as he convulsed violently. Every muscle in his body spasmed uncontrollably under the onslaught of electric shocks. The other 2 poachers collapsed instantly, rendered incapacitated. Ash leapt from Arcanine's back and directed Pikachu to unleash additional electric shocks before searching for the Pokémon they had captured. Poachers, such as these, not only preyed upon wild Pokémon but also attacked trainers to steal their Pokémon. Truly, they were a band of despised villains. As Ash rifled through their belongings, he felt no moral qualms. First, he kicked the gun away, then unfastened the belts of the 3 men. After confirming the Pokeballs contained 3 Frostless and 2 Snorunt, he bound the poachers' hands with their belts. While searching through their possessions, Ash discovered an item that piqued his interest. It was a palm-sized reddish-brown slate, smooth on both sides, with inscriptions etched upon one. When the world's reverse descends into chaos, the rifts in time and space shall emerge. Could this be Arceus's tablet? Time was of the essence. After confirming once more that the poachers had no other Pokémon, Ash swiftly tucked the tablet into his pocket and mounted his Rapidash, casting a brief glance at the 3 poachers inside the wooden cabin. "Let's go." The domain of the Frostlass lay concealed beneath the steepest icy cliffs of Crown Mountain, its entrance shrouded by cascading ice curtains that refracted a mesmerizing spectrum of colors in the sunlight. The moment they stepped into the cavern, a biting chill enveloped them like a living entity, and the white breath they exhaled crystallized into tiny ice shards before it could even form. Inside the cavern was a vast hall of ice crystals, where countless pillar-like formations descended from the ceiling, connecting with the ice stalagmites rising from the ground, creating a forest of frost. Light refracted among the crystalline structures, illuminating the entire space like an ethereal dream. However, the horrifying massive ice blocks embedded in the icy walls marred the scene. Within each block, the silhouettes of individuals or Pokémon could be distinctly seen, frozen in their final moments of terror or astonishment, preserved in their lifelike forms beneath the ice. At the center of the cavern, 2 Frostlass gently lowered the unconscious Koharu and Mankai onto an icy platform. More Frostlass and Frostless gradually materialized against the ice walls, their ghostly blue eyes flickering in the shadows like drifting will-o'-the-wisps. This place, Crown Mountain, could be considered a treasure trove of nature's wonders. The Awakening Stone, a rare evolutionary item, is essential for a female Snorunt to evolve into a Frostlass. Given the exceedingly harsh conditions for wild Pokémon and most trainers, The presence of 4 Frostlass in this cavern was remarkable. The academic community has long debated whether Frostlass is indeed the corresponding Pokémon to Frostlass, as it is well known that Snorunt can evolve into both Frostlass and Frostlass, yet Frostlass also has female counterparts. There were 3 additional Frostlass in this cavern. With 4 Frostlass and a total of 11 Frostlass, this Snorunt population boasted 15 fully evolved Pokémon, marking it as a considerable Snorunt clan. Do not be afraid. If you hear the sound of shattering glass, hold your breath and swallow this, Mankai whispered gently into Koharu's ear. Her small face flushed with cold as she nestled beside her. As a potion maker and a connoisseur of poison-type Pokémon, she naturally carried some poison with her. In such perilous circumstances, self-preservation was imperative. When I say run, you must run without looking back. A cold little hand covered Koharu's mouth, silencing her words while simultaneously slipping a pill into her mouth. It had a bitter and sour taste. Koharu's expression was frozen, but thankfully, she was bundled up warmly. Suddenly, a Beartic burst into the cavern, stumbling as several Frostlass and Frostlass rushed to greet it. After a brief exchange, they learned that an old man riding a Dragonite, a middle-aged man with a monkey, and a child had attacked, and Beartic's clan was on the brink of collapse. The leader of the Frostlass, larger than her kin, had a fierce glint in her sky-blue eyes. With a long, resonant call, most Ice-type Pokémon promptly followed her out of the cavern, leaving behind 2 of the youngest Frostlass to guard the hostages, cautiously erecting layers of ice walls around the icy platform. At that moment, a loud crack echoed through the silent cavern, piercing the air. The 2 Frostlass turned alertly to see a glass vial emitting purple smoke sliding across the ice surface, leaving a corrosive trail in its wake. Before they could react, the vial's toxic gas began to spread. One of the Frostlass, previously injured by Dragonite, clutched her throat in agony, her once pure white form now marred by strange purple spots. The other, attempting to unleash an ice shard attack, found herself hindered by the venom's corrosive effects. This toxin acted as a paralyzing agent. It lacked the ability to suffocate, but could immobilize the afflicted. After some contemplation, she chose this vial over one that could induce an outright toxic state in Pokémon. Run. Seizing the opportunity, Mankai pulled Koharu off the icy platform, and the 2 girls sprinted across the shattered ice towards the cavern's exit. Behind them, the Frostlass emitted furious shrieks, but the poison had significantly weakened their strength. The hastily shot shards of ice merely clattered impotently against the ice behind them, producing a faint tinkling sound. Chapter 17. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Arc. The fiery breath of Rapidash exploded within the cavern, the tremendous sound waves causing the entire icy dome to tremble. Countless sharp icicles broke free from the ceiling, cascading down like a rain of crystals. Pikachu, leveraging Rapidash's charge, leaped high into the air, its petite form tracing a golden arc of electricity. Pika. 2 precise thunder waves, like golden chains, ensnared the 2 Frostlass. They had not yet recovered from the toxic state when they were once again subjected to the torment of paralysis. Rapidash galloped forward, swiftly reaching the 2 girls racing towards the cavern's entrance. In that electrifying moment, Ash's arm suddenly surged with incredible strength. As he grasped Mankai's outstretched hand, a warm current coursed from his heart to his limbs. With a low grunt, he managed to lift both girls simultaneously, tracing an arc in the air. Rapidash executed a deft turn, its broad and fluffy back resembling a soft cloud blanket that welcomed the airborne figures. The thick fur cushioned their descent, making Mankai and Koharu feel as if they had landed on a pile of cotton. Without hesitation, Ash released his hold on Mankai and, with his left hand gripping Rapidash's mane, he leaned back to catch Koharu, pulling her safely to his front. In retrospect, Ash pondered the swiftness of his actions. Perhaps it was the urgency of the situation or the tablet's influence that empowered him. The coolness of his maneuver rivaled that of executing a perfect break while playing billiards with friends or reeling in a 40-pound fish. Hold on. Without a moment's pause, the colossal canine immediately changed direction, its paws igniting with flames, leaving a steaming trail as it raced towards the cavern's exit. Pika, Pika Pika, Pikachu called out, realizing they were about to leave without him. He quickly turned to chase after them. Ash felt the weight of the tablet nestled in his chest pocket, certain that his recent actions had been influenced by its power. The tablet had 3 effects. It increased the power of fighting-type moves used by the Pokémon holding it by 20, it transformed the move Judgment into a fighting-type move, and if held by Arceus, it changed its form to that of a fighting type. Could it be that his own formidable physical prowess had led the tablet to classify him as a fighting-type Pokémon? After reuniting with the pursuing Pikachu at the cavern's entrance, Ash immediately dashed towards Professor Oak and the others. In the midst of the snowstorm, Rapidash, with its orange and white form, raced like a burning arrow across the vast snowy plains, carving a striking path. Professor Oak squinted through the swirling snow, finally distinguishing the approaching figure. Ash, cradling Koharu, was nearly sprawled across Rapidash's back, his right arm and left hand straining to support Koharu, while his right hand fiercely clutched the thick mane around Rapidash's neck, his knuckles turning white. Pikachu was nestled securely against Koharu, its ears flattened against the wind. Behind him, Mankai clung to Ash's waist like she was grasping a lifeline, her frozen fingers slipping into his coat pocket, her pale face buried against Ash's back, too afraid to open her eyes. Fortunately, the temperature emitted by the speed dog was sufficiently high to dispel the surrounding chill, allowing Manu and Shao Chun to regain some warmth. Speed dog, unleash your flames. Ash squinted ahead, unaware of the lurking ice ghosts and blizzard kings behind them, and promptly issued the command to attack. Little did he know whether they would heed his call to halt. Ash had little to say regarding his foes. Focused on what lay ahead, he neglected to consider the danger from behind. To his astonishment, several Pokémon were ambushed and sustained significant damage from behind, particularly the Blizzard King, which was 4 times weak to fire. The massive form of the Blizzard King writhed in agony amidst the flames, suffering a devastating blow due to its vulnerability. The ice ghosts fled in terror, only to collide with Professor Oak's Dragonite, which had just unleashed a Dragon Pulse. The Infernape took revenge for its prior humiliation at the hands of the Snow Woman, delivering a fierce blow to the Snow Woman leader and another Snow Woman. Before long, the entire coalition of Ice-type Pokémon crumbled in disarray upon the snowy ground. As the blizzard subsided, Ash approached slowly atop the speed dog. Each step of the orange and white giant canine melted the snow beneath its paws, its searing breath causing the defeated Pokémon to instinctively cower. Ash withdrew Pokeballs containing the Snover and Swinub from his pocket and released them. The 5 trembling Snover and Swinub rolled back to their kin, their crystalline eyes still reflecting fear. Ash regarded the Pokémon that had inflicted harm upon them with cold indifference, carelessly tossing down 5 poachers' Pokeballs. The speed dog lifted its forepaw, pressing down heavily. Crack! The sound of the Pokeballs shattering was crisp, signaling the liberation of the Snover and Swinub. Thus, the matter was settled. The Blizzard King and Snow Women embraced their kin, elated at their reunion. Upon returning to Professor Oak, Ash and his companions did not dismount, but quickly descended the mountain after a brief exchange. Both Huazi and Manu, along with Shao Chun, were in dire need of warming remedies. Manu's backpack contained herbs, while Ash's held berries. The speed dog, racing at full speed, reached the foot of the mountain in merely 3 minutes. The descent posed no challenge for it. Upon returning to the campsite, Manu immediately released Ash and hurried to gather materials for the medicinal brew. The speed dog lay before the tent, panting, having enjoyed its run. Woof woof, MD. It has been a long time since I had such a delightful run. That snowching fellow hasn't taken me out in ages. Although Ash could not comprehend the speed dog's words, he sensed its satisfaction. Pikachu, who understood the speed dog, approached. Pika Pika. Uncle Dog, when was the last time you went running? Woof woof. The last time I ran was several months ago. Lately, Snowchung has forgotten to take me out. At this, the speed dog glanced at Pikachu. Woof. How about this? I could accompany your master. You can speak well of me, and I won't treat you poorly. Woof 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 woof. The young ones are splendid. Once you ride on me, you'll crave it. After a while without riding, you'll long for it. How can such a handsome dog remain cooped up in a Pokeball? I'll follow your master, running every day, and you can even sit atop my head. What do you say, little mouse? Recalling the sensation of riding atop the speed dog, Pikachu felt a twinge of excitement. It was exhilarating. What boy wouldn't relish the thrill of speed? Especially during rainy or snowy nights. Racing at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers, the scenery whizzing by. The powerful wind pressure felt as though the very will of the world was attempting to impede your progress, yet you persist at high speed, declaring your freedom to the world. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Ash, who was roasting by the fire with Professor Yamamori, cast a glance at the grinning speed dog and the starry-eyed Pikachu before turning his attention to the tent, where the scent of medicine was wafting through the air. Chapter 18. Don't move, just warm your hands. Exhausted, Professor Sakuragi slumped against Dragonite's broad back, his cheek pressed against the dragon scales. Dragonite flew cautiously, fearful that the spent scholar might slip off. Professor Oak and Shigeru trudged through the snow, their boots caked in mud, each step feeling laborious. Shigeru supported his grandfather, whose legs appeared unsteady in the biting cold. Upon finally returning to the campsite, they were greeted by the crackling campfire and 2 figures seated beside it, holding ceramic bowls. Ash and Professor Yamamori's faces glowed red in the firelight, steam rising from the brown medicinal brew in their bowls. The air infused with the sharp scent of ginger and the sweet aroma of berries. Even Pikachu cradled its own little bowl, sipping the soup. The three settled into the pre-prepared folding chairs, all appearing rather weary. "You're back." Professor Yamamori set down his bowl and stood up. He approached the campfire, retrieving a long-handled ladle to serve 3 substantial bowls of thick broth from the pressure cooker suspended over the flames. Ash immediately accepted 2 bowls, the crimson liquid sloshing within, with several pieces of unmelted lumberry floating atop. After handing the bowls to the 3, the 2 returned to their original positions, sipping their bowls of broth, though their gazes were fixed on the newly returned trio, not entirely filled with concern. Observing the pair drink with an air of normalcy, even eagerness, Professor Oak glanced at Pikachu, who was sipping cautiously, and at the speed dog, which seemed somewhat unwell, then lifted his bowl for a taste. "Ah, quite delightful." Professor Oak sighed contentedly, then began to savor it slowly. Seeing the 3 eagerly consuming the medicinal brew, Shigeru and Professor Sakuragi lifted their bowls, gently blowing on the contents before taking a hearty sip. In an instant, a wave of warmth exploded on their tongues. The warmth surged down their throats into their stomachs, their frostbitten limbs unfurling like they were soaking in a hot spring. Ugh! The moment the broth touched their lips, both expressions contorted. Shigeru's handsome face scrunched up, while Professor Sakuragi, removing his glasses, closed his eyes in pain. The lumberry, capable of diminishing the effectiveness of ice-type moves when held by Pokémon, was not only sour but also astringent. The healing Limu berry was quite sour as well. The potent herbal remedy, designed to restore vitality, was bitter, extremely bitter. Ash was unsure about the remaining ingredients, as they had been carefully selected by Manu. This concoction was remarkably effective, though its taste stood in stark contrast to its efficacy. At that moment, Professors Yamamori, Oak, and Ash all stuck out their tongues, having endured a bit of hardship. Not only did they endure the unpalatable broth, but they also had to stifle their laughter. The reality proved that when engaged in mischief, one does not feel the burden, and a swift alliance is formed. After gulping down the brew, Professor Oak quickly coordinated with Professor Yamamori and Ash. Otherwise, Shigeru and Professor Sakuragi would not have been so eager to take a large sip. Ha! The typically serious Professor Yamamori burst into laughter, joined by Professor Oak. Ash chuckled modestly, wary of Shigeru's potential outburst. "Ash, Grandpa, you've tricked us." It was clear that Shigeru was indeed somewhat annoyed. Ash raised his bowl, allowing Shigeru to see that it still contained a significant amount of medicine, then tilted it to his lips and downed it in one go. After finishing, Ash turned the bowl upside down to indicate he had completed it. Stifling the irritation in his mouth, Ash grinned and said, "How can this be called tricking you? This is a special warming remedy that Manu specifically concocted. Do you think it's ineffective? The bitter medicine is something one should not fear for its unpleasant taste. To gulp it down in one go is a mere moment's endeavor. It is the slow sipping that brings true torment, especially once the concoction has cooled." With his invigorated body, Xiaomao could not refute Xiaoji's words. This fellow truly has a tough disposition, managing to down such a disagreeable potion in a single swallow. Soon enough, the group finished their medicinal brew. After both Xiaomao and Professor Ohm completed their portions, Professor Yamabuki leisurely retrieved a crumpled little oil paper pouch from his pocket. Inside lay 3 cubes of sugar. All eyes widened in astonishment. Professor Yamabuki ladled out another half-spoonful of the broth before placing the sugar cubes into the bowl. "Heh, I often travel outside and fear low blood sugar, so I prepared some." He continued. "Here, Sakuragi, have a piece." Taken aback by the unexpected gesture, Professor Sakuragi accepted the sugar and placed it into his bowl. "Thank you, Professor Yamabuki. Old senior, why is there none for me?" Professor Ohm, holding his own bowl, scooped out a serving before settling beside Professor Yamabuki. "You know, I do feel rather energized after this medicine. Come on, give me a sugar cube, or let us swap." Professor Yamabuki shot a sidelong glance at Professor Ohm. "Swap what? No swapping. At your age, are you still afraid of hardship? I endured plenty of it in my youth. Now that I'm older, I crave sweetness." Professor Ohm shamelessly leaned closer. "What about your grandson? I don't have any to spare. The young ones follow me, indulging in sweets every day. It's high time they tasted some hardship." With irritation, Professor Yamabuki slapped the oil paper pouch against Professor Ohm's outstretched hand. "Act your age. The children are watching." As night fell, with the vigilant wind speed dog on guard, everyone retreated to their tents for much-needed rest. Professor Sakuragi's tent was damaged, so he shared a space with Professors Yamabuki and Ohm. Xiaomao nestled within Professor Ohm's tent, while Manue and Xiaochun shared a tent with Hanako. generously offering their own to Xiaoji. Though puzzled, Manue considered that Xiaoji was still a young girl who might be longing for the comfort of family after the day's experiences, transferring her feelings onto Hanako, who was of a similar age to her mother. Thus, Xiaoji and Pikachu settled into Manue's tent together. Inside, Xiaoji did not rush to sleep, but instead began to study the stone tablet. If judged by color, this tablet was likely one of the dragon plate, fist plate, or fireball plate. However, the fireball plate was a bright red, and the dragon plate a dark crimson. This stone, appearing reddish-brown, presumably represented the fighting type, the fist plate. It was astonishing that a poacher could acquire such an item. This should be an ordinary stone plate. In the anime, a massive, colorful hexagonal stone plate shaped like a Western coffin is referred to as the source of life. In the film The Temporal Clash, Arceus utilizes this all-attribute source of life to switch attributes and resist various elemental attacks. On one occasion, after shattering a meteor, Arceus lost all of his sources of life and nearly perished. Deimos meticulously collected them piece by piece and returned them to Arceus. Subsequently, Arceus crafted the life gem from the ground, water, grass, electric, and dragon sources of life and lent it to Deimos, enhancing the fertility of Machina. Absorbed in his study of the stone tablet, Xiaoji suddenly felt a weight settle upon his back, and two mischievous little hands swiftly delved into his jacket pocket. "Don't move, I'm just warming my hands. You carry on." Chapter 19. Xiaochun seemed to sense something amiss. By the time everyone returned, it was well past midnight. After finishing their medicine and entering their tents, most had collapsed into sleep. Yet, Manue found herself restless. Upon confirming that Hanako and Xiaochun were asleep, she quietly unzipped her tent and slipped outside. The vigilant wind speed dog noticed her, but remained silent. "Good dog, such a good dog." Manue stealthily approached the tent where Xiaoji resided. "What am I doing?" She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her pink wool coat. Having long planned this, why was she hesitating now that she was here? After struggling for a moment, Manue gently pulled open the tent's zipper. Through the small opening, she glimpsed the scene within. At that moment, Xiaoji was propped up on his elbows atop his sleeping bag, meticulously examining the stone tablet, while Pikachu's tail emitted a glow, illuminating his study. Seeing that Xiaoji was still awake made Manue's heart race, and her cheeks flushed. The warmth she felt while on the back of the wind speed dog and the comforting embrace of Xiaoji lingered in her memory. She yearned to experience that safety again. Compelled by a mixture of affection and an inexplicable urge, she remained there, unwilling to depart even after observing Xiaoji's wakefulness. Manue clenched her teeth, steeling her resolve. The tent was abruptly pulled open, and a rush of cold air swept in just as Xiaoji turned to investigate the commotion, only to feel a soft body tumble heavily against his back. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, causing the stone tablet to clatter to the ground. As he turned to face the unexpected visitor, astonishment flickered across his features. Manue, the girl's hair, damp with night dew, brushed against his cheek, and she clung to him like a koala, her hands diving into his jacket pockets. "Don't move," Manue murmured, her voice muffled as her face was buried against his back. "I'm just warming my hands. You carry on." Xiaoji's body felt warm beneath her. Pikachu's ears perked up, wide-eyed, its tail's glow extinguishing in the wake of this sudden turn of events. Xiaoji's body stiffened, his hands awkwardly suspended in midair. "Oh well." Through the thick winter clothing, Xiaoji could feel nothing beyond the weight pressing down on his back. Both physically and mentally, he was at a loss. At that moment, he realized that the romanticized depictions of post-crisis embraces in novels were a far cry from reality. There was no delicate waist to hold, no fragrant or subtle scent. Of course, it could also be due to the frigid mountain air numbing his senses. At this moment, the girl behind him felt as fragile as a frightened fledgling. Manue scrunched her nose, a wave of tingling pain coursing through her right arm. Blinking drowsily, she instinctively rubbed her numb arm with her left hand. "Pika!" With a startled yelp, Pikachu, which had been resting atop her arm, tumbled to the ground, its round body rolling like a yellow acorn before coming to a halt against the edge of the tent. Groggy, Pikachu shook its ears, still half asleep, curling up into a fuzzy ball to continue its slumber. Manue's dazed gaze wandered around the familiar interior of the tent. Her mind felt foggy, as though she had been struck by a hypnotic spell, yet her body moved on autopilot. After rummaging through her backpack for her toiletries, she followed her memory and stepped out of the tent toward the riverbank to wash up. Physiological tears blurred her vision as she wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes and cupped her hands to gather a handful of river water. The icy stream splashing against her face finally jolted her awake. Staring at her reflection, with her hair tousled and a toothbrush still in her mouth. Minty bubbles trailing down her chin, she suddenly realized. Wait. Manua shot upright as if jolted by electricity. In the morning light, her fair cheeks flushed a visible shade of crimson, her ears nearly translucent with embarrassment. Just last night, no? In the early hours of this morning, she had yanked her hair in distress, her voice growing softer. What have I done? Memories flooded back. How she had stealthily snuck into Xiaoji's tent like a nocturnal fire lizard, how she had unceremoniously leaped into his embrace and uttered the mortifying words. Don't move, I'm just warming my hands. Oh dear, Manua, you're up so early. Awakening, Hanako ventured to the riverside to freshen up. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the absence of the full moon. Indeed, it was the perfect spot for her morning rituals. However, the toiletries she employed appeared somewhat familiar, resembling those of Ash, a black cup adorned with a Pokeball logo. Ah, Aunt Hanako is quite early today? With that, Manu hurriedly scooped a handful of river water and scrubbed her face vigorously, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks. Did you sleep well last night? Hanako inquired, crouching by the stream as she leisurely squeezed toothpaste onto her brush. Very well, indeed. At this moment, the awkward Manu hastily wiped her face and picked up her toiletries, rising. I'll return to comb my hair. Farewell, Aunt Hanako. Observing Manu's hasty retreat, Hanako chuckled softly. What a delightful child. Meanwhile, Ash was galloping atop his Rapidash across the snowy mountains. Perhaps it was the influence of the fist rock slate, but he felt extraordinarily invigorated. After Manu had succumbed to slumber the previous night, he had tucked her into a sleeping bag while he delved into the mysteries of the slate. With the first light of dawn, Ash, brimming with energy, exited the tent and mounted his Rapidash. The dog was exhilarated, fully aware that no boy could resist the thrill of riding it at such high speeds. After more than an hour of frenzied galloping, Ash and his Rapidash returned to camp, satisfied. Following breakfast, he roused the still sleeping Green and Dawn. Their objective for the day was the Pokemon Research School on Tianguan Mountain, a goal confirmed during breakfast. Firstly, the medical facilities there rivaled those of major hospitals in urban areas. Secondly, there were buses connecting to the outside world. Lastly, Professor Oak was planning to leverage his connections to see if the principal could arrange for them to be flown directly to the airport in Baidai City, of course. After attending Dr. Yamanashi's lecture, during the meal, Dawn observed Ash and Manu, feeling a peculiar sense of oddity between them. Yet, she could not quite articulate what was amiss. Could it be that I am simply too exhausted in imagining things? She sensed something was off but could not pinpoint what it was. Chapter 20. Departure. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line upon the wooden floor. Ash opened his eyes, gazing at the now yellowed Pokemon posters on the ceiling. Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, and the Pikachu sticker he had affixed at the age of 7, its edges slightly curling. Pika? The gentle sound of the hammock swaying followed, accompanied by the familiar weight settling onto the mattress as Pikachu nuzzled its fluffy face closer, casually slipping the slate from his desk into his pocket. Ash arose and pulled open the curtains. Perhaps influenced by the slate, Ash felt his physical condition was astonishingly superior, and he had even reached a height of 175 centimeters, towering half a head above his peer, Green. Today is the day we embark, he declared. Are you confident about battling the Kangaskhan? Pika Pika. The mention of battling Kangaskhan instantly invigorated Pikachu. Due to the growth cycle of the Kangaskhan species, the baby would mature and leave its mother after 3 years. During these years, Ash often ventured into the forest with Pikachu, making a pact with the Kangaskhan to embark on a journey together when it was time to leave its mother. As an all-female species with no corresponding male Pokemon, Kangaskhan babies would eventually depart from their mothers, some returning to their original groups after having offspring, while others, for various reasons, would not, and would either join or establish new groups. The baby Kangaskhan, having played with Pikachu from a young age, chose to travel alongside Ash. Today marked Ash's departure, and he was joined by 3 new Pokemon trainers, Green and 2 others from his town whom he did not yet know. Although Ash had garnered some recognition in the research community as Professor Oak's assistant, contributing several papers, his reputation was mainly tied to being Professor Oak's aide. A student of Professor Oak, a junior to Professors Sakuragi and Kamiki, and a promising protege of Professor Yamanashi. This did not matter much to him. His primary goal in attending the academic summit with Professor Oak was to familiarize himself with the scholars and indulge in gourmet discussions at the dining table. Despite having prepared Hanako for this day psychologically, its arrival still filled her with reluctance. After a somewhat silent breakfast, Ash donned his backpack, accompanied by Pikachu, and set off towards Professor Oak's research facility. The facility had opened its doors early to welcome the 4 departing trainers, and Ash entered with ease. "Teacher, I have arrived." "Ah, it's you, Ash," Professor Oak exclaimed, peeking out from his laboratory with a mouthful of instant noodles, while Green, seated opposite him, immediately dug into his bowl upon hearing Ash's arrival. Once Ash, with a furrowed brow, stepped into the lab, Green elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Well, I didn't expect you to arrive so early, Ash. Are you worried that young Master Green might choose the strongest Pokémon first? After all, in the world of trainers, every moment counts." Green, clad in a blue long-sleeve shirt and wearing a yin-yang fish pendant around his neck, sported his ever-familiar brown spiky hair, a style that had remained unchanged in Ash's memory. Observing Green's smug expression, Ash felt little inclination to engage, considering it merely playful banter. "If securing a Pokémon first equates to gaining an advantage, then I must have already had a 3-year head start on you." Pikachu chimed in, hands on its hips. Grinning at Green. Caught off guard, Green fell silent. "I was actually quite curious about the 4th Pokémon that our teacher has prepared, which is why I arrived right after breakfast." Ash was indifferent about the starter Pokémon. He already had Pikachu and intended to bring along his fishing buddy, Snorlax, and the promised Kangaskhan on his journey. If he were to acquire another Pokémon from Professor Oak, he would leave Pallet Town with 4 Pokémon in total. According to the League's regulations, rookie trainers who had obtained Pokémon prior to receiving their starter Pokémon were ineligible for the League's designated starter Pokémon. This 4th Pokémon was a birthday gift from Professor Oak to his apprentice, while the true starter Pokémon would depend on the whims of the League's elders, who had yet to provide any updates after years of searching. Although this Pokémon was not exceedingly rare, it nonetheless reflected Professor Oak's regard for Ash. As his grandson, Green would receive his Pokémon only when a suitable one became available, ensuring fairness between the two children. Soon, the other 2 rookie trainers from Pallet Town arrived, and Green joined them in selecting their Pokémon. Ultimately, Green chose Squirtle, while the other 2 trainers opted for Charmander and Bulbasaur, respectively. After expressing their gratitude to Professor Oak, the 2 trainers embarked on their own journeys with their new Pokémon and Pokédex in hand. "It's about time. I too must take my leave." Securing the Pokeball containing Squirtle to his belt, Green settled into the driver's seat of his sleek car. "Oh, Ash, don't let me surpass you too easily. As your rival, you can only lose to me in this upcoming Kanto League tournament. I return that sentiment to you, Green. Just be sure not to be defeated by anyone else before you encounter me." Ash rubbed the Pokeball that Professor Oak had entrusted to him, recalling that in the original story, Green had been eliminated in the 32nd or 64th round. Though in this world, Shigeru has yet to engage in a romantic relationship, and beneath his flamboyant demeanor lies a semblance of personal reflection, concerns linger nonetheless. However, Satoshi has resolved to refrain from further counsel, recognizing that experiential learning surpasses mere instruction. After stowing away the 6 Pokeballs and Pokédex bestowed upon him by Professor Okido, Satoshi readies himself for departure. There is no need to fear that the recently set out trio from his village will challenge the Drowsy and Snorlax, who in Masera Town is unaware that they are nurtured under the care of Professor Okido. Furthermore, on his birthday, the long-awaited golden opportunity for his journey has finally arrived. He seeks a secluded spot to explore it. "Professor, since they have all departed, I too shall take my leave. I have a fondness for this Pokémon, and I vow to nurture it diligently." After Shigeru has taken his leave, Satoshi solemnly bids farewell to Professor Okido. Pikachu gives a thumbs up to Professor Okido in response. "Then do your best, Satoshi, and you too, Pikachu." Chapter 21, Capturing Drowsy. After parting ways with the crowd that came to see him off, Satoshi arrives at the bridge on the outskirts of town to meet Drowsy. The conditions for unlocking his system require him to become a novice trainer, encompassing merely an exploration panel and a spatial backpack as his unique advantages. Yet, these are already exceedingly remarkable items. One allows him to access information about Pokémon, while the other stores items. Its capacity remains a mystery, as does its ability to accommodate living beings. He intends to investigate this later. After casually tossing the backpack into the system's space, Satoshi promptly examines Pikachu's information. Name, Pikachu. Gender, male. Ability, static. Type, electric. Held item, Electrium Z. Strength, Elite Peak, 49. Inherited skills, none, including those learned through imitation. Taught skills, Protect, Substitute, Quick Attack, Drain Kiss, Play Rough, Spark, Surf, Strength. Thunder Punch. Taught skills encompass those learned from other Pokémon and those acquired via technical machines. Self-taught skills, Thunder Shock, Volt Tackle, Electro Ball, Quick Attack, Feint, Thunder Wave, Nuzzle. Trick, Shadow Clone, Electromagnetic Wave, Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Agility, Discharge, Light Screen, Thunder, Self-taught skills are those he has discovered on his own, including certain skills typically learned only through technical machines, provided they have not been taught by other Pokémon. Although he was already aware of Pikachu's elite prowess, Satoshi found himself captivated by the number 49 in parentheses. After some contemplation, he surmised the correlation between the latter number and the former strength. Strength is indeed linked to level, yet various factors, such as severe injuries or aging, can lead to a disparity where a high level does not equate to commensurate strength. The comparative strength system in this world roughly categorizes as follows: Master level, 80 to 89, Champion level, 70 to 79, Elite 4, 60 to 69, Gym Leader Quasi-Elite, 50 to 59, Elite, 40 to 49, Advanced, 30 to 39, Intermediate, 20 to 29, Beginner, 10 to 19, Novice, 1 to 9. Novice starter Pokemon begin at level 5, while newly hatched Pokemon start at level 1. Elite trainers and advanced trainers constitute the core of the top 32 in the league competitions. Levels above 90 signify legendary status. While Satoshi sat at the bridge, engrossed in studying the system's functionalities, a soft paw gently nudged his leg. Drowsy. It seems even a composed and seasoned companion like Drowsy is feeling a twinge of impatience. Name, Drowsy. Gender, male. Ability, forewarned. Type, water, psychic. Held item, none. Strength, intermediate level, 27. Inherited skills, none. Taught skills, psychic, not fully mastered. Meditate, exceptionally proficient. Self-taught skills, tackle, curse, water gun, confusion, yawn, disable, water pulse, headbutt, psyshock. Instant amnesia. What? Are you worried I won't accept you? Satoshi gently stroked Drowsy's head. Its soft and silky texture was truly delightful. Drowsy maintained its characteristic dazed expression, yet its gaze was fixed on the Pokeball at Satoshi's waist. All right then, I invite you to embark on this journey with me. Satoshi unclipped a Pokeball from his waist, enlarging it before presenting it before Drowsy. With an agility surpassing that of its kin, Drowsy tapped the button on the Pokeball, transforming into a beam of red light that entered the sphere. After securing Drowsy's Pokeball, Satoshi, accompanied by Pikachu, ventured towards the forest at the other end of the bridge. In the preceding 2 years, Satoshi had allowed Professor Okito's Alakazam to teach Drowsy the art of meditation. Inspired by the theory proposed by Professor Nishiyama V regarding Drowsy's psychic potential, that their apparent dullness stems from an overwhelming psychic ability, which, owing to a protective mechanism within their brains, hampers their intellect. The evolution of Drowsy into Hypno, characterized by extraordinary wisdom, has been a subject of rigorous study among scholars, culminating in a consensus that the awakening of this latent intelligence is triggered by toxins released upon being bitten by a lickitung, miraculously unlocking its cognitive prowess, thereby elevating its intellect to a level comparable to that of the world's foremost scientists, enabling it to manipulate psychic forces with ease. However, this phenomenon appears to be applicable solely to Drowsy adorned with the King's Seal. Those without it, even if bitten by a lickitung, remain unable to evolve. The mysteries of Pokemon are profound, presenting challenges that have confounded scholars for countless years. Snorlax, you have arrived. A deep voice resonated at the forest entrance as a Snorlax, devoid of a pouchling, emerged from the shadows. Pika. Upon hearing Snorlax's voice, Pikachu immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. Snorlax, let us commence. Satoshi turned his attention to Snorlax. Despite the language barrier, he comprehended its intent. Then let us begin. As soon as the words left his lips, the duo of trainer and Pokemon took off running. They could not engage in battle near Masera Town, as it would disrupt the agricultural land or the bridge they were currently on. After circling around, they arrived at the expansive grassland north of Masera Town, where trainer and Pokemon commenced their confrontation. One might mistake this for an absurd marathon involving humans and Pokemon alike. Once sufficiently distanced from Masera Town, Satoshi shouted, "This will do." Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. Golden sunlight bathed the grassland, and the grass swayed like waves in the morning breeze. The brim of Satoshi's red cap was lifted by the oncoming gusts as he lowered his center of gravity, racing across the grassy expanse. Pika. The galloping Pikachu flickered with arcs of yellow electricity, and the gathered lightning surged forth like a serpent of thunder towards Snorlax. In mid-stride, Snorlax rolled to evade the oncoming strike, narrowly escaping the attack. Though Snorlax was large in stature, its speed was not to be underestimated, particularly since this young Snorlax had no pouchlings to care for. Snorlax executed a roll to reposition itself, realizing it was at a disadvantage against the agile Pikachu, which possessed both mobility and ranged attacks. Satoshi's gaze sharpened as he focused on Snorlax, and suddenly, a panel materialized in his vision. Name, Snorlax. Gender, female. Ability, thick fat. Type, normal. Held item, none. Strength, elite peak, 48. Inherited skills, body slam. Taught skills, none. Self-study skills, slap, tail wag, vocalization, continuous punch, clapping ambush, bite, trample, energy gathering. Headbutt, surprise attack, double strike, daze punch, bite through, hold on, turn the tables, and reverse scale. Due to the courageous trait, Pokemon can utilize normal and fighting type moves to strike ghost type creatures. This particular bagworm possesses no vulnerabilities against ghost Pokemon. On the contrary, its immunity to ghost type moves enables it to excel as a special attacker of that type. Moreover, having mastered the reverse scale indicates that this bagworm's combat aptitude is commendable. In reality, some Pokemon can learn abilities unattainable in the games by harnessing their energy control. For instance, Hanako's alma mater, Yuhong University, has even produced a Magikarp capable of wielding Dragon Rage. However, I have yet to hear of a Sharpedo that can learn Dragon Dance. Chapter 22, vs Bagworm. Boom. The bagworm's enormous palm descended with a gust of wind, instantly leaving a distinct imprint on the ground, sending grass and dirt flying. Pikachu Shadow Clone. The Shadow Clone technique can even emulate effects akin to the Shadow Clone Jutsu from Naruto in reality. However, unlike its counterpart, the Shadow Clone cannot attack. Of course, some Pokemon may exhibit this move as a rapid movement effect resembling instant transmission when not executed proficiently. Pika. Following Ash's command, a cloud of white smoke erupted around Pikachu. The bagworm's pupils constricted in surprise, as its rough palm was suddenly empty. In the next instant, a flurry of golden figures shot forth from the smoke like fireworks, each Pikachu maintaining a perfectly synchronized battle stance. Pika Pika. The sounds of their calls echoed from all directions, making it difficult to discern the real Pikachu among the swarm. The bagworm's keen eyes darted left and right, unable to determine which of the Pikachus was the true one. Two powerful hands attempted to fend off the approaching Pikachu, but each palm merely dispersed illusions. Now, use Brick Break. Unlike medium to large Pokemon, Pikachu employs its powerful lightning-shaped tail for the Brick Break technique rather than its arms. Ground fighting type energy enveloped Pikachu's tail as it performed a front flip in the air, using the momentum to strike the bagworm's shoulder with a mighty tail slam. Bag. The bagworm winced in pain, yet it did not relinquish the opportunity to strike at the real Pikachu, pivoting to deliver a punch. Pikachu, witnessing this, wore a smug smile. And at the moment the fist connected, a small surge of electricity coursed into the bagworm's body. Ever since the electromagnetic wave's surprising effectiveness at Crown Mountain, Pikachu had grown fond of this technique. The propelled Pikachu executed a roll mid-air, mitigating much of the impact, while the bagworm succumbed to paralysis from the electromagnetic wave. Though the battle was not yet concluded, the outcome was virtually certain. Pikachu merely needed to exhaust the bagworm, which lacked ranged attacks and was hindered in movement. To secure victory, the bagworm was evidently aware of this, promptly raising its hands in surrender. The battle had merely followed the standard procedure of capture. The two Pokemon had played together since they were small, with Ash caring for them and providing energy cubes to enhance their strength. The bagworm had long been one of Ash's Pokemon, nourished by energy cubes and receiving specialized training from Professor Oak. As a result, at merely 3 years old, the bagworm had become the most formidable member of its species near Shirnu Town. Upon witnessing the bagworm's surrender, Ash quickly retrieved a vial of antidote from his system space to alleviate its paralysis. Pikachu also approached the bagworm, feeling somewhat apologetic. The bagworm gently placed its large hand atop Pikachu's head, displaying a hearty smile. Its other hand gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Pikachu's prowess. Pika, I look forward to our future endeavors, bagworm. After treating the bagworm, Ash returned the antidote and subsequently retrieved a healing potion to the system space. Then took out a Pokeball from his waist, not hesitating upon seeing the Pokeball in Ash's hand. The bagworm released Pikachu and tapped the button on the Pokemon ball with its claw. In the next moment, the bagworm transformed into a beam of white light and entered the Pokeball. Ding! 3 stars seemed to hover above the Pokeball, which wobbled slightly. Capture successful. Ash beamed at the Pokeball. I look forward to our future endeavors, bagworm. Just as Ash secured the bagworm's Pokeball at his waist, the sky suddenly darkened. The previously azure expanse appeared as if doused in ink, with ominous clouds rolling in from the west, surging like 1,000 galloping horses, obscuring the sunlight. The wind began to howl, bending the grass, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth. Is it possible that Ho-Oh is making an appearance? Ash quickly crouched down, retrieving his backpack from the system space, swiftly tossing its contents inside before placing it on the ground. Pikachu, in perfect harmony, leapt into the empty backpack, leaving only its small head visible, ears perked up in alertness. "It's time to set off, Pikachu." "Pika," came the response from the backpack, signaling that it was ready. Ash hoisted the backpack, donned a raincoat from the system space, and secured it, shielding himself and the backpack from the elements. The raincoat's hood was pulled up, obscuring most of his face, leaving only his bright eyes visible. He looked up at the sky, which appeared to be perilously low. Suddenly, a deluge of raindrops began to fall. Initially, just a few scattered drops, but soon the rain intensified, pouring down like a waterfall. The fierce wind whipped the rain against Ash's raincoat, creating a cacophony of sound. The earthy aroma mingled with the scent of grass, and the ground quickly turned muddy, each step splashing water. Ash crouched low and advanced steadily through the rain. Wild Pokémon scattered in all directions, Rattatas huddled together, scurrying through the grass, while Mewtwo swayed under their large leaves, resembling umbrellas in search of shelter. Pidgeys and Spearows ceased their squabbles, each taking to the treetops, their feathers drenched and disheveled. Amidst the rain curtain, Ash's figure appeared resolutely determined. He was well aware of the fleeting nature of this storm and knew what awaited him once it subsided. Indeed, approximately 40 minutes later, the rain began to ease. The clouds parted as if pushed by an invisible hand, and sunlight poured down once more. The wet grass sparkled with glistening droplets, filling the air with a refreshing scent. Suddenly, a brilliant rainbow arched across the eastern horizon, its vibrant colors spanning the sky. And upon the rainbow, a colossal figure soared. Its feathers blazed like fire, trailing iridescent light, and each flap of its wings stirred a radiant aura reminiscent of swirling snow. Ash was prepared, swiftly producing his Pokédex and activating the recording function to capture this moment in its entirety. Just as he remembered, Ash murmured softly, his eyes reflecting the resplendence of Ho-Oh. Chapter 23, Arrival at Evergreen City. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the skies of Evergreen City as Ash and Pikachu arrived at the Pokémon Center, their elongated shadows trailing behind them. The journey had been surprisingly tranquil, devoid of Spearow chases or encounters with the orange-haired girl on her bicycle. The world's unevenness has manifested itself, and according to the original narrative, Misty should be by the riverside. However, Ash did not find her there. After having his identification checked by Miss Junshaw before entering the city, Ash stepped into Evergreen City. Pikachu nuzzled against Ash's cheek, its tiny paw pointing towards a building illuminated by warm lights in the distance. At last, they had arrived. Ash ruffled Pikachu's head, and Pikachu, understanding, leaped down from his shoulder. Ash stretched his somewhat sore neck and shoulders. A good beginning is half the success. Miss Joy was busily attending to matters behind the counter when she looked up at the sound of the doorbell. "Welcome to the Pokémon Center. How may I assist you? I would like to use the phone, and could you please check on my Pokémon?" Ash replied, unclipping the Pokeballs from his waist. "Certainly," Miss Joy said with a smile as she accepted the Pokeballs. "The phone is at the end of the corridor on your right." Ash dialed his home number, and immediately, Hanako's cheerful voice came through. "Ash, have you arrived in Evergreen City?" Knowing her son's aversion to discussing his father, Hanako refrained from comparing Ash with his father, who was also a Pokémon trainer, as depicted in the original story. After a light conversation between mother and son, Ash hung up to have a meal. During dinner, Ash released all his Pokémon to join him at the table. Professor Oak had gifted Ash an Eevee, and if all went as expected, Shigeru would also receive one in the future, choosing to evolve it into a Moonlight Eevee. Name, Eevee. Gender, female. Ability, Danger Sense. Type, normal. Item, none. Level, beginner, 10. Inherited moves, Wish, Double Kick. Top moves, none. Self-taught moves, Tackle, Desire, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Bite. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows of the Pokémon Center, casting a warm glow upon the table where the Pokémon gathered. Energetic Eevee was excitedly bouncing between Pikachu and Snorlax, its fluffy tail swaying like a little fan, occasionally rubbing against one and then the other, clearly having quickly familiarized itself with them. "Pika Pika." Pikachu joyfully patted Eevee's little head, while the towering Snorlax gently stroked Eevee's fur with its paw, seemingly welcoming this lively new companion. However, just as Eevee was about to lower its head to enjoy its share of Pokémon food, the slow and dazed Slowpoke, who had been resting at the edge of the table, suddenly opened its mouth languidly and drawled, "Slew, welcome." Its elongated greeting seemed to take several seconds to register. Noticing Slowpoke's delayed reaction, Ash couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to stroke Eevee's soft fur, slightly apologetic as he said, Slowpoke always takes its time. I hope Eevee doesn't T-mind. As a trainer, Ash naturally wished for all his Pokémon to coexist harmoniously. He nervously observed Eevee's reaction, fearing that this exuberant little creature might find Slowpoke's sluggishness displeasing. Yet, Eevee merely tilted its head, blinking its large, round eyes at Slowpoke, then beamed a radiant smile. Responding brightly, it even extended its tiny paw to gently pat Slowpoke's head, as if to say, "It's all right, we're friends." The sight of such a sweet and understanding demeanor was utterly heart-melting. Ash sighed in relief, unable to suppress a gratified smile as he reached out to ruffle Eevee's fluffy little head. "What an adorable little creature," he exclaimed sincerely. Pikachu nodded in agreement from the side. "Pika Pika." Snorlax let out a low grunt of approval, while Slowpoke continued to blink slowly, taking several moments before finally breaking into a goofy grin. Watching his Pokémon interact harmoniously, Ash leaned back against the Pokémon Center's chair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is wonderful. Becoming a Pokémon trainer is precisely for moments like this. After finishing their meal, Ash took his Pokédex to the visual phone station to call his mentor, Professor Oak. "Ah, it's Ash." Professor Oak's voice resonated from the communicator, accompanied by the hum of laboratory equipment in the background. Upon noticing the addition of a fluffy Eevee alongside Ash and Pikachu on the screen, Professor Oak was quite pleased. "Good evening, Professor," Ash greeted energetically, with Pikachu and Eevee leaning into the camera and waving their little paws. "Pika, Eevee, this must be Evergreen City," Professor Oak remarked, stirring a bowl of steaming ramen with chopsticks. "To have traveled so far on the first day is quite impressive." Ash smiled mysteriously. "Professor, I have something remarkable to show you." He quickly operated the Pokédex and pulled up the video he had recorded that day. "Oh, it's Ho-Oh." Professor Oak instantly recognized the Pokémon displayed on the Pokédex before slurping up some noodles. Suddenly, his chopsticks froze midair. He dropped the bowl with a clatter against the metal tabletop, and Ash thought to himself that had it not been for the expensive lab equipment surrounding them, the professor might have hurled the bowl away. "Wow." Professor Oak's voice rose an octave, hastily grabbing a nearby towel to wipe his mouth. "I can't believe you encountered the legendary Ho-Oh right at the start. What incredible luck." He leaned closer to the screen, seemingly eager to dive into the Pokédex for a closer look. "Hurry, send me the video." He suddenly snapped back to reality, fumbling to operate his receiving device, nearly knocking over a towering stack of documents. Ash wasted no time, promptly connecting the Pokédex to transmit the video to Professor Oak. "This is invaluable research material. I'll be sure to reward you later, Ash." Ash didn't hesitate to agree. The Chengdu region is home to a multitude of Ho-Oh devotees. When the bell tower caught fire 150 years ago, Ho-Oh ceased to appear before the public. If the monks from the bell tower were to hear of this, they might very well declare Ash to be the reincarnation of their high priest and bring him back for veneration. Just kidding, however. If the fervent believers in the Chengdu region saw the video Ash captured, they would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Never underestimate the power of faith, nor the fervor of devoted followers. After chatting a bit longer, Ash reattached Snorlax and Slowpoke's Pokeballs to his belt, preparing to return to his room with Pikachu and Eevee. Chapter 24, The First Appearance of Team Rocket. Emergency Alert. Emergency Alert. The intercom suddenly blared with Miss Junsh's urgent voice. Evergreen City is under siege by an unidentified force, suspected to be a Pokémon kidnapping syndicate. All citizens and trainers are advised to remain vigilant. Ash abruptly halted in his tracks, instinctively looking up at the skylight in the ceiling, his brow furrowing. Have they arrived so soon? Just as his words left his lips, a hot air balloon was visible through the skylight. A massive balloon shaped like a Meowth head slowly descended over the Pokémon Center's rooftop, its shadow casting ominously on the floor of the hall. To sound the alarm now is far too late, Meow. Accompanied by a brash voice, 3 figures emerged from the basket of the hot air balloon. At the forefront, Musashi stood with one hand on her hip and the other gripping the support frame of the balloon, her vibrant red hair billowing in the wind, a look of triumph adorning her face. Beside her, Kojiro held a rose between his teeth, in the very heart of the hot air balloon. Meowth excitedly rubbed its paws together, the golden coins glistening in its eyes. To address us as the Pokémon kidnapping group was exceedingly rude. Musashi pouted in dissatisfaction. We are, after all, the illustrious Team Rocket. Indeed, Meow. Kojiro, inhaling the fragrant scent of roses, lifted his right foot to step upon the edge of the basket. Let them witness our might. If this mission succeeds, our leader will surely be elated, dashing about the courtyard before bestowing coins upon Meowth by the hearth. The glimmer of anticipation shone brightly in Meowth's large eyes. We are well aware of that. Musashi and Kojiro exclaimed in unison. envisioning a promising future of promotions and raises. The trio of Team Rocket ceased their idle chatter and simultaneously hurled forth 2 Pokeballs. Attack, Weezing! Go, Arbok! Bang! Bang! The 2 Pokeballs shattered the skylight with precision, landing squarely on the hall floor without even a hint of a crack, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Weezing! Arbok! As Weezing emerged, it released a dense cloud of black smoke from its orifices, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Meanwhile, Arbok stealthily slithered into a corner, awaiting the opportune moment. Amidst the smoke, 2 elongated figures gracefully descended, striking their signature poses. To prevent the destruction of the world, Musashi tossed her hair, pointing boldly ahead. To safeguard world peace, Kojiru elegantly twirled his wrist, scattering rose petals. To embody love and truth, we are the charmingly devious villains. Musashi, Kojiru, we are Team Rocket, soaring through the galaxy. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Just like that, Meowth. Meowth executed a backflip, landing deftly between the 2. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of Team Rocket became distinctly visible to all. What a simultaneously familiar and foreign opening spiel. Standing at the corridor's entrance, Ash quietly patted Pikachu's head, refraining from immediate action. The black smoke technique is not exclusive to any particular Pokémon. The noxious gas spewed forth by Weezing is undoubtedly laced with tear-inducing toxins, and the concentration appears to exceed the explosion threshold of Weezing. However, Ash dared not take the risk, for if Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt now, and an explosion ensued, not only Team Rocket but the entire Pokémon Center would be sent soaring. After all, the Pokémon Center in the original series did indeed explode in Celadon City. Once Team Rocket completed their theatrical introduction, a 2-meter-tall Kangaskhan appeared before them. Kangaskhan, use Comet Punch. Upon hearing Ash's command, Kangaskhan charged toward Arbok, delivering a resounding slap with its fan-like hand. Taken entirely by surprise, Arbok was sent flying into the wall, rendered incapable of battle. The disparity in strength was glaring. Ash squinted. The 2 Pokémon of Team Rocket were merely at novice level, while his Kangaskhan was nearing the threshold of elite status, an enormous gap in levels. Who dares? Seeing her Arbok so swiftly dispatched, Musashi furiously scanned her surroundings. Ash, having escorted Nurse Joy to a safe area, chose not to reveal himself. After all, this trio was notoriously sticky, akin to chewing gum that clung stubbornly no matter the effort made to remove it. Even a new pair of shoes would soon be ensnared. Kangaskhan, unleash a barrage of punches upon Weezing. Utilizing the reflection from the hall's large windows to glimpse a portion of the scene, Ash continued to direct Kangaskhan's assault. Sounds like a little brat. Meowth keenly detected the source of the voice. However, facing the formidable Kangaskhan, it dared not approach. Musashi, Kojiru, perhaps we should retreat, Meowth suggested. As it spoke, Weezing was pummeled into the floor by Kangaskhan. I believe Meowth is right. A wise hero does not rush into danger, Musashi conceded. All previous elegance and composure vanished, as Kojiru reluctantly returned Weezing to its Pokeball, lamenting, how could you injure my beloved Weezing like this? Kangaskhan, don't let them escape. Hearing the voice of the Kangaskhan's trainer, Musashi's anger began to wane. Without their Pokemon, how could they possibly defeat such a powerful Kangaskhan? It was already too late to consider fleeing. Upon hearing the distant wail of police sirens outside, Ash loosened his grip on Nurse Joy's wrist. My apologies, Nurse Joy, Ash said sheepishly, gesturing at the floor where Kangaskhan had delivered its punishing blow. I trust one won't be held liable for that. Observing Ash's somewhat awkward demeanor, Nurse Joy chuckled and shook her head, her thoughts drifting to the young man's name. Of course not. In fact, I owe you my gratitude, Mr. Ash. Thank you for defeating the Pokémon kidnapping group and protecting the Pokémon Center. Hearing the sirens as well, the trio of Team Rocket hastily prepared to make their escape. Just as they turned, 2 large hands firmly pressed down upon Musashi and Kojiru's shoulders. Stiffly, they turned to face the smiling Kangaskhan. Bang! Bang! The 2 were swiftly pinned to the ground by the powerful grip. Ouch! It hurts. Help us, Meowth. Witnessing her companions subdued, Meowth spun around, extending its claws toward Kangaskhan. I, Meowth, am no pushover. Feel my frenzied scratches. Bang! Kangaskhan merely lifted a hand, effortlessly suppressing Meowth, while Kojiru, having just caught his breath, found himself forcefully pressed down once more. Meowth and Kojiru were both pinned beneath Kangaskhan's right palm. Chapter 25, The Ambush of the Samurai. Mr. Ash, I thank you for apprehending the Pokémon kidnapping group. Miss Junsha, having just verified Ash's identification, stood valiantly beside the police car, offering him a formal salute. Behind her, the trio of Team Rocket, bound like dumplings, was being escorted into the vehicle by officers, with Musashi still protesting. "We told you. We are not a kidnapping group. We are Team Rocket. Team Rocket. Team Rocket? That crime is even more severe," Miss Junsha replied, shaking her head in resignation. From her briefcase, she produced a document, revealing that their bounty stood at 200,000 league coins. "Mr. Ash, whenever it is convenient for you, please come to the police station to collect your reward and provide a statement." Ash glanced at the sky, then at the still grumbling Team Rocket, decisively stating, "Let us do the statement now. As for the reward," he pulled out a league bank card from his backpack. "Just transfer it to this account. I have urgent matters and won't be staying long." With that, Ash lowered his voice and added, "And if possible, please ensure they serve a lengthy sentence." His gaze unintentionally drifted toward the direction of the Celadon gym, where beneath its seemingly ordinary facade lay the true headquarters of Team Rocket. Even more alarming was the fact that the gym leader, Sakaki, was the mastermind behind Team Rocket. This 200,000 was akin to found money, filling Ash with delight. After completing the statement, Ash returned to the Pokémon Center's room and collapsed into a deep slumber. At dawn, as the gentle light of morning broke, the door of the Pokémon Center chimed softly, and Ash was already packed and standing at the counter. Pikachu dozed on his shoulder, while Eevee trotted energetically at his feet, its fluffy tail swaying gently. "Are you leaving so early?" Nurse Joy rubbed her sleepy eyes, standing beside a similarly drowsy Chansey. "Yes, I wish to make the most of the morning's journey," Ash replied quietly, accepting the Pokeball Nurse Joy handed him and carefully attaching it to his waist. Pushing open the glass door, the fresh, dew-kissed air enveloped him. In the city of Evergreen, still enshrouded in morning mist, only a handful of early risers are preparing breakfast at their stalls along the streets. Suddenly, Pikachu's ears perk up as it gazes towards the indistinct dark green silhouette in the northern distance. That is the Evergreen Forest, which stretches between Evergreen City and Dark Gray City. As they draw closer, the contours of the forest become increasingly distinct. Towering ancient trees, their roots intertwined, create a dense canopy that shards the sunlight into fragmented patches. Standing at the entrance, one can see Route 2 diverging into several winding paths at the forest's edge, ultimately vanishing into the dim shadows of the trees. A weathered wooden sign leans precariously at the roadside, reminiscent of the useful bulletin boards from the game. "Weaken Pokémon before capturing them. They may flee when energized." However, the sign bears a warning in bold red paint. "Beware of getting lost. It is advisable to travel in pairs." Eevee clutches Ash's backpack strapped nervously. The forest's depths resonate with the intermittent chirping of insects, occasionally mingled with the buzzing of flapping wings. Yet, Pikachu appears unusually exhilarated, its ears attuned to every subtle sound. As they venture deeper, the light grows dimmer. Entangled branches nearly obscure the sky, allowing only sparse rays of sunlight to stubbornly pierce through the leaves, casting flickering patterns on the leaf-strewn ground. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with the unique bitterness of tree sap. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerges from the right, where a cluster of ferns stirs without any breeze. Ash spins around, his hand instinctively resting on a pokeball. Before them, a green caterpie leisurely nibbles at a leaf, utterly oblivious to their presence. Farther up the trunk, several metapods hang like ornaments, glinting with a metallic sheen in the shadows. In the dim forest, Ash and Pikachu are engrossed in pushing aside the obstructing vines, entirely unaware of the cold gaze lurking within the tree shadows. The moist moss absorbs their footsteps, and even Eevee is preoccupied with sniffing the traces of scents on the ground. Just as Ash bends to pass beneath a drooping branch, a resounding shout echoes, "Ha!" Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashes from behind an ancient tree. A stout figure, clad in a copper samurai helmet and aged armor, raises a katana high and brings it down with force, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Pika! In an instant, Pikachu's electric sacs burst forth with energy. In the nick of time, Ash, drawing upon the reflexes honed from training on the mountains behind Pallet Town, sidesteps the blade. The samurai youth, clearly taken aback by Ash's evasive maneuver, stumbles forward. Seizing the moment, Ash's right leg sweeps out like a whip. Bang! The spinning kick strikes the back of the samurai youth with precision, sending him sprawling, his heavy armor carving a furrow in the mud. Before he can rise, Ash dashes forward, seizing the katana and pressing its blade against the side of the youth's neck, half of it embedded in the ground, its metallic sheen reflecting the terror on the samurai's face. "Brother, with such skill, you dare to practice street fighting?" Ash kneels on the youth's back, his voice dripping with a dangerous chill. "Today, you are in my grasp. Find another to practice with in your next life." The formal term for street fighting is sneak attack, referring to the ancient neon samurai who would draw their swords at night to test their sharpness by killing in the streets. Indeed, such peculiarities existed among the ancient warriors of this world, though it is rare to encounter someone so oblivious to their own mortality nowadays. Seeing the katana resting perilously close to his neck, the stout samurai nearly wets himself. "I'm sorry. I only intended to scare you. I've been defeated 3 times in a row by trainers from Pallet Town, and I heard there was another trainer from Pallet waiting here. Please forgive my rashness." Esteemed samurai, Ash, raising his foot from the samurai's back, looks on in disbelief at the shivering youth. "What are you afraid of when your blade isn't even sharpened?" Upon hearing this, the prostrate samurai is momentarily stunned. "Right, my sword is indeed dull." Ash, with a hint of disdain, wipes his foot where he had stepped on the samurai, considering someone who could be defeated by 3 novice trainers with starter Pokemon to be utterly inept. Though being bested by Charmander and Squirtle may be excusable, Ash's gaze shifts to the Pokeball at the samurai's waist, revealing a Kingler on his panel. "Surely, you cannot even handle a Bulbasaur, can you? You might as well abandon the samurai life and go sell sweet potatoes instead." Chapter 26. Challenge to Brock. Upon learning that this individual had been defeated by the previous 3 trainers, Ash lost all interest in battling him. "Then take your time waiting. Please, esteemed samurai." Hearing that Ash did not intend to pursue the matter further, the stout samurai breathed a sigh of relief. Observing that Ash had no intention of returning his sword, the samurai inhaled deeply, caught between indignation and acceptance, ultimately deciding that discretion is the better part of valor. "Please wait, here is the scabbard." His family possessed many such swords. He dared not carry their heirloom outside, and thus did not mind parting with this one. "No need." Ash casually tossed the katana, embedding it in the ground before the samurai. If he truly desired a sword, he would be better off capturing a Onyx. After this little interlude, Ash and Pikachu quickened their pace, uncertain of what other peculiarities lay ahead. Ash had completely forgotten about the stout samurai who had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. He suddenly felt an urge to take notes. To prevent himself from forgetting crucial plot points from his past life and information about legendary Pokemon, it was indeed necessary to record these insights. A fleeting thought sparked within Ash, compelling him to document what he knew from his previous life. Previously, due to clear memories and the absence of a secure space for storage, he had refrained from recording anything for fear of discovery. However, circumstances had changed. Now, equipped with methods to shield his thoughts from prying eyes, he could freely jot down his knowledge. In a rush against time, Ash and Pikachu arrived at Dark Gray City before nightfall. After procuring some notebooks and pens, they swiftly made their way to the Pokemon Center. Following dinner and a refreshing bath, Ash began to transcribe the information about the Pokemon world that resided in his mind. Groudon and Kyogre could undergo primal reversion using the red and blue orbs, respectively. The Lake Guardians could forge the red chain to control the time and space deities. The next day, after purchasing sufficient provisions to last a month, along with berries, and spending half of his previous earnings, Ash and Pikachu arrived at the Dark Gray Gym. The gym's exterior is adorned with a rocky theme, with a massive stone at the entrance inscribed with the words Nibby Gym. It evokes a raw and primitive beauty, reminiscent of a middle school history teacher's description of the Hemudu civilization. Pushing open the gym's door, Ash found the interior shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated his path, revealing a figure clad in a green vest atop a platform. He must be Brock, the gym leader of Dark Gray City. For some reason, Ash felt that his hairstyle and squinting eyes bore a resemblance to the uncle he had encountered before entering Dark Gray City, who sold stones. Unfortunately, a scan revealed that those stones were merely ordinary rocks, not a fossil or even an evolutionary stone among them. "I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the Dark Gray Gym." In response to Ash's declaration, Brock furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this your first gym challenge?" "Indeed. The gym challenge is distinctly different from the battles you encounter on the roadside. It is a formal competition sanctioned by the Pokemon League, governed by established rules." Ash now comprehended the situation. It appeared that Brock had regarded him as a naive novice for bringing Pikachu to challenge the Rock-type gym. After all, Brock's primary Pokemon were Geodude and Onyx, both of which possessed the dual Rock and Ground types, effectively negating Electric-type moves. Speaking to a trainer accompanied by Pikachu, Brock's demeanor was indeed assertive. In reality, while Electric-type moves do not entirely fail against Ground-type Pokemon as they do in the games, their effectiveness is significantly diminished. For instance, challengers typically have the liberty to switch their Pokemon, unlike gym leaders, correct? It seems you do possess a certain understanding of gym battles, as you mentioned, and the battle will commence with 2 Pokemon, with the challenger attacking first, am I right? Of course. Upon receiving Ash's affirmation, Brock snapped his fingers. The ceiling lights illuminated, and the rocky battlefield gradually ascended. Brock leaped down from the platform, retrieving a Pokeball. The match had begun. Go Onyx. Go Drowsy. Upon landing on the battlefield, Drowsy began to scan its surroundings with a rapid gaze, its eyes suddenly alight with intelligence. Drow. While both Onyx and Drowsy were of intermediate strength, Drowsy appeared to be at a disadvantage due to its size. Despite being a water-type Pokemon, it is well known that Drowsy is notably sluggish. Defeating my Pokemon with it would prove quite challenging. Drowsy, use Water Gun. Drowsy abruptly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a water gun that shot forth like a water arrow towards Onyx, whose large size made it an easy target, eliciting a painful roar. How could this be? This Drowsy is surprisingly swift. Brock was taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered a Drowsy with such quick reflexes and movements. Ash, with a hint of pride, rubbed his index finger against his nose and continued to issue commands, follow up with another water gun. Drowsy, reminiscent of a small, mighty champion empowered through a special exchange, was typically quite dull, yet during battle, it exhibited remarkable bravery. It appeared to save its energy in a meditative state, only to unleash its capabilities when engaged in combat. In his previous life, Drowsy's evolution, Hypno, was considered a formidable defensive Pokemon in battles, particularly with its ability to regenerate health. However, given the constraints of reality, Ash yearned for Drowsy to evolve into Hypno, thus gaining greater cognitive capabilities. As Drowsy continuously shot water guns across the rocky terrain, the reason they resembled arrows rather than jets was that Drowsy would occasionally forget the previous command, only to remember and execute it again, repeating this cycle. This was also a primary reason Ash wished for Drowsy to evolve into Hypno. Without evolution, Drowsy would remain in a perpetually dazed state. Onyx, use Sandstorm. Since Onyx's massive 8-meter frame could not evade Drowsy's offense, the strategy was to disrupt the opponent's assault and draw them into their rhythm. The Sandstorm weather move was quite effective, as the swirling sand would obscure the opponent's vision and inflict damage. Onyx swung its powerful tail, sweeping across the rocky battlefield, shattering stones that transformed into fine gravel. The sandstorm rose, and Drowsy instinctively closed its large eyes, effectively shielding them from the tumult. The fierce storm even affected Ash and Pikachu outside the battlefield, forcing Ash to withdraw Pikachu into its Pokeball while pulling up his collar to shield his face from the stinging sand. Chapter 27, The Gray Badge. Yawn. As Drowsy yawned, a dark cloud gradually formed on the ceiling. Ash was taken aback, as he had not previously seen Rain Dance among Drowsy's skill pool. Name, Drowsy. Gender, male. Ability, Synchronize. Types, Water, Psychic. Item, none. Strength, Intermediate level, 28. Inherited skills, none. Taught skills, Psychic, Meditate, exceptionally proficient. Self-taught skills, Tackle, Hypnosis, Water Gun, Confusion, Yawn. Disable, Water Pulse, Headbutt, Zen Headbutt, Instant Amnesia, Rain Dance, unpracticed. Just 2 days prior, Rain Dance had not been among its skills. Had it awakened a racial talent? In the Pokemon world, there are many places dedicated to Drowsy, such as the town of Pewter, where the master of Pokeball crafting resides. The waters from the Drowsy Rain Well, used by the master to forge Pokeballs, are sourced from Drowsy's Rain Dance. The sudden downpour darkened Brock's expression, as he had inadvertently encountered another weather move that countered Sandstorm. Could this trainer truly be a novice who had just departed from Pallet Town this year? A cold breeze swept across Ash and Brock's faces, tousling their hair and garments. The torrential rain dispersed the sandstorm, and the previously battered Onyx collapsed heavily onto the ground. Return, Onyx, you performed admirably. After recalling Onyx and offering some words of encouragement, Brock turned to Ash, his demeanor serious. I apologize for my earlier condescension, without a doubt. You are the strongest of the 4 trainers I have encountered from Pallet Town. No need to dwell on it. Had I been the Rock-type gym leader, I too would have underestimated a newcomer bearing a Pikachu. TCH, saying not to dwell on it only indicates that he does care. Brock could perceive Ash's irritation merely from his tone, yet it was an inevitable response. Anyone would feel angered by being underestimated. Go Geodude. Upon seeing Brock's second Pokemon, which was less formidable than Onyx, Ash decisively switched out Drowsy for Eevee. Having undergone only minimal training under Ash's guidance, Eevee was in need of practical battle experience. Regardless of the outcome, excited at the sight of a rocky adversary, Eevee's naturally strong hind legs promised to give Geodude a run for its money. Deploying an ordinary type Eevee against a ground and rock type Geodude, It seemed this Eevee was no ordinary contender. Geodude, don't hold back, use rollout. Acknowledging that his opponent was not a mere novice, Brock approached the battle with utmost seriousness. Eevee, use quick attack to charge in. Eevee. The spirited little creature transformed into a brown arrow, darting towards the curled-up Geodude. Geodude, initiate rollout now. Use double kick to intercept it. Although Ash had only overseen a couple of training matches for Eevee in the Evergreen Forest, he was well aware of Eevee's secret technique. As Eevee approached Geodude, just as Geodude began to roll, Eevee executed a sudden turn, channeling fighting-type energy into its powerful hind legs and striking Geodude with tremendous force. Geodude, now spinning, was sent flying like a top, crashing into the walls of the Pewter City gym. Not only Ash and Brock, but even Eevee, who executed the double kick, gazed in disbelief at the airborne Geodude. The clouds in the arena gradually dissipated, and the indoor rain came to a halt. Eevee shook off the water clinging to its fur and leaped into Ash's embrace, its muddy little paws leaving imprints of delicate plum blossoms upon Ash's chest. This Eevee is remarkably powerful, Ash exclaimed, while Brock, in a moment of awe, handed Ash a badge shaped like a rock. Ash mused that this occurrence was likely due to Onyx being kicked away during its rotation, which had not ceased. He estimated a 98% chance that it was an accident, leaving a mere 2 for uncertainty. After all, with Eevee's unimpressive base physical attack stat of 55, it seemed improbable for it to defeat a Geodude with a defense of 1 and a physical defense stat of 100. Yet, what if Eevee possessed innate strength? Ash found even that rationale hard to believe. He instinctively recalled the fighting-type plate tucked in his shirt pocket, an item known to subtly enhance one's physical abilities. Could it be that Eevee's swift defeat of Geodude was not solely due to the latter's high-speed displacement and subsequent impact, but rather because of the enhancement from the plate? After receiving the gray badge, Ash sheepishly gestured to his damp clothing and the mud stains on his chest, inquiring, "May I borrow the bathroom?" "Haha, of course," Brock replied. Perhaps Ash's lack of dialogue with the trainer outside of Dark Gray City had prevented Brock from considering accompanying him. Moreover, with 10 younger siblings at home requiring his care, Ash refrained from suggesting a journey together, knowing that if Brock left while their parents were absent, his siblings would be left unattended. After changing, Brock retrieved Ash's outerwear from the washing machine and hung it on a rack. Ash donned a red sports short-sleeve jacket over a black t-shirt. With a cap perched upon his head, he bore a striking resemblance to the special edition version of Red. He had always thought that the hairstyle Ash sported after removing his hat in the original series was reminiscent of Goku's usual appearance. Thus, he opted not to maintain a particular hairstyle. Not lingering in the gym, Ash promptly packed his freshly laundered clothes into a plastic bag and bid farewell to Brock. "Goodbye. Farewell." Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Ash immediately handed Mr. Mime's Pokeball to Nurse Joy. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with a restored Mr. Mime looking as goofy as ever. "Your Mr. Mime has fully recovered. Here is its Pokeball." After settling the payment for both the healing and lunch, Ash took Mr. Mime to the dining area for a meal. Naturally, enjoying the services at the Pokémon Center required payment. In the original series, Misty had stormed out after a meal, prompting Ash to remind her that she hadn't paid yet. This Ash, however, had already comprehended the role of the Pokédex within the Pokémon Center. Possessing one allowed for minor injuries to be treated free of charge, while more severe injuries incurred a fee reduction. Meals and accommodations required payment, though they were significantly cheaper than outside, with the food's quality depending on the culinary skills of the staff, typically either Nurse Joy or Chansey. Chapter 28, Mount Moon. The morning's itinerary had been postponed to the afternoon. After finishing lunch, Ash set off with his Pokémon towards the next destination, Mount Moon. After departing Dark Gray City, Ash realized that traversing the tunnel through Mount Moon would be impossible that day. Thus, he and his Pokémon sought a small river where they pitched a tent. Once all of his Pokémon were released, Ash and Mr. Mime began a leisurely fishing session. Pikachu and Eevee played nearby with Kangaskhan, and surprisingly, Pikachu seemed to enjoy resting in Kangaskhan's pouch, perhaps reminiscent of the time before meeting Ash when it lived with the Kangaskhan family. Mr. Mime, as always, dangled its tail in the water to fish. Although its tail lacked nutritional value, it was sweet, and when submerged, the sweetness would diffuse to attract aquatic Pokémon. This was also a hunting method employed by wild Mr. Mime. Due to its habitual forgetfulness and a touch of laziness, Mr. Mime had gradually evolved into its current form, even possessing the ability for its tail to regenerate. A Mr. Mime with the regenerator ability could quickly grow a new tail given sufficient nourishment. Unlike geckos, which lose their tail through a single break, Mr. Mime's tail could regenerate repeatedly, becoming a commonplace yet valuable dish in the Alola region. According to research conducted by Professor Shinomori V, the son of Shinomori IV, significant differences exist in the evolution of Mr. Mime compared to Galarian Mr. Mime. When a Shelmet, attracted to the sweetness of Mr. Mime's tail, bites it, it releases toxins that compel Mr. Mime to stand upright and evolve into Mr. Rime, thus losing its ability to fish. Mr. Rime, having lost its tail, reluctantly resorts to fishing, while the Shelmet, transformed into a Shelder, survives by scavenging on the remnants of Mr. Rime's meals. If Mr. Rime's tail were to be severed, it would revert to its original form. However, the evolved Shelder could not revert to its previous state and often perished due to its inability to move and obtain nutrients. In contrast, Galarian Mr. Rime is dominated by Shelder, which, due to the impact of evolution and the toxins from Galarian Mr. Rime, experiences a significant increase in intelligence, seemingly controlling Mr. Rime akin to how Parasect is controlled by the mushroom on its back. It could be said that Galarian Mr. Mime has been thoroughly parasitized and has lost its autonomy. Due to the proximity of Shinomori V's residence to the coastal city of Binu, near Vermilion City, Ash maintained a good relationship with the Shinomori father and son. Although Shinomori V resembled the portraits of his ancestors, he was a pleasant individual to converse with, despite his likeness to a rose-bearing summer flower. Lost in thought, Ash was roused by a tug on his fishing rod, swiftly pulling it upward to reveal a Magikarp, its vacant eyes staring blankly at him. Wow, this Magikarp is truly a wild one. Skillfully measuring the Magikarp's length, Ash confirmed it was smaller than the previous catch and promptly released it back into the water. Meanwhile, Mr. Mime tossed its mosquito larvae back into the river, knowing they were inedible. Due to Pokemon protection laws, humans could only consume parts of Pokemon like Mr. Mime's tail or the claws of Kingler, which could regenerate, but Pokemon themselves were not bound by such restrictions. The natural order allowed Pokemon to prey upon one another. Whether domesticated Pokemon feasting on wild ones or vice versa, and the League would not intervene. It was only in this small river, devoid of Shelder, that Ash felt safe allowing Mr. Mime to fish. In larger rivers or seas populated by Shelder, he would never permit such behavior. Although losing its tail would allow Mr. Mime to revert, it would lead to the demise of a Shelder. Fishing served merely as a pastime for Ash and Mr. Mime, during which Ash also engaged in contemplation. Then, he diligently recorded useful insights in his notebook, encompassing not only information regarding legendary Pokemon, but also the intricacies of his interactions and battles with them. Ash meticulously organized his thoughts in his mind, aspiring to devise specialized training regimens for his Pokemon. In the realm of reality, there exist no quantifiable effort values or fixed base stats. Base stats serve merely as a reference, and even the Pokédex can only provide limited guidance. Notably, the existence of a 3-meter-tall Groudon or a 37-meter Regigigas, alongside a lava snail whose body temperature approaches that of the sun, is utterly implausible. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Shinichi Nakanishi is one of the compilers of the Pokemon Pokédex, so that is of little concern. This old fellow even imagined legendary Pokemon. Yet his fanciful creations were dismissed by Professor Oak due to the lack of tangible documentation, deeds, or mural records. As night fell, Ash retrieved a portable energy cube manufacturing machine, allowing Pikachu to serve as the power source for its operation. He pondered what reward Professor Oak had in store for him. The following day, Ash packed up his tent and, accompanied by Pikachu, made his way toward the entrance of the Moonview Mountain Cave, where he could faintly hear cries for help. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to disperse those Zubat. After a moment of chaos, Ash picked up the Pokeball containing the Zubat he had just captured and approached the besieged researcher. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Ash, the researcher rushed forward, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you." Ash sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the overly enthusiastic researcher, who tumbled to the ground, exclaiming words of gratitude like "Thank you, son." Ash remarked to Pikachu, "Let's not concern ourselves with him. We're not doctors in a mental institution." He proceeded into the cave, with the researcher still sobbing. Looking up to realize that Ash and Pikachu had already entered the Moonview Mountain Cave, prompting him to hastily follow. Inside the cave, the ambience was bright, illuminated by numerous light bulbs, which cast such intense light that the surrounding Pokemon appeared lethargic. Chapter 29, The Anomaly of Moonview Mountain. Within the tunnel of Moonview Mountain, 3 figures donned in yellow hard hats were diligently excavating, oblivious to Ash and Pikachu's approach. Have these fellows really been released so swiftly? Although the prisons in the Pokemon world are private, this is rather too quick. These 3 had been imprisoned in the Pokemon Center established by the League. Yet not only had they been released, but they had also managed to install light bulbs in the Moonview Mountain Cave. It had only been 3 or 4 days since Ash left Evergreen City, and they had not only escaped, but had also completed such a substantial undertaking. Truly, they live up to their reputation as the trio from Team Rocket, Ash thought, his gaze towards the industrious trio growing increasingly complex. With such abilities, why were they not thriving within Team Rocket? If Ash recalled correctly, James was the heir to a wealthy family, while Meowth was a Pokémon capable of mastering human speech through sheer determination. Ash genuinely admired Meowth's perseverance. As for Jessie, her mother was reportedly a member of Team Rocket and bore a striking resemblance to James's fiancée. The fact that these three had united as a team was rather surprising. Did James perhaps reminisce about the fiancée that prompted his desire to escape it all while spending time with Jessie? Though curious, this was not a matter Ash needed to dwell upon at that moment. Gently patting Pikachu's back, Ash signaled him, and Pikachu immediately understood, electric arcs flickering across his cheeks. The actions of Team Rocket, installing numerous high-powered lights within the cave, had begun to disrupt the lives of the resident Pokémon, many of whom were growing lethargic due to the excessive brightness. Ash even observed Apara's planting the mushrooms from its back into the ground. The crackling sound of electricity caught the attention of the keen-eared Meowth. Did you hear something, Meow? A sound? What sound? Meowth, did you hear something? Meowth paused its task, uncertainty evident in its voice. It sounds like electricity? Electricity? Could it be a short circuit? James expressed concern, aware that they had connected long wires for the numerous lights they had installed. A short circuit would indeed be troublesome. Pikachu. The moment the yellow electricity made contact with the trio, their hair began to curl and frizz, transforming into an explosive hairstyle. By the time the electric current ceased, lacking the resistance that frequent shocks provided, they collapsed to the ground, charred yet somehow still alive. Wah! What just happened? The researcher, previously saved by Ash, gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. Only Ash, his Pikachu, and the three incapacitated figures remained, leaving no doubt as to what had transpired. Would Ash also eliminate him to cover up the incident? Observing the trembling researcher, Ash retrieved a binding rope from his backpack and began to tie up the Team Rocket trio. That gentleman over there. These three are the culprits responsible for the destruction of the Moonview Mountain Tunnel. Please take them to Miss Junsha. I'm not a gentleman. My name is Li Ku. Upon hearing Ash identify the trio as the perpetrators of the tunnel's destruction, Li Ku's fear began to dissipate. Perhaps due to the occasional bluntness of the inhabitants of this world, he quickly accepted Ash's assertions and stepped forward to assist in binding the Team Rocket trio. Rest assured, young lad, I, Li Ku, will deliver these rascals to Miss Junsha. Before departing, Li Ku confidently assured Ash, I will first locate the source of the light bulbs and turn them off before escorting them to Miss Junsha. These bulbs are crucial evidence, and I will assist her in dismantling them afterward. Though Ash found Li Ku somewhat unreliable, he appreciated the goodwill and continued onward with Pikachu toward Horizon City. Despite the allure of rare moonstones and Clefairy within Moonview Mountain, they offered little enhancement to Ash's current team. The light bulbs installed by Team Rocket did not entirely illuminate the Moonview Mountain cave, as its length suggested that Team Rocket's time and budget might be insufficient. As they progressed, Ash instructed Pikachu to use flash to illuminate their path, occasionally encountering Zubat and other Pokémon that impeded their journey, necessitating a rest after exiting the cave. Ash's plan was to expedite his journey through the Kanto region, aiming to avoid overnight stays in the wilderness, which was inherently unsafe, especially at night. Although the League endeavored to cultivate a harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, it was undeniable that friction between the two remained prevalent. Each year, countless individuals fell victim to Pokémon in the wild, a grim reality that the League could not entirely suppress. After all, there existed dark organizations like Team Rocket and Pokémon Hunters, as well as those who succumbed to momentary greed. The rise of greed is often the precursor to a descent into darkness. Having once been a gambler in a past life, Ash held profound insights into this truth, such as the tales of the greedy star falling into ruin or the Hokage's insatiable desire for summoning. Scenarios frequently unfolded as follows. My friend, this is a high-stakes gamble, everything or nothing at all. Friend, having suffered a crushing defeat, Ash felt the steady rhythm of Eevee's breath in his arms as he glanced at Pikachu, who lay soundly asleep in the pouch of a Kangaskhan. To keep watch, Ash had chosen to capture a Zubat. This Zubat, not only capable of serving as a vigilant guardian during the night, would also temporarily fill the void of a flying-type Pokémon in Ash's team once it evolved. The choice of a Zubat with the Vital Spirit ability was intentional, as it was more energetic and suited for the task at hand. The reason for postponing its evolution was due to the Zubat's delicate skin, which could easily be sunburned, hence their nocturnal nature. As a nocturnal Pokémon, The newly recruited Zubat approached its duty with unwavering dedication. Nighttime was inherently the period for its kind to forage and engage in activity, and with the promise of ample sustenance, what was watch duty but a leisurely stroll nearby? Carefully recalling Eevee into its Pokeball, Ash retrieved a blanket from his bag and draped it over Kangaskhan before nestling close to its warm body as he gradually succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn, Ash awoke. After rewarding Zubat with an energy cube to replenish its strength, he stored all his Pokemon back into their Pokeballs. At that moment, even Pikachu, typically reluctant to remain in its Pokeball, willingly complied, motivated by a desire for a little more rest. Once Pikachu awakened, it would naturally emerge from its Pokeball to accompany Ash on his journey. After tidying up, Ash activated the town map function on his Pokédex and set forth towards Cerulean City. Chapter 30, Cerulean City. Here lies Cerulean City, a place shrouded in the enigmatic hue of aquamarine. This seaside city, located in the northern region of Kanto, is bordered to the north by the estuary of a river, with Goldenrod City to the south and MT Moon to the west. As a coastal city that boasts a water-type gym, many of the buildings in Cerulean City are themed around water-type Pokemon. For instance, there are cafes and flower shops along the roadside, not to mention the esteemed Cerulean Gym. Oh, by the way, Ash, would you be interested in visiting the Pokemon Research School? During a video call with Professor Oak, he mentioned a nearby school in Cerulean City. This institution is reputedly prestigious, with graduates exempted from obtaining all 8 badges to participate in the Pokemon League. Gary had attended for a time, but eventually dropped out to study with Professor Oak, as the curriculum could not keep pace with his progress. Ash vividly recalled Gary's frustrated outburst after a failed attempt to show off, declaring the school to be worthless. "What's the matter, Professor?" Ash inquired. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing significant. They've heard that Gary has embarked on his journey and want their top students to battle him. However, I haven't been able to reach Gary, so I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to showcase the prowess of trainers from Pallet Town." This was hardly about showcasing the strength of Pallet Town trainers. It was evidently a chance to flaunt your own teaching abilities. Ash couldn't help but chuckle at Professor Oak's nonchalant demeanor, suspecting that the principal of the Pokemon Research School had employed some clever persuasion tactics, as Professor Oak would not typically discuss such matters. Despite appearing as a kindly old man now, Ash had heard from his mother, Hanako, that Professor Oak was quite temperamental in his youth. Anyone daring to arrive late or skip his classes at the prestigious Viridian University faced dire consequences, either failing or being forced to retake the course. Yet, Professor Oak was an authority on Pokemon research, primarily focusing on the relationship between Pokemon and humans, and he advocated for classifying Pokemon by their types. His subjects included biology and Pokemon studies, essential foundations for aspiring trainers at Viridian University. Although Professor Oak had already cultivated numerous successful trainers, individuals like Hanako, who graced the cover of the renowned Pokemon Friends magazine during the Spring Festival, were hardly noteworthy anymore. The upcoming stars of the research community included Dr. Shuri, a rising name in archaeology, Dr. Akihiro, the inventor of the Pokemon storage system, and Dr. Kamoku, a distinguished expert in Pokemon eggs renowned in the Chengdu region. "Of course, it's just a casual affair," Ash replied. "Naturally, how could that individual's teaching prowess possibly compare to mine?" Professor Oak beamed, resembling a victorious rooster at that moment. "So, the principal of the Pokemon Research School is named Suka, is it? Also, Ash, I have a bicycle voucher for you. Dragonite has already taken it to Cerulean City. Consider this voucher an early reward for your victory. You can exchange it for an advanced bicycle capable of climbing steep hills. A bicycle designed for steep ascents?" Ash had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, was climbing truly an appropriate term for bicycles? After discussing this matter, Ash and Professor Oak caught up on recent events. While on the call, Ash suddenly heard exclamations from outside. Turning to look, he saw Dragonite, sporting a messenger bag, standing outside the Pokemon Center. Such astonishing speed. After stepping outside to greet Dragonite, the onlookers marveled as it flapped its small wings and soared back into the sky towards Pallet Town. "Professor, I got it," Ash exclaimed, holding up a bicycle ticket featuring a motorcycle silhouette in front of the visual phone's camera. "Now I can rest easy. This bicycle ticket has a time limit, so you must exchange it promptly." After hanging up, Ash headed towards the Cerulean Gym. It was already the afternoon, meaning he would need to rest in Cerulean City for the night. The afternoon was indeed a prime time for gym challenges. The Cerulean Gym featured a circus-like roof, adorned with a massive white sea lion emblem, and the overall structure resembled half an egg. Upon entering, Ash was intercepted by a staff member who requested he purchase a ticket. It was then that Ash learned the gym was hosting a mermaid performance by the Cerulean sisters that day. Embracing the mindset of since I'm here, I might as well, Ash purchased a ticket for 500 league coins and entered the gym. Inside the Cerulean gym, the atmosphere was electrifying, and the soundproofing was remarkably effective. Upon reaching the performance hall, Ash could finally hear the cheers from within. Once inside, he quickly noticed that the audience was predominantly male, estimating that women made up less than 10% of the crowd. After searching for a while, Ash found a seat in the back row. Lacking a refined sense of artistic appreciation, Ash could not discern the beauty of the sisters' dance performances. While watching beautiful women was indeed delightful, the allure waned after a prolonged duration. By the latter part of the show, Ash succumbed to sleep amidst the cacophony. The recent journey had taken its toll. Within just 1 week, he had traversed from Pallet Town through the Evergreen Forest and MT Moon Tunnel, passing through Evergreen City and Slateport City, ultimately earning the Gray Badge. Reality was far from the simplicity of a game. Ash recalled completing the first round of the Fired version in merely 8 hours on a mobile emulator. In reality, the journey itself required considerable effort, let alone the task of training Pokémon. When Ash finally stirred from his slumber, the performance was nearing its conclusion. And as the crowd began to disperse, he seized the opportunity to head backstage. "Please stop. This is not the time for a fan meeting, sir," a staff member interjected. As the elder sister, Sakura halted Ash's progress, seemingly wishing to approach the backstage area where many sought to obtain photographs or autographs from the three sisters. Accompanying Sakura was a vigilant little sea lion, its gaze fixed intently on Ash. Should any inappropriate actions arise, the little sea lion would be quick to defend its owner. Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, had come to challenge the gym. A gym challenge? Sakura winced at the mention of those words. But then a flicker of relief crossed her face as if she had suddenly recalled something significant. Chapter 31. Is this a bicycle? Please wait a moment. With that, Sakura turned and departed. The little sea lion remained, maintaining a serious demeanor as it stood guard before Ash. Ash casually retrieved an energy block box prepared for his slowpoke from his backpack, offering a piece to the little sea lion. The little sea lion was not particularly aggressive by nature. It was accustomed to being a supporting dancer during the performances of the three sisters and had received ample treats before. Now, with the enticing aroma wafting through the air, it could hardly resist. Seeing this, Ash smiled and tossed the energy block into the air, which the little sea lion caught with its mouth, excitedly clapping its flippers as if it had just completed a performance. Ash then threw a second and third piece, and soon, under the barrage of sugary treats, the little sea lion rolled onto its back, exposing its belly to Ash in a gesture of harmlessness. Ash removed his gloves and gently stroked the creature's belly. It felt cool, smooth, and soft, akin to touching a piece of frozen gelatin. Before long, Sakura returned, dressed appropriately along with her two sisters. The three sisters happened to witness Ash petting the little sea lion's belly, prompting the eldest, Sakura, to exclaim, "Ash truly enjoys the affection of Pokémon. It is quite rare for this little sea lion to reveal its belly to outsiders, be it pets from his past life or Pokémon in this one. They seldom displayed their bellies to strangers." Such an act was akin to a silent gesture of submission, a way to express harmlessness and affection. Ash's friend, Professor Oak's Houndoom's offspring, the Rockruff, was also fond of allowing him to stroke its head and back, only cowering in fear and trembling when it had erred, lying before him until it received forgiveness and then revealing its belly for affection. Houndoom would take Ash to the mountains or deep forest for training, all the while helping Professor Oak walk his dogs. Unfortunately, the well-cared-for Rockruff had been quite the sycophant, falling prey to the charms of a seemingly gentle young girl, who took it away upon her return from a trip. Oh, poor Rockruff, manipulated by that seemingly demure maiden. This little sea lion was undoubtedly kept as a pet or mascot at the Cerulean Gym, displaying very little wariness towards humans. With just a few water-type energy blocks, Ash easily won the creature's favor. To Ash's astonishment, Sakura's next action was to extend her right hand, revealing a water droplet-shaped badge resting in her palm. No gym battle. Though aware of the Cerulean sisters' lackadaisical demeanor, Ash found it surprising that the emblem representing victory over the Cerulean Gym was being so readily bestowed upon him. Both Aoi and Botan pointed toward the little sea lion simultaneously. "This child is our final Pokémon. The others were defeated by a trainer from Pallet Town just days ago and are still undergoing treatment at the Pokémon Center." Ash realized why Sakura had relaxed upon learning he was from Pallet Town. He had thought he had imagined it. The challenger named Blue had mentioned that he was the strongest of the four, so it was only natural that they felt secure in handing over the badge. Sakura displayed a look of relief. "As you can see, this little sea lion lacks any desire to battle. We have successfully avoided yet another confrontation, huzzah! Ash's lips twitched. While the Pokémon world was filled with eccentricities, the previous trainer who incessantly thanked the sun and moon had already broadened his horizons. He hadn't anticipated that the Cerulean sisters would be so unreliable. No wonder they would later trick Misty into returning home before sneaking off on their travels. Additionally, Ash was astonished at how swiftly the other three from Pallet Town had arrived. While Blue's use of a car was understandable, the other two novice trainers had somehow gotten ahead of him. Reluctantly, Ash accepted the water droplet-shaped blue badge. If the opponent was a little sea lion raised as a pet, the battle experience gained might not surpass that obtained from encountering a caterpie in the forest. He would consider the badge as if he had purchased it for 500. After leaving the gym, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, made his way to the bicycle shop indicated on the voucher provided by Professor Oak. This marvelous bicycle was a first for him. In his past life, he had only seen the Rotom bike from the Sword and Shield games, which, in essence, was still just a bicycle incapable of scaling steep hills. What audacity did this shop have to make such claims? Upon arriving at the address on the voucher, Ash was taken aback by the sight of the shop before him. Such an establishment belonged in Lureless City, the city featured in the movie The Rise of Darkrai, not here. The Kanto region was an established area under the league's jurisdiction, where trainers were among the finest in all leagues, yet its technological advancements were rather mediocre. In contrast, regions like Kalos and Hoenn placed great emphasis on technological development, though the trainers' levels in Kalos left much to be desired. For instance, Aiden, who had failed to challenge the Kanto champion 5 times, and Kona, who had intercepted Aiden on those occasions, were both capable of becoming regional champions. Unfortunately, they served as Elite Four alongside Koga and Jasmine in Kanto. Koga could not defeat Jasmine and Aiden but could triumph over Kona. Aiden could defeat Koga and Jasmine but struggled against Kona, while Jasmine could best both Kona and Koga but not Aiden. It was also possible that Jasmine was simply uninterested in the champion's title, as the previous champion was Professor Oak and the position had remained vacant for over a decade, with no Elite Four member having risen to the occasion. Most likely, Jasmine had suffered narrow defeats to a talented and ambitious young champion each time. Upon entering the bicycle shop, Ash was greeted by a Pokémon resembling a lizard, with a tube connecting its throat to its abdomen, seeming somewhat like a tire. Its head bore a resemblance to an alien's while also mimicking a motorcycle's windscreen. The creature's green body featured a tail that looked similar to the tube at its throat, albeit with a white tip. The orange circles atop its head were likely its ears, reminiscent of the motorcycle lizard from the Paldea region. No, it was indeed the motorcycle lizard. Taking out the bicycle voucher, Ash confirmed that the silhouette on it indeed matched the profile of the motorcycle lizard. Is this your bicycle? So, the bicycle capable of climbing steep hills is the motorcycle lizard. Ash stepped further into the store, where he noticed a complete absence of staff, save for the motorcycle lizard lounging in its heating chamber, sound asleep. Chapter 32, The Shopkeeper from Paldea. The motorcycle lizard lazily opened its eyes to glance at Ash before shutting them once more to resume its slumber. Ash and Pikachu ventured further into the shop. Hello, is anyone here? Coming. A languid voice emanated from the back of the store, and a disheveled young man with tousled blonde hair emerged through a large door behind the counter. Accompanying him was a plump orange sandshrew, which made the small counter feel somewhat cramped. Upon seeing Ash's appearance, the young man's left eye, not obscured by hair, widened in surprise. Oh my, that's a Pikachu, isn't it? It is my first encounter here in the Kanto region, despite having been here for quite some time. The youth vaults over the counter and swiftly scoops up Pikachu in his arms. Startled, Pikachu unleashes a jolt of electricity, and both the youth and Ash find themselves incapacitated by the sudden surge. This marks Ash's inaugural experience of being zapped by Pikachu. That was quite shocking, exclaimed Bab, the orange diggersby, who leaps from behind the counter to drag the youth aside, preventing him from being electrocuted again. I apologize, I got a bit too carried away. After a brief moment, Ash, recovering from the shock, is lifted to his feet by the young man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Light, hailing from the Paldea region. This is Bab, my diggersby, a Pokémon from Paldea, and over there is my Moto lizard, also from Paldea. The youth before Ash possesses golden hair and dons a jacket that complements Bab's style, topped with a lightning-shaped tuft atop his head. In Ash's memory, there is no record of this individual. His diggersby is rather common with its natural recovery ability, while the Moto lizard beside him exhibits the mundane shedding ability. Electric-type Pokémon are my specialty. Would you like to engage in a battle of electric types? Observing Light's exuberance, Ash, feeling somewhat resigned, retrieves the exchange voucher that Professor Oak had given him. His intuition tells him that the shift in Light's gaze was not solely due to Pikachu. he might recognize Ash. I merely wish to exchange for a bicycle. Oh, I see. Please, take it with you. Upon realizing Ash's lack of intent to battle, Light gestures reluctantly toward the Moto lizard beside him. Is this contraption a bicycle? Trading Pokémon is illegal. Such matters should be handled discreetly, not brought into the open. However, he continues, that being said, purchasing eggs from an officially licensed breeding house or gifting and trading Pokémon is not against the law. Initially, Ash had assumed the shop's decor was indicative of some high-tech bicycle, only to discover it was a natural evolution instead. Mr. Light, is this the only Moto lizard you have left? Ash inquires, eyeing the seemingly lethargic Moto lizard, which does not appear battle-ready. The species-based stats are rather unique, totaling 501, with a speed stat of 121 points. However, its HP of 70 and dual defenses of 65 render it fairly average in durability, and its resistances due to the typical dragon-type combination are also quite ordinary. Nevertheless, the synergy of its tail regeneration ability alleviates these shortcomings, leading to its unofficial title as the third deity of the Scarlet and Violet DLC prior to its release, successfully entering the UB Ultra Beast tier as a standard Pokémon. Previously, one might wonder why the Moto lizard could grace the cover in the past and future, yet falter in the present. Now ban. Moto lizard? Molters. However, Ash finds himself disinterested in a Moto lizard with the shedding ability, not only due to its inferior combat effectiveness compared to one with regeneration, but also because Pokémon possessing the shedding ability do indeed shed in reality. The shedding process, when not entering an abnormal state, is relatively slow, and Pokémon with the shedding ability generally grow faster than those without. However, after each standard shedding, they enter a brief period of weakness, while combat shedding consumes some stamina. Notably, many Pokémon with shedding abilities have shed skins that can be utilized in medicine or energy cubes, such as the skins of Abomasnow and Snivy. Of course, if you battle me once, I will take you to see them, regardless of the outcome. Inside, there are even some promising Moto lizard eggs. Pokémon eggs are typically more sought after than fully matured Pokémon, especially those of high potential. Mature Pokémon have established habits and combat styles, whereas newly hatched Pokémon will consider the first creature they see as their parent, making them more obedient and malleable. Alright, let us do this. After much contemplation, Ash agrees to Light's challenge, as he can still view the other Moto lizards in the shop, win or lose. Hooray! Light exclaims, high-fiving the jumping Bab, akin to a child receiving their desired toy. This way, Light directs, pointing to a corridor beside the counter, as Ash and Pikachu follow him to an underground battle arena. Light positions himself at the opposing trainer's spot, slapping his Diggersby on the back. My Pokémon is this one, let us go. Bab. Sparks of electricity dance around Bab, showcasing its readiness for battle. Name, Bab Diggersby. Gender, male. Ability, natural recovery. Types, electric, fighting. Item, magnet. Strength, elite mid-tier, level 45. Inherited moves, Sonic Punch, Wish. Taught moves, Protect, Kick, Low Kick, Volt Switch, Tackle, Baton Pass, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack. Self-taught moves, Resurrection Prayer, Volt Frenzy, Thunderbolt, Cheek Rub, Heavy Slam, Double Electric Strike, Close Combat. Find Partner, Agility. No wonder the game only allows 4 moves. If they were all like this one, we'd have a problem. Ash internally muses as he commands Pikachu. Pikachu, I leave this to you. Pika. Pikachu's cheeks crackle with electricity, eager for action. Stat-wise, Pikachu pales in comparison to its opponent, as Bab Diggersby is renowned for its high base stats, surpassing even Pikachu's evolved form, Raichu, by 5 points, reaching a total of 490. However, if battles were solely dictated by base stats, the joy of combat would be lost. Why not simply compare numbers instead? Pikachu, use Shadow Clone. Bab Diggersby, use Wish. There is no referee, yet both trainers simultaneously issue their commands. Instantly, dozens of identical Pikachus emerge, surrounding Bab Diggersby, who remains unfazed, clasping its hands together as if in prayer. Chapter 33, vs Bab Diggersby. The opponent is certainly no fool. Ash watches Bab intently. Pikachu use Trick. Dozens of Pikachus display cunning smiles, charging toward Bab Diggersby, as its prayer concludes. Bab Diggersby, do not be deceived, use Close Combat. Lacking ranged and area attack moves, Bab Diggersby can only retaliate with melee skills against the swarm of Pikachus. Shadow Clone serves merely to confuse, as the clones cannot attack. Bab Diggersby, akin to a martial arts master, launches an assault on the Pikachus, its claws, elbows, knees, and legs serving as weapons. In an instant, 2 clones are dispelled into wisps of white mist, soon enveloping Bab entirely. Iron Tail. Ash observes the commotion within the mist, and upon hearing a crackling sound akin to thunder, he swiftly issues his command. Pikachu! A bolt of electricity surges from the mist, revealing Bab Diggersby retreating. Its feet carving parallel lines across the battlefield, resembling the fangs of a thunder serpent. Light waves his right hand, commanding loudly, Thunderbolt. Pikachu's tail transforms into a metallic hue, slicing toward Bab Diggersby like a lightning-infused sword. Bab Diggersby gathers a layer of electricity upon its hands, thrusting forward to block Pikachu's iron tail. The electric assault from Beautiful surged towards Pikachu. However, as an electric-type Pokémon, even the formidable Electric Shock, with a power rating of 120, struggled to inflict significant damage on Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed Thunder. While the power of Electric Shock was undeniably high, employing it was akin to expending all one's energy. The user would be temporarily stripped of their electric-type abilities. Once Beautiful lost its electric typing, it also forfeited its resistance to electric-type moves. It had to endure and engage in close combat. Previously, Beautiful's melee attack had failed to connect with Pikachu. Thus its defenses remained intact. However, as the moment of Wish approached, if Beautiful could deliver a series of melee strikes against the frail Pikachu, victory was assured. Trading a modicum of damage for Pikachu's incapacitation would be immensely beneficial. Although Beautiful's endurance was not particularly high, Pikachu's resilience was as fragile as paper. Nevertheless, the presence of the electric ball effectively compensated for this shortcoming. Just like how one could secure victory by eliminating all foes along the way, thus ensuring the archer's dominance. Fragility did not matter. One could simply act as a high-output assassin. With formidable offense and invulnerable defense, one could bulldoze through. However, with a powerful attack and paper-thin defense, one must seize the opportune moment. Earlier, Pikachu had cunningly augmented its special attack by 2 stages, and Ash wagered that without its electric typing, Beautiful would falter. If it managed to withstand the blow, so be it. As Beautiful charged forward, its palms raised, it struck Pikachu with a fierce blow. The healing effect from Wish and the damage from Thunder descended simultaneously, causing Beautiful to grimace in pain. Yet, it was certain that its opponent felt discomfort as well. Beautiful thought to itself, hold on, Beautiful. Light's countenance wore a smile of determination, believing that this strike had tilted the scales of victory in their favor. However, his mirth was short-lived as he observed Ash and Pikachu simultaneously wearing triumphant grins. As Beautiful delivered its 3rd strike upon Pikachu, the benefits of Wish had already dissipated. Yet Beautiful noticed Pikachu's form beginning to distort, culminating in a menacing smile that sent a chill down its spine. Pikachu's figure dissipated into wisps of white mist, akin to the earlier use of Shadow Clone. However, Shadow Clone did not initiate attacks, and since Pikachu had indeed engaged in close combat with Beautiful, it was evident that Pikachu was not a mere ephemeral shadow. Light's eyes widened in realization. It was a substitute. This was bad, but Beautiful utilized Protect and retreated, preparing to invoke Wish once more. Too late, Pikachu struck with Quick Attack. The substitute faded, revealing the true form of Pikachu behind it, grinning at Beautiful, which felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing that smile. To compensate for Pikachu's shortcomings, Ash had procured a plethora of skill discs with assistance from Professor Oak, who only had Ash and Gary as his assistants within the league. They were also tasked with updating the Pokémon Encyclopedia, which contained absurd claims, such as the lava snail having a body temperature of around 10,000 degrees, with flames erupting from the cracks of its solidified shell, a ludicrous assertion. For reference, the surface temperature of the Sun is only 6,000 K, approximately 5,727 degrees. This indicated that the encyclopedia was not particularly accurate. But Beautiful, having just absorbed the brunt of Thunder, conjured a green semi-enveloping barrier before it, but in the next moment, Pikachu's tail lashed out, imbued with fighting-type energy, and struck the protective barrier. Just as Beautiful intended to retreat, Pikachu landed and immediately swung its tail again, propelling the now-broken barrier and sending Beautiful hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Beautiful's fighting-type energy from using Electric Shock had not yet dissipated, meaning the damage dealt was not overly significant. However, the outcome of the battle was evident. Aside from the level disparity, Ash, upon realizing that the battles in this world did not restrict the number of moves, was eager to equip his Pokémon with every conceivable technique. Those functional moves did not require mastery. They simply needed to be usable. But Beautiful, return. Light interrupted the match. He enjoyed battling, but he was not the type to neglect his Pokémon's injuries for the sake of a momentary triumph. His earlier hasty decision had led Babutibor to intentionally utilize electric shock to bait the opponent into unleashing a high-powered move that required charging, which had succeeded. Yet he had underestimated Pikachu's formidable battle prowess. Despite the healing benefits from Wish, Babutibor had nearly succumbed to Thunder. After administering a full restore to Babutibor, Light casually handed Ash 5 full heals. Ash raised an eyebrow. While this item was indeed 500 league coins cheaper than a full restore, the total cost for 5 full heals amounted to a staggering 500 league coins, equivalent to a substantial portion of an average worker's salary for over half a month. This individual named Light was indeed generous, befitting a trainer of electric types, exuding a passion akin to lightning. Chapter 34. Should I learn those impressive moves? One's personality often mirrors that of their Pokémon team, the proud dragon tamers. Those who relish soaring with flying types or gliding in winged suits, or the average fisherman among water types. The exuberant electric types and fiery fire types embody a passion for battle and a distaste for convoluted strategies, while the elusive ghost types and enigmatic psychic types often possess inscrutable personalities. Frequently likened to riddles, those adept in ice, rock, ground, and steel tend to be reliable and composed, or perhaps less expressive individuals. Of course, these are merely generalizations. Every individual possesses unique traits that diverge from these commonalities, and exceptions abound. Light guided Ash to a spacious room filled with pokeballs and eggs, all containing motolizards. The room was more expansive than anticipated, sunlight streaming through the skylight and illuminating the rows of wooden display racks. Ash was astonished to discover that all the pokeballs here were custom-made in a vibrant orange-red hue, adorned with tire-like patterns. Most captivating was the temperature-controlled incubation box against the wall, housing a neat array of a dozen eggs, glistening like pearls under the gentle light. Regrettably, the notion of encountering a golem or milotic here was merely fanciful. Ash selected a male motolizard nearing hatching, which had inherited both the moves low kick and power whip, quite a commendable combination. As they prepared to depart, Light shared his contact information with Ash, gifting him a portable hatching device and an adjustable saddle for the motolizard. By the time they returned to the Pokemon Center, night had fallen. The center was bustling with activity, yet Ash had reserved his room earlier in the day, alleviating concerns about finding accommodation amid the evening crowd. In the dining area, a man donned in a beast tamer-esque attire finished his meal and let out a satisfied burp. He had been struggling to find Pokemon capable of learning some of his self-invented moves, causing him considerable frustration. Just as he reached for his lollipop and whip, preparing to leave, a boy accompanied by a Pikachu caught his eye. There was no mistaking it. Those strikingly beautiful eyes were unmistakable. The beast tamer hastily retrieved some money from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pressed a plate atop it before rising to pursue the boy. Ash found a table recently vacated by diners and placed his food upon it, releasing his Pokemon from their confines. He then set his backpack on the seat, preparing to retrieve his energy cubes when an excited voice called out to him. "Hey there, young man with Pikachu. Do you have a moment?" The trainer felt a wave of bliss wash over him. He had an inkling that he would soon be able to impart all the techniques he had created. As Ash settled into his seat, he raised his gaze towards the source of the voice. Before him stood a trainer with sun-kissed skin, clad in a commonplace red outfit, holding a large lollipop in one hand and a whip in the other. "Your Pikachu and Eevee possess such beautiful eyes. I could tell from the very first glance that these two youngsters are capable of mastering the 13 astonishing techniques I have devised." In that moment, Ash seemed to envision a dialogue box. "What do you say? Would you like Pikachu and Eevee to learn these remarkable techniques? Yes or no?" This sounded akin to the NPCs in Let's Go, Pikachu, and Let's Go, Eevee. That top partner skills. I can't pass this up, Ash thought, his vocabulary having been notably refined since arriving in this world, though he had moments of exuberance. The conversation continued. "Hey Ash, you think you can catch up to me? Gary Oak? You've got a long way to go. Cough. That's irrelevant. What matters are these spectacular partner skills that look and function wonderfully." Pikachu could acquire priority moves, such as the guaranteed critical hit electric acceleration, alongside a 30 chance to frighten the target with floating fall or inflict paralysis with a multi-target roaring surf. Not to mention the electricity-based lightning strike that didn't occupy a skill slot. Such formidable skills were not exclusive to Pikachu, the beloved Pokemon of the first generation. Our Eevee, too, could learn 9 skills corresponding to its 8 evolutionary forms, including Bubble Beam, which restored HP equivalent to the damage inflicted on its substitute, Paralyzing Shock, which guaranteed paralysis upon hit, and Blazing Inferno, which could both inflict damage and set up light screens. There was also Sinister Field, a dark-type move that could damage while erecting a reflective barrier, a powerful seed bomb akin to a 90 power attack, Frosty Freeze, which could reset all Pokemon stat changes on the field, and the healing Radiant Storm, which cured all abnormal statuses, except for fainting. Lastly, there was Booming Break, identical to the Revenge move, but guaranteed to hit and not occupying a skill slot. It was no wonder these two Pokemon couldn't participate in PvP battles, nor could later generations obtain partner Pikachu and Eevee or learn partner skills. Ash felt a distinct lack of warmth emanating from his partner Eevee, who had an array of skills that could establish dual barriers, inflict abnormalities, cleanse buffs, and heal status conditions, all boasting a power of 90. It was undeniably overwhelming. Wait, I just assembled my partner Eevee, and you say it should be nerfed? Tell me where Eevee is lacking. This is merely a general, slightly weaker build. Let's not even get started on base stats. Our partner Eevee, low base stats, unable to evolve, poorly distributed base stats, weak offensive capabilities, and low durability. Does that sound like a spectacular skill set? Can we perhaps teach these after our meal? Of course, given the trainer's intense gaze. Ash and his Pokemon felt a bit uneasy and hastened their meal. After finishing, Ash settled the bill and led Pikachu and Eevee to the training facility. The trainer quickly got into the groove, and under Ash's puzzled gaze, he placed his hands on Pikachu and Eevee's heads before suddenly collapsing to the ground, as if drained of energy. Ash exclaimed, "Wait, buddy, is this how you teach skills?" Chapter 35, Power Outage. After a swift farewell to the trainer, Ash did not rush back to his reserved room, but instead returned to the training facility with Pikachu and Eevee. He intended to experiment with their partner moves. However, barely 2.5 minutes into their training, the lights above flickered off. What is going on? A power outage? Ash looked around, and without waiting for his command, Pikachu activated its flash skill, transforming into a little lamp. Soon, the electronic doors of the training facility regained power and opened. But Ash quickly exited as the lights went out again, joined by several other trainers who had rented the small training space, all looking perplexed. The corridor was dimly lit by green emergency lights, creating an eerie atmosphere, but the presence of Pikachu alleviated the tension. After a moment, the corridor lights flickered back on. This is quite the headache. This marks the 7th power outage this month, and numerous Pokemon are waiting for electricity to maintain their healing chambers. Nurse Joy, somewhat distressed, descended from the power room upstairs. She had just been saving critically ill Pokemon, and although the Pokemon Center had a backup power supply, it was inexplicably insufficient despite having been checked just yesterday. Nurse Joy, could you call upon trainers with electric-type Pokemon or those capable of using electric-type moves? Though curious about why a Pokemon Center would experience a power outage, Ash recognized that it was time for him and Pikachu to step up. All right, thank you, sir. Upon hearing Ash's words, Nurse Joy began to calm down. She picked up a megaphone to quell the chaos in the Pokemon Center and sought assistance from trainers with electric-type Pokemon. Before long, several trainers stepped forward with their electric Pokemon, and some trainers with fighting-type Pokemon joined as well, as the Pokemon Center also housed pedal-powered generators. In an underground space within Cerulean City, a young man with orange hair toyed with a luxury ball as he approached a massive device. Within this underground contraption lay a purple Pokemon, bearing similarities to a motorcycle lizard. If Ash were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the Pokemon as the mythical, paradoxical creature, Melton, the future evolution of motorcycle lizard. Not only was Melton present, but also a time machine. A tall figure clad in a lab coat stood before the massive apparatus. His back to the young man. I've deduced what brought us here. It's the ultra wormhole unique to the Alola region. The man turned to face the golden-haired youth, excitement gleaming in his brown eyes. The time machine will soon be repaired, and Melton will awaken. Although the AI I created will conceal our presence in our original world, I believe it is high time for us to return. That is fantastic, Doctor. How much longer until we can go back? The doctor quickly estimated the time frame in his mind and provided an approximate duration. We should be ready in about 3 to 4 months. Also, you might want to trim your hair. The doctor ran his hand over his own neatly cropped hairstyle, then glanced at the youth's long, unkempt locks. I remember the last time I saw you. Your hair was impeccably styled. Now it appears rather disheveled. This is primarily due to an engaging battle I had today with a rather intriguing individual, which caused me to neglect my duties. I shall be more vigilant in the future. After a prolonged silence, the doctor lifted the notepad with his right hand and began to scribble with his left. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be the final instance of power theft for this month. Another silence ensued. Doctor, if my memory serves me correctly, today marks the last day of the month. The doctor froze momentarily before expressionlessly gesturing towards the door. Please ensure you close the door upon your exit. By 9 o'clock in the evening, The power supply in Hualan City was finally restored. Satoshi retrieved the incubation device for the motorcycle lizard from his backpack. The system indicated that the motorcycle lizard would hatch in 19 hours and 46 minutes, implying that it would emerge around tomorrow afternoon. Pikachu and Eevee were frolicking playfully in the room, while the Zubat, having spent the day suspended from the ceiling light, had just awakened from its slumber. Due to the limited space in the room, Satoshi had not released his Bagong and Drowsy. To his surprise, his team had come together so swiftly, and Satoshi felt a twinge of frustration regarding the Pokémon he would need to carry. Pikachu and Eevee were certainly to remain. They were likely to become his partner Pokémon, boasting stats that surpassed their counterparts by over 100. Furthermore, the multi-type moves of Eevee would allow it to kindle a flame or cool the air when needed. Eevee, unable to evolve, would no longer be a concern regarding its evolution path. During the initial stages of the motorcycle lizard's life, he must remain close to foster a bond. His Drowsy had lamented about the lack of time for fishing, so he could be sent back for a leisurely retirement until Satoshi secured the champion's proof before nurturing him further. As for Bagong, he could also be returned periodically to visit his hometown. Zubat, until a new flying-type Pokémon was found, was an indispensable night watchman. Although its aerial reconnaissance abilities prior to evolving into Crobat were rather mediocre, few Pokémon could surpass the Zubat family in cave exploration. Seizing the moment while time was still on his side, Satoshi resolved to convert the berries he had purchased in Shady City into energy cubes. During his time with Professor Oak, he had utilized a portable energy cube maker to create energy cubes for Pikachu, Bagong, and Drowsy. And now that he had a new member, he naturally needed to produce another batch. For instance, the multi-type Eevee required energy cubes that would enhance its stamina and energy management capabilities, while Zubat and the yet-to-hatch motorcycle lizard needed cubes to bolster their endurance. And the motorcycle lizard would also require some cubes conducive to the growth of newborn Pokémon. Crafting energy cubes had become second nature to him with frequent practice. Let us see, the Dragon Fire Berry that boosts special attack is quite rare and expensive, necessitating it to be divided into several portions to enhance the energy cubes for both Pikachu and Eevee. The Sandskin Berry is similar. The Lotus Berry, which increases resistance to fighting-type moves, that should be allocated for Bagong, Eevee, and the motorcycle lizard as well. Chapter 36, The Hatching of Innocence. The morning light streamed through the window, yet Satoshi, who had kept the lights on all night, remained oblivious to the rising sun. Pika? Satoshi, are you still awake? It wasn't until Pikachu emerged from the Pokeball that Satoshi realized dawn had broken. Although the soundproofing in the Pokemon Center was exceptional and the noise generated by the portable energy cube maker was minimal, Pikachu and the others possessed hearing far superior to that of humans. For a comfortable sleep, they had all retreated into their Pokeballs. In the wild, Satoshi would need Pikachu to generate electricity, but within the Pokemon Center, he could utilize the outlets to power the portable energy cube maker. After labeling the last batch of energy cubes and placing them alongside his notebook into the system space, Satoshi slowly rose and stretched, feeling a satisfying crack throughout his body. He glanced at Pikachu, who was rubbing its eyes, and smiled gently. It's all right, we can rest well this morning. Due to the impending hatching of the motorcycle lizard, Satoshi was in no rush to leave Hualan City. He extended his stay for another day, continuing to craft energy cubes while awaiting the arrival of the new member. After enjoying breakfast, Satoshi ventured into the gym of the Pokemon Center for a workout. Since embarking on his journey, he had not exercised much, focusing primarily on running and weightlifting. The physical condition of the people in this world was generally remarkable. At times, Satoshi even wondered if humans in this world were a kind of Pokemon themselves, for throughout history, there had been individuals resembling psychics or aura warriors. The power of the Ultra Force in the Sinnoh region was extraordinary, capable of summoning Dialga and Palkia directly. As he pondered about Sinnoh, Satoshi stepped off the treadmill and dashed to the nearby restroom, retrieving his notebook to jot down this information. The night prior, while crafting energy cubes, thoughts of paradoxical Pokemon had floated to the surface of his mind. For him, memories from his previous life regarding the Pokemon world were a treasure trove. The organized notes were akin to gold that had fallen from that treasure. Any usable information was indeed precious. After working out for an entire morning, Satoshi and his Pokemon enjoyed lunch before settling in for an afternoon rest. The sensation of waiting was somewhat discomforting, akin to ants crawling over his heart. For this reason, Satoshi had never enjoyed making others wait. However, he found that some waits did not irk him, such as the anticipation of new life. Satoshi slept until 4 in the afternoon, possibly due to a restless night, and upon awakening, he felt a slight pressure in his head. After taking a moment to compose himself, he began tidying up while waiting. But there was little to tidy when alone. Satoshi would simply stow away everything into the system space after use. Seeing there was nothing left to organize, Satoshi removed the motorcycle lizard's egg from the incubation device and began playing cards with his Pokémon. His drowsy, slow to react, became a spectator, while the Eevee, with its four-legged form, also watched from the sidelines. Zubat, lacking hands and eyes, could only rely on echolocation to identify objects and thus could not participate in the game. Therefore, the only players were Satoshi, Pikachu, and Bagong. Eevee nestled into Bagong's pouch, peeking at Bagong's hand to feel included. Zubat, needing rest during the day, retreated back into its Pokeball for a nap. Three of a kind. Pika, raise the stakes. Bagong, I'm in. While playing, Satoshi occasionally glanced at the motorcycle lizard's egg nearby. The countdown on the system was nearing its conclusion. A Ho-Oh and a Lugia card were tossed onto the pile. Pika, that's a royal flush. I only have one card left. If I don't play it now, I'm out. Satoshi promptly discarded all the cards in his hand onto the pile. The egg seemed to be on the verge of hatching. Bagong also tossed in a card, exclaiming, "You've played a royal flush. What more can we contribute?" The instinctive love for Pokemon offspring was deeply ingrained in Bagong's genes. So when news of the motorcycle lizard's imminent hatching reached the group, it was the most excited after Satoshi. As the system countdown reached 0, the motorcycle lizard's egg erupted in a burst of white light. The shell cracked open, and a small head emerged from within. It was indeed the head of a motorcycle lizard, albeit still slick with egg fluid. Mo. 2. Pika. Eevee. Bagong. The Pokemon erupted in joyous cries. And even Ash's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, even a seemingly ordinary Pokemon like the Motocick appears irresistibly adorable at birth. Could this be the legendary charm of a newborn? Truly, it is worthy of being the progeny of a being revered as a deity in both past and future. Once the eggshells lay shattered, Ash delicately employed a warm towel he had prepared in advance to wipe its tiny body. These eggshells could not be discarded. They would serve as nourishment for the Motocick when the time came for it to eat. The energy cubes contained powers far too immense for the fledgling Motocick, which ought to be nourished with fresh milk and some supplementary food Ash had prepared. Once Ash had cleaned it thoroughly, the Motocick blinked its dark eyes at him. A newborn Motocick cannot be taken out for battles or other activities like in the games. This little creature is merely 0.3 meters long, a significant distance from the average adult height of 16 meters. For the foreseeable future, Ash would assume the role of a caretaker. To understand the Motocick's growth cycle, Ash reached out to the knowledgeable Professor Oak. Upon learning that the climbing bike originated from the Paldea region, Professor Oak displayed a keen interest. But when he discovered that Ash was in possession of a newborn Motocick, he temporarily set aside his research. Professor Oak had friends in Paldea, and after inquiring, he learned that due to its lizard-like nature, the Motocick has a short growth cycle, although as a dragon-type Pokemon, it possesses a notably long lifespan. The molting Motocick can ride in just a month and a half, while the regenerative variant requires 2 months. This implies that Ash would be a caretaker for the Motocick for the next 2 months. Had he known, he might have chosen an adult Pokemon instead. Yet, given another chance, he would still opt for the egg, as Pokemon eggs possess high malleability. Chapter 37, Pokemon Research Academy. A week has passed since the Motocick's birth. Ultimately, Ash decided to nurture bonds with all his Pokemon and formulate a training plan before sending them to Professor Oak for free-range care. Ash and Pikachu traversed through the fog-laden mountains, heading toward their destination. The secluded Pokemon Research Academy lay nearby. Before departing from Cerulean City, Ash had managed to contact Gary, who promptly sent detailed coordinates for the academy to Ash's town map, marking a special point. Go, Ash. If you lose, I will certainly look down upon you. Recalling Gary's smug expression, Ash could surmise some of his thoughts. As a student of Professor Oak, losing to those students would be a source of shame not only for Ash, but also for Professor Oak. After all, he had already received a prize from Professor Oak. Losing would be quite embarrassing. However, arriving at this location had somewhat delayed Ash's journey. Who would have imagined that this place had so few wild Pokemon and was so remote? The morning fog in the forest necessitated Ash's constant vigilance towards the marked location on his town map. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow ahead grew tall and broad, no longer just the silhouettes of trees. Pika. Ash heard Pikachu's voice and looked up. Indeed, the shadow before them resembled a cluster of buildings, with the spire rooftops marking the Pokemon Academy's emblem. It seemed that noble schools favored such architectural styles. Ash placed his thumb and forefinger to his mouth and whistled a clear note. Soon, a shadow descended from the air. It was his Zubat. In such an unclear environment, it was Pokemon like Zubat, relying on echolocation to ascertain their surroundings, that thrived. Thank you for your hard work, Zubat. You can rest now. After recalling Zubat, Ash and Pikachu continued forward, gradually revealing the visage of the Pokémon Research Academy. The Western-style architecture boasted red roofs and white walls, and the main teaching building featured a grand clock. Though it was already past 7:20, only a few lights flickered within. The numerous brightly lit windows of the small villas likely belonged to student dormitories. As Ash approached the entrance, two guards simultaneously extended their hands to stop him. Non-students are not permitted to enter. If you are a student here, please present your permit. Now that's more like it. Ash retrieved his Pokédex. I've been invited by Mr. Mizuhara. This can verify my identity. Upon hearing that Ash was summoned by the principal, the two guards exchanged glances, and one hurried to the nearby guardhouse to make a phone call. After 3 or 4 minutes, the guard returned. You are Ash from Pallet Town, correct? Please follow me to the waiting area. The principal's secretary will arrive shortly. The Pokémon Research Academy is a prestigious private institution, much like the elite schools of the past. Public schools pale in comparison to private ones. Principal's office. Mizuhara, the director of this Pokémon Research Academy, also serves as its principal. He is tall and slender, appearing to be of a similar age to Professor Oak, yet his stern demeanor suggests a strict elder. The secretary led Ash to the office. And before Ash could take a seat, Mizuhara spoke. You are the student of Professor Oak? Mizuhara's tone carried a hint of inquiry. This was not a suspicion of Ash's identity, but rather a reflection of how Ash's youthful appearance was comparable to the students at the academy, prompting Mizuhara to adopt a stern teacher's tone in addressing him. Ash furrowed his brow. The old man's tone reminded him of a classmate's teacher from his previous life, one who taught literature but often skipped classes, resulting in improved student performance, frequently delegating lessons to others, and maintaining a perpetually stern expression. Yes. Hearing Ash's curt response, Mizuhara felt displeased. As the principal and a rival of Professor Oak, it was humiliating for him when Oak's grandson claimed that the academy's education was inferior, leading to his expulsion, which embarrassed Mizuhara. Now, another impolite young rascal had appeared. Truly, he resembled Oak's grandson, just as insufferable. Is this how Professor Oak teaches you to address your elders? A respectable elder would not adopt an accusatory tone when meeting a junior for the first time. Relationships between individuals reflect mirrors. How you treat others is how they will respond to you. Mizuhara was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ash's impassive expression, a flicker of disdain emerging in his eyes. He detested such rebellious spirits, and he was grateful that this individual had not enrolled in the Pokémon Research Academy. Otherwise, he would have been driven to frustration. Oh, such youthful impudence. Mizuhara adjusted his tie and left Ash with a parting remark before turning to his secretary. Morisawa, please summon our top students to the battle arena for a match with this student of Professor Oak. Let him witness what true battle theory looks like. Yes, Mr. Director. Once the secretary departed, Mizuhara rose from his office chair, grasping a nearby cane, and prepared to leave. Come with me, student of Professor Oak. I hope you possess some skill. Do not lose face too badly. He merely wished that the academy's top student wouldn't cry after losing. For those educated in such a highly esteemed institution often lacked exposure and resilience due to their comfortable campus life. As the water and the words of the impudent little brat behind him nearly caused Sueha to snap the civil staff he held, he couldn't help but think that this boy was just as rude and sharp-tongued as that old hag, Kikuko. Were it not for his status as an elder, he would have long since taught this clueless boy a lesson. Now, he even suspected that this insolent child might be the grandson of the two old geezers, Professor Okido and Kikuko. When Satoshi followed Principal Sueha downstairs, the thick fog suddenly dissipated, and a sweet female voice echoed through the campus broadcast. The special training session in the fog had concluded, and tomorrow's practical class would take place in the snowy arena. Students were advised to prepare accordingly. How extravagant! That dense fog was evidently artificial, indicating that this esteemed academy possessed remarkable capabilities. As the fog lifted, several students clad in suits became visible in the square. Among them a brown-haired youth sprawled on the ground, surrounded coldly by classmates wielding candlesticks. Clearly, the school's specialties extended beyond the humble and courteous principal to the bullying of fellow students. Observing the scene, Satoshi couldn't help but express his astonishment. After the fog cleared, it seemed that the group of students hastily dispersed upon spotting the principal accompanied by an outsider. Capturing them would be a daunting task, especially since many had long hair, rendering their faces hard to remember. However, their vividly colored and flamboyant hairstyles were indeed memorable, effectively curing Satoshi of his inability to distinguish female figures from behind. Chapter 38. the exemplary prodigy. This was a group activity among students, privately referred to as the Whip of Love, where they encouraged one another. Having lived for over 60 years, Sueha quickly regained his composure. He paid little heed to the students' earlier antics, as such occurrences were well known among the faculty, though unspoken. Due to the challenging curriculum, students often organized these activities to motivate each other, yielding remarkable results, with their grades significantly improved compared to previous years. Explaining the situation in the square, Sueha then gestured toward a young man seated beneath a tree, engrossed in a book while wearing thick glasses. No student was willing to engage in the Whip of Love with someone who had been held back multiple grades due to lack of talent. For a stuck in the mud would remain a stuck in the mud, no matter how much support was offered. There were indeed many like him, shamelessly clinging to their studies despite lacking the ability to graduate, weaving lies to deceive their families about their academic prospects. Such individuals, dwelling in their own inner worlds, were the weak who failed to grasp reality, naively dreaming of one day catching up to the genius. Satoshi understood well that the tuition fees provided by such students were crucial for the school, which would therefore not take the initiative to expel them. While the school received support from the Board of Trustees, the extensive fog created for training hinted at the substantial financial resources at the Pokémon Research Academy. The self-serving private school teachers, lacking in responsibility and solely focused on profit, would not likely counsel these students to withdraw, fearing the effort would yield no gratitude. If they successfully persuaded such students to leave, and those students later found themselves struggling, they would undoubtedly blame the well-meaning teachers for meddling in their affairs. It was precisely because of such unfortunate circumstances that kind-hearted teachers had become increasingly rare at this institution, gradually transforming their perspectives toward the Whip of Love, an activity tinged with the essence of bullying, into indifference. Observing Sueha, it seemed that this approach could indeed enhance academic performance. Pika Pika! Pikachu exclaimed angrily, while Satoshi narrowed his eyes, falling into contemplative silence. It would be best for him to refrain from meddling in these affairs. The existing dynamics between teachers and students were not something an outsider like him could alter, lest he embroil himself in trouble. When a practice becomes a norm, it is exceptionally challenging for outsiders to effect change. Given the formidable influence behind the Pokémon Research Academy, even reporting the matter would likely lead to no resolution. After this unpleasant interlude, Sueha and Satoshi arrived at an indoor battle arena. It was a standard league battle venue, with a massive screen displaying the logos of 4 arenas: water, grass, ice, and rock. The audience was filled with students and teachers. And as Sueha took his place at the podium, a few students entered, presumably the ones who had just participated in the Whip of Love, including the student who had been held back for several years. Satoshi stood at the red contestants' platform, while across from him on the green platform stood a girl clad in a blue mini-skirt with long, silky dark red hair. Judging purely by her appearance, she was a beauty, but her expression suggested she was the type to look down on others and call them weaklings. Upon her entrance, the students in the audience erupted in cheers, chanting her title at the school, the exemplary prodigy. Prodigy. Exemplary prodigy. Unsurprisingly, Satoshi received no cheers of encouragement, as he was alone in this competitive arena. The 2 combatants were identified as our school's exemplary prodigy, Side-Eye Yudo, and the challenger from Masera Town, Professor Okido's student, Satoshi. The battle would follow a 3-on-3 format, allowing both contestants to switch Pokémon at any time. As the challenger, Satoshi was to release his Pokémon first. I'm the challenger? Satoshi smirked, feeling no need to show any respect to his opponent. The host, holding a microphone, concluded the introductions of the participants before shifting focus. Now, let us welcome our principal, Mr. Sueha, to draw the battle arena. Sueha, maintaining a neutral expression, pressed a switch before him, and the large screen overhead began to spin, eventually stopping on the rock arena. The battle will take place in the rock arena. Soon, the large screen displayed photos of Satoshi and Side-Eye Yudo, alongside 3 rectangular frames featuring Pokeball icons representing the Pokémon yet to be released. The battlefield beneath Satoshi and Side-Eye Yudo suddenly sank, and shortly thereafter, a rocky arena gradually emerged from the ground, fitting seamlessly with the previously revealed edges. Satoshi was disinterested in participating in the pre-match banter. He merely wished to leave this dismal place as soon as possible. Beyond the inconvenience to his travel schedule, the atmosphere at this school made him quite uncomfortable. Go, Pikachu! Satoshi decided to send forth his strongest Pokémon to quell his opponent's arrogance. How long have you been traveling? Side-Eye Yudo, however, had no intention of releasing her Pokémon and instead began to engage in trash talk. That's none of your business. Observing Satoshi's impassive demeanor, Side-Eye Yudo only found more amusement. Covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, she adopted a mocking tone. It's common knowledge that Pokémon should be kept in their Pokeballs. I can't believe you don't even know that. Allowing Pikachu to wander around outside. What a disgraceful trainer you are. Indeed, she was a spoiled brat in desperate need of education. Pikachu is my family. It prefers not to stay in its Pokeball, so I won't force it. Satoshi replied coolly. If you continue to delay by talking nonsense instead of sending out your Pokemon, can I assume you are stalling because you fear battling me? Before Side-Eye Yudo could respond, her sycophants in the audience erupted in commotion, though fortunately, Satoshi didn't understand their barking. This was the first time Side-Eye Yudo had been so provoked. Her delicate face flushed slightly with anger. Go, Karakara. To Ash's disappointment, his opponent sent forth a mere level 20 Cub1, possessing only intermediate strength. Given the grand display, Ash had anticipated a formidable adversary. However, he had slightly misjudged the situation. For Yudo Shinda had only recently embarked on her journey as a trainer and often spent her time at school. Despite being her initial Pokemon, Cubone's level was already quite respectable. In contrast, Ash's Eevee, received from Professor Oak, had barely reached level 17. In the original narrative, Ash took 2 months to arrive at this point, whereas now, he had accomplished the feat in under a month. Pikachu, use Volt Switch. The water and the spectators could ascertain Pikachu's battle prowess through the aura it exuded once it entered combat. Ash intended for his Eevee to participate in this battle to prevent his opponent from concocting excuses afterward. He was confident that even with Eevee, he could decisively defeat the opponent. Chapter 39, vs Yudo Shinda. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pikachu transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Cub1 without a moment's hesitation. The water and the audience, witnessing this spectacle, suddenly straightened in their seats, sensing Pikachu's formidable presence. Elite Peak. How could this be? It was merely a Pikachu. Did you not even know the fundamental knowledge that ground-type Pokemon are immune to electric-type moves? Yudo Shinda, upon hearing Ash's instructions, felt somewhat at a loss for words. It appeared she had overestimated her opponent. This individual was not only skilled in rhetoric, but woefully lacking in foundational understanding. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. Cub1, struck by the electric attack, displayed a pained expression as it was sent flying, while the electric spark that was Pikachu swiftly returned to Ash's side. Cub1. Ash held out Eevee's Pokeball, which opened to reveal a sprightly Eevee, who curiously surveyed its new surroundings, puzzled as to why it found itself in this position. Eevee, this is your first official battle. Give it your utmost spirit. Ash cheered from the sidelines. Although Cub1 was a ground-type Pokemon, immunity to type advantages typically occurs only when levels are comparable, and the primary reason for Cubone's susceptibility to electric damage lay in the significant level disparity. As the principal and a contemporary of Professor Oak, the water may have been arrogant, but he was undeniably knowledgeable. The power displayed by Pikachu earlier was certainly at the elite level. Is this truly a novice trainer just starting out? Upon hearing the principal's explanation, the students' understanding dawned. However, many suddenly pondered a pressing question. If Cub1 sustained damage due to the vast level difference, then just how high was the level of this trainer's Pikachu? Yudo Shinda's expression darkened. The skill employed by her opponent was Volt Switch, indicating that he had likely discerned the disparity between his Pikachu and her Cub1, prompting him to switch to another Pokemon. Moreover, he had chosen Eevee, typically regarded as a companion Pokemon by most. She truly had underestimated him. Cub1, pull yourself together. Cub1 stood upright, adjusting the bone atop its head, just as it intended to reassure its trainer of its well-being. It noticed its bone had fallen to the side and hurriedly picked it up. Cub1, excellent. Cub1, use Bone Club. Cub1 swung the bone, hurling it directly at Eevee. Eevee, leap onto the rock to evade. Eevee, lacking the extensive combat experience of Pikachu and still not fully synchronized with Ash, required more precise instructions. Following Ash's command, Eevee leapt onto a nearby rock, narrowly dodging the incoming bone. Jump down. Just as Eevee had perched on the rock, it hesitated momentarily at this contrary instruction. Nevertheless, trust in its trainer compelled it to leap down. Just as Eevee descended, the bone completed a loop and returned to Cubone's grasp. Eevee realized that had it not jumped from the rock, it would have surely been struck by the returning bone. Eevee, you shall not take me lightly, little skull. Prepare to endure my wrath. Cub1, I'm ready whenever you are. Eevee, use Seed Bomb. Now was the perfect moment to observe the practical effects of its partner's skills. Although Ash had already sensed their power during encounters with wild Pokemon on the road, Eevee's moves each boasted a power level of 90, accompanied by various additional effects, sure to capture everyone's attention. Eevee, With a mighty shout, enormous vines erupted from the rocky terrain, showering Cub One with countless seeds. Although the precise effects of this move were unclear, it was prudent to avoid any potential attacks from the enemy. Cub One, evade quickly. It's coming. A move renowned for its high evasion rate of 95. A smile crept onto Ash's lips. You cannot escape this one. Seed Bomb controlled the growth of massive vines and dispersed seeds to launch an assault. Upon impact, the seeds would absorb the opponent's vitality akin to the move Leech Seed, replenishing the user's energy. This technique was a medium-range attack. While not possessing the extensive range of Bubble Beam, it compensated with swifter execution. To Ash's astonishment, despite Cubone's attempts to dodge left and right, using its bone to deflect several seeds, not a single seed touched Cub One's form. However, if that were all there was to Seed Bomb, it would not be aptly named. As Cub One fixed its gaze upon Eevee, bracing for the attack, the seeds that had fallen to the ground unexpectedly detonated. What? Even the seasoned educators present had never witnessed such a skill. What is this move? Seed Explosion. Could it be a variant of Seed Bomb? Have you ever heard of an Eevee learning Seed Bomb? No, that's unheard of. How could an Eevee possibly acquire a Grass-type move? It's utterly perplexing. The audience erupted in astonishment. Cub One, having already been injured by Pikachu and now caught off guard by the explosive seeds, succumbed to the attack and lost its ability to battle. On the large screen, Cubone's icon next to Yudo Shinda's name faded to gray, while Ash's Pikachu and Eevee remained illuminated, with only the third position marked by a question mark. As the green mist dissipated, the referee's voice rang out. Cub One has lost its ability to battle. Eevee is victorious. Please, Yudo Shinda, send out your next Pokemon. The referee maintained an admirable level of professionalism, undistracted by the unprecedented move. Thank you for your efforts, Cub One. After a brief moment of shock, Yudo Shinda recalled her Cub One into its Pokeball and turned her gaze towards the expressionless Ash. I apologize for my earlier arrogance. Although this Cub One is my strongest Pokemon, I will not concede defeat. Ash squinted, contemplating whether the weak should be subjected to mockery while the strong regained their lost courtesy. In this regard, he could not disdain her. It was merely human nature. A child hailed as a genius, raised amidst adoration. How could one blame them for not receiving proper guidance? However, as Yudo Side-Eye aptly remarked, Karakara had already become her most formidable Pokemon. The remaining two Pokemon were successfully subdued by Eevee after some effort. With Rungongshi incapacitated, Eevee emerged victorious, declaring Ash as the champion of this match. Chapter 40. Keep your spirits up, don't lose face. Although Side-Eye had anticipated her defeat when Karakara was vanquished, the reality of losing was still a bitter pill to swallow. Having been the center of attention and hailed as a prodigy throughout her life, the notion of losing was profoundly unsettling. Upon hearing the announcement of his victory, Ash leaped over the railing of the contestant platform and rushed to the battlefield to embrace Eevee. You did remarkably well, Eevee. Eevee, as a reward, I've decided to treat you to plenty of ice cream once we arrive in Korea City. Eevee. Eevee's eyes sparkled with delight. Although Ash's energy cubes were tailored to suit Pokemon tastes, proper meals are meals, and snacks are snacks. Eevee would never refuse delectable treats. Meanwhile, a despondent Side-Eye had just descended the steps from the contestant platform when a familiar voice called out to her. Are you alright, Side-Eye? As soon as the match concluded, Mizuhana hurried to the battlefield to await Side-Eye's arrival. He was genuinely concerned that Side-Eye, who had been accustomed to being lauded as a prodigy, might struggle to cope with such a setback. That student from Professor Okito's class had no idea how to show some restraint. Publicly humiliating Side-Eye with a 1-on-3 confrontation in front of so many spectators. The thought of having to fulfill his wager with Professor Okito only deepened his discomfort, especially since he was the one who proposed the bet. Upon seeing the principal, who had always looked out for her, tears began to glisten in Side-Eye's eyes, eventually spilling forth like tiny pearls. I'm sorry, Principal, I lost. It's all right, don't dwell on a single defeat. There is still a long journey ahead for you to grow. News of Side-Eye's tears spread quickly throughout the battle arena, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Unsurprisingly, Ash, as the victor, was largely overlooked by the crowd. After waking early to seek out this dismal place, Ash now felt a pang of hunger. Yet he was unaware of the location of the cafeteria. Thus, upon leaving the arena, he settled beneath the tree where a previous student had once sat, retrieving some provisions he had prepared earlier to satiate his appetite. While he was enjoying his lunch, several boys approached him with an aggressive demeanor, including the brown-haired boy who had been spurred by the whip of love. I thought you were the one getting bullied. I didn't expect you to be hanging out with those who are bullying you. After tossing the last bite of his gray rice cake into his mouth, Ash brushed his hands together and looked at the group of unfriendly boys before him. The brown-haired boy was taken aback. He had anticipated that this person had witnessed the morning's events. However, his companions were undeterred, and a blue-haired boy stepped forward, reaching out as if to grab Ash by the collar. "You bastard! How dare you make the top student cry? We're going to teach you a lesson." Ash wasn't one to back down. He swiftly seized the boy's hand and executed a nimble shoulder throw. As a whirlwind of motion ensued, the blue-haired youth caught a glimpse of sunlight through the leaves. What a bright day. Huh, are there others in the shade? Suddenly, his back throbbed painfully. The pain was so intense that he could barely muster a scream, his hands instinctively trying to alleviate the agony, but to no avail. Damn it. Trainers should resolve disputes in a trainer's way. What kind of skill is it to hit someone? Among the group, a red-haired boy began to shout, rallying his friends. The earlier scene had been too terrifying. This individual had effortlessly incapacitated one of their own. The brown-haired boy's face darkened upon hearing the red-haired boy's words. If even the top student's Pokémon couldn't defeat this man, what right did they have to confront him? Were they to rely solely on sheer numbers? With their small group, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder in a battle. After all, that Caracara had easily overpowered the brown-haired boy's sole Pokémon, Huara, yet fell in just 3 rounds against this man's Pokémon. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us at school. Surely we can take him down. At that moment, the red-haired boy resembled someone rallying the troops during an assault on Wudong Mountain, declaring that if they all charged together, even a master like Zhang would struggle against them. Once their energy was depleted, they would be unable to escape the impending doom. Ash felt a spark of interest. It was the perfect opportunity to train his newly capable Moto Lizard and his soon-to-evolve Eevee. So, will you come at me all together, or one by one? This guy dares to look down on us. Xiaochun, go gather everyone. We'll face off with him together. I refuse to believe that Eevee can utilize any grass-type moves. He must have cheated. We are all students of the Pokemon Research School. We cannot afford to lose face. Yes, keep your spirits up. Go Psyduck. Go Execute. Go Tadbulb. As the 4 Pokemon emerged, Ash released Eevee and Moto Lizard. Let me see your medal. Xiaochun glanced at his classmates blocking his path and sprinted back toward the battle arena. They had realized that Ash was the one who had made Psyduck cry and had come looking for him to demand an apology. Meanwhile, the majority remained in the arena, waiting for the principal to comfort Psyduck. This slight boy now bore the expectations of his 4 classmates, propelling himself toward the arena at breakneck speed. As he ran, he envisioned the blue-haired student writhing in pain on the ground and recalled the silhouettes of the red-haired, green-haired, and yellow-haired trio who had valiantly bought him time. Everyone, I will not let you down. When he finally stumbled into the arena, out of breath, he shouted, a fight has broken out over by the playground. Hurry and help. Everyone was drawn to Xiaochun's call, and in that instant, he shouted his second message. One of our own has already been taken down. That statement ignited chaos, akin to pouring water into a hot frying pan. What? Who is so bold? We'll confront him. Keep your spirits up, don't lose face. Yes, keep your spirits up, we cannot afford to lose face. How dare he wreak havoc at the Pokemon Research School? We will ensure he returns in defeat. What defeat? We will ensure he never returns. Chapter 41. Apologies. Some teachers, upon hearing Xiaochun's first statement, immediately sensed trouble. By the time they heard the second, even the more composed educators could no longer remain seated. Who dares to cause a ruckus within our school? Before the more level-headed teachers could restore order, an impetuous young instructor specializing in fire-type battles stood up. I will see who has the audacity to disturb our Pokemon Research School. The principal, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Upon hearing the teacher's proclamation, the students surged forward as if receiving a divine command, disregarding the teacher's futile attempts to call them back. At that moment, Mizuhana could no longer afford to console Psyduck. He could intuitively guess that several students had gone to provoke or even assault Ash. He was well aware of the character of the students at his school. There was no telling what might happen if that little brat Ash were to encounter some misfortune. Professor Oak would likely unleash his Dragonite to obliterate this place. Although that little fellow was rather unpopular, if anything were to transpire here, water and would undoubtedly face the consequences. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat the entire student body. By the time the first group of swift students arrived, several were already carrying a blue-haired classmate towards the infirmary. Others, who had not gone to the battle arena but were instead in the study room, were now engaged in a battle with the one called Ash, who appeared to have sent out an Eevee and an unfamiliar Pokemon. Among the first group to arrive, some had also released their Pokemon, while others watched with keen interest. Go Snorlax. Go Charmander. Go Rhydon. A robust Fiero swooped overhead, and perched upon its back was Water and himself. As Fiero descended, the powerful gust it generated forced some students below to shield their eyes. The aura of a champion unmistakably radiating from him. Everyone, cease at once. Ash promptly recalled his Eevee and Motostoke into their Pokeballs. This Fiero was a formidable level 62, undoubtedly a champion-level Pokemon. In a fair battle or an unregulated skirmish, he stood no chance against Water, and who surely possessed more than one champion-level Pokemon, being a peer of Professor Oak. Youth was both Ash's greatest limitation and asset. His inexperience meant he had yet to fully develop, yet it also heralded a bright future ahead. With a champion at the helm, the chaos was swiftly quelled. The origins of the incident soon became apparent. A few irate students had provoked Ash, and when one attempted to strike, he was countered, prompting the others to unleash their Pokemon in a bid to attack. In the principal's office, Water, and maintaining his composure, scrutinized the combination of students before him, including the light and dark-haired girl. If you were not our students, I would have promptly sent you to Miss June Shah. As principal, he bore responsibility for his students. And fortunately, they had instigated the confrontation with Ash. As a student of Professor Oak, he could handle the matter, perhaps only incurring some financial or resource-based costs. The intelligence of these four was, in comparison, less than that of a slowpoke. They had the audacity to provoke someone who had legitimately triumphed over the top student in the school. What connection did they have with Shindai Yudo that they felt compelled to intervene? Did they truly believe they could best Ash simply because they could not overcome Yudo? Upon returning to the principal's office, Ash finally settled into a nearby sofa, savoring the tea prepared by Water and secretary, while also enjoying the spectacle of a teacher chastising students. Water and had earlier promised Ash some compensation, and Ash decisively suggested that he should speak directly to his mentor, Professor Oak, to negotiate, as he would later relay the events to him, ensuring a hefty recompense for the affront. There was a knock at the office door. Water and adjusted his demeanor and called out, "Come in." A girl with dark red hair entered, only to find the boy she had just battled leisurely sipping tea, while Water and stood beside for students. "You all may leave for now. Wait for my notification to return." Water and waved his hand. The four students, as if granted a reprieve, bowed and turned to exit. However, upon recognizing that the newcomer was Shindai Yudo, they lowered their heads, shielding their faces, fearful of being seen in such a disheveled state by their idol. After their hasty retreat, Yudo approached the spot where they had stood and respectfully bowed to Water and, "Mr. Principal, I wish to take a leave of absence." At this pronouncement, both Water and his secretary were momentarily stunned. Yudo was the most exceptional student in their school. Now seemingly unable to bear the pressure and contemplating withdrawal, ignoring Water and's piercing gaze, Ash finished his tea and, while refilling his cup, also poured some for the quietly observing Pikachu. Witnessing Ash's nonchalant demeanor, Water and suddenly perceived that this might indeed be the mark of true genius. Unfazed, neither arrogant nor servile. Previously, Yudo had embodied a swan's proud elegance. Yet, Yudo's brilliance did not eclipse Ash's. Why? In this environment, the finest educational resources and teaching were at his disposal. With his abilities, he could even partake in this year's Indigo conference and secure a commendable rank. "Because I wish to travel." Yudo gazed at Ash, who was leisurely savoring his tea. "Thanks to Ash defeating me, I have come to recognize my shortcomings. I wish to journey with Ash to broaden my horizons and strengthen my abilities. I hope Ash will consent." Without a moment's hesitation, Ash declined. "I have grown accustomed to traveling alone, and besides, being male, it may not be convenient for us to journey together." Ash was acutely aware of his pace. Expecting Yudo to traverse evergreen forest at his speed would be an unreasonable burden. He had no desire to impose hardship on others, nor to complicate his own journey. Sensing that lingering would only lead to further trouble, Ash promptly decided to take his leave. "The competition has concluded, and I have taken my rest. I shall take my leave now. I currently hold the record for the fewest badges among trainers departing from Pallet Town, and I need to catch up. As for the matter of compensation, Mr. Water, and please discuss it with my mentor." "Safe travels," Water and replied. "Moriaka, prepare some Pokeballs and healing potions for Ash as a token of our admiration for his prior treatment. Charge it to my account. Consider it an apology for my earlier demeanor." Both Ash and Moriaka were taken aback. They had not anticipated the principal's swift change of heart. However, one should never refuse a gift, especially when it came as a form of apology for earlier conduct. And he had previously mentioned compensation for the provocation suffered by Ash in the Pokemon Research School. Ash had no concerns about Water Ant's integrity, for his mentor, Professor Oak, was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 42, Charmander. 5 revives, 24 Ultra Balls, 6 full restores, 6 energy roots, 12 hyper potions, 12 energy candies, 36 max potions, and a set of 5 medicines for status ailments, totaling 50 sets. Additionally, there was a trait ointment valued at 500,000 and a trait capsule worth 100,000. Ash was astonished at Water Ant's generosity. All these items collectively amounted to a staggering 685,400 according to League standards, not to mention they were contained within a spatial pouch. The value of a spatial pouch is significant, often found only at a premium. Ash had contemplated acquiring such a pouch before, but he had never heard of one costing less than 200,000. Even the common spatial backpack he carried had set him back 100,000 League coins. Although this spatial pouch could not compare to the storage capacity of a spatial backpack, its ability to hold such a substantial quantity with room to spare indicated it must have started at a minimum of 300,000. This item could also serve as a substitute for a system space, albeit with a smaller opening that could not accommodate larger items, yet it was far more convenient. This set of compensation, valued at around 1 million according to League standards, would certainly require a greater sum to procure. Ash understood that these items could merely be regarded as a prelude. In comparison to their inherent worth, graduates from this esteemed institution viewed them as a form of honor, a symbol of value that transcends mere monetary significance. Indeed, 1 million Poke dollars scarcely sufficed to cover the tuition fees for studying here. The disparity between individuals often seemed more pronounced than that between humans and their canine companions. After departing from the Pokemon Research School, Ash resolved to temper his pace, as the level disparity among his team members was exceedingly vast. No wonder, for the most formidable Pokemon encountered in the wild typically hovered around the advanced level. Elite-level Pokemon were a rarity, often found only in lofty mountains, dense forests, or the deep sea. Pikachu, now boasting battle prowess akin to that of a novice champion, was merely at level 49. Back in the vicinity of Pallet Town, Ash would have been hard-pressed to find any opponents above level 40, other than the occasional bagworm. To enhance his training, Ash ventured to the nearby Miacha Mountain to challenge the local rock-type Pokemon, where he honed skills such as Surf, Iron Tail, and Brick Break. Aside from a colossal Onyx at level 57, which he had yet to conquer, Pikachu had triumphed over all other Pokemon with fighting spirit. Determined to train his Pokemon diligently, Ash also decided to upgrade their Pokeballs to Ultra Balls. Though he typically hesitated to invest in such luxuries, he felt no reluctance now. He discovered that, despite their expense, Ultra Balls possessed a rationale for their cost. They boasted a higher catch rate and were considerably sturdier than ordinary Pokeballs, which were prone to damage. The tactile sensation of holding an Ultra Ball was notably superior, and it was said that Pokemon felt more comfortable within them. He resolved to procure more in the future, as financial constraints were no longer a concern. His prior reluctance to purchase Ultra Balls stemmed from their effectiveness being akin to that of standard balls. It was rumored that the most comfortable abode for Pokemon was the Luxury Ball, priced at 3,000 each, but Ash believed that resources should be allocated judiciously. Those were mere illusions. He could always transition to Luxury Balls once his strength had escalated. In the ensuing month, Ash trained his Pokemon while traversing various paths. During his journey, he encountered a Bulbasaur in a place known as Pokemon Village. Without the interference of Team Rocket, he spent nearly a week there before winning over the Bulbasaur. Ultimately, Ash captured the Bulbasaur, bringing his total to 7 Pokemon, exceeding the Alliance's recommended limit of 6. He could utilize the Pokemon Center storage system to send Pokemon back home or to a breeding center. Unlike in the anime, surpassing 6 Pokemon was not prohibited. Rather, it was uncommon for individuals to manage more than that. Many opted to send excess Pokemon to breeding centers via the storage system. If he found himself overwhelmed, Ash contemplated returning some Pokemon to Pallet Town. Remarkably, Jinghui was the founder of the Pokemon storage system. Ash envisioned contacting Jinghui to develop a portable Pokeball transmission device, or even to create a Rotom phone integrated with this technology. Fortunately, the Rotom within Professor Sakuraji's ecological zone had proliferated, effectively addressing the scarcity issue for the Rotom phone. With many talented individuals among Professor Oak's students, Ash speculated that networking with those seniors might yield fruitful results. One day, as dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, signaling an impending downpour, Ash reminisced about the day he embarked on his journey. Following his capture of the Bagworm, rain had indeed fallen, accompanied by a fateful encounter with Ho-Oh. He pondered whether Professor Oak's promised reward had yet to be bestowed upon him. According to the town map, a Pokemon Center lay not far ahead, where he could inquire further. Soon, a sudden deluge arrived, though the thick clouds had long foretold its arrival. Upon sensing the rain, Ash quickly donned a raincoat and tucked Pikachu inside. Despite the upgrade to a sturdier Ultra Ball, Pikachu remained reluctant to stay within. Before long, Ash spotted a protruding rock along the path, upon which fluttered a leaf in the rain. Beneath it lay a lizard-like Pokémon, orange in hue, with a flickering flame at the tip of its tail. Could it be a Charmander? To his surprise, he found himself moving slower than in the original tale. He had not expected to encounter this Charmander here. Quickly, Ash retrieved another raincoat from his storage space and rushed to cover the Charmander with it. The sudden reprieve from the rain prompted the Charmander to slowly open its eyes. Weakened from hunger and the relentless downpour, it instinctively perceived Ash as its returning master. Pikachu exclaimed in response to the Charmander's faint voice. This sound, was it a new companion that Ash had just captured? The Charmander's last thought before losing consciousness was filled with hope. Pikachu called again, not receiving a reply. It's fainted, Ash exclaimed, releasing his bagworm to scoop up the Charmander and protect the flame on its tail. Chapter 43. If you wish to accompany me, then let us fist bump. After entrusting the raincoat-wrapped Charmander to Bagworm, Ash swiftly removed his own raincoat, carefully shielding the exposed tail from the rain. The flame at the tip of the tail symbolized the Charmander's vitality. Should it extinguish, so too would the creature's life. Thus, it was imperative to safeguard the flame. Clutching the raincoat, Ash hastily retrieved a revival herb from his waist pouch. To his astonishment, this item proved useful so swiftly. Bagworm, place the Charmander in your pouch and shield it from the rain with the raincoat. Pikachu, dive into the pouch and assist in feeding this herb to the Charmander. Following Ash's commands, the two Pokémon sprang into action. Pikachu seized the revival herb, invigorated by its spicy aroma, and adeptly leaped into Bagworm's pouch. Bagworm, meanwhile, deftly held the raincoat with one hand while swiftly tucking the Charmander into the pouch, leaving only Ash to protect its tail. In the pouch, Pikachu nestled next to the Charmander and presented the revival herb to its mouth. Driven by a thirst for life, the Charmander bit down on the herb, its juices flowing into its mouth. The spicy flavor was a favorite among fire-type Pokémon. Soon, the Charmander had consumed half of the herb before drifting off to sleep. By the time Ash and Bagworm rushed into the Pokémon Center with the Charmander, the creature had regained some vitality. Once inside, Ash promptly removed the raincoat from the Charmander's tail, while Bagworm carefully extracted it from the pouch. Miss Joy, this wild Charmander appears to be on the brink of collapse. Please save it. Upon hearing this, Nurse Joy immediately summoned Chansey, who hurriedly rolled in a mobile bed for the ailing Pokémon. Joy took the Charmander from Bagworm and placed it onto the bed. As Miss Joy and Chansey escorted Charmander into the emergency room, Ash finally relaxed. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of a few delinquent youths nearby. Hey, Daisuke, he said that was a wild Charmander. Do you think it could be yours? One boy poked Daisuke. Daisuke, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, So what? My Charmander is pathetically weak and incredibly bothersome. Despite having discarded it several times, it still comes chasing after me. If I hadn't told you to wait here while I took care of things, it would have been clinging to me incessantly. A Pokémon as foolish and weak as that deserves to perish. I can't believe it was lucky enough to be found and brought to the Pokémon Center. His voice was not lowered intentionally. Rather, he seemed to mock Ash, even raising his volume slightly. I bet only a fool would want such a dim-witted and feeble Charmander. Ha. This remark elicited a burst of laughter. In the next moment, as Daisuke continued to laugh, he suddenly shivered. His instincts as a trainer warned him of impending danger. Yet this was the Pokémon Center. Where could the danger possibly come from? Just as Daisuke attempted to relax again on the sofa, a powerful hand seized him by the neck and abruptly lifted him from his seat. Before he could react, he was met with two sharp slaps across the face. Daisuke's companions were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The person who had grabbed Daisuke was none other than the trainer they had just ridiculed, wearing a cap. Daisuke felt as though his neck were being clamped in a vice, struggling to breathe, while the stinging pain on his face made him want to scream. However, after being thrown to the ground, his assailant altered his grip to choke him, rendering him voiceless. Having relieved his pent-up frustration, Ash tossed Daisuke back onto the ground. He consciously moderated his strength, ensuring not to inflict any serious harm. After all, this was a society governed by law, and even scum like Daisuke had rights. Ugh, thank the legal system, you trash. If they had been outside, Ash would have seriously considered burying these ruffians alive. You scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Daisuke glared at Ash with a menacing intensity, resembling a famished wolf, yet his gaze held no threat for Ash. For a tiger filled with murderous intent is never intimidated by the hollow bravado of an injured hyena. Come at me together. Help me teach him a lesson. Although Daisuke felt pain in his neck and back, he was still capable of clear speech, for Ash had not inflicted injuries in those areas. The group of delinquents exchanged glances, each picking up a pokeball from the table, their expressions darkening as they fixed their gaze on Ash. Stop. Miss Joy emerged from the emergency room and immediately raised her voice to intervene. Charmander's condition had stabilized. The boy who had carried it had fed it a revive on the way, saving its life, and it was now awake. Just as Miss Joy intended to return to her post, she witnessed the sight of the delinquents aiming their pokeballs at Ash. Pokemon are not tools for you to fight over. If you continue this way, I will have you all expelled from the Pokemon Center. With this proclamation, the delinquents hesitated, contemplating whether to endure the situation for the time being. However, Ash had no intention of suppressing his anger. Do you dare step outside with me? Let us resolve this like trainers. Hearing Ash's provocation, the delinquents could no longer contain themselves. We were willing to let you go, but it seems you've come looking for death. Let us go. Daisuke, having been treated with medicine, managed to stand again, his stomach burning with unvented rage. Initially, he had intended to bide his time, fearing Miss Joy, but now that this brash youth had sought him out, he was determined to teach him a proper lesson. Once outside the Pokemon Center, Daisuke exchanged a knowing glance with his cohorts. Upon taking their positions, Daisuke's group unleashed all their Pokemon at once. All 6 Pokemon accompanying Daisuke were his own. Who said we were going to battle fairly? You fool. The rain soaked Daisuke's hair, plastering it to his head and enhancing his deranged grin. Ash removed his cap and placed it in his waist pouch, his black hair dampened by the rain, slightly obstructing his vision. He calmly regarded the 6 individuals and their 30-odd Pokemon, unfazed. No other reason, but you lot are simply pathetic. Eevee, Motorcycle Lizard, Slowpoke, Kangaskhan, Zubat, Bulbasaur, let us battle. Soon, a chaotic brawl erupted at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Pokemon fought Pokemon. Trainers faced off against each other. Ash charged in, holding his own against 6 opponents effortlessly, overpowering them before they could retaliate. The battle on the Pokemon side was equally one-sided. Stop. You must cease this fighting at once. Miss Joy, witnessing the immediate clash as soon as they exited the Pokemon Center, felt her composure fraying. I told you not to fight in the Pokemon Center, yet here you are battling right at the entrance. In less than 5 minutes, Ash had decisively pinned Daisuke into a puddle. The Pokemon, leveraging their levels and battle experience, had swiftly determined the victor, yet none dared approach to assist Ash, fearing the overwhelming force of the Pokemon involved. Nonchalantly, Ash retrieved his cap from his waist pouch and placed it back atop his head. During the chaos, he had accidentally torn a piece from his black t-shirt, revealing his toned abdomen. Fortunately, he had several identical shirts. He could discard this one without a second thought. The rain had drenched him completely, his black t-shirt clinging to his physique, accentuating his robust muscles. He had not specifically trained for abs, but his core strength was decent, complemented by strength and endurance training, along with a touch of the extraordinary physique of a certain individual. After the battle concluded, Ash glanced back at the Pokemon Center. At the entrance, a Charmander held a half-stalk of Revive in its mouth, its azure eyes wide as it stared at him, its emotions inscrutable. Miss Joy, behind Charmander, was preparing to replenish its strength with an egg from Chansey's pouch. Carefully, Miss Joy took the Revive from Charmander's mouth and handed it to its paws, then skillfully cracked open the egg and fed the liquid to Charmander. After consuming the egg liquid, Charmander visibly perked up. At this moment, Ash locked eyes with the blue-eyed creature. Both trainer and Pokemon shared a moment of connection, oblivious to Daisuke and his companions who had vanished, as well as Miss Joy, who was blushing while observing Ash's current state. Hey there, if you're willing to join me, let us fist bump. Ash crouched down at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, still looking down slightly at the undernourished Charmander, extending his right fist. The little creature was aware of everything that had transpired. It had almost rushed to aid Daisuke, but Pikachu, who remained behind in the Pokemon Center, had relayed the entire event. Since Electric-type Pikachu was prone to accidentally injuring allies in a rain-soaked brawl, Ash had only taken Kangaskhan with him. After a moment's hesitation, Charmander raised its right paw and bumped fists with Ash's. Its tiny claw tightly grasped the half-stalk of Revive. Chapter 44, Jinghui. Miss Joy, both gracious and beautiful, ultimately allowed Ash to stay overnight at the Pokemon Center. However, upon noticing that Ash was a novice trainer during the registration process, she let out a sudden sigh. A faint blush then graced her cheeks, leaving Ash momentarily stunned. I truly appreciate your help last night, Miss Joy. Upon waking in the morning, Ash expressed his gratitude to Miss Joy before initiating a phone call with Professor Oak. The item he was about to inquire about was obtained through a video exchange with Ho-Oh, and Ash eagerly anticipated what Professor Oak would present to him. I had Sakura take that item with her when she visited me a couple of days ago. You can retrieve it from her in Leaf Town. As for the specifics, that shall remain a mystery for now. All right, I shall look forward to the surprise you've prepared for me. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ash ended the call. According to the town map, he was merely 2 days away from the Zenith Lighthouse, where he recalled a particularly colossal Dragonite resided. He wondered whether it was an ancient Pokémon or merely a Gigantamax form. Following his bath the previous evening, Ash began crafting energy cubes tailored for his Charmeleon. As Daisuke's training methods were utterly lacking, Charmeleon's severe malnutrition rendered it incapable of realizing its full potential, compounded by the fact that it had been caught in a downpour while in a weakened state. Ash understood that he needed to first restore Charmeleon's health before devising a training regimen. On his journey to Zenith Lighthouse, Ash effortlessly gathered 5 mischievous Squirtless, earning commendation from the town mayor. Yet, this experience also made Ash acutely aware of a troubling issue. Numerous individuals abandoned their starter Pokémon. Although one could still acquire a starter Pokémon distributed by the Alliance if they had not obtained one before turning 10, and even receive a replacement, the cultivation value of these starters is exceedingly high. Throughout his travels, Ash encountered 7 abandoned starter Pokémon, including Bulbasaur, Charmander, and a cadre of Squirtless, initial Pokémon that had been eagerly awaited for a decade, only to be discarded. Ash found it difficult to comment on this phenomenon. Recognizing it as a choice made by those trainers, he could not delve into their minds to understand their reasoning. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that obtaining them was simply too easy. After placing the 5 Squirtle Pokeballs into his waist pouch, Ash continued on his way. These once-abandoned Pokémon required time and affection to reintegrate into human companionship, much like the Frostless he had encountered previously. In the perception of Pokémon, humans were all part of the same group. There existed stereotypes within Pokémon communities. Typically, the temperament of a species was uniform, leading abandoned Pokémon to harbor resentment towards all humans. As Ash beheld the lighthouse perched atop a distant cliff, he gathered his thoughts and pressed onward. That was indeed Zenith Lighthouse. He released his Moto Lizard, which had now reached level 18 and stood nearly as tall as Ash himself. With its growth, the energy it required had also significantly increased, bringing Ash a sense of satisfaction. The experience of nurturing a Pokémon was quite rewarding. Upon its release, Moto Lizard immediately switched to its motorcycle mode. Though termed motorcycle mode, Moto Lizard's wheels did not actually rotate. It moved forward using its 4 legs, much like a Galade, while only the futuristic Milotic ran on wheels. Ash affixed the saddle onto Moto Lizard's back. As it lacked the Divine Beast's grips and relied on handmade grips and pedals to secure the trainer and prevent being thrown off, steering required verbal commands. Moto Lizard's speed was remarkable, reaching 120 km per hour while carrying a rider, making it eligible for highway travel once licensed. However, for Ash, who frequently rode Professor Oak's Speedy Houndoom, this speed was not particularly impressive. In the Pokémon world, highways were virtually non-existent. The vastness of the world rendered human settlements relatively small. Many regions still lacked proper roads, with rural pathways often being dirt trails. Even inferior to the ancient Qinji Road, it was hard to fathom that in a technologically advanced world, infrastructure existed only within urban areas, with city entrances being mere roads. Some towns even had unpaved roads, which became muddy and treacherous in the rain. Moto Lizard maintained stability at 80 km per hour, and sustaining this speed for half a day was no challenge. However, as a living creature, Moto Lizard would experience fatigue, strain, and hunger, and its young age meant its endurance was not particularly strong. Riding Moto Lizard, Ash swiftly arrived at the entrance of Zenith Lighthouse. He dismounted and rang the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a casual male voice emanated from the intercom. "Who is it?" "I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to pay a visit." "Oh, it's Ash. Perfect timing. Come over here and lend me a hand." The door adorned with legendary Pokémon motifs creaked open, revealing a dark and imposing hall within. Goodness, is this not a lighthouse? The decor resembles that of a royal palace from the west. Ash and Moto Lizard advanced slowly to a raised platform. Upon the throne, rather than a carefree scholar gazing down with a nonchalant demeanor, sat an enormous Kabutops shrouded in shadows. It was unfortunate for Zenith. In the game, he had merged with Nidoking and Clefairy, only reverting to his original form upon the arrival of the protagonist. In the special edition, he fused with Rattata, transforming into a Rattata-headed Zenith and nearly falling prey to a Fiero. Now, he found himself ensnared within an apparatus resembling a Kabutops. Suddenly, the lights illuminated, brightening Zenith's residence. Ash clearly noticed a button nestled between the 2 right claws of the Kabutops. Ash, could you please press that button for me? My claws are a bit too short," Zenith requested, pressing down with his right hand. However, due to the shortness of Kabutops' claws, he was unable to reach it. Having been trapped for a day, if no one came to his aid soon, he would undoubtedly be forced to destroy the expensive custom apparatus to survive. After all, No contraption was worth more than one's life, was it? Ash stepped forward and pressed the button on the Kabutops. In an instant, the Kabutops detached from its shell, revealing a young man with green, curly hair donned in a splendid red tuxedo. I recall you, Mr. Zenith. Weren't you a brunette? Oh. Since my wife returned to her hometown in Mekon City, I decided to let loose and dye my hair. That is of little importance. What matters is you, my junior. Zenith scrutinized Ash from head to toe, his gaze suddenly drawn to Moto Lizard beside him. No, now there is something far more important. I have never seen a Pokemon like this. His tone brimmed with enthusiasm, and without awaiting Ash's response, he crouched before Moto Lizard, examining it closely. Indeed, these research enthusiasts were all cut from the same cloth. Encountering a rare Pokemon excited them more than a glutton seeing a stunning beauty. Ash had long since grown accustomed to such behavior from his senior peers. Chapter 45. The Concept of the Rotom Phone and the Colossal Dragonite. While Zenith studied Moto Lizard, Ash wandered into the kitchen, guided by not-so-distant memories, and began preparing a meal. Soon, Ash presented 2 plates filled with appetizing sweet and sour pork and braised meat at the dining table. The staple was fried rice, and to ensure he had leftovers, Ash refrained from placing the substantial pot of rice he had prepared the previous day into the system space, instead opting to store it in his spatial pouch. As Jinghui playfully teased the motorcycle lizard, he watched as Ash finally laid out the dishes, eagerly wiping his hands with a napkin before diving in. Ash, on the other hand, sat down only after preparing the food for the Pokemon. The bipedal Charmeleon, motorcycle lizard, and Pikachu joined them at the high-legged table, while a multitude of Squirtless, along with the quadrupedal Bulbasaur and Eevee, dined with the handless Zubat on the steps. The fried rice, served as the main course, was also shared among the Pokemon, with Ash and Pikachu generously adding ketchup to their bowls, while Charmeleon opted for sweet and spicy sauce, and Jinghui and the motorcycle lizard chose curry. Ever since your sister returned home, I've been subsisting on instant noodles for days. Ash, you are truly my savior, Jinghui exclaimed, relishing the meal while expressing his gratitude to Ash amidst his hurried eating. Ash timely handed over a glass of water, pondering, what researcher I sent a bit mad. The genius is on the left, the madman on the right. The distinction lies in the ability of these brilliant researchers to create value, unlike the madman. Actually, I came to visit you with an idea in mind, Jinghui replied, still focused on his plate as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork. What idea? Do share, Ash encouraged. I was thinking, what if we could integrate the Pokemon storage system with the Pokédex and other functionalities? Jinghui suggested. What do you mean? Ash noted, slowing down his eating upon hearing about the Pokemon storage system he had taken pride in. What if we could centralize the Pokédex, maps, and the quick storage of Pokemon all into a smartphone, with the energy required to transmit Pokeballs being provided by Pokemon? That Pokemon could inhabit the phone as a personal assistant while also supplying it with energy. Jinghui listened intently as Ash described Rotom, which was first discovered in the Sinnoh region, composed of plasma that could infiltrate various electronic devices and alter its form. It could absorb free ions to sustain its activities and recharge itself with electric-type Pokemon. As Ash elaborated, Jinghui gradually set down his chopsticks. While one might claim that Jinghui had grown slack and indifferent since developing the Pokemon storage system, no one could deny his culinary skills. After digesting Ash's concept, he began to contemplate. In theory, it's entirely feasible, but the truth lies in practice. I remember that Sakuraji has a plethora of Rotom. Perhaps we could borrow some for research. Or we could directly collaborate with Sakuraji and the professor. I'll provide the technology, Sakuraji the Rotom, and the professor the funding. Coupled with your idea, we could certainly give it a shot. Jinghui, a renowned inventor and expert in numerous fields, graduated from Yuhong University. He was also a fervent Pokemon enthusiast, amassing extensive data on various Pokemon and frequently suggesting modifications to the Pokédex to Professor Oak. With Jinghui at the helm, Ash believed that the Rotom smartphone would soon revolutionize people's lives. Incidentally, the player community humorously referred to the character Nemo, who harbored a secret crush on the future species, as the second daughter of the Rotom smartphone conglomerate. Regardless, whoever invents it first claims it, Jinghui declared. All right, I'll begin research in the next few days, and Ash, once you arrive in Leaf Town, don't forget to reach out to me. When I have made substantial progress, I will discuss it with the professor. Indeed, if you encounter any hurdles, consider referencing the Pokemon Navigator developed by Devon Corporation and the popular instant communication devices in the Unova region, Ash suggested. At that moment, the Rotom Pokédex had yet to be created, and the world was still unaware that Rotom could enter small, precise electronic devices. It would take several more years until the gym leader of Mier City in the Kalos region, Citron, would unveil it to the world. Thus, according to the original timeline, the Rotom smartphone would not emerge for at least another decade. Of course, given Ash's eternal youth at 10 years old, this could not be strictly calculated. After all, the release of the original series was separated by a full 22 years. When the protagonists Red and Green of the first-generation games made their appearance in the Sun and Moon games, they were already in their 20s. Who knows how the timeline of this world unfolds? By the way, I am awaiting a unique Pokémon to arrive here. Would you care to join me in witnessing it? Jinghui, satisfied after his meal, recalled the evening's event and invited Ash to watch the gigantic Dragonite. Naturally, Ash agreed with enthusiasm, eager to see what the formidable creature would reveal, perhaps even to catch it. As night fell, a resonant, dragon-like call echoed from the lighthouse. The Pokémon in question was likely the largest in the world. No one had ever seen its true form. It roamed this realm in solitude, searching for its companions. The sound we played was what I had unexpectedly heard one day, emanating from beyond the sea. Jinghui gazed ahead, his eyes filled with anticipation. His voice resonated with longing and solitude as he recorded that sound, hoping to encounter it again at this time each year. The lighthouse's brilliance pierced through the dense fog that rose from the sea, a beacon constructed solely to guide Dragonite. After an extended wait, there was still no movement from the other side of the sea. Jinghui felt a pang of disappointment. Much like previous years, it had not arrived. Let us head back. He was about to suggest to Ash when suddenly, another powerful call rang out from across the sea. Jinghui whipped around. A colossal, hazy silhouette slowly emerged from the ocean. Ash's screen revealed the creature's profile. Name, Dragonite. Gender, male. Ability, multiscale. Type, dragon, flying. Held item, dragon scale, dragon fawn. Level, master level 80. Inherited moves, quick attack. Top moves, none. Self-taught moves, hurricane, roost, dragon dance, thunder wave, fire punch, thunder punch, wing attack, dragon tail, agility, waterfall, dragon dive, outrage, mystical shield, rain dance, dragon dance. Hyper beam. Ash gasped in astonishment. The power level of this Dragonite surpassed that of champions. It was worth noting that the 8 masters in the Pokémon journey had only just reached level 80. While the legendary Pokémon were classified at levels 80 to 89, they were not the same. Legendary Pokémon possessed divine attributes, and even the esteemed Cynthia, with her team at level 80, could not contend against the time-space dragons, merely stalling them. Legendary Pokémon were not merely numerical anomalies. They often had unique mechanics. The level assigned to legendary Pokémon typically corresponded to 89. 90 marked the threshold for sub-legendary Pokémon, where ordinary Pokémon reaching this level could contend with legendary beings. Among the legendary Pokémon, only Mega Rayquaza and its ilk could even hope to breach the 90-level barrier. Ash speculated that Professor Oak's Dragonite and the original pouch Pokémon likely resided within this caliber. The notion of capturing it, once a fleeting thought in Ash's mind, now seemed utterly ludicrous as the Dragonite drew closer. He realized it towered above the cliffs and lighthouse, surpassing even them in height. Generally, Dynamax Pokémon were around 25 meters tall, with the largest reaching 30 to 40 meters. Yet this Dragonite appeared to rival the heights of the colossal Ultra Beast, standing at over 100 meters. What a spectacular sight. Chapter 46, Reunion with Xiaochun. The low rumble of the giant Dragonite resonated like an ancient melody, compelling Jinghui and Pikachu to sway along. However, Ash remained ensnared in shock, struggling to regain his composure. It is said that Adu's Dragonite possesses the destructive power capable of obliterating an entire town. Such a formidable Dragonite could easily lay waste to a large city like Leafy Town, and surely this lighthouse would not withstand a mere swipe from it. Both Jinghui and Ash had no intentions of capturing this Dragonite, and when the Dragonite noticed them, it merely departed with an air of disappointment. Once again, it embarked on a journey in search of fellow colossal Dragonites. No matter how much Jinghui professed his desire for friendship, the Dragonite did not look back. Perhaps due to Jinghui's tender age. Although disappointed, Jinghui quickly rallied his spirits, especially upon hearing Ash's revelation that it was indeed a Dragonite, which heightened his excitement. With a clearer understanding of the Pokémon's identity, Jinghui's research direction became evident. After bidding farewell to Jinghui, Ash took a week to reach Leafy Town. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he encountered numerous injured Pokémon, predominantly Rattatas and Oddishes, bearing signs of electric shocks. Ash even witnessed someone rushing in with a Pidgey in their arms. Shaking his head in dismay, Ash exited the Pokémon Center. He had merely sought the Pokémon Center out of habit, ensuring he would know where to go when needed. Clearly, those Pokémon belonged to overconfident trainers who had dared to challenge the gym leader, Magishi, with average strength hovering around beginner and intermediate levels. Some even brought Pidgeys and Tadbulbs to challenge Magishi, so their losses were hardly surprising. I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym leader of Leafy Town. Oh, another little challenger has arrived? A derisive voice echoed from deep within the gym as a burly man in camouflage gear, flanked by a man and a woman, emerged. Oh, it seems this time it's not just a little tyke. However, your childish demeanor alongside those accompanying you truly misleads one into thinking a mere child is here to challenge. Come on, don't let the electric field intimidate you. Magishi handed his sunglasses to the man beside him, raising an eyebrow at Ash, though his expression was one of blatant disdain, despite tempering his attitude due to Ash's stature. He couldn't help but whistle in delight upon seeing Pikachu. Pikachu, displeased by Magishi's taunt, was restrained by Ash. Don't mind him, let our strength speak for itself. As Ash positioned himself at one end of the battlefield, the robust woman with white hair and dark skin stepped up to the referee's stand. Bisker, let us proceed with a one-on-one battle. No time to waste. Understood, Captain. Bisker saluted Magishi before announcing the rules. The battle would be a one-on-one format, with the opposing trainers being gym leader Magishi and challenger Ash from Pallet Town. Victory would be awarded to the side whose Pokémon could no longer battle. Forfeiting by recalling a Pokémon would also be considered a loss. The challenger would strike first. Do both participants have any objections? None. None. Magishi sent forth his ace, Raichu, beckoning Ash with a flick of his finger. This Raichu is at level 28, with the common ability Static. Is that little toothy fella meant to battle? Come on. Let us see if the little one has weaned yet. His words elicited laughter from the gym's apprentices below. Pika. Without waiting for Ash's command, Pikachu leaped onto the battlefield, prompting Ash to quietly recall Eevee's Pokeball. He had intended to train Eevee, but Pikachu's fury warranted its participation, with Pikachu recently reaching level 50 in training. Facing a level 28 Raichu was an advantage in Ash's favor. After receiving a valuable ability patch worth 500,000, Ash used it on Pikachu, transforming its ability to Lightning Rod, making battles against Electric-type Pokémon a breeze. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu, charge in and use Iron Tail. The Steel-type Iron Tail would deal only half damage against Electric-type Pokémon, while the attack itself would not diminish in power. Oh, how intriguing. Magishi's taunting words were cut short as he was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Pikachu, unaffected by the electric shock, swiftly dashed to Raichu's front and swept it aside with its tail. So it's the Lightning Rod ability. And this Pikachu's level is astonishingly high, Magishi exclaimed, laughing with excitement. He then recalled the somewhat dazed Raichu and released an Electabuzz at level 46. Let my Electabuzz take you on. Bisker whistled, announcing. The gym leader Magishi has recalled Raichu. This round of the gym challenge goes to the challenger. Huh, electric? Magishi and the eager Electabuzz stood momentarily stunned. Bisker placed her hand lightly on her smooth forehead, looking at Magishi with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Captain, you've gone off the deep end again. This was a one-on-one gym challenge, and Magishi had effectively conceded by sending out a second Pokémon. Once composed, Magishi retrieved Electabuzz and tossed a badge to Ash from his pocket. Though I would love to battle you again, my Raichu simply cannot match your Pikachu. This time, I concede gracefully. Despite the mix-up, Magishi did not renege on giving Ash the badge. A loss is a loss. He had no intention of being petty about it. As a former Air Force major from the Unova region, Magishi embodied ruggedness beyond mere appearances. Birds of a feather flock together, he believed, hoping those who aspired to be his friends valued their promises, and thus he must first be a man of his word. Ash, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the badge without hesitation. He still had to visit Professor Sakuraji's research lab to claim his grand prize, leaving the Leafy Town gym with a still somewhat discontented Pikachu. Ash took it to an ice cream shop, purchasing a generous assortment. He had not forgotten his promise to Eevee. While waiting for the ice cream to be prepared, Pikachu eagerly licked the newly acquired lemon-flavored treat. Electric-type Pokémon generally favored sour flavors, and the cool, tangy sweetness of the lemon ice cream instantly captivated Pikachu's palate. Hey, is that Ash and Pikachu? Just as Ash completed his transaction and began to discreetly store the ice cream in his bag, a soft voice called out from behind. Turning around, Ash recognized that it was none other than Professor Sakuraji's daughter, Koharu, along with her brother, Soda. What a coincidence. It's been a while since I've seen you both. Koharu and Soda. It's been too long. Pika Pika. Noticing Soda's eager gaze, Ash handed his half-eaten ice cream to Pikachu and retrieved 2 cones from the packaged order, offering one to each of them. Thank you. Koharu began to decline. But her brother, Soda, promptly accepted the ice cream from Ash, cheerfully thanking him before indulging in the treat. At just 4 years old, Soda was at an age where his appetite was insatiable. Seeing her brother accept the ice cream, Koharu paused her protest and graciously accepted the other cone. Chapter 47. Arrival at Professor Sakuraji's research lab. Retrieving the ice cream from Pikachu, Ash, along with Koharu and Soda, ventured toward Professor Sakuraji's research lab. My dad mentioned that you would be visiting us in a couple of days. I didn't expect to run into you here. Koharu appeared somewhat bashful. Yet Satoshi paid little heed, for it seemed to him that Koharu had always possessed such a demeanor. Well, I just finished challenging the leafless gym and intended to pay a visit, but I didn't expect to encounter you all. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Yes, it truly is a remarkable coincidence. As she gazed at Satoshi's charming profile adorned with a smile, Koharu was struck by an unnameable thought. Lowering her head and blushing as she responded in a voice as faint as a whisper. Beside them, Suda, having finished his ice cream, sensed something amiss but could not quite pinpoint the source of his discomfort. After much contemplation, he focused his attention on his sister's ice cream. Just as he gazed longingly at the treat in Koharu's hand, a brand new ice cream was presented to him. Satoshi had handed Suda an ice cream from the reserves within his system space. Wow, Satoshi and you're so kind. Satoshi chuckled, ruffling Suda's hair, his gaze shifting back to Koharu. If I recall correctly, you attend school in Leafless City, right? What brings you to the friendship shop? Well, I just completed my final exams yesterday, so I don't have classes to attend. Plus, it's Saturday, and Suda is on break, so I took him out to buy a few things. Saying this, Koharu retrieved an Eevee keychain from her pleated skirt pocket. This was the new toy she had purchased for herself. I see. Is Dr. Sakuraji particularly busy these days? Satoshi wished to steer the conversation towards Professor Sakuraji, as he was eager to learn more about the latest developments in Masakazu's research. However, due to his lack of a mobile phone, he was unable to contact Masakazu for updates. Well, it seems Uncle Masakazu has a new project that requires my father's assistance. He was quite excited a couple of days ago, as if there was new progress. Father has locked himself in the lab for 3 or 4 days now, only emerging to use the restroom, while mother brings his meals to the room. She mentioned that father is very busy lately and asked us not to disturb him. I'm sorry, Koharu. Your father's lack of time to play with you is due to the concept of the Rotom phone proposed by Uncle Masakazu. Professor Sakuraji's research encompasses a broad array of fields, particularly excelling in employing computer technology to assist in research and showcase results, as well as establishing and maintaining Pokémon ecosystems. After conversing with Masakazu, Professor Sakuraji's immediate reaction was to not rush the process. Being an expert in computer technology, he decided to proceed methodically with the creation of the Rotom phone. The initial step involved testing whether Rotom could be applied to computers before transitioning to phones. After all, current mobile phones often lack signal and possess buttons rather than touch screens. The professor's concept mirrored the Rotom computer found in the Pokémon centers in the Sword and Shield games. His reasoning was quite sound. One must never act hastily. By the way, this idea was actually suggested by me. Satoshi and you're amazing. Unexpectedly, as Satoshi arrived at the house, Professor Sakuraji emerged from the lab. Just as Satoshi was about to open a large package, he was pulled into the laboratory by the professor. Mrs. Sakuraji, hearing the faint sounds of conversation from the living room, set aside the documents she was organizing and curiously stepped out from her study. Sunlight streamed through the corridor window, casting elongated shadows across the floor. What is going on? Have we had guests? She inquired, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The air was still tinged with a subtle sweetness, prompting an involuntary smile. Suda was seated on the living room sofa, his little feet dangling in the air. He was engrossed in licking the last remnants of his melting vanilla ice cream, only lifting his head when he heard his mother's question. A smudge of creamy residue still visible at the corner of his mouth. He nodded vigorously, pointing his small spoon towards the entrance. It's a big brother named Satoshi, who looks like he knows my sister. It's Satoshi. By the way, there's also a package from Professor Okido for Satoshi. Mrs. Sakuraji was well acquainted with Satoshi, as she and his mother, Hanako, were good friends. In truth, Suda had met Satoshi long ago, but he was too young to remember clearly. After all, he was only 4 years old now. Upon hearing that Satoshi was in the lab, Koharu pointed to the box beside her. Mother, Satoshi and I's things are right here. He was just taken into the lab by father. Hearing that Satoshi had been taken into the lab, Mrs. Sakuraji sighed, realizing her husband had been overly absorbed in his research lately, and it seemed to be more related to computer technology than Pokémon ecology. In that case, Koharu, you must keep an eye on Satoshi's belongings and personally hand them over to him once he emerges. I'm going out to buy groceries now. How about I prepare a grand lunch for you and Suda? All right, mother. Yay. Then I shall take my leave. Mrs. Sakuragi smiled and bid farewell to her children as she stepped out. Meanwhile, the laboratory door swung open, and 2 Pokemon darted out. Boy! Woof woof! The appearance of Eevee and Yamper caught Koharu and Suda's attention. Look, it's Eevee. Sister, look. Suda excitedly rushed forward to embrace Eevee, who, unperturbed by the attention, allowed him to nuzzle against its small face. This must be Satoshi and Ii's Pokemon, right? Koharu approached as well, though she often felt averse to Pokemon due to the expectations placed upon her as the daughter of a professor. However, it was impossible to dislike such an adorable creature as Eevee. Eventually, when Mrs. Sakuragi returned home and prepared lunch, Professor Sakuragi emerged from the lab with Satoshi and a laptop used for his conversation with Masakazu. Long time no see, my dear siblings. And hello, Koharu and Suda. Masakazu had dyed his hair back and was holding a bowl of instant noodles. However, upon seeing the lavish spread laid out on the table, he felt his noodles suddenly lacked appeal. Long time no see, Mr. Masakazu. It's been a while, Uncle Masakazu. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Sakuragi chatted briefly with Masakazu before hanging up, aware that he had been neglecting his wife and children due to his recent busyness. Hello, Satoshi, Mrs. Sakuragi greeted, feeling a bit awkward as Satoshi had always been required to call her aunt due to her friendship with Hanako. Yet, since both Satoshi and Professor Sakuragi were students of Professor Okido, he was to refer to the latter as senpai. While Satoshi addressed Professor Sakuragi as senpai, the professor's children were welcome to call Satoshi big brother. Hello, Satoshi. I remember the last time I saw you was about half a year ago. I didn't expect you to grow so tall so quickly, almost as tall as Haruka. Well, perhaps it's because I'm in a rapid growth phase. Though he said this, Satoshi could not guarantee that he would actually grow quickly, as it seemed his growth spurt had occurred a bit prematurely. After all, during his previous life, he had reached over 1.8 meters at 14 and then stopped growing. Nonetheless, Satoshi aspired to surpass his original height. He couldn't very well live a second life with better physical fitness, yet end up shorter than before. Chapter 48. The Shimmering Riolu. Amidst laughter, everyone finished their sumptuous lunch, and the exciting unboxing event commenced. Suda brought the box to the neatly arranged dining table, while Professor Sakuragi placed it upon the table. Eevee and Yamper were held by Koharu and Professor Sakuragi, joining in the excitement. As soon as Mrs. Sakuragi approached the table, Satoshi carefully untied the ribbon adorning the package. Upon seeing what lay within, he could not help but gasp in awe. Inside rested a premier ball, flanked by megastones and 2 stones that bore distinct color patterns in their double helix designs. These are the Mega Evolution Stones and the Keystone. Indeed, Mega Evolution has long been a topic of intrigue in the Kalos region. 3 years ago, I encountered Serena, hailing from Kalos. Although the concept of Mega Evolution has not been widely disclosed, it is certainly no secret among the upper echelons of the Pokemon League. Professor Bratano, for instance, transformed from an obscure researcher into a celebrated Pokemon professor through his studies on Mega Evolution. 50 years ago, the Kalos region was still under feudal rule, and even today, it retains vestiges of nobility and several minor independent kingdoms. Antiquated ideologies continue to stifle the region's development, concealing many secrets from public knowledge. 2 years prior, while delving into historical documents from various regions, Ash synthesized a conclusion based on the intelligence at his disposal. Mega Evolution was once the exclusive domain of the Kalos aristocracy. Ordinary trainers in ancient times who harnessed the power of Mega Evolution were elevated to minor nobility, thus facilitating a leap in social class. In essence, had he lived a century earlier, Ash could have claimed a territory of his own in Kalos with just these 2 mega stones. However, he pushed such fanciful thoughts aside and scanned the data on the 2 megastones with his system. Item: Charizard X Stone. Function: one of the mediums for Charizard's Mega Evolution, allowing a Charizard that shares a profound bond with its trainer to undergo Mega Evolution into Mega Charizard X. Item: Lucario Stone. Function: a medium for Lucario's Mega Evolution, enabling a Lucario with a strong connection to its trainer to evolve into Mega Lucario. Charizard felt somewhat distant to Ash, as his Charmander had yet to evolve into a Charmeleon. However, Lucario caught his attention, prompting him to seize the Ultra Ball and release its contents. In a flash of red light, a dog-like Pokemon materialized, crouching gracefully. Its body was primarily yellow, with black on its legs and upper torso, complemented by a yellow tail and collar. A white circular mark adorned the back of its forepaws, and it bore a black mask-like pattern on its face, its sharp red eyes seemingly capable of piercing into one's soul. To his astonishment, it was a shiny Riolu. Name, Riolu, shiny. Gender, male. Ability, prankster. Type, fighting. Item, none. Level, beginner, 15. Inherited moves, detect, high jump kick, bullet punch. Top moves, none. Self-taught moves, quick attack, feint. Endure, metal claw, double hit, force palm, vacuum wave. A Riolu was indeed a rare Pokemon, and to encounter a shiny variant was nothing short of extraordinary. Professor Sakuragi instantly recognized this Pokemon. Riolu was exceedingly rare, and he had long wished to study Aura but had never come across one. Little did he expect that his mentor would present such a remarkable Pokemon to Ash. Yet, upon recalling the footage of Ho-Oh Ash had captured, Sakuragi felt that gifting a Riolu, even a shiny one, paled in comparison to Ho-Oh's grandeur. As for the Megastones, Professor Sakuragi was well aware of the Pokemon researchers in the Kalos region studying this phenomenon, so he felt no compulsion to delve into it himself. How cool. Young boys like Soda are particularly fond of such impressive Pokemon, he mused, his excitement palpable upon witnessing Riolu, even if it wasn't his own Pokemon. Upon its summoning, Riolu first closed its eyes, using Aura to scan the surrounding environment, memorizing the Aura signatures of several larger beings nearby. Once assured that no malice lurked, it opened its reddish-brown eyes. "Hello, Riolu," Ash said, crouching to meet its gaze. He was taken aback that his mentor would gift him a shiny Riolu, an unexpected delight. Professor Oak was equally surprised. Several years prior, he had enlisted the help of some old acquaintances to procure a keystone, 2 megastones, and a shiny Riolu. Coincidentally, the Pokemon prepared for Shigeru was also a shiny, ensuring fairness in their gifts. Riolu recognized Ash, recalling the elderly man who had shown it a picture of Ash before it entered the Pokeball, indicating that Ash would be its trainer. "Please take care of me," Riolu said, hesitating briefly before extending its right paw to Ash as he offered his hand. "Let us work well together." After their meal, Ash and Professor Sakuragi resumed their discussion about the Rotom phone. "I believe we are already making great strides. All we need now is time," Sakuragi remarked, nodding in approval at Ash's design of the Rotom phone. "When we finalize the Rotom phone, we'll ensure you receive the first one. Given your travels will allow you to help us test its practicality." The trio deliberated until 10 o'clock that night before settling on their current research direction. "By the way, Ash, have you heard of Professor Akihabara?" Sakuragi suddenly mentioned, prompting Ash to recall a figure with whom he had some familiarity. Professor Akihabara appeared in the episode featuring the computer warrior Doryuzu, leaving a lasting impression on Ash, as it was one of the rare episodes he had managed to find online as he grew older. Not only did Professor Akihabara create Doryuzu, but he also worked on machines capable of teleporting humans. Had Team Rocket not destroyed his laboratory along with all his equipment and research, who knows how different the Pokemon world might be today? I've heard of him. A few years ago, he claimed to have created artificial Pokemon, which caused quite a stir in the research community. However, there hasn't been much news since then. Yes, he is a friend of mine, renowned in the field of computing. The Doryuzu he created is a Pokemon related to the digital realm. He currently resides in Maki City, near Akihabara. If you happen to travel there, please invite him to join our research on the Rotom phone. I have been unable to contact him lately. Professor Akihabara in Maki City? Understood. After agreeing to extend Sakuragi's invitation to Professor Akihabara, Ash and Professor Sakuragi concluded their video call with Sakuragi. "Let us call it a night, Ash. I'll show you to the room I've prepared for you." Just as Ash was about to decline, citing his intention to rent a room at the Pokemon Center, he suddenly remembered that upon arriving in Korea City, he had directly challenged the gym due to the overwhelming crowd at the center. What was on the tip of his tongue transformed into, "All right, I appreciate your kindness." Professor Sakuragi waved his hand with a smile. "Not a bother at all. Shall we enjoy a hot spring together to unwind?" "Absolutely." Chapter 49. Ash, I entrust my daughter to you. After a week of arduous travel through the wilderness, Ash had scarcely rested, let alone bathed. If he encountered a stream, he might have had the chance to wash, but on this journey, the ocean offered no such opportunity. A soak in a hot spring was indeed a splendid way to alleviate travel fatigue and cleanse oneself. Professor Sakuragi led Ash to the ecological area in the backyard, where they quickly freshened up before donning towels and entering the hot spring. Given the occasional arrival of guests, the research facility was stocked with numerous sets of toiletries, mostly of decent quality but primarily disposable. A researcher of his stature certainly had no shortage of funds for such items, and many of the bedding and towels were crafted from the wool of the merino sheep raised on the estate, rendering them quite ordinary. This is precisely why the Pokemon researchers in the Pokemon world prefer to establish their laboratories in the outskirts. The research facilities of Pokémon professors are typically adjacent to ecological zones. Behind Professor Oak's residence, there lies a stretch of land that is even connected to the mountains, all sanctioned by the League. A remarkable child like Ash must surely have a plethora of friends, right? Professor Sakuragi initiated the conversation, accompanied by Pikachu, Eevee, and Riolu. Ash chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. I have very few friends. Ash had minimal interactions with his peers in Pallet Town. He spent most of his time training Pikachu, Snorlax, and of course, fishing, along with assisting Professor Oak in his research. I previously inquired about Koharu. Her situation is somewhat similar. She only has Ash and Mickey as friends. I recall there was also a kid named Koharu, but she hasn't interacted much with him in recent years. Professor Sakuragi embraced the playful electric dog that had joined them in the hot spring, redirecting it to frolic with Pikachu and the others. Koharu? Ash was taken aback by Professor Sakuragi's sudden mention of that boy, casting a surprised glance at him. Yes, he was the child who attended the summer camp with Koharu a few years ago. Ash nodded, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, I remember. He ventured deep into the forest without permission, and I had to give him a good talking to. Professor Sakuragi chuckled, surprised that Ash still recalled that incident. At that time, Koharu's parents had come to discuss the matter with him and Ash's mother, stating that Koharu's reckless wandering nearly put them in danger, which justified the scolding he received. The fault lay with Koharu. Such understanding parents are indeed a rarity. This acknowledgement made Ash reflect on Koharu's parents as quite reasonable, not seeking to exploit the situation for personal gain. However, he couldn't help but wonder how they had raised such a child. Ash was not surprised by Koharu's tendency to report incidents. After all, even the most ordinary children tend to tell their parents or teachers when they feel wronged, regardless of whether they instigated the issue or were at fault. He had encountered many children who sought parental support when faced with bullying. Although Koharu had reduced his interactions with Ash recently, he still assisted her at school. Recently, he informed me that Koharu had been subject to odd stares from her classmates. Professor Sakuragi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He mentioned that the children in Koharu's class were astonished that, as the daughter of a Pokémon professor, she did not have an affinity for Pokémon. A few days ago, my wife was also trying to counsel her, but to little effect. Upon hearing this, Ash's expression turned contemplative. It seemed that Koharu was still influenced by the memories of her past life. While she had not faced outright bullying at school, the peculiar glances she received felt akin to it. Children of her age are not adept at concealing their emotions, so those strange stares followed Koharu like a shadow during her school days, causing considerable distress in her life. In the realm of Japanese anime, themes of friendship, bonds, and romance are prevalent, largely because the Japanese are often conscious of others' perceptions. The inability to forge friendships can be perceived as a lack of capability or character. Furthermore, the rigidity of social classes, where children typically inherit their parents' professions, limits their social circles, which invariably influences their narratives. In the beloved Detective Conan series, one of Ash's favorite films, The Phantom of Baker Street, features a poignant line expressed through AI, stating that the son of a banker remains a banker, and the son of a politician is still a politician, serving as a critique of such societal norms. Koharu, with few friends at school and a preoccupation with how others perceive her, feels uncomfortable as the daughter of a Pokémon professor who does not share a love for Pokémon and lacks skills in battles. In the eyes of her peers, she resembles a fisherman's child who cannot fish, a farmer's child who cannot cultivate, or a banker's child who cannot count. Although Ash regarded this as inconsequential, the children would nonetheless scrutinize Koharu with disdain. Their malice was devoid of ulterior motives or hatred. It was simply unkindness. Brother, do you believe Koharu is being ostracized at school? If you wish, I could take 3 days to confront them all. A good thrashing would set them straight. Ash exclaimed dramatically, clutching his head in mock agony. All right, who did you learn to speak like that from? I certainly did not mean that. Professor Sakuragi laughed, slightly irritated by Ash's exaggeration. Was that really his intent? Even if Ash were a child, such behavior was unacceptable. If Ash were to physically confront Koharu's classmates, she would undoubtedly find herself in a precarious situation at school, with parents banding together to pressure the principal. Though it would not impact him directly, it would significantly affect Koharu. I was merely attempting to lighten the atmosphere, Ash remarked, sensing the conversation had grown increasingly heavy. As they soaked in the hot spring, their faces flushed from the warmth, Ash took the opportunity to sit at the edge of the pool to breathe in the fresh air. Professor Sakuragi joined him, sighing as he turned to Ash. Actually, I hope you can take Koharu on a trip for a while to help guide her. I have been quite busy. And you know why? My wife, Yoshino, is exceptionally kind and gentle, and when Koharu struggles to heed her words, she does not grow angry. Sometimes, however, her overly gentle demeanor, coupled with her persistent encouragement, may inadvertently foster resentment in Koharu. A separation may instill longing, and under such feelings, past grievances could gradually fade. They need some time apart to cool off. Yet, Koharu did not possess a Pokémon, nor was she of age to receive one, as she was still in school. More importantly, she would not reach the league-mandated age for acquiring a Pokémon until next year. Those are not concerns. I will ensure Koharu has a starter Pokémon prepared. All I need is your agreement. Professor Sakuragi suddenly adopted a serious expression. Ash, I entrust my daughter to you. Hey, please refrain from making such easily misinterpreted statements. I can count on one hand the number of times I've met your daughter. I certainly do not wish to be embroiled in any misunderstandings. Ash exclaimed, taken aback, just as he noticed the earnest plea in Professor Sakuragi's eyes. Rest assured, all expenses for your travels will be covered. Wait, why do you sound like my father-in-law offering me money? I'm not in need of funds. Just let me take your daughter out for some sightseeing. And you'll cover everything? Ash couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. I thought you were looking to help me earn big bucks. Yet you're trying to play the role of a father-in-law? Chapter 50. Talent does not carve muscles like a sculptor's chisel. A prolonged silence ensued. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for his Pokémon to come to his rescue, Ash caught a glimpse of the three little ones tangled up with the electric dog, and his expression darkened. Really? Are you two not even going to pretend? Pikachu, Pika Pika. We want to join, but we cannot get past the electric dog. Eevee, Eevee. Yes, we cannot defeat it no matter how hard we try. Riolu, Riolu. I'm blocked by them. I can't get through. Brother, have you discussed this matter with Koharu? After a while, Ash could no longer withstand Professor Sakuragi's gaze, astonished that this bespectacled man possessed such piercing eyes. No, but I believe Koharu would likely agree. She has just finished her final exams, and a change of environment during the summer break might be beneficial for her. Upon detecting a hint of relaxation in Ash's tone, Dr. Sakuragi silently breathed a sigh of relief. I am an inadequate father. My presence with my family has dwindled over the recent period. Were it not for the conversation with Yukio, during which Koharu divulged this matter, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my daughter was being ostracized at school. At this juncture, Dr. Sakuragi was overwhelmed with guilt. Yukio, Koharu's father, works as a systems engineer at a company in Korea City, whose owner is a former classmate of Dr. Sakuragi. When Akihiro approached Dr. Sakuragi for assistance with the mobile Rotom project, he sought help from the company's owner, who recommended Yukio and his wife, Yumi, a software engineer. Although Koharu and Koharu would often play together as classmates, it was 3 years ago at a summer camp that their parents first met. To foster future collaboration and ease any tension, Dr. Sakuragi visited Yukio's home a few days prior, where he encountered Koharu, who had missed school due to a cold. When Yukio compared Koharu to Koharu, the latter defensively remarked, "Even if I have no friends, it's better than being looked at strangely by the entire class like Koharu." In speaking with Ash, Dr. Sakuragi refrained from disclosing the full context, as he believed Koharu was merely a child, and as an adult, he himself would resent being compared by parents or peers, even though he often emerged victorious. How could he fault Koharu? After all, comparisons, regardless of their outcomes, often evoke a sense of being appraised like merchandise, and it is entirely reasonable for a child like Koharu to express such feelings. Therefore, it is essential to inquire about Koharu's own perspective. If it were anyone else, Ash would have naturally declined outright, much like he had done previously at the Pokemon Research Academy. However, the dynamics of human relationships often dictate a different approach, and as a senior, Dr. Sakuragi's request placed Ash in a challenging position. Dr. Sakuragi is 2 years older than Hanako, a promising young scholar whose future is bright. Ash pondered the possibility of needing his assistance someday. What would happen if he declined now? Yoshino and Hanako also share a close bond, and should Ash refuse, how would he face them upon returning home? Observing Ash's acquiescence, Dr. Sakuragi too felt a measure of relief. Let us ask Koharu tomorrow morning. As her father, I respect her choice. Why is everyone staring at me? Koharu approached the dining table only to find her father, mother, younger brother, and Ash all gazing at her. Initially, she thought she had forgotten to comb her hair again. In truth, her father wished for her to accompany Ash on a trip, to which Ash had agreed, albeit stating he would also seek her consent. Dr. Sakuragi gently explained the rationale to his daughter, omitting Koharu's earlier remarks and acknowledging his own neglect in not noticing her distress. He hoped to encourage her to travel with such an exceptional and vibrant individual as Ash. Would you like to go on a trip? Mrs. Sakuragi inquired. Travel with Ash. Koharu's face flushed crimson in an instant. Me? Go with Ash? I would love to. Hey, Hey, it's just a trip. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Ash internally scoffed, finding it amusing how easily the father-daughter duo could provoke such reactions. Reflecting on the previous day's encounter at the hot spring, where he had thought it merely a casual respite, he realized his unreliable senior was plotting to have him serve as a bodyguard for his daughter. Perhaps he even had a horde of Pokémon lying in wait. If Ash declined, he might risk being unceremoniously tossed aside while the Pokémon streamed in. What a joke. Senior Sakuragi seems like a character straight out of a cartoon. How could he engage in such unscrupulous behavior? Oh, I want to go on a trip too. I start my summer vacation the day after tomorrow. The young boy, Soda, lamented as he slumped onto the table. Many boys dream of embarking on adventures in the wilderness with their Pokémon, embarking on their own legendary journeys. Your brother is already going to be quite busy looking after your sister. Perhaps you should wait for another time to travel, Mrs. Sakuragi gently reassured her son. Meanwhile, Koharu's cheeks deepened in hue. What did it mean that Ash would find it burdensome to care for her? Wasn't he entirely inept? She could cook at the very least. Moreover, her mother's voice was not quiet enough. Surely Ash could hear her words as well. Ash, however, was oblivious to Mrs. Sakuragi's comments, as he was immersed in planning the upcoming travel itinerary. Traveling alone and with a companion were two vastly different experiences. How was he supposed to set up the tent he had purchased? That tent was not waterproof, and since his previous trips occurred in spring, he had not needed it during dry weather. Naturally, due to its lack of waterproofing, it was useless during rain. After nearly 3 months of travel, that tent had yet to serve its purpose. After breakfast, Dr. Sakuragi took Koharu to speak with the principal about taking leave for the next semester, while Mrs. Sakuragi made a phone call to Hanako. Ash, accompanied by his Pokémon and Soda, who didn't TF classes on Sundays, ventured into the ecological zone behind the house for training. After establishing a training regimen, Ash allowed his Pokémon to train independently while he began preparing energy cubes for his Charmeleon and Riolu. With Pikachu and Snorlax supervising, Ash felt reassured. As Charmeleon's condition gradually improved, the energy cubes needed to be adjusted accordingly. Riolu, having evolved, required careful preparation. Fortunately, he still had some dragon fruit and berry left from before, so he decided to make a few energy cubes for Riolu. After evolving, Riolu wielded dual blades, necessitating that the energy cubes cater to both aspects of speed and stamina. The energy cubes did not contribute to the effort values found in games. Rather, they served as foundational statistics, while specialized, costly items were needed to enhance effort values. Energy cubes required gradual accumulation over time. Nothing could be achieved in a single leap, at least as far as Ash's memory served. After all, talent alone would not sculpt one's physique into chiseled perfection, but diligent effort, sweat, and proper nutrition could. He resolved to train alongside Riolu to build endurance in the future. Chapter 51, Shopping. After finishing her conversation with Hanako, Mrs. Sakuragi turned to engage Ash in dialogue. Rather than a casual chat, it resembled a series of reminders. It seemed Mrs. Sakuragi had been holding back. Although there had been some recent discord with her daughter, her affection for her remained unchanged. Now that her daughter was preparing to leave, Mrs. Sakuragi relayed all of Koharu's habits to Ash. He smiled and took note of each one. As their conversation grew more animated, Mrs. Sakuragi showcased a drawing she had made of Koharu. Unlike her usual braided hairstyle, the illustration depicted Koharu's rare curly hair, rendered in a chibi style. The fluffy, wavy curls enveloped her little face like soft cotton candy. Normally, her hair was neatly tied into braids, but here it cascaded in playful curls, lending her an air of endearing charm. What do you think? Isn't curly-haired Koharu adorable? Indeed, she is quite charming. Right? Right? Mrs. Sakuragi nodded with a smile, only to let out a sigh, her expression turning somber. It's a pity Koharu doesn't like curly hair. Ash found himself at a loss for words, gazing at Mrs. Sakuragi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an adult version of Koharu. The two shared not only similar hairstyles, but also a strong familial bond. Yet, despite Mrs. Sakuragi's fondness for curls, she had never worn her hair that way. Perhaps Koharu's preference for braids was indeed influenced by her mother. At noon, Dr. Sakuragi quietly ushered Ash into his room upon returning to the research institute. Inside is 5 million. I will regularly deposit some money. If Koharu fancies something, just purchase it for her. Should the funds fall short, feel free to contact me, and I shall deposit more. The password is, no. This money is for you. Take my daughter out for some fun. What does it mean if you find yourself needing to ask for more? No, it's beyond mere feelings. Dr. Sakuragi has already acted on it. Had I encountered such a father-in-law in my previous life, I would have bowed before him like Lu Bu, calling him father without hesitation. Not to mention, Ash has never had a father figure who directly handed him a bank card and said to ask for more if needed. His biological father had disappeared long before his birth. Why does it feel like Brother Sakuraji's gaze towards me increasingly resembles that of Tsangtai? All right, brother. Why refuse money when it's offered? After all, it will be spent on Koharu. Then, brother, I shall take Koharu out to buy some things. Seeing Ash unceremoniously take the card, Dr. Sakuraji felt a wave of happiness. He had recognized Ash as a reliable person years ago when he traveled with Koharu and his family alongside Ash's family. Though this junior often appeared overly mature and somewhat out of place, he was, in fact, a steadfast and responsible child. Beneath that seemingly indifferent exterior beat a passionate heart. He was merely a shy child unskilled in expression. Given his nature, he might even secretly possess a penchant for banter and gossip. All right, you two should have lunch outside. I will be taking Auntie Yoshino and Tsangtai to the amusement park shortly. After finalizing their plans, the two departed the room. Ash had all his belongings stored within the system space. His spatial pouch merely contained unimportant items as a cover. Naturally, there was nothing to pack, while Koharu needed to gather some clothes. By the time Koharu emerged from the room with a brown backpack, Ash had already recalled all his Pokémon except for Pikachu into their Pokeballs. Kurayashi City, located by the southern inlet of the Kanto region, is a bustling port city filled with numerous grand shopping malls. It is renowned for its ability to procure items from other regions. Although high-end goods are typically found in Kanoko City, the plethora of merchandise and reasonable prices here draw many visitors. Ash seldom had the opportunity to visit such large malls. Previously, he had only ventured to other cities with Professor Oak for research conferences, and outings were typically filled with travel or battles. Visits to such places were indeed rare. I recall seeing tints of this brand on television, reputed for their sturdy and reliable construction. As they passed a shop, Koharu paused, clutching the money her mother had given her, yet she still sought Ash's advice. Ash, with his hands tucked into his pockets, discreetly retrieved the bank card from the system space, clutching it in his right hand. He was not particularly knowledgeable in this area. If the topic were Pokemon breeding or battle strategies, he could regale Koharu for 3 days and nights without repeating himself. However, when it came to daily necessities, he was indifferent. For him, as long as it served its purpose, it sufficed. When traveling, he could simply have his Pokemon create a cave or hollow in a tree to rest. I'm not quite sure. Let's go inside and take a look. His tent certainly needed replacing. Traveling with Koharu meant that camping in a tent at night was no longer feasible. The non-waterproof tent was ready for retirement even before it had been utilized. Once inside the shop, a sales assistant warmly welcomed Koharu, while Ash swiftly selected a robust and spacious tent before finding a spot to sit quietly, waiting for Koharu to make her choice. He merely needed to pay, after all, as he had just received the gold coins from his brother. Koharu opted for a pink automatic tent, which, while not expensive, was convenient. Swipe the card. Ash, I have money. Koharu timidly raised the bank card given to her by her mother. Oh, no need to be polite with me. Ash smiled at Koharu. It's your father's money. If it isn't spent on you, it would be a waste to hold on to it. After settling the bill, Ash effortlessly placed the folded tent into the spatial pouch. Though it was collapsible, carrying it would be cumbersome and take up too much space. Is that a spatial pouch? Koharu was momentarily taken aback as she watched the tent vanish from Ash's hand, but she quickly realized that Ash's pouch was quite extraordinary. For both trainers and non-trainers, such items were incredibly convenient. However, the technology behind spatial pouches was still not fully matured, posing a risk of spatial collapse. Generally, important documents were not stored within, as a collapse would leave one with no recourse. Many vital items were often kept out of such pouches, which was why spatial backpacks were more favored by trainers. Most regular spatial backpacks could even hold bicycles, sufficient for the vast majority. However, for Ash, who possessed a system space, it was inconsequential. Even a regular pouch would suffice. After all, it was a gift from the principal of the Pokemon Research School, so why not utilize it? Yes, a gift from someone else. Exiting the tent shop, Ash planned to visit the friendship store to purchase some Pokeballs, medicines, and berries. Training in the wild consumes a significant amount of medicine, as well as berries. He would also need to return to the trainer's clothing store to buy Koharu some durable clothes. A pair of item-grade running shoes designed to enhance speed was also essential. These shoes featured fan-like soles that allowed for high-speed running through compressed air. They were somewhat pricey, but typically doubled one's running speed. The shoes from the special episode had saved both him and Chili's lives. Ash owned a pair as well, gifted by Hikari, though he seldom used the running mode. While shopping, a somewhat stern voice called out to Koharu. Koharu, what are you doing here? Ash and Koharu turned to see a middle-aged woman with red-framed glasses, exuding competence. At first glance, Ash found her reminiscent of his high school history teacher. "Hello, teacher. I'm not here alone. This is my friend Ash." Upon hearing Koharu refer to the tall boy beside her as her friend, the middle-aged woman instinctively furrowed her brow. She did not recall any students in her class being quite so tall. "Ash, this is my class mentor, Miss Shaji." Class mentor equated to homeroom teacher. Ash instantly understood. Indeed, the authoritative presence of teachers was unmistakable, easily discernible by their profession. "Hello, Miss Shaji, I am Ash." Ash greeted Koharu's class mentor, but the next words from her lips made him tense. "Which class are you in?" Chapter 52, Koharu's initial Pokemon. The moment she spoke, Ash felt as though he had been transported back to his school days. "I am currently traveling as a trainer." Upon learning that Ash was a trainer, Miss Shaji frowned. The young man before her appeared to be at least a year older than Koharu. Was he not attending school at such a young age? "I see. So Ash, how many badges have you collected?" Faced with Miss Shaji's scrutinizing gaze, Ash suddenly recalled that she was not his teacher and relaxed, feeling a sense of amusement rather than anxiety in her presence, much like returning to his alma mater and witnessing the former pompous teachers now rendered powerless. 3 badges. Oh, how impressive for your youth. It was said that after Ash acquired 3 badges, the demeanor of the class mentor softened somewhat. Possessing 3 badges indicated that one was at least an intermediate trainer, and judging by the appearance of the young lad before them, it would not be difficult for him to ascend to the ranks of a senior trainer in a few years' time. How long has Ash been traveling, one might wonder. Approximately 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months? Xiaochun's school did not primarily teach about Pokemon, and Siege was not a Pokemon trainer either. However, this did not hinder her understanding of the significance of obtaining 3 badges in just 3 months. Before Siege could continue her inquiry, Ash tugged at Xiaochun's sleeve. "Teacher Siege, after we finish shopping, we need to meet with Dr. Sakuragi, so we must take our leave." As Ash pulled Xiaochun away, she suddenly recalled the heavy snowfall from a few years prior, when the warmth on the back of a frostless was still vivid in her memory. At noon, the pair arrived at a restaurant located within the shopping mall to dine. Observing Xiaochun, who had her head bowed in contemplation, Ash placed the bank card Dr. Sakuragi had given him upon the table. "This is from Dr. Sakuragi. He mentioned he would regularly deposit some funds. If you wish to buy anything on our journey, simply let me know." To be frank, 500,000 was a substantial sum for elite-level trainers, yet it paled in comparison to the figures associated with the championship tier. Nurturing Pokemon is an expensive endeavor, which is why the lucrative trade of Pokemon often persists despite prohibitions. Were Ash not a student of Professor Oak, with the latter's support in both travel and Pokemon cultivation, he might have had to resort to dubious or even illicit activities. Ash's Pikachu was now capable of being exchanged for a more refined high-energy cube, which required costly berries, thus necessitating further financial resources. This is also why many civilian trainers find themselves entangled in gray markets. Due to insufficient funds, they often seek rapid monetary gain through questionable means. It is not uncommon for trainers to moonlight as Pokemon hunters or black market traders, with the League turning a blind eye to such activities. The offspring of semi-divine Pokemon can fetch exorbitant prices, yet there is seldom a trainer capable of nurturing them willing to relinquish such valuable assets. "Since it is money from your father, Ash, you should handle it as you see fit. I have some funds from my mother as well." Observing Xiaochun's adorably innocent expression, Ash couldn't help but lament that he had never encountered such a delightful girl in his previous life, as he tucked the bank card into his pocket. "After all, it is your father's money. If it isn't spent on you, I feel uneasy holding on to it." "Ash, hasn't anyone told you that you're rather inept at offering comfort?" Xiaochun quietly remarked, her face etched with concern. While his words did somewhat alleviate her worries, they were rather blunt, weren't they? "That is indeed true. I rarely comfort others. I tend to console the Pokemon at Professor Oak's lab more often, as they prefer straightforward expressions over human sentiments," Ash conceded, nodding in agreement with Xiaochun. "When we set off on our travels together, you must heed my guidance," Ash declared, retrieving 2 bank cards from his pocket and handing them to Xiaochun. "Here, take them. In the future, you will handle the expenses, as I detest keeping track of accounts." Xiaochun lowered her head slightly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Isn't that inappropriate, Ash?" she murmured, her voice barely audible. Seeing her in such a state, Ash couldn't suppress a laugh. "What is inappropriate about it?" He feigned a stern expression, pretending to be serious. "Do you not wish to assist me with this?" "Not at all." Xiaochun quickly raised her head, only to avert her gaze in a fluster after meeting Ash's playful eyes. "I simply believe in trusting such a large sum to me for safekeeping feels unsettling." "I have faith in you," Ash replied softly, nudging the bank card towards her once more. "Isn't this wonderful? We shall be partners from now on, looking after one another as we travel. I will rely on you for the areas where I am less adept. Xiaochun bit her lip, her long eyelashes casting shadows across her face. After a moment's hesitation, she finally extended her hands, carefully accepting the cards. The moment their fingertips brushed, the girl felt a warmth creep to her ears. Then I shall temporarily safeguard these, she declared, clutching the card tightly in her palm as if it were a precious treasure. I will keep meticulous records of every expenditure. The two then procured additional snacks for the road and returned to the laboratory by 5 o'clock. It appeared that Dr. Sakuragi and his wife, along with Soda, were still out enjoying the day, and curiously, the two assistants had not been seen. Setting aside her musings, Ash, having spent the day shopping, was famished. In that case, let us prepare dinner. As Xiaochun entered the kitchen, ready to embark on her culinary venture, Ash set down Riolu and followed her in. What do you plan to make for dinner? How about blueberry peanut butter sandwiches? No, Ash exclaimed, as though struck by a blow. He had tasted those before, sweet, overly rich, and dry. Eating them occasionally was tolerable, but given the current circumstances, he preferred to cook for himself. All right, Xiaochun. Why don't you get acquainted with my Pokémon for now? They will be our companions on this journey. As for dinner tonight, leave that to me. Ash gently nudged Xiaochun out of the kitchen, handing her his Pikachu and Pokeballs. Upon turning back after being pushed out, Xiaochun discovered that Ash had closed the kitchen door, locking it behind him. Pika, Pikachu chirped, hopping onto Xiaochun's shoulder and patting her hair in a comforting gesture. Humph. I will wait and see what kind of food Ash can prepare, she pouted, taking a seat on the living room sofa, while Pikachu and Eevee took turns comforting her, urging her not to be upset with Ash. Watching Eevee rush to Xiaochun's side as soon as it emerged from its Pokeball, Riolu released Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle from their respective balls, filling the living room with lively chatter. By the time Dr. Sakuragi and his companions returned home, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Raichu, having caught a whiff of Xiaochun's scent, dashed into the living room. Inside, only Xiaochun and Ash's Pokemon were present, along with the newly arrived Raichu. Xiaochun felt a particular fondness for Raichu, Pikachu, and Eevee, while the other Pokemon sat neatly in rows, attentively watching television. The dining table was laden with enticingly colored dishes exuding delectable aromas, and as Ash emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates, he quickly called out, "Come and eat." Dr. Sakuragi and his wife exchanged glances, puzzled by the sensation of visiting a friend's home, despite the fact that this was their own residence. Soda, however, was oblivious to their musings. The aroma of Ash's cooking had already whetted his appetite. "Wash your hands first, Soda," Mrs. Sakuragi reminded him, catching hold of her eager son, who promptly dashed to the bathroom. Who would have thought Ash possessed such culinary skills? Xiaochun is certainly fortunate to be traveling with him, Mrs. Sakuragi praised, her eyes glistening with admiration as she regarded Ash. Dr. Sakuragi, having tasted Ash's cooking before, was less surprised. Indeed, it was superior to his wife's culinary creations. Though he would have relished the chance to savor Ash's cooking, he had never intended to ask Ash to prepare a meal. Today, however, fortuitously allowed him the opportunity to indulge. In his previous life, Ash had few hobbies. After starting work, he found solace in binge-watching anime and cooking for himself as a form of reward. Upon arriving in this world, in order to cater to the palates of its inhabitants, most dishes were altered to possess a sweeter flavor, although personally, he preferred the savory taste. After finishing the meal, Professor Sakuragi retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. "I apologize, Koharu, but the electric dog was a Pokemon gifted to your father by a friend and cannot be given to you. However, I have acquired a Pokemon that is perfectly suited for you." Koharu and Soda approached Professor Sakuragi, and while Soda's gaze was filled with fervor, Koharu appeared remarkably calm. It was as if the Pokemon prepared for her did not excite her at all, displaying none of the typical enthusiasm expected from a budding trainer. "Come, let us unveil it," Professor Sakuragi said, handing the Pokeball to Koharu, who released the Pokemon inside. It was a small fox, entirely brown, with a heart-shaped tuft of white fur at the tip of its tail. Koharu instantly recognized the identity of this Pokemon, as she already had one beside her, an Eevee. Unbeknownst to them, at the dining table, the electric dog lay on the floor, its large eyes fixated on the Eevee in Koharu's arms, as if entranced. Chapter 53, The Saint Blossom. The following morning, under the watchful eyes of Professor Sakuragi, Soda, and the electric dog, Ash and Koharu departed from the professor's research facility to commence their journey. Koharu had developed a disinterest in Pokemon due to her classmates' remarks, which would require gradual alteration. Ash's newly devised plan included a more leisurely pace for their travels, as he needed to assist Koharu in overcoming the impact of her sheltered school life. After leaving the research facility, Ash and Koharu took a vehicle to the dock. The St. Blossom was a luxurious cruise ship rivaling the St. Anu. And as Ash hesitated to board the St. Anu, shadowed by Team Rocket, he purchased 2 tickets for the St. Blossom, intending to travel to Lumio City, where he had arranged to meet his mother Hanako and Professor Oak. After discussing their plans, Ash and Koharu decided to journey from Lumio City to the Fairy Falls before proceeding to Goldenrod City. Situated by the sea, Lumio City boasted expansive beaches and radiant sunshine, attracting numerous tourists due to its unique geographical location and policies favoring travel. Nearby was an island known as Pokémon Park, along with a ferry terminal leading to Fairy Falls. At present, Ash was relishing solitary training time in his opulent cabin aboard the cruise ship. Recently, he had noticed an extraordinary sensation while training alongside Riolu, surmising it to be the aura within him. The original narrative had alluded several times to Ash's potential to become an aura guardian, from being mistaken for one by a Lucario to assisting it in healing Mew with the aura while wearing Alan's gloves. With the aid of the punching stone, Ash felt his ability to sense aura had noticeably accelerated. Koharu resided next door, bonding with her Eevee. The relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon was akin to that of friends or even family, regardless of Koharu's sentiments. Upon receiving the Pokeball for Eevee from Professor Sakuragi, she had already become a part of Eevee's family. Much like how, despite rarely calling upon his Zubat after capturing it, it was still treated with the same regard as his other Pokémon. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, prompting Ash to rise and open it, revealing Koharu and her forlorn Eevee behind her. "Oh, it's you, Koharu. Come in," Ash said, stepping aside to allow her entry. And he released his own Eevee as well. Upon landing, Eevee did not cling to Ash as usual, but instead approached Koharu's Eevee to comfort the little one. "Ash, I'm feeling rather bored. Would you share some stories from your travels?" Ash scratched his head. In his view, he had not encountered anything particularly interesting during his journey. Travel was a form of training, and training required patience to endure solitude. Throughout his journey, Ash had refrained from instigating trouble and seldom meddled in others' affairs, spending most of his time training Pokémon or battling trainers he met along the way. The most entertaining moment he could recall was giving Daisuke, a minor character, a good thrashing. Thus, he began recounting the story of capturing Charmander. Koharu was astonished to hear that Ash had engaged in a fight. "I'm quite formidable, you know," Ash boasted, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his biceps. Noticing Koharu's skepticism, he found himself at a loss. He certainly could not step outside and randomly challenge someone to a fight just to prove his point. Just then, a second knock echoed at the door. Ash opened it once more to find a well-dressed attendant standing outside. "Esteemed guest, I apologize for the interruption," the attendant said, bowing politely upon seeing Ash. "The St. Blossom is currently hosting a Pokémon battle tournament. If you are interested, you are welcome to participate or observe from the audience." A battle tournament? His Zubat and Charmander were both on the verge of evolution, with Zubat already at level 25, yet still unevolved. "What do you think, Koharu? Shall we go take a look? Are you planning to compete, Ash?" Koharu inquired. Ash nodded. His Pokémon needed battles to enhance their strength. While the novelty of sailing at sea was initially captivating, it would likely become increasingly monotonous without activities to engage in. "Then let us go? I'll cheer for you, Ash." Soon, Ash and Koharu, accompanied by Pikachu and their 2 EVs, followed the attendant to the tournament venue aboard the St. Blossom. At that moment, the arena, capable of accommodating thousands, was already brimming with spectators, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Colorful lights danced overhead, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. The audience buzzed with anticipation, and the air was thick with tension. A sharply dressed host stood confidently on a floating platform at the center of the arena. Holding a microphone, he scanned the crowd, sporting a professionally radiant smile, his voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, it is a privilege to gather with you on this splendid evening aboard the world-renowned St. Blossom Luxury Cruise." As he spoke, for massive curved screens on the ceiling flickered to life, magnifying his image several times to ensure even the farthest spectators could perceive every detail. "Tonight, we shall witness an exhilarating Pokémon battle extravaganza." With a flourish of his right hand, the fountain installations on either side of the arena erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, eliciting gasps from the audience. The host deliberately prolonged his tone, and the ultimate champion shall receive an unprecedentedly generous reward. As he gestured, 3 elegantly dressed attendants gracefully ascended the platform, each carrying a tray covered with luxurious crimson velvet. They arranged the trays neatly before the host on a specially designed display stand. The lights dimmed abruptly, leaving only a few beams spotlighting the trays. The 4 screens transitioned to close-ups of the trays, magnifying every detail. Let us unveil tonight's prizes, the host announced, the background music crescendoing. The first attendant gently lifted the red cloth from the first tray, revealing neatly bundled Alliance currency. The camera zoomed in, clearly displaying the denomination of 10,000. First, a cash prize of 1 million Alliance coins. The host proclaimed, igniting a fervor of applause and whistles from the audience, ensuring that the adventurous journeys of the trainers would be all the more thrilling. The second attendant unveiled the second tray, revealing a high-grade ball shimmering with a metallic sheen, slowly rotating on a specially designed stand. The surface of the sphere is adorned with unique patterns, shimmering with a subtle blue luminescence under the light. Next, we present a rare Pokémon hailing from the Paldea region, captured within this exquisite Ultra Ball. The host mysteriously winks, revealing that this is a Pokémon that one could never encounter in the wild of the Kanto region, guaranteed to enchant any trainer. Finally, the third ceremonial lady unveiled the last tray. A crystal-clear ability patch lay serenely on the velvet cushion, its substance exhibiting a dreamlike gradient of colors. The host's voice suddenly took on a solemn tone as he declared this final prize, valued at 500,000 League coins, to be an ability patch. This is a top-tier item capable of altering a Pokémon's ability, indeed a rare find. The audience erupted into gasps of astonishment once more, many trainers instinctively leaning forward to glimpse these tantalizing rewards. The host, satisfied with the audience's reaction, raised both hands to signal for silence. The 3 grand prizes, collectively worth over 2 million League coins, will belong to the most formidable trainer of the night. Now let us officially commence the Pokémon Championship aboard the S.S. Florbloom. As he concluded his statement, dozens of splendid fireworks erupted around the venue, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. The cheers from the audience nearly threatened to lift the ceiling of the cruise ship, while the participating trainers flexed their muscles, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Many in the audience were struck by the opportunity at hand. Not only was this a chance to shine, but it also held the potential to acquire a rare Pokémon from the Paldea region. What a delightful prospect. Ash gazed at the Ultra Ball, the system already having conveyed the information about the Pokémon within. It contained a Charcadet, although Charcadet's base stats totaled a mere 255 points, which is equivalent to the HP base stat of a Chansey when combined. Its evolved forms, Cerulege and Armarouge, boasted base stats of 525, comparable to that of Venusaur from the Kanto starters. Moreover, it featured exclusive moves, the powerful 120 damage Fire-type move, Armor Cannon, and the healing Fire-type move, Bitterblade, which dealt 90 damage while restoring health. This was indeed a coveted reward. Chapter 54, Battles on the Deck. The League prohibits the buying and selling of Pokémon. However, exchanging Pokémon as prizes does not contravene League regulations. In the game halls of Yuhong City, members of Team Rocket can even redeem Pokémon with tokens. As the battles were to be held on the deck, the use of moves that could alter the terrain or cause indiscriminate widespread damage, such as Earthquake, Magnitude, Dig, Fissure, Land's Wrath, Surf, Blizzard, Thunder, and Overheat, was strictly prohibited. Before the competition commenced, the host specifically emphasized the ban on powerful moves capable of damaging the terrain and large-scale indiscriminate skills. After all, if the deck were to be breached, it would likely result in a scene reminiscent of the Titanic. Soon, Ash successfully registered and drew his number, 432. Due to the limited space on the deck, only 2 battle arenas could fit, so the competition began with one-on-one battles, transitioning to 2-on-2 after the top 16 were determined, and culminating in semifinals and finals featuring 3-on-3 matches, to ensure that the battles could be fully concluded within 3 days. The competition specifically restricted the participation of Pokémon at the elite level and above. Moves from Pokémon below the advanced level generally posed no threat to the audience nearby, clearly to reassure non-trainers aboard the ship. Thus, the maximum level for this competition was set at 39. Ash's Pikachu and Dunsparce were not eligible to participate. Currently, Ash had only a 37-level Eevee, a 32-level Motostoke, a 25-level Zubat, a 19-level Charmander, a 17-level Bulbasaur, and a 15-level Riolu available for the competition. The other Squirtless in the Squirtle Corps were too mischievous and required further bonding. As the competition progressed, it became apparent that Charmander and Zubat evolved into Charmeleon and Golbat, respectively, which brought Ash immense joy. In the original series, Ash's Charmander rushed to evolve into Charmeleon without sufficient foundation, resulting in it appearing smaller than other Charizards upon reaching the Charizard Valley, ultimately wasting some of its potential due to hasty evolution. However, This Charmeleon would later battle and triumph over the legendary NEI, further demonstrating its exceptional prowess. Therefore, Ash aimed to establish a solid foundation for it while it was still a Charmeleon, preparing it thoroughly for its eventual evolution into Charizard. The evolution of Golbat into Crobat required a high friendship level, which was not a concern, nor was there any rush. He would need to prepare higher quality energy cubes for them after this competition. In the quarterfinals, Ash faced a particularly formidable opponent, whose main Pokemon was a 38-level Venusaur, the pinnacle of the competitive level. Moreover, the other Pokemon displayed was also of advanced strength, specifically at 35 levels, a Victreebel. It appeared that the opponent specialized in grass types, dressed in a flowing green gown, resembling an elegant maiden. The red contestant was Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto, while the green contestant was Miss Mai from Celadon City, also in Kanto. Both had delivered impressive performances previously, and now their encounter promised to ignite sparks of excitement. With the host's words concluded, the referee waved the small flag to signal the start of the match. Ash promptly released his Motostokes Pokeball, and as expected, the opposing trainer deployed Venusaur. Was the intent to establish dominance by unleashing the strongest Pokemon right from the outset? The moment Motostoke appeared, it captivated the attention of everyone present, and the host seized the opportunity to introduce Motostoke to the audience. This Pokemon, hailing from the Paldea region, is a riding Pokemon possessing both normal and noble dragon types. It is said that murals depicting Motostoke coexisting with the people of Paldea existed over a millennium ago, portraying it as a gentle dragon-type Pokemon. Indeed, standard Motostokes are known for their docile nature. Had they been otherwise, they would not have been ridden by humans for so long. "Go, Ash. You can do it," shouted Koharu from the guidance seat behind Ash, hugging Pikachu for support. The guidance seat, also referred to as the Friends and Family section, was designated for those related to the competitors. Even in world-class tournaments like the league competition, guidance seats are provided, so naturally, this event had them as well. However, compared to the opposing guidance seat filled with a well-trained cheerleading squad tossing cherry blossoms and cheering, Ash's side appeared quite modest in their support. The opponent was evidently affluent, not only attending alone but also bringing along a dozen cheerleaders. "Motostoke, use Taunt," Ash commanded. Fully aware of Venusaur's tactics, initiating with Taunt would significantly reduce the opponent's options. After all, grass-type Pokemon are renowned for their proficiency in inflicting various status conditions upon foes, especially Venusaur, a notorious threat in battle. In my previous life, during my second playthrough of Leaf Green, I chose Bulbasaur. In my initial experience with this game, Ash was already able to conceive the nauseating combination of Sleep Powder and Leech Seed, not to mention the subsequent generations that further developed Venusaur's capabilities. Particularly remarkable was how this creature, possessing a speed stat on par with Dragonite, also received the hidden ability Chlorophyll, and later even gained access to moves like Energy Ball and Knock Off. It proved to be quite effective during PvE as well, especially under sunny weather conditions when it could utilize growth to sweep through opponents effortlessly. Venusaur, unleash Leaf Blade. Mai, unacquainted with the Pokemon before her and reluctant to risk using status moves that might be interrupted, opted for a more cautious approach by employing ranged attacks to gauge the situation. The Motor Lizard made a face at Venusaur, and in an instant, malevolent energy enveloped it, effectively nullifying Venusaur's attempts to use status moves. However, this had little impact on Venusaur, who was preparing its Leaf Blade. A pair of razor-sharp leaves shot forth from the foliage on Venusaur's back, while the seed nestled within the vibrant flower at its center began to glow softly. Motor Lizard. Maneuver around and use Knock Off. Ash discerned the opponent's intention to charge Solar Flare and commanded Motor Lizard to evade this move and intercept with Leaf Blade to prevent the formidable Grass-type attack. Even when struck by Leaf Blade, the Dragon-type Motor Lizard would sustain minimal damage. Chapter 55. With a partner Eevee, victory is inevitable. Upon receiving Ash's command, Motor Lizard wasted no time and dashed forward, showcasing its greatest strength. Mai quickly realized that Ash had predicted her strategy with Venusaur, compelling her to abandon the Solar Flare and instead direct Venusaur to use Vine Whip in an attempt to intercept the rapidly approaching Motor Lizard. Motor Lizard, unfazed by the thick vines aiming for it, leapt with vigor, enveloping its tail in dark energy before executing a somersault and delivering a powerful strike to Venusaur. The robust tail struck Venusaur squarely on the head, causing it to grimace in pain as it sprouted 6 sturdy vines from its back in an effort to ensnare Motor Lizard. Motor Lizard, use Quick Return. A surge of verdant bug-type energy enveloped Motor Lizard, and just as Venusaur's vines were about to ensnare it, Motor Lizard rammed into Venusaur with its curled tail, transforming into a green shadow that propelled itself back into Ash's Pokeball. Ash released another Pokémon, Eevee. Bursting forth from its Pokeball, Eevee ignited in flames, charging towards Venusaur like a fiery comet. How could Eevee possibly wield fire-type moves? What an impressive Eevee! The audience erupted in cheers. I was taken aback. Could the opposing Eevee truly utilize fire-type abilities? After a moment of shock, she quickly issued her command. Venusaur, use Protect, having already endured 2 hits. If Venusaur were to suffer the consequences of this potent fire-type attack, it might not necessarily faint immediately, but it would be very close. Especially since Motor Lizard had previously struck Venusaur on the head with its Bug-type Quick Return. Venusaur would undoubtedly struggle to evade this attack. Mai had trained Venusaur as a turret, and moves like Earthquake, which were deemed illegal in the current competition, were not an option. Thus, Venusaur had to find a way to withstand this. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. A verdant barrier emerged to absorb Eevee's charge. As the flames enveloping Eevee dissipated, Venusaur suddenly extended its 6 tendrils, breaking through the cracked barrier of Protect to ensnare Eevee's limbs, gradually wrapping it up. Now, Venusaur unleashed Giga Drain. Having seized the opportunity, Mai was determined not to relent. Even if she couldn't defeat this Eevee, she aimed to significantly deplete its energy before Venusaur succumbed. Eevee, use Fire Spin. Ash remained composed. After all, Vine Whip was merely Vine Whip. The 6 vines glimmered with emerald energy as the captured Eevee bore the draining sensation, yet it erupted in flames once more. The scorching blaze severed the vines, and Eevee crashed into Venusaur. Venusaur utilized Petal Dance. A flurry of pink petals erupted from the flower atop Venusaur, hurtling towards Eevee. Eevee, under pressure, braved the flames, scorching Venusaur. Indeed, the influence of Fire Spin had mitigated the effects of Petal Dance considerably. In the final clash of wills, Venusaur faltered first. You did well. Return, Venusaur. Next, I entrust you with the task, Bellossom. A Pokémon crowned with a massive flower petal appeared in the place of Venusaur. Eevee remained cautious, observing the newcomer as it awaited Ash's command. Return, Eevee. Go, Motor Lizard, use Taunt. Ash understood that the best strategy against a Grass-type Pokémon was to first suppress its ability to use status moves. The reason Grass-type Pokémon could often become prominent in battles, despite lacking remarkable stats, was their capacity to inflict various status conditions on opponents. I won't let you have your way. Bellossom, employ Sweet Scent. Sweet Scent was akin to Bellossom's innate talent. The foul odor once emitted by its pre-evolution, Gloom, had transformed into an alluring fragrance. However, under Mai's specialized training, this particular Bellossom's aroma was toxic. As Motor Lizard executed its taunt, the enchanting scent began to waft towards it. Regrettably, the taunt was not swift enough. Motor Lizard, use Agility. Ash quickly sensed something amiss as the fragrant air enveloped him, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, likely due to the sweet scent being tainted with something else. Bellossom was known to lure prey with its enormous petals, sprinkling them with toxic pollen before devouring them once they were immobilized. Recalling Bellossom's description, Ash lamented his own oversight. The sweet scent was laced with Bellossom's toxic pollen. One must not judge a Pokémon solely by its traits and moves. Sometimes, their unconventional strategies could prove to be surprisingly effective. With this thought in mind, Ash reached into his waist pouch and retrieved a Pecha Berry to consume. Bellossom, unleash Moonblast. Ash's expression hardened. Although Motor Lizard had regained full strength thanks to its Regenerator ability, as a Dragon-type Pokémon, enduring a Moonblast would not be pleasant. Motor Lizard, use Tail Whip. Seeing that Motor Lizard, spinning rapidly to disperse the sweet scent, could not evade this move, Ash had no option but to provide Eevee with a better battleground. Hoping that this Moonblast would not reduce Motor Lizard's HP below half, Motor Lizard did not disappoint Ash's expectations. After withstanding the Moonblast, it promptly executed Tail Whip and returned to its Pokeball. The so-called Tail Whip did not actually sever its tail, but rather sacrificed half its HP to create a decoy before retreating into its Pokeball. Bellossom, use Acid to dissolve the decoy. Eevee, employ Aurasphere. A purple toxic liquid was intercepted midair by a pale pink barrier. The moment the barrier manifested, a wave of psychic energy surged towards Bellossom at breakneck speed, swift enough that neither the audience nor the Pokémon could react in time. This exemplifies the extraordinary nature of partner skills. Their power not only reaches 90, but also enables the deployment of a light wall. With the enhancement of the light wall, it was no surprise that Eevee emerged victorious. With a partner like Eevee, triumph is inevitable. After the referee announced the outcome of the match, Ash promptly recalled Eevee and departed the arena with Koharu. On the opposite side, My gazed at Ash's unhesitating retreat, and a singular thought swiftly consumed her mind. Strength? As a girl hailing from the town of Anna, she would not concede defeat to anyone. Chapter 56, Reunion with Side-Eye. As Ash prepared to return and rest for the semifinals the following day, a portly middle-aged man accompanied by a young girl obstructed his path. Young man, my daughter is quite enamored with your Eevee. Might you consider parting with it? Behind the middle-aged man loomed two robust bodyguards, their towering figures clad in sunglasses, expressionless as they scrutinized Ash. Eevee is family to me. I would never sell it. Moreover, my mentor is Professor Oak, and her father is Professor Sakuragi. Trading Pokémon is strictly prohibited by the League. You ought to contemplate your intentions carefully, Ash asserted, unwilling to entangle himself with such individuals, decisively leveraging his connection with Koharu to deliver a stern warning. Before attaining strength, it was prudent to wield influence to avoid trouble. One can never be certain if the person they are rejecting harbors a petty heart. One need not fear thieves, but rather those who covet what they possess. Ash lacked the energy to guard against hidden daggers. Upon hearing the names of Professor Oak and Professor Sakuragi, the middle-aged man's previously stiff smile transformed into one of warmth. Ah, I see. You are the esteemed disciple of Professor Oak and the daughter of Professor Sakuragi. I am Fujino, the president of XX Corporation. Here is my business card. Oh, and this is my daughter, Kori. Ah, President Fujino. I apologize. I have just come from a battle and am rather fatigued, so I wish to take my leave. Ash replied, exchanging pleasantries before expressing his desire to rest. President Fujino smiled and stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Koharu observed the once intimidating middle-aged man conversing amiably with Ash and felt a surge of admiration for him. Like a quail, she trailed silently behind Ash, cradling Pikachu, until they reached Ash's room together. Ash, was that man really trying to buy Eevee? Yes, Ash replied, settling at the table to organize the experiences gained from recent battles. No need to worry, it's all resolved. Very few would dare disregard the reputation of Professor Oak and your father. However, if you encounter nefarious entities like Team Rocket or Pokemon hunters, do not assume you can rely solely on this. They might abduct you and demand a ransom from your father. I'll stick with you. Ash, with your protection, I surely won't be taken, she declared confidently. Huh. Mere protection isn't sufficient. You must also enhance your own abilities. Once we disembark, I shall train you in Pokemon battles. You too require growth, Ash said, affectionately ruffling Koharu's hair. It became evident that the most significant battle had already transpired in the top 8. In the semifinals, Ash faced an opponent inferior to Mai and effortlessly triumphed with his Zubat and Moto Lizard. The final adversary, however, surprised Ash. It was a familiar face, Side-Eye Yudo. Long time no see, Ash-senpai, she greeted, her once proud demeanor resembling that of a peacock, now concealing her splendid tail feathers. Ash discerned that while her pride remained intact, she adeptly masked it in his presence. Koharu, observing the large screen displaying Side-Eye's gaze towards Ash, felt a flicker of vigilance. Why does this girl refer to Ash as senpai? When did they become acquainted? You seem to have grown significantly since our last encounter. Thank you for your compliment. Allow me to showcase the growth of this child as well. A much larger cub one appeared on the field. Its bone club transformed from a single-jointed end to one with dual joints. This was a high-level cub one, now at level 34. What astonishing progress. If Ash recalled correctly, their last encounter had cub one at merely level 20, right? Go, Eevee. Ash summoned the Eevee that had once defeated cub one, confident that even at level 34, it would not prove a match for Eevee. Cub one. Seeing its former adversary, Cub one brandished its bone club, seemingly issuing a challenge. Cub one used bone club. Eager to obey its trainer's command, Cub one charged at Eevee, swinging its club. In response to its former vanquisher, Eevee remained unfazed, swiftly conjuring a barrage of water balls to hurl at Cub one. Cub one, gripping its bone club, smashed through the water balls and lunged at Eevee. Its somewhat disheveled appearance belied the fiery vengeance burning in its gaze as it swung its club down upon Eevee. Eevee leapt aside, enveloped in a milky white aura, and struck Cub one back with a powerful blow, executing its signature partner skill, Pound. Cub one was sent sprawling, rolling twice before regaining its footing, only to hurl its bone club at Eevee. Bone boomerang. Ash remarked, clearly, it hasn't learned its lesson. Eevee, bring it down with Badlands. A mischievous grin spread across Eevee's face as dark energy erupted from it, forming a reflective barrier akin to black, transparent glass before it. Clang. The bone club struck the barrier and fell to the ground, prompting Cub one, eager to retrieve it, to hasten its pace. Just as Cub one was about to grasp the club, a tail swept across it, sending the club crashing into the barrier. Crash. Cub 1 collided with the barrier, and even the bone atop its head bore a small crack. Side-eye, exasperated, slapped her smooth forehead, wondering why her Cub 1 seemed perpetually ineffective against this Eevee. The outcome of the match was, unsurprisingly, that Eevee once again triumphed over Side-eye. The two Pokémon behind her were no match for Eevee. Gazing at the seemingly harmless and endearing Eevee, Side-eye found herself enveloped in a wave of self-doubt once more. What a spectacular showdown. Ash's formidable prowess is truly awe-inspiring. With the strength of Eevee and Moto Lizard, Ash has bulldozed through the competition since the top 16. Let's congratulate Ash for securing victory aboard the Shohamaru. Ash had indeed achieved his goal of acquiring the coveted Carbon Knight, alongside a 1 million prize and a valuable 50,000 Poke Dollars in special items. The luxurious cruise ticket was worth every penny. Chapter 57, Dreams. What aspirations do you all hold for the future? Perhaps what professions you wish to pursue when you grow up. Who shall we start with? How about Yuta? The boy named Yuta stood up, flustered, and responded that he had not yet considered it thoroughly. Laughter erupted among his classmates, and Yuta, slightly embarrassed, retook his seat. Observing the giggling students, the class mentor scanned the room before selecting Koharu, seated just in front of Yuta. Now, we shall hear from Koharu. Okay. Koharu rose to her feet, uncertain of her own thoughts. Just as she was about to express her indecision, Yuta's voice echoed from behind her. How wonderful. Your future has long been predetermined, hasn't it? Right, Pokemon Professor? It seemed that Koharu was destined to inherit her father's legacy. Their home was likely filled with numerous Pokemon. How delightful. Her classmates began to chatter excitedly, and Koharu stood at her desk, feeling somewhat bewildered as the classroom buzzed with life. Would you care to challenge me to a Pokemon battle? I've never battled before. Upon hearing this, the noise in the classroom escalated. Koharu abruptly sat up in bed, her two Eevee and Pikachu ceasing their playful antics to gaze at her. It was then that she noticed Satoshi sitting at the table, diligently writing something. What is Satoshi doing here? Koharu's cheeks flushed crimson, a torrent of thoughts racing through her mind, nearly causing her to collapse back down in embarrassment. Noticing the silence from Pikachu and the others behind her, Satoshi turned to her, explaining, "You fell asleep while playing with Pikachu and the others on my bed last night. So I didn't wake you." He had greatly benefited from the battles over the past few days, meticulously organizing his future training plans. Last night, while Koharu and the Pokemon were playing, Satoshi had taken the opportunity to review his trainer notes. He had initially intended to rest in Koharu's room, but ended up dozing off at the table when he couldn't find his room key. Fortunately, he had experienced late nights during his research before, allowing him to adapt to sleeping at the table. I see. Somehow, Satoshi detected a hint of disappointment in Koharu's tone. Koharu, what's wrong? You seem quite downcast. It's nothing, just a bad dream, Koharu replied, waving her hand as she lifted her blanket. As Satoshi had mentioned, it was likely he who had covered her with that blanket. Satoshi, what is your dream? Satoshi turned to face her. Of course. My dream is to become a Pokemon Master. It has always been my unwavering aspiration, the driving force that propels me forward, and a promise between Pikachu and me. Pika Pika. As Satoshi's first Pokemon, Pikachu shared the deepest bond with him, and they had undoubtedly vowed to become the strongest in the world together, a dream worth striving for with all their might. Satoshi, I may not be suited to be a trainer. I'm unsure if I truly like Pokemon. Thus far, I've only been able to bond with Raichu and your Pikachu. I don't know how to face my Eevee. Observing Koharu's forlorn and perplexed expression, Satoshi recalled a story told by Professor Sakuragi before their departure. I believe Koharu truly likes Pokemon. Huh. Koharu's gaze shot up to meet Satoshi's bright, clear eyes. You are quite popular among Pikachu and Eevee, are you not? Koharu's expression turned quizzical. What does that matter? It matters greatly. Pokemon are incredibly perceptive. Most Pokemon do not grow close to those who do not cherish them. I suspect something must have happened that made you doubt your affection for Pokemon. Jinta complained to me that, compared to him, Raichu prefers your company. And considering Raichu's playful nature, it must be that you share delightful memories with it. Raichu is known for its attraction to rapidly moving objects, often chasing after humans or other Pokemon, sometimes even colliding with vehicles. Many Raichu have met unfortunate fates due to accidents in the city, leading to this information being included in Professor Okito's Pokédex draft. However, it was likely omitted during the final entry to avoid frightening new trainers. Satoshi couldn't recall the specifics of Koharu's past encounters with Raichu. Perhaps she had saved one before. After listening to Satoshi, Koharu fell into silence, reminiscing about her past experiences with Raichu, which were not particularly fond memories. When Raichu first arrived at Professor Sakuraki's lab, Koharu felt jealousy towards it due to the professor's affection. Later, when Raichu ran away, she feared for its safety and searched everywhere, eventually encountering a group of troublesome Pokémon. Raichu, having heard Koharu's cries, emerged to chase the troublemakers away. From that day forth, their relationship improved. Yet, did I truly chase after Raichu out of affection? Koharu, Raichu is part of our family. You must treat it like you do your father, mother, and brother. Her father's words echoed in her ears, and Koharu felt as though she had unraveled the tangled confusion that had plagued her for so long. Raichu is family, and Eevee is family too. Perhaps Satoshi's Pikachu and Eevee could also become family in the future. With this thought, a rosy blush adorned Koharu's cheeks. I apologized, Satoshi. I may not love Pokemon as much as you do, but if it's for you, I am willing to try to like them. With this resolve, Koharu approached her Eevee and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Eevee. It was my fault all along. I was unsure whether I liked or disliked Pokemon, entangled in my classmates' words, and overlooked your feelings. I hope you can forgive me. Eevee stared blankly at its suddenly apologetic trainer before happily leaping into her embrace. Koharu reciprocated the hug. Satoshi took a sip from his cup. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the bond between humans and Pokemon never failed to move him. Suddenly, he recalled how, upon arriving in this world, he had only thought of surviving in an unfamiliar environment. It was only after realizing he was in the Pokemon world and had become Satoshi that he began to change. A person's mindset and thoughts can evolve alongside their physical form. With such a robust body and abundant energy, he found himself filled with greater hope for life than in his previous existence. Dreams transform over time. Everyone possesses an inner spirit to chase their dreams in reality. Yet as one grows and battles through life, the energy to pursue those dreams often wanes. Survival necessitates choices, and for most, dreams gradually fade or disappear with age. Indeed, many still harbor ambitions for their dreams, yet few possess the opportunity to realize those ambitions. In this life, Satoshi, as he matured, developed greater aspirations. His dreams expanded, evolving from mere survival to becoming a gym leader and ultimately a champion. When he encountered Pikachu, he expressed his grand desire to become a Pokémon Master, a legend in the world of Pokémon. This is his dream, akin to a resplendent star, guiding his path and bestowing upon him boundless courage and strength. Even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, each step may be pierced by sharp difficulties. Even with countless formidable foes, each opponent possesses the strength to shake mountains. Even if he endures years of trials and tribulations, with the winds of time etching their marks upon his face, the shadows of failure looming over him time and again. Even if he ultimately exhausts himself, collapsing on the path of pursuing his dreams, his passion will spill into the uncharted distance. He shall never look back, nor shall he ever regret. Even in death, he shall die upon the path he has chosen, striving forward. Let his body become a beacon for those who follow, and his story transform into an everlasting flame. This, indeed, is his unwavering choice. Deeply rooted in the essence of the soul is the tenacity and romance known as dreams. Chapter 58, Arrival at Blamperky. I remarked, you really don't need to follow us, do you? Ash gazed speechlessly at the leisurely dining Sayaka Yudo, who had settled next to Koharu, clearly treating herself as one of the group. After swallowing the morsel in her mouth, she delicately wiped the corners of her lips with a handkerchief before responding to Ash's inquiry. Of course it's necessary. Ash-senpai is the only person I know on this ship. Although I may not be able to defeat you now, I have already acquired 3 badges. Who knows? We might even travel together from here on. Since discovering in the morning that Koharu was not Ash's girlfriend, Sayaka had grown considerably bolder. Koharu, on the other hand, wished to directly send this interloper away from Ash, but she was certain that the girl would not heed her words unless Ash himself instructed her to leave. How infuriating. What kind of relationship did Ash have with her anyway? In her frustration, Koharu fed a piece of meat to her eagerly watching electric dog. Having fetched it from Professor Sakuragi earlier that morning right after chatting with Ash, at which point they had encountered Sayaka Yudo. I planned to challenge the psychic gym in Kinwang City, but with your current strength, attempting the 4th gym there might be a bit ambitious. Sayaka's poised demeanor faltered. She had anticipated Ash's direct comment on her lack of prowess. Woof. The electric dog, having just finished its meal, noticed an abundance of food in its bowl. Glancing up at Koharu, who was cheerfully stowing away energy cubes, although puzzled as to why its owner was adding to its feast. The electric dog was delighted to have more food, its lightning-shaped tail flickering like a small fan. At noon, the Shan Fan Hua reached Blamperky. Ash and Koharu tidied their belongings and arrived at this renowned resort, concluding their maritime journey. Standing on the dock, Ash felt a sense of groundedness. Though the luxurious cruise ship was quite steady, he still perceived it as a moving island of steel, leaving him feeling somewhat unsteady while aboard. To my surprise, Ash-senpai, you disembarked here too? I thought you would get off at the more convenient Xiaozhou Gorge closer to Kinwang City. A voice, tinged with excitement, rang out. Turning around, they saw Sayaka Yudo. Why did you disembark here? Koharu pouted, appearing rather displeased. Sensing her discontent, the electric dog barked twice at Sayaka. Because the principal asked me to stop here on my journey to deliver something prepared for Professor Okido. Sayaka remained unperturbed by the barely concealed dissatisfaction in Koharu's tone. Even as a prodigy in school, she had faced her share of snide remarks from others. She simply found this little girl named Koharu adorably innocent. If you're also here to find Professor Okido, then come with us. Weevee arranged to meet him at the hotel. Upon hearing that Sayaka was delivering something to Professor Okido, Ash extended an invitation. He did not intend to say, just hand it to me, and I'll deliver it. As the items were meant for the professor, and it was only fitting for Sayaka to present them personally. All right. Sayaka flitted to Ash's side like a sprite, completely ignoring Koharu who stood beside her. The trio soon arrived at the designated meeting place with Professor Okido. Hanako's eyes brightened upon seeing Ash accompanied by two girls who appeared to be of similar age. Shigeru, sporting a mischievous grin, approached to inquire about Sayaka's identity. As he was already familiar with Koharu. She's your classmate from the Pokémon Research School, Ash said, playfully draping an arm around Shigeru's shoulder. Have you heard of the term elite prodigy? Isn't that just an excellent student? I was one during my time there too, but I disliked being called a prodigy. Eventually, I dropped out because the quality of education there didn't compare to what my grandfather offered. At the mention of the Pokémon Research School, Shigeru's expression soured, indicating he had some rather unpleasant memories from that period. You were the Shigeru? In her previous encounters, Sayaka would have mocked a dropout from the Pokémon Research School. But after losing to Ash twice, she had learned that there were always greater heights to aspire to, especially since the boy before her was acknowledged as one of the finest students in the school's 40-year history. Professor Okido's grandson, Shigeru. It's been quite a while, Ash and Koharu. Professor Okido appeared as kindly as ever, resembling a gentle old teacher. Hello, Professor Okido. After greeting the esteemed professor, Ash was pulled aside by Hanako, who inquired about Koharu and Sayaka. Upon learning that neither was Ash's girlfriend, Hanako cast him a penetrating glance that set Ash's nerves on edge. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I just think I need to have a little chat with Pika. You go ahead and take a break. Pikachu, Pika? Confused, Ash watched Hanako carry Pikachu away, scratching his head as he noticed Shigeru, who was inexplicably grinning beside him, firmly grasping his shoulder and pulling him closer. What are you laughing at? I just thought of something happy. Shigeru's suppressed laughter made Ash want to punch him and inquire. What? Is your wife having a baby too? Soon. After the pleasantries were exchanged, the group moved to the private room that Professor Okido had reserved for lunch. Prior to the meal being served, Sayaka retrieved the items entrusted to her by the principal. It was an exquisitely crafted box adorned with 6 reliefs of Dratini, the sculptures appearing to float amidst clouds, exuding an air of mystery and grace. Professor Okido's gaze turned pensive, as if lost in recollection. As the box slowly rotated on the electric turntable, all eyes gravitated toward it. When it reached Professor Okido, he deftly removed it from the turntable and pressed the dragon orbs on the reliefs, causing the box to spring open. The lid obscured the view of the contents until Professor Okido reached inside to reveal a premier ball, which he then handed to Shigeru. Aside from Professor Okido, Ash was the most aware of the secrets within the box. The system panel informed him that it did not contain the Pokémon of the Dratini family as depicted on the box, but rather a shiny Ghastly. Chapter 59, Charcadet vs. Ghastly. Name, Ghastly, shiny. Gender, male. Ability, levitate. Type, ghost, poison. Held item, curse symbol. Strength, beginner, 15. Skills, mirror move, last resort. Haze, smog, clear smog, strange light, lick. Hypnosis, mean look, revenge. Shall we have a battle? After lunch, Shigeru waved the premier ball at Ash, eager to discover the Pokémon inside. With Ash present, he saw an opportunity to test his command skills against a worthy opponent. Sure, I just won a Charcadet from the competition aboard the Shan Fanhua. Let us use my newly acquired Pokémon for a battle. Ash's Charcadet is now in Xiaochun's hands. Due to the limited number of Pokémon he can carry, half of his team consists of Pikachu and Eevee along with Riolu, while the remaining 3 are the freshly evolved Zubat, Charmeleon, and Motodile. He entrusted the Pokeball containing Motodile to Xiaochun and reclaimed the one containing Charcadet. Upon arriving at the battle arena behind the hotel, Professor Oak gently stroked Motoodle's head. Although he had never visited the Paldea region, it did not hinder his recognition of its Pokémon. After Ash's battle with Shigeru, he looked forward to observing Charcadet closely. Shigeru scanned Ghastly's Pokeball with his Pokédex, recording its abilities. Come forth, Ghastly. Charcadet, this is your first battle. Name, Charcadet. Gender, male. Ability, Flash Fire. Type, Fire. Item, Charcoal. Level, Beginner, 16. Moves, Glare, Ember, Scare, Clear Smoke, Flame Burst, Will-O-Wisp. The purple sphere exuded a blue mist, a distinguishing feature that set this particular Ghastly apart from its kin. The three spectators and Shigeru were captivated by the shimmering Ghastly, while Ash and Professor Oak, already familiar with its allure, remained relatively unfazed. Charcadet, use Will-O-Wisp. Ghastly primarily inflicts damage through special attacks, yet Will-O-Wisp provides a degree of disruption. With a limited skill pool, both Charcadet and Ghastly could not employ many strategies, placing greater emphasis on the trainer's dexterity. Dodge, Ghastly. Charcadet raised its hands, conjuring 3 blue flames that encircled Ghastly. The ghostly figure swiftly became transparent and vanished from sight. The flames, instead of pursuing, quickly retreated to envelop Charcadet in a protective barrier. With a flick of his right hand, Shigeru commanded, Ghastly, use Mirror Move. Suddenly, Ghastly materialized above Charcadet, enveloped in a crimson glow. Its type shifted to fire, rendering Charcadet's Will-O-Wisp ineffective. This development posed a significant challenge. While the Kanto Pokédex lacked data on Charcadet, Shigeru recognized its fire type at first glance. And given its current level, its skill set was generally shallow. The Mirror Move would significantly diminish Charcadet's damage output. The silver lining was that Ghastly was no longer immune to normal-type moves, but unfortunately, Charcadet possessed none. Use Flame Burst. Ash declared. There was no option for surrender. Charcadet's flames rapidly expanded, spiraling upward in an attempt to ensnare Ghastly. Ascend, Ghastly. Ghastly floated higher, effortlessly evading the reach of Flame Burst. Charcadet, channel your Flash Fire ability to its fullest. The Flash Fire ability allows absorption of surrounding flames to amplify the power of Fire-type moves, but unlike Lightning Rod, it does not passively redirect opponents' attacks. Ash had never intended to land Flame Burst on the elusive Ghastly. Ghost-type Pokémon are notoriously difficult to contend with. Charcadet swiftly absorbed the Will-O-Wisp flames it had unleashed to enhance its Fire-type moves. Charcadet, use Ember. Dodge, Ghastly. Shigeru, too, faced difficulties. Ghost-type Pokémon are indeed formidable in the early stages, yet this Ghastly was at a low level and had only 2 attacking moves, Lick and Bite. Thus, it could only evade while seeking an opportunity for close combat. This battle demanded patience and endurance from both trainers and Pokémon alike. The initially eager audience soon lost interest, and Hanako began chatting with Xiaochun. Ash quickly adapted his strategy. You've turned into a fire type now? Then I'll use Scare, a low-cost move to wear you down. After all, Mirror Move doesn't permanently alter your type, and maintaining it must consume energy, right? Shigeru initially planned for Ghastly to cancel the Mirror Move, but after taking an Ember hit, he reconsidered. The energy required to maintain the fire-type status while dodging Charcadet's attacks proved taxing. Eventually, Ghastly could no longer sustain the effect of Mirror Move and succumbed to Charcadet's Ember. Ash approached Shigeru and playfully punched him on the chest. Luck was on my side. We'll resume this at the court's conference. Shigeru reciprocated with a playful jab. The match had lacked intensity. Neither trainer took it too seriously. Their true competition would await them at the league conference, as both Ash and Shigeru still had much to learn. Professor Oak, observing the scene with a sense of nostalgia, reminisced about his own youthful days and friends. Battles between friends are not merely about victory. They serve to gauge one's own capabilities. In his youth, Professor Oak had enjoyed a streak of victories, battling with the ease of a bulldozer until he faced Kikuko, whose primary type was Ghost. It was then he realized the existence of many prodigies. During his travels with Kikuko, he awakened from his hubristic winning streak and became more modest. It was also during this time he began his journey to the Johto region, where he encountered even greater talents. Reflecting on this, Professor Oak gazed at Ash with a glimmer of anticipation. After dinner, Ash retreated to his room with Riolu to delve into the essence of Aura. He sensed that success was imminent. Meanwhile, Professor Oak and Shigeru observed Motoodle and Charcadet, while Yudo, intrigued by the Pokémon from Paldea, joined them. Hanako, meanwhile, pulled Xiaochun to watch television. Sitting cross-legged, Ash and Riolu were enveloped in a layer of blue energy. Their breathing gradually synchronized, and the surrounding scenery began to materialize within Ash's perception. A black and white world was cloaked in a blue halo, somewhat indistinct, yet significantly clearer than before. Ash now sat with closed eyes, a sign he had grasped the method of wielding aura. Chapter 60, Thunderous Charge. Doctor, you called for me? Light entered the basement, holding a glass of orange juice. He closed the door behind him, noticing the excitement on the doctor's face. Yes, thanks to the awakening of Millerton. The time machine is fully charged ahead of schedule. I believe we can return soon. That is splendid. Miss Junsha almost discovered us several times. I've been on edge these days. Though Light expressed concern, his laid-back tone diminished the credibility of his words, and the doctor chose to overlook Light's antics. Well aware of his capabilities, why don't you tidy up a bit? I'll activate the time machine when you return. Light shook his head. I have nothing to tidy up. My motordles have already prepared their escape routes. My companions are right here, ready to respond at any moment. The doctor nodded, aware that their world lacked such order. They bore no psychological burden regarding Pokémon trafficking. After all, they were not born in an era of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. Were it not for their world as Professor Oak and the numerous elite 4 members working together to maintain human settlements, humanity would have long succumbed to the onslaught of Pokémon. This was also the doctor's purpose in creating the time machine, to return to the past and rewrite the fate of humanity, allowing for a more expansive existence. The doctor gazed at the photograph on the table, depicting 3 individuals, the doctor's family, in this world. How delightful. He carefully removed the photo from its frame and tucked it into his inner pocket. Before inputting the parameters he had noted down prior to their departure into the time machine, under the watchful eye of Right, the doctor retrieved a book with a purple cover. The Book of Purple. A metallic-looking motor lizard emerged from the doctor's pokeball, alert and ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As the Book of Purple was gently inserted into the prepared slot of the time machine, colorful crystals began to coalesce around it, and a swirling void slowly widened. This was the very portal that had brought them to this world. Right, brimming with excitement, attempted to advance, but was promptly restrained by Middleton, who had bitten down on the back of his collar. With their long-standing acquaintance, Right instantly understood Middleton's warning. A formidable foe awaited within. Indeed, 2 robotic Pokémon emerged from the void, one resembling a quasi-divine Bangilas from the Chengdu region, and the other a mechanical amalgamation of El Rado and Shinado. These were the paradoxical Pokémon from another timeline, Iron Thorn and Iron Warrior. Babutabo charged at Iron Thorn with a close combat strike. Middleton unleashed a parabolic charge on Iron Warrior. The crimson glow in Iron Warrior's eyes intensified as it swung its razor-sharp blades toward the doctor and Right, clearly discerning that they were weaker than the 2 Pokémon. However, as the guardian dragon of the paradise, Middleton was far from defenseless. Transitioning into battle mode, Middleton effortlessly blocked Iron Warrior's assault, and a powerful surge of electricity rendered Iron Warrior incapacitated. Although Middleton may not have left behind any legends, it still boasted an impressive base stat total of 670, rivaling the likes of Groudon and Kyogre. The potent electric current sent Iron Warrior soaring, and when it landed, its once mechanical gaze appeared significantly clearer. Meanwhile, Babutabo had successfully pinned Iron Thorn to the ground. Iron Thorn bore a striking resemblance to Bangilas, yet exhibited a demeanor of profound calmness and an aversion to needless conflict. With its metallic armor and high intelligence, it was rumored that Iron Thorn was an advanced version of Bangilas from 1 billion years in the future. Although the doctor was unaware of how this conclusion had been reached, the Book of Purple did indeed contain records of such paradoxical Pokémon. After capturing the 2 Pokémon, the pair turned their attention back to the time machine, sensing the presence of an extraordinarily powerful Pokémon awaiting them within. It was akin to a creature lying in wait upon a branch, ready to ensnare its prey with its tongue. Right cautiously discarded the orange juice he had been holding into the time machine. In an instant, a bolt of lightning vaporized the orange juice, and the cup disintegrated into a charred mass of blackened plastic, releasing a pungent odor of burnt plastic into the air. The predator lurking behind the time machine, realizing its cover had been blown after its initial strike failed, revealed its true form. It was another Middleton. Right's expression turned to one of shock, while the doctor's face grew grave. Their current combatants consisted of a Middleton that had just regained its champion-level prowess and Babutabo of elite status, whereas the Middleton before them exuded a champion-level pressure. Although the underground laboratory had been specially reinforced, withstanding a full-on battle against a legendary Pokémon was simply impossible. Right, we need to push it back. Right's expression twisted, facing the overwhelming pressure of the legendary Pokémon for the first time. As the doctor's assistant, and even a trainee assistant, he naturally lacked formidable combat power, being merely average among his peers. Yet, it was imperative that they return this Middleton. as the Book of Purple recorded that Middleton had once turned the earth to ashes with its lightning. While such accounts may be exaggerated, the power of Middleton was far beyond what a human city could endure. In their world, even a non-champion Dragon Master S Dragonite, if unleashed to its full potential, could effortlessly obliterate a town with its destructive power. How much more so for a legendary Pokemon of both electric and dragon types? With this thought in mind, Wright released all of his Pokemon. They had to ensure this Middleton was sent back. A girl with orange-red hair approached the front of the Hualan gym with trepidation. Though reluctant to return, her two older sisters had informed her via video call from Hualan Hospital that their eldest sister, Sakura, had fallen gravely ill. Concern for her sister compelled her to come back. Boom. The thunderous roar from the sky interrupted the girl's thoughts, and she turned to see the once clear sky now shrouded in ominous clouds. It appeared as if a dragon were weaving through the clouds, as dark clouds quickly gathered, a whirlwind forming, and a purplish-golden figure soared upward. Soon, another purplish-golden figure ascended into the heavens, and the two figures collided among the clouds. Reminiscent of a deity of thunder descending, as flashes of lightning and torrential rain cascaded down, leaving the girl utterly astonished. Could that be a Pokemon? Chapter 61, Girl's Gorge. Ash propped himself up slowly from the bed, his legs feeling weak as if they had succumbed to a state of numbness after sitting cross-legged for too long. Last night, he had practiced his aura abilities for hours, and now his legs felt rather uncomfortable. In contrast, his companion, Riolu, effortlessly sat up, not even needing to use its hands for support. Riolu. Seeing Ash in such a state, Riolu approached to help massage his legs, explaining why it did not experience such numbness. Is that so? You use your aura to channel your meridians and maintain your body's normal function? Thanks to his aura training, Ash could now comprehend the language of Pokemon. Although human and Pokemon languages were not directly compatible, the aura conveyed the intended meanings to Ash. Once Ash became more adept at harnessing this power, he might even hear the thoughts of others, akin to telepathy. Riolu, my master's talent is truly remarkable. He has only been studying with me for a week and is already able to grasp this power at a basic level. Ash grinned, leaning against the edge of the bed, gently stroking Riolu's little head. I still have a long way to go, and just call me Ash. No need to refer to me as Master. Despite repeated corrections, Riolu still preferred to call him Master. Riolu relished the attention, fully enjoying the moment. Once Ash's legs had improved somewhat, he returned Riolu to its Pokeball, preparing to leave the room. After finishing breakfast, before Ash could speak, Green was the first to rise. Grandpa, Aunt Hanako, and Ash, Koharu, Yudo, I'm off on my journey again. After saying this, he turned to Ash. I now have 5 badges. You better keep up. Ash nodded in response. That guy Green was not just collecting badges from the 8 gyms. He was even traveling in a sports car, and now had the audacity to gloat. When the league conference arrived, he would give that brat a taste of defeat. Teacher. Mom, we are setting off as well. Ash donned his jacket and stood up. I don't want to fall behind Green. Yudo side-eye did not follow Ash, as her pride forbade her from pestering Ash after he had explicitly turned her down. Unless Ash invited her, she would never shamelessly tag along on his journey. The group bid farewell in Lumiose City. With the goal of reaching Golden City, Ash set sail with May aboard the regular ferry from Yuching Wharf to Xiaozhou Gorge, traversing through the picturesque landscape towards their destination. Upon their arrival at Xiaozhou Gorge, they found themselves amidst the opening day of the summer festival, which takes place annually at the end of summer. This enchanting locale is home to a unique stone statue known as Xiaozhou Rock, around which a poignant legend has circulated for over 2 millennia. A young maiden once waited endlessly for her lover, who had departed with the army, only to never return. In her unwavering devotion, she remained by the seashore, ultimately transforming into the very statue that stands today. Noticing May's distracted demeanor, Ash took the opportunity to share the tale of Xiaozhou Gorge. What left a lasting impression on him was not only the 1,000-year-old ghost Pokemon, Gengar, but also the spectral maiden said to linger by Xiaozhou Rock, eternally waiting. However, Ash's interest in Gengar was minimal. He was far more concerned about May's unusual state. Even in the absence of Professor Sakuragi's request, as a true friend, he could not overlook her distress. Shall we take a look at the festival tonight? He suggested, prompting May to pause in surprise before enthusiastically nodding her head. As they strolled through the lively festival streets, Ash was reminded of fairs he had seen on television in his previous life. Stalls lined both sides, offering a variety of snacks, games, and performances. Rejuvenated, May eagerly dragged Ash from stall to stall, sampling an array of delectable treats and engaging in entertaining games. Such festivals had long vanished from the modernized Leaf City, and Ash had never experienced one himself. The 2 first-time festival-goers reveled in their carefree exploration, akin to playful fish darting through the water. Just as they were about to continue their adventure, an elderly woman abruptly halted their progress. Name: Jengar. Gender: male. Ability: levitate. Type: ghost. Poison held item: cursed amulet. Level: elite, 55. Skills: hypnosis, nightmare, dream eater, curse, grudge. Description: 1,000-year-old Jengar, who learned human language to propagate a certain legend, has mastered hypnosis to its zenith but has become unable to learn any skills beyond those associated with it due to the toll it takes. Indeed, it was Jengar. But this was the first time the system had provided such a detailed analysis. Ash speculated that the old woman's appearance as a frail lady was a result of his being under hypnosis. The ghostly figure, masquerading as an old woman, pointed at Ash and ominously warned, "Listen well, young lad. Beware of beautiful women, lest you find yourself in grave misfortune." Upon hearing the cryptic words from the seemingly mystical old woman, May glanced at Ash, who narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her expression, puffing her cheeks in irritation. May questioned the ghost. "Why do you say that?" "Ash, let us go. We need not engage with her," he urged, pulling May away from Jengar. The ghost turned, revealing a sinister smile as Ash and May hastened their departure. "Do visit the shrine if you have time," Jengar called after them, but Ash quickened his pace, ignoring the ghost's suggestion. Jengar, unfazed, had witnessed such dismissals countless times over its long existence. Initially, it would have been angered, casting a grudge on those who left. Yet now, having integrated into human society, Jengar found such reactions trivial. "Given that polite girl by your side, I'll spare you from a curse this time," it murmured before seeking its next fateful encounter. Once they had distanced themselves, Ash turned back to scan with the system, confirming Jengar was no longer in pursuit before releasing May's wrist. Observing May's sudden shift from excitement to her earlier downcast demeanor, Ash silently cursed Jengar in his mind. After embarking on this journey with May, he had faced no misfortune. His Pokémon, Zubat and Charmeleon, had evolved, and he had triumphed in battles. "Don't let that old witch's words trouble you. I suspect she's merely trying to swindle offerings," he reassured her. "Oh, I wasn't too worried about that. I was just concerned for you, Ash," May stammered, flustered by his remarks. "What need is there to fear beautiful women?" he teased, flashing a warm smile. May, a kind-hearted and adorable girl, felt fortunate to travel alongside him. His words left her momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her expression adorably dazed. In that moment, Ash took her slightly chilled hand, enveloping it with his warmth, causing her heart to skip a beat. It dawned on May that Ash shared her sentiments. His smile outshone even the festival's vibrant lights as he leaned slightly closer, his amber eyes reflecting May's bashful visage. "Would you grant me the honor of exploring the Xiaozhou Gorge festival together?" The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into silence, and May could distinctly hear her heart racing. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet Ash's expectant eyes. "Yes," she finally replied, vigorously nodding and gently clasping his warm hand. After a brief respite at the Pokémon Center, Ash and May resolved to prepare for the evening's festivities. Nurse Joy greeted them with a smile, presenting a guide to Xiaozhou Gorge, while Pikachu lounged comfortably on the sofa, yawning contentedly. "I heard we should wear yukatas for the festival. Should we buy some?" Ash suggested, pointing at an image of festival-goers in colorful yukatas, posing in front of a shrine, with fireworks illuminating the sky. May's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've always wanted to try on a real summer festival yukata. They looked so beautiful on TV." They ventured to a traditional clothing store on the commercial street, where wind chimes jingled melodically in the breeze. The shopkeeper, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, welcomed them enthusiastically. "Ah, young guests here for the festival. Come and see our newest yukata styles." The store was infused with a subtle scent of wood, and an array of yukatas hung neatly on display. May was captivated by a light pink yukata adorned with cherry blossom patterns, delicately tracing her fingers over the exquisite embroidery. "That would suit you perfectly," Ash remarked from behind her, holding a deep blue men's yukata with wave patterns. "Would you like to try it on?" As May shyly emerged from the changing room, Ash was already clad in his deep blue yukata, awkwardly attempting to tie his obi. "Ash, that is not how you tie it." May couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to assist him. Standing close, she inhaled the faint scent of sunshine that lingered around him. When her fingers accidentally brushed against his back, her ears subtly flushed a deeper shade of red. The shopkeeper smiled knowingly, observing the pair. "What a perfectly matched couple. Should we complement our attire with wooden clogs and a fan? At the festival, we will undoubtedly become the center of attention." "Ah, we are not in a romantic relationship, at least not for the time being." Xiaochun shyly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. The proprietress, With the insight of someone who has experienced such feelings, immediately discerned Xiaochun's situation. It was clear that she harbored a fondness for the boy. However, the youth neither denied nor affirmed it. He seemed either too young to understand, or perhaps just a rather unremarkable little fellow. As they finally completed their shopping and stepped out of the shop, the setting sun had bathed the entire street in a warm, orange hue. Pikachu joyfully perched on Ash's shoulder, donned in a black yukata gifted by the proprietress, holding a small fan inscribed with the best under heaven. The timing was perfect. Ash glanced at the sky and excitedly turned to Xiaochun, declaring that the festival was about to commence. As they made their way towards the shrine, lanterns illuminated one after another along the street. The golden glow filtered through the washi paper lanterns, casting warm patches of light upon the ancient stone pathway. The air was imbued with an array of enticing aromas, the sizzling oil of takoyaki on the griddle, the sweet caramel scent of candied apples, and the fragrant red bean filling wafting from freshly baked taiyaki. In the distance, the deep, resonant rhythm of taiko drums resonated, accompanied by the melodious sound of the shamisen. The lively sounds of the festival grew nearer, revealing the bustling crowd and vibrant stalls before the shrine. "We arrived just in time," Xiaochun softly remarked, her fan inadvertently concealing the slight smile that tugged at her lips. Pikachu leapt from Ash's shoulder, curiously gazing around and fixating on a stall adorned with Pokémon masks. Naturally, Ash took Xiaochun's hand. "Shall we go catch some goldfish first? This time, I am determined to win the biggest one." The fishmonger's prowess was unparalleled. Recalling his past life, Ash remembered the 30-pound fish that his friend had helped him net. Riolu and Boltund were also released. With so many companions, Ash felt they might soon be overwhelmed. "Pika, Pika!" At Ash's words, Pikachu's ears perked up, eagerly tugging at Ash's yukata collar, pointing towards a stall brimming with colorful masks. On the wooden stand, an array of Pokémon masks glimmered softly in the lantern's glow, swaying gently in the night breeze. "Oh, do you desire a mask?" Ash followed Pikachu's gaze, his eyes lighting up. Pikachu nodded excitedly, its tail wagging in anticipation, tracing golden arcs against the night sky. Ash turned to Xiaochun, noticing her entranced by a beautifully crafted Eevee mask. The mask was exquisitely made, capturing Eevee's adorable expression in meticulous detail, with real fur adorning the ears, reflecting a gentle brown hue in the light. "Do you like this one?" Ash inquired with a smile, and before she could respond, he pulled her through the crowd to the stall. He carefully lifted the Eevee mask, turning to Xiaochun with a grin. "It suits you perfectly." As the mask gently hovered before her, she couldn't help but gaze at Ash. Through the mask's eye holes, she caught sight of Ash's smiling face. His deep blue yukata collar slightly open, revealing his sun-kissed neck. The night breeze carried a faint scent of berries from him. "Is it really suitable?" Xiaochun's voice trembled with shyness, her fingers subconsciously tightening around the tassels of her fan. "Absolutely perfect," Ash replied without hesitation, turning to the stall owner. "I'll take this mask, along with that Pikachu mask and the bagworm mask, please." "Got it." Chapter 63, Arrival at Goldenrod City. Goldenrod City is the largest and busiest city in the Johto region, renowned even in other regions. The towering headquarters of the Sylph Company stands at the city's heart, alongside two gyms that occupy the northeast corner. This area not only serves as the central commercial hub of Johto, but also boasts the region's most extensive infrastructure, including a maglev train station connecting Johto to Kanto. However, when Ash and Xiaochun arrived, the streets appeared eerily desolate, shrouded in a heavy mist that instilled a sense of oppression. The few passers-by moved hurriedly, leaving Xiaochun perplexed. "I remember when I visited before, Goldenrod City was not like this." Xiaochun recalled visiting Goldenrod City with her parents, when the atmosphere was far from the current gloom. Ash understood that this was all due to Natsum. Natsum was a powerful psychic, endowed with extraordinary talent, even feared by her own father in her youth. Following a series of events, she had transformed her mother into a puppet, prompting her father to flee the gym. As they strolled down the quiet streets, they soon arrived at the Goldenrod Gym. "Is this really the Goldenrod Gym?" Xiaochun stared at the opulent, palace-like structure before her, momentarily taken aback. She remembered that the gym was not like this during her previous visit. Compared to this gym, the ones they had seen before appeared quite modest. The sheer size of the building was on an entirely different level, not to mention that this was prime real estate in Goldenrod City. It must be correct. Ash pointed to a neighboring gym that looked quite shabby, a standard design for Alliance gyms, now a rarity. "Surely it can't be that one." The dilapidated fighting gym looked neglected. Even the sign atop the roof was crooked, suggesting it had long fallen into disrepair. Xiaochun still felt that the palatial building before them resembled the Goldenrod Gym more. Just as they were about to enter, a voice called out from behind them. Do you two not realize this is Natsum's gym? The speaker was a burly man clad in sports attire, sporting a bushy beard and a yellow cap, seemingly out for a morning jog. Yet, who would jog in such a deserted, eerie place? Moreover, the brim of his cap was tilted down so low that it obscured his face. Xiaochun instinctively stepped behind Ash, finding the man increasingly peculiar. Ash recognized him as Natsum's father. We came here precisely because we know this is a psychic gym. You are unaware of the immense power of psychic abilities. Gyms are not solely confined to this one. If you are unwilling to leave, I can demonstrate the might of psychic powers, which would be better than losing to Natsum. With that, the man lifted his cap, revealing eyes glinting with a blue light. However, the scene he envisioned, where he would control the boy with his psychic abilities, did not unfold. At some point, the black-haired boy's eyes had taken on a hint of red, and a blue energy enveloped him, resisting the psychic control. Could it be the legendary aura power? The well-informed man quickly discerned that this boy possessed a rare ability, known in history as aura, wielded by those called aura guardians. No wonder he dared to challenge Natsum's gym. He certainly had the confidence to back it up. With this realization, the man ceased his psychic exertion. Ash breathed a silent sigh of relief. Although he had instinctively used aura to fend off the man's psychic abilities, he sensed that the latter had significantly moderated his attack, likely intended as a mere warning. Otherwise, given his current proficiency with aura, he would have stood no chance against the man. Although you possess the power of aura, I can sense that your aura is not particularly formidable. Aura is an immensely potent force, yet you are still young and unable to fully harness its capabilities. Everything in existence carries an aura. The aura of living beings strengthens as they mature, with the most exceptional individuals even able to perceive the presence of aura. These individuals often accompany a Pokémon capable of controlling aura, leaving behind legends throughout the world, known as the Aura Warriors of lore. The power of aura can indeed be considered a form of superpower. Young one, at this moment, your mastery of superpowers pales in comparison to that of Narcy, not even reaching 1%. I must caution you, should you be defeated by Narcy, she will turn you into a doll. Turn into a doll? Xiaochun expressed disbelief, wondering how someone could transform another into a doll. Moreover, this man claimed that Ash possesses the power of aura, reminiscent of the Aura Warriors from the fairy tales she had heard in her childhood. Indeed, Narcy has the ability to transform challengers who fail into dolls. However, there is generally no life-threatening danger involved. After being confined by Narcy for approximately 3 to 5 days, they would eventually be released. Ash spoke with utmost confidence. I will not lose. Having arrived here, I am thoroughly prepared. Witnessing Ash's determination, the man ceased his objections and hastily departed. Ash and Xiaochun then entered the grand, palace-like Golden City gym. The interior of the gym was extravagantly decorated, yet the lighting was dim, permeated by a stifling atmosphere. The duo proceeded down the corridor, flanked by numerous rooms. Through the glass windows on the doors, they glimpsed individuals engaging in peculiar activities. One person, with eyes tightly shut, held a deck of cards, veins bulging on their forehead as they abruptly drew a card, only to sigh and start over. Another stared intently at a spoon, seemingly lost in thought. Yet another sat far from the table, extending their palm toward a cup, occasionally shouting in fervor. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a gym specializing in superpowers, Ash might have mistaken it for a mental health facility in Golden City. Soon, a young man clad in a white coat and thick mask intercepted them. Who are you, and what do you seek at the Golden City gym? Ash regarded the young man with a peculiar expression, akin to asking an air conditioning repairman about his profession. We have come to challenge the gym. Ash plainly stated their intention. Arriving at the gym without a challenge was akin to visiting a cafeteria without eating. It was rare for anyone to come for a different purpose, was it not? Chapter 64, Thunderbolt Acceleration. If you wish to challenge Lady Narcy, I must ask, do you possess any superpowers? The young man showed no signs of leaving and instead arrogantly began to interrogate Ash. Ash's eyes glowed crimson as a surge of blue energy enveloped him. The truth will always triumph over rhetoric. Upon witnessing the blue light emanating from Ash, the young man's previously darkened eyes shifted to a vibrant red. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Please, enter. Observing the abrupt shift in his attitude, Ash and Xiaochun exchanged glances and followed the young man. He led them to a colossal stone door at the corridor's end, straining to push it open, revealing the battleground beyond. This battleground resembled a typical arena, yet opposite them stood not an entrance for a competitor, but a curtain, behind which a lofty platform concealed a haughty, icy beauty, shrouded in mystery. Lady Narcy, this challenger possesses a unique superpower, different from yours. The young man knelt before the curtain, but instead of receiving a response from Narcy, he was abruptly expelled through the door by an unseen force. The heavy stone door behind Ash and Xiaochun slammed shut. At last, you have arrived. A youthful, melodic voice echoed, and the curtain parted slightly, revealing a little girl in a frilly dress, cradled by a girl in red. Due to the distance and the shadow cast by her hat, Ash could not discern the girl's features, only catching a glimpse of her seemingly glowing red eyes. Could that be Narcy and her mother? Is Narcy still a little girl? Xiaochun whispered to Ash, leaning closer. No, that must be Narcy and her doll, Ash replied, fixing his gaze intently on the Narcy before him. The enhancement brought about by the aura allowed him to perceive the expressionless face hidden within the curtain's shadow. However, attempting to view Narcy through aura proved fruitless, likely obstructed by her superpower. I have seen you before. 3 years ago, during a meditation, I foresaw your arrival. Just as I envisioned, you came with a Pikachu. Yet, the girl beside you does not match the one from my premonition, suggesting that fate can indeed change. The rules of the match are one-on-one. Should you lose, both of you shall become my friends and play with me. The child's voice chimed again, causing Ash to frown. Narcy had foreseen his arrival 3 years prior? Did her mention of the person beside him not being the same imply that she had anticipated the original timelines Ash and his companions? Pushing these questions aside for now, Ash resolved to inquire after defeating Narcy. The notion of becoming her friend undoubtedly meant being transformed into one of her dolls. I am the challenger. If I lose, it should only be I who becomes a doll. My companions cannot be part of the wager. I don't care. She just referred to me as old. If you lose, you all must remain. Ash felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Indeed, girls are quite sensitive about their age, and Narcy was no exception. That likely cannot be permitted. I will not lose, right, Pikachu? Pikachu. With excitement, Pikachu leaped onto the battlefield, finally ready to make its appearance. Suddenly, a Pokeball materialized in Narcy's doll's embrace, instantly appearing on the battleground, revealing a slumbering Kadabra. An only moderately powerful Kadabra? In that moment, Ash instinctively made a decision based on instinct, issuing commands to Pikachu through his budding aura power even before verbalizing them. Thunderbolt Acceleration. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt Acceleration. As Pikachu charged forward, Ash finally voiced the command. He had not anticipated that this Kadabra's level was significantly lower than he had imagined, to contend with a version of Ash who possessed 3 badges. One would expect it to be around level 30. Surely Narcy couldn't have directly elevated Kadabra's level by 10 or so through her superpower. Transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, Pikachu swiftly reached Kadabra, who appeared dazed and was sent flying by the impact. As Kadabra floated in midair, Ash observed that the aura, which had initially weakened, suddenly surged, while the aura of the doll held by Narcy diminished slightly. Kadabra erupted in a burst of white light, its body rapidly expanding. Soon, as the light faded, it evolved into Alakazam. Compared to its Kadabra form, Alakazam could now support the use of powerful psychic abilities, no longer requiring 18 hours of sleep each day. Thus, Alakazam opened its eyes and stood tall. Alakazam's level was now 26, yet its strength had reached the pinnacle of elite status. Narcy's power truly was formidable, having elevated Alakazam's strength by 2 tiers. Alakazam, use Psychic. A blue light flickered in Alakazam's eyes as its thumb pressed firmly against the spoon in its hand, unleashing a powerful wave of psychic energy toward Pikachu. Skills endowed with superpowers often encompass both mental assaults and physical manipulations, rendering them exceptionally formidable. However, there exists an inherent limitation to such control. Once that threshold is surpassed, even the most extraordinary abilities become futile. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. A tremendous surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu, piercing through the psychic wave in an instant, striking directly at Gyarados. Teleportation. As Naz's words fell, Gyarados vanished from its position, only to reappear a heartbeat later, where a massive column of lightning fractured into 5 distinct bolts, aimed at Pikachu's overhead position. The just materialized Gyarados, unable to execute a second teleportation, was struck by the 5 bolts of lightning, plummeting from the sky. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Pikachu aimed to deliver a decisive blow, ensuring Gyarados was afforded no opportunity to recover. Gyarados, use Recover. A surge of psychic energy sustained Gyarados in its descent, yet before it could complete its recovery, Pikachu collided with it. Unquestionably, Gyarados fell to the ground, incapacitated, unable to withstand Naz's overwhelming power. Historically, Gyarados relied on the unbridled mechanisms of its superpowers, augmented by Naz's extraordinary stats, rendering it inexperienced in combat. A flicker of astonishment crossed Naz's beautiful, yet expressionless face. The outcome of this battle could not be said to mirror her predictions. Rather, it stood in stark contrast. In her foresight, after evolving, Casey had effortlessly vanquished this Pikachu, yet now it was Pikachu that dispatched Gyarados with ease. Chapter 65, The Golden Badge. Wonderful. Ash won. Upon witnessing Ash's effortless triumph over Naza, Kasumi erupted in jubilant cheers. At last, someone has managed to defeat Naza. In the next moment, the uncle who had previously obstructed the two outside the gym materialized beside the battlefield, tears welling in his eyes as he longed to embrace Ash. Ash, pulling Kasumi aside, evaded the uncle's bear hug. Was that teleportation? Kasumi, having just witnessed Gyarados employ teleportation, recognized the manner of the uncle's arrival, piquing her curiosity about whether humans could also wield such abilities. What a powerful superpower. Uncle, you are indeed capable of teleportation. In her recollections, there were indeed such individuals within Goldenrod City. If I am not mistaken, you must be the former gym leader of Goldenrod City, and thus Naza's father? Ash had long harbored a question. Logically speaking, as the gym leader's father, Naza's father should not be outmatched by a mere child in Pokemon battles. Casting a glance at Naza, who was lost in thought after her defeat, the uncle sighed heavily and explained to Ash, my Pokemon simply cannot contend with Naza. From a young age, she possessed formidable superpowers. When I attempted to intervene, I discovered that neither my Pokemon nor I could subdue her. At 14, Naza's abilities were already equivalent to a champion's combat prowess. Now, at 21, I cannot even fathom her strength. Even outside of superpower duels, this young man is the first to best Naza. Ash was left speechless to subdue at least one Pokemon of the Elite Four caliber with her psychic abilities. Naza was truly a human-shaped deity. Suddenly, a golden circular badge materialized before Ash, slowly spinning in the air like a coin. Instinctively, Ash reached out with his right hand, and the badge fell into his palm. You have emerged victorious. This is your well-deserved reward. You may leave now. All right. With the badge in hand, Ash felt no desire to linger. The matters concerning Naza and her parents were of no concern to him. Whether Naza was inherently cold or had suffered childhood trauma held no relevance. His instincts warned him that this place was perilous. Wait, young man. Please allow Naza to release her mother. She has transformed her mother into a doll. Ash did not pause, yet Kasumi, pulled along by him, halted. Ash inhaled deeply, his expression darkening as he turned to the uncle. I am uncertain why Naza would act in such a manner towards you. Just as I remain oblivious to what you may have done to the former Naza. This is your family matter, and I find it inappropriate to intervene. But, upon hearing Ash's words, the uncle grew frantic, his eyes igniting with a blue glow. In the next moment, he was hurled against the gym wall by an overwhelming psychic force. Naza, who had remained silent since her defeat, emerged clutching the doll, her gaze fixated upon Ash. In a soft, childlike voice, she spoke, Thank you for your understanding. I will strive to train my Pokemon harder during my meditations. Naza had been ostracized since childhood due to her extraordinary powers, and the peculiar expressions on her parents' faces had pierced her tender heart. In time, she crafted a doll from her childlike innocence to shield herself from sorrow, becoming increasingly engrossed in meditation and training. Through rigorous practice and her exceptional gift, Naza advanced rapidly. Yet during a conflict, her superpowers erupted, transforming her ordinary mother into a doll. Her father, endowed with superpowers, swiftly teleported away from the Goldenrod Gym, never to return. Naza's doll cast a cold smirk at the uncle, who slumped unconscious against the wall. To instill fear in one's own child is truly pathetic. Do you think that uncle will be all right? On the path away from the psychic gym, Kasumi cast a worried glance back at the palace-like structure. In contrast to Ash, who walked with his usual stoic demeanor, the kind-hearted Kasumi felt concern for Naza's father's fate. If Naza intended to do something, she would have acted long ago. The moment I entered the battlefield, I sensed that uncle lurking. Otherwise, how could he have teleported in just as I achieved victory? Kasumi understood that Ash's implication was clear. If he could detect the uncle's presence, then Naza certainly could as well. Ash tilted his head towards Kasumi, patiently elucidating. Naza would not harm the uncle. I can sense that she desires to change. Were I in her position, I might have left immediately. But Naza likely knows little of the outside world. Confronted with the unknown, even someone as powerful as Naza would hesitate to explore. This is the responsibility of her parents. They failed to guide her properly, allowing fear and distance to stem from her gifts. Ash held great respect for Hanako, his sole family member. However, he felt little towards the father who vanished before his birth. Should he return one day, Ash might not even regard him as family. No one in Masera Town dared to mention his father in Ash's presence, not even Professor Oak or Hanako. Ash paid no heed to the children who mocked him for lacking a father. But he couldn't help but note that the family who had spread rumors of his father being slain by Hanako now had their child hospitalized due to a Pokémon encounter during a picnic. Perhaps it was karma. In this world, Ash's father had departed Masera town to continue his journey, never to be heard from again. Many speculated that he had perished in the wild, but Ash remained indifferent. Indeed, for Ash, death would be preferable. It would spare Hanako from enduring a second heartbreak. Naza is so pitiable. So soon, you're calling her sister Naza? Ash chuckled helplessly, then handed Pikachu, resting on his shoulder, to Kasumi. Here, let's not dwell on that for now. The affairs of others are of little concern to us. Travel is meant to be a joyous experience. Pikachu, that little rascal, ought to shed some weight. The average weight of a Pikachu is 6 kilograms, which translates to approximately 12 pounds. Even Ash's Pikachu, despite being specially trained for speed and having a lighter frame, still weighs in at 10 pounds. Carrying a hefty 10-pound rodent on his shoulder every day, Ash fears he might one day develop uneven shoulders. Xiaochun, having cradled Pikachu, still wore a pensive expression. I understand now, Ash. Observing Xiaochun's troubled demeanor, Ash felt quite overwhelmed. He was utterly inept at comforting girls. Professor Sakuragi had truly assigned himself a burdensome task. Ash racked his brain for a topic to discuss, and suddenly thought of the gym leader in the next city. I've heard that the gym leader in Yuhong City is not only an instructor at Yuhong University, but also a perfumer. The Yuhong perfume is sold in her fragrance shop. I plan to purchase some for my mother. Xiaochun, what type of perfume do you fancy? Oh, perfume? I've never used any. Then let us try some when we arrive. Chapter 66. Everyone has superpowers. To Ash's surprise, you cook quite well. The girl with long black hair took spoonfuls of the omelette rice Ash had prepared, while her partner, Gyarados, hastily devoured his meal with a spoon. The duo of trainer and Pokémon resembled those who had been famished for far too long. Pikachu, who was squeezing ketchup onto the omelette rice, had never witnessed anyone eat so ravenously. Inadvertently, he squirted out an excessive amount of ketchup. Ash swiftly noticed this and snatched the ketchup away. Pikachu, Nurse Joy specifically advised you to limit your intake of sweets and sour foods. Your enamel is already compromised. Pikachu adored ketchup and omelette rice. Yet his overindulgence had detrimental effects on his teeth. Ash was quite irked at Pikachu's deliberate clumsiness. Consuming excessive ketchup while using dental protection was akin to applying skincare products while staying up late, was it not? Indeed. He regretted being soft-hearted and allowing Pikachu to squeeze the ketchup himself. Xiaochun, seated across from Ash alongside Naz, thought Ash was a tad too indulgent with his Pokémon, fulfilling their every whim. Eevee loved snacks. Pikachu relished ketchup and omelette rice. Charmeleon enjoyed spicy sauce, and Chimchar favored coal and high-fat berries, while Riolu preferred pickles and Motostoke Lizard fancied sauerkraut. Although cooking took considerable time, Ash would always set aside a midday break every few days to prepare a sumptuous lunch for his Pokémon as a reward. Even his Electrike and Eevee benefited from this. Originally, Electrike only consumed food Ash provided, but now he accepted Ash's offerings as well. What surprised Ash and the others was that Naz had followed them. Last night, upon awakening, Ash discovered his blanket missing and, shining a flashlight, found Naz cocooned in it like a silkworm. It turned out that after their departure, Naz had restored her mother to her original form and returned the gym to her father. She intended to leave the gym to embark on her training, but the city, resembling a steel forest, felt utterly foreign and bewildering to her. Ultimately lost, Naz fortuitously spotted Ash and Xiaochun shopping in the Golden City and had been shadowing them ever since. Naz was a humanoid weapon of immense power, nearly oblivious to the outside world, having been ostracized during her childhood, leading to a profound mental state debuff. After discussing it, Ash and Xiaochun resolved to temporarily welcome her into their team, leaving future matters for another day. To accommodate their new member, Ash adjusted their morning routine to prepare a lavish breakfast. Typically, they consumed quick meals while on the move, while Pokémon thrived on energy blocks. Since awakening his aura abilities, Ash's appetite had grown increasingly voracious. At times, he even needed to eat while traveling. To his astonishment, Naz's appetite exceeded his own. The 6 dishes Ash had prepared proved insufficient, prompting him to whip up an additional 3 to satiate the 3 of them. This was likely due to the significant energy expenditure associated with using superpowers. Ash's food intake noticeably increased after every training session. With Naz's unexpected addition to the team, Ash began to revise their travel plans. They continued their journey in the morning and after lunch. Ash practiced Aura with Riolu while Xiaochun directed Eevee and Electrike in a battle against Ash's Chimchar. The other Pokémon also commenced training according to Ash's prescribed methods. Naz and Gyarados entered a meditative state using their own techniques. The evening sun cast its golden rays across the land, gently caressing every inch of the earth. The sun resembled an elegant traveler, gracefully strolling toward the western horizon. Its steps were light and unhurried, as if bidding farewell to the day while draping the earth in a warm, delicate veil. The clouds were painted in brilliant shades of orange and red, as if paving a magnificent path for this wanderer. As the sky gradually descended, it seemed to softly whisper of the day's conclusion and the anticipation of new beginnings. During dinner that evening, Ness suddenly posed questions to Ash regarding his training with Aura. Although I do not possess the powers you wield, I can sense that your strength and psychic abilities share a common origin. After all, everyone possesses superpowers. It is merely that these capabilities manifest differently in each individual. Ash and Xiaochun were captivated by Naz's words, especially Ash, who had directly experienced psychic powers. Are you suggesting that everyone has superpowers? Indeed, when superpowers are mentioned, most assume they are abilities exclusive to a select few. In truth, everyone possesses superpowers, though they often remain unrecognized. Naz, with utmost seriousness, gazed at Ash and Xiaochun. These insights stemmed from her studies in the ancient texts of the Golden City Gym. Superpowers are not solely the overt abilities that move objects. The strength within the human heart is immensely powerful. I recall reading in the ancient texts about how even ordinary individuals can channel their power through a medium to enable a fully evolved Pokémon to evolve once more, allowing a fully evolved Pokémon to evolve again. Does such power truly exist? Xiaochun exclaimed, for this knowledge contradicted what her father had taught her. But could even a seasoned Pokémon researcher like her father be mistaken regarding Pokémon matters? Ash, having a sudden epiphany, retrieved his Mega Stone from his dimensional waist pouch. Was not Naz's description of using a medium to allow a fully evolved Pokémon to evolve again akin to Mega Evolution? Is this the medium you refer to? Naz glanced at the Mega Stone and nodded. The illustration of the medium in the book indeed resembled this, yet the text described two stones, one for the human and one for the Pokémon. Moreover, they were not spherical, but rather irregularly shaped minerals. It seemed the Mega Evolution Stone was indeed a relic from the past of the Kanto region, suggesting that Mega Evolution had been discovered long ago. Alternatively, perhaps the ancient texts Naz possessed were transmitted from another region, or perhaps they were inscribed by individuals from another area. Who knows? The winding river of history is always shrouded in a veil of mystery, leaving one filled with reverence and confusion when attempting to uncover its truth. This is not the superpower I speak of. Nazi gazed at Ash with a serious expression, elucidating. The so-called psychic powers are merely an external manifestation of the mind's intrinsic strength. Whether it be my psychic abilities or your aura power, they are fundamentally akin. She continued. Should you desire, I can assist in assessing whether you possess the potential to awaken a psychic ability akin to mine. Chapter 67. The Mediocre? Then let us proceed. Ash nodded, harboring a desire for psychic powers. The coexistence of psychic abilities and aura power would be most advantageous. Psychic powers enable instantaneous movement, telekinesis, and other such feats, while aura power leans more toward reconnaissance. At this moment, Ash could not fathom the profound development of his aura abilities in the future. After the trio finished their meal, they ventured to a spacious clearing. Nazi grasped Ash's hand, infusing it with her psychic energy. Do not resist with your aura power, as that may skew the results. Ash felt a peculiar energy emanating from Nazi's fingertips, akin to a cool stream gently flowing into his being. His aura power instinctively began to stir, its energy meandering restlessly through his meridians. Do not resist with your aura power, Nazi reiterated, her brow slightly furrowed, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her face. Such resistance would indeed alter the outcome. Ash inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous energy within. He sensed Nazi's psychic power delicately navigating through his energy channels, reminiscent of a silken thread. This sensation of being probed by an external force was both foreign and wondrous, evoking memories of his initial experiences learning to sense aura. Xiaochun observed the two with trepidation. Under the moonlight, she discerned a faint pink halo emanating from Nazi, while Ash was surrounded by a subtle blue luminescence. Pikachu's tail twitched anxiously, and sparks occasionally flickered from the electrical sacs on its cheeks. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, the rustling of the distant woods, the myriad sounds of Pokémon, and even the beating of his own heart resonated with unusual clarity in Ash's ears. He felt Nazi's psychic energy penetrating his mental realm, a sensation akin to being both scrutinized and gently embraced. At last, Nazi opened her eyes, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her violet pupils. Fascinating, she remarked, releasing Ash's wrist with a slight smile. Transitioning from 0 to 1 is indeed a challenge. However, she paused, contemplatively appraising Ash. Your experience in cultivating aura power grants you a greater adaptability in energy circuits than I had anticipated. Ash flexed his somewhat numb wrist, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "So, can I learn psychic powers?" "Indeed, but merely at the level of a novice," Natsi replied. As moonlight bathed the trio, Natsi's silhouette cast an elongated shadow on the ground. She gently raised her hand, and a spoon materialized from thin air, twirling gracefully at her fingertips. "Even as a novice, with diligent practice, you could surpass many of the psychic practitioners and apprentices you encountered at the Golden Gym." She continued, "If you wish to test the strength of your psychic ability, try bending this spoon with your power." Ash accepted the spoon, yet rather than hastily attempting to bend it, he tucked it away. How could he bend it when his training in psychic ability had not yet commenced? "So, how does one cultivate psychic abilities? Is meditation required?" Natsi nodded. "It would be best to utilize a psychic orb to assist in meditation. The Golden City Gym is not far from here. After testing Xiaochun, I shall teleport to fetch some." Regrettably, Xiaochun's aptitude for psychic powers was not particularly strong, even less so than Ash's. Nevertheless, Xiaochun did not feel disheartened, as psychic abilities were not a necessity for her. After conducting Xiaochun's assessment, Natsi vanished from her position in an instant. Ash sensed the fluctuations in space through his aura power but could not pinpoint Natsi's location. In an instant, the space shimmered like rippling water and Natsi's figure re-emerged. Her long hair fluttered slightly, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, indicating that this long-distance teleportation had consumed considerable mental energy. However, the most captivating sight was the multitude of silvery psychic orbs encircling her, as if awakened stars drifting through the air. Each orb radiated a soft silver glow, their surfaces shimmering with subtle energy waves. They did not float chaotically, but rather followed an enigmatic trajectory, sometimes clustering like a galaxy and at other times dispersing like a nebula. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, Natsi commanded the floating psychic orbs to coalesce into a neat pile, glimmering with silver light, which gently settled on the ground before Ash. The spheres stacked harmoniously without sound, demonstrating that Natsi's control over these orbs exceeded the limits of her mental power. "Give it a try. Attempt to control them with your psychic energy." Natsi's voice was calm as water, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Ash raised his palms upward. He closed his eyes, attuning to the warm energy flowing within his veins. As he released his psychic energy, the uppermost orbs began to tremble slightly, their silver glow fluctuating. Sweat beaded on Ash's forehead. The first orb quivered precariously into the air, followed by a second, then a third, with each addition. He sensed the subtle resistance akin to pushing open a long immovable stone door. When the 27th orb ascended, Ash's breathing became labored. The irregular mass of suspended orbs began to sway violently, the energy connections between them fluctuating between strength and weakness. At last, with a barely audible chime, all connections severed simultaneously. The orbs cascaded to the ground like a broken necklace of pearls. Just as the orbs were about to touch down, a flash of blue light flickered in Natsi's eyes. With a mere casual lift of her fingertip, the scattered orbs froze mid-air, subsequently spiraling back together with elegant grace, restoring their original orderly formation without a trace of disarray. 27. Natsi murmured softly, a number evidently surpassing her expectations. She regarded Ash's slightly trembling hands with thoughtful consideration. "To achieve such a level on your first attempt indicates that your mental strength exceeds what I had envisioned." Xiaochun hurried to support Ash, who was swaying slightly. Ash exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. How could I merely be a novice? Just moments ago, he had come to understand the distinction between psychic abilities and aura power. Aura power was not merely an application of mental energy. It was a synthesis of physical energy and mental prowess, leaning more toward the physical aspect. Psychic abilities, on the other hand, were the pure manifestation of mental energy, requiring no physical force. The former could be enhanced solely through meditation, while the latter necessitated a harmonious interplay of mental and physical strength. If one were to attribute elemental properties to these abilities, Natsi's psychic powers would undoubtedly belong to the psychic category, while Ash's aura power would align with the combat category. With his solid foundation in physical strength, Ash need not fear overexertion, thus his physical prowess far surpassed his mental capabilities. Once he accelerated the development of his mental strength through meditation, his aura power would experience a significant leap in growth. This occurrence could only be deemed a delightful surprise. Chapter 68, The Enigmatic Slate. Yuhong University has produced numerous distinguished individuals, including Professor Oak, Professor Elm, Professor Birch, and even Professor Rowan. Among the verifiable records accessible within the Kanto League, Rowan is noted as a former student of Yuhong University, having graduated from its psychology department. During the anniversary celebration, Sakaki would often engage in jovial discussions with Professor Okido or Professor Soramiki within the halls of Yuhong University. Ash's mother, Hanako, was also an alumnus of this esteemed institution, sharing her academic journey with Dr. Shuli, who was likewise a student of Professor Okido. Yuhong University has produced a remarkable cohort of Magikarp capable of mastering the move Dragon Rage, which generated considerable excitement at the time. Ash had accompanied Professor Okido on a visit to the university, yet it was rather disappointing that merely teaching Magikarp to learn Dragon Rage ahead of schedule yielded little practical benefit. The lineage of those Magikarp, fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, were all Dragon-type Pokémon well-versed in Dragon Rage, and despite years of meticulous breeding, the technique could not be widely disseminated. Even if one were to cultivate a group of Dragon-type Pokémon adept at using Dragon Dance, it would not enable Garchomp to learn the move. Magikarp's ability to master Dragon Rage is intrinsically tied to its evolutionary potential, a trait bestowed by its genetic heritage. Does Garchomp possess such genetic predisposition? While there are methods to teach Garchomp Dragon Dance, they are not without their limitations. One could employ a technique known as skill swap, alongside an ability called Dancer. By utilizing a Shinado with skill swap to replicate the Dancer ability from a Flourish bird and subsequently transferring that ability to Garchomp, it becomes feasible to allow other Pokémon capable of Dragon Dance, such as Crawdaunt, Totodile, and Mudkip, to utilize the move, thus enabling the sole Dragon type among them, Garchomp, to partake as well. However, this method is not particularly cost-effective and lacks substantial practical value. Ash's visit to Yuhong University was prompted by a desire to meet Dr. Shuli, a former classmate of Hanako's. At the heart of the campus stands a magnificent bronze bell, its surface adorned with a deep green patina that has been polished by the passage of time, casting a soft halo when touched by sunlight. Flanking the bell are two intricately carved marble pillars, their smooth surfaces radiating a gentle luster under the sun. Atop these pillars, two lifelike bas-reliefs of Gyarados spiral upwards, each scale meticulously crafted, and the dragon's whiskers appear to flutter in the breeze. Despite the sculptor's efforts to soften their expressions, the wide, glaring eyes and slightly parted fangs exude an intimidating aura. The intertwined tails of the dragons coil around the pillars, while their heads proudly gaze skyward, as if poised to break free from stone and soar into the heavens. Atop the bell rests a statue of a Pidgey, its wings fully unfurled, each feather distinctly carved, its beak slightly open, and its keen gaze reminiscent of a fledgling hawk preparing for its first flight, embodying boundless potential. As the bell tolls, it stirs a few real Pidgey to flutter by in a flurry. This architectural marvel, blending majesty and vitality, serves not only as a landmark for Yuhong University, but also as the designated meeting point for Ash and Dr. Shuli. On this occasion, Ash arrived alone, as Haruka had taken Nashi to the Yuhong City department store for shopping, leaving with Pikachu and her own Eevee in tow. Nashi departed with nothing but Pokeballs, reminiscent of a child throwing a tantrum and running away from home, even neglecting to bring along the doll she had previously encountered. Ash, over here. Doctor. Shuli waved at him from a distance, cradling a girl of around 5 or 6 years old in his arms. Ash quickened his pace towards Dr. Shuli. Renowned for his intelligence and warmth, Dr. Shuli is highly regarded in the research community. However, his demanding work schedule often leaves his daughter alone at home, with only a nanny to care for her. To Ash's surprise, he had brought his daughter along this time, suggesting that the occasion was not of great urgency. Xiaomei, this is your big brother Ash. Dr. Shuli introduced Ash to his daughter. Upon seeing Ash, Xiaomei turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. The two had met previously, and their families even shared a photograph with Professor Okido, making it one of the few photos Ash cherished. Despite Dr. Shuli's frequent absences due to work, his feelings of guilt towards his daughter have led him to indulge Xiaomei, especially after her mother went missing 3 years ago while researching an unknown totem. In his quest to find his wife, Dr. Shuli abandoned all pursuits to investigate these mysterious Pokémon, resulting in even more affection showered upon his increasingly neglected daughter. Lacking parental presence and with a nanny and an occasionally returning father who indulged her every whim, Xiaomei's behavior had become rather spoiled. Even Professor Okido often advised Dr. Shuli to devote more attention to his daughter. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Dr. Shuli turned to Ash. I apologize, Ash. Xiaomei can be a bit shy. After all, it has been quite some time since she last saw you. Ash waved his hand dismissively. It's perfectly fine, Professor. It's natural for Xiaomei not to remember me, considering she was quite young during our last meeting. By the way, how have you been? Observing the concerned expression on Ash's face, Dr. Shuli couldn't help but reflect on how he felt inadequate compared to Hanako in nurturing a child. I heard you've become a student of Professor Okido. Truly impressive, he remarked. Actually, it's nothing significant. I came across a slab inscribed with ancient glyphs that I wanted to present to the professor. His extensive knowledge would allow it to be utilized to its fullest potential. However, he mentioned that your expertise in history surpasses his, hence my visit to you, Dr. Shuli explained as he retrieved a pink slab from his pocket. Ash examined the slab closely and indeed noticed 2 lines inscribed upon one side. Before the birth of the universe, only it breathed alone. Given its color and inscriptions, Ash surmised, could this be Arceus's plate? The hue suggests it belongs to the psychic type. With a contemplative expression, Ash inquired, Professor, may I ask where you acquired this slab? It was found at the Iskaner ruins on Seven Island. I heard tales of individuals encountering the unknown totem there. Unfortunately, I did not find the totem, but rather this slab, Dr. Shuli replied. After a moment's hesitation, Ash decided to share his insights regarding the slab's origins with Dr. Shuli. Professor, this slab is likely the one associated with Arceus, the deity of creation in Sinnoh legends. It is said to have the power to alter Arceus's type and enhance the power of Pokémon moves corresponding to that type. This should be the psychic type plate, potentially augmenting psychic type moves by 20. At least, that's what the Pokémon company stated in the previous generation, Ash recounted, sharing all he could with Dr. Shuli. Upon hearing Ash's account of the slab's origins, Dr. Shuli was momentarily taken aback before eagerly questioning Ash. Is there a connection between this object and the unknown totem? Observing the urgency in Dr. Shuli's gaze, Ash hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I cannot be certain, as both the unknown totem and Arceus's plate are shrouded in mystery, with no ancient texts documenting a direct correlation between the two. However, both are indeed related to Arceus, which could be considered an indirect connection. At this, the light in Dr. Shuli's eyes dimmed, and he appeared disheartened. While both the slab and the unknown totem were tied to Arceus, the legendary deity of creation felt exceedingly remote to him. Furthermore, legends remain mere stories, often embellished for the sake of wider dissemination, rendering them of limited research value. Moreover, even if the slab were authentic, it would not immediately aid him in realizing his dream of finding his wife. Dr. Shioli forced a smile and addressed Ash. Since this tablet has the potential to enhance Pokémon abilities, I shall bestow it upon you. I hope it proves beneficial for your research. He held a firm belief that Ash would not deceive him. His trust in his junior and mentor precluded any doubts regarding Ash, even if the artifact was connected to the legendary deity Arceus. Ash's research primarily delved into the histories and myths of various regions. Many seasoned researchers had previously remarked that Ash was overly ambitious and youthful, yet it now appeared that he had indeed uncovered a wealth of knowledge. Although his last presentation on history had lulled an audience into slumber, Dr. Shioli was confident that Ash would soon demonstrate his prowess to those who had underestimated him. Is this for me? Ash was taken aback, quickly expressing his gratitude to Dr. Shioli. He had acquired this tablet numerous times in the games. Yet he remained uncertain of its practical application, as it seemed rather superfluous. Summoning Arceus required the celestial flute and a complete set of tablets. A solitary tablet held little value for the average individual. Ash pondered that perhaps the tablet could enhance physical strength, and who knows, it might also bolster mental fortitude. It has been a while since we last met. Let us dine together shortly. I would like to introduce you to the professors at Yuhang University, Dr. Shioli extended an invitation to Ash for lunch. Initially inclined to decline, Ash hesitated as he felt the weight of the tablet in his hand, feeling too embarrassed to refuse. However, he had already made plans to meet Xiao Chun and the others at the Yuhang City department store. He reluctantly informed Dr. Shioli of his companions shopping in the department store, to which Dr. Shioli paused momentarily. Companions? Chapter 69, Battle with Ligia. 2 companions? Dr. Shioli was taken aback. He was aware that Ash was traveling with the daughter of Brother Ingmu, but how had it turned into 2? Had Ash recently acquired a new companion? Brother Ingmu is also present. You may invite Xiao Chun and the others to join us, he suggested. With that, Ash felt no further hesitation and promptly agreed to Dr. Shioli's proposal. Once Dr. Shioli marked the restaurant on Ash's town map, he bid farewell to Ash and set off to find Brother Ingmu with Xiaomei. Ash, in turn, rode his motorcycle lizard in search of Xiao Chun and Naji. Indeed, the motorcycle lizard was permitted to traverse the city streets. Ash possessed both a motor vehicle license and a Pokémon riding permit. In this world devoid of identification cards, a driver's license served as a means of establishing identity. Given that many individuals embark on journeys upon reaching adulthood, there are no age restrictions on obtaining a license. Ash and Xiao Mao had acquired theirs 2 years prior. In the wilderness, speed and Pokémon were of little concern, yet in the city, Miss Junsha reminded all, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Ride responsibly, or tears will flow from loved ones. Disregarding such advice could also earn one a pair of exquisite silver bracelets and a fortnight of minimalist housing. 2 hours later, Ash and his companions arrived at the designated restaurant via taxi. Upon entering, they drew the attention of numerous patrons. Ash's keen eyes discerned only Dr. Xiaoli, Brother Ingmu and his wife, Song Tai, and Li Jiao among the crowd. Alongside the professors from Yuhang University, there were also many distinguished students. Yet they bore no significance to Ash and his friends. Approaching Dr. Xiaoli's table, Xiao Chun presented the perfume she had purchased at the Yuhang City department store to Yoshino. Our Xiao Chun has truly grown. This must be the floral-scented perfume from Lady June. Lady June resided in forests, gardens, and courtyards, with the blossoms atop her head exuding a sweet fragrance capable of healing the heart and uplifting spirits. Depending on the soil composition, the scent of her flowers varied slightly. The blossoms required meticulous care to bloom. Regardless of the effort and resources expended, flowers blossoming in the wild bore greater beauty, and their fragrant essence was more potent in soothing souls than those nurtured artificially. Although Xiao Chun had purchased the perfume with her card, Yoshino felt immense joy knowing her daughter thought of her while shopping. Ash then introduced Naji to Brother Ingmu and the others. Upon learning that Naji had once served as the gym leader of the Golden City, both Brother Ingmu and Dr. Xiao Li regarded her with newfound respect. Who would have imagined a gym leader would relinquish her position to embark on a journey with Ash? It is well known that gym leaders hold significant social standing, often ranking among the 2 highest authorities in a city alongside the mayor. Due to their superior prowess, gym leaders generally enjoy greater popularity than mayors. The meal proceeded smoothly, devoid of any ostentatious displays or confrontations. News of Ash being a student of Professor Okido and possessing 4 badges, implying he potentially held quasi-elite combat capabilities, swiftly circulated through the restaurant. Information spread like wildfire, extinguishing any lingering doubts among those who had harbored thoughts of rivalry. A novice trainer who had only been traveling for 6 months achieving quasi-elite status foretold a bright future, potentially ascending to the ranks of champion. After all, Ash had the support of Professor Okido, a towering figure, coupled with a plethora of esteemed mentors, not to mention his own exceptional abilities. To provoke him would be tantamount to courting disaster. To Ash's surprise, Song Tai and Xiao Mei engaged in delightful conversation. At merely 4 years of age, Song Tai exhibited a maturity that surpassed that of the slightly older Xiao Mei, their interactions resembling that of an elder brother caring for a younger sister. It appeared Song Tai was indeed a prodigy. After the meal, Mrs. Ingmu detained her daughter Xiao Chun, wishing to spend more time with her. Ash and Naji took this opportunity to bid farewell to both families and sought out Li Jia, the gym leader of Yuhang. Li Jia was entirely unfazed by Ash's challenge. If you wish to battle, let us do so at Yuhang University. It would provide an excellent opportunity for the students in the Pokemon Battle Department to witness a gym battle firsthand. The students at Yuhang University could largely be categorized into 2 groups. Those like Brother Ingmu who had entered through rigorous study, and those like Sakaki who, after discovering their inadequacies during travel, returned to further their education. The various faculties of the university were divided into 2 factions, one focusing on social sciences and the other on Pokemon studies. Professor Okido's background in biology fell under social sciences, while his teachings on Pokemon behavior belonged to the latter. After years of coexistence between humans and Pokemon, the societal fabric could scarcely imagine life devoid of these wondrous creatures. Many scientific endeavors relied on the intellectual prowess of Pokemon like Hoodie, far surpassing human intellect. Thus emerged a scholarly community, led by Professor Okido, dedicated to exploring the relationship between Pokemon and humanity. Due to the overwhelming affection for Pokemon among the populace, harmony prevailed between the 2 factions at Yuhang University, with audiences consistently filling the seats during Pokemon battles. News of Li Jia's willingness to engage in battle spread like wildfire throughout Yuhang University. By the time they arrived at the battle arena, the stands were teeming with spectators, prompting Ash to reminisce about the recent battles at the Pokemon Research School. Go, Li Jia. We're rooting for you, Li Jia. The chorus of cheers echoed throughout the arena, reminiscent of previous encounters. Ash unclipped the Pokeball containing his Charmeleon from his belt, directing his gaze toward Li Jia. Then let us hope for a similar outcome. This match would see Ash from Masera Town challenge Li Jia, the gym leader of Yuhong. Under the rules of a 2-on-2 battle, challengers are permitted to interchange their Pokémon, whereas gym leaders are not afforded the same privilege. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle, with the challenger initiating the first move. The referee swiftly declared the rules of the contest, and Ash stood resolutely opposite Lyra. "Come forth, Charmeleon. Time to shine, Oddish." Lyra flashed a subtle smile at Ash, inquiring, "Is this Charmeleon your starter Pokémon? It appears to have been raised exceptionally well." In response, Ash shook his head. "Charmeleon is a companion I encountered during my journey. My original starter Pokémon is this Pikachu. Whether it be my starter or a friend I made along the way, each holds significant value in my heart, and I dedicate myself to nurturing them all. Pikachu, Charmeleon, and Zubat are regarded with equal affection by me. The difference lies merely in their species. They are all cherished as family by Ash." Chapter 70, The Rainbow Badge. Within a quaint cafe at Yuhong University, Professor Sakuraji's family gathered to reminisce. "Koharu, it has been quite a while since you last spoke with your mother. How have you been during this time?" Mrs. Sakuraji exclaimed, clasping her daughter's hands and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Seeing her through a phone screen was no match for a face-to-face encounter. "I've been well. Ash and Dawn have taken great care of me, and Ash's Pikachu and Eevee often assist me with my training alongside my own Eevee," Koharu replied. Mrs. Sakuraji held her daughter's hands with a tender grip. Her eyes filled with that unique maternal love and scrutiny, her tone imbued with habitual concern. "Let me see, my dear Koharu, having traveled for so long, you must have endured quite a bit and lost weight." Her voice trailed off as the word thin faltered on her tongue, for the sensation in her palms was soft, even slightly plump. She hesitated, instinctively adjusting her words. "Have you gained weight?" She gently squeezed her daughter's hand, confirming that Koharu did not possess a gaunt appearance. Mrs. Sakuraji lifted her gaze, examining Koharu's face more closely. In that moment, she noticed that her daughter's delicate, egg-shaped visage seemed to have indeed become rounder. Her cheeks plump, and though she was on the brink of adulthood, her cheerful demeanor exuded a youthful innocence, radiating a vibrant health nurtured with care. Feeling the intensity of her mother's gaze, Koharu grew somewhat self-conscious, her cheeks warming as she softly inquired, "Is something the matter, Mama? Is there something on my face?" Mrs. Sakuraji finally released her daughter's hands and, amidst Koharu's surprised expression, reached out to gently pinch her daughter's soft cheeks with affection. The delightful, bouncy sensation confirmed her suspicions. In a hushed tone, she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief, "You have indeed gained a bit of weight." Instantly, her earlier confusion melted away, replaced by a delighted and slightly teasing smile, as her hands began to tenderly knead her daughter's smooth, chubby face. "Oh dear, it seems that our Koharu has not only avoided hardship on her travels, but has been splendidly cared for." She chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, her tone laced with playful teasing. "It appears that Ash truly takes great care of our Koharu." Nearby, Professor Sakuraji, cradling Kuda, remarked with a grin, "Ash is a wonderful child. You can rest assured that Koharu is in good hands traveling with him. He is highly regarded by Professor Oak and is one of his esteemed disciples. In the few encounters I've had with Ash, I sensed his calm and pure nature. He possesses a profound love for Pokémon and Pokémon battles, and his material needs are modest. I hear he has multiple sets of identical clothing. His culinary expectations are similarly low, though he detests unpalatable food and those who attempt to cook but fail miserably. His social circle overlaps minimally, having studied under Professor Oak. He has yet to attend formal schooling, knowing only a handful of individuals from research circles, such as Professor Yamashiro from the Sinnoh region, the father-daughter duo of Professor Kurigane and Professor Yu from the Unova region, Professor Oda from the Hoenn region, and his junior, Professor Kuki. From the demeanor of my own Pokémon towards him, it is evident that he is greatly liked by Pokémon. And those who enjoy the company of Pokémon generally possess commendable character traits. How wonderful. I wish I could travel with Ash too," Kuda exclaimed, envious of his sister's opportunity to embark on a journey, a dream shared by every child passionate about Pokémon and battles. Alas, with several months remaining until his 5th birthday, Kuda would have to wait a while longer before he could set out on his own adventure. "Are you all here?" Professor Shuri, holding his daughter Konomi, chanced upon the Sakuraji family in the cafe and decided to join them. "I heard Ash is currently battling Lyra at the gym. Would you like to go watch?" Initially intending to leave with his daughter, Professor Shuri turned back upon learning of Ash's battle, as Konomi suddenly expressed her desire to see Ash in action. "Ash's battle? I want to go watch." Upon hearing of the match, Kuda gulped down the milk in his cup and leapt from Professor Sakuraji's lap. Is Ash battling at school? Dad. Mom, let's go cheer for Ash. Koharu recalled her encounter with Shota, where she learned that during Ash's battles, the entire crowd cheered for both competitors. It was likely the same scenario now. She too wished to support Ash. All right, let us all go together. Seeing both children eager to attend, Professor Sakuragi exchanged glances with his wife, and they agreed to go as well. Charmeleon, do not be intimidated by Oddish's razor leaf. Unleash flamethrower. Faced with a barrage of razor leaves, Charmeleon appeared somewhat flustered. This was not due to cowardice, but rather a lack of experience in countering such attacks. Akin to an ordinary person witnessing a meteor shower of artillery shells on the battlefield, it was only natural to feel dazed. Upon hearing the trainer's command, Charmeleon released a torrent of scorching flames, incinerating the approaching razor leaves into ashes. Oddish's move lacked potency, sacrificing strength for an expansive range, which was merely an illusion of intimidation. Go, Ash. A voice of encouragement suddenly rang out from the sidelines, and without a doubt, it was not Dawn's voice. Ash turned to see an excited Kuta alongside the Sakuragi and Shuri families. Stay focused during the battle, Ash. Seizing the opportunity, Lyra commanded Oddish to utilize Bind against the approaching Charmeleon. The tendril-like appendage atop Oddish swiftly lashed out, aiming to ensnare Charmeleon. Without a command from Ash, Charmeleon could only dodge to the side, yet Oddish's tendrils were capable of curving. Charmeleon clumsily rolled twice on the ground to evade the attack. As the tendril came around again, Charmeleon prepared to evade once more when Ash's voice resonated from behind. Charmeleon, disregard the tendril. Unleash flamethrower directly at Oddish. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash issued the command, swiftly returning to battle mode. The damage inflicted by the tendril was negligible compared to the searing flames that engulfed Oddish. After all, type advantages were a reality, and Oddish, being a pure grass-type Pokémon, was particularly vulnerable. This exchange resulted in significant damage to Oddish, leaving it in a state of abnormality. Upon witnessing flames erupting from the mouth of the stunned flower, Ash refrained from pursuing the advantage and called out to his fiery dinosaur, urging it to hold its ground. The outcome of this battle was already determined. Ligia comprehended Ash's intentions. She did not compel the stunned flower to continue battling the fiery dinosaur, but conceded defeat, withdrawing the Pokémon instead. The gym leader, Ligia, admitted her loss, declaring Ash from Pallet Town the victor of this contest. The referee promptly announced the result. After enduring 2 arduous battles, the fiery dinosaur collapsed onto the ground, exhausted despite its type advantage. Thank you for your efforts, fiery dinosaur, Ash said as he returned it to its Pokeball. Hooray! Despite witnessing only the final moments of the clash, Sungtai felt no disappointment. He was genuinely elated for his idol's victory, reminiscent of the moment when the bull warrior triumphed over his adversary, Parker. Thank you for showing mercy to the stunned flower, Ligia said, producing a badge resembling a flower with 8 petals of different hues. This was the emblem of victory over the Yuhong Gym, the Rainbow Badge. Although named the Rainbow Badge, its colors did not follow the conventional order of the rainbow's 7 hues. Ash accepted the badge, marking his 5th in total. Chapter 71, The Child Disappearance Case in Yoyoyo District. After bidding farewell to Dr. Sakuragi, Dr. Xiao Li, and others, Ash, along with Xiaochun and Naz, set off towards Shallow Red City. Ash's spirits were high after learning about the progress of the Rotom phone's development from Dr. Sakuragi. Its eventual release would undoubtedly transform people's lives. Furthermore, it would ensure that Ash and his companions would never have to worry about finances again. Along the way, Xiaochun and Ash took the opportunity to enlighten Naz with various knowledge. Though she still struggled with expression, she had made significant strides compared to her previous self. Days later, the trio arrived at the outskirts of a highly modernized city near Yuhong City, a place oddly named Yoyoyo District. What a peculiar name, Yoyoyo District, Naz remarked, peering at the town map beside Ash. It's not too bad, although it is indeed stranger than names like Golden City or Yuhong City, Ash replied, folding the map. It seemed Naz had undergone some transformation. During her time in Yuhong City, she was still quite reticent. I sense a wave of psychic energy emanating from that city, akin to the hypnotic waves released by hypnosis, Naz warned. This energy does not affect me, but you too should exercise caution upon entering. Ash nodded. If Naz advised caution regarding the psychic waves, it was wise to heed her warning. Should we circumvent it? Ash inquired. Naz shook her head, grasping Xiaochun's hand and advancing forward. To her, the level of psychic power was trivial. She felt confident in her ability to protect Ash and Xiaochun from any adverse effects. But she cautioned them since she could not remain by their side at all times. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to deal with it, she mused. As the trio entered Yoyoyo District, they noticed a throng of pedestrians, with frequent inquiries from passers-by and numerous missing person notices plastered along the streets. What is going on? Is there a large trafficking ring at play? Xiaochun asked, his anxiety palpable as he clutched Ash and Naz's arms upon seeing so many notices for missing children. This situation might indeed be linked to the hypnotic waves Naz had mentioned. Children, with their underdeveloped brains, were likely more susceptible to such influences. If they could locate the source of the hypnotic waves, perhaps they could uncover the whereabouts of the missing children. Ash felt a flicker of familiarity regarding this incident. Uncertain if it was a memory from a previous life, or merely a resemblance to a plot from a show or book he had encountered. Hypnotic abilities are not singular in nature. While they can act more swiftly on individuals, children and newly hatched Pokémon, with their immature brain development, are particularly vulnerable to such psychic waves. The texts recount that wild Hypno or Dream Eater clans employ expansive hypnosis techniques for mass hypnotization, feasting on dreams as they descend upon human or Pokémon communities at night to indulge in a grand banquet. Coincidentally, Hypno and Dream Eater are indeed Pokémon from the Kanto region. It is highly probable that this incident was instigated by either Hypno or Dream Eater. As they made their way to the Pokémon Center in Yoyoyo District, a stranger rushed towards them. Ishur, my Ishur, Mommy has finally found you. Ash quickly released Xiaochun's hand, sidestepping the woman's embrace. Why do people of a certain age insist on hugging strangers? He pondered, recalling a similar experience with someone named Liku. Madam, you have mistaken me for someone else, Ash stated, unbothered by the woman's sudden advance. Given his height, it was understandable that she might confuse him for her missing son, as many of the lost children were indeed small in stature. However, her overwhelming longing for her child had led to this error. Upon noticing Ash's height, the mother of Ishur calmed down and soon apologized, explaining her predicament. As they had previously surmised, numerous cases of child disappearances had transpired in this area, creating an atmosphere of fear among the populace. The city's Junsha had been searching for days, but had yet to locate any missing children. Shall we offer our assistance? Naz inquired, drawing closer to Ash. Ash raised an eyebrow, surprised by Naz's newfound willingness to help. It seemed her transformation was even more significant than he had anticipated. If you believe you can make a difference, then by all means, give it a try. Unexpectedly, Naz shook her head, resting her hand on Ash's shoulder. My psychic abilities are not as adept at locating individuals as your aura power. I will assist you in the same manner as I supported Yangela. Assist me like you did with Yangela? Before Ash could fully grasp her words, a surge of potent psychic energy coursed through him, amplifying his aura significantly. It felt as though a frail child had suddenly transformed into a muscular giant. Ash struggled to acclimate to this abrupt increase in strength. His eyes glowed red, and his aura radiated outward in a circular wave. Within a 5-kilometer radius, he sensed the aura, but the overwhelming intensity caused him to bleed from his nose. Xiaochun, alarmed by Ash's sudden nosebleed, hastily retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, extending it towards Ash to stem the flow. Observing this, Naz reduced her psychic output, allowing Ash to regain composure. Soon, he identified two potential locations. One was a park where children congregated, and the other was the rooftop of a skyscraper exhibiting psychic fluctuations. Despite his rapid recent progress, Ash's psychic prowess was but a drop in the ocean compared to Naz's. Once Ash retracted his expanded aura, Naz too withdrew her hand from his shoulder. I found them, Ash announced, pulling two tissues from Xiaochun's other hand and folding them to stem the blood flow from his nose. Aunt, could you please find Miss Junsha and inform her that we have discovered the missing children and the cause behind everything? The mother of Ishur, who had been watching in stunned silence, nodded in agreement, though she was unclear about the events that had just transpired. The youth, who bore a resemblance to Ishur, had suddenly experienced a change in his eyes, turning crimson before blood streamed from his nose. Was that a display of supernatural ability? Chapter 72, The Headache of Psyduck. After halting his perception, Ash took the handkerchief from Xiaochun's hands and instructed the aunt to report to the police. Once he sensed that the bleeding had ceased, Ash casually tucked the handkerchief into his pocket and began to explain to Xiaochun. This has been stained with blood. I will get you a new one later. All right. I won't be polite about it, Ash. During their interaction, Naz appeared suddenly. I want one too. Although Naz did not genuinely desire it, she was merely practicing. Unfortunately, she remained unaware that the relationship between the two individuals she was observing extended beyond mere friendship. Ash and Xiaochun had known each other since childhood, their bond significantly deeper than that of ordinary friends. Upon hearing Naz's request, the two exchanged surprised glances, followed by distinctly different reactions. Ash smiled and nodded, sure. Naz had indeed made progress by proactively expressing her desires. Conversely, Xiaochun frowned, as if she believed Nez had learned something inappropriate. Miss Junsha swiftly located the children in the park who were behaving similarly to Pokémon, influenced by the effects of hypnosis. Nez utilized her psychic abilities to free them from the hypnotic waves, though this was not a permanent solution, as the source of the hypnosis had yet to be identified. Meanwhile, another group of police officers assisted the children in locating their parents, while Captain Junsha accompanied Ash and his friends to the top floor of a nearby building. Beep, beep, beep. It seemed they had indeed arrived at the right place, as the machine had responded. Despite the unexpected presence of a villa, Miss Junsha remained vigilant. It was likely a den for a group of nefarious criminals. Soon, the building was secured. Upon receiving the news, Junsha wasted no time and charged into the villa. Everyone, freeze. Contrary to expectations, the interior was not filled with an evil organization or criminal gang, but rather a gathering of well-dressed men and women hosting a soiree. Upon entering the villa, Ash and Nez quickly spotted their targets, the Hypno and the Drowsy. The music and dancing ceased in response to Miss Junsha's command. A middle-aged gentleman, adjusting his tie, approached. Miss Junsha, is there some sort of misunderstanding? I believe there is no misunderstanding, Ash replied, gesturing towards the Drowsy and Hypno behind the gentleman. The hypnotic waves emitted by the Drowsy and Hypno have affected nearby children, causing them to lose consciousness and go missing for many days. The revelation of the children's disappearance due to the Hypno and Drowsy stunned the onlookers. The Drowsy was their sleep aid. The Hypno, known for its signature move, hypnosis, were masters of the art. Indeed, we are members of the Pokémon Enthusiast Club. Recently, we have been suffering from insomnia and rely on the Hypno to achieve restful slumber. We sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to the citizens and will immediately cease the use of hypnosis and provide compensation. The middle-aged gentleman expressed his regrets towards Miss Junsha. Understanding that they were not a malevolent gang, but merely a group hosting a party, Miss Junsha felt no need to press the matter further. They had apologized swiftly and were willing to compensate. Moreover, the legislation regarding such matters within the league was not particularly robust, often resulting in unresolved issues. Their willingness to compensate was indeed a significant help. After the situation was resolved, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Both the Hypno and Drowsy wished to accompany Naz as she prepared to leave. The bond between psychic beings and powerful psychics often drew them together. Similar to how a skilled Aura Guardian attracts Pokémon adept in aura manipulation, it was not surprising that Naz's remarkable psychic prowess attracted the Hypno and Drowsy. Observing the rather unsavory demeanor of the Hypno and Drowsy, Naz hesitated and ultimately chose not to capture them. Although she was not particularly superficial, the appearance of these two Pokémon was undeniably unappealing, and taking them out would surely be embarrassing. While Ash found the Pokémon intriguing, he had no intention of capturing them, as their peculiar looks were rather off-putting. He had never seen a psychic type like the one wielded by the Psychic King. The world, it seemed, was a vast realm of aesthetic preference. What? You think the Drowsy looks ugly? Impossible. How could there be a Pokémon as handsome as Drowsy in this world? Its very essence exudes a profound beauty. That striking silhouette captivates trainers. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy expressed her gratitude towards them. She then brought forth a Psyduck, cradling its head as it appeared to be in great discomfort. This child seems to be suffering from a headache. Please help alleviate the effects of the hypnosis upon it. Naz placed her hand upon the Psyduck's smooth head, and after a short while, she shook her head. It was not under the influence of hypnosis. Rather, its extraordinary psychic potential was too intense for its current form to withstand. Psyduck is among the rare Pokémon that, despite lacking psychic types, possesses significant psychic talent. Its evolved form, Golduck, is purely a water type, yet can wield psychic powers with ease. Naz became intrigued by this particular Psyduck. Does it have an owner? She inquired, her emotionless gaze causing Nurse Joy to feel uneasy. No, it is a wild Pokémon. She replied honestly, unsure of Naz's sudden interest. Naz's intense demeanor often deterred others from maintaining eye contact, and even individuals resembling her, such as Nurse Joy and Miss Junsha, could not lower her guard. Ash, however, grasped Naz's intentions. The potential to captivate her interest suggested that this Psyduck might indeed be the legendary Psyduck from the original tale. Yet, despite this realization, Ash had no desire to capture it. He was already struggling to nurture his current Pokémon, having recently finalized training plans for his Squirtle squad. Additionally, he had plans for his Bulbasaur's evolution into a Venusaur, especially since there had not been any adverse incidents concerning his Charmander's evolution as depicted in the original story. At present, Ash lacked the energy to tend to more Pokémon. With ease, Nez captured the Psyduck. Originally, she planned to have Gyarados battle Psyduck, but as Nashi reached for Gyarados' Pokeball, Psyduck took the initiative to peck at the empty Pokeball on Nashi's belt with its beak, successfully capturing itself. Nashi was exceedingly pleased with Psyduck's cleverness and resolved to dedicate more time to nurturing the immense psychic abilities nestled within its mind. Chapter 73, Beauty Street. Beauty Street, located in a small town near Yuhong City, is also known as the Street of Breeders. This enchanting street boasts an array of beauty shops, stores selling perfumes, establishments adorning Pokemon and humans alike, and specialized lectures on Pokemon breeding and grooming. With a plethora of Pokemon breeders congregating here, one can procure a wealth of breeding supplies. Ash and his companions visited this locale to acquire essential items for cultivating Pokemon. Bang! Ash slammed his hands on the table, staring impassively at the enthusiastic shopkeeper. Do you think I am too young to comprehend these matters? If you're trying to pass off inferior goods, that's one thing. But to attempt to deceive me with two different items masquerading as one? Let me ask you, is the honey from Beedrill the same as that from Combi? Beedrill honey is typically murky, as it is meant for nurturing the next generation of Weedle, often containing toxins to enhance their own toxicity. It generally requires special treatment before it can be used. In contrast, Combi honey varies in flavor depending on the colony, yet shares a common trait. It glistens with an amber hue and emanates a rich sweetness. Thus, Combi honey is often referred to as crystal honey. If someone were to serve Beedrill honey as Combi honey to humans or Pokemon, it could spell disaster. Ash had just told the shopkeeper he wanted crystal honey, and this character attempted to swindle him. It seems he truly wishes to avoid his duties. Oh, young man, do not be hasty. This is the exquisite honey produced by the queen bee. I understand you might not be well versed in these matters. You can simply open the lid and take a whiff. Ash contemplated the system's description. Item, Beedrill honey. Use, edible and medicinal, requires special processing before use. You dare to deceive me. Ash refrained from opening the jar of honey, instead thrusting his hand into his pocket, glaring coldly at the shopkeeper. Care to repeat that? You ignorant lad, this is the exquisite honey. I painstakingly imported it from the Sinnoh region. If it's fake, I'll consume the entire jar. This charlatan, masquerading as an old hand, had encountered many naive novice breeders who could not discern the difference in these items, as crystal honey can darken with age. By repeating his claims, he hoped to dispel any doubts. Noticing Ash's fair complexion, the Pikachu perched on his shoulder, and the two young women behind him cradling an Eevee. It was clear they were either the scion of a wealthy family or recent graduates. Especially the two little girls exuded a refreshing innocence untouched by societal corruption. Newly graduated students are the easiest to deceive. After being tricked, they often express their gratitude with a bashful smile. Ash retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket. You ignorant lad, this is the exquisite honey. I painstakingly imported it from the Sinnoh region. If it's fake, I'll consume the entire jar. After the recording played, Ash stowed it back into his pocket. Now, what do you have to say? Ultimately, Ash secured the coveted item at a discounted price, along with the recording device, and departed the shop with Xiaochun and Nashi. Does this shopkeeper intend to inform the Breeders' Association? Even if you report it to headquarters, it will be futile. You wish to shout thief while being the one who steals? Brother Ash, this pamphlet mentions that there is a breeder who has been rated as top tier for 4 consecutive years operating a shop here. Shall we pay a visit? During lunch, Xiaochun placed a promotional brochure on the table for Ash and Nashi to see. Sunlight streamed through the restaurant's glass windows, casting a radiant glow on the brochure's cover. Ash set down his sandwich, curiously taking the beautifully crafted pamphlet. A breeder? He wiped crumbs from his mouth, flipping open the brochure. Nashi leaned in closer, her long hair cascading over Ash's shoulder, carrying a delicate fragrance. One page featured a green-haired girl cradling a Vulpix. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, her long, pale blue hair flowing like a waterfall, shimmering softly in the sunlight. She wore a well-tailored white uniform. The most striking aspect was the fiery red Vulpix in her arms, its fur fluffy like clouds, and its eyes glimmering like rubies. The blank space above the girl's photo bore her name, Xiaoxue. The Vulpix appeared to be exceptionally well cared for, suggesting that this breeder, who had achieved top-tier status for 4 consecutive years, was indeed remarkable. Ash scrutinized the Vulpix for a moment and offered his assessment. Although a photograph can never compare to the real thing, it was evident that its fur was well-maintained, and its eyes were full of life. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, curiously poking the picture of Vulpix with its paw, emitting a series of Pika sounds. A fine companion, but merely a pet. Ash mused inwardly, concluding that its owner had not trained it for battle. The sheen of its fur and its physique indicated meticulous care. Yet its gaze lacked the sharpness typical of a battle Pokemon. For non-battle Pokemon, He lost interest almost instantly. Xiaochun clapped her hands excitedly. Then let us go see. It said her grooming salon is at the end of this street, and many trainers take their Pokemon there for care. Ash glanced outside at the bright sky, noting the pleasant sunshine and gentle breeze. All right, since we have no other plans for the afternoon, let us check it out. He stood, popping the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth. I'll give the Pokemon a massage to help them relax. Although I can massage them myself, my techniques are nowhere near as refined as those of a top-tier breeder like Hanako. Now is the perfect opportunity to observe the methods of someone who has received such high acclaim from the Breeders' Association. Pikachu joyfully hopped back onto Ash's shoulder, its tail wagging merrily. The trio departed the restaurant, traversing the bustling commercial street toward their destination. The sidewalks were lined with shops, showcasing an array of Pokemon-themed stores. However, many beauty shops appeared to be struggling, as numerous passers-by seemed to have a clear intent in heading toward one particular establishment. Clearly, the shop run by Xiao Xue was not just competent, it was remarkably so. Following the throngs of people, the trio arrived at the bustling shop, where a crowd had gathered. Yet, the individuals attending to the Pokemon inside were not the green-haired girl from the photograph, but rather 3 individuals of varying heights, 2 tall and 1 short. Were they the Rocket Trio in disguise? Ash raised an eyebrow, realizing that these 3 were indeed quite versatile, aside from their usual Pokemon capturing antics. Noticing it was not the intended shop, Ash pulled Xiaochun and Nashi away from the establishment. Not only did he find it unappealing, but the 2 girls also could not tolerate the peculiar aesthetics. While the shop was popular, the styles they applied to the Pokemon were overly flamboyant, transforming them into garish caricatures reminiscent of students returning from a wild adventure. Chapter 74, The So-Called Breeder. The trio arrived at the end of the street, following the address in the brochure, only to find themselves momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Was this truly the shop? Xiaochun puzzled over the pamphlet, glancing up to compare it against the building before her. In stark contrast to the vibrant images within the brochure, the actual shop appeared particularly desolate, with posters and notices in the window curling at the edges. Through the glass, one can observe the desolate waiting area within, a stark contrast to the bustling scene previously witnessed. Naji pointed to the slightly faded sign above the door. The name is correct, and the address is accurate as well. Xiaoji furrowed his brow. It appears that even a highly rated breeder struggles with business. This type of breeder is akin to a beautician within the breeding branch, enhancing the allure of Pokemon through methods such as massages, medicinal baths, and nutritional supplements, particularly favored in regions hosting grand contests. Of course, in other regions, business is generally acceptable, especially for one who has been consecutively rated as exceptional for 4 years. Pikachu leaped down from Xiaoji's shoulder and approached the shop's entrance, gently nudging the door with its paws. Pika? It glanced back at the trio, seemingly inquiring whether they should enter. Since they were already there, why not take a look inside? Xiaochun inhaled deeply and was the first to push the door open. The bell chimed crisply, its sound jarring in the quiet shop. However, the interior was not as dreary as its exterior suggested. Everything was orderly and well-maintained. Just as the trio stepped inside, a man adorned with a Blissey costume emerged. Upon seeing his attire, they instinctively stepped aside, wary of the powder on his face. The Blissey appeared freshly pampered, its surface gleaming with a youthful sheen. Welcome, greeted Xiao Xue, her smile radiating genuine warmth rather than a stiff, professional grin, exuding confidence and vitality. The corners of her eyes crinkled upward, illuminating her entire being. Xiaoji noticed that despite the shop's lackluster business, her eyes sparkled with life, devoid of any signs of despair. It was evident that she genuinely enjoyed her work. Are you trainers? Xiao Xue's gaze flitted between the Pikachu on Xiaoji's shoulder and the Eevee cradled in Xiaochun's arms, ultimately resting on the brochure in Xiaochun's hand. Ah, you came because of this. Xiaochun nodded eagerly. Yes, we saw the brochure at the restaurant and heard that you have been rated as an exceptional breeder for 4 consecutive years, so we made a special trip to visit. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Xiao Xue's eyes, but was swiftly masked by her smile. I am truly honored. She slightly inclined her body, adding, today happens to be free of other appointments. If your Pokemon require beauty services, I can offer you a special discount. Pikachu hopped down from Xiaoji's shoulder, curiously approaching the Ninetales perched on a chair behind Xiao Xue. Xiaoji too glanced over and could clearly see the high level of care that had gone into raising Miss Ninetales. Noticing Pikachu's curiosity, Xiao Xue knelt to meet the electric mouse's gaze. Your Pikachu has been raised exceptionally well. Its fur is quite glossy. However, a deep cleansing and static care would make its coat even more voluminous and elastic. She expertly pointed out, her fingers gently brushing over Pikachu's back without making contact. I also see that its paws are somewhat dry and could use special attention. The pouches on its cheeks appear to have been massaged, unlike some other Pikachu that are rather rigid. Xiao Shue's fingers hovered beside Pikachu's cheeks, astutely observing the subtle state of its electric pouches. It seems Mr. Xiaoji is quite knowledgeable about Pokemon care as well. Her fingers gently caressed Pikachu's cheeks, and the Pokemon closed its eyes in pleasure, appreciating the massage. It's merely a superficial understanding, Xiaoji replied modestly, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Those familiar with him would know that compliments regarding his Pokemon's care were akin to flattery about his own looks, bringing him joy. During Xiao Shue's massage of Pikachu, Xiaoji and she exchanged numerous insights on Pokemon care. Their fields of expertise differed, one focusing on practical training and the other on beauty, but their conversation flowed surprisingly harmoniously. I found that after intense battle training, applying a warm towel soaked in a medicinal broth made from a blend of orange and citrus berries is particularly effective on tense muscles, Xiaoji shared. Observing Xiao Shue skillfully applying gel to Pikachu, particularly beneficial for fighting-type Pokemon, as it helps prevent sports injuries. Xiao Shue's eyes lit up. What a great idea. Many of these berries and herbs have restorative properties for Pokemon injuries. Is the Chesto berry used to harmonize with the citrus berry and the berries of the thorn leaf? She inquired, rhythmically pressing her fingertips around Pikachu's electric pouches. Xiaoji nodded, impressed by her immediate understanding. Indeed, I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. Truly, you deserve the title of Exceptional Breeder awarded by the Breeder Association for 4 consecutive years. Such accolades are mere titles. In terms of true ability, I still have a long way to go to reach your level, Xiaoji. The curious Ninetales watched the scene unfold, having never seen its owner so engrossed in discussing Pokemon care with someone else. What surprised it even more was that the Pokemon named Pikachu, while receiving care, was still brimming with energy, frequently turning to interact with Xiaoji, completely unlike how it would typically behave post-grooming, needing to remain still to avoid disrupting its fur. Naji and Xiao Chun, who were less versed in this area, engaged in conversation while holding Eevee, with Xiao Chun doing most of the talking while Naji listened. After a while, the two suddenly heard Xiao Shue asking Xiaoji what he believed constituted a breeder, prompting them to turn their heads in curiosity. Isn't a breeder simply a profession dedicated to nurturing Pokemon with care? Xiaoji chuckled, aware of what Xiao Shue was truly inquiring about. The Rocket Trio's flamboyant styling of Pokemon attracted a crowd on the street, leaving Xiao Shue, who valued the intrinsic beauty of Pokemon, feeling somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing Xiaoji's response, Xiao Shue's expression dimmed slightly. Is this truly your perspective? Yes, whether one is a breeder, trainer, or involved in any other profession. They are simply ordinary individuals engaged in their respective roles. However, many professions are imbued with dreams, expectations, and responsibilities, which creates a perceived disparity among them. Ultimately, a profession is merely a means for individuals to realize their own value. If one could live a happy life without working, that would be true happiness. At this, Naji appeared contemplative, while Xiao Chun and Xiao Shue cast exasperated glances at Xiaoji. Perhaps you should listen to what you were saying. Xiaoji continued, unfazed by Xiao Shue's shifting expressions. In truth, I have the desire to be carefree, yet I have made a promise with Pikachu to become a Pokémon Master. He articulated his thoughts openly. Dreams serve as the driving force for progress. I aspire to become a Pokémon Master, and thus, I became a trainer. I believe Miss Xiao Shue also chose to become a breeder out of a similar passion for her dreams. Some work for sustenance, others for a sense of purpose, and some pursue their dreams. The purpose of work varies, and so does the expression of one's efforts. In my eyes, all professions are equal. Greatness is not derived from the profession itself, but from the individual who can face life positively, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 75, The Rotom Phone. After bidding farewell to Xiao Shue, the trio made their way to the Pokemon Center to rest. There, Xiaoji contacted Professor Ingmu to inquire about the development progress of the Rotom Phone. You recently contacted Dr. Akihabara, and with his assistance, you've made significant advancements? Xiaoji was astonished by the speed of his peers, surprised by their capabilities. Yes, we initially kept things under wraps to surprise you. The Rotom Phone is now ready for use. We will provide each of you with one for field testing. After you've utilized them, we will make improvements based on your feedback. After all, the Rotom Phone was designed to ensure trainers can use it effectively in the field, making your input indispensable. Furthermore, Professor Oak bestowed upon Nanami and Shigeru a Rotom Phone each, and soon their contact information would be available on these devices. It had been quite a while since Ash had seen them, hadn't he? His expression momentarily drifted into a state of contemplation as he instinctively glanced upwards to the left. It had been ages since he had heard the name Nanami. Nanami Oak, the granddaughter of Professor Oak and the elder sister of Shigeru, had set off on her journey 3 years prior, embarking from Pallet Town. She was a gentle soul. Professor Oak harbored great concern for his granddaughter, fearing she might fall victim to deceit. However, Ash and Shigeru were well aware of their sweet sister's cunning side, and thus, they had no qualms about her vulnerability to trickery. Kindness does not equate to naivety or ignorance. Upon his last return to Pallet Town, she had even transformed the loyal hound our Ash had cared for into a lovesick follower before taking it with her. All right then, where are we to collect these Rotom phones? Ash inquired, as he emerged from his reverie and began to ask Professor Sakuragi about the location for retrieving the devices. In Shallow Red City, I believe. Although Shallow Red City is quite expansive, there is only a single Pokemon Center. I have instructed my assistant, Kikuna, to await your arrival there, Professor Sakuragi replied. Due to the presence of a wild grassland area near Shallow Red City, the infrastructure in the vicinity was not particularly developed. Not only was there just one Pokemon Center, but the gym itself was situated in the outskirts, nestled within a forest. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the Shallow Red Gym was a ninja-themed establishment. Since there was no need to venture to Macho City to seek out Professor Akiyama, and with Kikuna waiting for them in Shallow Red City, it was time for them to accelerate their journey. After obtaining the badges from the Shallow Red Gym and the Crimson Island Gym, they would proceed to challenge Sakaki in Evergreen City. Ash realized he needed to strengthen himself further. He didn't believe that he could secure the green badge from Sakaki using only his Quasi-Elite Pikachu and Quasi-Elite Snorlax. It seemed there was a group of fossil Pokemon residing in the vicinity of the Great Fool Valley near Shallow Red City. Perhaps he could train there. Even if he didn't gain much strength, he could catch some Pokemon to assist Professor Oak in his research. The technology for reviving fossils had advanced significantly, allowing for the resurrection of Pokemon from billions of years ago with just a single fossil. However, fossil Pokemon remained exceedingly rare, and their research value was immense. Even the revived fossil Pokemon were hard to come by, let alone those that had survived from ancient times. Gaining strength is not something that can be achieved overnight. Ash was still young and did not need to rush this process. A solid foundation is essential. Establishing a firm base is more crucial than hastily enhancing one's power at this stage. His Pokemon were not endowed with the prodigious talent of a Firebird like others, who could conquer 7 universes in 7 days. Even with 7 years, he might not become the strongest trainer in this world. After finishing his conversation with Professor Sakuragi, Ash returned to his room to rest, planning to discuss the changes to the travel itinerary with Naji and Koharu the next day. The following day, the trio resumed their journey and finally arrived in Shallow Red City a month later. Due to the wild grassland area, the city was not particularly large, and they swiftly located the Pokemon Center. The anticipation of acquiring something one desires is not during the accumulation of funds for purchase, but rather in the moments leading up to the delivery or in-store acquisition. Ash was uncertain of Naji and Koharu's thoughts, yet he was genuinely eager to obtain the Rotom phones. These devices held the potential to revolutionize the lives of people across the world. Naturally, before transforming the world, Ash would first seek to enhance the living conditions of himself and the researchers involved. Upon entering the Pokemon Center, Ash immediately spotted Nurse Joy at the reception desk, accompanied by Kikuna, who exuded an air of intellectual beauty in her lab coat. The last time Ash visited Kureha City, Kikuna and another of Professor Sakuragi's assistants, Renji, were investigating a surge of incidents in the wild, seemingly involving either a Mankey or a Bidoof. Oh dear, it seems my holiday is coming to an end, Kikuna remarked, noticing the arrival of Ash and his companions. This is Miss Kikuna, my father's assistant. Koharu introduced her to Naji, as Kikuna and Ash were already acquainted. Sister Kikuna. This is Naji, our companion. She was once the gym leader of Kinari City. Koharu's words elicited surprise from both Kikuna and Nurse Joy. A gym leader typically possessed quasi-elite Pokemon, and some formidable gym leaders even had elite-level Pokemon. It was astonishing that such an individual would embark on a journey with 2 novice trainers. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Naji, Kikuna said, extending her hand in greeting, which Naji accepted amidst Koharu's hopeful gaze. Hello, Miss Kikuna. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yes. The mission to enhance Miss Naji's living conditions and foster friendships has been a resounding success. Kikuna and Naji were of similar ages, and their relationship, referring to friendship, was likely to flourish beautifully. Please follow me. The items Professor Sakuragi wishes to entrust to you are in my quarters, Kikuna instructed, leading them to the 2nd floor of the Pokemon Center, where they arrived at a single room. 3 Rotom phones were neatly arranged on the bedside table. Kakuna approached and handed each device to Ash and his companions. As the designer of the exterior, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia as he grasped the familiar keys, momentarily lost in the reverie of his past life. After all, in his previous life, as a penniless graduate and overworked employee, he had no time to travel. His phone had been his constant companion, the only means through which he could gaze upon the breathtaking landscapes he yearned to explore. The Rotom phone bore the design of a typical smartphone from his past life, complete with a few peculiar, human-unfriendly design elements, including a small lightning bolt on the casing. This feature served as a grasping mechanism for emergency landings. While Ash had suggested alternative designs during discussions with Professor Sakuragi and the team, it appeared the researchers preferred to retain their original creative vision. We have preserved a distinctive feature, allowing anyone to immediately recognize this as a Rotom phone. When a Rotom possesses its exterior, it seems to manifest arms resembling lightning. Hence, Professor Sakuragi and his team chose to maintain this tradition. The activation process for the Rotom phone closely resembled that of smartphones from Ash's previous life, alleviating any concerns regarding signal reception while out and about. The Rotom itself emitted a magnetic field, allowing seamless internet connectivity once integrated with the phone. The Rotom within had fully assumed the shape of a mobile device. Sigh. As Ash held the Rotom phone in his hand, an indescribable wave of excitement surged within him. With the advent of this phone, the lives of people in this world would become significantly more convenient. He gently pressed the power button, and the screen illuminated, revealing Rotom's eyes along with a cheerful voice exclaiming, "Rotom, I am Rotom, delighted to assist you. Please input your facial recognition and fingerprint." Following the prompts on the screen, Ash registered his facial features and fingerprint. From that moment onward, this Rotom phone belonged to him. "Wow, this is amazing," Koharu exclaimed, also excitedly activating her Rotom phone, which displayed a lively Rotom avatar on the screen. Naji appeared relatively calm, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. She gently swiped the screen, revealing the software available on the Rotom phone: settings, calendar, navigation map, Pokemon communication, Pokédex, and Pokemon trading. Given that the number of individuals using smartphones was still limited and the general populace predominantly utilized non-screen button phones, the available applications were sparse. At Ash's insistence, they had developed the communication software, Pokemon Communication. Future plans included the creation of gaming and video software. "This is truly convenient," Ness said softly, her tone imbued with rare admiration. The device proved to be far more complex than Ash had anticipated. During their research, Professor Sakuragi and his team had relied on the exceptional computational power of psychic-type Pokemon and the multifaceted creature created by Professor Akihabara to successfully bring this invention to fruition. Kakuna smiled as she explained the uniqueness of the Rotom phones to the trio, noting that within these three devices lay the multifaceted apparatus developed by Professor Akihabara, which could autonomously learn and evolve. Essentially, the current Rotom phones function as specialized Pokemon Pokeballs. Your Rotom phones house both Rotom and the multifaceted creature, with Rotom managing the phone's operations while the multifaceted creature serves as an AI module, enhancing the user experience. Ash couldn't help but marvel at their ingenuity. They had even managed to incorporate the multifaceted creature into the Rotom phones. The multifaceted creature, capable of transforming its body into data, could revert entirely to program data and navigate the digital realm, possessing the ability to move freely within electronic spaces. This Pokemon currently lacked combat prowess, as the multifaceted creature was not designed for battle by Professor Akihabara. Games are games, and reality is reality. Perhaps there could be future developments concerning the battle module of the multifaceted creature. However, its hacking capabilities are nothing short of formidable. Although the system did not display the data of Rotom and the multifaceted creature within the Rotom phone, Ash understood that he could not rely on the strength of these two Pokemon. The subsequent iterations of the Rotom phone must not replicate this. The multifaceted creature requires careful oversight, for in this information age, its capabilities are boundless. Of course, Ash had no intention of relinquishing the multifaceted creature he had acquired. It would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. With the multifaceted creature on his side, Ash no longer needed to worry about the security of his phone's data. Your Rotom phones already contain my and Professor Sakuragi's contact information. Should any issues arise with the Rotom phone, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. After elucidating the functions of the Rotom phone to Ash and his companions, Kakuna sighed. The items had been delivered, and her delightful holiday was drawing to a close. Following Kakuna's departure, Koharu and Naz took a respite at the Pokemon Center, while Ash ventured alone to challenge the shallow red gym on the outskirts. They had already passed that area upon their arrival, but their anticipation for the Rotom phone led them to decide to head to Shallow Red City first. It was also an opportune moment for Koharu and the others to procure supplies. Riding on his motor lizard, Ash reached the location of the Shallow Red Gym in just 2 hours. It was an ancient architectural courtyard nestled within a forest, resembling a grand estate rather than a gym. The confirmation of its identity as the Shallow Red Gym came from Ash's aura perception, which detected a fuzzball persistently following him. And upon his arrival, he sensed 2 additional human auras nearby. Upon approaching, Ash gazed at the traditional Japanese architecture and was reminded of a phrase. The night of clan extermination has begun. Sasuke doesn't wait for you. It was indeed noteworthy that both Uchiha territory and this place were once homes to ninjas. Once inside the gate, Ash closed his eyes, allowing his aura to fully substitute for his sight. The stronger aura within was likely that of Akira, while the one nearby, perched in a tree, must belong to either Akira's sister Aya or his daughter Anzu. Is anyone there? I am Ash from Masera Town, here to challenge the gym. No sooner had he spoken than, instead of Akira's response, 2 shurikens sliced through the air toward him. Ash calmly reassured his motor lizard, while Pikachu remained steadfast on his shoulder, not moving as the shurikens whizzed past him and embedded themselves into the courtyard wall on his left. You've got some guts, let me test your strength. A girl clad in a red ninja outfit leapt down from the tree, followed closely by a fuzzball that approached Ash. Opening his eyes, Ash scrutinized the girl before him. Given her age, she was likely Akira's sister, accompanied by a fuzzball of only intermediate strength. I recall that the gym leader here, Akira, is male. You cannot possibly be the gym leader. The ninja girl bore no semblance of a traditional ninja. Her bright red attire made Ash question whether she had returned from training at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Wearing such conspicuous clothing and calling yourself a ninja? Akira is my brother. If you can defeat me, you may earn the pink badge. Upon hearing Ash's words, Aya commanded the fuzzball to attack with the ferocity of a startled kitten. Ash withdrew his left hand, and the motor lizard surged forward like an arrow, pinning the fuzzball to the ground with a powerful force. In an instant, the fuzzball was rendered incapable of battle due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. I have defeated you. Now, hand over the badge. The fuzzball had indeed charged directly at him, and Ash had no intention of showing any leniency toward Aya, who had commanded the attack. Aya was taken aback by the boy's strength. The Pokemon she had never seen before had swiftly vanquished her fuzzball. As for the badge, she had none. Little brother, my sister has been rude. I apologize on her behalf. Akira, who had been observing from the rooftop for some time, now stepped forward to defend his sister. Though the situation had been instigated entirely by Aya, as her brother, Akira could not allow her to be placed in an awkward position. He produced a pink, heart-shaped badge from his pocket, which shimmered in the sunlight. Seeing this, Ash instructed his motor lizard to release the fuzzball and return to his side. Chapter 77, vs. Muir Moth. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, causing a few cherry blossom petals to fall silently. Ash suddenly looked up, sensing a powerful energy source rapidly approaching through his aura perception. Little brother, my sister has been rude. I apologize. The voice came from above, and Ash squinted, spotting a man clad in deep purple ninja garb gracefully landing on the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, with a stern countenance and sharp, hawk-like eyes, adorned with several pokeballs at his waist. The motor lizard tensed, emitting a low warning growl, while Pikachu hopped to Ash's other shoulder, its tail raised high. Ash closed his eyes again, fully expanding his aura perception. In his vision, the man's aura shone brightly and steadily like a torch in the night. The cherry blossoms, however, displayed no aura feedback, which was normal for this season, as cherry blossoms were out of bloom. You must be Akira, the gym leader of the Shallow Red Gym, Ash inquired, tilting his head, his right hand never leaving the motor lizard's head. Akira removed his mask, revealing a somewhat stiff smile, and produced a pink heart-shaped badge from his pocket, which sparkled under the sunlight. Indeed, it is I. My sister has been impolite. I apologize on her behalf. Aya, feeling indignant, stamped her foot. Brother, I just wanted to test his strength. Who knew he? Aya, Akira's voice was firm yet soft, instantly silencing his sister. Attacking a visiting trainer with a fuzzball was not the way we conduct ourselves at the Shallow Red Gym. Ash finally relaxed slightly, but maintained his battle stance. He had heard of Akira's reputation as the strongest poison-type expert in the Kanto region and the future champion of Chengdu. I am Ash from Masera Town, here to challenge the Shallow Red Gym. He formally introduced himself. Akira nodded, leaping down from the roof with minimal sound upon landing. Your Pokemon are well-trained, exhibiting speed and power that have reached the elite level. According to the agreement between you and Aya, she owes you a Shallow Red badge. Rather than simply obtaining the shallow red badge in this manner, I would prefer to battle you. Upon hearing these words, Aju's piercing gaze swept over the Pokémon surrounding Ash. And without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. A subtle smile graced Ash's lips. We can begin at any time. He had no intention of claiming a badge directly from Aju's sister. The badges from the Aqua Trio, those amateur gym trainers, could be easily acquired. But Aju's challenge was not to be taken lightly. Opponents like the Aqua sisters were plentiful on the road, and while Ash welcomed any battle, a thrilling contest was far preferable to mere child's play. Aju gestured invitingly, leading Ash through the courtyard to the main battleground of the gym. It was a standard indoor arena, though the floor appeared slightly slanted. The rules of the shallow red gym dictated a 2-on-2 singles battle, allowing only the challenger to switch Pokémon mid-fight. Aju stood at one end of the arena and announced, "Are you ready?" Ash took his position at the opposite end, nodding in affirmation. He closed his eyes, once again using his aura to sense the surrounding environment. Above the arena, several concealed wires lay hidden, while dark corners harbored secret compartments, and even mechanisms were concealed beneath the floor. Truly, one could not underestimate a place inhabited by ninjas. Let the battle commence, Aju declared, retrieving a pokeball from his waist and tossing it into the air. Go, Mothim. A flash of red light erupted, revealing a massive moth-like Pokémon with a wingspan of nearly 1.2 meters. Its purplish-red wings were adorned with eerie eye-like patterns, shimmering under the arena lights. A level 37 Mothim, was it? Ash promptly threw forth the Pokeball containing his Charmeleon, which was on the verge of evolution. He hoped that defeating Mothim would catalyze Charmeleon's transformation into Charizard. With a resounding thud, the Pokeball traced an arc through the air before bursting open. Charmeleon appeared agilely on the slanted floor, its tail flame flaring up, a testament to its fighting spirit. Roar! Charmeleon let out a provocative cry, its gaze fixed on the circling Mothim. A smile curled at the corners of Ash's mouth. He could sense the energy surging within Charmeleon. It was merely a catalyst away from evolution. Perhaps this encounter with the elite Mothim was the breakthrough it required. Aju, standing at the opposite end, clad in deep purple ninja attire that was shrouded in shadows, cast a keen glance at Charmeleon and nodded slightly. Well trained. Mothim, use poison powder, he commanded. Mothim's wings vibrated violently, releasing countless purple luminescent particles that fell like snowflakes. Clear a path with flamethrower, Ash quickly ordered. Charmeleon inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth. The moment the fire met the poisonous powder, a crackling explosion erupted, incinerating the purple dust and creating a safe zone. Charmeleon deftly maneuvered through the fiery corridor, evading the poisonous cloud. Yet, Aju's assault had only just begun. Use confusion, he calmly commanded. Although the primary attack was poison type, Aju did not hesitate to employ such a versatile move. His Mothim had been specially trained to utilize psychic-type skills. A blue light flickered in Mothim's multifaceted eyes, and an invisible force immediately bound Charmeleon's forelimbs. The overwhelming psychic power began to assault Charmeleon's mind, inflicting considerable damage. Ash felt a pang of anxiety. Psychic moves were notoriously tricky, as the strength of one's mind could control a Pokémon's body. Use Fire Spin to disrupt it. Charmeleon struggled and expelled a swirling ring of fire. Although its aim was severely compromised by the psychic grip, the intense heat forced Mothim to divert its focus momentarily. The psychic hold loosened for just a moment. Now, break free with Metal Claw. Charmeleon's claws glimmered with metallic brilliance as it forcefully broke free from the psychic control. However, in that brief moment of respite, Mothim had already executed its next command. Use Supersonic. Counter with Flamethrower. Ash gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes, fully extending his aura perception. In his vision of energy, Mothim's flight path, Charmeleon's unsteady state, and even the hidden mechanisms beneath the floor became vividly apparent. Charmeleon, roll left 3 times, Ash suddenly shouted. Though puzzled, Charmeleon instinctively complied. Just as it rolled away, sharp wooden stakes suddenly shot up from the previously stable floor. Colliding with them would spell disaster. Aju raised an eyebrow. He can detect hidden mechanisms? Truly sharp. Ash offered no explanation, continuing to lock onto the battle with his aura. Aim for the upper right wall and use Dragon Breath. Charmeleon lifted its head and unleashed a stream of Azure dragon energy. What seemed like a misguided attack precisely struck a protruding mechanism button. With a click, the central floor flipped, revealing an upward slant. Jump up. Ash seized the opportunity. Charmeleon leapt onto the slope, using the momentum to spring high into the air, nearly level with Mothim. Aju's eyes widened in surprise, but quickly regained composure. Silver Wind. Mothim flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a whirlwind mixed with glimmering scale powder. This was not merely an attack, it was an excellent opportunity to potentially enhance its own abilities. Ash realized he had to thwart this move. Counter with Flamethrower. Charmeleon adjusted its position in midair, unleashing an even more ferocious burst of fire than usual. The flames collided violently with the silver whirlwind, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave knocked Charmeleon back, causing it to crash to the ground and roll several times. Roar! Charmeleon shook itself upright, now sporting several scrapes. Azure seized this moment. Confusion. Mothim's eyes widened, and a thick beam of psychic energy shot straight at Charmeleon. Ash's aura perception provided an early warning, but Charmeleon had just regained its footing, unable to evade entirely. Hold fast! Ash shouted urgently. Charmeleon crossed its arms, and a faint green barrier sprang into existence. The psychic force struck the barrier, creating ripples. The protective shield barely absorbed most of the damage, yet the residual force forced Charmeleon back several paces. Sweat beaded on Ash's forehead. This high-intensity battle demanded his utmost focus. His aura perception was nearing its limits. It wasn't the breadth of his aura range that was taxing, but the prolonged use combined with the strain of battle was depleting his mental stamina. Though Charmeleon was resilient, it was rapidly losing energy under the opponent's pressure. Mothim, use Psychic. Azure issued a new command to Mothim. The invisible force ensnared Charmeleon once more, this time applying a full-body restraint. Charmeleon fought valiantly, but Mothim, having learned from its previous encounter, intensified the output of its psychic power. Arg! Charmeleon let out a pained growl as its limbs were forcibly pulled apart, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. Final blow, Psychic. Sensing Charmeleon's weakened state, Azure decisively commanded. Mothim gathered all its psychic energy, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Ash's pupils dilated. If this continued, Charmeleon would undoubtedly fall. Charmeleon! Ash shouted, it's time to demonstrate the results of our recent training. A glimmer sparked in Charmeleon's eyes. It ceased its futile struggles, closed its eyes, seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, the flames on its tail erupted violently, and an unusual red glow enveloped its body. What? Azure exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Now, Ash sensed the energy surging within Charmeleon. Use Eruption. Charmeleon opened its eyes wide, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of scorching white flames from its mouth. The intense heat warped the air, tearing apart even the psychic barrier. Mothim hastily attempted to evade, but was still grazed by the flames, letting out a pained cry as it plummeted to the ground. Mothim! Azure gasped. Charmeleon landed, panting heavily, its tail flames burning even brighter than before. Ash joyfully realized that Charmeleon's body was radiating the white light of evolution. The fiery lizard was enveloped in a dazzling light of evolution, its radiance resembling a living cocoon that pulsed with the rhythm of its inner energy, fluctuating in brilliance. Ash, having ceased to wield the power of aura, instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glow, yet he endeavored to widen his gaze, unwilling to miss a single moment of his partner's transformation. Roar! Howl! The roar of the fiery lizard deepened and resonated, as its form underwent a rapid metamorphosis amidst the luminescence. Its physique elongated, shoulders broadened, and its tail grew more robust and powerful. Most notably, a pair of enormous leathery wings burst forth from its back, unfurling in the evolutionary light. Aki squinted, a rare look of astonishment gracing his features. Evolving during battle? The structure of the fiery lizard's head was being reshaped, with its snout elongating and its brow jutting out, gradually manifesting the quintessential draconic traits of a Charizard. The flames at the tip of its tail transitioned from orange to a brilliant white, sending waves of heat that forced Aya to retreat repeatedly. Ash felt the heat sear his cheeks, yet the joy within him surged like a fountain. He could distinctly sense through aura that his bond with the fiery lizard, now rightfully dubbed Charizard, had not diminished with evolution, but rather deepened into a profound resonance of energy. Charizard! Ash called out the name of his new companion, his voice trembling with excitement. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed throughout the gym, shaking dust from the ceiling. At last, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing the majestic Charizard standing proudly at the center of the arena. Towering over 2 meters, its wings spanned more than 4, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. When it lowered its gaze to Ash, the warmth in its eyes remained unchanged. The last Metapod struggled to take flight, attempting a final offensive. Yet Charizard merely swiped its right claw, now cloaked in verdant draconic energy. Its size tripled from before. Boom! The force of Charizard's claw sent the Metapod crashing into the wall, embedding it deep into the wooden planks. The Metapod could scarcely emit a cry before its eyes rolled back, rendered incapable of battle. Silence enveloped the arena. Aya momentarily forgot to wave the referee's flag to declare the victor. Aki inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling 2 words, remarkable. Ash gazed at Charizard's silhouette, its stats materializing before him. Name, Charizard. Gender, male. Ability, Blaze. Type, Fire, Flying. Item, Revival Herb, Withered. Strength, Elite Level 41. Skills, Protect, Substitute, Heavy Slam, Thunder Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower. Fire Spin, Claw, Spark, Smokescreen, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Air Slash, Wing Attack, Flame Burst, Earthquake. Not only had it evolved to elite status, but it had also learned Air Slash and Wing Attack. Truly, Charizard, your power is formidable. Well then, the next one shall be you, Zubat. A large, deep purple bat emerged in midair, its extended wings adorned with intricate vascular patterns, revealing sharp fangs. Unlike a typical Zubat, this one boasted a wingspan nearing 2 meters, clearly a product of specialized training. Ash promptly discerned the details of this Zubat, slightly stronger than the previous Metapod, at elite level 42. Charizard, watch out for its speed. Ash cautioned. Newly evolved, Charizard was still acclimating to its new form, its movements somewhat clumsy. Aki wasted no time granting Charizard further adjustment. Rapidly move in with Wing Attack. The Zubat transformed into a fleeting purple shadow, darting behind Charizard with astonishing speed. Charizard hastily turned, but Zubat's wing, enveloped in white light, struck down fiercely. Bang! Charizard staggered forward from the blow but quickly regained its footing. In anger, it unleashed a fireball, which Zubat deftly evaded. Don't rush, Ash reassured. First use Dragon Dance to enhance your state. At such a moment, he, as the trainer, must not succumb to impatience. The newly evolved Charizard needed time to adapt to its altered physique. Yet, akin to a machine, once one comprehends the operation, practical application always surpasses the slow learning of a manual. Chapter 79, The Light Red Badge. Charizard understood, commencing a mystical dance in the air, surrounded by draconic energy. Seizing the opportunity, Zubat launched another assault, but this time Charizard anticipated its trajectory. Now Thunder Punch. Dragon Dance was merely a feint to draw Zubat closer. Of course, if Zubat had not approached, Charizard would have genuinely used Dragon Dance to bolster itself. This had been a focal point of Charizard's intensive training during its fiery lizard days. Charizard's right claw erupted with dazzling electrical energy, striking towards the oncoming Zubat. The crackling electricity surged, easily finding its way into Zubat's open maw. Hiss! Zubat screeched in agony, its body temporarily paralyzed by the shock. Oh no, it has fallen into an abnormal state. Aki frowned slightly. Use Air Slash to create distance. Zubat, enduring the paralysis, vigorously flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce wind. The wind blades coalesced, but Charizard dispersed them with the same technique. Nonetheless, some wind blades struck Charizard. And despite the slight recovery afforded by its evolution, Charizard was nearing its limit. Red energy began to radiate around it, indicating that Blaze had reached its activation threshold. Ash's aura connected with Charizard, and at that moment, both Trainer and Dragon shared a resonance that replenished Charizard's stamina. Black Gaze. Aki swiftly commanded, intent on preventing Ash from switching Pokémon. Without certainty of whether Ash possessed other flying Pokémon, he sought to keep Charizard, their sole flyer, in the fray. Zubat's eyes suddenly turned pitch black. As Charizard met its gaze, it found itself momentarily immobilized. Ash's heart raced. This was a move to block their escape. Aki aimed to force them into a direct confrontation. Unleash a flurry of air slashes. Aki's offensive surged forth. Zubat's forewings beat rapidly, sending forth dozens of invisible wind blades. With its movements hindered by the Black Gaze, Charizard could not evade effectively, absorbing the majority of the assault, and soon bore numerous scars. Charizard! Ash shouted in desperation. He could feel his partner's pain through aura, but more concerning was the rising agitation within Charizard. The discomfort of its new form, coupled with the pressure, was causing this proud dragon to lose its composure. In a sudden defiance of Ash's command, Charizard unleashed a full-powered flamethrower. Zubat nimbly dodged, the flames scorching only a corner of the gym. Calm down. Ash attempted to soothe Charizard through aura. Do you remember our training coordination? Charizard, panting heavily, felt the flames on its tail flicker wildly. It turned to Ash, and the fury in its eyes gradually subsided, replaced by steadfast determination. Excellent. Ash smiled. Use Smokescreen. Charizard expelled a thick cloud of black smoke, quickly enveloping the entire arena. Aki squinted. He did not believe Ash, as a trainer, would be unaware that Zubat could see through the smoke to locate Charizard. Want to play hide and seek? Zubat, use Sonic Wave to pinpoint its location. Zubat emitted a high-frequency sound wave, attempting to locate Charizard through echolocation. Yet Ash's intention was not to launch a surprise attack from the smoke, but to obscure Charizard's moves from Zubat's sight. Directing commands through aura had always proven effective. Now, Dragon Claw. Charizard burst forth from above the smoke, diving down toward the point Ash indicated, its claws glowing with a vibrant green light. Zubat, caught unprepared as it searched for Charizard amidst the smoke with its Sonic Wave, looked up just in time to find it was too late to evade, and was struck heavily to the ground. Pursue with Dragon Claw, Ash commanded, seizing the momentum. The Charizard's right claw shimmered with a vibrant jade glow, aiming directly at the descending Zubat. In this critical moment, Azure suddenly shouted, "Cross Poison Blade." Amazingly, the Zubat, which should have lost its balance, twisted its body mid-air, crossing its large wings into a cruciform shape, their edges emanating an ominous purple light. Bang! The Poison-type move collided head-on with the Dragon Claw, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Charizard let out a painful roar as a toxic purple hue manifested upon its claw, the venom of the cross-poison blade seeping through. How unfortunate! The critical hit didn't T-trigger, yet the 10 chance of poisoning did? Ash clenched his fists. The poison state would continuously drain Charizard's stamina. He needed a swift resolution. Charizard, can you continue? Ash inquired. Charizard glanced back at its trainer, and suddenly the flames on its tail surged, demonstrating its resolve to Ash. Though its energy was waning, it still possessed its ability. In dire moments of stamina depletion, the power of its fire-type move significantly increased. The eyes of Ash and Charizard locked, their thoughts resonating in unison without the need for words. Their auras harmonized in a wondrous symphony. Explosive Inferno. Charizard inhaled deeply, its chest visibly expanding, then unleashed a searing column of flame exceeding 2 meters in diameter. The vast reach of this fiery onslaught left the already battered Zubat with no avenue for escape. Aju's face paled, "Get away," but it was too late. The explosive inferno completely engulfed Zubat's form, the intense heat even melting the edges of the battlefield where ninja shurikens lay. As the flames dissipated, Zubat lay charred upon the ground, its eyes swirling, utterly incapacitated. A profound silence enveloped the arena once more. The same technique had vanquished Aju's 2 Pokémon. Charizard, too, found itself in a state of paralysis. Ayaka, somewhat flustered, raised the red flag. Zubat is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Aju exhaled deeply, recalling Zubat. His gaze towards Ash and Charizard brimmed with admiration. What an exhilarating battle. Your synergy in combat is truly impressive. Though he hadn't employed his strongest Pokémon, losing felt rather disheartening. At that moment, Aju approached Ash, presenting a vial of medicine and the previously mentioned badge. This is proof that you have triumphed over the shallow red gym, along with a specially concocted antidote that I prepared myself. The toxins from my poison Pokémon are cultivated uniquely, rendering standard antidotes less effective. Thank you, Ash replied, accepting the items and promptly administering the antidote to Charizard, which was slightly regaining its strength. Observing Charizard's grimace, Ash surmised that the medicine must be quite bitter. After watching Ash depart, Ayako approached Aju with her head bowed, resembling a remorseful child. "Brother, Aju, devoid of reproach, handed her a letter. A few days ago, the principal of Ahin's school wrote to me, stating that Ahin has not been in good spirits lately. I would like you to visit the Pokemon Ninja School in Chengdu to look after her for a while. Here is a letter of recommendation for the Ninja School. With this, you can gain entry as a prominent figure in Kanto and Chengdu, known as the Toxic Master. Aju's entry into the Ninja School would be as simple as strolling through a local park. However, Ayaka faced a different reality. Her brother's reputation would not afford her any undue privilege at the Ninja School. Ultimately, respect must be earned through one's own merits rather than inherited. Even the strongest trainers cannot escape the ruthless trials of the Ninja School, which shows no leniency to the weak. Of course, Ahin, already a student, would indeed receive stricter guidance due to Aju's influence. Coincidentally, the principal of the Ninja School recently expressed concerns about Ahin's social integration, subtly advising Aju to pay more attention to her. This prompted Aju to consider sending his sister to the Ninja School for further training. He believed that, despite her ninja prowess, Ahin's lack of social interaction was ultimately detrimental. Ninjas are not solitary wolves of the wild, but rather chameleons, blending into their environment and striking when the moment is right. Ahin needed her vivacious sister to guide her toward a more outgoing disposition. Moreover, Azure found himself unable to be stern with her when it came to rigorous training. Fortunately, their father had laid a solid foundation in ninja training for Ahin, ensuring she would adapt swiftly to the school. All right, leave Ahin to me. Ayaka instantly regained her spirits, brimming with energy. Observing his lively sister, Azure sighed inwardly. Their household was filled with reticent individuals. From whom did Ayaka inherit her cheerful disposition? Chapter 80, Speed Star, Rapidash. After a restful night at the Pokémon Center, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. Their destination, the dwelling of the Lalamai tribe. They had heard whispers of an upcoming Pokémon race, and Ash, yearning for the exhilarating experience of riding a Rapidash, intended to borrow one for the competition. I expected you would call me the moment you arrived, yet here I am. Waiting so long for your call, came a gentle voice from the screen of his Rotom phone. The image displayed a refined woman with lustrous chestnut hair, cascading elegantly to her shoulders, its tips curling softly, as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Her delicate eyebrows arched gracefully, enhancing the softness of her features, while her bright, spirited eyes sparkled with unmasked joy, reflecting her delight in the present moment. With a subtly lifted gaze, her eyes held an enchanting liveliness. Her cheeks were smooth, her complexion radiant with youthful vigor. A petite, well-defined nose added depth to her facial contours, while her thin lips curved into a natural smile, exuding warmth and kindness. This was none other than Professor Oak's granddaughter, Nanami. Upon catching sight of Xiaochun and Naz, who had sidled up to Ash, Nanami's smile momentarily faltered. Nanami, it's been so long. Indeed, it's been a while, Xiaochun. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiaochun, Nanami turned her attention to Ash, her smile brightening further, her tone remaining gentle. Ash, why haven't you introduced me to your other companion? This is Naz. Nanami's expression shifted to one of irritation. This esteemed individual is the former gym leader of Goldenrod City. Fascinated by Pokemon contests, Nanami's first destination was the Hoenn region, followed by the Sinnoh region. She had initially insisted on accompanying Ash on his journey, but at the last moment, circumstances had compelled her to change her plans. It had been several months since she last communicated with him. So, you are Miss Naz? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Nanami. Although somewhat perplexed, Naz could see that the earlier hostility from Nanami had vanished. She merely nodded in acknowledgement before retreating to a corner with her Eevee, engrossed in her phone. Recently, she had developed a fondness for reading novels, spurred by Ash's suggestion that literature could help her better understand the world. While traveling, she had purchased several physical books, and now, with her Rotom phone, it had become even more convenient. Moreover, her reading material had diversified significantly. After Ash provided a brief explanation to Naz, he steered the conversation back on track. Nanami, I would like to borrow one of your Rapidash. Sure. Which Pokemon do you propose to exchange? As Ash had anticipated, Nanami readily agreed. How about a Bulbasaur? Nanami's initial Pokemon was indeed a Bulbasaur. Although she had transitioned to a coordinator, her skills in nurturing Pokemon were not far behind Ash's. Although the training focus is primarily on performance in grand competitions, there remains a considerable deficiency in combat capabilities. However, the other party has already gained experience in nurturing a Bulbasaur, so Ash will still seek their guidance in this regard. You managed to capture a Bulbasaur as well? Truth be told, I am more interested in your Eevee. Ever since my Eevee evolved into a Sylveon, it has been reluctant to let me hold it. And I need your little Eevee to provoke it a bit. Truly, you are remarkable, cutting through the darkness like a cunning sister. As for the Eevee, it might be a bit inconvenient. Ash shifted his phone so that Nanami could see Natsuki, who was currently cuddling her Eevee while engrossed in an online novel. Natsuki seems to adore this little creature, and Eevee willingly allows both Koharu and Natsuki to hold it. Then let's go with Piku. It's been ages since I've last seen Piku. Pikachu is also unavailable. It has signed up for this competition. Though somewhat annoyed, Nanami decided to inquire about the situation first. Ash, that annoying little brother, has recently grown bold enough to reject her for another girl. What? Piku is participating too. Who could possibly ride Piku for the competition? No. It's Pikachu who has decided to ride Squirtle for this competition. Huh. Pikachu riding Squirtle for the competition? A comical image flashed through Nanami's mind, leaving her inexplicably amused. Alright then, let's go with Bulbasaur. Hurry and trade. I plan to go shopping with my Firebird soon. Firebird, the officer from Team Magma? Although curious, Ash refrained from asking, as he technically should not be aware of Team Magma's existence. Asking would require him to concoct a lie to explain, which felt quite unpleasant. After placing the Pokeball containing Bulbasaur in front of his Rotom phone to initiate the Pokemon exchange software, the Pokeball began to transmit shortly thereafter. When the Pokeball adorned with flame stickers appeared, Ash's system promptly retrieved the Pokemon's information. Name, Rapidash, Speedy. Gender, female. Ability, Flame Body. Type, Fire. Held item, Charcoal. Strength, Semi-Champion, 51. Skills, Morning Sun, Desire, Thunder Fong, Aerial Ace, Flame Charge, Sunny Day, Psychic Fangs, Iron Head, Substitute, Protect, Overheat, Heat Wave, Quick Attack, Play Rough, Fire Fong. Howl, Helping Hand, Bite, Revenge, Survival Instinct, Spark, Flamethrower, Agility, Roar, Bite Down, Glare, Flame Wheel, and Tackle. Upon arriving at the grassy plains outside the settlement with Koharu, Ash released Speedy. A woo. Stepping out of the Pokeball with a fiery effect, Speedy glanced around, and upon spotting Ash, leaped up excitedly. Woof. Then, as if burdened by an immense grievance, Speedy whimpered and rubbed her large head against Ash's leg. I was forced into this. I genuinely wanted to travel with you. You must believe me. Ash comprehended Speedy's words entirely. However, he disregarded them and gently nudged her head with his foot. You claim you were forced. Who coerced you? Hearing Ash's words, Speedy quickly stood upright. Woof. No way. Ash can understand me. Before the bewildered Speedy could process this, Ash suddenly leaped and perched on Speedy's back with both hands. Although now an adult, Speedy's size does not compare to that of her father, Professor Oak's Rapidash. Observing this, Pikachu also jumped high, lightly bouncing onto Speedy's head. Chapter 81. Let us go together, I want to try too. Watching the trio of Ash, Pikachu, and Speedy, Koharu's thoughts drifted back to that frigid night, the chilling cave that still sent shivers down her spine. She recalled the image of the boy riding Speedy to the rescue. The intense heat of Speedy's breath exploded within the cave, the powerful sound waves shaking the entire cavern. Countless sharp icicles broke off from the cave's ceiling, crashing down like a torrential rain of ice crystals. A Pikachu leaped high from Speedy's head, its small form tracing a golden arc of electricity through the air. Though the outside world was cloaked in darkness, this trio shimmered with dazzling brilliance in the girl's eyes. Manue grasped Koharu's hand and dashed towards the boy who had ridden in on Speedy, plunging into the cave. Closer and closer they approached. The boy extended his hand, and Manue gritted her teeth. She tightened her grip on Koharu's wrist, her other hand desperately reaching for the boy's outstretched hand. Akin to a drowning person spotting a bamboo pole. With a low shout, the boy lifted both girls simultaneously. A surge of strength radiated from her wrist, and Koharu vowed she would never forget the sensation. It felt akin to sliding out just as a gate was about to shut. Leaping to safety just before a train plummeted off a cliff, the rush of a bullet whizzing past her ear. It was the exhilarating feeling of being pulled back from the brink of death and reborn. Speedy executed a deft turn, and Koharu felt as if she had fallen into a warm pile of cotton. It was Speedy's thick fur that cushioned the impact of her descent. The boy released his grip on Manue and suddenly seized Koharu, yanking her up just as she nearly slipped off Speedy's back. The sensation was akin to being propelled by a massive pendulum. Then came an embrace that, while not particularly warm, brought immense comfort at that moment. What provided even more reassurance was the boy's voice. Hold on tight. Following Ash's command, the warm giant dog immediately changed direction, racing towards the cave's exit. What do you mean by being forced? Ash began to communicate telepathically with Speedy, who appeared thoroughly astonished upon learning that Ash had become a psychic. She then explained why she had been compelled to accompany Nanami. You mean to say she told you that if you followed her for a few years, she would return you to me? You chose to follow her to grow stronger? Ash recalled it differently. At that time, the young Speedy, still a little houndum, had been lured by Nanami, who gently teased it with a sausage, transforming it into a pet easily controlled by the white cat. She commanded it to go east, and it would never look in another direction. All right, I'm not interested in your nonsense. There's a Pokémon race in the next few days. You're coming with me to compete. Upon hearing about the race, Speedy sprang to attention. She had perfectly inherited her father's penchant for running, having been coaxed into following Nanami by the sights of distant regions when she was about to set off on her own journey. That mischievous girl has always been prone to telling little fibs. Her father was the one most easily deceived. Doggo woof? Woof woof. Great. How about we run a couple of laps to warm up first? Woof. I've been cooped up with Nanami for too long. She has been so busy lately. Then I'll run a couple of laps with you. With that, Ash glanced at Koharu, who seemed lost in thought. Koharu, would you like to ride Speedy one more time? Clearly, Ash was reminiscing about the first time he rode Speedy. He certainly planned to return to Mount Crown again. And when he did, he intended to take Pikachu back to that icy cave for a fierce showdown with those snow fairies. He held grudges in this regard. Huh, sure. Upon hearing Ash's call, Koharu snapped back to reality and quickly walked over to the imposing Speedy. The large, fiery orange Pokémon exhaled a plume of warm vapor, its white mane shimmering under the sunlight. Xiaochun gazed up at the towering Rapidash, hesitatingly extending her hand, only to realize she could not reach its back. Ash reached out to Xiaochun, saying, "Take my hand. I'll pull you up." Xiaochun nodded. Just as she prepared to grasp Ash's hand, an unusual force enveloped her. Her feet lifted off the ground, and she floated weightlessly, as if cradled by invisible hands. Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment, meeting Ash's equally stunned gaze. "Is this psychic power?" Ash murmured, instinctively sensing the energy emanating from Xiaochun. If it was indeed psychic power, then Xiaochun gently landed on the broad back of Rapidash. Settling in front of Ash, she turned her head to see Naza had appeared beside them, her expression inscrutable. Yet her eyes sparkled with a soft radiance that Xiaochun had never witnessed before. "Naza, when did you arrive?" Xiaochun asked in surprise. Naza did not respond, merely lifting her hand. A shimmering blue aura enveloped her, allowing her to gracefully ascend and alight behind Ash. Rapidash sensed the added weight and let out a low growl, but quickly quieted under Ash's soothing words. "Let's go together. I want to give it a try too." Naza's voice remained calm. Yet Xiaochun keenly detected a subtle hint of anticipation beneath her composed demeanor. For some reason, Xiaochun had felt quite restless lately whenever Ash was out of sight, prompting her to unconsciously follow him after they left their lodging. Ash turned his head, locking eyes with Naza. In the sunlight, he noticed a faint blush on her porcelain cheeks. "Of course, you're welcome. Rapidash is quite strong. It can easily carry all three of us." Ash replied cheerfully, patting Rapidash's back gently. "Right, good girl." Rapidash barked joyfully, its tail arched high, clearly excited to showcase its strength. Xiaochun sat in front, feeling the warmth of Ash's body behind her and the comforting fur of Rapidash ahead. Stealing a glance at Naza, who usually exuded an icy demeanor, she noticed that Naza was now slightly leaning against Ash's back, seemingly filled with anticipation for the impending ride. "Then, let us set off," Ash commanded, and Rapidash immediately charged forward with powerful strides, as swift as an arrow released from a bow. Outside the Laramie tribe's dwelling was an expansive grassland, a Pokémon sanctuary, providing ample space for Rapidash to gallop freely. The wind whistled past the trio's ears, and the scenery swiftly retreated behind them. Xiaochun instinctively clutched the mane of Rapidash, her heart racing. Was she once like this? She longed to relive that exhilarating sensation again. After frolicking for an entire afternoon, Rapidash, slightly fatigued, returned the trio to the Laramie settlement, casting long shadows in the amber glow of the setting sun, which bathed Rapidash's golden mane in a warm halo. It panted, its tongue lolling out, clearly exhausted. "That was quite a thrill for you, Rapidash. You ran enough," Ash remarked, gently patting his loyal companion's neck. With a flash of red light, Rapidash returned to its pokeball to rest. As soon as Xiaochun dismounted, she stumbled, her legs feeling as if they had turned to jelly. "Oh, my legs feel like they're not my own," she grimaced, rubbing her sore muscles. Although Naza maintained her usual serene beauty, a closer look revealed her steps were notably slower than usual, beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Only Ash appeared lively and energetic, his vitality almost enviable. "Are you two all right?" he asked with concern, steadying the wavering Xiaochun. Due to the upcoming Pokémon race, the Laramie settlement buzzed with activity, streets adorned with colorful flags and lanterns, while a line of food stalls wafted enticing aromas into the air. Trainers and visitors mingled, laughter and chatter filling the atmosphere. "Let us grab some snacks to tide us over," Ash suggested, scanning the stalls for a quick bite before they sought a proper restaurant for dinner. "Okay," Xiaochun responded weakly, nearly leaning against Ash. Naza silently nodded, her gaze inadvertently falling on Ash's hand supporting Xiaochun. She suddenly recalled a scene from a romantic novel she had read a few days prior, quickly shaking her head to dispel the thought. The two of them didn't seem to behave like a couple. Ash's care for Xiaochun resembled that of an older brother. To alleviate Ash's burden, Naza moved to Xiaochun's other side, carefully supporting her as well. With Ash and Naza on either side of her, holding up the nearly collapsing Xiaochun, they resembled individuals transporting a fragile artifact. Xiaochun's cheeks flushed, but she lacked the strength to protest, allowing them to lead her. The trio arrived at a stall selling takoyaki, where a kindly older man was preparing the sizzling dumplings in an iron container, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Sir, 3 boxes, please," Ash ordered. "Coming right up." The man replied cheerfully, flipping the takoyaki with skill. "You all look exhausted. Must have been a tough training session for the Pokémon race, right?" "Something like that," Ash replied with a smile, guiding Xiaochun to a nearby bench. As soon as Xiaochun sat down, she slumped like a deflated balloon. I'm so tired. I didn't realize riding a Pokemon could be this exhausting. She mumbled, resting her head against Ash's shoulder with an expression of utter fatigue. After the initial excitement, she began to feel discomfort. For someone like her, who rarely rode Pokemon, such a prolonged ride was quite disorienting. After all, Rapidash lacked a saddle, and its four-legged gallop jolted her insides. Naza felt fatigued as well, yet she refrained from voicing it. Upon seeing Xiaochun lean against Ash without rejection, she hesitated for a moment before cautiously resting her own head on Ash's other shoulder. Ash instantly stiffened, feeling the contrasting warmth and fragrances from both sides. Xiaochun radiated warmth akin to sunlight with a hint of citrus, while Naza exuded a coolness reminiscent of night air, accompanied by a delicate scent of violet. Having diligently trained and often ridden Rapidash up mountains, Ash remained exceptionally energetic. During his recent training sessions, he had been wielding the punching slate and the miracle slate, rapidly enhancing his physical fitness and psychic abilities. Even Naza was astonished by his rate of progress, occasionally questioning her initial assessment of his potential. Naza, are you alright? Ash inquired cautiously, fearful of startling the psychic girl. Naza replied, her voice barely a whisper. Her ears tinged with a slight blush, yet she did not shift away. Xiaochun, drowsily opening her eyes, observed the scene, her cheeks puffing up like a hamster's. She said nothing, merely adjusting into a more comfortable position, drifting back into slumber. Thus, the three of them sat quietly on the bench, the twilight glow enveloping them, creating a harmonious tableau. Passers-by offered warm smiles, some whispering sweet nothings about the beauty of youth. Before long, the vendor at the nearby stall waved at Ash, calling out, "Young man, your takoyaki is ready." Ash gently patted the shoulders of the two girls beside him, announcing, "The food has arrived." Kokoro reluctantly straightened up, while Natsu sprang back as if jolted, pretending to adjust her impeccably neat hair. Ash stood up to pay, receiving 3 steaming boxes of takoyaki. The golden brown balls were sprinkled with dancing bonito flakes and drizzled with rich sauce and mayonnaise, exuding an enticing aroma. He returned to the bench, distributing the food among the two girls. Each of them took a portion of the takoyaki and began to savor it with delight. As a blue-haired girl passed by, a purple-haired boy rushed up behind her, calling out, "Fuzi, it seems there is something amiss with the Tauros herd you're taking care of." Upon hearing this, Fuzi immediately placed her thumb and index finger in her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Almost instantly, a small Ponyta burst forth from the roadside, and Fuzi leaped onto it, galloping in the direction she had just come from. Watching Fuzi ride away on the Ponyta, the purple-haired boy crossed his arms, wearing a smug expression as if his scheme had succeeded. This entire scene did not escape the notice of Ash and his companions. "Dude, aren't you a bit too blatant with that villainous grin?" Ash remarked. "With your demeanor, if you were to enter the world of Detective Conan, I'd wager you wouldn't survive past the 2nd episode." Natsu and Kokoro also discerned that something was off with the purple-haired boy, yet they refrained from speaking up. For one, the main party, Fuzi, was absent. Second, they were unclear about the situation. And third, they lacked any evidence. They had witnessed their fair share of absurdities during their travels. Had it not been for Ash, the two inexperienced girls would have long been left with empty wallets. Ash couldn't recall this segment of the plot, but that didn't deter him from enjoying the spectacle. The scenario seemed to suggest that the purple-haired boy was resorting to underhanded tactics because he lacked the confidence to best the blue-haired girl, leading to an incident involving the Tauros that could potentially leave the blue-haired girl incapacitated for the competition. Quite the appetizing drama. After skewering a takoyaki ball with a toothpick provided by the vendor and popping it into his mouth, Ash nodded. A good show was unfolding, and the food grew more delectable with each bite. Chapter 83, The Hunting Grounds. As Ash had anticipated, the girl named Fuzi did not compete in the tournament. However, the sight of the little man named Dullif struggling to secure even 2nd place brought a smile to Ash's face. His traps, set up with the intention of ensnaring Ash, had ensnared him instead, culminating in Squirtle crossing the finish line 2nd, reminiscent of the tortoise and the hare fable in the Pokemon world. This tale serves as a reminder to avoid taking shortcuts. Practice makes perfect. After exchanging Pokemon with Nanami, Ash found himself momentarily beset by a rather vexing dilemma. Moto Lizard was displeased upon learning that it hadn't been invited to the race, sulking like a petulant child. The little lizard, not yet a year old, was temperamental and difficult to appease. In truth, he had intended to bring along the speedy Houndoom to relive the exhilarating moments of riding on it. But he felt that summoning Professor Oak's champion-level Houndoom for a competition would be rather unfair. Thus, he settled for borrowing Nanami's Houndoom instead. As for Moto Lizard, Being still a child, Ash found that letting it run free every day was sufficient to comfort it. Riolu seemed to delight in riding on Moto Lizard. And after their encounter with the Lalamai tribe, the bond among the three appeared to strengthen. Soon, they arrived at a renowned area of Kanto, the Wild Wilderness Zone. This zone, also referred to as the hunting grounds, exists in various forms across different regions. Pokémon are not the rare animals of previous worlds. Their primary utility lies in battling and assisting humans with challenging tasks rather than serving as food. The Pokémon League's establishment of a no weapons and no battling rule in the hunting grounds primarily aims to prevent Pokémon from overpopulating and disrupting the local ecosystem. For instance, if Tauros and Rhydon proliferated unchecked, they could potentially clash over scarce grazing resources. Furthermore, during the spring breeding season, the hunting grounds would be closed, with Miss Junsha and the area's administrators patrolling to deter poachers. The administrator of the Kanto region's hunting grounds was a gruff old cowboy named Caesar, who, when attempting to intimidate Ash and his friends, suddenly became amiable after Natsu distorted the barrel of his Thunder Brothers gun with her psychic abilities. Here are 90 hunting balls. Within the Wild Wilderness Zone, you may only use these hunting balls to capture Pokémon, and battles with Pokémon are prohibited during the capturing process. After Ash and his companions paid the entrance fee, the old cowboy presented a box filled with camouflage-patterned Pokeballs. These hunting balls have a lower capture rate than ordinary Pokeballs. In the original story, Ash managed to capture 30 Tauros purely by luck, succeeding 30 times in a row without a single battle. Each person is allotted 30 hunting balls, and if capturing fails, the ball shatters. Any unused hunting balls must be returned upon departure. Such regulations do little to deter the determined, as many still covertly utilize their own Pokeballs for capturing. This is why the old cowboy employs the Thunder Brothers to intimidate would-be captors, which indeed curbs some of their nefarious intentions. Ash's objective in coming here was to capture the Dratini mother and child residing in a large lake within the area, in the game's Firewood and Leaf Green. Using the Super Rod allows one to fish for Dratini in the lake of the Wild Wilderness Zone, making it the only place in the game where Dratini can be caught. Ash harbored a strong desire to capture such a late-blooming pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Although their evolution into their final forms takes considerable time, the long-term investment is proportionate to the eventual reward. Pseudo-legendaries generally evolve into their final forms around level 55, with some exceptions. Apart from the Garchomp, which evolves at level 48, and the three-headed Dragonite, which evolves at level 64, the first two are quite appealing, while the latter poses a challenge. The prolonged evolution cycle is daunting, yet the power of the evolved forms does not significantly surpass that of Garchomp or Dragonite. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon boast high strength and remarkable longevity. Obtaining one essentially guarantees a powerhouse with elite-level combat capabilities, with a select few exceptionally talented individuals reaching champion status. Such formidable Pokémon not only enhance a trainer's strength, but also provide protection for their lineage. As the original pseudo-legendary, Dragonite was a frequent contender in past PvP battles and holds many memories for Ash. Upon entering the Wild Wilderness Zone, Ash agreed with Natsu and Kokoro to reconvene at dusk before parting ways to catch their desired Pokémon. Ash released Moto Lizard and began his quest to locate the large lake. The map of the Wild Wilderness Zone displayed on his Rotom phone indicated a place called Dragon Valley. Though he felt an urge to scoff, Ash restrained himself and set off toward Dragon Valley. In the past, countless individuals had come seeking Dratini, yet none had succeeded. Did the map even dare to label it Dragon Valley? Were all the explorers before him merely foolish? In the Wild Wilderness Zone, Ash aimed to capture only Dratini. Of course, encountering a Scyther or a Rhydon would also be a welcome surprise. There's no denying that the expanse here is truly vast. Riding on Moto Lizard, Ash felt a rush of exhilaration as he sped forward. Pikachu nestled within Ash's embrace, zipping up the jacket as the wind outside rendered its eyelids heavy. Perhaps it was the comforts of a leisurely life that led Ash to encounter many Pokémon along the way, all of whom appeared rather languid, showing no inclination to flee upon his arrival. Yet there existed those like Tauros and Doduo, perpetually on the move. Ash's disappointment was palpable as he observed this scene. The reaction speed and combat prowess of Pokémon accustomed to a life of ease could not possibly rival those honed through the rigors of battle, even when the former boasted a higher level than the latter. Is it not said that one thrives in adversity and perishes in comfort? The wild Pokémon in these open fields, nourished by ample food and a comfortable environment, had developed splendidly, yet they had simultaneously lost their fighting spirit. Convincing them to partake in battles proved challenging, and Ash found himself pressed for time to instigate such changes. unless, of course, he encountered Pokémon with notable combat capabilities or potential, such as Dratini or Haxorus. As the sun hung high in the sky, Ash arrived at a valley. Upon reaching this locale, the motor lizard slowed its pace. Sensing a familiar energy, it was the rare dragon-type energy seldom felt in the Kanto region. Chapter 84. The Haxorus Mother and Child of Dragon Valley. The motor lizard's snout twitched as it caught a whiff of the dragon's essence, leading Ash to a serene lake just ahead. Dismounting from the motor lizard, Ash stowed away the travel device from its back and unzipped his jacket. Pikachu leaped to the ground, the lake's surface shimmering yet surprisingly tranquil, deep and beautiful like a blue gemstone, shrouded in mystery. A small congregation of Psyduck rested by the lake. A large Psyduck gently swaying with a baby Psyduck in its embrace, seemingly attempting to lull the little ones to sleep. It was the afternoon siesta, and the naturally leisurely Pokémon gradually succumbed to slumber. The few that retained a semblance of vigilance upon spotting Ash and his two Pokémon exhibited no signs of alarm, perhaps due to the frequent presence of an old cowboy warden named Caesar in the wild area. Ash pondered this as he, accompanied by Pikachu and the motor lizard, strolled toward the great lake of Dragon Valley. Having grown fatigued from their long run, the motor lizard was presented with an energy cube by Ash. The motor lizard's eyes lit up at the sight, eagerly leaning in to savor the delectable treat. Observing this, Ash retracted the energy cube box, holding 2 cubes to the motor lizard's mouth while gently caressing its smooth, scaly head. The motor lizard expressed its delight by rubbing against Ash's hand before cautiously devouring the energy cubes he offered. The saliva-coated tongue tickled Ash's palm. Once the motor lizard was satisfied, Ash crouched by the lake to wash the residue of its slobber from his hands. He then retrieved the energy cube box once more, scattering a handful of lower-grade dragon-type energy cubes into the water. The gluttonous little motor lizard's eyes widened, eager to leap into the water to retrieve the energy cubes, only to be restrained by Ash, who pressed its head down and stuffed 2 energy cubes into its mouth. "I'm fishing, you cannot consume my bait." The motor lizard, chewing on the energy cubes, blinked its large, innocent eyes and nodded in understanding. Ash finally released the motor lizard's head, allowing the little glutton to frolic with Pikachu. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, Ash set up a fishing spot and prepared his fishing rod. Before casting, it was essential to create a feeding ground. After hooking a high-grade dragon-type energy cube onto the fishing line, Ash flung it into the water with vigor. Having previously used lower-grade energy cubes to establish the feeding ground, he was confident that if Dratini or Haxorus encountered the initial energy cubes, they would not resist the allure of the more potent and flavorful high-grade energy cubes. To stave off boredom while fishing alone, Ash had deliberately released his Drowzee to accompany him and had dispatched the Jigglypuff squad to explore the waters. Drowzee, with its vacant gaze, sprawled by the shore, its tail dangling in the lake. Ash cast a sidelong glance at Drowzee, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Drowzee was adept at catching Magikarp, it was merely a Magikarp. He firmly believed that with bait in hand, he could not possibly lose to a Drowzee devoid of it. Time trickled by, and the motor lizard and Pikachu, sheltered in a cool area of the valley, drifted into a midday slumber, seemingly enjoying their playtime with the nearby Psyducks. 2 small Psyducks had even nestled atop the motor lizard's back. Ash, lacking enthusiasm, stared at the water's surface, the outcome of his fishing endeavors temporarily set aside. He had been fishing with Drowzee for nearly 2 hours, yet he had not even caught a single Magikarp, which was absurd, given that they had previously been easily snagged by the river in Pallet Town. Surely, he ought to catch at least 1 Magikarp or a Goldeen today. 1 more hour. Just 1 more hour, and then he would have to return. While Dratini was indeed precious, Ash was aware of several legendary Pokémon hotspots. There was no need to hang his hopes solely on Dratini. The boundary between Chengdu and Kanto, the Banjuras of Silver Mountain, the Rayquaza of the Hoenns Meteor Falls, and the shiny Metagross from the Sinnoh's Mount Metagross were all viable alternatives. Soon, Drowzee's expression began to shift to one of alertness. Ash approached and lifted Drowzee, discovering a long, serpentine water creature clamped onto its tail. Dratini was not as diminutive as one might presume. While its name suggests mini, it was rather sizable at birth, shedding its skin nearly daily, leading to a considerable size. This Dratini was at least 1.5 meters long and appeared to be a mere infant. Typically, Dratini averages around 1.8 meters in length. According to research from Professor Oak regarding the dragon family, though this may be an exaggeration, nonetheless, the length of Dratini remained astonishing. Its evolution, Haxorus, could reach an impressive 4 meters. Indeed, just like the one behind Drowzee, Ash suddenly realized that a Haxorus was lurking behind Drowzee, With Haxorus's appearance, the sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Haxorus spat out the fishhook resembling a pokeball, casting a menacing gaze at Ash and the Drowzee he held, for its offspring was currently dangling from Drowzee's tail. Ash glanced at the fishing rod floating on the water's surface, then at the Haxorus soaring above, manipulating the weather like a deity emerging from a totem. Due to the spicy nature of the dragon-type energy cubes and the sweet aroma emanating from Drowzee's tail, it was no wonder Haxorus had bitten his hook, while the sweet-toothed Dratini clung to Drowzee's tail. Faced with the Haxorus before him, Ash remained unflustered. The Haxorus exhibited only the prowess of an elite rookie, and Dratini was still at its pinnacle of the initial stage. What strength do you possess to dare bare your fangs at me? The startled Pikachu and Motor Lizard quickly joined Ash's side. Despite Haxorus's fearsome presence, neither of Ash's Pokémon displayed an ounce of trepidation. Among Ash's 3 Pokémon, the weakest was Drowzee, who had been leisurely residing with Professor Oak, while Pikachu boasted combat prowess equivalent to that of a near champion. Would he fear a Haxorus? Preposterous. As for the rule against battling, had he not witnessed Haxorus attacking after consuming his energy cube? This was mere self-defense. Who? Haxorus emitted an ethereal dragon roar. Seeing that a confrontation was imminent, Drowzee swiftly detached its tail from the Dratini and stood upright, cradling the still nibbling Dratini in its arms as it retreated from the battlefield. Ash. Pikachu. Motor Lizard. Haxorus. Rotom phone, click. Now, hold on. That maneuver was a bit peculiar, my friend. What does it mean for Slowpoke to suddenly stand up and run with a mini dragon in its arms? Slowpoke declared, I am not like any ordinary Slowpoke. Other Slowpokes stand up only through evolution, but I can do so without evolving. With Mini Dragon in tow, Slowpoke sought refuge behind a tree that could barely conceal Mini Dragon. This was no ordinary Slowpoke. It was a meditative Slowpoke, one that had undergone intensive training with Ash for several years. Initially, Slowpoke intended to fully master bipedal walking before revealing this to Ash, but it was still struggling to adapt to walking upright while dragging its tail. Seeing its son whisked away by a mischievous Slowpoke, Dratini was incensed and immediately charged at Ash. A whirlwind formed, drawing water from the lake into a spiraling vortex. Chapter 85, The Squirtle Squad. Witnessing its son being carried off by the chuckling Slowpoke, Dratini was filled with fury. Its elongated form thrashed violently across the lake's surface, its azure scales glinting coldly in the sunlight, with its dragon eyes fixated on Ash at the shore. With a resounding roar, the lake erupted into a massive whirlpool. Dratini's long tail lashed out, summoning a tempest that violently tore the tranquil surface of the lake apart. The whirlwind, filled with lake water, soared skyward, twisting into a ferocious waterspout. Each droplet spun rapidly, transforming into sharp blades, propelled by the storm toward Ash. However, Ash remained unfazed. He conjured a cerulean aura sphere with his right hand and effortlessly dispersed the tornado that had reached its maximum potential. Presently, Ash had no trouble battling against some quasi-elite Pokémon. Did a mere elite-level Dratini dare to challenge a true newcomer? Intriguing. Momentarily stunned, Dratini quickly regained its composure and attempted to strike again, but was suddenly attacked. It was struck by 5 icy beams, momentarily freezing its lengthy form midair before crashing heavily onto the lake's surface. Struggling to rise, a flicker of astonishment crossed its eyes. The once turbulent lake was now a smooth expanse of ice, and 5 diminutive yet imposing figures stood upon the ice, coldly gazing at it. Squirtle, Squirtle. The leader of the Squirtle squad crossed its arms, a toothpick dangling from its mouth, its gaze defiant. The 4 Squirtless stood in perfect formation behind it, each exuding an expression that suggested Dratini had bitten off more than it could chew. The Squirtle squad had arrived. Squirtle, with a single command from their leader. All 5 Squirtless simultaneously retrieved sunglasses from their shells, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. The younger Squirtless sported classic round black lenses, while the leader donned sharp triangular shades, the edges glinting ominously, as if silently proclaiming, "We are no ordinary Squirtless. We have street cred." Dratini let out an enraged roar, struggling to rise, but the ice was too slick for it to stabilize its serpentine body. Squirtle, the leader of the Squirtless, sneered, slowly raising its right paw to snap its fingers. Although its short claws could not produce an audible snap, the commanding aura was palpable. The 4 Squirtless immediately understood, adopting battle stances, readying their water guns. Squirtle, Squirtle, the elder Squirtle proclaimed, "You've picked the wrong fight, big dragon." Finally stabilizing itself, Dratini's eyes blazed with fury, dragon power surging as it gathered tumultuous water around itself. Yet, The Squirtle leader merely adjusted its sunglasses, a smirk playing upon its lips. Is that all you've got? In the next moment, 5 icy beams shot forth simultaneously. The Squirtle squad unleashed their full firepower. Upon witnessing the Squirtle squad's audacious entrance, Ash's lips curled into a slight smile as he held back the eager Pikachu and Moto Lizard. Wait, let them have a go first. Ash crossed his arms, eyes sparkling with anticipation. During training, Bagworm and the others had never dared to unleash their full power. Now was the perfect opportunity to observe their real combat performance. Moto Lizard nodded, stepping back to stand beside Ash, prepared to spectate with Pikachu. Dratini was repeatedly struck by the icy beams, retreating as a thin layer of frost formed upon its dragon form. Roaring in fury, it swung its tail violently, shattering the ice crystals, then opened its mouth, unleashing dragon rage. Squirtle. The leader's gaze sharpened as it commanded its subordinates. The 4 Squirtless instantly scattered, their movements swift as the wind, gliding across the ice to dodge, as if they had practiced this countless times. Boom. Dragon rage erupted, creating a massive crater in the ice. Yet the Squirtle squad remained unscathed. Squirtle, is that all you've got? You can't even touch us. A flicker of anxiety crossed Dratini's eyes as it coiled into the air, water vapor swirling around it, clearly preparing for a more ferocious attack. However, the Squirtle leader had no intention of granting it the opportunity. Squirtle. It suddenly gestured emphatically, prompting its 4 companions to simultaneously unleash water pulses from different angles, cutting off Dratini's escape route. Bang, bang, bang. The water blast struck true, sending Dratini staggering. And at that moment, the Squirtle leader leaped from the smoke, its shell colliding with Dratini's body. Squirtle. Rocket headbutt. Thud. The sturdy Squirtle head slammed into Dratini's abdomen, sending it crashing down from midair. Dratini curled up in pain, clearly suffering significant damage. Not bad. Ash's eyes brightened in satisfaction. Their teamwork is impeccable, tactical flexibility, and they maintain excellent rhythm in their attacks. Pikachu excitedly pumped its tiny fist. Pika Pika. Well done. Meanwhile, Moto Lizard observed thoughtfully, seemingly absorbing the Squirtle squad's collaborative tactics. Yet, the battle was far from over. Dratini, struggling to lift its head, bore an expression of defiance. It was the guardian of Dragon Valley. How could it be subdued by mere Squirtless? With a mighty roar, it reared back, its body undulating as it gathered an intense dragon energy, causing the ice above to tremble. Is that Dragon Dance? Ash retrieved a bag of popcorn from his storage space to share with Pikachu and Moto Lizard. Looks like Dratini is serious now. The Squirtle leader sensed the impending threat, its demeanor shifting to one of gravity beneath its shades. With a booming cry, Dratini's elongated form suddenly erupted in brilliant blue light. The boost from Dragon Dance dramatically increased its speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages across the ice. Squirtle, be careful. It's getting faster. Before the leader's warning could finish, Dratini had transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging forward. Its tail swept across, sending the 4 Squirtle subordinates flying. The airborne Squirtless skillfully retracted into their shells, utilizing the momentum to bounce across the ice, skillfully dissipating the force of the impact. Dratini seemed taken aback by this unexpected outcome, momentarily hesitating. In that fleeting instant, the Squirtle leader seized the opportunity, producing a peculiar device from its shell and crashing it onto the ice. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, releasing a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire battlefield. Is that a smoke bomb? Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, when did they learn to craft items? Goodness, do these little turtles have a craftsman among them? Amidst the smoke, the panicked roars of Dratini echoed. Suddenly, jets of water surged from different angles, striking Dratini and sending it reeling backward. Following this barrage, the Squirtle leader leapt from the smoke, its head colliding forcefully with Dratini. Rocket headbutt. Bang! The weighty impact caused Haxorus to lose all balance, crashing heavily onto the icy surface. As the smoke dissipated, 5 Squirtless had already formed their decisive formation. They stood in perfect alignment, resembling a 5-pointed star, while simultaneously channeling formidable water energy. 5 jets of water converged in the air, merging into a colossal spiral water cannon, hurtling towards Haxorus with a fierce roar. Boom! The shockwave generated by the water cannon shattered the ice layer of the lake, and Haxorus was completely engulfed by the surging waves. When the splashes subsided, Haxorus floated on the water's surface, rendered incapable of further combat. Squirtle. Mission accomplished. The leader of the Squirtle squad adjusted his sunglasses coolly, while the other 4 immediately surrounded him to give a celebratory back massage. Chapter 86. Fate. Ash tossed out a capture ball, effortlessly subduing Haxorus. Meanwhile, The silly man hiding behind a tree, accompanied by a now persuaded Dratini, approached Ash. Upon interacting with Dratini, Ash was momentarily taken aback. Did you employ some sort of mental control on this little dragon, Psyduck? Perhaps you should take over as the Dream Eater. The two previous hypnotic creatures encountered earlier paled in comparison to Psyduck's presence. Dratini, munching on Psyduck's tail, gazed at Ash with innocent curiosity. I didn't. Uncle Psyduck said there were delicious cubes to eat, so I came. After successfully capturing Dratini, Ash fed the Squirtle squad before recalling them alongside Psyduck into their Pokeballs. He then mounted his motorcycle lizard, ready to return. His fishing rod had been damaged during the battle, so he casually tossed it into the system's storage, intending to repair it later. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entrance of the wild plains in a warm orange-red hue. Riding his motorcycle lizard, Ash felt the gentle breeze caress his cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill. The rhythmic footsteps of the motorcycle lizard echoed across the expansive fields, resonating distinctly. In the distance, he spotted the figures of Naji and Xiaochun. Naji maintained her calm demeanor, cradling an Eevee, her gaze steady upon him. Xiaochun, on the other hand, waved her hands excitedly, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Ash, you're finally back, Xiaochun exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Ash dismounted from the motorcycle lizard, patting its back to signal it could rest. The motorcycle lizard let out a low growl and slowly stepped aside, lying down as if fatigued. How did it go? Any success? Naji placed Eevee on her shoulder and approached Ash, her tone neutral yet tinged with concern. Ash nodded, retrieving 2 capture balls. Both Xiaochun and Naji also produced a capture ball each, having successfully caught a Chansey and a Togepi respectively. Ash felt a tinge of envy at Xiaochun's good fortune, as Chansey was known for being shy and quick to flee, rumored to bring luck to those who managed to capture it. Looks like Xiaochun is quite lucky. Eevee leaped from Naji's shoulder to Ash's, having not been close to him for quite some time due to Naji's training regimen. Observing the nearly untouched Pokeballs in the box, Caesar felt a pang of nostalgia. In the past, visitors to this area would eagerly utilize every Pokeball they possessed. If only everyone who came here resembled you too. 30 years ago, after discovering the trail of Dratini, the influx of people increased dramatically. These individuals frantically captured the Pokémon here, causing significant ecological damage. It was only after the frenzy for Dratini subsided that this place could finally catch its breath and recuperate. Guilt-ridden, Caesar took it upon himself to protect this area with the Thunder Brothers, safeguarding the remaining Pokémon. Alas, it seemed Dratini had vacated due to human disturbances. He would never again have the opportunity to personally apologize to Dratini. Is that Mr. Caesar with Dratini? While Caesar was sorting through the capture balls, Xiaochun stumbled upon an old photograph. A young man gently caressed a Dratini, the backdrop resembling a serene lake. Naji curiously leaned in closer. No, there's no Dratini here. A sudden bellow erupted, the voice belonging to Mr. Caesar. Dratini was the untouchable thorn in his heart, a reminder of his reckless youth that led to severe destruction in this area. Though Mr. Caesar constantly thought of Dratini, he wished for its happiness above all. Caesar turned abruptly, snatching the frame away from Xiaochun, clutching it protectively to his chest. I was careless today, forgetting there were others before I tucked this photo away. You need not be so anxious, Ash reassured, pulling the bewildered Xiaochun and the impassive Naji behind him before opening a capture ball. A slender blue serpent materialized within the room, leaving Caesar momentarily speechless. Haxorus, with its elongated and graceful form, was adorned with sapphire-hued scales that glimmered enchantingly in the sunlight. Its underbelly was a pure white, exuding an aura of innocence. Those deep, dark eyes resembled priceless black pearls, radiating both intelligence and spirit. The small white horn on its forehead, along with the petite wings on either side of its head, endowed it with an air of mystery and nobility. When Caesar's gaze met Haxorus's pearl-like eyes, long-buried memories surged forth. On that fateful day 30 years ago, while patrolling the wild plains, he had unexpectedly encountered a Dratini. The appearance of that Dratini had irrevocably altered the course of his life. You are the Dratini from that time? Caesar's voice trembled as he instinctively reached out toward Haxorus, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. Haxorus quietly regarded Caesar, as if reminiscing about those distant days. Its gaze held a gentle familiarity, and it nodded subtly, seemingly affirming Caesar's inquiry. Tears finally streamed down Caesar's cheeks as he approached Haxorus, his hand tenderly gliding over its smooth scales. I never imagined that after all these years, you would still remember me. His voice caught, yet it brimmed with joy. Ash stood nearby, witnessing the scene unfold, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. This was indeed a part of the Pokémon world he had always longed for. Xiaochun gazed at Ash in astonishment, realizing that the creature he had captured was none other than Haxorus. This is its penultimate form. Nagi, lacking any concept of what a pseudo-legendary Pokémon was, remained her usual nonchalant self, though she would likely mirror this expression upon grasping the concept. Haxorus gently nudged Caesar's hand before raising its head, releasing a long, resonant dragon cry. The sound seemed to recount its experiences over the years, echoing its fondness for Caesar. Caesar wiped his tears and smiled, saying, "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen it again. This is indeed fate between you two." Ash chose to remain taciturn, not elaborating further. Although the reunion was poignant, Haxorus was no longer without a trainer. It evoked a sense of attending a reunion and discovering that one's first love had married someone else. But what of it? Haxorus was destined to accompany him. Once the old cowboy's emotional knots were untied, they would likely part ways again. Reluctantly, Caesar withdrew his hand, understanding the significance of a pseudo-legendary. With Haxorus now captured by this young man, there was no possibility for it to remain here. "Farewell, Haxorus. I am already fulfilled just to see you once more. Please return. This cramped office must be stifling for you." Haxorus, with its serpent-like form, preferred not to remain coiled, its over 4-meter length hindering its ability to stretch within the small office. Hearing Caesar's farewell, Haxorus let out a mournful cry before returning to its capture ball. Having fulfilled his wish, Caesar revealed an unseemly smile, as he had grown somewhat inept at smiling due to his long-standing stern demeanor. Chapter 87, The Foolish Valley. Ash, you managed to capture a wild Haxorus and a Dratini. Professor Oak's face was pressed against the camera, seemingly eager to traverse the internet to reach Ash. Heaven knows how astonished he was when Ash transmitted news of the Haxorus mother and child. This astonishment stemmed more from Ash's ability to discover Haxorus and Dratini in the Kanto region than from the rarity of the Pokémon themselves. After all, Professor Oak was a trainer of Dragonite, and legendary Pokémon were not particularly rare in his eyes. Observing the excitable old man, Nagi leaned towards Koharu and inquired, "Is he really Ash's teacher?" Their personalities seemed so vastly different. Professor Oak is incredibly vibrant. My father told me that he is the Silver Mountain of the research community. He is indeed an impressive figure, Koharu explained with a smile, admiration glimmering in her eyes. Nagi raised an eyebrow at her words. Despite Professor Oak's exaggerated demeanor, it was undeniable that his stature in the realm of Pokémon research was unparalleled. "Silver Mountain, you say? That sounds remarkably impressive." Nagi nodded, her gaze returning to Professor Oak on the screen. During this time, thanks to Ash and Koharu's explanations, she learned that Silver Mountain was the highest peak of the Quartz Plateau in the Kanto and Chengdu regions, and indeed the tallest mountain in the world. Being the pinnacle of research indicated he was indeed formidable. At this moment, Professor Oak remained glued to the camera, animatedly gesticulating. "Ash, you are simply incredible. Haxorus and Dratini are exceedingly rare dragon-type Pokémon, especially in the wild. Where did you encounter them? Do share the details." Ash scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed as he replied, "Well, it was somewhat of an accident. I was fishing by the lake in Dragon Valley, and Haxorus and Dratini just happened to bite." "Fishing?" Professor Oak's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice elevating an octave. "You captured Haxorus and Dratini using a fishing rod? That's utterly unbelievable." Ash chuckled and continued, "Perhaps it was due to my exceptional fishing skills. Haxorus took the bait, while Dratini bit onto the tail of my Slowpoke. Later, Haxorus attempted to attack me, and my Squirtle squad battled it, eventually convincing it to join me. He certainly wouldn't mention that he had specifically gone to capture them due to prior knowledge of the plot. Absurdity was absurdity, after all, and he hadn't lied." Professor Oak was rendered speechless, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, that's just like you, Ash. Capturing Pokémon in the most unexpected ways. But it also shows that you share a bond with them." Ash nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Yes, I will certainly nurture them well." Professor Oak nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something and said mysteriously, "By the way, Ash, since you captured Haxorus and Dratini, I suggest you visit a Krutique city in the Johto region. It is a sanctuary for dragon-type Pokémon, and you might learn even more about them there." A Krutique city was the stronghold of the Dragon Tamers, and the Dragon's Cave of the Dragon Tamers was located there. Given Professor Oak's connections, it was indeed possible for Ash to acquire valuable knowledge. Yet, with a gold mine right before him, why seek gold elsewhere? "Professor, I recall that you also have a Dragonite, right? I'm getting a bit too old to train Pokémon effectively." Upon suddenly hearing Ash mention his Dragonite, Professor Oak paused momentarily, then prepared to gloss over it with a laugh. "Professor, I've heard some things about you and the Ghost-type champion. I believe your Dragonite would be delighted to meet Haxorus and Dratini, and I would certainly be thrilled for my Dragonite to teach them. Triggered by those keywords, Professor Oak instantly became serious and readily agreed to let his Dragonite mentor Ash's 2 dragon Pokémon. Koharu, watching from the sidelines, was left in awe. Nagi, however, found Ash's mention of the Ghost Champion intriguing. Being a Psychic-type expert, she naturally took an interest in those proficient in Ghost types. Of course, the cool exterior of Nagi belied her human curiosity. By the way, I nearly forgot the main matter. I've heard that ancient Pokémon fossils have been discovered in the nearby Foolish Valley. If you're interested, you should go take a look. The technology for reviving fossils had matured considerably, so discovering fossils of ancient Pokémon was essentially equivalent to possessing a fossil Pokémon. That was indeed Ash's intended destination. Although the name was quite amusing and rivaled the previous Yo-Yo-Yo district, Ash knew that there was more than just fossils there. Beneath Foolish Valley lay actual fossil Pokémon in slumber. The next morning, Ash and Nagi couldn't help but laugh at the evident dark circles under Koharu's eyes. Koharu rubbed her eyes and said helplessly, "How come you two are perfectly fine? It was so noisy last night that I couldn't sleep at all." Ash shrugged, smiling as he replied, "I meditated with Riolu all night. Meditation helps me recover quickly." Nagi, in a nonchalant tone, added, "I used my psychic abilities to block out the external noise, so I slept quite well." "I'm truly envious of you psychics," Koharu said, somewhat weakly. "Why don't you catch a nap on the back of my Moto Lizard?" The newly upgraded riding device from Stun Town should be quite comfortable. A week ago, Ash and his companions had passed through Stun Town and returned an Eevee they encountered along the way. The Eevee siblings of Stun Town were impressed by Ash's Eevee's prowess, and thus he recommended a beast tamer in Hualan City to them. As for whether the Eevee siblings had the potential to learn partner skills, that was entirely up to them. Eager to upgrade the riding device on his Moto Lizard, Ash, with the help of the 4 brothers from Stun Town, found a rather skillful blacksmith and successfully modified the riding device. Moreover, he gifted Nagi, the only one among them without an Eevee egg. The new riding device fitted onto Moto Lizard might sacrifice some speed, but it certainly maximized comfort without affecting Moto Lizard's mobility. Foolish Valley was not far from Neon Town, and after a few hours of travel, they arrived at Foolish Valley. Originally a rather desolate location, it had garnered significant attention after fossils were unexpectedly discovered there not long ago. Countless fossil enthusiasts and those hoping to profit from fossils flocked to the area, creating a bustling scene reminiscent of a gold rush. The hills were alive with people wielding mining tools, engrossed in their labor. One might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a mine from the last century devoid of modern equipment. Ash and his companions did not purchase any mining tools. Even the few hawking shovels and pickaxes left empty-handed. Ash had no intention of relying on luck to dig. He planned to utilize his aura abilities to gradually explore whether life existed beneath the ground. As soon as he located a living space, he would simply unleash his Pokémon to break through. Chapter 88, The Awakening of Fossil Pokémon. Charizard had accompanied Ash for quite some time, but had yet to find a worthy aerial opponent, which spoke volumes about the quality of trainers they encountered on the road. Fossil Aerodactyl beneath Foolish Valley presented an excellent challenge. Just as Ash activated his aura to begin searching the mountain, a thunderous explosion reverberated, startling everyone. Nagi, protect Koharu. Pikachu and Moto Lizard, let us investigate. After gently lifting the startled Koharu off Moto Lizard's back and handing her to Nagi, Ash mounted Moto Lizard and charged towards the direction of the billowing black smoke from the explosion. If his memory serves him correctly, it was the notorious Team Rocket trio that instigated the explosion here. However, weren't they busy running a thriving establishment on Beauty Street? What could possibly bring them to this place? Be careful, Ash. Worry not. On the very night, they were incarcerated at the Deep Gray City Police Station. Team Rocket was released on bail, albeit burdened with considerable debt. Recently, while laboring to repay their dues, they managed to reopen their shop on Beauty Street, not only settling their debts, but also amassing a substantial sum. Yet, after a certain breeder named Snow delivered a rousing speech, they lost all their customers. Now, in search of new employment, the trio learned of fossils in this area, and memories of their days as Team Rocket members sparked a unanimous decision to venture here. Presenting the fossils to their leader, Giovanni, promised them rapid advancement and riches. However, after 3 fruitless days of digging, the increasingly irate Jesse decided to resort to blasting the mountain. Thus, the recent cataclysmic explosion transpired. Upon reaching the epicenter of the blast, they found a deep, bottomless pit. The onlookers had fled, uncertain if a second explosion was imminent. Those who perished would undoubtedly be remembered as casualties of their own folly, should another explosion occur. The curious bystanders would become the new victims. Ash was the sole individual aware that no further explosions would ensue, for the three culprits had plummeted directly into the abyss. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, Ash commanded his motorcycle lizard without hesitation, and it leapt into the chasm. Before the Team Rocket trio could regain their footing, they were once again flattened by the motorcycle lizard, which subsequently lost its balance and tumbled forward. Ash swiftly retrieved the motorcycle lizard into its pokeball, while he and Pikachu rolled to the side, stabilizing themselves in a half-squat position upon landing. Who on earth is that? As Ash and Pikachu stood, they were met with a familiar complaint. Looking up, they confirmed their suspicions. It was none other than Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, clumsily struggling to rise, faces smeared with dirt and discontent. It's you. Ash shook his head in exasperation. Why abandon a flourishing business only to blow things up here? Jessie brushed off the dust from her clothes, fuming. What do you mean abandon a good business? We're toiling for the grand cause of Team Rocket. James chimed in, indeed. This time, we come prepared and will not fail. Meowth, nursing a sore back from the motorcycle lizard's mishap, complained, that pesky kid let that big lizard stomp on us. Wait a moment, I remember you. You're the one who ambushed us on Moonview Mountain. Meowth suddenly pointed at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, recalling that it was a boy accompanied by a Pikachu that had previously thwarted them. Given Ash's remark about neglecting their business, could it be that the kid had also visited Beauty Street and recognized them? Ash sighed in resignation. It seems you Haven T learned your lesson. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to detonate explosives in a gorge? Jessie defiantly placed her hands on her hips. Of course we know. Our objective is to acquire the fossils of these ancient Pokémon. Once we present them to the boss, we shall be handsomely rewarded. James interjected. And that motorcycle-like lizard by your side, presenting such an unfamiliar Pokémon to the boss will surely earn us his praise. Are you seriously contemplating that? Ash frowned. It seems the time spent in custody hasn't corrected your misguided actions. Pikachu, no holding back. Prepare for battle. Pikachu leapt forward, its cheek pouches sparking with electricity. The Team Rocket trio, unwilling to back down, readied their Pokémon. Jessie unleashed a Pokeball, exclaiming, a mere child dares to be so arrogant. Last time, you caught us off guard, but this time we'll teach you a lesson. Go, Weezing. James followed suit, tossing out his Pokeball, coughing, prepare for battle. Meowth hopped aside, waving its paw. Meowth wants in on the action too. Ash remained composed, swiftly issuing commands. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Pikachu released a powerful surge of electricity, striking Team Rocket's Pokémon. Wheezing and coughing trembled, rendered incapacitated. The disparity in strength was staggering. Whether it was 2 or 20, the outcome remained unchanged. Jessie stomped her foot in frustration. Cursed child, how can you be so strong? James panicked. What do we do? We're no match for him. Hey, Meowth. Hurry and use the secret weapon. Jessie shook Meowth's shoulder vigorously. Among them, Meowth possessed the most cunning ideas, and surely it had a plan in such dire circumstances. Stop shaking me, Meow. We spent all our money on paying off debts and acquiring gear. There's no cash left for a secret weapon. As Ash observed this farcical scene unfold, the motorcycle lizard tugged at his pant leg with its forepaw, assuming a battle stance. Suddenly, Ash understood its intent. Numerous Pokémon were converging ahead. The fossil Pokémon had awakened. Pikachu pointed towards Team Rocket's direction, shouting excitedly, Pika, Pika. Huh. What do you mean something is approaching? The Team Rocket trio felt a chill run down their spines, simultaneously turning their necks to where Pikachu was indicating. In the shadowy expanse loomed countless pairs of red eyes, as a multitude of Pokémon hitherto unknown to the trio emerged from the darkness. Some resembled snails, but bore tentacles, while others possessed sharp scythes, and some appeared rock-like, yet revealed sharp claws beneath. Ash's Rotom phone floated out from his pocket, capturing the scene of the fossil Pokémon stepping into the light. A total of 13 fossil Pokémon materialized, 1 Scyther, 2 Anorith, 7 Kabuto, and 3 Omanite. Scyther, Anorith, Kabuto, and Omanite were believed to have become extinct thousands of years ago, and their ecological niche remains a mystery. To this day, some speculate they might inhabit undiscovered realms. The Rotom phone's Pokédex function began to relay information about the 4 Pokémon before them. It was evident that the desires of the Team Rocket trio had eclipsed their reason, their greed clouding their judgment. They began to discuss how capturing these Pokémon would secure them a significant reward from Giovanni. Chapter 89, Mega Evolution. How splendid. Living fossil Pokémon. If we capture them and present them to the boss, we shall undoubtedly receive his grand commendation. Meowth, my cat food will be upgraded. The Team Rocket trio, enthralled by the prospect of glory, momentarily lost themselves in fantasies of success. How quintessentially Team Rocket. Their exuberance blinded them to the ravenous glint in the eyes of the fossil Pokémon until one Scyther flashed its sharp blade and lunged at them, abruptly turning their cheers into expressions of terror. "Hey kid, come save us," they cried in unison. "You're an esteemed trainer, aren't you? Hurry, help us." Ash, however, paid no heed to their pleas. Why should a good person rescue those who had attacked him? That would be sheer folly. Under Ash's watchful gaze, Team Rocket and their Pokémon were sent soaring skyward by a single devastating attack. "Well, that was quite precise," he remarked, just as he was propelled upward from the hole. Ash released all of his Pokémon: Snorlax, Riolu, Charizard, Psyduck, Coalossal, Eevee, Zubat, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle Squad. Their numbers matched those of the opposing side precisely. The fossil Pokémon, generally at levels 30 to 40, included a fearsome Aerodactyl that had just emerged from the shadows, boasting a formidable level of 50. However, due to hunger and its recent awakening, their strength had significantly diminished. Name: Aerodactyl. Gender: male. Ability: Rockhead. Type: Rock. Flying item: None. Strength: Mid-Elite, 57. Inherited skills: None. Taught skills: None. Self-taught skills: Bite, Ancient Power, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Roar, Crunch, Iron Head, Stone Edge, Agility. Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Despite its near champion level, it was reduced to mid-elite combat power. It seemed Ash had underestimated the Aerodactyl's capabilities. Nevertheless, the current state of the Aerodactyl made it an ideal opponent for Charizard. "Charizard, your adversary is that Aerodactyl," Ash commanded. The others positioned themselves to block the other fossil Pokémon, preventing them from interfering with Charizard's battle against Aerodactyl. Charizard stepped forward, flames roaring more fiercely from its tail. Eyes ablaze with determination, it emitted a low growl, signaling its readiness. "Charizard, use Dragon Breath," Ash ordered. Charizard flapped its wings and soared into the air, targeting Aerodactyl as a torrent of searing dragon breath erupted from its mouth, striking Aerodactyl with force. Although Aerodactyl reacted swiftly, its movements were slightly sluggish due to its recent awakening, and it was hit, letting out a painful roar. Enraged, Aerodactyl flapped its wings, attempting to retaliate. It opened its jaws wide and, with a powerful flap, unleashed Crunch towards Charizard. Charizard swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the attack. Seeing this, Ash immediately commanded, "Charizard, use Smokescreen." Charizard unleashed a thick cloud of black smoke from its mouth, enveloping the battlefield in an instant. The Aerodactyl was momentarily blinded by the smokescreen, appearing somewhat flustered. "Now is your chance." Ash seized the moment, shouting, "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." Charizard burst forth from the smokescreen, its claws shimmering with a green light as they slashed toward Aerodactyl. Although Aerodactyl attempted to evade, it was struck by the attack, swaying perilously in midair. Infuriated, Aerodactyl let out an earth-shattering roar and took to the skies. It then executed Rock Slide, causing massive boulders to shatter and rain down like an avalanche towards Charizard. Charizard braced itself with its claws, sweeping away the debris. Once the boulders were cleared, a beam of destructive energy surged toward it. "Charizard, use Protect." A green barrier sprang into existence, successfully blocking the destructive beam. In the instant Protect shattered, a gray claw lunged towards Charizard. Truly a ruler of the skies, Aerodactyl exhibited remarkable battle instincts. Furthermore, it showed no signs of vulnerability after using Hyper Beam. "Charizard, stay calm and use Dragon Breath." Upon hearing Ash's command, Charizard regained its composure, unleashing a stream of purple Dragon Breath. Seeing the Dragon Breath, Aerodactyl instinctively dodged to the side, perhaps out of fear. Why would it fear a move that inflicts only normal damage on it? Was it because the previous Dragon Breath had caused it pain? A sudden thought struck Ash, recalling a scholarly theory. Some theories proposed that while the modern Aerodactyl lacked dragon typing, in ancient times it soared the skies as a dragon type. Naturally, a dragon-typed Aerodactyl would be wary of dragon-type attacks, as they dealt double damage. After countless eons, the slumbering Aerodactyl was oblivious to the change in its typing to rock and flying. Was it evading instinctively when faced with Dragon Breath? This was certainly worth sending back to Professor Oak for further study. Realizing that the creature before him could execute dragon-type attacks, Aerodactyl took to the air within the confines of the cave, placing itself beyond the reach of Charizard's ranged attacks. "Charizard, it seems we have been underestimated." Ash stood beside Charizard, who had regained its senses. Aerodactyl was now making faces at Ash and Charizard, completely unaware that all its allies had been defeated. Since capturing Charmander, Ash had dedicated considerable time to nurturing its latent potential. After evolving, there was little Ash could teach it about flying, as he himself was not a flyer. Now, Charizard's flying skills were undoubtedly inferior to Aerodactyl's, but there were other avenues to compensate. That character named Dio had squandered Charizard's natural talent and nearly endangered its life. If Ash were to encounter that individual again, he would find a secluded place to educate him properly. Charizard snorted heavily, flames bursting from its nostrils. It had long awaited this day. Ash produced his Mega Ring. Charizard, Mega Evolve. In the astonished gaze of Aerodactyl, a brilliant white light erupted from Charizard, its form gradually expanding. Aerodactyl recognized that the creature before it was evolving. It had seen evolution before, but had never witnessed Charizard's evolution. Understanding that its power would drastically increase post-evolution, it sought to thwart the evolution of this pseudo-dragon. Pikachu, Moto, Eevee. Pikachu, Moto, and Eevee instantly positioned themselves in front of Charizard, their presence daunting to Aerodactyl. To Ash's surprise, this human had tamed such a formidable ensemble of Pokémon. Fly Mega Charizard. Flames erupted beside Ash's Mega Charizard X, adorned with blue flames resembling fangs, spread its wings, heralding its transformation. Chapter 90, Mega Charizard vs. Aerodactyl. Ash stepped back a few paces, and a status panel appeared before him displaying Charizard's information. Name, Charizard, Mega Evolution X. Gender, Male ability, Tough Claws type, Fire, Dragon item, Revival herb, Withering, Charizard X Stone. Strength, Peak Elite, 42, Skills, Heavy Slam, Protect, Substitute. Thunder Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Solar Flare, Sunny Day, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Claw, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Air Slash. Had its strength surged from early Elite to Peak Elite? Those 100 base stats were certainly not in vain. Upon witnessing Charizard's completed evolution, Aerodactyl immediately turned to flee. This opponent looked formidable, and the pressure of its draconic aura intensified. Only a fool would remain. Charizard, pursue it. Ash swiftly captured the unconscious fossil Pokémon, then recalled all but Moto and Pikachu, mounting Moto to chase after Aerodactyl. This operation was primarily about capturing Aerodactyl. There was no way he would let it escape. The path Aerodactyl fled down was not only narrow but also littered with stalagmites and stone pillars. Charizard, lacking proficiency in flying, struggled to navigate and collided with several stone pillars in its frantic dodging. It was even vulnerable to ambushes from the suddenly turning Aerodactyl. Charizard, don't rush. Observe Aerodactyl's movements. The size of the fossil pterodactyl and Charizard is remarkably similar, particularly that of Ash's Charizard, both being distinguished members of their respective species. Both dragons stand approximately between 1.7 to 2 meters tall, with wingspans reaching around 3 to 4 meters. Yet, within the confines of this cramped cavern, the speed of the fossil pterodactyl far surpasses that of Charizard. Heeding Ash's command, Charizard momentarily halted its frantic flight, hovering in midair, its gaze intently fixed on the movements of the fossil pterodactyl. The fossil pterodactyl deftly maneuvered through the narrow passages of the cave, effortlessly weaving past stalactites and stone columns as if they posed no hindrance. Its flight path resembled that of a serpent, swift and fluid. Ash, astride his motorcycle lizard, calmly assessed the evolving battle, swiftly analyzing the flight patterns of the fossil pterodactyl. He noted that, despite its rapid velocity, the creature's trajectory exhibited a certain predictability. It consistently navigated between the stone columns, utilizing its clawed wings and feet to propel itself off the pillars, seeking cover before abruptly veering or accelerating towards its target. Charizard. The fossil pterodactyl favors circling around the columns with its claws, prepared to anticipate its moves. Ash called out decisively. Charizard nodded, a glimmer of understanding igniting in its eyes. No longer did it pursue blindly. Instead, it began to consciously track the fossil pterodactyl's flight path. Indeed, the fossil pterodactyl circled behind a stone column once more before suddenly accelerating, launching itself at Charizard from the side. Now's the time. Charizard, use your tail. Ash commanded with unwavering resolve. Charizard swiftly grasped the stone column with its claws, mirroring the pterodactyl's maneuver. A surge of dragon-type energy coalesced at the tip of its tail, which it then lashed out fiercely towards the fossil pterodactyl. Clearly unprepared for Charizard's foresight, the pterodactyl, caught in its own acceleration, was unable to evade and was struck directly, losing its balance and colliding with the stone pillar. Well done. Ash clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As expected of you, old friend. Your learning capabilities are truly extraordinary. The fossil pterodactyl shook its head, struggling to regain altitude. Enraged, it emitted a low growl before opening its mouth wide to unleash a sharp stone attack. Charizard, use Flame Vortex. Ash quickly instructed. Charizard expelled a scorching blue flame vortex, successfully intercepting the incoming stone projectiles. The aftershocks of the flame vortex even compelled the fossil pterodactyl to retreat a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, Charizard, charge in and use Dragon Claw. Charizard surged toward the fossil pterodactyl, its claws glimmering with dragon energy, striking fiercely at the pterodactyl's wings. This blow significantly weakened the fossil pterodactyl in this encounter, although it attempted to evade. Having just been forced back by the flame vortex and still reeling from the tail strike, it was struck by Charizard's Dragon Claw, leaving a noticeable gash upon its wing. The fossil pterodactyl let out a pained roar, swaying unsteadily, nearly toppling over. Realizing its precarious position, a flicker of ferocity ignited in its eyes as it opened its mouth wide, gathering a formidable energy. That's Destruction Beam. Ash's pupils dilated as he swiftly reacted. Charizard, get out of the way. Charizard darted aside, but the cavern's dimensions proved too constricted. While it avoided the direct assault, it was still grazed by the shockwave, staggering back several steps. Fortunately, its wings remained unscathed. Charizard, are you all right? Ash inquired with concern. Charizard growled softly and shook its head, indicating its readiness to continue the fight. Ash nodded, admiration glimmering in his gaze. All right, let us press on. The fossil pterodactyl is already wounded. Our chance for a counterattack is approaching. Indeed, after unleashing the destruction beam, the fossil pterodactyl appeared somewhat winded. Ash seized this moment and decisively commanded, Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Charizard charged at the fossil pterodactyl, its claws radiating dragon energy, striking forcefully at the pterodactyl's head. Despite its hard-head ability, the fossil pterodactyl let out a cry of agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Charizard reared back and unleashed a torrent of flames, proclaiming its triumph. Charizard, don't let your guard down. Use Dragon Breath for the finishing blow, but don't overdo it. Ash cautioned quickly. However, before Charizard could comply, the fossil pterodactyl retaliated fiercely, striking Charizard in the abdomen with its tail, sending it hurtling backward. The fossil pterodactyl's hard head characteristic mitigated the damage from Charizard's Dragon Claw, not inflicting as much harm as anticipated. In retaliation, Charizard lunged forward, seizing the fossil pterodactyl by the neck and dragging it backward to the ground. One hand gripping its throat while the other delivered a barrage of blows to its face. Aren't you hard-headed? Let me shatter that tough exterior. Stop. A booming voice broke through, snapping Charizard from its furious state. Turning to see Ash's stern expression, Charizard, like a child caught in wrongdoing, released the fossil pterodactyl and approached Ash, bowing its head in a plea for forgiveness. Ash first tossed a Pokeball to capture the unconscious fossil pterodactyl before placing a hand on Charizard's head. Do not let the desire for destruction cloud your judgment. It's natural to be impulsive. I have been too. Yet, you must allow your reason to govern your strength. Unbridled power is perilous and can harm you and those around you. I understand, Charizard responded with a low growl. Not just to remember, but to adhere to it. Ash retrieved an energy cube box. Here, eat this, and then take me up. Watching Charizard devour the energy cubes, a smile crept across Ash's face as he was suddenly reminded of that rainy night when Nurse Joy had rescued Charmander, and he had similarly chastised it. Indeed, spending so much time together, their fighting styles had begun to mirror one another. As Ash prepared to mount Charizard after stowing his motorcycle lizard, the creature evaded the light from the Pokeball and dashed toward a distant part of the cavern. Ash exchanged glances with Charizard and Pikachu before pursuing. The motorcycle lizard came to a halt at a stone platform, where a Pokémon egg and an irregular gemstone raw material awaited. Chapter 91, The Passionate Riddle Master. Upon returning to the surface, Ash encountered an anxious Natsuki and Haruka by the pit. Ash, are you alright? Haruka exclaimed, startled to see the burn marks on Ash's clothing. Rushing forward to examine him. I'm fine. It's just a minor burn from Charizard losing control of its power, Ash replied. Jumping down from the now non-mega evolved Charizard and lifting the scorched coat to reveal his intact black t-shirt underneath. Regrettably, the coat that had accompanied Ash on his journey could no longer be worn, but it was of little concern as he had two identical replacements. Haruka breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. You scared me. I thought you were hurt. Natsuki, standing nearby, wore a serious expression. Your actions just now were exceedingly reckless. Although her demeanor was impassive, Ash could discern the reproach in her tone. He recognized that his earlier conduct had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. I apologize. I sensed something valuable below using my aura powers. I rushed in, fearing someone else would claim it first, Ash explained, surveying the gathering crowd that had drawn closer to witness the commotion. He then communicated telepathically. This isn't the place for discussion. Let us find somewhere less crowded. Having departed from the Great Full Valley, Ash utilized the power of aura to ascertain that no one was in his vicinity. He then retrieved a Pokémon egg incubation device from his spatial pouch, a tool previously employed by his trusty Moto lizard. As it was not a one-time use item, Ash had cleaned it thoroughly after the successful hatching of Moto lizard and stored it away, never anticipating that it would be put to use so soon. Upon observation, it became apparent that this Pokémon egg belonged to a Togepi, as the patterns adorning the egg mirrored those of Togepi's shell precisely. Furthermore, Ash had captured numerous fossil Pokémon below. Xiaochun consulted her mobile device to find an image of Togepi and confirmed that the egg indeed resembled Togepi's shell. Meanwhile, Naz appeared to grasp Ash's second statement, realizing he had captured many fossil Pokémon rather than merely excavating fossils. Curiously, she inquired, "Didn't they say those fossil Pokémon were all extinct? Did you encounter any living fossil Pokémon in that cave?" Scholars had speculated that they might still exist somewhere in the world, undiscovered by humanity. Ash's findings of living Kabuto, Ammonite, and their evolved forms, Aerodactyl, lent credence to this theory. It was likely that Professor Oak's call would come soon. As anticipated, Professor Oak's call arrived shortly thereafter. While conducting research in his laboratory, Professor Oak was suddenly greeted by a transmission of Pokémon from Ash. Considering how long Ash had been away from home, he was delighted to receive such a substantial number of Pokémon at once. However, his excitement turned to bewilderment when he opened a Pokeball to reveal a fainted Aerodactyl. "Wah!" he exclaimed, quickly opening the other Pokeballs, only to discover they were all fossil Pokémon. "Ash, where on earth did you catch these fossil Pokémon?" This revelation was akin to discovering living dinosaurs in the 21st century, so it was only natural for Professor Oak, a Pokémon researcher, to be so elated. The current technology for resurrecting fossils was not particularly advanced, and to date, all known fossil Pokémon had been classified with rock-type attributes. The examination results of Aerodactyl suggested it may have once possessed dragon-type attributes as well. The research value of fossil Pokémon that had survived in the past surpassed that of those resurrected in the present. "I discovered them in the Great Fool Valley." Ash informed Professor Oak of the events that transpired, not withholding any details regarding Team Rocket. After listening to Ash's account, Professor Oak let out a long sigh. Initially, he had hoped Ash might unearth a fragmentary fossil for his studies. He never expected Ash to present him with such an astonishing surprise. His little apprentice turned out to be quite the lucky one. "Professor, I entrust them to you. These fossil Pokémon must be quite famished and possess a rather savage fighting style. I'll make sure to train them properly when I return." These fossil Pokémon were notoriously difficult to tame, relying on their hard shells and bones in battle, often adopting a strategy of trading damage for victory. Bringing them out now would only lead to trouble. He needed to wait until he could return to manage them properly. At the current pace, he estimated he could return to Pallet Town before winter set in. "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of them," Professor Oak replied with a chuckle. Ash looked on with a bemused expression as the eccentric professor ended the video call. "Is this man really your teacher?" Naz posed a soul-searching question. Xiaochun also found Professor Oak's behavior to be quite peculiar and did not come to his defense. "Who acts so seriously only to suddenly burst into laughter and drool?" "Professor Oak is usually quite normal. He is probably just overly excited," Ash responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why did the conversation shift so dramatically whenever Pokémon were mentioned? Was this a common affliction among veteran Pokémon professors? Weeks later, the trio boarded a ferry bound for Fire Island. Fire Island, a large island with an active volcano, housed the Fire Gym and was one of the most popular tourist destinations in the Kanto region. The island was renowned for its hot springs, and upon their arrival, they discovered that all the inns were fully booked, as indicated by Rotom's phone. Even the bathing centers were at capacity. "Everything is completely booked," Xiaochun lamented as she sank onto a public bench, having failed to find any accommodation. After strolling through the night market to secure dinner, they found themselves in a park on Fire Island. What is cold in the head but warm in the body? Just then, a golden-haired man approached the trio. Initially disheartened, Xiaochun and Naz instinctively pondered the riddle posed by the man. Smiling, Ash nodded in greeting. "I know. It's an open-air hot spring," Xiaochun eagerly answered, then hesitated as if recalling something. "Are you Shaba? Impressive that you guessed so quickly. I'm curious to know how Sakuragi described me to you," Shaba replied, removing his wig and looking at Xiaochun. The young girl was quite earnest. Her father had described Shaba as a passionate riddle enthusiast. Shaba laughed heartily, clearly pleased with such a candid assessment. "Very accurate. Now follow me. Ash contacted me earlier. I've reserved a room for you at my little inn." Indeed, Shaba had come to the island specifically because Ash had arranged for their meeting. Chapter 92, vs. Shaba. In his youth, Shaba had traveled with Professor Oak for a time. and he shared a close bond with both Professor Oak and Professor Yin. Later, while serving as the gym leader of Fire Island, he and his friend, Elder Fuji, established the Fire Research Institute. When the island discovered its hot springs, Shaba could not tolerate the challengers who approached the gym with a leisurely attitude, prompting him to close the gym to the public. The reason Fire Gym remained an official gym in the Kanto region was that Shaba would screen trainers genuinely wishing to challenge him and direct them to a prepared battleground. The league had no objections, as gym challenge rules were set by the gym trainers themselves. Some trainers enjoyed creating various challenges, which was perfectly acceptable. Moreover, Shaba was a former Elite Four member. Before the separation of Kanto and Johto, the champions and Elite Four members were Champion Professor Oak, Fire Master Shaba, Ice Master Yin, Ghost Master Kikuko, and Dragon Master Gyarados. Gyarados was the grandfather of Yulongdu, and in this world, Yulongdu was only 5 years older than Ash. It was said that besides Yulongdu, Gyarados had another grandson named Gyarados, who was also quite formidable. As Kanto split, the Elite Four candidates prepared for competition for the champion position, and Professors Oak, Shaba, and Yin decided to retire early. The league had not expressed any displeasure regarding this. After a night's rest, Ash awoke early to seek out Shaba at the front desk. He was prepared for the battle arena situated over the lava. Up so early? Shaba remarked, visibly surprised to see Ash and Pikachu, as it was rare to encounter such early rising young individuals. With a smile, Ash approached Shaba. Aren't you up early as well, Shaba? Just an old man with little sleep, Shaba replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. You are still young, in the midst of growth. And ample sleep is essential. Are you not old too? Many young individuals are not in as good a condition as you. Oh, how can one compare with the youth? Elderly indeed. With a wave of his hand, Xiaobo urged, let us go, as I can see you are quite eager. While the two young ladies are still resting, let us complete the gym battle to avoid delaying your daytime adventures on Crimson Lotus Island. With that, Xiaobo led Ash to the location where he had soaked in the hot springs yesterday, stopping before a statue of a Gyarados and pressing a button. A massive boulder adjacent to the statue slowly shifted, revealing a dark entrance. Come along, he beckoned. As they descended the staircase, Ash and Pikachu could distinctly feel the rising heat. For robust iron chains suspended a battle arena above a bubbling pool of lava, the sight of which was enough to weaken one's knees. The prospect of battling above such a molten pit posed a significant challenge for both Pokémon and trainers alike, for they were situated within a volcano, with the crater above and the lava pool below. It is well known that the volcano on Crimson Lotus Island is an active one. Ash and Xiaobo took their positions on opposite sides, with Pikachu leaping onto Ash's shoulder. The atmosphere here appeared perilous, and in truth, it was far from safe. The rules of the match are 3-on-3, and substitutions are permitted, correct? Absolutely, Ash affirmed with a nod. What creature is born with 4 legs and grows to have 2? Upon Ash's nod, Xiaobo swiftly tossed a Pokeball. The Pokemon he referred to, born with 4 legs and growing to have 2, emerged, the Rampardos. Go forth, Riolu. Ash countered, sending out Riolu to face the challenge. Riolu sprang from its Pokeball, firmly establishing itself on the battlefield, its eyes ablaze with determination. It lightly shook its fist, signaling its readiness. Xiaobo observed Riolu with a smile, remarking, is this the shiny Riolu that Professor Oak procured for you? A commendable choice. However, my Rampardos will not be easily subdued. The news of Ash's shiny Riolu had circulated widely within their circle. A few clever individuals had incurred the wrath of the temperamental Professor Oak, and acquiring a shiny Riolu was indeed a stroke of luck for them. Ash smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he declared, Riolu is my trusted partner. I have faith in Riolu. Xiaobo nodded, gesturing. Then let us commence. Rampardos, unleash Rock Wrecker. With a fierce roar, Rampardos rapidly conjured several sharp rocks from its horn and launched them towards Riolu. Riolu, evade with quick attack. Ash commanded swiftly. Riolu flickered, transforming into a streak of yellow light, effortlessly dodging the Rock Wrecker's assault. Its speed was astonishing, allowing it to circle around Rampardos in an instant. Now Riolu, use Force Palm. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing his command decisively. Riolu concentrated its energy, its fist glowing with a brilliant white light, and delivered a powerful strike to Rampardos' flank. The impact caused Rampardos to stagger back a few steps, though its high defense meant it sustained minimal damage. Xiaobo chuckled, stating, Rampardos' defense is not so easily breached. Rampardos, use Earthquake. Rampardos lifted its front foot and slammed it down with tremendous force. The entire arena trembled violently as powerful shockwaves surged towards Riolu. Ash's pupils dilated, and he nearly called back Riolu to retreat from the battleground. However, Upon observing no damage to the arena, he felt reassured. Surely, Xiaobo would not jeopardize his own life in jest. Yet employing Earthquake on such a small platform was rather intimidating. Riolu jumped to avoid it. Ash reacted promptly. Riolu sprang into the air, successfully evading the Earthquake's onslaught. It performed a graceful flip before landing firmly on the ground. Seizing the moment, Ash commanded, Riolu, use Vacuum Wave. Riolu swiftly swung its fist, unleashing a fierce gust of wind towards Rampardos. The Vacuum Wave struck true, interrupting Rampardos' actions and inflicting notable damage due to the type advantage. Xiaobo raised an eyebrow, his excitement evident. It appears that your Riolu has been exceptionally trained, Ash. Well done. I shall need to take this more seriously. Rampardos, use Horn Drill. Rampardos' horn began to spin rapidly before it charged towards Riolu, its horn gleaming menacingly. Riolu, use Detect. Ash commanded calmly. A glimmer of blue light flashed in Riolu's eyes as it swiftly discerned Rampardos' attack trajectory, easily sidestepping the horn drill. Now's our chance. Riolu, use Aura Sphere. Ash seized the opening, issuing his command with determination. Riolu quickly concentrated, forming a blue energy sphere and hurled it forcefully at Rampardos. The Aura Sphere struck true, unleashing a powerful explosion of energy that caused Rampardos to lose its balance and crash heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Can Riolu use Aura Sphere already? Ash, your training is truly impressive, Xiaobo remarked, nodding at the fallen Rampardos. Well done, Ash. Your Riolu is indeed formidable. Ash smiled humbly, expressing, thank you for your praise. Xiaobo recalled Rampardos with a grin. However, the match has only just begun. Now, let us see if you can guess my second Pokemon. He tossed another Pokeball, and a Ninetales appeared on the field. Ninetales is it? Ash regarded the elegant creature with a spark of competitive spirit. Riolu, can you continue battling? He inquired. Riolu nodded affirmatively, indicating its readiness. Excellent. Let us proceed. Ash clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Riolu's victory over Rampardos was entirely anticipated, given that in the animated series, the ground-type Rampardos had succumbed to Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Its level was not particularly impressive. However, Riolu's current level surpassed that of Charizard, Sceptile, and even Eevee, standing at a robust level 48. This rapid progression could be attributed to frequent interactions with the fighting-type Focus Sash, propelling Riolu's growth. The Ninetales before them, however, possessed strength far superior to Rampardos, boasting an elite peak power at level 47. It was understandable, given that Xiaobo was the gym leader specializing in fire-type Pokemon. Ninetales stood gracefully, its 9 tails swaying gently, eyes shimmering with wisdom. Upon its arrival, the surrounding temperature seemed to rise, suffusing the air with an intense heat. Xiaobo smiled, addressing Ash. Ninetales is a paragon among fire-type Pokemon. Your Riolu must exercise caution. Ash nodded, his gaze resolute. Riolu, we shall not back down. Use Vacuum Wave. The prowess of a fire-type champion does not necessarily imply that Ninetales is the best in Xiaobo's roster. Its level might not even place it among the top 3 of his seasoned training team. Riolu swiftly swung its fist, launching a fierce gust of wind towards Ninetales. Yet, Ninetales merely leaped gracefully, effortlessly dodging the Vacuum Wave. Its movements were light and elegant, akin to a dance. Ash's eyes narrowed. This Ninetales is astonishingly fast. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Xiaobo commanded. Ninetales opened its mouth, unleashing a searing torrent of flames towards Riolu. The heat was so intense that even the air appeared to warp. Riolu, evade with quick attack. Ash responded with urgency. As Riolu swiftly darted, it transformed into a streak of blue light, narrowly evading the onslaught of fiery breath. However, the expansive reach of Ninetales' flames meant that although Riolu had escaped the direct attack, it was still grazed by the residual heat, sustaining burns that left it in a state of searing pain. Are you all right, Riolu? Ash inquired with genuine concern. Riolu let out a low growl, indicating its resolve to continue the battle, yet its movements were noticeably sluggish, a testament to the considerable damage it had incurred. A sense of dread gripped Ash's heart. The burn status would not only sap Riolu's stamina but also diminish its offensive capabilities, rendering their situation exceedingly dire. Xavier, observing Ash, spoke with a note of admiration. Ash, your Riolu is indeed formidable, yet in the face of Ninetales, it appears somewhat lacking in speed. Clenching his teeth, Ash quickly contemplated his strategy, fully aware that if this continued, Riolu might be completely overwhelmed by Ninetales. A reversal of fortunes was imperative. Riolu, use Vacuum Wave. Ash commanded decisively. Riolu surged toward Ninetales, its fists aglow with white light, striking fiercely. Ninetales, with a graceful leap, deftly evaded the attack. Riolu's movements were evidently hindered, its breath coming in quick gasps. It cast a glance back at Ash, its eyes flashing with a mixture of determination and defiance. Ninetales, unleash Iron Tail. Xavier ordered again. Ninetales swung its tail lightly, transforming its 9 tails into 9 gleaming metallic appendages that struck heavily against Riolu. Ash watched, a surge of unwavering belief swelling within him. Riolu, I believe in you. We will prevail. Just then, Riolu's form was enveloped in a radiant light. Its silhouette began to shift, the glow revealing its size increasing and its strength amplifying. This was evolution. Pika Pika, Xavier exclaimed, astonished. I never anticipated Riolu would evolve at this moment. Truly remarkable. The leaping Ninetales promptly withdrew its tail, nimbly sidestepping to the side. As the brilliance faded, a brand new Pokémon emerged, Lucario. Towering and infused with confidence and strength, the evolved Lucario radiated a completely different aura. Name, Lucario. Gender, male. Ability, justified. Type, fighting, steel. Item, black belt. Level, elite, 48. Moves, high jump kick, bullet punch, brick break, shadow claw, thunder punch, ice punch. Quick counter, drain punch, extreme speed, volt tackle, detect, endure, double edge, aura sphere, close combat, swords dance, dragon pulse, meteor mash, heal pulse, bone rush, vacuum wave, meditate, and more. Ash clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination. Lucario, use aura sphere. The aura sphere, a technique that Lucario acquired upon its evolution, offered a chance to turn the tide, especially given the burns having effect on physical moves. Lucario swiftly condensed a golden energy sphere and hurled it fiercely at Ninetales. Perhaps due to Lucario's shiny form, the aura sphere glimmered gold as it sped forth. The projectile raced with astonishing velocity, although Ninetales attempted to evade. It was struck by the aura sphere, staggering back under the force of the impact. The aura sphere, capable of locking onto its target through aura, was nearly an assured hit. Ninetales, use flamethrower. Xavier commanded swiftly. Ninetales opened its mouth, unleashing another torrent of searing flames toward Lucario. But Lucario, now imbued with newfound speed and power, leapt gracefully, effortlessly evading the fiery assault. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Ash commanded with unyielding resolve. Lucario conjured a blue bone and charged toward Ninetales, wielding it with ferocity. Although Ninetales tried to evade, Lucario's attack was executed with remarkable swiftness, landing a heavy blow against Ninetales' body. Ninetales emitted a cry of pain, being pushed back several steps, clearly suffering significant damage. Xavier furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by Lucario's formidable strength. He quickly recalibrated his strategy, issuing a new command. Ninetales, use Psychic. A strange light flickered in Ninetales' eyes as a powerful psychic force surged toward Lucario. Nevertheless, Lucario's will remained unyielding. It swung its bone to disperse the psychic energy. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Ash ordered decisively. Lucario quickly gathered another Aura Sphere and unleashed it with vigor, but Ninetales, with its 9 tails raised, attempted to dodge. However, as Ninetales prepared to strike back, the Aura Sphere ricocheted, striking it and causing it to stumble. In that moment, Lucario charged forward, delivering a powerful blow with its bone against Ninetales. After enduring a barrage of attacks, Ninetales ultimately succumbed, losing its fighting capability. Xavier regarded the fallen Ninetales and nodded approvingly. Well done, Ash. Your Lucario is indeed impressive. Ash smiled humbly, replying, Thank you for the compliment, Xavier. However, the match is far from over. Xavier recalled Ninetales with a grin. Indeed, the battle has only just reached its climax. What burns hotter than the fiercest flames, the molten lava? What kind of fire swims within it? Before Ash could respond, Xavier revealed the answer. Come forth, Psyduck. From the depths of the magma, a shadow emerged, bursting forth in a column of molten rock. As the column fell back into the molten lake, a Psyduck, its body resembling flowing lava, materialized before Xavier. Psyduck is it? Ash observed the Psyduck with a flicker of apprehension. This Psyduck, at level 67, possessed elite-level combat prowess. It seemed this Psyduck had sustained considerable injuries, having been forced to recuperate within the magma. Whenever it felt fatigued, it would submerge itself in the volcanic crater, soaking in the lava to rejuvenate its body. Due to its frequent residence in molten rock, ancient peoples believed it to be a harbinger of fire disasters, harboring a great fear of it, leading to the establishment of shrines in its honor. Thank you for your efforts, Lucario. The ensuing battle shall be entrusted to my other companions. Lucario nodded in acknowledgement. aware that it was nearing its limit and refrained from overexerting itself. As Psyduck made its entrance, it expelled a wave of searing flames, instantly raising the temperature of the arena. Its eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, clearly brimming with confidence for the battle ahead. Ash, eyeing the Psyduck, rapidly devised a strategy. He recognized Psyduck as a formidable fire-type Pokémon, particularly concerning its fiery assaults. However, Charizard was no slouch either, boasting the advantage of flight. Based on the storyline from the animated series, this Psyduck exhibited a fear of heights, leading to its defeat against Ash's unruly Charizard during its earlier days. If he could wait for the opportune moment to have Charizard seize it and soar into the sky, he could potentially conclude the battle swiftly. Charizard, prepare for battle. Ash shouted. Charizard burst forth from its Pokeball, unfurling its massive wings and emitting a thunderous roar, matching Psyduck's intensity with its own formidable presence. In the fleeting moment when the eyes of two fire-type Pokémon met, fierce flames erupted within their gazes. Summer chuckled, remarking, Ash, your Charizard appears to have been nurtured exceptionally well, but my Duskull isn't easily subdued. Ash nodded, confidently declaring, we shall not be defeated by anyone. Charizard, unleash Dragon Pulse. Summer smiled. Each battle, especially against spirited young trainers, ignited a fervor within him. Charizard opened its mighty jaws, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy towards Duskull. Unyielding, Duskull retaliated with a fiery blast. The clash of Dragon Pulse and the fiery torrent erupted in a dazzling display of energy, illuminating the entire arena with the brilliance of flames. Charizard, execute wing attack. Ash commanded swiftly. Charizard charged towards Duskull, its wings shimmering with a radiant white light, delivering a powerful blow to Duskull's form. Although Duskull staggered back from the strike, the flowing magma upon its surface healed the damage inflicted by Charizard, ensuring it sustained minimal harm. Recognizing that the first attack had fallen short, Charizard ascended into the sky to evade Duskull's impending counterstrike. Duskull, use Overheat. Summer decisively ordered. Duskull opened its mouth wide, emitting an enormous flame that morphed into a colossal letter, soaring towards Charizard. The breadth of Overheat was vast. However, Charizard, filled with battle spirit, braced against the fiery onslaught, propelling it upwards. The colossal flame was sent spiraling into the air, gradually shrinking from large to medium, and finally dissipating completely. Well done, Charizard! Ash exclaimed, beaming with encouragement upon witnessing Charizard's masterful maneuver. What an impressive resolution. It has truly ignited my own passions. Summer chuckled heartily, stroking his smooth head, directing Duskull to continue the assault. Fire Punch. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. The two Pokémon charged forward, engaging in intense close-quarters combat upon their trainer's commands. While Fire Punch struck Charizard with diminished force, Duskull's strength compensated for many of its elemental disadvantages. Thus, Charizard could only rely on Dragon Claw to exchange blows with Duskull. The two Pokémon grappled fiercely, neither side able to secure victory until their trainers issued new commands, resulting in a stalemate. Duskull, let us conclude this battle. Use Hyper Beam. After a brief standstill, Summer resolved to end the duel decisively. If Hyper Beam struck Charizard, it would mean defeat. If it missed, Duskull, now in a state of rigidity, lacked the stamina to continue fighting. Charizard, ascend to the skies. Ash commanded resolutely. Charizard unfurled its wings, soaring high into the air. Duskull gazed upward, gathering a dark purple beam, launching it towards Charizard. Yet, Charizard, now aloft, was as elusive as a fish in water, and Duskull's Hyper Beam merely grazed Charizard's right leg, inflicting no significant damage. Now is our chance. Charizard, use Seismic Toss. Ash commanded decisively. Charizard swiftly dove, seizing Duskull and soaring into the heights. As Duskull was lifted from the volcano's mouth, it finally broke free from its rigid state, attempting to resist. However, upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery below, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed it, rendering it incapable of fighting back. Charizard spun Duskull through the air several times before plummeting it towards the ground with a mighty force. With a thunderous crash, Duskull landed heavily, losing its ability to battle. Summer, observing his fallen companion, sighed with a wry smile, who knew my old friend had a fear of heights. Yet, the unconscious Duskull could not hear his words. Summer recognized Duskull's aerial behavior as an evident sign of its acrophobia. After all, having lived alongside Duskull for nearly a lifetime, he was surprised to discover this trait. A lapse on his part as a trainer. Retrieving Duskull into its Pokeball, Summer remarked with a smile, your Charizard is formidable, and your tactics are quite impressive. This battle belongs to you. Ash smiled humbly, replying, thank you for the compliment, Summer. You truly possess a temperament that is entirely different from Professor Oak's in his youth. As Summer spoke, he produced a deep crimson badge from his pocket and handed it to Ash. This is the Crimson Badge, a testament to your victory over the Ember Gym. I hope you continue to strive and evolve into an even more powerful trainer on your journey. Ash accepted the Crimson Badge with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Summer. I will endeavor to keep improving." Charizard also let out a triumphant roar, celebrating their victory. "Actually, Ash, there is something I would like to discuss with you." Summer hesitated momentarily before seemingly firming his resolve and approached Ash with his thoughts. After the battle, drenched in sweat, Ash returned to his room to tend to Lucario and Charizard's wounds before stepping into the shower to cleanse himself. It was evident that Summer had held back considerably during their match. While showering, Ash replayed the battle in his mind. The high-level Rampardos and the subsequent Ninetales were clearly trained specifically to challenge contenders, while Duskull, now at an elite level, had evidently ceased to be one of Summer's main forces. After finishing his shower, Ash casually handed the freshly laundered clothes to Charizard, who, with a resigned sigh, utilized its fiery breath to dry them. Charizard's demeanor indicated that this was not the first time it had performed such a task. "Ash, are you awake?" A voice suddenly rang from outside the door, belonging to Koyuki. After hearing her, Ash quickly dressed and opened the door. Upon opening it, he found Koyuki and Natsuki waiting outside. Koyuki wore an expression of excitement, while Natsuki maintained her usual calm demeanor. "Koyuki, Natsuki, what brings you here?" Ash inquired with a smile as they entered his room. Koyuki, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Ash, we just ran into Mr. Summer at the front desk. We heard you battled him. What was the outcome? Did you win?" Ash nodded, proudly producing the Crimson Badge from his pocket and waving it triumphantly. "Of course I won. This is the Crimson Badge, our proof of victory." Koyuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up and down. "That is fantastic. Ash, you're incredible." Natsuki, however, regarded Ash with a hint of skepticism, saying, "I've heard that Summer is a former Elite Four member. While I know you're strong, I doubt he fought with his full strength." Ash nodded in agreement, chuckling. Indeed, Mr. Summer clearly held back. However, it provided us with a wonderful training opportunity. Lucario evolved into a Riolu during that battle. Koyuki then noticed Lucario resting on Ash's bed, clearly exhausted from the recent battle, and refrained from disturbing its slumber. With a curious blink, Koyuki asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" "We're set to challenge the Evergreen Gym in Evergreen City next. However, if the gym leader remains absent, I may seek out another gym to challenge." The Evergreen Gym leader is rumored to be the mastermind behind Team Rocket. Thus, their strength is undoubtedly formidable. However, I've heard that the gym has been closed for quite some time, perhaps due to matters concerning Mutwo. I wonder if Mutwo has managed to escape Team Rocket's control. Koyuki's excitement bubbled over as she asked, "When do we set off?" Ash smiled and gently patted Dawn's shoulder, saying, "Don't rush, we shall set off tomorrow. For today, let us all enjoy our time on Fire Lotus Island. I will take a brief respite, and we shall venture out shortly." Dawn nodded and cheerfully replied, "All right, I'll head back to tidy my hair. See you soon, Ash." Nessa also nodded, her demeanor calm as she remarked, "I too shall prepare a bit. Until later, Ash. See you soon." Ash waved goodbye, watching as the two departed. Before long, the room's door creaked open, and Ash was unsurprised to see Professor Oak arrive. "I am prepared," he stated. In response, Professor Oak handed Ash a briefcase. "Should you encounter it in the future, use this to confront it." "Understood," Ash nodded, placing the briefcase on the bedside table, revealing a master ball within. "Professor, what is your motive behind this?" With a deep sigh, Professor Oak's expression grew complex. "It is for the supreme dream of researchers and the wishes of an old friend. Do you believe resurrection is truly a technology within human grasp?" Ash furrowed his brow. Countering resurrection is a considerable conundrum, enticing to both high-ranking officials and corporate magnates, as well as the common folk. "Is there a method in this world to bring someone back to life?" "There is," Professor Oak replied. Ho-Oh can resurrect 3 Pokémon, transforming them into its guardians, granting them divine power. This is not mere resurrection, but resurrection plus. Arceus may also possess such capability, being the deity that created the world, existing above countless parallel universes. The supreme singularity, the creator god among Pokémon. Even if this world's Arceus is but one of its many manifestations, reviving a life should not be insurmountable for it. Only time will tell. All we can do is exert our efforts and leave the rest to fate. Professor Oak sighed softly, expressing his skepticism about resurrection, yet acknowledging it as the lifelong pursuit of his dear friend. After the death of Professor Fuji's daughter, he became a mere shell, relentlessly seeking resurrection technology, finding hope in the resurrection fossil technique. However, humans and Pokémon are ultimately distinct. Let us strive and leave the rest to destiny. Chapter 96, Armored Mewtwo. A month later. Is this the Evergreen City Gym? The now significantly matured Green arrived at the entrance, having abandoned his car after the mid-journey, realizing Ash's remarkable progress since leaving Lumiose. The Evergreen Gym's aesthetic differed from the ostentatious style depicted in anime. It resembled a standard dojo. Upon entering, Green found the interior devoid of any presence. He called out upon reaching the hall, "I am Green from New Bark Town, here to challenge the Evergreen Gym." Yet, there was no response. Continuing forward, he approached a statue depicting a middle-aged man. Before the statue stood a book, which Green picked up and examined. The cover was unadorned, inscribed with the words "The Secrets of the Earth." As he flipped through it, he found it devoid of illustrations. The more he read, the more he became enthralled. Could this be the notes of a certain elite, or even a champion? The gym leader of Evergreen City was said to specialize in ground-type Pokémon. Could this be his work? It seems you can comprehend the contents within. A steady voice resonated from above. Startled, Green looked up to see a middle-aged man in a black suit standing on a platform, strikingly resembling the statue before him. "Are you the gym leader of Evergreen?" he inquired. "My apologies, I merely glanced at a book." The man interrupted calmly. "I know you, the grandson of Professor Oak. If you feel you have gained an advantage, let us engage in battle, and I shall ascertain whether you merit my lifetime of cultivation experience." Indeed, the man was the gym leader. Considering this, Green nodded. "All right. Shall it be a 3-on-3 or a 6-on-6? "Neither," the man replied with a slight chuckle. "It will be 1 against 6. I shall use 1 Pokémon, while you may unleash all 6 of yours." Upon hearing this, Green promptly summoned his Pokémon. He was confident, yet confidence did not equate to arrogance. Knowing the gym leader would likely employ a formidable Pokémon, he did not dare underestimate the challenge. His lineup included Nidoking, Rhyhorn, Gengar, Alakazam, Umbreon, and Blastoise. The gym leader observed with a smirk as Green released all 6 Pokémon. "For at the elite level and 2 nearing champion status? Quite impressive talent," he remarked, clapping his hands. The doors below the platform opened, and amidst a burst of light, a humanoid figure emerged. The armored being approached the battlefield, and Green's heart raced upon witnessing this unfamiliar Pokémon, as did those of his Pokémon, who were on high alert. "Come forth, demonstrate your prowess," commanded Green. Nidoking unleashed Earth Power, Blastoise fired Hydro Pump, Alakazam employed Psychic, Gengar used Shadow Ball, Rhyhorn activated Rock Wrecker, and Umbreon unleashed Dark Pulse. The gym leader watched from above as Green valiantly fought, yet his thoughts did not linger on the boy's potential defeat. "If you were still by my side, you would be about this height now," he mused, gazing down upon the fierce battle. Green's 6 Pokémon simultaneously launched their attacks, a kaleidoscope of energy converging upon the armored creature. Yet, the humanoid machine stood unwavering, slowly raising an arm. An invisible barrier emerged before it, absorbing all assaults without a ripple. Green's pupils dilated, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Never had he encountered such formidable defense. Even Alakazam's Psychic could not budge the opponent. "Is this truly the strength of the Evergreen Gym Leader?" he murmured. The gym leader's gaze, however, was far removed from the battlefield, lost in distant memories. "If you were still here, you would have shared my love for Pokémon," he reminisced as visions flooded back. Many years prior, he had lost his son, and in a frenzy, he searched for him. In that era of limited connectivity, feeling dejected, he recalled the Team Rocket his mother had established, an organization he had once scorned. Clenching his fists, he reflected on his belief that he could control his fate, only to ultimately fail to protect his only son. If that child were still here, he would now be as tall as Green. "Sir, the data on Mewtwo has been collected." A voice from his communicator jolted him back to the present. "Yes," he replied indifferently, redirecting his focus to the battlefield. Green's 6 Pokémon were now panting heavily, while the armored Pokémon remained untouched. "Shall we continue?" the gym leader inquired, his voice devoid of any emotion. Xiao Mao clenched his teeth, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but he soon regained his resolve. "Of course," he declared loudly. "As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall not concede." Sakaki was momentarily taken aback. The glimmer in this youth's gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his younger self. Perhaps his own son would also embody the same fervor and perseverance. "Excellent." A subtle smile crept across Sakaki's lips, and he felt a faint spark of interest. "Let me witness where your limits lie." He gently raised his hand, and the armored Mewtwo sprang into action. Its form vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Nidoking moments later. with a single punch. It seemed as though the air itself had been rent asunder. Nidoking scarcely had time to react before being sent hurtling backwards by the tremendous force, crashing violently against the wall. Xiao Mao's pupils dilated in shock. What astonishing speed! This unfamiliar Pokémon is truly formidable. Following Nidoking were Rhydon, Gyarados, Nidoqueen, Sylveon, and Shiny Jengar. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mao's renowned and powerful main team was utterly decimated. At last, the cold, heavy footsteps of the armored Mewtwo came to a halt before Xiao Mao. It slowly raised its right hand, the same hand that had just shattered countless powerful Pokémon. Not to attack, but rather to extend as if silently challenging him, or perhaps proclaiming a final judgment. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a tangible tsunami, submerging Xiao Mao completely. He felt as though he was no longer the spirited genius trainer, but rather a trivial boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea, thrown into the very heart of a destructive whirlpool. Below him roiled a water vortex that devoured all, while above, a thundering black storm loomed ominously. An immeasurable force pressed in from all directions, intent on crushing him along with the last vestiges of his will. Chapter 97. The Evergreen Gym. When Ash arrived at the Evergreen City Hospital, he found Xiao Mao seated on the bed, engrossed in a book. Ash pushed open the door to the ward and approached Xiao Mao's bedside. "You've come," Xiao Mao remarked, closing the book in his hands. Ash caught sight of the book's cover, which bore a simple, handwritten title, The Essence of the Earth. A jolt of realization struck Ash. Wasn't this the very notebook belonging to Sakaki from the special chapter? In the manga, Green had obtained the essence of the Earth, becoming an exceptionally powerful ground-type trainer. Had Xiao Mao, a counterpart to Green, also come into possession of this notebook? What was going on? Ash inquired as he approached Xiao Mao's bedside. "It seems my skills were lacking. Despite using 6 Pokémon, I couldn't defeat even one of my opponents." Xiao Mao lacked the usual vigor he displayed when meeting Ash, offering a wry smile as he handed the book titled The Essence of the Earth to Ash. The author of this book is none other than the gym leader of the Evergreen Gym. He possesses a Pokémon I've never seen before, which effortlessly defeated my Pokémon, even taking down my Sylveon with a Psychic-type move. Recalling the scene from 3 days prior, Xiao Mao still found it difficult to accept. The gap between him and his opponent had been so vast that not even 6 Pokémon could withstand a single blow. "Rotom, open the album." Xiao Mao struggled to sit up, awakening the Rotom phone beside him. The album opened to reveal the moment of his defeat. Fortunately, I managed to capture that scene. As he watched the video of the humanoid Pokémon clad in silver armor, Ash recognized its identity. Mewtwo, a creation of Team Rocket. Mewtwo was designed to possess immense psychic abilities and a ruthless nature. Yet, in truth, Mewtwo was but a frightened child in a world of terror. Endowed with great power, yet lost and seeking to defeat Mew to prove that it was not merely a copy, to find meaning in its existence. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall. Initially, just a few sporadic drops tapping softly against the windowsill. Gradually, the rain coalesced into a steady stream, tracing sinuous paths across the glass. The distant buildings were shrouded in a veil of misty rain, their outlines becoming indistinct. The maple tree below swayed gently in the rain, droplets gathering on its leaves before cascading down, creating tiny splashes upon the ground. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Ash placed the book The Essence of the Earth on Xiao Mao's bedside table. Ash enjoyed heavy rain. The ferocious winds and torrential downpours brought a peculiar sense of relief. However, this persistent drizzle conveyed a sense of gloom. "Before the Alliance tournament begins, would you care to join me on a journey?" Ash carefully avoided disturbing Xiao Mao as he perched on the edge of the bed. "Where to?" "You name it. Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, Paldea. Wherever you point. We shall go." Understanding Ash's desire to lift his spirits, Xiao Mao felt fortunate to have such a good brother. Though Ash was clumsily attempting to cheer him up, he struggled to find the right words. After pondering for a while, he recalled the childhood dream of traveling the world and excitedly unfurled a world map. "Brother, wherever you point, we shall go. As long as it brings you joy, we can embark on an impromptu adventure at any time." How delightful. You, who seem like a carefree Snorlax content to fish all day, are truly willing to travel such distances, to abandon the hard-earned opportunity to gain fame at the court's conference. Why not Chengdu? Chengdu and Kanto are alike. If we're going out, we should certainly seek something different. The two youths burst into laughter. "All right, but I already have 8 badges. Have you collected yours?" Ash hopped off the edge of the bed, revealing the 7 badges pinned to the lining of his coat. "Just wait here, I'll be back shortly." "You're not thinking of challenging the Evergreen Gym, are you?" Xiao Mao struggled to sit up, attempting to dissuade him. But Ash waved him off confidently. "Wait for my good news, If I can't win, I'll come back here to keep you company for a couple of days. The reason Ash had arrived late in Evergreen City was that the three of them had been pulled by Massimian to assist at Rainbow Seven Island. Coincidentally, Professor Sycamore had discovered a mysterious stone tablet within the ruins there. Thus, Ash had agreed to help. And the four of them had spent half a month repairing the Pokémon storage device across Islands 1, 2, and 3, followed by another half-month of travel and exploration of the ruins. Upon emerging from the ruins, Ash received a message from Xiao Mao. Upon hearing that Xiao Mao was injured and hospitalized, Ash immediately abandoned his plans to fly, opting instead to ride Professor Oak's Dragonite from Island 1 to Evergreen City, while Naji and Xiaochun purchased plane tickets and arrived here after Ash. The speed of Dragonite's flight was far superior to theirs, and Ash utilized psychic abilities to create a barrier for protection, allowing Dragonite to unleash its full speed. Finally, 3 hours after receiving the signal, he arrived in Evergreen City. Entering the Evergreen Gym, he found the battle arena adorned with a shattered half-statue, vaguely resembling a middle-aged man. The surroundings were dilapidated, entirely unlike a gym in operation. Ash gazed at the high platform opposite him, atop which sat a grand chair. From Mossera Town, I come to challenge the gym. A middle-aged man stepped forth from behind the chair and took his seat, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Ash, while a Meowth approached cautiously by his side. I am Sakaki, the gym leader of the Evergreen Gym. The rules of the battle are 3 against 3, until all Pokémon on one side are incapacitated. There was no need for inquiry. The information regarding the youth before him had already reached Sakaki. The Rocket team possessed a dedicated department for gathering intelligence on prodigies, and this boy was a disciple of Professor Oak, having entered the fray undefeated thus far. That Pikachu, seemingly innocuous, likely boasted battle prowess at the level of a quasi-champion. Just days prior, Professor Oak's own grandson had 2 quasi-champion Pokémon, while Ash possessed at least 3. This lad named Ash was not to be underestimated. In fact, Sakaki harbored the belief that he surpassed even Shigeru by a considerable margin. A child from a single-parent household, yet so remarkable that he could even become a pupil of Professor Oak. Sakaki felt a surge of admiration for the talented youth before him, believing such an extraordinary individual deserved a place within Team Rocket. After announcing the battle rules, Sakaki casually released a high-grade Pokeball, summoning a massive purple beast onto the battlefield, while a typical Nidoqueen stood at around 1. For meters, this particular specimen appeared to tower at least 2 meters. The air thrummed with palpable pressure. Chapter 98, vs. Sakaki. Go Lucario. Ash summoned his Pokemon, which had attained quasi-champion status during their time on 3 Island. Lucario leaped from its Pokeball and stood firmly on the battlefield, its eyes ablaze with determination. It gazed up at the looming Nidoqueen, despite its intimidating size. Lucario displayed no signs of trepidation, but rather an eagerness to engage. Sakaki observed Lucario, a slight smile gracing his lips. A shiny Lucario, is it? A rare Pokemon indeed. Your intention to use Steel-type moves to counter Nidoqueen's Poison-type attacks is commendable, yet this is a Ground-type gym. Ash clenched his fist, exuding confidence as he replied. It's too early to draw conclusions. This Nidoqueen was likely a mere Pokemon that Sakaki trained casually for gym battles, possessing only elite-level strength. Lucario was still capable of putting up a fight. Sakaki nodded and waved his hand. Then let the battle commence. Nidoqueen, unleash Earthquake. With a roar, Nidoqueen raised its forefoot and slammed it down onto the ground. The arena trembled violently, fissures opening in the surface as powerful shockwaves surged toward Lucario. Lucario, leap to avoid it. Ash commanded with urgency. Lucario swiftly jumped, evading the earthquake attack. It performed a graceful somersault in midair before landing securely on the ground. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Ash decisively ordered. Lucario gathered a blue energy sphere and hurled it fiercely at Nidoqueen. The Aura Sphere struck true, erupting with potent energy. Nidoqueen staggered back a few steps. However, its formidable defense mitigated the damage. Sakaki chuckled, remarking, Nidoqueen's defense is not so easily breached. Nidoqueen, use Horn Attack. Nidoqueen's horn elongated abruptly as it charged toward Lucario, aiming a fierce strike at its body. Lucario, use Detect. Ash issued a calm command. A glimmer of blue light flashed in Lucario's eyes as it swiftly discerned Nidoqueen's attack trajectory, effortlessly dodging the horn attack. Now's the time. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Ash commanded with determination. Lucario dashed toward Nidoqueen, conjuring a blue bone in its grasp. It swung the bone with great force, striking Nidoqueen's body. The barrage of blows sent Nidoqueen tumbling, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Sakaki frowned, evidently taken aback that Lucario could inflict such substantial damage on Nidoqueen. He quickly recalibrated his strategy, instructing Nidoqueen, utilize Rock Slide. Nidoqueen summoned massive boulders from the ground, hurling them toward Lucario. Although Lucario attempted to evade, the proximity proved too close, and it was struck by the rock slide, becoming pinned beneath the rubble. Lucario. Ash's heart raced, and he called out urgently. Lucario let out a low growl, struggling to free itself from the debris, but its movements were noticeably sluggish, clearly having sustained significant damage. Sakaki observed Lucario with a smile. Your Lucario is indeed impressive, but against Nidoqueen, it appears its stamina is somewhat lacking. Remarkable, Sakaki. Ash gritted his teeth, rapidly formulating a counter-strategy. He understood that if the battle continued in this manner, Lucario could very well be completely overwhelmed by Nidoqueen. He needed to turn the tide. Lucario, use Swords Dance. Ash commanded decisively. Energy began to coalesce around Lucario, its attacking power surging to a new height. Sakaki furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing Ash's intention. Nidoqueen, don't give it a chance. Use Fissure. Nidoqueen stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a wave of potent ground-type energy toward Lucario. However, Lucario swiftly leaped, evading the Fissure attack. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Ash seized the moment, commanding with conviction. As Lucario landed, it twirled its bone with finesse and charged at Nidoqueen, swinging the bone forcefully. Though Nidoqueen attempted to evade, Lucario's speed was blindingly fast. The bone struck Nidoqueen's body with a resounding impact. Nidoqueen let out a pained roar, staggering back several steps and kneeling, clearly wounded. Press the advantage. Continue Bone Rush. Ash urged fervently. Flame Punch. Sakaki remained unfazed by Nidoqueen's injuries, merely issuing a calm command. Lucario swung its bone forcefully against Nidoqueen's shoulder. At that moment, the half-kneeling Nidoqueen retaliated, channeling flames into its right fist and striking Lucario's abdomen with a fierce blow. Lucario. Lucario was sent reeling back to Ash's side, visibly battered. The type disadvantage weighed heavily. Lucario had endured a painful hit from that flame punch. Fortunately, the opponent was not employing a combination of Life Orb, or that blow would have rendered Lucario completely incapacitated. Flame Punch. Upon hearing Sakaki's command, Ash immediately sprang into action. Aura Sphere. As Nidoqueen charged at Lucario, swinging its right fist, it deflected the Aura Sphere. In light of this, Lucario could only conjure its bone to counter. Lucario. The bone extended, striking Nidoqueen in the abdomen with force. The flame punch halted just before Lucario, and Nidoqueen collapsed to the ground. Seeing Nidoqueen incapacitated, Lucario slumped to the ground, its combat capabilities severely diminished. Though the skirmish had been brief, Lucario had faced the strongest adversary it had encountered since becoming Ash's Pokémon. An unexpected outcome, indeed. However, there were still two more to come. Sakaki recalled the fallen Nidoqueen, casually releasing his second Pokémon. It was a Rhydon, albeit in its first form, yet it possessed the battle strength of an early quasi-champion. Presently, Ash's team could only contend with it using a level 51 Snorlax or a level 56 Pikachu. Ash chose to withdraw Lucario and send forth Snorlax. Snorlax, prepare for battle. Ash clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he faced the arena. Snorlax let out a low growl, its robust tail crashing against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A quasi-champion level Snorlax? Sakaki's lips curled into a subtle smile. An intriguing choice. Rhydon, use Rock Blast. Dodge and follow up with Ice Punch. Snorlax deftly sidestepped, the incoming rocks exploding behind it. It gathered chilling energy in its right fist, charging fiercely toward Rhydon. Defend yourself. Sakaki commanded coolly. The pale green protective shield unfurled instantaneously, rippling as the fist of the bag beast struck against it. Ash immediately commanded, use Ice Punch repeatedly. The moment the shield shattered, the bag beast's fist forcefully connected with the rhinoceros's side. Yet, the rhinoceros suddenly emanated a metallic sheen. Iron Wall. Bang. The Ice Punch landed but yielded no significant effect. Seizing the opportunity, the rhinoceros lowered its head, its sharp horn glowing with a white light. Horn Drill. The bag beast narrowly leaped away, but the rhinoceros abruptly altered its attack, propelling itself off the ground with a powerful earthquake. The violent tremors caused the bag beast, just landing, to lose its balance. Finish it, Drill Rush. Chapter 99, Sudden Turn of Events. The spinning horn of the rhinoceros lunged toward the bag beast like a drill. In a moment of desperation, Ash shouted, Guard. The green barrier rose, directly blocking the rhinoceros's assault. Super Horn Strike. However, the guard could only withstand one attack. Absorb Punch. After the barrier shattered, The rhinoceros's horn rammed into the bag beast's abdomen, forcing it to plow 2 deep grooves into the ground as it struck back with both fists, sending the rhinoceros flying several meters. Sakaki stroked Meowth's head. The game should come to an end. Rhinoceros, sacrifice for a powerful impact. As the dust settled, the rhinoceros staggered to its feet, its eyes glowing red. It suddenly threw back its head and let out a long howl before charging once more at the bag beast. Is this the sacrifice trade at play? Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the attack, Ash's expression changed dramatically. Both Pokémon were of the early champion level. But why did this rhinoceros's skills seem so formidable? Guard. The opponent's speed was too swift. The injured bag beast could hardly react. And Ash could only decide to take a chance. The description of the guard move indicated it could completely block an opponent's attack. But using it consecutively increased the risk of failure. With one use already, this time the chance of failure stood at 50%. Fortune favored Ash, and the bag beast successfully executed the guard. Yet, before the protective shield could fully form, it was violently shattered by the rhinoceros, infused with destructive energy. A colossal shockwave swept across the battlefield, sending the bag beast crashing against the wall and falling to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Gritting his teeth, Ash recalled the bag beast and turned to his Pikachu perched on his shoulder. As the electric mouse leaped into the arena, golden currents enveloped its body like a battle cloak. Pikachu. The moment Ash activated his aura power, his eyes turned red. Let us show Mr. Sakaki our full strength. Pikachu gracefully landed on the battlefield, electric sparks crackling from its electric pouch. It slightly crouched, its tail rising like lightning, its gaze sharply fixated on the opposing rhinoceros. Sakaki crossed his arms, his expression profound. Pikachu, is it? Interesting. Rhinoceros, use Sandstorm. He never underestimated Pokémon deemed weak by others, for his trump card was equally diminutive. The rhinoceros stomped the ground, and a furious sandstorm engulfed the arena, obscuring visibility. Pikachu squinted, its ears alertly swiveling to catch the opponent's movements. Pikachu, do not be deceived. Ash communicated directly with Pikachu using his aura power. Approach with high-speed movement. The golden figure left afterimages as it darted through the sandstorm at an astonishing speed. However, a cold smirk crept onto Sakaki's lips. Now earthquake. Pika. The ground trembled violently, and Pikachu was toppled by the sudden impact but quickly regained its footing, stabilizing itself on all fours. Not yet. Sakaki raised his hand, Rock Tomb. Massive boulders rained down from all directions, sealing Pikachu's escape route. Ash clenched his fists. Use Volt Tackle to burst through. Pikachu transformed into a golden flash, darting out as the rocks closed in. But the rhinoceros had already predicted its position, its sharp horn glinting with metallic brilliance. Iron Head. Bang. Pikachu was sent hurtling away, tumbling several times before barely coming to a stop. Breathing heavily, it rose to its feet, its cheeks crackling with electric energy. Pikachu. Ash's heart clenched, but he quickly steadied himself, calling out, use Surf. The golden electricity enveloped Pikachu, conjuring a massive wave that surged toward the rhinoceros. The sandstorm was swept away by the towering wave, instantly restoring visibility on the battlefield. Is this Surf? Sakaki's gaze sharpened. Endure it, then use Horn Drill. The rhinoceros let out a low growl, absorbing the massive wave while simultaneously spinning its horn, driving it toward Pikachu. Now Iron Tail. Pikachu abruptly twisted in midair, its steel-like tail crashing against the rhinoceros's side, disrupting its assault. The rhinoceros staggered a few steps but quickly regained its composure, its resolve intensifying. However, at that moment, arcs of electricity began to dance across the rhinoceros's body, causing it to nearly buckle to its knees. The rhinoceros fell into a state of paralysis. Pikachu used Surf. Ash shouted. Sakaki scoffed. Rhinoceros, guard. Perhaps due to the short interval or the paralysis, the rhinoceros's guard did not activate. The massive wave crashed into the rhinoceros, which had already sustained significant injuries from its battle with the bag beast, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. After recalling the rhinoceros, Sakaki paused for a moment, slowly applauding. Truly splendid. Your Pikachu is the strongest I have ever encountered. However, do you still have the strength to face my final Pokémon? Ash inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. No matter who the opponent is, we will give our all. At last, Sakaki stood, taking 2 steps forward, while Meowth's eyes were fixed intently on Ash, eager for action. With such strength right at the start of your journey, you are the strongest novice trainer I have ever seen. As he spoke, he tossed a leaf-shaped badge toward Ash. Ash effortlessly caught the green badge representing the evergreen gem in his right hand. The strength of this final Pokémon exceeds your imagination. Now that you have obtained the green badge, do you wish to continue the challenge? Sakaki, with his hands in his pockets, regarded Ash below with an expressionless face. Concealing his thoughts, Ash's heart raced suddenly. He felt an aura emanating from behind the grand door beneath Sakaki, far more potent than that of Naji. Is that Mutwo? Indeed. The moment those words escaped, Sakaki smiled unexpectedly. You are impressive. Would you consider working for me? Working for Sakaki? Joining Team Rocket? Ash shivered at the appreciative expression on Sakaki's face. Sorry, I'm still young and not inclined to start working so soon. What a pity. If you ever wish to work for me, you can always come find me here. Sakaki, having heard Ash's refusal, showed no signs of anger. The other was still young and full of vitality. Not wanting to work was entirely normal. Very well. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind Sakaki, and Meowth leaped in front of him, using its back to shield Sakaki from the blast shockwave. Before landing, Meowth turned its body in a desperate attempt to protect Sakaki with its own form. The pair was blasted out of the entire battlefield, landing behind Ash. Ash rushed forward, grabbing Sakaki's wrist and pulling him onto his back, while swiftly summoning his motorcycle lizard. The motorcycle lizard, Pikachu, and Meowth charged toward the entrance of the Evergreen Gym, with Meowth trailing behind to ensure Sakaki's safety. Chapter 100. The Caged Bird Takes Flight. Boom. The moment the 2 humans and 3 Pokémon burst from the Evergreen Gym, the building trembled violently behind them. What is that? Ash turned around, his pupils constricting abruptly. The entire gymnasium was engulfed by an immense wave of psychic energy, bricks shattered, and the ground fissured, as if an invisible hand was crushing everything in its grasp. Following this, a blinding pillar of light surged skyward, piercing through the rain and tearing apart the clouds. Within the luminescence, a slender figure could be faintly discerned. It soared like a bird freed from its shackles, racing towards the heavens. As it ascended, countless metallic shards and glass fragments cascaded from its form, refracting cold light under the sun, akin to falling stars. Debris from the explosion grazed Ash's right hand, instantly revealing a patch of crimson on the back of his hand. His throat tightened. He paid no heed to his injured hand, instead squinting at the receding figure. It was Mutwo. Mutwo had broken free from the armor that bound it. Escaping the clutches of Team Rocket, the caged bird had unfettered its wings and taken flight. Giovanni stood beside Ash, observing the scene, while Meowth silently approached Giovanni's leg. His gaze followed the silhouette, a flicker of elusive emotion flashing in his eyes. High above, that figure finally breached the cloud cover, vanishing into the azure sky, leaving only the ruins of the Evergreen Gym and a profound silence. The torrential rain poured down, the frigid droplets instantly saturating Ash's attire. Water dripped incessantly from the brim of his hat, while Pikachu shook its damp ears, casting a worried glance at its trainer. The motorcycle lizard, its scales impervious to moisture, remained astonished by the destruction of the gym, still not yet a year old. Giovanni's black suit appeared even more somber in the rain, droplets cascading down his resolute cheek. Yet it did not affect his erect posture. Meowth shook off the water, its golden eyes still sharp amidst the rainfall. It seems my gym requires a complete renovation. Giovanni suddenly spoke, his voice low and composed, as though the recent cataclysm was merely a trivial matter. Ash clenched his fists, the rain streaming down his arms. While the motorcycle lizard approached his legs, Giovanni's gaze remained fixed on the sky. Ash, he abruptly turned, rain trailing down his face. I hope you refrain from discussing today's events. Meowth let out a low growl at the opportune moment, its golden eyes locked onto Pikachu. The atmosphere between the 2 Pokémon suddenly grew tense. Pikachu's electric sacs began to flicker with sparks, but Ash gently restrained it. I understand, he nodded, raindrops cascading from his lashes. Giovanni suddenly smiled, that grin appearing particularly perilous amidst the downpour. Fear not, I shall personally attend to this matter. He adjusted his drenched tie, for after all, this was his responsibility. To an uninformed observer, it might seem that Giovanni was referring to resolving the escaped Pokémon from the Evergreen Gym or as the gym leader, addressing the anomalies in Evergreen City. However, Ash was acutely aware that Giovanni's true concern lay with Mutwo, the artificially created legendary Pokémon crafted by Team Rocket. Just moments ago, he had felt the faint psychic waves emanating from Mutwo enveloping him, that intangible gaze sending a chill down his spine, leaving him uncertain if it was merely his imagination. In the distance, sirens blared, and Miss Junch's motorcycle lights pierced through the rain. Giovanni cast one last glance at Ash. It is time for me to handle this matter. Until we meet again, Ash. I hope that next time, you can provide me with a different answer. With that, he turned and walked towards the ruins of the gym, Meowth elegantly following in his wake, the pair soon disappearing into the curtain of rain. Pika, Pikachu nudged Ash's cheek with concern. Let us depart, Pikachu. Ash took one last look at the gym now reduced to rubble before stepping into the downpour. His heart brimmed with questions. Why was Giovanni so composed after Mewtwo's escape? But at that moment, his greater worry was for the fled Mewtwo and the potential ramifications it might carry. The rain intensified, seemingly intent on cleansing the events that had just transpired. Yet Ash knew that some matters were only just beginning. Ash, a taxi came to a stop beside him, its window rolling down to reveal two familiar faces, Kasumi and Natsum. Ash recalled his motorcycle lizard into its pokeball and then opened the left passenger door to sit inside. The taxi driver was about to speak, "Hey you," but Ash pressed a wad of cash into the ashtray. Moved by Ash's earnest gesture, the driver promptly focused ahead. "Oh, sir, where to?" "First, take them to the Pokémon Center, then proceed to Evergreen Hospital." Ash's tone bore an unmistakable weariness. He had to handle the discharge for Shigeru, who, fearing Professor Okito would worry, had not informed him of his hospitalization. Ash handed his Lucario and Bagworm's Pokeballs to Kasumi in the back seat. "Please take care of Lucario and Bagworm. You two will rest at the Pokémon Center tonight. I'll go to the hospital to take care of Shigeru's discharge, and tomorrow we shall set off for Masera Town." Raindrops tapped rhythmically against the car window, producing a delicate sound. The taxi slowly pulled away, the wipers carving clear arcs across the windshield. "Ash, you're injured?" Kasumi, taking the Pokeballs, noticed the blood seeping from Ash's right hand under the dim light of the car. Her voice betrayed her concern. Natsum said nothing, merely retrieving a clean handkerchief from her bag and offering it to him. The psychic's crimson eyes glimmered faintly in the rain-soaked night, as if capable of seeing through everything. "It's nothing, just a scratch." Ash took the handkerchief and pressed it casually against the wound, turning to the driver. "Please, drive faster." The driver, having caught a glimpse of the substantial wad of cash in the ashtray, felt it was enough to earn him a month's wages. Silently, he pressed the accelerator, the tires splashing through puddles. An ephemeral silence enveloped the cabin, punctuated only by the sound of rain and the engine's hum. Kasumi glanced down at the Pokeball in her hands, noting a fine crack on Lucario's sphere. Suddenly, Natsum engaged in telepathy with Ash. "Did you encounter that Pokemon Shigeru captured, the one we've never seen before?" "I sensed an extraordinarily powerful psychic wave, even stronger than mine." Ash's body stiffened momentarily. He caught Natsum's gaze in the rearview mirror, nodding slightly. He then responded telepathically, "It is formidable. The disturbance it caused has obliterated the Evergreen Gym." "We've arrived." The driver interrupted suddenly. The taxi came to a steady stop in front of the Pokémon Center, the bright lights shining through the rain, exuding warmth. Kasumi seemed poised to say something, but Natsum gently grasped her wrist. "Let us rest first." Her gaze swept over Ash's injured hand. "You need to tend to your wound as well." "Fear not. I will attend to it once we reach the hospital." Ash mustered a faint smile. "See you tomorrow." Watching the two retreat into the Pokémon Center, Ash let out a long sigh, leaning back against the seat. His wound throbbed faintly. "Sir, to Evergreen Hospital, correct?" The driver restarted the engine, recalling Ash's earnest gesture, and asked with concern, "Is your injury serious? Would you like me to provide some emergency treatment first?" The boy had just given him a substantial sum of cash. It felt almost too hot to hold on to without inquiring. Ash gazed out at the blurred, rain-soaked scenery, the water trickling down the glass like his tumultuous thoughts at that moment. "No need. Just take me to the hospital." Chapter 101, Homecoming. Rain pelted against the glass windows of the Evergreen Hospital ward, producing a hurried patter. Ash stood at the threshold of Green's hospital room, the wound on the back of his right hand having been merely bandaged by the nurse, a faint hint of crimson seeping through the white gauze. "Are you certain you wish to apply for discharge at this moment?" The doctor adjusted his glasses, his tone imbued with disapproval. While the patient's condition was stable, vigorous activity was still ill-advised. "You spirited young people ought to be cautious. Do not let your youth mislead you into thinking your bodies are invincible." Peering through the small window of the door, Ash observed Green propped up against the headboard, flipping through the pages of the Essence of the Earth while attending to the nurse's examination. Even clad in a hospital gown, he exuded an innate sense of pride, though his complexion was somewhat paler than usual. "You will be fine," Ash reassured the doctor with a smile. "Moreover, I promised I would personally escort him home." With a resigned sigh, the doctor signed the discharge form. "Tomorrow morning at 10. Ash nodded in gratitude and pushed open the door to the room. Green immediately lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips. "Seeing you back puts my mind at ease." Approaching the bedside, Ash picked up the neatly packed backpack from the bedside table. "I've completed the discharge paperwork for tomorrow morning. Are you able to walk? Do you need me to carry you?" Green threw off the covers and stood, his movements slightly slower than usual, yet still fluid. "Don't underestimate me." A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, and Ash noticed Green's shoulders tense momentarily at the sound of thunder, but he said nothing, merely tossing his jacket into his waist bag. The next evening, Ash and Green returned to Pallet Town with May and Dawn. The setting sun's rays filtered through the clouds, casting a golden hue over the meadows of Pallet. The four stood before the grand bridge at the town's entrance, the humid air rich with the scent of earth and grass. Green took a deep breath, as if attempting to etch the essence of his hometown into his memory. His complexion had improved since yesterday, though a trace of fatigue lingered in his eyes. "We finally returned." At that moment, Green yearned to retreat to his room for a much-needed rest. "If you decide on a travel destination, come find me at my house." Ash clapped Green on the shoulder, leading May and Dawn towards his home. After being away for over 6 months, he truly missed it. The sunlight gradually waned, and a soft shade of purple began to spread across the horizon. Soon, that hue would be swallowed by darkness, giving way to a vast expanse of stars. Ash walked along the familiar country road, his steps instinctively lightening. The rustling of grass at the roadside caught his attention as several Pidgeys swooped overhead, casting fleeting shadows. At last, the familiar red-roofed house came into view. Warm light spilled from the kitchen window, and the aroma of simmering dishes wafted through the air. Suddenly, Ash's heart raced. He hurried to the door, pausing just before knocking. Taking a deep breath, he was about to rap on the door when it swung open unexpectedly. His mother, Hanako, stood at the threshold, apron tied around her waist, a spoon dripping with sauce in hand. Her gaze shifted from Ash's sun-kissed face to the two girls behind him, her eyes widening in surprise. "Mom, I'm back," Ash exclaimed, arms outstretched for a long-awaited embrace. Hanako peered over Ash's shoulder, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "May, it's been ages. And Dawn, this is our first time meeting outside of the phone. It's great to see you again, Aunt Hanako," May greeted with a smile, while Dawn shyly offered a similar expression. "Hello, Aunt Hanako." Ash stood rooted in place, having mustered the courage for a hug, only to feel his resolve wane. "Pika Pika." Pikachu poked Ash's cheek, bemused by the situation, as it was merely an electric mouse with no capacity for human speech. Ash slowly turned his head, watching as his mother enthusiastically led May and Dawn inside, her back radiating joy. "Mom." Ash's voice drifted into the night, unanswered. Pikachu shrugged helplessly, leaping onto Ash's head and gently tapping his forehead with its tail. "Pika Pika, perhaps we should just go inside." From within, Hanako's cheerful voice rang out. "Today, I've prepared my signature dish. You must all try it and see which is better, mine or what Ash makes." "I'll help." Dawn's voice remained calm, though a hint of uncertainty was detectable. "Ah, what thoughtful children," Hanako beamed. Ash silently retracted his outstretched arms, glancing down at his shadow before raising his gaze to the moon's emerging silhouette, ultimately sighing and dragging his feet into the house. Pikachu hopped off his head, bouncing towards the dining table, evidently having decided to abandon its trainer in favor of the culinary delights. Standing at the entrance, Ash observed the warm camaraderie among the three in the living room, suddenly feeling an uncanny sense of being the outsider. "I'm back," he weakly called again. Finally, Hanako turned around, as if just recalling she had a son. With a smile, she waved. "Oh, Ash is back too. Well, I'll leave dinner preparations to you. Since I only made enough for 3. You can go ahead. I want to chat with lovely Dawn and May for a bit." "Of course," Ash replied, bewildered as to how he had offended his mother, perhaps forgetting to call her upon his arrival in Vermilion City. In the kitchen, Ash first opened the refrigerator to inspect the ingredients. Hanako had prepared a tempura and a berry pie. Tonight, he decided to whip up some fried rice. Closing the fridge door, Ash retrieved a pot of rice he had steamed specifically for fried rice from his system space, along with a few eggs. While gathering ingredients, Ash suddenly remembered that Togepi's egg was still in the system space. No wonder Togepi hadn't hatched yet. He had forgotten it was stored away. He had nearly forgotten that time stood still within the system space. It seemed he would need to incubate Togepi for a while. After retrieving the incubator containing Togepi's egg, Ash began to cook the fried rice. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's laboratory, Green stared vacantly at a bowl of instant noodles. Professor Oak sheepishly scratched his head. "Oh, I do apologize, Green. I lost track of time while examining the fossil Pokémon that Ash sent back earlier. Tomorrow, I'll cook you some tofu." The mere thought of tasteless boiled tofu rendered Green even more speechless. Eating that was preferable to instant noodles. However, with Ash just having returned home, it would be inappropriate to visit now. Chapter 102. Capturing the Gigantic Onyx. Although Ash's home was modest, it boasted enough guest rooms to accommodate May and Dawn, each in their own room. After replacing the linens and blankets in the guest rooms, Ash interrupted the intimate conversation downstairs among the three. Once the rooms were assigned, the diligent Ash began his meditation. Meditation could serve as a temporary substitute for sleep to maintain high energy levels, though one still needed to rest every few days. After all, one was not a machine. How could one operate without sleep? The following morning, Ash returned to Professor Oak's laboratory to return Dragonite, then mounted the waiting Arcanine in the backyard. Starved for exercise, Arcanine immediately bolted, startling several Pokémon still lost in slumber. It appeared Professor Oak had neglected to walk his dog again. Mayakiyama was a large mountain adjacent to Pallet Town, a place where Ash had previously challenged various Pokémon alongside Pikachu and Snorlax. Aside from a colossal Onyx, nearly every battle-loving Pokémon on the mountain had faced Ash in battle. Today, Ash has resolved to capture the colossal Onyx. The morning mist still lingers in the mountainous terrain as Ash, accompanied by Lucario, arrives at the scene. Pikachu has been taken away by Hikari to purchase supplies. Otherwise, Ash would have certainly preferred Pikachu to battle the gigantic Onyx. Lucario, are you prepared? He raises his hand to adjust his cap, while the black and gold Pokémon beside him gazes intently, its fists glimmering with a metallic sheen, ready for action. Lucario conveys its thoughts directly into Ash's mind through its aura. All right, let us commence. Both Ash and Lucario simultaneously close their eyes, unlocking their aura powers. Lucario's aura enables it to perceive the surroundings within a 2-kilometer radius, while Ash's range is somewhat limited to about 1 kilometer. However, by synchronizing their efforts, they can extend this range to 4 kilometers. They need not directly locate Onyx, but can instead follow the trail it leaves in its wake. The path traversed by the enormous Onyx resembles one plowed by a giant's iron plow, forming a broad arc wider than a typical road. Before long, Ash and Lucario discover their target, a sweeping path ample enough for vehicles to traverse. Ash crouches down to inspect the ground, deducing that this is a relatively new trail, suggesting the massive Onyx has passed by not long ago. By analyzing the textures, he pinpoints the direction in which the colossal Onyx has headed. Let us go? It moved this way. Ash mounts his Arcanine, urging Lucario to follow as they race along the Onyx's path. In no time, the gigantic Onyx comes into their perception range. A massive shadow slithers forth from the depths of a cavern, its form dwarfing that of its kin, producing a jarring sound as its rocky joints grind together. It gazes down upon the intruders, its pupils glinting with a fierce determination. Roar. Long time no see, Onyx. Ash takes a deep breath. Dismounting from Arcanine and pointing forward with fervor. Lucario, use Aura Sphere for a test strike. Understanding that this battle belongs to Lucario, Arcanine steps aside. The golden Aura Sphere hurtles through the air, only to be deflected upon striking Onyx's forehead by a sudden, shimmering metallic barrier. Iron defense. The Onyx bellows, unleashing a deafening roar as its massive tail sweeps towards them like a sandstorm. Ash rolls aside, retreating from the battlefield, while Lucario leaps into action, causing the ground where they stood to shatter with spiderweb-like cracks. Do not absorb the impact. Aim for its body joints with force palm. Ash shouts. Lucario's fists glow with an orange-red luminescence. Utilizing the rock walls, it deftly maneuvers to strike the weak points where the rocky segments connect. However, the Onyx suddenly coils its body, spinning like a drill at high speed. Euroball. The slower a Pokémon uses this move, the greater its power. Fortunately, the speed difference between Onyx and Lucario is only 20 points, and given Lucario's steel typing, the seemingly overwhelming attack inflicts minimal damage. Lucario is swept away by the gusts, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Steady yourself. Ash's eyes mirror Lucario's crimson hue as he channels his aura to assist Lucario, akin to how Nessa supports her Gyarados. As Lucario performs a somersault in the air and lands, it seizes the moment to charge forward when the Onyx's rotation begins to wane. The Onyx charges recklessly for about half a minute, its speed gradually diminishing. Now close combat. Lucario transforms into a blur, raining down blows upon the Onyx. Yet, the colossal creature, enduring the pain, suddenly bows its head, gathering a blinding white light in its mouth. Hyper Beam. Dodge. The blinding beam sweeps across the canyon, shattering rocks in its path. In a critical moment, Lucario, after evading, thrusts its bone into the ground to alter its trajectory, though its right shoulder sustains a graze. In the billowing dust, the Onyx is temporarily immobilized due to the move's recoil, its heavy head drooping. Seizing the opportunity, Ash exclaims, "Final blow. Bone Rush." The most prudent approach would be to target the scarred right eye of the Onyx. However, Ash's intent is capture, not destruction. Once they become allies, he will find a way to heal its old wound. As Lucario leaps, the bone radiates a brilliant blue light. With a whoosh, the Azure arc deftly avoids the vital eye area, crashing down upon the Onyx's jaw with tremendous force. The impact sends a spiderweb of cracks radiating from the point of contact. As rocky debris cascades down, the great serpent emits a pained howl that reverberates through the treetops, causing the snow to tumble. When its massive body crashes to the ground, the entire clearing trembles. Ash holds his breath amidst the swirling dust. As the premier ball traces a perfect arc to align with the Onyx's fallen trajectory, the first rays of dawn pierce through the eastern clouds. Ding! The crisp sound of capture reverberates, mingling with the dissipating morning mist. The Pokeball, nestled in the golden sunlight, gently sways, its metallic surface reflecting a radiant glow. What an exhilarating battle! A deep, resonant voice emanates from the mountain. Ash whirls around to find a muscular man, bare-chested, approaching leisurely from the direction he came. His skin is dark, muscles chiseled like marble, and a karate belt is loosely tied around his waist. He moves silently, as if one with the mountain itself. Shiba, the fighting-type master among the Elite Four. His team also boasts rock-type Pokémon, and he is widely recognized as a master of karate. Upon spotting Shiba, Lucario tenses instantly, its bone poised defensively in front of it. Arcanine, unfazed, ambles over to Ash, watching Shiba with a casual gaze. Shiba merely chuckles heartily, his attention fixated on the premier ball in Ash's hand. I came here hoping to encounter a gigantic Onyx, and to my surprise, young brother, you have already captured it. As Shiba draws closer, he bursts into laughter, his imposing aura dissipating. With tousled hair, a bare torso, and shabby trousers, this revered Elite Four member resembles a wild man, his mirth exuding a certain foolishness. Yet, Ash does not underestimate him. Appearances can be deceiving, and formidable strength does not always align with an impressive exterior. Lucario's reaction earlier has already signaled to Ash that Shiba, even without Pokémon, is an exceedingly dangerous presence. Suddenly, Shiba fixes Ash with a serious gaze. Ash and Lucario, affected by his sudden seriousness, raise their guard. What is it? You got any food? Chapter 103, vs Shiba. Who would have thought, young brother, that your culinary skills are so remarkable? Shiba sits on the ground, relishing a large bowl of rice he has brought along. Lucario, witnessing Shiba's voracious appetite, is momentarily stunned. While Ash eats quickly, he pales in comparison to this man who buries his face in the bowl. Arcanine, however, continues to eat undisturbed, accustomed to such scenes. During their travels with Snow, they often endured hunger pangs, and the once graceful hostess had long since lost her elegance after days of alternating between feasting and famine. Ash silently continues to eat from his bowl, choosing not to respond. Shiba's speed and quantity are astonishing. His Pokémon seem to be ravenous, nearly devouring the plates themselves. If Ash were to open his mouth, he might risk losing his chance to eat due to a moment's delay. Even if he could cook, Ash first needed to satisfy his own hunger. After a meal devoured with great enthusiasm, Shiba and his Hitmonchan and Machamp contentedly patted their bellies. Ash, on the other hand, busied himself with tidying up, carefully packing everything into a plastic bag for a thorough wash once he descended the mountain. Shall we engage in a Pokémon battle? After finishing his meal, Shiba, instead of hurrying to depart, turned his gaze towards Ash's Lucario and initiated a challenge. Your Lucario has been trained remarkably well, yet it appears to lack the experience of battle, much like a prodigy emerging from a dojo, an exquisite gem that has yet to be polished. I might be able to offer you some valuable advice. Ash's eyes brightened at these words. If there were to be a champion among fighting-type trainers in the Kanto region, it would undoubtedly be Shiba. Receiving guidance from him could propel Lucario to new heights. Lucario. Ash looked at his Pokémon, and sensing the intensity of Ash's gaze, Lucario ignited with fighting spirit, stepping forward as the aura power subtly radiated around it. It nodded slightly at Shiba, the steel spikes on its arm glinting ominously in the sunlight. Lucario, let us go? Shiba let out a hearty laugh, patting his satiated Hitmonchan beside him. Let us do this, Hitmonchan. The gloved Hitmonchan assumed a classic fighting stance, its sharp gaze fixated on Lucario. The air between the two fighting-type Pokémon seemed to thicken instantaneously, as if even the mountain breeze had paused in anticipation. Although this Hitmonchan possessed only elite-level combat capability, it was at a formidable level 53. While it may not be Shiba's main force, its strength was not to be underestimated. Ash pondered, could Lucario, barely at level 50 with near-legendary power, truly defeat Hitmonchan? What if this was merely Shiba's secondary team? Yet, Ash was perplexed. Why did Hitmonchan only possess elite-level combat power? He glanced at the golden belt around Hitmonchan's waist. The only noticeable difference seemed to be this belt, suggesting it might be a limiter. The rules are simple, Shiba declared, patting his taut abdomen. The battle continues until one side is unable to continue. You attack first. Taking a deep breath, Ash swiftly envisioned Lucario's skill set in his mind. Lucario, use vacuum wave to test the waters. Lucario's fists crossed, unleashing sharp blades of air that sliced through the atmosphere. Yet Shiba remained unfazed, only speaking when the vacuum wave was nearly upon them. Dodge left and follow up with Mach Punch. Hitmonchan swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Its right fist glowing with a brilliant light, launching towards Lucario with astounding speed. Lucario hastily raised its arms to block, but the impact sent it staggering back several paces. Focus on your breathing rhythm. Shiba's booming voice echoed through the valley. Fighting is not mere brute force, it is a fluid dance. Hitmonchan, unleash a barrage of bullet punches. Hitmonchan's fists transformed into a silver storm, and Lucario desperately defended with its bone club, the sounds of clashing fists resonating around them. Suddenly, Ash noticed that Hitmonchan's shoulder would dip slightly before each punch. Lucario, see through it and unleash a counterattack. Lucario closed its eyes, and after harnessing its aura, a faint golden glow enveloped it. The heightened sensitivity of aura allowed Lucario to match Hitmonchan's speed, and as it caught sight of its opponent retracting its fist, Lucario struck with a powerful palm, infused with aura, right into Hitmonchan's chest. With a burst of azure light, Hitmonchan was pushed back for the first time. A splendid counter. Shiba exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. But a true fighter knows how to use the opponent's momentum. Hitmonchan, retaliate. Hitmonchan swiftly rolled to its feet, harnessing the energy of its fall to launch a heavy punch from an unexpected angle. Lucario had no time to evade, and the uppercut sent it soaring into the air. Lucario, Ash exclaimed as inspiration struck him. Adjust your stance and use Aura Sphere to counterattack. Mid-air, Lucario, gritting its teeth against the pain, quickly formed a golden Aura Sphere between its hands and hurled it downwards at Hitmonchan. Shiba's eyes sparkled with admiration. Defend, and then close in for melee combat. Fueled by adrenaline, Ash decided to have Lucario engage in a close-quarters combat duel. Clearly, Lucario's fighting and steel type made it less suited for a direct exchange of fighting techniques. Yet Ash, connected to Lucario through aura, sensed its determination. Fighting-type Pokémon never shy away from a challenge. As a trainer, Ash felt compelled to respond to Lucario's resolve. Hitmonchan erected a green barrier to block the Aura Sphere before transforming into a blur, lunging at the freshly landed Lucario. The two Pokémon erupted into a dazzling display of close combat, their strikes sending rubble flying around them. The tide of the battle was becoming increasingly evident. There was a 60% chance Lucario would ultimately succumb, yet Hitmonchan would inevitably exhaust its strength as well. Each subsequent punch was a testament to their wills. Stop! Shiba suddenly raised his hand to halt the bout. Both Hitmonchan and Lucario, panting heavily, ceased their movements. Your Lucario possesses tremendous potential, Shiba remarked as he approached Ash, his rugged face betraying an unusual seriousness. However, it relies too heavily on aura. A true master of combat must perceive the flow of air, temperature, and even the opponent's breath. As he spoke, Shiba swiftly tossed a small stone towards Lucario. The latter instinctively closed its eyes, preparing to dodge using aura. But the sound of the stone landing came from a completely different direction. Shiba had quickly grabbed a clump of dirt, deflecting the trajectory of the stone. Aura is not an all-seeing eye. It is an extended sense, Shiba instructed, pointing to his heart. Allow your aura to flow as naturally as your breath, rather than forcing it to coalesce. While Shiba may not fully grasp aura, he understood the essence of combat. He then shared his insights on training fighting-type Pokémon with Ash and Lucario, demonstrating techniques with his Machamp. Ash found himself engaged in practice with Shiba, who was astonished by Ash's innate talent. Despite being a young adult, Ash managed to hold his own for 30 rounds without faltering, though ultimately, his inexperience led to him being taken down by Shiba. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun its descent. After another hearty meal, Shiba removed the golden belt from his Hitmonchan and handed it to Ash. This item significantly restricts a Pokémon's power, providing a better training effect, especially suitable for fighting-type Pokémon. But, Mr. Shiba's Hitmonchan, Ash began, to which Shiba responded, oh, I have a spare at home. This item is also effective for Pokémon of the champion level. It automatically adjusts its restraining force based on the energy fluctuations of the Pokémon. As Ash took the belt, he felt its considerable weight. It was an excellent training aid for trainers as well. After all, Shiba and trainers like him were not inferior to some champion-level fighting-type Pokémon. This implied that the potential of humanity in this world was extraordinarily high. After expressing his gratitude to Shiba, Ash handed the belt to Lucario. Lucario secured the belt around its waist, and Shiba pressed the button on the Pokeball in the center of the belt, causing it to shrink and fit snugly against Lucario. Looks fitting, Sheba remarked, giving a thumbs up to Ash and Lucario. Chapter 104. We all have a bright future. With a satisfied smile, Sheba remarked, it seems quite suitable. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, young brother. Sheba slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had yet to inquire about Ash's name. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Ash pointed towards the distant town, where the red-tiled roofs and white walls could only faintly be seen. You are Professor Oak's student. So you are Ash. I have heard Grandma Kikuko mention your name. If you could, please convey to your friend Gary that he should visit Violet City. Ms. Kikuko is awaiting him at the Pokémon Tower. Sheba wore a look of realization. Though the performance of this rugged man was somewhat overt, he had clearly recognized Ash long before. Without delving into other matters, just the presence of this shiny Lucario and the evidently stronger Arcanine than Sheba's main Pokémon would lead him to deduce Ash's identity. After all, the shiny Riolu was Ash's registered starter Pokémon in the league. After expressing his gratitude to Sheba, Ash quietly committed Kikuko's request for Gary to memory. The elderly woman, who had been separated from her grandson for many years, wished to see him but couldn't bring herself to contact her old partner. She merely needed a go-between to relay her message. Perhaps Sheba had come here carrying Kikuko's request all along, intending to catch a giant Onyx and then stop by Pallet Town to find Gary. Although this segment was absent from the original narrative, Ash was not particularly concerned. This world diverged greatly from the original storyline. He had never seen a bicycle shop in Celadon City that sold motorcycles. In the upcoming journey, the Kanto region would not be devoid of Pokémon from other regions. Gary had also never obtained a shiny Ghastly or the Earth Secret. The memories of his past life could only serve as a reference, not an absolute truth. After bidding farewell to Sheba, Ash, accompanied by Lucario, headed towards Pallet Town. As Lucario was still adjusting to the added weight, Ash took his time walking down the mountain. During this period, he aimed for Lucario to adapt to life in the outside world, hoping to hasten its acclimatization to the burden. Once Lucario could fight effectively with the weight belt, its combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a tremendous surge. By the time the duo slowly returned to Pallet Town, night had fallen. Ash had spent the entire day outside. But fortunately, he had left messages for Koharu and Natsum, so Hanako and Koharu were not at all worried about Ash's safety, and throughout the day, they refrained from inquiring about his situation. Upon returning home, Ash was astonished to find Natsum wearing an apron and cooking dinner with Hanako in the kitchen. As a teammate, Ash could assert with confidence that Natsum was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. Was she learning to cook? Welcome back, Ash. Koharu, who was in the living room catching up on her studies, greeted him excitedly upon seeing Ash and the visibly exhausted Lucario. As a student, Koharu had fallen behind in her studies during their journey, and Mrs. Sakuragi had sent her assignments here. Ash could only stifle a laugh in understanding. Who isn't he endured the rigors of study? Once in the living room, Koharu quickly noticed the golden belt around Lucario's waist. Hey, Lucario has a new golden belt. How cool. The commotion in the living room naturally caught the attention of Hanako and Natsum in the kitchen. Hanako, having just plated the freshly made croquettes, came out of the kitchen with Natsum. Oh, Ash, you arrived just in time. Mom and Natsum made your favorite croquettes. It was all Annie's doing. I merely assisted her, Natsum said, her cheeks slightly flushed. She believed she hadn't contributed much to the meal. It was entirely Hanako's effort. She had only felt a sudden urge to learn cooking because Ash not only excelled in battles, but also prepared such delicious meals. Ash nodded. Then I must savor Natsum's culinary skills. With that, Ash casually picked up Pikachu, who had been napping on the sofa, and took a seat at the dining table. It had been a while since he felt this fatigued. Even when he had engaged in practice with Sheba, he could only keep up with him when Sheba was holding back at the outset. Lucario settled beside Ash. Noticing Ash's exhaustion, Hanako refrained from asking about his day's experiences and instead placed a glass of cool water in front of him, gradually bringing the dinner from the kitchen to the table. Once the three of them were seated, Ash finally began to recount his experiences of the day. Upon hearing that Ash had battled against the Elite Four-member Sheba, Koharu gasped in excitement, and Hanako and Natsum expressed their surprise appropriately. In this household, Ash was the only true professional trainer. The three women did not possess a comprehensive understanding of the Elite Four. In peacetime, they were not entirely aware of what the battle prowess of an Elite Four-member entailed. Hanako's mentor, Professor Oak, was clearly a figure above the champion. Natsum, if compared to Pokémon strength, would at least have a level surpassing 70, a fully realized humanoid champion-level Pokémon. The Elite Four and champions differ from stars. While they carry a significant star aura, they also represent the pinnacle of a region's official power. They are the high-level forces that govern the various regions of the League and serve as the stabilizing force for regional peace. Only with the formidable presence of the Elite Four and champions can the tranquility on the surface remain unaffected by the darkness lurking in the depths of the sea, where sunlight cannot penetrate. Naturally, Lucario's belt became a topic of conversation. Lucario stood up and spun around to allow everyone a clear view of the belt. So, this golden belt was a gift from Master Shiba to you? This belt was gifted to you by Master Shiba? Gary scrutinized Lucario's belt closely and finally understood why Ash had awakened him so early that day. After his parents' passing, Gary had spent some time learning from his father's friend, the gym leader of the Cerulean region, and thus understood the significance of Shiba in the realm of fighting-type Pokémon. It was no wonder Ash had risen early to boast about it. Gary mused that Ash was indeed one of those individuals who appeared aloof and reclusive on the surface, yet had a vibrant inner life. He simply struggled with communication. Had Ash received the belt from Master Shiba, only to flaunt it to him? Ash, you're incredible. That is so cool. Gary exclaimed sincerely, genuinely impressed and pleased for Ash to have gained Shiba's guidance. Recently, Gary had been delving into the book Earth's Secret and had gained profound insights. He felt that the leader of the Bark Gym was not inferior to the Elite Four of Kanto, perhaps even subtly superior. In the realm of ground-type Pokémon, Sakaki was an unparalleled master. Now both of them had obtained training experiences from elite-level strongmen, and they would surely shine at the Indigo conference. Ideally, they would meet in the finals, allowing everyone in Kanto to recognize the prowess of the trainers from Pallet Town. We both have a bright future ahead. If Ash were to learn of Gary's thoughts, he would undoubtedly sputter soda water in disbelief. The outcome of Sakaki versus Shiba was not even a matter for conjecture. As the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki's strongest Pokémon was certainly not that near-champion-level Persian. That Persian was likely just a pet of Sakaki's. At the very least, Sakaki was a champion-level trainer nearing mastery. Chapter 105, Professor Oak's Backyard. Ash had come early to find Gary not only to discuss the belt, but also to inform him about visiting Violet City to meet Kikuko and to mediate the conflicts among his captured Pokémon. Professor Oak's backyard appeared particularly spacious and tranquil in the early morning, with a warm breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass gently stirring the white coat hanging on the wooden terrace. Bulbasaur was curled up beside the solar charging panel on the roof, dozing peacefully, its seed pod rising and falling with each breath, occasionally murmuring a soft dana in its dreams. In the nearby pool by the back door, the jets of water expelled by Squirtless refracted tiny rainbows under the sunlight, while Charizard, lounging lazily, merely flicked its fiery red tail when droplets splashed onto its back. Under Ash's careful training, Charizard had developed a remarkable tolerance for its teammates' playful antics, its temperament increasingly mirroring that of Ash himself. Professor Oak, dressed in his familiar white lab coat, red shirt, and brown trousers, stood on the wooden terrace of the backyard, cradling a steaming cup of tea, exuding an air of contentment. The scene resembled something straight out of a novel, were it not for the distant sight of the trampled grass. The rising sun painted the eastern sky in warm hues of orange and red, with dewdrops shimmering on the blades of grass like diamonds. A few Pidgeys flitted past the treetops, their wings flapping, waking Bulbasaur from its slumber, causing it to blink groggily and yawn widely. Nearby, Charizard snorted, sending wisps of flame from its nostrils, instantly evaporating the droplets resting on its snout. Squinting, it observed the Squirtless frolicking in the water, a faint smile gracing its lips. Since returning to Pallet Town the night before, Charizard had engaged in a tussle with Aerodactyl once more. What began as a one-on-one duel quickly escalated into a brawl, with Aerodactyl leading its minions against Charizard and the Squirtle squad alongside Bulbasaur. Leveraging its type and power advantage, Aerodactyl maintained the upper hand over Charizard, yet its underlings struggled against the 4 times effective Bulbasaur and the Squirtle team. Ultimately, Charizard and the Squirtle leader triumphed over Aerodactyl. The previous day, they had fought again, this time causing a ruckus that nearly involved all the Pokémon left at the lab by Ash. At this moment, Ash had only Pikachu, Lucario, and Eevee with him, while the rest remained at the lab. Just in time, Ash, Professor Oak called out, waving to greet him. The gigantic Onyx you sent back yesterday made quite the stir. It turned out that after the colossal Onyx was teleported back, it encountered a familiar foe, the Kangaskhan, in its unfamiliar surroundings, and without hesitation, it launched an attack. Charcoal, the training Monferno, and Dratini came to Kangaskhan's aid against Onyx. Soon, Aerodactyl and its minions joined the fray, but they were aiding their fellow rock-type, Onyx. Professor Oak gestured to the backyard. It's still a chaotic mess over there. Upon seeing Aerodactyl join the battle, Charizard charged in with the Squirtle squad, inadvertently waking the slumbering Dragonite. Ash understood now. He remarked on how his Pokémon could cause such widespread destruction without being restrained by Professor Oak's Pokémon, only to realize that the Dragonite was also involved. Typically, that gentle giant preferred to nap in the caves near Pallet Town, but recently it had taken to teaching its Dratini and Dragonair in the backyard, although Ash was unsure of its current resting place. The involvement of Dratini suggested that Dragonite was likely nearby, seeking a cool spot to rest. As is well known, Dragon-type Pokémon have low fertility rates and are exceptionally nurturing towards their offspring. Dratini, in particular, is often dubbed the Kangaskhan of dragons. If Dratini and Dragonair lack their Drakazalt, they may feel despondent, sometimes even placing other Pokémon atop their heads in lieu of Drakazalt. The evolution of these Pokémon is also quite unique. After battling, the defeated Dratini's Drakazalt transfers to the victor, who evolves into Dragonair. Dragonite, known for its gentle nature, typically refrains from acting aggressively towards the Pokémon in Professor Oak's lab, unless provoked. Clearly, the state of disarray in the backyard indicated that Dragonite was indeed irate. Ash stood beside Professor Oak and called up to Bulbasaur on the roof. "Bulbasaur, please gather everyone." Upon hearing Ash's voice, Bulbasaur abruptly opened its eyes. "Bulba, gathering solar energy." Bulbasaur launched a spherical beam of sunlight into the sky before leaping down from the roof, landing safely in Ash's arms. The sunlight burst forth like fireworks after reaching the heavens. Hearing Ash's call, Charizard and the Squirtle squad ceased their rest and play, approaching the terrace. "Hey Ash, let us teach that big-mouthed bird a lesson together." Charizard huffed, flames escaping its nostrils as it expressed its discontent with Aerodactyl. The level 57 near-elite Aerodactyl was Ash's highest-level Pokémon, but it surely couldn't compete with Pikachu, who was already at level 56. However, Charizard, with its type advantage, could easily handle it. "Alright, it's time to show Aerodactyl who's the boss," Ash replied with a smile, revealing his Mega Evolution bracelet. "Squirtle, when can we Mega Evolve to?" Squirtle asked. Ash had informed Squirtle and Bulbasaur that upon their final evolution into Blastoise and Venusaur, they could Mega Evolve again. However, he intended to initiate Mega Evolution with Lucario this time. Of course, it'll be after you evolve into Blastoise, whichever of you or Bulbasaur evolves first. I'll prioritize their Mega Evolution Stone. How does that sound? At this, both the Squirtle squad and Bulbasaur became excited. This was understandable, given that Mega Evolution Stones are exceedingly rare, currently only found in the Hoenn and Kalos regions. After Professor Bratano became a Pokémon researcher, Mega Evolution Stones became well known among the league's higher-ups, making them even harder to obtain. The two Mega Evolution Stones and Keystone Ash possessed were gifts from Professor Oak. Chapter 106, Aerodactyl the Menace. Soon, Ash's Pokémon gathered on the terrace. Even the Zubat that had just fallen asleep in the forest was summoned by Dragonair. Eevee emerged voluntarily from Ash's Pokeball. Charcoal, Monferno, Slowpoke, Kangaskhan, Zubat, Dratini, Dragonair, the Squirtle squad, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Onyx, Eevee, and Pikachu, 17 Pokémon were entirely under Ash's command for battle. As for Aerodactyl and its minions, their intentions remained unclear. They had thrived in the ancient skies and seas, believing only in the supremacy of the strong. In other words, they were still in for a beating. After waiting a while, and with Aerodactyl still absent, Ash retrieved a Mega Bracelet from his pocket and fitted it onto Lucario. The bracelet was embedded with the Lucario Stone. The moment the Lucario Stone was extracted, Lucario felt a surge of ancestral energy. Lucario, having witnessed Charizard's Mega Evolution, Lucario was immensely excited. "Let us give it a go. Don't worry, with our bond, we can surely succeed," Ash reassured the slightly anxious Lucario, gently patting its shoulder. Charizard, experienced with Mega Evolution, watched the scene, fiddling with its necklace of revived grass that had lost its potency, while a blue-black patterned Mega Stone adorned its right wrist. As Lucario cast a glance in his direction, Charizard flashed a grin and raised a thumbs up in encouragement. With the support of his senior, Lucario felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, believing that he too could achieve greatness. "Lucario, Mega Evolve." Ash's voice resonated through the backyard, as the keystone on his right wrist radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors. Simultaneously, the Mega Stone on Lucario's wrist resonated in harmony, and two brilliant beams of white light split into 7 resplendent energy rays that intertwined like threads of destiny. Lucario. With a piercing howl, Lucario was enveloped by surging energy. The 7-colored light surged into its body, instigating a dramatic transformation. Its fur sharpened, the muscle definition in its limbs became more pronounced, and its hands and feet turned a pale red. The bony spikes on its body became more pronounced, and its eyes, already brimming with combat spirit, now glowed an even more bloodthirsty crimson. The energy of the aura mixed with that of Mega Evolution erupted forth, emanating an astonishing aura that drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding Pokémon. Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with interest, while the other Pokémon gazed at Lucario with envy. Even with the restriction belt, Lucario exuded the presence of a near elite. Name: Lucario, shiny, Mega Evolved. Gender: male. Ability: adaptability type, fighting, steel held item, restriction belt. Lucarioite strength, near elite, 50, inherited moves, high jump kick, bullet punch, metal claw, shadow claw, thunder punch, ice punch, power-up punch, quick attack, drain punch, extreme speed, volt tackle, endure, revenge, detect, last resort, self-boost, feint, metal claw, rock smash, vacuum wave, meditate, swords dance, dragon pulse, comet punch, heal pulse, bone rush, close combat. Feeling the abundant power coursing through him, Lucario moved his limbs to adapt to this new form. Although his appearance had not undergone drastic changes, a brief period of adjustment was necessary. Evolution is a leap in life. However, Mega Evolution is but a temporary state, unable to achieve the permanence of a normal evolution, serving only to gradually enhance a Pokémon's physical attributes. While Mega Evolution allows Pokémon to unlock their potential, the frequent use of this transformation can impose a substantial burden on those of weaker strength. How do you feel? Ash inquired as he approached Lucario, observing no signs of distress. Lucario: I feel invigorated with power, Lucario exclaimed, excitedly throwing a series of punches, yearning for an opponent to test the limits of his newfound strength. Alright, Mega Evolution is only temporary. Let's hurry and search for the Aerodactyl, Ash declared, reverting Lucario back to his standard form before initiating Mega Evolution with Charizard. The dual Mega Evolutions did not weigh heavily on Ash, and thanks to this transformation, Charizard's power momentarily ascended to the near-elite level. Ash, accompanied by Charizard and the other Pokémon, hastened towards the location of Aerodactyl. Along the way, Charizard flapped his wings with excitement, emanating a formidable aura. Soon, they encountered Aerodactyl and its minions. Aerodactyl, sensing the elevated power radiating from the transformed Charizard, regarded it with a flicker of caution. Has it evolved again? That form from inside the cave. Charizard, Aerodactyl is yours to handle alongside Pikachu, Ash commanded loudly. Eevee, take the other partners to confront Aerodactyl's minions. The 13 fossil Pokémon immediately readied themselves for battle. With a roar of discontent, Aerodactyl suddenly took flight, charging towards Charizard. Unyielding, Charizard unleashed a stream of Azure flames, clashing against Aerodactyl's assault, resulting in a violent explosion of energy. The blue flames burned hotter than before, causing Aerodactyl to hesitate in its advance. With black claws crackling with electricity, Charizard lunged at Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl adeptly dodged to the side, then swept its tail, creating a powerful gust of wind. Charizard was momentarily staggered by the force, but quickly regained composure. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu darted in from the side, crackling with electricity, unleashing a thunderbolt aimed at Aerodactyl. Perceiving the imminent threat, Aerodactyl flapped its wings, narrowly evading Pikachu's electric strike. Meanwhile, Eevee and the other Pokémon engaged fiercely with Aerodactyl's minions. Chasepin unleashed searing flames, while Gummy skillfully evaded attacks and sought opportunities to counterattack. Charizard gathered its strength once more, employing Dragon Pulse. A wave of blue-purple energy surged towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl swiftly ascended to the sky and then dove down at breakneck speed, its claws shimmering with icy light, attempting to seize Charizard. Charizard and Pikachu coordinated seamlessly, one attacking while the other restrained Aerodactyl, preventing it from unleashing its full might. The battle reached a stalemate, with both sides searching for openings. Aerodactyl fumed, realizing that the large Onyx, which had previously allied with it, now stood against it. Had circumstances been different, Aerodactyl might have put up a better fight. Ash could only think that Aerodactyl was overly optimistic. Unless Aerodactyl and Onyx were to suddenly ascend to the elite level right then and there, Pikachu and Eevee would easily subdue them. It was absurd to think that even if they did ascend, they would still be no match for Pikachu and Eevee. Partner skills. Young one. Just Eevee's Z-move and Hydro Pump would be sufficient to take the two of them down, while friction among the team was normal. Ash encouraged his Pokémon to battle each other for growth, provided that all Pokémon could follow commands. A dissonant team like Aerodactyl's, which refused to heed orders, could lead to chaos. In Ash's team, there was no room for rebellious Pokémon like Aerodactyl. Only a united team could thrive. Otherwise, even a mere Aerodactyl would not warrant Ash's effort. let alone a near-legendary or legendary Pokémon. They could simply be left in Pallet Town, where Professor Oak, who loved studying such rare Pokémon, would gladly care for them. Chapter 107. Surrender. Through a combination of strength and numerical advantage, Aerodactyl's minions were swiftly defeated. At Ash's signal, Pikachu withdrew from the battlefield between Charizard and Aerodactyl. Charizard relentlessly pounded Aerodactyl into the ground. I was at the elite level while you were merely near elite. I paid you no mind during that time. Now that I too have reached near elite status, you better watch your tail. Charizard vented its emotions upon Aerodactyl's sturdy head. This wild creature was obstinate and, put simply, deserved a good thrashing. A couple more beatings would suffice. Suddenly, a massive boulder appeared above Aerodactyl, shattering into countless fragments that rained down upon Charizard. I won't let you stand tall. Being pounded by a fire-type Pokémon was intolerable for Aerodactyl, especially since the opponent was also a dragon. The competitive spirit inherent in the dragon lineage surged within these subtypes, and defeat was simply unacceptable. Charizard's eyes glimmered with disdain. I used to fear rock types as a fire-flying Pokémon, but now I am a fire dragon, with a powerful flap of its wings. Charizard melted the falling debris into molten rain. It firmly grasped Aerodactyl by the neck, letting out a deep, resonant roar from its throat. As its tail flame shifted from azure to teal, an unmistakable sign that it was charging up for the heat wave move. Roar. The fossil pterodactyl struggled to lift its neck, its sharp teeth sinking fiercely into the ankle of Charizard. The fierce clash between these two quasi-legendary dragon-type Pokémon stirred the very sands of the area. Charizard released blue sparks from its nostrils, glaring at the re-soaring fossil pterodactyl. The latter's eyes were filled with a vicious intensity, bloodshot and brimming with a predatory desire to devour Charizard. The gathered Pokémon shielded Ash, ensuring he remained unharmed amidst the tumult of battle. Charizard, make it swift. Time is of the essence, Ash urged, sensing the fluctuating aura of power emanating from Charizard, indicating that the moment for its mega evolution was imminent. However, he was acutely aware that prolonged use of this transformation would burden Charizard's physique. Charizard too felt its strength waning, secretly regretting not having delivered a more decisive blow while it held the advantage. In less than 2 minutes, its mega evolution would wane, causing its might to revert. The fossil pterodactyl sensed the decline in Charizard's strength, but merely attributed it to fatigue, failing to consider that it was a temporary state. In truth, the fossil pterodactyl prided itself on its remarkable intellect, yet its superior wisdom constantly urged it to unleash its formidable powers. Just as Charizard contemplated how to close the distance, the pterodactyl lunged forward, its jagged teeth bared. Oh, is that all you've got? Charizard dodged the attack with a deft sidestep, then, seizing the momentum, unleashed a powerful dragon claw aimed at the pterodactyl's back. The pterodactyl winced in pain, its body twisting. Charizard capitalized on the opportunity, gathering a wild surge of electricity in its claws and striking down fiercely upon the pterodactyl's head. Thunder Punch, kid. With a resounding crash, the fossil pterodactyl was driven into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, Charizard felt its inner strength becoming increasingly unstable. The time for its mega evolution was indeed drawing to a close. Meanwhile, the pterodactyl staggered to its feet amidst the dust. Though battered and scarred, its gaze remained fierce. It took to the skies once more, charging at Charizard. Realizing the urgency, Charizard inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of intense bluish flames, its signature flamethrower. The searing flames enveloped the fossil pterodactyl, which howled in agony as it was scorched. Just as Charizard's mega evolution was on the brink of dissolution, the fossil pterodactyl could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Charizard, too, reverted to its original form, gently landing beside Ash. Panting heavily, Charizard finally succumbed to exhaustion and sat down. Engaging in battle with such a formidable opponent had truly been a strenuous endeavor. Bulbasaur, Squirtle. The awestruck Bulbasaur and Squirtle brigade encircled Charizard, marveling at the immense power that had erupted from their teammate, who had joined their ranks around the same time. Clearly, they too needed to strive harder. Ash procured healing items for the Pokémon that had sustained severe injuries during the skirmish, particularly the fossil pterodactyl, which had been subjected to Charizard's wrath. All these Pokémon were his, and he could not bear the thought of casualties arising from internal conflicts. Shortly, the fossil pterodactyl shakily emerged from the pit. Under the watchful eyes of the other Pokémon, it lowered its head to Ash's feet in a gesture of submission. Ash, having commanded Charizard to victory on 2 occasions, earned the loyalty of the fossil pterodactyl. Witnessing their leader bow to the human before them, the pterodactyl's minions naturally pledged their allegiance to Ash as well. The Pokémon here spoke with mellifluous tones and enjoyed a far superior diet compared to before. Had it not been for their leader's restraint, they would have surrendered long ago. Now that their leader had submitted, the fossil Pokémon breathed a collective sigh of relief. Surprisingly, as Ash allowed the fossil pterodactyl to rise, Charizard stepped forward to assist it. The pterodactyl, taken aback, had not anticipated such kindness from Charizard. As their eyes met, a moment of understanding passed between them. Charizard grinned broadly, giving a thumbs up with one hand. The animosity between them transformed into mutual respect. Their bond, forged in the crucible of battle, was indeed remarkable. Such is the nature of camaraderie among men. Some have known each other for years, yet remain strangers, while others forge connections through a single, spirited contest. In the end, this was a fortuitous development. The team was united, ready to face the challenges ahead. Fortunately, Professor Oak excelled at tempering the wild nature of Pokémon, and as a seasoned trainer, he possessed extensive experience in taming unruly creatures. The fossil pterodactyl and its companions had lost much of their wildness after undergoing Oak's guidance, though they had harbored some grievances toward Ash prior to today. However, logic had prevailed, and disputes had been resolved. After settling matters with the fossil pterodactyl, Ash decided to wait until afternoon to recuperate some energy before attempting Mega Evolution with Lucario. Given his current capabilities, he felt confident about the upcoming League tournament. Perhaps he could explore other areas or delve into the 2 tablets before the tournament commenced. Ash sensed that his Pokémon should not be progressing at such a slow pace. Although Lucario's ascension to quasi-legendary status in a year was impressive, it mirrored the 3-year growth of Pikachu and Snorlax. Other Pokémon were also advancing swiftly, yet still fell short of Ash's expectations. Chapter 108. Green remained silent, solely focused on consuming his meal. When the world's underbelly descends into chaos, rifts in time and space emerge. Before the universe was born, it breathed in solitude. Ash pondered the inscriptions on the tablets, lost in thought. In the game, Arceus's tablets not only enhanced the damage of corresponding attribute skills by 20, but also served to alter Arceus's form. However, fundamentally, they belonged to Arceus itself, with the Fist Plate and Wonder Plate encapsulating potent fighting and psychic energies. Ash believed that wielding these tablets during his physical and mental training would yield remarkable results. As would his Pokémon. Lucario, who joined the team after Charizard, had already reached quasi-legendary status. Meanwhile, Charmander, hindered by a limited skill set, had yet to find a battle opportunity, but Ash was already on the hunt for the Curse Armor. He believed that Charmander would soon be able to unleash its full potential in its blazing form. Having studied these 2 tablets countless times, Ash could discern that they contained formidable and pure energies of fighting and psychic attributes. Perhaps he could show the Wonder Plate to Nessa. Professor Oak had been researching the Fist Plate for a long time, having received it when Ash was 7. Ultimately, aside from some improvement in physical condition, little had been gleaned from its study. Ash was well aware of the historical significance of these artifacts. He just needed to discover a method to channel the energy within the tablets to his Pokémon. Logically, only Arceus should be able to harness this power, but even a trickle would be magnificent. The sensation of subtly enhancing one's strength was exhilarating. Placing his hand upon the Fist Plate, the aura of aura surged forth, ensnaring the energy escaping from the tablet and drawing it into Ash's being. At noon, Hanako prepared a sumptuous lunch at Professor Oak's research facility. Xiaomao took a seat at the dining table and, without uttering a word, began to devour his meal, clearly famished. Xiaoji, recently there have been reports of what seems to be traces of a Banjuras near the Hualan city, particularly within the Hualan cave. It is also said that an unusually distinctive Shinado has been sighted. Professor Okido suddenly interjected. I would like to request that you investigate this matter. Initially, I intended for Xiao Mao to undertake this task, but he has other commitments at present. Thus, I must trouble you to go. Just as Xiaoji picked up a karak, he placed it into his bowl and turned to Professor Okido. Traces of a suspected Banjuras and sightings of a uniquely appearance Shinado? The combination of these 2 sounds reminiscent of the future species, Iron Thorns and Iron Warriors. It was not that Xiaoji was being overly suspicious. Rather, it was because both Banjuras and Shinado did not typically inhabit the vicinity of Hualan City. However, there had been a prior incident of a thunderstorm disaster in that area. It was rumored that an unknown Pokémon had attacked the city, ultimately being dealt with by the Hualan Four Sisters and a mysterious figure. The lineup of Pokémon that assaulted Hualan City, as seen in the newspaper, bore a striking resemblance to future species, thus Xiao Ji took note of it. Iron Thorns and Iron Warriors were indeed reminiscent of Banjuras and Shinado. Very well. Upon recalling the future species, Xiao Ji inevitably thought of the bicycle shop owner. Right. Not only did he sell Moto Lizard, but he also possessed a Babaru, which was clearly linked to the Paldea region. Moreover, the Paradox species all originated from the Zero Zone of Paldea, having escaped from the time machine created by Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin. Are there Banjiras and Shinado in the Kanto region? Xiao Chun inquired curiously of Professor Okido. Xiao Mao remained silent, solely focused on his meal. Naji also looked towards Professor Okido, intrigued by Shinado. She had heard from Xiao Ji that both Shinado and Hudi could undergo mega evolution. She was indeed quite interested in Shinado. If it were present in the Hualan Cave, she would certainly seize the opportunity to attempt capturing one. Xiao Ji glanced at Xiao Mao, who was engrossed in his food. What has caused this fellow to suddenly become so gluttonous? Although Banjiras was a quasi-legendary Pokemon from Chengdu, it was indeed distributed in the Kanto region, particularly on the Quartz Plateau. Professor Okido explained to Xiao Chun, Mount Silver is the peak located on the western edge of the Quartz Plateau, regarded as the dream destination for all mountaineers. Occasionally, a younger and Banjiras might traverse from the Quartz Plateau into the Champions Road of the Kanto region. It is worth noting that Champions Road is notorious as a haven for poachers. Listening to Professor Okido's embellishments regarding Champions Road, Xiaoji couldn't help but chuckle internally. Champions Road is the gateway to the headquarters of the League on the Quartz Plateau, where capturing Pokemon is strictly regulated and numerous formidable trainers engage in training. Which poacher would dare risk their life to tread upon the League's threshold? To strike at the League's reputation would surely be the act of a social terrorist. Young members of the League's combat forces were eager to establish their merits, and this was no idle boast. Hanako served Xiao Mao another bowl of rice, gently admonishing, "You, my child, should eat slowly, do not choke." In a state of focused eating, Xiao Mao replied, "Hom. I will set off tomorrow to take a look." Xiaoji swiftly made his decision. "I also need to acclimate with my Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Dratini." Dratini? Xiao Mao suddenly raised his head after finishing 3 bowls of rice. "So that Dratini that has been training with Grandpa's Dragonite is yours, Xiaoji. I thought it was Grandpa's Dragonite's offspring. But it turns out it was captured by you during your journey. My son is truly impressive, having caught a Dratini." As a student of Professor Okido at Yuhong University, Hanako naturally understood the significance of Dratini. As the offspring of the quasi-legendary Dragonite, its naturally shed dragon skin is a material for high-quality clothing. More importantly, Dratini is incredibly adorable. "Well, I managed to catch it by chance," Xiaoji nodded. After capturing Dratini, he handed it directly over to Professor Okido without further concern. For this trip to Hualan Cave, Xiaoji intended to bring all of his Pokemon along, including the Scyther from his fossil Aerodactyl team. The remaining fossilized Pokemon and Anorith were ample for Professor Okido's research. This was not merely a stroke of luck. Xiao Mao served himself another bowl of rice, appearing genuinely hungry. However, he did not pry into where Xiaoji had caught it. If Xiaoji wished to share, he would certainly do so. Previously, while at Lampolki, Xiao Mao had wondered if the sculpture box of Hakuryu contained a Dratini. After all, the box's exterior bore no relation to the Jengar's. To his surprise, it contained a shiny Ghastly. He didn't mind. If he desired a Dratini, Professor Okido would surely arrange for him to acquire one. As Xiao Mao polished off the remaining rice, Xiaoji raised an eyebrow. This was true hunger. Was it that Professor Okido had not provided enough food? He did not appear to be starving in the morning. What had transpired? Chapter 109, Hualan Cave. In the games, Hualan Cave is the location for capturing Mutwo. Players must collect 8 badges and defeat the Elite Four as well as the champion's formidable rival before they can enter. In reality, Hualan Cave is a sprawling, intricate underground maze located northwest of Hualan City, renowned for its mystery. Unlike the game, there are no elite trainers barring entry here. The origins of Hualan Cave remain unclear. Its shape suggests it is a karst cave formed from soluble rocks, primarily limestone, which through erosive processes has created stalactites and stalagmites. Due to its damp and dark environment, Hualan Cave is home to a diverse array of Pokemon, all of which possess abilities well above the average level to survive in such inhospitable conditions. Most trainers would hesitate to venture here. After entrusting the egg of a Piku to Hanako's care, Xiaoji and Naji set out to explore Hualan Cave. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun returned to Koreha City to attend school. Though she was on the verge of adulthood, she was unlike Naji, who had never attended school, or Xiaoji, who had graduated early from the elementary school in Masera Town. After departing Masera Town, they received a call from Dr. Sakuraji, reminding Xiao Chun that there was a month and a half left until winter break, urging her to return and catch up on her studies in preparation for the end-of-term exams. Reflecting on his own school experiences from his past life, Xiaoji silently mourned for Xiao Chun for 3 seconds. After parting ways in Hualan City, Xiaoji and Naji defeated 5 trainers who blocked their path on the bridge. The routes within Hualan Cave were exceedingly convoluted, rendering any map useless. Naturally, the Rotom phone offered no assistance. Releasing Lucario and Hudi, Xiaoji and Naji expanded their perception net to explore the depths of Hualan Cave. Psychic abilities allowed them to sense the number of Pokémon in their vicinity, while the aura of waves felt akin to activating a layered map in a game, proving to be remarkably advantageous. While the aura abilities were limited, they could serve as a strategic card in this scenario. The Pokémon here were not densely populated, yet their levels were indeed high, which was quite peculiar. After defeating an elite-level Zubat, Xiaoji paused to examine the creature's body. Noticing Xiaoji's sudden halt, Naji inquired curiously, "What's wrong? Something feels amiss." The strength of the Pokémon at the outskirts of Hualan Cave is rather excessive. Xiaoji continued to inspect the wounds on the Zubat's body. Is it really that high? Nazi gazed in confusion at the elite-level Zubat, whose strength she found somewhat perplexing. Her Alakazam had already attained the rank of a quasi-champion, and even her notoriously lethargic Psyduck had effortlessly reached elite status. In Nazi's worldview, elite-level Pokémon were merely insignificant adversaries. Even when Ash had challenged her, he utilized a quasi-champion level Pikachu. Typically, Pokémon of such caliber are not merely the leaders of their kind, but also serve as the backbone of their communities. Predominantly found within the inner circles, while the periphery is inhabited by weaker specimens. Reality is not a game. It is implausible for Pokémon levels within the same area to refresh randomly within a certain range. Pokémon compete fiercely for resources and territory, and those residing in the outskirts or barren lands tend to be relatively weaker. This Zubat, encountered by Ash and Nazi shortly after entering the cave, was an elite-level Pokémon, which would be almost impossible unless there were numerous quasi-champion level Pokémon within. The term elite not only refers to the trainers among humans, but also to the distinguished Pokémon themselves. Leaders of sizable wild Pokémon communities generally fall within this strength range. Capturing one and bringing it to the Pokémon League would constitute a formidable force. After all, from the perspective of the strong, the Pokémon League competition is akin to a mere baby tournament. An event yielding 10 quasi-champion level Pokémon is considered quite remarkable. Ash harbored doubts that such powerful Pokémon could appear in abundance at the outskirts of the Azure Cave. This must be connected to those Pokémon suspected of being from the future. Based on the available information, it could be inferred that Iron Thorn and Iron Warrior might be present here. Given that Iron Thorn despises needless conflict, it was highly likely that Iron Warrior was involved. Indeed, upon examining Zubat's back, Ash observed a long, slender wound, evidence of a weapon used by Iron Warrior. "Lucario, be cautious," Ash advised, then turned to Nazi and said, "The creature inside is quite ferocious. We must be careful." Curious, Nazi inquired, "Do you know what Pokémon is inside?" There seemed to be a hint of sharp claws or razor-sharp leaves among the Pokémon within. Ash couldn't directly state that the Pokémon inside were from the future, as Nazi would undoubtedly believe him unconditionally, though explaining would inevitably involve some deception. Upon hearing Ash's response, Nazi nodded thoughtfully. They then continued their journey deeper into the cave. Contrary to the dimness outside, the depths of Azure Cave were illuminated by glowing, crystal-like blue minerals adorning the walls, casting a serene blue hue throughout the cavern. After dispatching 2 more elite-level Pokémon and enduring yet another wave of encounters, Lucario, fatigued, retreated into its Pokeball for rest, with its power restricted by a binding belt. Maintaining its aura abilities while participating in battles had already pushed it to its limit, despite the assistance of Pikachu and Alakazam. Soon, they confronted their first obstacle, a small lake, devoid of any solid ground to traverse. To cross, swimming was the only option, or one could rely on flying Pokémon or water-type Pokémon capable of carrying passengers. If the lake lacked a presence of Frogadier, or if there weren't swarms of Zubat and Zubat overhead, passage would be quite manageable. "I'll carry you across," Nazi said, her eyes shimmering with a blue glow, and soon Ash and Pikachu found themselves floating alongside Nazi and Alakazam. A new solution emerged. They could utilize psychic powers to traverse directly. Given the labyrinthine complexity of the cave below, Nazi hesitated to employ teleportation for their transfer. At that moment, Ash marveled once more at the convenience of psychic abilities. Psychic powers, telekinesis, teleportation, sensory perception, telepathy, etc. It seems our abilities each have their unique strengths. Aura abilities, aura communication, terrain sensing indeed. Ash responded. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt on the obstructing Pokémon. Alakazam, use Psychic. Having a quasi-champion level Pikachu tackle these Pokémon was undeniably a severe mismatch. In the game, navigating Azure Cave required the Surf move, and it was surprising to find a similar lake obstructing the path in reality. Once they crossed to the other side, they soon encountered a fork in the path. Just as Ash was preparing to use aura sensing to investigate, a sound pierced the air from one of the pathways. Instinctively, Ash reached out to grasp the object that was hurtling toward him. Recognizing the familiar texture, he was certain it was a Pokeball. Chapter 110, Azure. Have you heard? There are mysterious Pokemon appearing in the Azure Cave to the northwest. A brown-haired girl overheard a conversation while waiting for Nurse Joy to treat her Pokemon. Some say it might be the Pokemon that previously wreaked havoc in Azure City. Is that true? Did Azure City really suffer destruction? The girl recalled encountering an orange-haired young lady who had ordered food for 4 while delivering to the hospital. It seemed that she had been injured by a mysterious Pokemon while protecting Azure City alongside her sisters, which led to her hospitalization. Thanks to the terrifying infrastructure capabilities of this world, upon arriving in the city, she could hardly discern any signs of prior devastation. I can't forget that Pokemon. It looked just like a mechanical Tyranitar, accompanied by a mechanical Pidgey. Ha ha ha, how could such a Pokemon exist? Silly Naramoto. Are you dreaming of those sci-fi movies from Pokemon Bollywood? What did you say? Silly Yosuke. I wouldn't mistake it. Hee hee. Yosuke said he saw a Pokemon resembling a Duskull. But what I saw was clearly an Absol. How could it possibly be a mechanical Tyranitar and Pidgey? Huh. Even Sakura doesn't believe me? I believe you, Naramoto-kun. Ha ha. At least Hinata understands me. A glimmer of light flashed in the girl's brown eyes. Each of them had seen different Pokemon, and aside from the Pidgey, none of those Pokemon could fly. Is there a possibility that the news didn't capture all the Pokemon? Miss Azure, your Pokemon has fully recovered. Upon hearing Nurse Joy's call, the girl approached to retrieve her Pokemon. Perhaps it was time to venture into Azure Cave for an adventure. Let's go? The girl promptly set off. Her destination, the Azure Cave to the northwest of Azure City. I'm lost. The girl, accompanied by an elite-level Blastoise, slowly navigated through Azure Cave. It's settled then, little turtle. We shall venture deeper. Before she could finish her sentence, Azure dashed forward into the depths of the cave. Blastoise, with its sturdy legs, swiftly followed suit. Soon, the duo arrived at the edge of a lake. Without exchanging any words, Blastoise leaped into the water, and Azure gracefully jumped onto its back, gripping the shell around its neck to steady herself. Despite the weight of its shell, this Blastoise could match a person's running speed on land, and in the water, it swam like a speedboat. 2 Froakie, just surfacing, were sent flying by this aquatic tank. I thought it was a speed bump. Besides, it doesn't even slow me down. Once they reached the shore, they were met with countless branching paths. Relying on her instincts, Azure randomly selected a cave and led Blastoise inside. As the azure-hued trainer and her Blastoise traversed the depths of the cavern, they suddenly beheld 4 figures materializing ahead. Most astonishingly, they appeared to be floating. Could it be the illustrious family of Lurantis, Chinchou, Electrike, and Shiny Gardevoir? Due to the considerable distance and the meager illumination provided by the surrounding minerals, the girl could only discern that there were 4 figures of varying sizes. Resolutely, she decided to target the most formidable among them, Electrike. With this thought in mind, she retrieved a Pokeball from her satchel and hurled it towards Electrike. Blastoise crouched, aligning its dual cannons towards the 4 figures and began to charge a torrent of water. The Pokeball soared towards Electrike, who effortlessly caught it. Hey, wait, little turtle. The Azure trainer sensed something amiss. Ash, instinctively grasping what was thrown towards him, recognized it as a Pokeball. Just as he turned his head, he suddenly heard the commanding voice of Nessa. Hypno, use Psychic. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As a trainer, Ash's instincts warned him of impending danger from the direction of the incoming Pokeball. In a swift motion, he issued commands to Pikachu while turning. 2 streams of water erupted from the cavern's tunnel, only to be repelled instantaneously by an unseen psychic force. Pikachu's Thunderbolt followed closely behind, appearing as though the electricity was forcing the water stream back. In reality, the encounter between Thunderbolt and the water stream would only result in the water continuing its forward trajectory while the electric current struck the Pokemon, creating the spray. Little turtle. With the electric surge approaching, the disparity in power, compounded by the double weakness, inflicted considerable damage upon Blastoise. Camerupt. The Blastoise, crackling with electricity, instinctively prevented its trainer from advancing, sensing the imminent threat. A scythe-wielding Scyther, gleaming ominously, was lunging towards it, as if intent on cleaving it in 2. Blastoise, enduring the pain, withdrew into its shell, using its sturdy exterior to block the lethal scythe and gaping maw, failing to land a strike. Scyther and the fossil pterosaur prepared for a follow-up attack when suddenly, they heard their trainer's command to halt. Hold on. Ash and Nessa approached the Azure trainer with Pikachu and Hypno in tow. After Pikachu had unleashed its attack, Ash had summoned his Pokémon to neutralize the unknown threat. But upon realizing it was merely a young girl, he promptly instructed his Pokémon to cease their offensive. "Why did you attack us?" Ash's tone was more inquisitive than irate, as he found the girl's quirky demeanor somewhat endearing. He had initially assumed her thrown Pokeball was akin to those utilized by Team Rocket to ambush with a hidden Pokémon, only to discover it was an empty ball. The only other possibility was that she mistook them for Pokémon. "I heard tales of Gardevoir's presence here and mistook you for Electrike and Gardevoir's family. I apologize." The Azure trainer sheepishly stuck out her tongue, her adorable demeanor not softening Ash's expression. "Electrike, with its prominent arm blades," Ash remarked, patting his elbow with his right hand. The girl's flushed cheeks, illuminated by the blue light, went unnoticed by Ash and Nessa. After a moment, she inquired, "May I apply some medicine to my Blastoise first?" "Feel free, we shall be on our way." After perceiving no malevolent intent from her through the aura, Ash turned with Nessa and departed, followed closely by Pikachu and Hypno. The fossil pterosaur cast a reluctant glance at the robust Blastoise, eyeing it as a substantial prize. However, Ash's command left it no choice but to follow suit. Chapter 111, The Paradox Species. "Wait for me." After administering medicine to Blastoise and returning it to its Pokeball for rest, the Azure trainer hurried after Ash and Nessa. "I am Blue from Pallet Town. You seem familiar. May I inquire your name?" "Pallet Town's Blue?" Ash halted, recognizing the name. She was one of the protagonists from the special chapters, known for her eccentricity. When the Pokémon Fire and Leaf Green games were released, the female protagonist was named Leaf, not Blue. But in the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee games, she was also referred to as Blue. It dawned on him that this girl was indeed the Blue from Pokémon Let's Go, the 3 distinctive tufts of hair serving as her hallmark. However, she claimed to hail from Pallet Town. It was akin to a case of mistaken identity. "I am Ash from Pallet Town." Ash turned to Blue, surveying the enchanting girl. She stood approximately 165 meters tall and weighed around 40 kilograms, likely younger than him. He had never encountered her when assisting at the Research Institute. As the next cohort of trainers Wu Ti set out for another 3 months. The other 2 trainers from his batch were minor characters not mentioned in the original narrative. His chosen starter, Squirtle, had been taken by Gary. Although Ash refrained from voicing any doubts, Blue sensed his skepticism. "I used to live in Chengdu with my parents who were in business. I returned last year. I remember seeing you in the forest with a group of Kangaskhan while training with my Blastoise." That clarified things, as Ash had lacked the aura abilities to recognize Blue during that encounter. He was not privy to the details of her family's relocation, but had heard whispers from the local gossiping women of Pallet Town. Although Pallet Town was referred to as a town, its scale was more akin to a village compared to his previous life. He recalled a discussion about a business issue occurring a month or 2 before his departure, but he had dismissed it as mere gossip. "I seem to recall." After a moment of contemplation, Ash resumed leading Nessa in search of the Paradox Pokémon, disregarding Blue's intentions. The Blastoise's level matched that of his Golbat at level 43. It was unlikely to be in any real peril within the cavern. "You are searching for those Pokémon that differ from their common forms, correct?" "From what I gathered, there are a total of 6, Tyranitar, Electrike, Metagross, Messenger Bird, and 2 flying Pokémon. Let us see who can capture them first." Upon hearing Blue's words, Ash waved his hand dismissively. "Then let each rely on their own abilities." A subtle aura, imperceptible to ordinary folk, began to expand, instantly projecting a 3D map of their surroundings into Ash's mind. According to Blue, all the future species of Pokémon had congregated here. How intriguing. He would need to visit the bicycle shop owner upon leaving the Hualong Cave. "I shall take my leave." As the wind swept past him, the playful tone of the girl's voice lingered in Ash's ears. He watched as Blue embraced a large Venusaur, which swung across the stalactites above, gliding past him. "We must also hasten our pace." Nessa, who had remained silent until now, linked her psychic abilities with Hypno. She prepared to utilize her psychic powers for swift travel. "All right." Ash hopped onto the back of the fossil pterosaur, cradling Pikachu. Such caves, abundant with stalactites and minerals, were indeed the fossil pterosaur's domain. For the exceptionally skilled fossil pteranodon, navigating through this cavernous expanse posed no challenge whatsoever. The 2 adeptly surpassed the somewhat self-satisfied Azure being with ease. Was it truly possible? One individual soared upon a flying Pokémon, while the other was levitated by Hypno's psychic prowess, achieving flight without the need for terrestrial movement. With this newfound liberation, Ash's aura-sensing ability expanded to a remarkable kilometer. Utilizing this gift, he swiftly located the first of the paradoxical Pokémon, the Iron Bundle. The Iron Bundle bore a striking resemblance to the Messenger Bird, with the prevailing theory asserting it to be a product of an ancient civilization. Ancient texts recount that a long-lost civilization once crafted machines resembling the iron bundle for their own use. Professors Oren and Ftu, a husband and wife duo, dedicated their research to the enigmatic paradoxical Pokémon. They were also the architects behind the time machine, which enabled these paradoxical beings to traverse into this world. Curiously, a century prior, the adventurer Lucians, distant ancestor of the Pokémon Horizons protagonist Liko, had already captured the ancient NEI known as the Skyfire, while 2 centuries ago, the explorer Hayes had discovered the paradoxical Pokémon and authored the Crimson and Indigo tomes. Moreover, the legendary birds, resurrected by Ho-Oh a century and a half ago, exist alongside the time machine, a modern invention. As ancient beings, both the Skyfire and the other two, with their dragon attributes and fire resistance, should not have succumbed to flames, especially considering their quadruple fire resistance. Furthermore, how did the Skyfire and the other two, standing at 3.5 meters and 5 meters 2 respectively, gain entry into the bell tower? Numerous future Pokémon are also proclaimed in official lore as products of the ancient civilization. Since 2 centuries ago, no one has succeeded in locating the fabled paradoxical Pokémon, rendering the Crimson and Indigo tomes little more than fanciful tales for children. Ash has long suspected that these Pokémon did not originate from the time machine, but rather from the abilities of Talabagos. However, before Ash's arrival, Talabagos' divine role remained ambiguous, seemingly manifesting its power only when summoning Professors Oren and Ftu at the crystalline pool, exhibiting its time-traveling and landscape-shifting abilities. Perhaps the so-called paradoxical Pokémon, akin to the ultimate beasts, belong to a realm beyond this world. While pondering these thoughts, Ash and his companion arrived at the domain of the Iron Bundle. The cavern had transformed into an icy expanse, with the Iron Bundle's pouch continuously expelling snow to reshape the landscape. "Is that the messenger bird?" Naza remarked, momentarily bewildered by the sight before her. The Iron Bundle appeared almost mechanical, its blue pouch emitting snow from a rapidly spinning fan. Its vacant gaze offered no acknowledgement of Ash and Naza's presence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a tube connecting the pouch to its body. The sight of such a seemingly mechanized life form stirred unease within Naza. Chapter 112, The Iron Bundle. The Iron Bundle possessed ice and water attributes, lacking the flying attribute that would allow it to soar like the messenger bird. However, its mechanical flippers, reminiscent of snowboards, afforded it swift mobility across the snow and ice. Name: Iron Bundle. Gender: none. Ability: Quark Charge. Type: Ice Water. Terrestrial type: Ice. Held item: Drive Energy. Strength: Elite level 42. Moves: Present: Icy Wind, Drill Peck, Assist. Aqua Ring, Freeze Dry, Quick Return. Water type: Ice Beam. Terrestrial type: This was a previously unseen attribute panel. Could it have triggered due to the Iron Bundle being a Paldine Pokémon? With this thought in mind, Ash glanced at Pikachu and Hypno, noticing the addition of terrestrial electric and terrestrial psychic attributes on the panel, while the fossil Pteranodon exhibited the terrestrial rock type. Was this unassuming system capable of automatic updates? Pteranodon, return, Ash commanded, as Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt, launching itself at the Iron Bundle. The moment Pikachu collided with the Iron Bundle, its head unexpectedly sprang forth, startling Pikachu as it prepared to pursue. "Pika, oh dear, you scared me." Ash was taken aback by the Iron Bundle's head, which resembled a spring toy. Naza, visibly startled, instinctively sheltered Ash behind her. Despite its robotic appearance, the Iron Bundle's psychic response indicated it was indeed a living entity. The sudden emergence of a biological head would shock anyone. Ash, bemused by Naza's protective instinct, noted her facade of aloofness belied a childlike spirit. Before meeting Ash, her emotional growth had stagnated since awakening her psychic powers, remaining enveloped in memories of a blissful past. It was only after departing from the Golden Gym that she began engaging with society and stepping out of her insular world. It was entirely natural for a child to feel fear at such a scene. Quickly, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. After issuing the command, Ash sought to reassure Naza. Why did this caretaker instinct linger so persistently? Following Ash's directive, Pikachu launched a second assault on the Iron Bundle, which retaliated by expelling a flurry of snow from its pouch. However, this was merely a desperate struggle under the overwhelming pressure of power. The Iron Bundle swiftly succumbed to defeat. "Pika, is this creature truly so weak?" Ash mused, contemplating whether it had previously encountered some misfortune that had rendered it feeble. Although Pikachu was significantly stronger and had a type advantage, the Iron Bundle fell far too easily. Despite the lingering doubts, Ash tossed an Ultra Ball in its direction. His purpose in coming here was to capture a paradoxical Pokémon, and he had stocked up on Ultra Balls at the Friendship Shop, just 100 in total. Once inside the Ultra Ball, the iron bundle began to thrash violently, yet Ash remained unfazed by the intense shaking. Hypno, please use your psychic powers to hold the Ultra Ball steady. Responding to Ash's request, Hypno concentrated its energy to envelop the Ultra Ball with telekinesis, while Naza exerted her strength to ensure this frightening creature was contained. The iron bundle, initially feigning death to escape, soon resigned itself to its fate, unable to break free from the confines. Observing the successful capture, Ash stepped forward to retrieve the Ultra Ball. Naza clutched Ash's garment tightly, her fingertips paling with tension. Her breath was still somewhat erratic, evidently shaken by the recent encounter. She resembled a startled fledgling, nearly pressing herself against Ash's back, her long black hair swaying gently with her anxious movements. "It's all right. I'm here," Ash reassured her softly. His voice resonated with calm authority, allowing some of the tension in Naza's shoulders to dissipate. No sooner had Ash secured the iron bundle's pokeball at his waist than he promptly released two more. A blazing inferno and ancient roars erupted simultaneously as Charizard unfurled its expansive wings, sending a wave of scorching air rippling through the tunnel, while the fossil Pteranodon crouched low, its keen gaze scanning the dark depths for any sign of threat. "Come forth," Ash called, vaulting onto Charizard's back and extending his hand towards Naza. Nazi hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately clasped his hand, being gently pulled onto the back of Charizard by Ash. She settled behind him, embracing him as if this simple act could grant her immense security. The role of the Aerodactyl was akin to that of a wingman for Charizard. The two flying Pokémon soared into the depths of the tunnel. However, just as they were about to reach the entrance of the next tunnel, a slicing sound pierced the air. Whoosh! A pink energy blade suddenly tore through the atmosphere, hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. Ash's expression sharpened, and he swiftly raised his right hand, condensing a brilliant blue aura into a long sword. With a flick of his wrist, the blade accurately cleaved towards the approaching psychic blade. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the tunnel as the psychic blade was forcefully shattered, dissolving into countless pink particles that vanished into the air. Ash elegantly twirled the aura blade in his hand, as if it were a living entity. "Come forth," he commanded in a low voice, his gaze fixed upon the shadows deep within the tunnel. From the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. Its mechanical form gleamed with a cold, metallic luster, embodying both the elegance of Gardevoir and the sharpness of Galade. It wielded a pink double-edged blade, its edges glimmering with an ominous light. Its emotionless pink eyes scrutinized Ash and Nazi, as if assessing the worth of its prey. "Iron Fist," Ash murmured its name, his brow furrowing. The neatly and sharply cut marks on the back of the wild Zubat were undoubtedly the handiwork of this double-edged blade. Iron Fist emitted no sound, merely lowering its body slightly, gripping the double-edged blade horizontally, adopting a combat stance. The air within the tunnel seemed to thicken with tension. Ash tightened his grip on the aura sword. Charizard let out a low growl, its tail flame flaring, while Aerodactyl bared its fangs, prepared to dive at a moment's notice. Name: Iron Fist. Gender: none. Ability: Quark Charge. Type: Fairy, Fighting. Terra Type: Fairy. Item: none. Strength: Elite level, 45. Skills: Disable, Shadow Clone, Shadow Sneak, Multi-Slash, Hypnosis, Feint Attack. Future Sight: Magical Shine, Psychic Blade, Critical Hit. Only level 45? It is no match for Aerodactyl. Then let the peak of the quasi-champion, Aerodactyl, swiftly conclude this battle. He raised his hand with a steady and powerful voice. "Aerodactyl, make it quick." Roar. Aerodactyl threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar, the pressure of the ancient beast erupting instantly. With a powerful flap of its wings, it surged forth like lightning, its sharp claws enveloped in a tempestuous surge of flying-type energy, charging directly at Iron Fist. Chapter 113. Fortune Favors the Bold. Iron Fist reacted with remarkable speed, its form flickering as it instantaneously created several afterimages. Shadow Clone. However, Aerodactyl had no intention of discerning the real from the illusions. It opened its massive jaws wide, unleashing a ferocious dragon pulse that roared forth like a serpent of energy, instantly engulfing all the afterimages along with the real body. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion caused rocks to tumble within the tunnel. Iron Fist's mechanical form was violently hurled back, crashing against the rock wall with a piercing metallic screech. Its double-edged blade flew from its grasp, embedding itself in the ground nearby, vibrating ominously. Yet, it did not fall. A cold glint of calculation flashed in Iron Fist's eyes as it abruptly raised its hand, an energy of future sight quietly coalescing, an invisible force gathering momentum above the battlefield. Simultaneously, its figure suddenly blurred. Shadow sneak. Watch your back. Ash's gaze sharpened, instantly perceiving its intent. But Aerodactyl, seasoned by countless battles, did not even turn around. It simply flapped its wings fiercely, unleashing a barrage of sharp rock attacks that erupted from the ground. The jagged rock pillars shot forth like thorns, precisely intercepting Iron Fist's sneaky approach. Bang! Iron Fist was violently propelled by the stone pillar, and at that moment, the energy of future sight came crashing down from above. Yet Aerodactyl merely cast a disdainful glance, flapping its wings to vanish from its original position, causing the energy to strike empty air. It is over. A fierce glint flickered in Aerodactyl's eyes as its claws entwined with the terrifying energy of ultimate impact. Diving down like a meteor, the entire tunnel trembled, dust swirling around. As the dust settled, Iron Fist lay among the rubble, its mechanical form flickering with sparks, clearly having lost all combat capability. Seeing Iron Fist incapacitated, Ash immediately tossed out a high-grade pokeball, and as expected, Iron Fist was successfully captured. Nazi gazed curiously at the dissipating blue sword in Ash's hand. Ash, I sense the aura from that sword. You can condense a sword using your aura? Ash nodded, then used his psychic powers to retrieve the high-grade pokeball from the ground. He then explained to Nazi, because when Lucario uses Bone Rush, the bone is condensed from aura. My aura power is slightly stronger than Lucario's now. So I experimented in my room at night to see if I could condense a weapon from my aura. It proved to be quite effective. Teach me later. I want to see if I can condense something with my psychic powers too. Nazi suddenly recalled a certain description from a novel, her cheeks flushing as her beautiful eyes scrutinized Ash. Unbeknownst to Ash, who was in front of Nazi, he felt an involuntary shiver. Though curious about why someone as physically strong as himself would suddenly shudder, he brushed it off, continuing to ride Charizard onward. Deep within the Grand Cave at the bottom of the Hualon Cave, a purple creature resembling both a lizard and a motorcycle was fiercely battling against 8 mechanical Pokémon. Mechanical Braviary, Iron Leaf. Mechanical Dialga, Iron Rock. Mechanical Cobalion, Iron Shell. Mechanical Tyranitar, Iron Thorn. Mechanical Hydreigon, Iron Neck. Mechanical Volcarona, Iron Moth. Mechanical Conkeldurr, Iron Arm. Mechanical Dusknoir. Iron Trace. The original Pokémon of the Grand Cave had long scattered, and even some ground-type Pokémon could not withstand the intermittent surges of electricity and blinding light. Even the level 75, equivalent to champion strength, Miltank was overwhelmed by the assault of so many Pokémon, especially with 3 of the opposing Pokémon nearing level 70. The future species of the 3 swordsmen. Most of the blue ore and larger stones in this area had lost their original forms, reduced to fragments or merely leaving behind smooth cuts. Dialga, quickly tell us how to return. Iron Rock stepped forward, inheriting Dialga's fiery temperament even in its mechanical state. Miltank, I've told you several times, I don't know. If you can't understand Pokemon language, then go learn. Miltank was nearly driven to laughter by this group. If it knew how to return, why would it have hidden here to recuperate? Previously, battling that same species and a few humans left it severely injured, and it had not fully recovered when it was discovered by the future 3 swordsmen that had previously besieged it. If only this group had dared to show their teeth. A violent lightning bolt erupted, and Iron Leaf expressionlessly swung its invisible blade above its head, effortlessly cleaving through the thick lightning that roared like a dragon. This was Iron Shell's signature move, Psychic Blade, due to Miltank's ability automatically expanding its electric terrain. The power of this move was increased by 1.5 times, easily slicing through Miltank's desperate counterattack. Cobalion, give up the struggle. Tell us how to return. As the elder brother of the future trio of swordsmen, Iron Shell stood imposingly over the prostrate Millerton, his voice devoid of any emotion. Millerton was utterly speechless. Having reiterated countless times that it did not know, it longed to return. How could this damp cave ever compare to the comfort of its original nest? Millerton, if you cannot comprehend, then go learn. If I could return, I would have done so long ago. Iron Shell's voice echoed with disdain. Biwung, it appears you are truly obstinate. We have witnessed you accompanying 2 humans and activating that peculiar machine. Energy coalesced atop Iron Leaf's head, and it seemed that the only course of action to subdue Millerton would be to sever its limbs. Millerton, do your auditory modules malfunction? If Millerton had the strength, it would certainly express its fury with vigorous gestures. Charizard, deploy smokescreen. Suddenly, a human voice resonated from above. All the paradoxical Pokémon turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. However, what awaited them was not a human, but a cloud of smoke imbued with the scent of volcanic ash. Seizing the moment of chaos, a Master Ball was hurled towards Millerton, and before it could react, it was encapsulated within the sphere. Subsequently, a large hand grasped the Master Ball from the ground, holding it tightly. In a flash of blue light, the figure riding Charizard vanished from sight, only to reappear in the passage leading to the underground cavern. This act was none other than the work of Ash. Having just captured the Iron Warrior stationed outside, Ash had no intention of involving himself in the conflict between the legendary beasts and the paradoxical Pokémon. However, upon witnessing the information displayed on Millerton's panel, a bold idea ignited within him. Name, Millerton. Gender, none. Ability, Quasar Engine. Type, Electric, Dragon. Terra Type, Dragon. Held item, none. Power level, Near Champion, 75. Moves, Electric Terrain, Charge, Parabolic Charge, Agility, Dragon Pulse, Volt Tackle, Metal Sound, Mirror Coat. Though it boasted a level of 75, its strength was only at the champion level. This indicated that Millerton had undoubtedly sustained significant injuries, limiting its capabilities to that of a mere champion. Why had Ash suddenly appeared? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Noticing that no Pokémon present possessed champion-level power, and with Naza's support, Ash decided to take a gamble that could lead him to capture his first legendary Pokémon, which he could then entrust to Professor Oak for nurturing. Even if he failed, Ash could rely on Naza's psychic abilities to make a swift escape. After all, the strongest Pokémon present were merely champions. But Naza was a genuine humanoid Pokémon capable of unleashing champion-level power. Are you alright? Naza inquired, having seen Ash and Charizard return via teleportation. While using her psychic powers to suppress Millerton within the Pokeball, she approached Ash with concern, checking for any injuries. I'm fine, we must hurry. I fear the Pokémon below will pursue us. In a game, he could easily capture all the Pokémon below in one swoop, but regrettably, he was currently at a loss for options. Chapter 114, Chaos, Part 1. Naza's ability to unleash champion-level power was merely a momentary burst. Ash did not believe she could hold her own against 3 legendary future beings. If things escalated, they might not escape with their lives. In truth, Ash had misjudged the situation. Having never participated in high-stakes battles, he was unaware. While Naza might not be able to detain the 3 legendary swordsmen, even if they were psychic beings, she could not be easily restrained when she wished to teleport away. The disparity between champion-level and near-champion-level psychic abilities was vast. Without prior preparation, how could one easily intercept a champion-level entity employing teleportation? Before long, they encountered the oncoming presence of Chilin. Instinctively sensing something amiss as she saw the duo riding Pokémon, she was about to inquire when Ash seized her wrist, pulling her and her Victory Bell along as they fled. What is happening? Feeling the powerful grip on her wrist, Chilin recalled her Victory Bell, glancing anxiously at Ash, whose face bore a mixture of seriousness and excitement. The Pokémon below have gone berserk. We must escape first and devise a plan later. Overwhelming numbers would surely spell disaster. If only a single champion-level Pokémon were involved, they could manage a fight. Among Ash's Pokémon, he had 4 near-champion-level creatures, with Pikachu and Snorlax possessing ample combat experience, while Onyx and Aerodactyl lacked such synergy. If only Aerodactyl could mega-evolve, Ash wouldn't have to flee. Bewong, shameless humans, your lives end here. Suddenly, Ash felt a spatial distortion and leapt from Charizard. In the next moment, Pikachu perched on his shoulder was swapped with Iron Leaf, who had taken the place previously occupied by Pikachu, pinning Charizard to the ground. Return, Charizard. Onyx. Without time to ponder why they had suddenly exchanged positions, he swiftly rolled back with Chilin in tow, releasing Onyx. Ash vowed he had rarely reacted this quickly throughout his life. The emerging paradoxical Pokémon were immediately pressed against the wall by the massive Onyx, while Ash and Chilin, having rolled to Onyx's rear, remained unscathed. Iron Leaf, poised to attack Ash, found itself pinned against the wall by Onyx's colossal form. Once stable, Ash recalled Onyx to prevent any harm from befalling it, and directed Pikachu to unleash a widespread attack on the approaching paradoxical Pokémon. Naza, observing Ash's position, suddenly transformed into a green deer-like Pokémon, while Ash, cradling Chilin, rolled back to his side. Without hesitation, she launched an assault on Iron Leaf. The formidable psychic force sent Iron Leaf crashing into the wall, and as it collided, it was further squeezed by the suddenly re-emerged Onyx. When it regained its footing, a flicker of bewilderment flashed in its red mechanical eyes. Yet Naza would not afford Iron Leaf a moment's respite. Ash had taught her that one must not grant breathing space to adversaries encountered in the wild, striking decisively to ensure they were incapacitated. Sensing the paradoxical Pokémon in the vast cavern yearning to emerge, Ash promptly released Cheelin and re-entered the cavern. As Cheelin departed from Ash's embrace, she quickly summoned her Jengar, determined to resolve the battle swiftly before providing support to Ash. On the other side, Ash had returned to the underground cavern, reuniting with Pikachu and releasing all his Pokémon: Charizard, Aerodactyl, Lucario, Scorbunny, Modicam, Slowpoke, Snorlax, Zubat, Dratini, Dragonair, a squad of 5 Squirtless, Bulbasaur, Onyx, Scyther, and Corsola, totaling 23 Pokémon. Iron Shell, Iron Boulder, leading a cadre of Iron Trax, Iron Moth, Iron Arm, Iron Neck, and Iron Thorn, launched an assault at the tunnel entrance blocked by Ash. However, Ash remained unperturbed. After all, the odds were 23-7, advantageously in his favor. Bulbasaur, Squirtle Squad, Scorbunny, Dratini, and Zubat, you have yet to reach elite status and can only provide support from the sidelines. Let us take the fight to them. Dragon Rage, Dratini, and Dragonair. Ash commanded loudly. Charcoal Servant, use Will-O-Wisp. Bulbasaur, deploy Leech Seed. Squirtle, take a moment to strengthen yourself with Shell Smash and withdraw. The remaining Pokémon, driven by instinct, engaged the opposing creatures without awaiting further direction from Ash. A dazzling purple energy erupted from Dragonair's mouth, swiftly coalescing into an energy sphere half a meter in diameter, trailing a long tail of flames as it hurtled towards Iron Neck. The air warped under the intense heat, causing the surrounding stones to shatter under the energy's pulse. Iron Neck adeptly maneuvered its mechanical neck to evade the energy sphere, which grazed the rock wall and detonated, creating a massive crater that belched forth black smoke, with debris raining down like a tempest. In retaliation, Iron Neck abruptly tilted its head back, unleashing a searing white flame that surged forth, carrying embers within. Dragonair hastily veered aside, but a wing was singed in the process, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh as it emitted a cry of anguish. Lucario surrounded itself with a shimmering blue aura, thrusting its palms forward to unleash a wave-guided projectile the size of a basketball, radiating blue energy and slicing through the air towards Iron Rock. Iron Rock remained unmoved, its resilient shell absorbing the impact of the wave-guided projectile. Upon contact, a blinding flash erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cavern, sending a powerful shockwave that stirred the dust around. Subsequently, Iron Rock slammed its steel cone head into the ground, causing the terrain to ripple like waves, with numerous fissures radiating outward from its epicenter. The violent tremors caused Ash's Pokémon to stagger and sway unsteadily. Pikachu crackled with electricity, golden arcs dancing chaotically around its form, its fur standing on end from the static charge. It climbed atop the head of Onyx, cheeks sparking with electrical energy as it faced Iron Shell directly. A torrent of golden electricity cascaded down like a raging waterfall, filling the air with a pungent, acrid scent. Iron Shell dashed swiftly on all fours to evade the electric assault, with Pikachu's current hot on its heels, leaving behind scorched marks upon the ground. This was not a mere exhibition match, but a life-and-death confrontation, with no Pokémon holding back. Chapter 115, The Chaos, Part 2. At that moment, Iron Tread seized the opportunity, bursting forth from underground as the ground erupted with a thunderous crack. It was enveloped in dark purple energy as it charged towards Slowpoke, who was caught off guard and sent sprawling, leaving a long trail on the ground. Bulbasaur quickly retaliated, unleashing a sturdy vine whip that glimmered with a verdant light, ensnaring Slowpoke and hauling it to safety. The empowered Squirtle puffed its cheeks, shooting forth a torrent of water as thick as a barrel towards Iron Thorn. Iron Thorn, previously lounging, conjured a mass of rock mid-air to crash down upon Ash's side. The recently captured Iron Fighter wielded its shimmering dual blades fearlessly, parrying the descending boulders with precision. Iron Tread curled into a wheel and began to rampage across the battlefield, while the equally swift Moto Lizard dashed after it to prevent any assaults on Ash's Pokémon. Zubat circled above with Mini Dragon, seeking an opportunity to strike. Given the prevalence of electric-type Pokémon among the opposing forces, Mini Dragon could only fixate on Iron Moth, Iron Neck, and the two Sword Trio members, emitting electromagnetic waves. Zubat flapped its wings, unleashing silver-hued air slashes, sharp as blades, aimed at the similarly poison-type Iron Moth. Regrettably, Iron Moth nimbly dodged the attacks. Eevee faced Iron Neck alone, skillfully toying with its opponent using its partner abilities. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Pikachu, Kangaskhan, and Onyx formed a defensive line. Kangaskhan swung its massive fists, each strike generating a powerful gust, though it struggled to land a hit on Iron Shell or Iron Rock. Pikachu occasionally managed to whittle down their defenses with area attacks, Onyx coiled its body, its rugged form laboriously absorbing the ferocious onslaught from Iron Rock and Iron Shell. Due to their lack of experience in multi-Pokemon battles, Ash observed that many of his Pokemon appeared bewildered, momentarily freezing when their opponent was engaged by a teammate, before they either sought new adversaries or awaited Ash's commands. This was a significant flaw. Upon returning, he would need to organize specialized training sessions for them. In the midst of such chaos, hesitation could lead to being overwhelmed by the enemy. Just as Ash's Pokemon began to falter, Nessa and Blue finally dispatched Iron Leaf and rushed over. Gengar Shadow Ball. Nessa commanded, as Gengar became enveloped in swirling black mist, conjuring a shadowy sphere, its surface rotating ominously, distorting the air around it. The Shadow Ball hurtled towards Iron Shell, and Pikachu seized the moment to block Iron Shell's escape route. After evading Pikachu's strike, Iron Shell found itself unable to dodge Gengar's Shadow Ball, which struck true, releasing a plume of dark smoke. Nessa's eyes shimmered with blue light as the surrounding air warped, a formidable psychic power ensnaring Iron Moth in an invisible net. Iron Moth thrashed in the air, radiant violet light emanating from its body, yet it could not break free from Nessa's grip. Psychic, unleash with full force, Nessa commanded. Her right hand clenched, causing the space around Iron Moth to contort violently, flinging it against the wall. Upon impact, the wall exploded, sending debris flying, and Iron Moth collapsed. Incapacitated, it appeared that capturing these creatures would not be a challenge. Ash promptly captured the defeated Iron Moth. Fossil Pterodactyl. Lead the way with Scyther and Iron Package to block the exit. Charizard assist Eevee. Even legendary Pokemon, not bound by divine duties, are elusive not only because they are rare but also due to their aversion to prolonged conflict. At this moment, Iron Rock, Iron Shell, and the other paradoxical Pokemon were ensnared, unable to escape. The arrival of Nessa and her companions indicated that Iron Leaf had already been captured. Retaining these two elite Sword Trio members should not pose much difficulty. These paradoxical Pokemon resembled robots, lacking strong autonomy. After capturing Iron Package and Iron Fighter, both obediently followed Ash, saving him considerable effort. However, Iron Rock and Iron Shell exhibited a clear sense of self-awareness, and it might take time to integrate them into the team upon returning. I've stationed Alakazam there, Ash noted. Unfortunately, Nessa could not evolve the egg in Psyduck, who had yet to fully master psychic abilities, into reliable combatants, so they remained in their Pokeballs for the time being. After defeating the rampaging Iron Tread, Nessa approached Ash, handing him a Great Ball and 3 Pokeballs. This one contains the deer, while the other 3 hold the wheel-like Pokemon, Psyduck, and Egg. I fear these balls might be damaged during battle, so please hold on to them for me. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Nessa, Ash found it difficult to reconcile this powerful figure with the Nessa of an hour ago, who had clearly been startled by the sudden emergence of Iron Package. Now, however, this girl-like Nessa revealed the true visage of a psychic queen, powerful, proud, and aloof, disdainful even towards the future species of legendary Pokemon. The psychic waves surpassing those of the Sword Trio erupted from Nessa's being. It was time for these frail Pokemon to witness the might of humanity. After exiting the relatively confined tunnel, Blue released all of her Pokemon. At that moment, Mini Dragon's electromagnetic wave struck Iron Shell, paralyzing it and plunging it into a fierce struggle. The horn of counterattack has sounded. Charizard, Mega Evolution. Ash unveiled his wrist's Mega Evolution bracelet, resonating with the Keystone and Charizard X Stone. The Charizard X, now at the level of a quasi-champion, joined forces with Eevee to swiftly defeat the Iron Neck and entered the heart of the battlefield against the legendary Pokemon. Can Charizard evolve once more? How magnificent! Observing the shifting tides of battle, Blue's eyes sparkled at the sight of Charizard X. Could this imply that her little turtle might also achieve another evolution? At that moment, an electromagnetic wave struck Iron Thorn, prompting Mini Dragon to immediately retreat behind its mother, Dragonite. Peeking out to observe the furious Iron Thorn, the abnormal state undoubtedly exacerbated the plight of Iron Shell and Iron Thorn. Daiwong, Gopa. Iron Shell and Iron Thorn let out unwilling and furious roars, refusing to concede. Chapter 116, Harvest. The two Pokemon unleashed their exclusive moves, Strong Blade Attack and Swift Blade. Iron Shell charged forth first, its dual horns concentrating energy to unleash 2 slashes that caught Ash's Pokemon off guard, sending his bagging Pokemon flying. Witnessing this, Blue exclaimed, "So fast!" Yet, even such speed could not alter the outcome of the battle. Roar. The colossal Onyx stepped forward to intercept Iron Thorn's charged attack, leaving a deep gash on its sturdy rocky body. With a mighty roar, Onyx pressed forward in anger, Faced with the relentless onslaught of this massive rock-bodied creature, Iron Thorn stood its ground, using its robust horns to withstand Onyx's assault, and the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Ash and Blue directed their Pokémon to cooperate with Naza in taking down the other paradoxical Pokémon. As Iron Thorn and Iron Shell fell, it signified their total isolation and helplessness. What ensued was a battle where even elite-level Pokémon could hardly make an impact. Only Pokémon of quasi-champion status and above possessed the qualification for direct confrontation against such formidable opponents. Ash and Blue exchanged a glance, a silent understanding prompting them to have their Pokémon below the quasi-champion level, aside from Onyx, block the cave's entrance. It was as if they were born with this innate synergy. As Naza, Charizard, and Pikachu surrounded Iron Shell, and while Onyx grappled with Iron Thorn, a Pokeball suddenly landed beside Iron Thorn. The ball opened, and a Pokémon emerged, its right fist pulsating with fury. It was bagging Pokémon. After being knocked away by Iron Shell, Ash had recalled it into its Pokeball, waiting for this very moment to unleash that move. Injured yet resolute, bagging Pokémon swung its right fist down forcefully onto Iron Thorn. This reckless move, learned through inheritance or mimicry of vanilla, inflicted damage, equalizing its vitality with that of its opponent. Though seldom utilized, bagging Pokémon had been diligently training this technique. Charging Fist, Iron Thorn, engaged in a struggle with Onyx, found itself unable to evade. Caught unprepared and in a paralyzed state, it was vulnerable to Onyx's overwhelming weight, which would crush it mercilessly. Thus, Iron Thorn could not escape bagging Pokémon's impending strike, and with a powerful blow, it was sent hurtling into a smooth-edged rock pillar. Without an opponent to grapple with, Onyx could not retract its momentum in time and continued to surge forward. A beam of red light struck Onyx. Ash, having meticulously planned every detail, had anticipated this moment. As bagging Pokémon's fist descended, victory was assured. Having lost substantial stamina, Iron Thorn struggled to rise, only to be struck simultaneously by a brilliant blue energy sphere and a powerful water jet. It turned out that Lucario and Squirtle, stationed at the cave's entrance, had joined the fray. It could be said that no other Pokémon performed better at delivering a final blow than Squirtle's team. As Ash hurled a Ultra Ball and dashed toward Iron Thorn's location, he grasped the ball tightly to prevent it from shaking upon capturing the creature. Naza's Alakazam, observing, came to assist. Seeing Alakazam's support, Ash released his grip on the Ultra Ball. Many would hesitate to employ such a method to capture Pokémon, for if the Pokeball failed, the risk of explosion was considerable. Ash had been momentarily overtaken by greed, leading to this reckless decision. Distancing himself from the Ultra Ball capturing Iron Thorn, Ash exhaled deeply. Once Iron Thorn struggled free, he threw another Ultra Ball. At this juncture, he focused on the battle unfolding elsewhere. Unlike Iron Thorn, which was level 68, Iron Shell, at level 69, managed to withstand Naza's assault alongside 3 quasi-champion Pokémon. Although Naza had expended considerable mental and physical energy in dealing with Iron Leaf, Iron Shell's resilience was evident. Naza's strength stemmed from numerical superiority, yet her finesse in executing psychic powers paled in comparison to those naturally endowed with such abilities, leading to some degree of inefficiency each time she employed her powers. After successfully capturing Iron Thorn, the remaining Pokémon surrounded Iron Shell, continuously launching ranged attacks to wear it down. The proud mechanical goat eventually collapsed under the relentless assault. It had been extinguished. Meeting Naza's gaze, Ash refrained from throwing a ball to capture Iron Shell. Naza was the true MVP of this battle. Ash had already gained the upper hand by capturing the other paradoxical Pokémon and Iron Thorn. Noticing that Ash had not thrown a ball to capture Iron Shell, Naza glanced down at her slender sports attire. With only 6 Pokeball clips on her belt, currently, none were occupied. I have no empty balls, it's your turn. Ash tossed an Ultra Ball, and the unconscious Iron Shell was captured without a struggle. Upon witnessing the last enemy subdued, Naza let out a sigh of relief. Her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her legs weakened, almost causing her to collapse, but Ash swiftly caught her. I'm out of strength. Naza's voice was softer than usual, tinged with weariness. She gently tugged at Ash's sleeve with her delicate fingers. Carry me. Observing Naza's pale complexion and slightly trembling legs, Ash immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he crouched down, handling her as if she were a fragile object. Okay. Naza slowly leaned onto his back, and Ash could feel her slight tremors. He cautiously supported her legs, fearful of causing her pain. Hold on tight, he whispered, feeling her arms encircle his neck, her hair brushing against his ear. Thank you. Naza's voice was barely audible, her warm breath brushing against Ash's ear. He could sense her accelerated heartbeat through her thin clothing, its rhythm markedly quicker than usual. No need to be polite. We're friends. Thank you all for your hard work. Arriving at the cave entrance, Ash smiled and nodded at his Pokémon. Pikachu, Bowie, Jinnigan. After placing Naza onto the now transformed Charizard's back, Ash prepared to recall the other Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs, ready to depart. Would you like to return to Pallet Town with me? As he was about to leave, he glanced back at Blue, who was staring in astonishment at Charizard's transformed state. Yes, Blue nodded enthusiastically, her excitement bubbling forth as she inquired, why can Charizard evolve again, and how can it revert after evolving? Ash released his Aerodactyl for Blue to ride, while he took a seat behind Naza, supporting her. As they walked, he spoke animatedly. This operation could be described as a resounding success. Having successfully secured a total of 11 future species Pokémon, including Milotic. Whether for battle or research, these Pokémon present excellent choices. Moreover, the emergence of paradoxical Pokémon in the Azure Cave warrants thorough investigation. Perhaps the owner of the bicycle shop, right, could serve as a valuable lead. While explaining Mega Evolution to Blue, Ash found his thoughts drifting towards the origins of these paradoxical Pokémon. He realized that he had significantly underestimated his own strength. It appeared that his frequent participation in baby tournaments had led to a diminished awareness of his capabilities. Upon returning, he would need to reassess his abilities thoroughly. After elucidating what Mega Evolution entailed, Ash inquired about Blue's reason for being there. Upon hearing her account, Ash furrowed his brow. Several months prior, an unprecedented deluge and lightning had struck Azure City. At that time, witnesses had reported sightings of what appeared to be paradoxical Pokémon. The four sisters of the Azure Gym, as gym leaders, had utilized the Pokémon passed down from their ancestors to repel these creatures from the city, albeit at the cost of their hospitalization. Ash nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 117, Investigation. After securing a hotel room in Azure City, Ash entrusted the care of the somewhat weakened Naza to Blue and promptly headed to the bicycle shop with his Pokémon. As expected, the shop displayed a for sale sign, with its entrance secured by a rolling shutter. Feigning the act of retrieving keys, Ash crouched by the lock, discreetly using his hand to disengage it from view of passers-by. Fortunately, surveillance cameras were not widely prevalent in this world. Casually discarding the lock into his system space, Ash opened the shutter and removed the door lock to enter. Once inside, he marveled at the sheer strength of his current self, realizing that in his past life, he could never have pulled down a lock from a door or disengaged a rolling shutter so easily. Upon entering the shop, Ash discovered that the power had been cut. After an extensive search, he arrived at the entrance of a basement. Was it a fingerprint or an iris scan? Pondering the peculiar lock before him, Ash released his Steelix. With remarkable ease, Steelix severed the obstructing door as if slicing through tofu. Once the door was opened, Steelix lowered its hands, awaiting Ash's command. Follow me. Noticing that he was descending a staircase rather than an elevator shaft, Ash proceeded cautiously downwards. Steelix followed closely behind, lacking the agility typical of ordinary Pokémon. Upon reaching the bottom, Ash was astounded by the sight before him. In a dilapidated laboratory, a colossal device towering 10 meters high was encrusted with colorful crystals, emanating a mesmerizing bluish light. A metallic neck was encased within the crystal, its mechanical face twisted in a grimace, seemingly expressing some form of defiance. Ash summoned Pikachu, but aware that bringing Pikachu along might draw attention, he had previously discussed keeping it concealed. Pikachu utilized its flash move to illuminate the surroundings. To Ash's surprise, he discovered something of great significance, a small device placed in an uncrystallized area before the enormous machine. Inside lay a tome bound in purple. If Ash's deductions were correct, this was the time machine that required the use of the Zhu and Z tomes to activate. He had not anticipated that the shopkeeper, right, possessed such formidable skills, managing to create a time machine beneath his residence. Regardless, a time machine had no place in this world. In the film The Time of the Master, history had once been rewritten. During that event, the incarnation of Arceus had descended upon Minaji, threatening to annihilate the realm. The ensuing chaos nearly led to the demise of Arceus's avatar, until it encountered the life orb and was resurrected, thereby rewriting history in an instant. Altering the past or rewriting the future is an inherently perilous endeavor. History ought to flow like a stable river. Any attempts to redirect its course will invariably impact the downstream. The consequences of such influences are difficult to ascertain as either beneficial or detrimental. For instance, the descendant of Deimos traveled back in time to inform Deimos' enemies of Arceus' weakness, nearly leading to Arceus' drowning in Mercury. Meanwhile, the protagonists acquired the life orb, changing the course of events. Nonetheless, The time of the Master demonstrated that the Pokémon world possesses a remarkable capacity for restoration, guiding individuals back to rectify erroneous historical narratives. Thus, in the film, Ash and his companions ultimately saved Arceus from that timeline, steering history in a favorable direction. After documenting the scene with his Rotom phone, Ash decided to have Steelix systematically dismantle all the instruments within the laboratory. Upon leaving the bicycle shop, dusk had already settled. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, appeared somewhat listless. Having expended considerable energy during the day's battles, the sun gradually sank, draping the city in a veil of ethereal twilight. Sunlight streamed obliquely across the towering skyscrapers, their glass facades reflecting dazzling brilliance, harmonizing with the lingering glow of the setting sun. The once stark concrete structures now shimmered with a warm golden hue, their outlines softened by the evening light. After momentarily gazing at the distant cityscape, Ash hailed a taxi. "To Azure Hospital, please." The afterglow of the setting sun glided across the hospital's white facade, bestowing a gentle golden edge upon the cold architecture. The somewhat oppressive scent of antiseptic seemed to be infused with the warmth of the sunset, rendering it less pungent. The sunlight cast long shadows along the corridor, creating a mosaic of light and dark. The windows of the patient rooms were partially open, allowing the gentle rays to spill onto the beds, infusing the pale linens with a touch of warmth. Inside the room were four boisterous young women, who ceased their playful antics upon seeing Ash enter. "I remember you. You're the trainer that little sea lion adores." Upon spotting Pikachu, Iris recalled Ash. "Yes, that's me." Ash nodded. Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, landing directly in Sakura's embrace. "Oh my, how adorable." Sakura cooed, playfully pinching Pikachu's charming cheeks, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The eldest sister, Sakura, had golden hair, while the second sister, Iris, bore blue locks. The third sister, Peony, had red hair, and lastly, the short-haired, orange-haired girl was Misty. Due to Ash's travels, Misty, the original female lead from the first series, was ironically the last of the Azure sisters to reunite with him. "Elder sister, I want a hug too." "Me too." The three sisters of Azure, seemingly oblivious to Ash and their sister Misty, clamored for attention upon seeing Pikachu. "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town, an assistant to Professor Oak. I'm here to investigate the peculiar Pokémon that appeared during the attack on Azure City a few months back." Ash approached Misty, introducing himself. After much contemplation during his journey, he decided that presenting himself as Professor Oak's assistant would be the most appropriate way to inquire about the strange Pokémon that had surfaced months prior. Professor Oak is a renowned figure in the realm of Pokémon research, particularly well known in the Kanto region. "Why are you only investigating this matter now, several months later?" Misty scrutinized the smiling Ash with suspicion, sensing an air of insincerity in his grin. "Because I was traveling prior to this. It was only a few days ago that I returned to Professor Oak's lab after collecting 8 badges, at which point the professor assigned me this task." As he spoke, Ash revealed the 8 badges pinned to his jacket, among which was the Azure badge from the Azure Gym. Upon encountering the 8 badges, Xiaoxia finally lowered her guard. "Pardon me, I am Xiaoxia, the youngest of the Hualon 4 sisters. Prior to the incident, I had returned to Hualon City 3 months ago. While observing 2 Pokémon ascending into the sky, Xiaoxia chose not to join the fray, but rather ventured into the gym to locate her 3 elder sisters. Upon arriving at the gym, however, she was astonished to find her sisters engrossed in a video game. "Oh dear, I can't compete with you two. You carry on." After losing to her second sister, Changpu, Sakura handed over the controller to Mutant, lamenting that she was truly inept at such fighting games. As she turned around, she unexpectedly found herself enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere surrounding Xiaoxia. "Weren't you unwell?" Eldest sister, hearing the familiar voice. Changpu and Mutant set down their controllers and turned to face their youngest sister, who had returned unbeknownst to them. "Oh, is it not that I missed you, dear sister?" Sakura remarked somewhat awkwardly, casting a glance at her sibling. Chapter 118. What? This is a divine beast. After listening to Xiaoxia's account, Ash swiftly departed from the hospital, hailing a taxi to the hotel. At the Hualon 4 sisters' abode, he had gleaned several invaluable pieces of information. Miloton possessed 2 forms, one of which was weaker. However, the weaker variant had the assistance of a trainer, who, according to descriptions, should be light, and another from an alternate timeline or parallel universe, Dr. Futu. The paradoxical Pokémon he had captured was likely the last of its kind, as the iron neck adjacent to the time machine in the basement had lost all signs of life, now reduced to scrap metal. The Hualon 4 sisters, lacking sufficient battle experience, were unable to vanquish the paradoxical Pokémon, but managed to injure them, driving them into the wilderness. The stronger Miloton also sustained severe injuries under the guidance of Light and Dr. Futu, ultimately escaping. Subsequently, Light and Dr. Futu hurriedly departed, leaving the sisters unaware of their destination. It appeared that Dr. Futu and Dr. Orin in this world had yet to construct a time machine. Moreover, even if they possessed the ability to build one, they would undoubtedly choose a more suitable location than here. Zone Zero was undoubtedly a far superior option. Their hasty exit suggested they aimed to return to their world while the time machine was stabilizing and not yet deactivated. Additionally, the Hualon three sisters had requested Ash to keep their secret, revealing that they were feigning illness in the hospital to avoid gym challenges and dance performances. It was indeed within their character to undertake such antics. In the original narrative, after drawing a family trip around the world, they promptly relinquished the gym leader position to their younger sister and vanished. However, this incident altered Ash's perception of them when the situation called for it. These sisters truly stepped up. Although the gym leader inherently bore the duty of safeguarding the city, the Hualon three sisters were, in fact, quite weak. Even with a few powerful Pokémon passed down through generations, they fell short of the caliber of elite trainers. Their bravery in confronting the feral, cold-blooded paradoxical beings astonished Ash. As the three sisters, along with Xiaoxia, had managed to drive the paradoxical entities out of Hualon City. Upon returning to the hotel, Ash first visited Nagi's room to check on her condition and returned her Pokémon to her. In his eagerness to locate Light, he had forgotten to return these Pokeballs earlier. Upon receiving the balls, Nagi immediately noticed an extra one. This is the Iron Rock Ball. It possesses rock and psychic attributes. I hope it can assist you in your training. As he spoke, Ash handed over the miraculous plate given to him by Dr. Shioli. You can utilize this for your practice. It should expedite your progress. After acquiring the miraculous plate, Ash was uncertain how to wield this artifact representing Arceus's psychic attributes. However, prolonged possession had indeed accelerated his mastery of psychic abilities and aura power, for how else could a mere human, unfamiliar with any training methods, sustain aura power longer than Lucario? Nagi assessed his psychic talent as merely average, yet she was slightly taken aback by his rapid advancement enabled by the miraculous plate. Upon seeing the miraculous plate, Nagi was instantly enveloped by its profound psychic aura. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired where Ash had obtained such an item. Regardless of its exorbitant cost, even the most luxurious goods possess a price. Expensive garments, perfumes, and cosmetics are meant for use and can be valued. However, this plate was an invaluable treasure to any psychic adept. The pure energy contained within was unparalleled. Indeed, Nagi felt an innate connection to the origins of psychic power. Dr. Shioli discovered this in an ancient ruin, and I found it somewhat beneficial for my aura training, which is why I have kept it. Nagi silently examined the plate, noting that one side bore 2 columns of text, though she could not decipher them. Before the birth of the universe, only it breathed alone. Ash recited the inscription with gravity, locking eyes with Nagi. I surmise this plate is linked to Arceus, the deity that created the world according to Sinnoh legend. The text inscribed relates to Arceus, for as the creator, only Arceus existed before the universe came into being. The plate of the creation god Arceus? Even Nagi recognized that items associated with divine beasts, especially those imbued with divine duties, were immensely precious. Could it be true, as my aunt suggested? Nagi appeared to recall something, her cheeks flushing suddenly. This is rather too valuable. No, it is merely temporarily entrusted to you. I will require it later. Upon hearing this, Nagi visibly relaxed. If it were not a gift, but rather a loan, the psychological pressure she felt in dealing with Ash would diminish significantly. Very well. Feel free to seek me out whenever you need it. After departing from Nagi's room, Ash returned to his own for some rest. The following morning, Ash, accompanied by Nagi and Bilwan, boarded a plane bound for Evergreen City, subsequently preparing to return to Pallet Town via Pokémon. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived back in Pallet Town by the afternoon of the next day. We're home, Ash exclaimed as he pushed open the door. Welcome back, Ash and Nagi. Upon hearing the voices of her son and Nagi, Hanako smiled as she descended from the second floor. Upon noticing Bilwan, who appeared somewhat shy behind Ash and Nagi, her expression momentarily froze. Subsequently, Hanako's smile broadened as she descended the stairs, eagerly taking Nagi and Bilwan by the hands and guiding them to the sofa. Now, Ash, I shall entrust you with dinner preparations this evening. I need to have a good chat with Nagi and this young lady. Ash felt somewhat wounded by Hanako's sudden change in demeanor. Perhaps after raising a son for 10 years, she favored girls more. He sighed inwardly as he entered the kitchen to begin cooking dinner. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, Ash, who believed himself to be rather easygoing, could not quite decipher the intricacies of parental sentiments. As for understanding a woman's heart, that was an entirely foreign domain for him, a complete knowledge blind spot. After dinner, Ash rode his motorcycle Lizard to Professor Oak's lab. According to the game, unlocking Miloton's abilities required defeating the regional Pokémon bosses of the Paldea region to acquire the secret seasoning. Ash currently lacked the time to pursue this endeavor. However, Professor Oak had connections. He would ask Professor Oak to assist in treating Miloton while he focused on researching the paradoxical Pokémon. Ash obtained champion-level battle prowess, and Professor Oak received valuable research data on the divine beast Miloton. Both parties felt they had struck a lucrative deal. This was what one might call a win-win scenario. Upon arriving at the lab, Professor Oak was just preparing to enjoy some instant noodles. Upon witnessing the scene, Ash prepared a meal for Professor Oak. After the professor finished eating, Ash released Millerton. Was this the modified Moto Lizard? Professor Oak, observing the listless Millerton, cast a serious glance towards Ash. The act of altering Pokémon is an inhumane endeavor. As a veteran of the League and a conscientious researcher, Professor Oak harbored a profound disdain for such actions. Particularly, the transformation of the Moto Lizard into this pitiful state was fraught with unspeakable suffering. No, this was a divine beast, the future form of the Moto Lizard, Millerton. Upon hearing Ash's assertion that this was the future form of Moto Lizard, Professor Oak's anger morphed into astonishment, followed by an influx of questions flooding his mind. What? You claim this is a divine beast? Indeed, this Millerton possesses champion-level combat prowess. However, it had previously sustained severe injuries, causing its current strength to diminish to that of a near-elite. Chapter 119, Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin. Yes, this Millerton boasts champion-level combat ability. Nevertheless, it had suffered grave injuries, resulting in its power now hovering around that of an elite. As he spoke, Ash retrieved the tome known as the Purple Book. Upon receiving the Purple Book, Professor Oak swiftly began to peruse its contents. He recalled that Ash had previously purchased a volume titled The Crimson and Purple Book, which bore a resemblance to the cover of this new book. The table of contents of the Purple Book revealed the Paldea Crater, Zero Zone Adventures, Zero Zone Panorama, Pokémon residing in Zero Zone, monsters encountered in Zero Zone, mysterious seasoning plates, treasure legends, illusory Pokémon dream diagrams, mysterious memories, sponsors of this book, and author biographies, and a fragmentary dream of treasure. A member of the observation team had inadvertently captured a photograph. Although it appeared to resemble a Pokémon named Dunjia, the characteristics of its body material and movement suggested it was an entirely different entity, akin to an iron track. The text of the final chapter was partially obscured, but fortunately, the images remained intact. There were no records pertaining to Millerton, but there were speculations regarding the illusory Pokémon of Zero Zone. Clearly, the conceptual image bore no resemblance to Millerton. Zero Zone. After much contemplation, Professor Oak could not conjure any recollection of such a place in his mind. As a veteran trainer with extensive experience in Kanto and Johto, he was certain this was not a location within either region. Moreover, he had never heard of this book before. This is something from the Paldea region. Perhaps you could inquire with Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin over there. Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin were emerging talents in the field of research, and notably, they were a married couple. It was relatively rare for researchers to have spouses who were also in the field, unlike Professor Oak, Professor Kukui, Professor Otamaki, Professor Sakuragi, and Masaru, whose partners were not part of the research community. The presence of a Pokémon professor couple like Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin was indeed uncommon. Professor Oak had heard of them and had their contact information, so he promptly dialed their number. Hello, this is Futu. The video call was quickly answered, revealing a middle-aged man in the research facility introducing himself. Greetings, Dr. Futu. I am Professor Oak. This is my disciple Ash. Professor Oak greeted with a smile. Oh, it's Professor Oak. You are my idol. Olin, Professor Oak is calling me. It was evident that Futu's declaration of admiration was sincere. Soon, Dr. Olin joined Dr. Futu at the camera, gazing at Professor Oak and Ash. Hello, Professor Oak, I am Olin. May I ask the reason for your call? Professor Oak nodded and turned to Ash. My disciple Ash has discovered a peculiar Pokémon along with a book. He believes it may be related to the Paldea region, so we wish to consult with you. At this, both Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu expressed keen interest. Had a Pokémon and literature related to the Paldea region truly been discovered in Kanto? Ash released Millerton. Upon seeing Dr. Futu, Millerton's eyes turned crimson, and it lunged at the table, attempting to bite him, only to be restrained by Ash. After struggling for a moment and realizing it could not break free, Millerton surrendered. Exchanging glances, Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin were taken aback at Millerton's appearance. How could Millerton materialize in the Kanto region? Moreover, this young man was able to restrain the frenzied Millerton. He must possess considerable skill. Had Professor Oak taken on a legendary Pokémon as a student? Observing Millerton's reaction, Ash became increasingly convinced that the individual accompanying Light was indeed Dr. Futu, or rather, the version of him from that timeline. This is the paradox Pokémon Millerton, once referred to as the Iron Serpent in ancient texts. Later, I encountered someone who named it Millerton, and since then, we have called it by that name. According to legend, it once scorched the earth with lightning. Dr. Olin stood up and walked outside, while Dr. Futu explained to Professor Oak and Ash. However, the Millerton currently discovered should be alongside the Galeeton. Could you share how you encountered this Millerton? He inquired. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Olin returned, bringing with her a Millerton and a Galeeton. Millerton and Galeeton were dubbed the Guardians of Paradise, one hailing from the future, the other from the past. Although they were cover legends, they did not possess divine roles. If conjectures hold true, this Millerton should be connected to Dr. Futu. After securing the somewhat agitated Millerton, Ash presented the purple book to Doctors Olin and Futu. The title page bore the awkwardly scrawled name Futu in unrefined handwriting. Professor Oak had overlooked this unsightly inscription during his earlier rapid skimming. What is the meaning of this? In the astonished gazes of Professor Oak and Dr. Olin, Dr. Futu produced a crimson and purple book from his pocket. Apart from the cover and discrepancies in the accounts of the past, the inscriptions on the title pages of both books were identical. This matter necessitates further investigation. We shall cooperate fully. Dr. Futu harbored his own suspicions, but hesitated to disclose the existence of the time machine to Professor Oak and Ash. I actually have a personal request. Ash was well aware that Dr. Futu would not easily divulge anything regarding the time machine. Nor did he wish for its secret to be made public. Otherwise, he would have long since submitted the photographs from beneath Hualan City to the League. The purple book contains references to the secret seasoning. Millerton has sustained severe injuries, and I require a set of secret seasonings to treat it. Of course, I will provide appropriate compensation. Compensation is unnecessary. There are plenty of secret seasonings in Zero Zone. I'll have Galeeton fetch a set and send it to you shortly. Evidently, Dr. Futu was aware that secret seasonings could heal severely injured Pokémon. In the game, one of the three main storylines involved his son Peepa and the players seeking out secret seasonings to cure the injury of their partner, the Houndoom, and unlock Millerton's abilities, a fact that would not surprise Futu as a father. Additionally, do either of you know a young man named Light with golden hair? Upon hearing the name Light, both Dr. Futu and Dr. Olin exchanged puzzled looks, glancing at each other again. Realizing that neither recognized the name, Dr. Futu shook his head. We do not know anyone by the name of Light. Chapter 120, The Azure Flame Blade Ghost. 3 days later, 3 sets of secret seasonings and an item Ash had long awaited were delivered by Dragonite. The Cursed Armor. After donning the enchanted armor, the little charcoal samurai can evolve into the Tsunyan Blade Spirit. Upon acquiring the enchanted armor and the secret seasoning, Ash immediately gathered his Pokémon and invited Hanako, Professor Oak, Natsum, Shigeru, and Aoi to join him for a picnic in the backyard. While the secret seasoning is deemed rare, it is not particularly scarce in Zone 0. However, it is non-existent beyond that realm. Ash first prepared a small portion to taste its flavor and allowed Millerton to recover before using the remainder to cook a meal. This particular ingredient must be consumed raw, as any processing would squander its unique properties. After lunch, Ash wiped his mouth and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned to the charcoal samurai beside him and gently patted its shoulder. Are you ready? He inquired softly. The charcoal samurai tilted its head, a hint of confusion gleaming in its red eyes, but soon its resolve reignited, and it nodded vigorously. Follow me. Ash rose, beckoning the charcoal samurai as they swiftly departed from Professor Oak's laboratory. They traversed a dense thicket and arrived at a clearing near a nearby hill. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Ash surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no other trainers or wild Pokémon nearby, before he let out a sigh of relief. This is the spot. He crouched down and carefully retrieved an ancient wooden box from his system space. The charcoal samurai leaned in, sniffing curiously, sensing something and tensing slightly. Ash took a deep breath and slowly opened the box, revealing the enchanted armor that lay quietly within. The dark purple metal shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a mysterious energy that seemed to pulse with life. Charcoal samurai, this is the enchanted armor I told you about, Ash stated earnestly, his voice both firm and gentle. This is your evolutionary item. Once you wear it, you shall grow stronger. The charcoal samurai gazed at the enchanted armor, a flicker of hesitation crossing its face. But soon it straightened up, determination shining in its eyes as it nodded firmly. All right. Ash grinned widely. Then let us begin. He cradled the enchanted armor in his hands and slowly approached the charcoal samurai. In an instant, a burst of dark purple light erupted, enveloping the charcoal samurai. Its body was cloaked in the dark purple energy, and the runes on the armor stirred as if alive, weaving into luminous trails around it. Ash instinctively took half a step back, yet his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding spectacle, his fists clenching involuntarily. "Hold on, charcoal samurai," he shouted, his voice echoing across the open field. The charcoal samurai trembled slightly, seemingly under immense pressure. Its limbs gradually became encased in armor, the once orange-red flames transforming into a shadowy dark purple, akin to flickering embers of darkness. Suddenly, it threw back its head and let out a low roar, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent leaves swirling around, forcing Ash to shield his face with his hand. As the light dissipated, a new figure emerged before Ash, Sangyin Blade Spirit. It wielded two ghostly purple flames, its gaze sharp and composed, radiating an overwhelming sense of authority. Name: Sangyin Blade Spirit. Gender: male. Ability: Firestarter. Type: Fire Ghost. Terra type: Fire. Held item: none. Strength: Elite level 41. Skills: Vengeance, Fire, Flora, Fright, Smoke Clear, Dark Night Shadow, Phosphorescence, Flame Vortex, Shadow Claw. Regret Sword, Sword Dance, Smoke Screen, Field Swap, Shadow Strike, Dark Strike, Solar Blade, Charge Flame Assault, Purification. Ash, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Amazing, Sangyin Blade Spirit. Sangyin Blade Spirit lowered its head, inspecting its new form, then turned its gaze toward Ash, gratitude and resolve evident in its eyes. It nodded slightly, relishing the newfound power coursing through its being. Ash smiled broadly and extended his fist. All right, let us put your new strength to the test. Upon returning to Professor Oak's laboratory, the fire-type Pokémon, Charizard, immediately sensed the power of Sangyin Blade Spirit. As soon as it entered the arena, Sangyin Blade Spirit felt a piercing gaze. Charizard stood nearby, its tail flame flickering, golden eyes ablaze with battle spirit. Roar! Charizard growled, releasing a few sparks from its nostrils. It keenly detected the unusual strength within this newcomer, igniting its own fighting instincts. Sangyin Blade Spirit slightly angled its body, the two ghostly purple flames igniting silently. It did not provoke a challenge, but its composed stance signaled its readiness for combat. "Oh, do you wish to spar?" Ash smiled at the battle-ready Charizard and turned to Sangyin Blade Spirit. "Shall we give it a go?" Sangyin Blade Spirit nodded gently, its purple flames flickering. In that instant, Charizard launched a sudden attack, a searing flame shooting forth. With a flash of purple light, Sangyin Blade Spirit vanished like a specter. The next moment, it reappeared directly in front of the flames, crossing its blades to cleave Charizard's fiery attack in half. Sparks erupted in the air, illuminating its stoic visage. Awesome! Ash couldn't help but cheer. Charizard, equally exhilarated, flapped its wings and soared into the air, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault. Professor Oak had unknowingly positioned himself at the laboratory window. What astonishing battle instincts! Is this the power bestowed by the enchanted armor? He had not previously studied Pokémon from the Paldea region and was taken aback by the remarkable transformation of the charcoal samurai post-evolution. Though its level had not increased, its combat performance had undergone a qualitative leap. Charizard traced a graceful arc through the sky, its wings stirring up scorching currents. It suddenly dove, claws gleaming with emerald energy, its signature dragon claw attack. Counter with Shadow Claw. Ash shouted immediately. Sangyin Blade Spirit's form sank, the purple flames on its blades surging dramatically. Just as Charizard was about to strike, its figure blurred, transforming into a purple afterimage that struck from an improbable angle. The moment their powers collided, a deafening roar erupted, sending shockwaves that made the surrounding trees sway violently. Charizard abruptly altered its strategy, its tail flame flaring. Is it going to use Shadow Claw? Ash discerned his partner's intent, recalling how he had specifically taught Charizard this technique. Indeed, Charizard's right claw was enveloped in a layer of black, claw-like energy. Be careful. This move is particularly effective against ghost types. Ash's warning prompted Sangyin Blade Spirit to swiftly adjust its stance. It quickly retreated, crossing its blades before its chest to block Charizard's attack. Boom. The Shadow Claw struck forcefully against Sangyin Blade Spirit's blades, sending blue-purple sparks flying. Sangyin Blade Spirit was forced back several meters, but successfully mitigated the lethal blow. It looked up at Charizard in the air, a glimmer of admiration in its eyes. Truly, Charizard was a formidable senior. It's time. Ash suddenly raised his right hand. Sanyan Blade Spirit. Use Regret Sword. Charizard, not to be outdone, began to gather dazzling flames in its mouth, preparing to unleash a volcanic inferno. The temperature in the vicinity surged, and the air warped under the intense heat. Just at that critical moment, Professor Oak's voice boomed, "Stop! Are you trying to blow up my laboratory? If you were battling in the depths of the backyard, that would be one thing, but this is too close to the building." Both Pokémon halted simultaneously. Charizard executed a graceful spin and landed steadily, while Sanyan Blade Spirit elegantly sheathed its blades. They exchanged smiles, nodding at each other in mutual respect, heroes recognizing heroes. Ash dashed forward, exuberantly patting their shoulders. "Splendid. You will receive an extra meal tonight." Professor Oak approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Ash, please remember to inform me in advance about the Pokémon tests next time. Moreover, you should keep your distance from the house." His gaze lingered on the two Pokémon, a scholarly curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Nonetheless, this data is indeed invaluable. The Blazeblade Ghost holds significant research potential. Chapter 121, Arrival at Competitor Village. Blastoise suddenly bent down, its cannons erupting with two powerful jets of water that surged towards Charizard. The latter flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the air with agility, effortlessly evading the water blasts. In response, it unleashed a barrage of sharp air blades, slicing through the air like glinting daggers aimed at Blastoise. Reacting swiftly, Blastoise raised its sturdy shell in defense. The air blades collided with its shell, sparking a shower of embers. Blastoise, with a fierce roar, it concentrated energy once more into a water cannon. This time, the assault was even more ferocious, propelled by immense force towards Charizard. The fire-breathing dragon spiraled gracefully in the air, artfully dodging the oncoming water blast, an impressive testament to its flying skills acquired from the fossil pterodactyl. Squirtle, Seed. The audience, consisting of the Squirtle Squad and Bulbasaur, cheered on Ash's Charizard and the Azure Blastoise. The 5 Squirtless, whose ultimate evolution was Blastoise, could hardly contain their excitement at witnessing their evolution in battle. Such scenes were not uncommon in Professor Oak's backyard. Ash, Gary, Misty, and their Pokémon engaged in friendly battles, honing their combat experience. The matches were staggered. Less powerful Pokémon awaited their turn until the elite and semi-elite Pokémon completed their duels. Battles ranged from 1-on-1 to 2-on-2, as well as multi-Pokémon skirmishes, all designed to cultivate synergy among Pokémon. During this time, Professor Oak was in a state of sheer bliss. Ash had unveiled an entire array of paradoxical Pokémon, and Professor Oak yearned to devote himself to research, forsaking food and drink. Even the 3 future Pokémon Knights and the not yet fully recovered Miltank were not spared from his studies. After all, the might of Professor Oak's mainstay Pokémon, Dragonite, effortlessly subdued this group. The Professor's confidence stemmed from his mastery over any Pokémon he chose to investigate. Yet, for reasons unknown, after several days of consuming food infused with secret spices, Miltank had regained its vitality but still remained in its motorcycle form, showing no inclination to enter battle mode. Throughout this period, Ash had acquired the desired skill learning machines and imitation herbs. In the Quartz Conference, Ash did not intend to restrict battles solely to Pokémon of elite rank and above. He planned to utilize a combination of high, elite, and semi-elite Pokémon, reserving a semi-elite slot as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Elite Pokémon would serve as the primary combatants, while high-level Pokémon would purely act as experience absorbers. As long as he did not face Gary right off the bat, the league tournament would serve as Ash's training ground. Upon Gary's return, he refrained from recounting his experiences in Lavender Town, and Ash paid it no mind. After 2 months of recovery, Gary finally had the chance to rev up his flashy pink sports car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ash felt the exuberant Gary had returned. "Make sure to fasten your seatbelt, or you might be thrown out." Gary, brimming with excitement, buckled up. "I drive fast." Ash calmly secured his own seatbelt, while Pikachu and Eevee settled into the back seat. Only the 2 of them set off. Misty would accompany them during the elimination rounds. 2 trainers from Pallet Town, contemporaries of Ash and Gary, had departed a couple of days prior. Unlike those newcomers, nearly all the townsfolk had gathered voluntarily to send off Ash and Gary, for both were considered potential champions. "Ash and Gary, you must do your best. If you make it to the elimination rounds, we and Professor Oak will be there to cheer for you." Misty called out encouragingly to the duo in the car. "We will not disappoint everyone's expectations." Gary confidently waved goodbye to the residents with his left hand while gripping the steering wheel with his right, speeding away under their watchful gaze. Once they could no longer see Misty and the others, Ash withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror. I'll take a nap. When you tire, we can switch and reach the quartz plateau early. Sounds good. They alternated resting while the car kept moving, arriving at the quartz conference venue by the following morning. As soon as they parked, Gary immediately doubled over next to the greenery, retching. Ash, noticing, quickly retrieved a bottle of water from the trunk and handed it to him for rinsing. How could you drive so fast? After a moment of recuperation, Gary took the water from Ash, rinsed, and spat it into the nearby shrubs. During the first half on flat terrain, I drove swiftly. But I didn't expect you to accelerate even more uphill. This guy, utilizing his aura abilities, could gauge the terrain ahead, driving recklessly and repeatedly jolting a half-asleep Gary awake until he finally succumbed to slumber in the wee hours. Even Pikachu and Eevee in the backseat opted to retreat into their Pokeballs due to the bumpy ride. It wasn't when we passed Victory Road that those Geodude came rushing after us. Ash sheepishly scratched his head. While it was true they encountered Geodude and Onyx on the way, the latter part was entirely due to him forgetting to slow down in his excitement. Having ridden the speedster Arcanine, he felt the car was far too slow. Perhaps he could race on Miltank's motorcycle form in the future. Once Gary recovered, Ash accompanied him to the registration hall to sign up and draw lots. The league tournament was a significant event across various regions, and for many trainers, the most prestigious competition they would ever participate in was the league tournament. Were there events of even higher prestige? Indeed. Gym Leaders Challenges, the Elite Fours Championship tournaments, and the forthcoming World Championships. Naturally, these competitions were largely inaccessible to ordinary trainers. Such grand events attracted countless spectators, leading to a full house at nearby inns. Fortunately, the league had preemptively planned. Ash and Gary would reside in Competitor Village, where the league provided complimentary lodging and Pokemon healing services. After registering their details, Ash and Gary received the keys to their respective rooms. The draw for matchups and venues would take place the following day, so today, they needed to rest well. Chapter 122, Pre-Match. The next day, Ash rose early, not rushing to awaken Gary next door. Observing that it was still early, he took a leisurely run around Competitor Village to familiarize himself with the surroundings. An hour before the draw, Ash roused Gary for breakfast before heading to the lottery. Upon arriving at the registration hall, Ash and Gary followed the staff's guidance to draw lots. Ash drew the water arena, his opponent a man clad in a pink coat with shoulder-length green hair. Ash had witnessed him performing magic tricks by the roadside the previous day. The water arena is the venue for the third match, commencing at 2 in the afternoon. Please do not be late, the receptionist reminded with a smile. Thank you. After Gary completed his draw, the two exited together. Shimizu has selected the grass arena for the fourth match, and the two of them have little to do this morning. They can watch the matches if they wish, or they may choose to rest or train in designated areas. The rules of the Quartz Conference dictate that the first 4 rounds consist of battles featuring 3 Pokemon per participant, held in the arenas of water, grass, ice, and rock. The 256 competitors will have their arenas determined by a lottery, and they must achieve consecutive victories to advance to the 5th round. Beginning with the 5th round, standard battle arenas will be employed, and each competitor will still utilize 3 Pokemon, with matchups determined by a draw. From the 6th round onward, the 8 finalists will engage in full 6-on-6 battles. In the animated series, Shimizu was eliminated in the top 32, while Satoshi reached the top 16. However, that is merely a relic of the past. The current Satoshi and Shimizu have undoubtedly surpassed their animated counterparts in strength. It seems luck is on your side, Satoshi. At least you won to be eliminated in the first round by facing me, Shimizu teased as he draped an arm over Satoshi's shoulder. If you were to encounter me in the first round, it would be you who faces early elimination, Satoshi retorted. The two shared a laugh as they exited the registration hall, the brilliant sunlight casting a warm glow upon them, adding a touch of warmth to the upcoming competition. Not far from their exit, a man clad in a purple magician's attire obstructed their path. He donned a tall top hat, and his cloak billowed in the wind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is my first match opponent you, Satoshi from Masera Town? He inquired, slightly bowing in a theatrical gesture reminiscent of a magician. I am the magician, Doru. His voice dripped with an unmistakable air of superiority, his gaze radiating condescension. Although he approached with a greeting, his haughty demeanor immediately caused Shimizu to furrow his brow. Shimizu discreetly leaned closer to Satoshi, whispering, "Let us teach him a lesson this afternoon." His discontent with this arrogant individual was evident. "Even without your urging, I would do just that," Satoshi conveyed resolutely through his aura. He then turned towards Doru, nodding respectfully yet firmly. "Hello. I hope your arrogance is matched by your prowess." Doru, standing in such close proximity, naturally overheard Shimizu's words, but merely responded with a derisive chuckle. "Heh, The outcome is already clear. He interpreted Satoshi's silence toward Shimizu as a sign of timidity, his smugness intensifying. Suddenly, Doru waved his right hand, and with a flourish, a pokeball materialized in his palm as if by magic. The sphere gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and he deliberately allowed it to spin dexterously between his fingers. I shall ensure the audience enjoys the show. Doru elongated his syllables, a mocking glint in his eyes, making sure you linger on the battlefield for a while. Heh, Satoshi scoffed dismissively, then took Shimizu's hand and walked away. For someone who relished flaunting their superiority, Satoshi's contemptuous smile and swift departure wielded far more power than any words could convey. Observing Satoshi's reaction, Doru turned to watch them leave, his eyes twitching with irritation. This fellow, let's settle this quickly this afternoon, and teach this impolite brat a lesson about his inferiority. Shimizu happened to glance back, just in time to see Doru gritting his teeth. But Doru quickly composed himself and turned away. Haha, Satoshi, you really ought to have looked back at his expression. Shimizu chuckled. I've seen that look many times before. Doru in the original story was rather unceremoniously defeated by a never-trained, malnourished kingler. A mere buffoon, unworthy of concern. In Masera Town, at Professor Yamamoto's laboratory, Mitsuki stood before a full-length mirror in her room, gently rotating her body to scrutinize her reflection. The afternoon sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on her white dress. The delicate lace trim of her skirt swayed with her movements, resembling a blooming lily. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, the pearl hairpin glimmering softly in the sunlight. This outfit was a birthday gift from Satoshi. The pearls round and lustrous, lending an air of elegance amid her dark tresses. Is the collar a bit crooked? She murmured to herself, her slender fingers smoothing out non-existent creases along the neckline. The girl in the mirror possessed skin as pale as snow, her bright eyes shining, and the white dress accentuating her ethereal beauty. Satoshi is participating in the quartz conference. I must be there to cheer him on. The woman who visited Professor Yamamoto last year had placed considerable pressure on her. She had not anticipated that Satoshi would have such a beautiful childhood friend. I will not concede. The girl's radiant smile reflected in the mirror, her eyes brimming with affection and anticipation. The afternoon sun bathed the airport's glass walls, refracting dazzling rays of light. The brown-haired girl stood before the terminal, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the departing flight, her amber eyes mirroring the clear sky. She wore a light blue short coat over a white t-shirt, paired with dark jeans and comfortable sneakers, presenting a fresh and capable demeanor. Finally, I'm going home. She exhaled softly, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. The wheels of her suitcase rolled across the floor, producing a gentle sound. At the boarding gate, she retrieved her ticket to check it, then stepped onto the aircraft. Once she located her seat, she stowed her belongings, settled by the window, and lightly tapped her fingers against the armrest, her spirit buoyant. It had been so long since her last visit. She wondered if Satoshi and Shimizu would show surprise upon seeing her. Cradling her chin in her hand, she gazed out at the slowly drifting clouds, her thoughts wandering far away. In her memories, the sunshine of Masera Town was always so warm, the sounds of insects in the forest, the Pokémon in the laboratory's backyard, and the group of childhood friends who grew up together. I wonder how they are doing now, she whispered softly, her fingers unconsciously curling around the ends of her brown hair. The plane ascended gradually, piercing through the clouds, heading towards the Kanto region. Yet her heart had already soared back to that town filled with cherished memories. Chapter 123, vs Doru. Today's third match at the water arena is finally about to commence. The announcer's booming voice resonated throughout the venue, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The green team represents Satoshi from Masera Town, while the red team features the magician Doru. The big screen displayed their portraits, with Satoshi appearing focused and resolute while Doru wore a confident smirk, exuding an air of assured victory. Satoshi is a rookie trainer debuting this year, while Doru is a highly popular trainer known for his flamboyant battling style. The announcer continued, each trainer will use 3 Pokemon. Let the match at the water arena begin. With a swift motion of the referee's flag, Satoshi and Doru simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Now it's showtime, Satoshi, Doru declared, elegantly twisting his wrist as the Pokeball arced gracefully through the air. Thank you for granting me victory. Satoshi smirked, unwavering in his response. No need for thanks. You won't win. Go, coconut tree, Doru shouted, and with a flash of light, a tall coconut tree landed solidly on the floating platform, its 3 heads swaying in unison. Emitting a low hum, Satoshi gently patted the Pokeball at his waist, chuckling softly. Scyther, be gentle when you strike. Swish. A sharp white light flashed, and Scyther appeared like a phantom above the water's surface, its sleek blades gliding gracefully through the water, creating delicate ripples. Its gaze was cold and piercing, as if it had already locked onto its prey. A gasp of awe erupted from the audience, only because Ash unexpectedly unleashed a long-extinct fossil Pokémon. Although the technology to resurrect fossils has been developed, it has only been employed on a limited scale. Thus, fossil Pokémon remain exceedingly rare. This particular creature is one that has never been seen before. It is a fossil Pokémon. Dov's brow furrowed slightly, but he soon regained his confident smile. How intriguing. Let me see if your Kabutops can keep up with my tempo. The two Pokémon landed on the floating platform of the aquatic arena, instantly eliciting gasps from the audience. Dov sent out an Exeggutor, while Ash astonishingly deployed a Kabutops. This is a remarkably rare fossil Pokémon, regrettably. Kabutops possesses a quadruple weakness to grass due to its rock and water typing, indicating that this match may be decidedly one-sided. However, even with such a significant disadvantage, one must first assess the disparity in strength. Dov's Exeggutor is only level 35, while the Kabutops stands at a formidable level 46, essentially making it akin to a battle in a novice cup. Initially intended as a training exercise, Ash is particularly eager to assist, especially towards those who boldly approach him with an attitude that seems to challenge. If you think you can defeat me, go ahead. He is always more than willing to fulfill such candid and urgent desires. For him, this is not merely a Pokémon battle, but a noble act of kindness, a chance to aid others. After all, how could one possibly refuse such a sincere and rare request? Name, Kabutops. Gender, male. Ability, Swift Swim. Types, Rock, Water. Terrestrial type, Water. Held item, none. Strength, Elite level 46. Skills, Swords Dance, X-Scissor, Stealth Rock, Stone Edge, Rain Dance, Cut, Night Slash, Feint Attack, Absorb, Water Jet, Mud Shot. Origin Pulse, Liquidation, Protect. Exeggutor, use Hypnosis. Dov elegantly waved his arm, his voice imbued with the dramatic flair of a magician. The three heads of Exeggutor simultaneously glowed with a soft pink light, their 6 eyes shimmering with an enigmatic radiance, sending rippling waves of hypnotic energy towards Kabutops. As a magician's Pokémon, this Exeggutor's psychic abilities are far more refined than those of a typical trainer's. Dov's strategy was clear. First, to use Hypnosis to control the fossil Pokémon, which appeared somewhat rock-type, then to finish the battle with grass-type moves. You will be swiftly defeated. This is the price you pay for disregarding me, Dov. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Dov's mouth, as he envisioned Ash's impending defeat. However, were Ash to glean his thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. This fellow's calculations were quite loud, but unfortunately misguided. Kabutops, dive into the water to evade. Then use Rain Dance. Ash's command was crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Kabutops reacted with lightning speed as the hypnotic waves approached. It retracted its sides and elegantly leaned back. Splash! With a resounding thud, it plunged into the water, sending up a spray. The waves of hypnosis skimmed across the water's surface, creating only a few ripples, failing to hit their mark. Subsequently, the submerged Kabutops swiftly swung its sides, manipulating the water to form a whirlpool. It raised its head and emitted a low cry, a plume of vapor bursting forth from its mouth, soaring skyward. Boom! The previously clear sky abruptly darkened, with ominous clouds gathering at a visible pace, soon shrouding the entire arena. Torrential raindrops cascaded down, pummeling the water's surface and generating a multitude of fine splashes. The entire aquatic arena was instantly enveloped in a curtain of rain, rendering visibility hazy and oppressive. Dov's expression shifted slightly. Rainwater trickled down his hair, soaking his pink jacket. He hadn't anticipated Ash's strategy to be so resolute. Rain Dance. What is he attempting? Lacking intelligence on fossil Pokémon, Dov was momentarily bewildered by Ash's actions, unaware that Kabutops' ability is Swift Swim. The audience erupted in astonished exclamations, and the commentator's voice rose in excitement. An astonishing counter. Ash's Kabutops not only flawlessly evaded hypnosis, but also altered the weather with Rain Dance. The rhythm of this battle is now entirely governed by the rain. Ash stood amidst the downpour, his gaze sharp as a blade. The moment this battle commenced in the rain, it was already concluded. Now, I shall dictate the tempo. Dov, seeing the hypnosis fail, momentarily displayed surprise but quickly regained his composure, calling out, Exeggutor, use Confusion. The eyes of Exeggutor's 3 heads gleamed with an eerie purple light, unleashing an invisible force that surged towards Kabutops in the water. Ash's lips curled upward slightly as he commanded without hesitation, Kabutops, Swords Dance. then water jet. Empowered by the rain, Kabutops' speed surged as it shot forth from the water, landing on the floating platform and performing a vigorous and powerful dance with its sides. At Ash's urging, Kabutops deftly avoided the invisible attack. Upon completing its sword's dance, it immediately leaned back into the water, then, utilizing the water from the aquatic arena, surged forth with a water jet towards Exeggutor. Exeggutor, don't be afraid. Continue with confusion. Transforming into a column of water, Kabutops raced towards Exeggutor, its sides moving rapidly. The enhancement from Sword's Dance elevating its momentum to its zenith. The clash between Exeggutor's confusion and Kabutops' water jet ignited a fierce gust of energy. Yet, with the advantage of level and the speed boost from Swift Swim combined with the offensive power from Sword's Dance, Kabutops merely hesitated for a moment before breaking through the barrier of confusion and crashing into Exeggutor. Exeggutor staggered back, nearly teetering off the floating platform. Chapter 124, First Victory. Seizing the moment, Scissor. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing another command. Kabutops' sides glimmered with a sharp, white light as it struck swiftly towards Exeggutor's trunk. Exeggutor attempted to evade, but found the platform too small and its own size too cumbersome, managing only to awkwardly dodge vital areas. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Exeggutor's body was struck by Scissor, causing it to emit a cry of intense pain. Fear filled the eyes of its three heads, and its body began to tremble. Dov, now sweating profusely, shouted urgently, Exeggutor, pull yourself together and use Seed Bomb. However, Exeggutor, having not trained its grass-type moves in a long while, launched a Seed Bomb that was feeble and ineffective, failing to reach Kabutops, which effortlessly dodged with a nimble sidestep. Kabutops, use Stone Edge. Ash's gaze was resolute, his voice brimming with confidence. He then supplemented with the power of Aura, then used Sword's Dance. Kabutops spread its arms wide as countless sharp stones coalesced from above the floating platform, hurtling towards Exeggutor. Exeggutor was powerless to resist, succumbing to the full brunt of the Stone Edge attack. It let out a pained scream, collapsing onto the platform, unable to continue battling. As Exeggutor fell, Kabutops continued to dance with its sides, performing Sword's Dance to further enhance its prowess. To the audience, it appeared as if Kabutops was executing a victory dance, though only a few could discern that it was still augmenting its strength. With Exeggutor incapacitated, Kabutops emerged victorious. The audience fell into a stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. No one had anticipated that what was expected to be a lopsided match in favor of Dov would conclude with an overwhelming victory for the novice trainer, Ash. Dov stood frozen in disbelief, while Ash smiled, eagerly awaiting the release of Dov's second Pokémon. Duowu was taken aback by the swiftness of his defeat. His countenance fluctuating between despair and indignation, the earlier arrogance now dissipated. Nevertheless, he mustered a defiant retort. Perhaps this is merely the fortune of a novice. I shall not hold back any longer. Go, Seadra. In a flash of white light, a seahorse-like Pokémon emerged from the water. The moment Seadra appeared, it undulated its spiny body, carving a graceful arc through the water, surrounded by an ethereal blue glow, seemingly proclaiming its strength to its opponent. The fierce glint in its eyes ignited the fighting spirit of Scyther. Ash remained unfazed, unperturbed by the presence of Seadra. Ultimately, it was merely a water-type subdragon, and even its evolution into a dragon-type Kingdra required dragon-scale assistance. A level 36 Seadra. With its emergence, Duowu regained some composure, shouting, Seadra, use smokescreen. A jet of ink-black liquid erupted from Seadra's mouth, instantly engulfing the aquatic arena in a chaotic shroud. Gasps arose from the audience, their vision obscured, leaving them to speculate about the underwater skirmish. Yet Ash remained resolute. His aura discerned Seadra's location through the inky haze. Scyther, water jet. Responding to the command, Scyther navigated with ease through the murky waters, its ability allowing it to swim unimpeded by the turbid surroundings. Its dual blades left fleeting afterimages as it surged forth. Propelled by a torrent of water, resembling a brown lance piercing through the waves, aimed directly at Seadra. Sensing imminent danger, Seadra twisted its body to evade. But Scyther's speed was too swift to elude. The water jet struck true, sending Seadra reeling backward from the sheer force. Duowu gritted his teeth, commanding, use Dragon Pulse. Seadra concentrated a violet energy sphere in its mouth and launched it at Scyther. A smirk crept onto Ash's lips as he replied, hold your ground. Now, use Fury Cutter. Scyther crossed its arms, forming a verdant barrier that flawlessly absorbed the Dragon Pulse. Immediately afterward, it coated its sides in bug-type energy and charged at Seadra with thunderous momentum. Seadra attempted to retaliate, but Scyther's relentless assault overwhelmed it, landing a precise fury cutter to its abdomen, sending it crashing into the water. The surface erupted in a massive splash as Seadra struggled to resurface, its body marred with wounds and its energy waning. Duowu's forehead creased with tension as he hoarsely shouted, "Use Dragon Pulse again." However, the weakened Seadra could not gather the dragon energy before Scyther's blade struck it forcefully, sending it hurtling onto the floating platform. For the final blow, Stone Edge, Ash commanded, and with a flick of his wrist, Scyther burst forth from the water, ascending onto the platform to conjure a multitude of sharp rocks that rained down upon Seadra, engulfing it entirely. As the echoes of the rock bombardment faded, Seadra lay incapacitated on the platform, defeated. The crowd erupted in an even more fervent cheer. Duowu's face drained of color, staggering back a step, nearly dropping the Pokeball in his hand. Ash gently caressed Scyther's Pokeball, his gaze piercing as he addressed Duowu. "I will show no mercy to your next Pokemon either." Duowu's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His pupils dilated, as if witnessing an inconceivable sight. Unsteadily, he retreated, his boots scraping against the rough ground, producing a grating sound. His fingers, gripping the Pokeball, turned white from excessive tension, the perspiration from his palm rendering the sphere slick. The red and white orb, which bore his every hope, trembled in his quaking grasp, nearly slipping from his fingers. "I will show no mercy to your next Pokemon either." The resolute tone of the young trainer's voice resonated with unwavering determination, each word striking Duowu's heart like a hammer. Duowu's chest heaved with intensity, his throat constricted painfully. He clenched his jaw, the line of his chin taut with resolve. As his fingers brushed against the last Pokeball at his waist, the icy touch evoked memories of his struggles alongside Zubat. Am I truly about to lose? A round-robin elimination? How can I face my family, friends, and fans? How can I let down my Pokemon? This outcome is unacceptable. Go, Zubat. The cry shattered the tense atmosphere. Duowu swung his arm with tremendous force, the Pokeball slipping from his grasp, and in that moment, he felt his very spirit soar. As the white light coalesced to reveal Zubat, fragments of memories from his journey as a trainer flickered in his mind, silhouettes soaring through morning mist. The warmth shared during training sessions, and the crisp sound of high-fives following each victory. As Zubat unfurled its wings, casting a shadow over the arena, a smile of relief unexpectedly graced Duowu's lips. What does it matter if defeat is at hand? At least they persevered until the final moment. In that instant, his spine straightened, embodying a dignity that surpassed any trophy. Zubat, give it your all. In the end, Duowu could not triumph over Scyther, departing the battlefield with a smile of acceptance, accompanied by 3 incapacitated Pokemon. Observing this scene, Ash couldn't help but jest. If this were a passionate novel or manga, Duowu might just rise again. Still hoping for a comeback? It seems you're simply seeking a comforting pat on the head. Not every participant in the Indigo conference had earned all 8 badges. Even among those who had, not all possessed the most prestigious 8 badges. Among the 8 badges, aside from Brock and the Cerulean sisters, the remaining gym leaders, like Misty, Koga, Sabrina, and Giovanni, were not easily bested by novice trainers. Moreover, the current preliminary rounds were inundated with competitors, some of whom gained entry via examinations or school recommendations, resulting in a significant disparity in contestant abilities. Some competitors might fall short of the standards required for the league competition, yet still manage to enter the tournament, with a few even securing respectable rankings. After leaving the arena, Ash encountered Gary in the contestant corridor. "You performed admirably. Now watch how I shine. I'll be keeping an eye on you from the waiting room." The two exchanged high-fives before parting ways, one heading to the battle arena, the other to the players' lounge. Gary effortlessly overcame his opponent in this round, concluding the first bout. Squirtle, Defense Curl, Ash commanded, having just undergone 3 rounds of shell strengthening. "Shelter, retreat into your shell," Gary instructed. Upon receiving the command, Squirtle tightened its small frame, its shell gleaming with a metallic sheen, delicate patterns glimmering with a faint blue light, visibly increasing its hardness. Meanwhile, Shelter swiftly closed its spiny shell, curling into a ball, its spikes quivering as if gathering power. "Now use Aura Sphere." Ash's voice rang out with unwavering confidence. Reinforced, Squirtle brought its claws together, concentrating a blue energy sphere before thrusting it forward. The Aura Sphere surged forth with a whistling wind, aimed directly at Shelter. The retreating shell only elevated its physical defense by 1 stage, meaning the special attack of Aura Sphere would not be mitigated by its enhanced stats against Ice-type Shelter. "Shelter, Spike Cannon," Gary countered fiercely. Suddenly, Shelter unfurled its shell, its spikes expanding explosively, emitting a blinding white light as a thick beam of spikes shot toward Squirtle. Squirtle, water jet, Ash commanded. At the opportune moment, Ash decisively commanded the use of aura power. As he drew closer, he shifted tactics and unleashed a water tail, sending the foe flying. Squirtle, enveloped in a swirling torrent of water, darted swiftly across the icy arena towards Shelter's position. The two attacks collided with a thunderous crash at the center of the floating platform, erupting into a vast cloud of mist. As the mist began to dissipate, a turtle's head emerged, encased in water, hurtling directly towards Shelter. Squirtle then withdrew into its shell and began to spin. Little Jean, caught off guard, scrambled to respond. Shelter retreated into its shell, and in an instant, the entire shell began to whirl madly, resembling a rapidly spinning spike, attempting to deflect the oncoming Squirtle. Just as Squirtle was about to reach Shelter, the water surrounding it shifted, coalescing around its tail instead. Before Little Jean could react, a water tail struck Shelter, sending it soaring away. Upon landing, without waiting for Ash's command, Squirtle conjured an aura sphere in its paws and pursued. Shelter, propelled by the water tail, traced an arc through the air, and before it could stabilize, Squirtle's aura sphere was upon it. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Shelter crashed heavily against the edge of the platform, its shell losing numerous spikes and releasing wisps of water vapor, evidently gravely injured. Shelter, use Ice Shard, Little Jean exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Shelter struggled to rise, icy energy swirling around it as it conjured 3 blocks of ice that swiftly flew toward Squirtle. However, Ash remained calm, his gaze sharp. Squirtle, retreat into your shell and spin rapidly. Responding to the command, Squirtle withdrew its limbs into its shell and began to spin at high speed, creating a trail of ice shards upon the floating platform. The gusts generated by its spinning deflected the ice shards, sending fragments of ice hurtling back in the opposite direction. Little Jean gritted his teeth and shouted, "Now's your chance, clamp down on it." Shelter's formidable shell could exert tremendous pressure. Once it closed, no matter how strong the opponent, it would be impossible to pry it open. When it clamped down, the soft inner part would be exposed, making it a desperate but risky offensive strategy. Clearly, this was Little Jean's last-ditch effort. Shelter seized upon a slight opening exposed by Squirtle's spin, abruptly opening its toothy shell and snapping towards the turtle. Yet Squirtle's shell, having undergone multiple fortifications, had compensated for its previous damage, proving more resilient than Shelter had anticipated. As soon as the shells made contact, a grating sound echoed. Neither Squirtle's nor Shelter's shells could prevail over the other. Now, Ash seized the moment and commanded, "Water gun." Thanks to the shell fortification and Shelter's prior injuries, the outcome was now evident. Not good. Shelter spit it out. Squirtle did not emerge from its shell. Instead, as Shelter opened its shell, it began to spin, with holes in its shell spewing forth 5 powerful jets of water. The impact of the water gun sent Shelter flying, crashing forcefully against the protective wall at the edge of the arena, before sliding helplessly to the ground, its shell riddled with cracks, its eyes swirling with dizziness. Completely unable to continue the battle, Shelter was out of the fight, and Squirtle emerged victorious. Squirtle poked its head and limbs out of its shell, donned sunglasses, and struck a pose, exuding an air of triumph. Subsequently, it radiated a white light and evolved into Wartortle after achieving level 36, a somewhat late evolution compared to its peers. Nevertheless, it had mastered all the learnable skills by that point. Go Houndoom! Though aware of the type disadvantage, Little Jean summoned his strongest Pokémon. As this Houndoom had learned Dragon Rage, anime original, Houndoom made a powerful entrance, shaking off the chill that surrounded it. Such a majestic Pokémon prompted a thunderous cheer from the audience. After all, classified as a legendary Pokémon, not a mythical beast, Houndoom's appearance was certainly impressive. Chapter 126, The Arrival of Dr. Sakuragi. Little Jean's eyes gleamed with determination. Houndoom, use Dragon Rage. Houndoom howled to the sky, generating a mighty water vortex that swept up ice chunks from the arena and hurled them at Wartortle. Ash raised an eyebrow. Is this right? Although he had seen Houndoom's abilities in the system, witnessing it use Dragon Rage left him momentarily stunned. A fire-type Houndoom conjuring a water vortex for an attack was indeed unexpected. Skills were scarce in the first generation, but Houndoom could learn Dragon Rage through a TM. It wasn't surprising that Houndoom could use Dragon Rage, as it had been depicted in the original series, but the manifestation of the skill was quite different. Quickly regaining his composure, Ash understood that in Pokémon battles, one must not let emotions cloud their judgment. Although Houndoom had a slightly higher level than Wartortle, the latter possessed a type advantage and had already undergone shell fortification, making victory attainable. Wartortle, hold your ground. Then, use Water Pulse. He commanded loudly, his voice cutting through the din of the arena. A green barrier enveloped Wartortle, straining to withstand the impact of the water vortex. The vortex collided with the barrier, causing ripples to dance across its surface, threatening to shatter it at any moment. However, Wartortle remained unfazed as the water vortex gradually diminished. Gathering strength, it launched a brilliant blue water ball at Houndoom once the vortex dissipated. Little Jean, with a grave expression, called out, "Houndoom, use flamethrower." Houndoom unleashed a torrent of searing flames, rapidly forming a massive fiery whirlpool on the ground. The scorching fire clashed with the icy water ball, instantly enveloping the entire arena in steam. Visibility plummeted, and gasps echoed from the audience as they anxiously watched the unfolding battle. Ash's gaze remained focused as he decisively commanded through the aura. Wartortle, summon rain. Under the cover of steam, Wartortle called forth a torrential downpour. In an instant, heavy rain fell, quickly clearing the arena for visibility. Houndoom shook its head, the downpour causing its fur to cling uncomfortably to its body. Little Jean's expression shifted. His Houndoom particularly loathed rainy weather, becoming significantly more agitated during such conditions. "Houndoom, stay calm and use Flame Wheel," he urged. Houndoom swiftly executed Flame Wheel, evaporating the rainwater from its fur as it charged toward Wartortle. The fiery wheel left a trail in its wake, the intense flames melting the icy arena and evaporating the rainwater that had fallen upon it. From a distance, it resembled a steampunk locomotive gliding across the icy surface. Wartortle, use Water Gun. Were it any other novice trainer witnessing the 2-meter diameter fire whirl, they might have urged their Pokémon to evade its ferocity. However, with maximum enhancements and the rainy environment, Wartortle would not shy away from its might. Observing Ash's spirited performance from the stands, Green silently analyzed the battle. His own fight was finished, and he aimed to prepare for future encounters with Ash by studying his combat style. Though this level of battle did not compel Ash to use his full strength, gleaning insights would still aid Green in understanding Ash's battling habits and strategies. Watching Ash radiate confidence on the battlefield, a smile crept onto Green's face. "Ash, only a rival like you deserves my utmost effort." The arena reverberated with a thunderous explosion as the wind speed dog was forcefully propelled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to rise but found its strength nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, Ash's eyes glimmered with a hint of defiance as he declared loudly, "Wind speed dog, we have not yet lost. Channel your final strength, Dragon's Fury." "All right, Squirtle, let us have it rest with a water gun." Sensing the wind speed dog's frailty through the aura, Ash commanded Squirtle to deliver the final blow. The wind speed dog laboriously lifted its head, a spark of determination igniting in its eyes. It howled once more to the heavens before succumbing to defeat. The wind speed dog lost its fighting capability, and Squirtle emerged victorious, declaring Ash of Pallet Town the winner of this match. As the third round concluded, Ash's remarkable performance of 3 consecutive victories garnered him immense popularity. During lunch, an unexpected visitor approached Ash. "Big Brother Ash." Songtai clung to him like a koala finding a perfect branch. To Ash's surprise, Dr. Sakuragi and his son had arrived at the venue just as Ash entered the top 64. The absence of Koharu and Mrs. Sakuragi puzzled Ash, as Kohara should have finished her exams by now. "Big Brother Ash, you're amazing. Can we take a photo together? I want to show Kenji and the others." After seating Songtai, Ash posed for a picture with him. Through Songtai's enthusiastic recounting, Ash finally understood the source of his excitement. Their kindergarten had organized a viewing of the league championship, showcasing Ash's appearance, leading Songtai to boast to his friends about knowing Ash. However, his friends were skeptical and demanded proof. Despite this, he truly was just a child. After taking pictures with Ash, Songtai rushed over to Shigeru to request a photo, which Shigeru readily agreed to. The 3 of them then took a group photo, leaving Songtai content as he returned to Mrs. Sakuragi with the Rotom phone in hand. "Oh, Ash." Dr. Sakuragi approached Ash, rubbing his hands together in an awkward manner. "I've heard that you captured a very rare Pokémon. May I observe it as well?" It turned out that the Sakuragi family had first visited Pallet Town, where they encountered Professor Oak, who was studying the Paradox Pokémon. Dr. Sakuragi immediately sought to collaborate on the research, only to be firmly declined by Professor Oak. Thus, in pursuit of research rights for the Paradox Pokémon, Dr. Sakuragi and Songtai moved ahead, while Mrs. Sakuragi and Koharu remained at Ash's home, waiting for him to enter the top 32 before coming to watch. If you wish to observe, do so alongside your mentor, but keep it a secret for now. Ash was equally curious about the truth behind the Paradox Pokémon. Yet its origins were intertwined with the time machine, making confidentiality imperative. Understood, he replied. Satisfied, the father-son duo sat across from Ash and Shigeru, enjoying their lunch before departing with contentment. However, Ash couldn't shake the feeling that Dr. Sakuraji's gaze held the anticipation of an impending spectacle. Chapter 127, The Grass Arena, Kuno. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated final round of the Quartz League preliminaries is about to commence. The announcer's impassioned voice resonated throughout the arena. Introducing the red corner contestant from Pallet Town, Ash. This novice trainer has exhibited astonishing prowess in this tournament, maintaining a flawless record of 3 consecutive victories in every battle. The audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Ash adjusted the brim of his cap, a confident smile gracing his lips as he strode toward the battle stage. On his shoulder, Pikachu radiated vitality, chirping energetically while sparks occasionally flickered from its cheek pouches. The green corner contestant was then introduced with a deliberate flourish from Celadon City. It is Kuno. At that moment, a vibrant red silk carpet unfurled from the corridor, seemingly alive as it rolled out toward the battle platform. Following this, 6 butlers clad in black tailcoats emerged, each holding a floral arrangement, showering pink cherry blossom petals into the air. Amidst the cascading petals, a girl adorned in a green furusode gracefully approached. Her long, flowing violet hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly styled into a refined bun and embellished with pearl accessories. Her emerald green eyes sparkled under the spotlight, and her fair complexion radiated with an elegant and confident smile. As she raised her hand to greet the audience, the wide sleeves of her kimono slipped back, revealing delicate wrists adorned with a string of bells that chimed melodically with her movements. Kuno, Kuno, go Miss Kuno. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Cheerleaders in 3 synchronized formations waved colorful streamers and pom-poms, while the back row held up meticulously prepared heart-shaped support signs, rhythmically changing patterns with their chants. A bespectacled girl stood at the forefront, wielding a megaphone to lead the synchronized cheers. Kuno ascended the battle stage with grace, her team of butlers fanning out behind her, as one older butler respectfully presented an exquisite pokeball case. It is an honor to finally meet you, Mr. Ash. Kuno's voice chimed like a clear spring. I have eagerly anticipated this battle ever since learning of your prowess. Pikachu's expression changed to one of surprise. Its ears perked up attentively. Ash remained unfazed, having witnessed many grand spectacles before. The referee raised the flag high, announcing, this match will follow a 3-on-3 format, concluding when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Now, let the match begin. With the sound of the whistle, cherry blossoms once again rained down, marking the commencement of this extraordinary clash between 2 distinct trainers. Big Brother Ash, go for it. Amidst the cacophony, Ash discerned Songtai's voice, who cupped his hands around his mouth, cheering loudly for him. Shigeru sat beside Songtai, nodding in acknowledgement when Ash glanced in his direction. Where did the professor go? Yet, Ash felt assured that Songtai was in safe hands with Shigeru present. Shaking off these thoughts, Ash redirected his focus to his opponent. The girl named Kuno bore a striking resemblance to Rika, both in attire and demeanor. This time, I'm here with my sister Azure. The winner will be the radiant flower, while the loser will be but a wilted bloom. I shall defeat you to prove that I am the superior trainer. Sister? Ash furrowed his brow in contemplation. Had he met her sister before? He couldn't recall. After rummaging through his memories, he found no one resembling this Miss Kuno. Forget it. If I can't remember, there's no point in dwelling on it. Focus on the battle. The 4th round of the preliminaries, the 3rd match in the grass arena, now begins. As the announcer concluded, the large screen illuminated with Ash and Kuno's avatars. Go, Beedrill. Go, Searing Phantom. Upon its entrance, Searing Phantom's strikingly cool appearance ignited enthusiasm among the audience. This Pokémon had never been seen in the Kanto region. Let us invite Dr. Sakuraji to enlighten us about this mysterious and captivating Pokémon. The announcer glanced at the special guest commentator beside him. No wonder Dr. Sakuraji had not been with Songtai. He had been summoned by the League for a Pokédex commentary. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Sakuraji's voice resonated through the speakers. This is Searing Phantom, a Pokémon from the Paldea region. Possessing both fire and ghost attributes, Searing Phantom is clad in an old armor imbued with lingering resentment, wielding a sword forged from the energies of flames and spirits. The dual-armed flame sword, fueled by the vengeful spirit of a swordsman who met his demise before achieving greatness, ignites with an intensity that escalates as the battle commences, transforming into a colossal blade that mercilessly cleaves through adversaries. Possessing a fiercely competitive nature, it relishes close combat, deftly exploiting the enemy's blind spots to minimize distance. delivering devastating blows with its great sword. This remarkable Pokémon is both formidable and exceedingly rare. Notably, its previous form, the Charcoal Samurai, has the potential to evolve into the long-range adept, the Crimson Armored Knight. As Dr. Sakuragi concluded his commentary, the battle on the field reached its climax. The fire-type, Sangyin Renji, effortlessly dispatched the Beedrill, securing the first victory. Is this the evolution of the Pokémon you won from your sister? Just as she described. You are indeed a powerful and fearsome opponent in battle. After stowing away the Beedrill, Kaori initiated a taunting exchange. It was then that Ash realized who her sister was, the very woman who had ensnared him with the pollen of a vile plume. Noticing Ash's indifference, Kaori furrowed her brow and released her second Pokémon. Go, Scyther. Beneath Kaori's gentle exterior lies a competitive spirit akin to that of Rika. Unafraid, even when facing a foe capable of defeating her sister, Scyther took to the skies, its scythes glinting coldly in the sunlight. As the rapid vibrations of its wings sent the surrounding grass flattening to the ground, Kaori tucked a strand of her purple hair behind her ear, a confident smile gracing her lips. Prepare to witness the true strength of my Scyther. Her Scyther ranks among the elite in bug-type Pokémon, and Ash had once entertained the idea of capturing one. Furthermore, Scyther's evolved form, Scizor, is capable of mega evolution, while another evolution, Heracross, also boasts considerable power. The distinctions between Scyther and its two evolutions lie solely in their stat distributions. Their total values remain unchanged. While often termed as evolution, a transformation would be a more fitting description. Chapter 128, Bidu. However, many trainers opt not to evolve their Scyther, following the historical loss of Heracross. The quadruple weakness to fire in Scizor has deterred many from allowing Scyther to evolve. Sangyin Renji, prepare for battle. The flame sword of Sangyin Renji surged dramatically, casting an eerie blue glow that rendered it a hellish fiend. The crackling of flames echoed throughout the silent arena. Quick attack. Scyther initiated the assault, its form swiftly becoming a blur, its sides emanating a brilliant white light, reminiscent of the critical hit quick attack in games. Sangyin Renji stood firm, unwavering as Scyther approached, and with a sudden, powerful swing of its right sword, unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of fiery energy towards Scyther. The collision of their forces sent shockwaves that uprooted the grass, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Observing the situation, Kaori quickly commanded, use agility to circle behind it. Scyther adeptly maneuvered in midair, swiftly positioning itself behind Sangyin Renji, its scythe striking toward its nape like a viper's strike. Sangyin Renji reacted with remarkable speed, sweeping its left sword backward. The clash of the great sword and scythe igniting sparks that scattered like fireworks. Shadow Clone. Ash smirked, relishing the sight of his opponent employing Shadow Clone. As Scyther manifested two clones, Ash promptly signaled Sangyin Renji to discern the true form of its adversary. Sangyin Renji pivoted, unleashing a torrent of blue flames from its right sword toward the Scyther on its left. In disbelief, Scyther witnessed the Requiem blade, infused with Sangyin Renji's emotions and flames, crash into it, inflicting substantial damage while siphoning its vitality. What an exhilarating display. Ash's Sangyin Renji has struck true with a single swing upon turning around. Fortune truly favors Ash. Perhaps Ash indeed enjoyed the favor of Lady Luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traversed here nor encountered his current companions. As he observed Sangyin Renji send Scyther flying, Ash's mind briefly conjured an image from Fruit Battle Special Attack 3, where the Fruit Emperor dismantled the Demon Overlord with a single strike. How majestic! As the grounded Scyther struggled to rise, feeling the searing heat before it, Sangyin Renji denied it the opportunity. Dr. Sakuragi, in his commentary, sought to ensure that viewers did not harbor disdain for Sangyin Renji due to its ruthless tactics, framing its personality as competitive, perhaps influenced by the curse of the armor. Many Sangyin Renji exhibit such traits, and Ash could only endeavor to alter this perception gradually. In this moment, Sangyin Renji pursued relentlessly, executing two strikes that rendered Scyther incapable of battle. With Scyther defeated, Sangyin Renji emerged victorious. As the referee announced the result, a segment of the signal block beneath Kaori's avatar extinguished, indicating she had but one Pokémon remaining. Did Ash truly harbor no intention of showing any mercy? His Sangyin Renji had swiftly vanquished two of Kaori's Pokémon. The situation appeared dire for Miss Kaori. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Kaori fixed her resolute gaze upon Ash. All right, here we go. She released her final Pokémon. To everyone's astonishment, it was merely a Bidu. Despite the defeat of her previous two Pokémon, Kaori's supporters erupted with fervor as Bidu entered the fray. Go, go! You're the best, Kaori. Victory, victory! You're the strongest, Kaori. Ash squinted, noting that this Mewtwo's skill set comprised only Tackle and Leaf Blade, in stark contrast to his Pokémon, which wielded a plethora of skills to broaden their attack range. This Mewtwo seemed to follow a specialization route, potentially posing a challenge. At that moment, Ash recalled that this Mewtwo, in the original narrative, had effortlessly bested Pikachu, earning the title of the strongest Mewtwo. Ultimately, it fell to a Grimer due to the latter's resilient composition against its attacks. Observing his next opponent, a mere sprout, Sangyenrinji arrogantly tilted its head, dismissing Mewtwo as inconsequential. Sangyenrinji, do not underestimate, Ash cautioned, sensing Sangyenrinji's disdain towards Mewtwo. Even a lion exerts full force when tackling a rabbit, and this Mewtwo was certainly no defenseless creature against a tiger. Upon the referee's announcement to commence the third battle, Kaori immediately commanded, Mewtwo, use Leaf Blade. Typically, a Pokémon employing Leaf Blade unleashes a barrage of rapidly rotating blades. However, this Mewtwo only sent forth 2 swiftly flying, yet slowly rotating leaf blades. No, it wasn't that they spun slowly. Rather, they were so fast. Sangyenrinji's fiery eyes flickered as it sensed the impending danger of the 2 blades. I cannot take this head-on. With this realization, Sangyenrinji swiftly retreated and sidestepped, evading the lethal leaf blades. After Sangyenrinji dodged, the stones behind it were effortlessly sliced by the leaf blade. The audience was left in astonishment. Generally, a standard leaf blade merely deflects against rocks. Ideally, it would penetrate or dislodge fragments. To slice through rock in such a manner was utterly extraordinary. Well done, splendid work, Mewtwo. Kaori's supporters rallied once more, cheering for Mewtwo's impressive display. The commentator, witnessing the formidable prowess of the leaf blade exhibited by the Mewtwo, could not help but express astonishment. Truly remarkable. The leaf blade technique of Miss Shuenzi's Mewtwo is extraordinary. Beside him, Dr. Sakuragi nodded slightly. While the Mewtwo was indeed powerful, there was no way that Ash would be defeated. Ignoring the sounds from the sidelines, Ash directly commanded his shiny Gyarados using his aura power. Approaching stealthily for a shadow sneak, if it struck true, he would follow up with retribution. If it missed, he would unleash Will-O-Wisp. The shiny Gyarados surged forward, its shadow swiftly extending towards the Mewtwo. Mewtwo Leaf Blade. As is well known, typical moves of the grass type cannot hit ghost type Pokémon. Thus, the only skill Mewtwo could utilize to truly attack the shiny Gyarados was Leaf Blade. Mewtwo launched 2 leaves once more, but the shiny Gyarados swung its twin blades, enveloped in ethereal blue flames, incinerating the leaf blade upon contact, reducing it to ashes. Just as Mewtwo prepared to release another set of leaves, the shadows of the shiny Gyarados connected with those of Mewtwo. The shiny Gyarados abruptly vanished from sight, leaving Mewtwo, bereft of its target, to scan the surroundings, unable to discern the whereabouts of its foe. Chapter 129, An Unexpected Encounter. At that moment, from within Mewtwo's shadow, a long sword emerged. Shuenzi cried out in alarm. Mewtwo, be cautious of the shadow. It has concealed itself within your shadow. Alas, it was too late. The energy of the ghost type enveloped the sword, delivering a crushing blow to Mewtwo. As it was sent flying, another flaming greatsword struck Mewtwo once more. The outcome was clear. As Mewtwo landed, its eyes spiraled like incense coils, and after the referee counted down, the result of the match was announced. Mewtwo had lost its fighting capability, and shiny Gyarados emerged victorious. The champion of this match is Ash from Pallet Town. With the conclusion of the top 32, Ash successfully advanced to the top 16 of the elimination round. A subsequent victory would lead him to the top 8, where the competition would shift to a 6-on-6 format. After the match, Ash arrived at the designated meeting spot with Gary, only to find not just Gary and Dr. Sakuragi, but also Kohara present. Congratulations, Ash. Well done on reaching the top 16. The group offered their well wishes, recognizing that for a novice trainer to reach the top 16 was no small feat. Gary, possessing significantly enhanced strength compared to his portrayal in the original story, had not faced elimination as he did before. Now, only 2 representatives from Pallet Town remained in the competition, and it seemed likely that the champion would emerge from among them. Hey, Professor, where are my mom and Aunt Sakuragi? After expressing gratitude to those present, Ash turned to Professor Oak. Oh, Hanako and Yoshino mentioned they wanted to prepare a lavish dinner to celebrate your and Gary's advancement to the elimination rounds. Let us head back to the lodging quickly, so we don't keep them waiting. Professor Oak exchanged a knowing glance with Ash and led Gary towards their temporary residence. They had arrived shortly after Ash and Gary made it to the top 32, confident that both would progress to the elimination rounds. Professor Oak had rented a 2-story house near the competitor's village for their stay, where Hanako and Yoshino, Dr. Sakuraji's wife, were busy preparing dinner. As they walked, the group discussed recent events. The residents of Pallet Town were exceedingly excited upon witnessing Ash and Gary's advancement on television, having prepared lanterns, fireworks, and banners to welcome them home. Koharu, upon returning to school, had thrived due to her travel experiences, focusing her energies on her studies and nurturing her Eevee and Yamper. The negative attention she once faced had vanished entirely, as the boys who had previously mocked her and several troublemakers had transferred to other classes. The overall academic atmosphere in her class had improved, and the students' performances had risen, resulting in more smiles from their homeroom teacher. Listening to Koharu's recounting, Ash glanced at Dr. Sakuraji, who was smiling warmly at his daughter, and instantly understood the situation. Bullying is a persistent issue, much like it was in the Blue Star before Ash's journey began. During Ash's second year of junior high, a younger classmate, mistaking Ash's gentle demeanor for weakness, had attempted to extort money from him with a spring knife. When Ash, lacking funds, turned his pockets inside out, the boy was undeterred. In response, Ash suggested they move to a secluded area to retrieve money from his backpack. Once there, Ash decisively dealt with the bully, disposing of the boy's knife, cigarettes, and lighter into a trash bin. Despite the bully's threats, Ash had never faced retaliation. As for concerns about the boy's parents seeking vengeance at school, Ash had been merely 12 or 13 at the time. If he had been expelled, he would have simply gone to apologize to the parents of the boy who attempted to rob him, pleading for leniency. "We are all striving to live our best lives," he thought, recalling his own fears during that encounter. "I thought they were going to gang up on me. I was terrified and utterly confused." Koharu, however, was fortunate to have a complete family and, as a girl, would undoubtedly handle bullies differently than Ash had. Thankfully, Dr. Sakuraji learned of the situation from elsewhere, utilizing his influence to create a positive learning environment for Koharu. Upon arriving at Professor Oak's lodging, Ash and Gary were astonished to find a spacious residence spanning over 300 square meters. They had not anticipated such an expansive house in this location. "This must have been constructed recently. It certainly wasn't here a few days ago. Is there formaldehyde inside?" After knocking, a pseudo-wudo clad in an apron opened the door. "This is pseudo-wudo?" Gary exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he turned to Professor Oak. "This little one was captured by Hanako after you left. It enjoys housekeeping and has been quite helpful," Professor Oak explained. Upon seeing Professor Oak, pseudo-wudo promptly moved aside to allow them entrance. "You've returned," Mrs. Sakuraji announced, setting down 2 platters of food on the living room table. Although there were over 20 dishes, none of the guests felt it excessive, for they were well aware of Ash and Misty's appetites. "Wash your hands and prepare to eat. Ash and Gary, be sure to rest after your meal." In addition to Mrs. Sakuraji and Hanako, several familiar faces occupied the living room: Nana, Misty, and Manatsu, accompanied by a blissfully unaware blue-haired girl. At that moment, the blue-haired girl cradled a newborn Togepi, feeding it with a bottle, while Misty glared disapprovingly at Nana and Manatsu, her expression dark. Ash inwardly sighed. What a predicament. Yet, he maintained his usual stoic demeanor. No wonder Koharu had been silent on the way here. She must have been waiting for this moment. The joys and sorrows of humanity differ from one another. Meanwhile, Hanako emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming with joy. Her son had achieved remarkable success, not only gaining significant fame in the quartz conference, but also bringing home young women. Previously, Ash had only played with Gary, having little interaction with girls his age in town. His days had been consumed with fishing and researching Pokémon, leaving Hanako worried about whether Ash would ever find a partner. To her surprise, after just 2 outings, he returned with 2 girls. However, is it not a tad too frivolous for one's own son? Oh dear, what a delightful dilemma. Once everyone took their seats, the young Tsungtai eagerly gazed at Dr. Okido, and as soon as he made his first move with the chopsticks, he immediately began to serve himself. Chapter 130. Innovation at Huemu. The gathering transitioned from a lively meal filled with chatter to a few adults engrossed in conversation, while Ash and his companions listened intently, only interjecting with a word or two when their names were mentioned. It must be said, the art of conversation is indeed a forte of the elder generation. Ash, for all his enthusiasm, could scarcely manage a 2-hour dialogue with anyone. In fact, there is another piece of good news. As the meal approached its conclusion, Dr. Sakuraji produced a document from his briefcase. Ash, having anticipated this moment, could barely suppress the grin that threatened to spread across his face. Could it be that after 2 generations of hardship, he was finally on the verge of a turnaround? All eyes were drawn to the document he held. Huemu Innovation Technology Company, Limited? Upon receiving their 8th badge and arriving at Masera Town for the first time, Ash and his friends had transmitted the usage data of their Rotom phone to Dr. Sakuragi, indicating that methods for mass-producing the Rotom phone had now been developed. The company's legal representative is Dr. Akihabara, who also spearheads the research and development efforts. With the company now established, Dr. Sakuragi unveiled a draft of the future equity distribution. This was based on the previously agreed-upon proposal, awaiting only the signatures of Ash and Dr. Okido. The name Huemu was chosen to honor the significant contributions of both Zhenghui and Dr. Sakuragi, while the character also signifies Dr. Okido. Although Dr. Okido has devoted his life to studying Pokémon and lacks technical expertise, he is willing to invest in technology. Financial backers like him, who are more interested in profit than the potential for success, are exceedingly rare. Ash, not understanding the nuances, entrusted the matter entirely to Dr. Okido. Dr. Okido casually perused the document and chose to divide his shares into 3 parts, allocating 1/3 to himself and each of his grandchildren. Once the agreement was reached, smiles adorned every face. Violin's parents also joined Huemu Innovation, earning a substantial salary, alleviating the burdens at home, and freeing her from the need to take on part-time jobs in every city they visited. A promising future awaited everyone. The meal unfolded with joy, and the anticipated awkwardness never materialized. While Ash felt a sense of relief, the adults and Shigeru secretly harbored a hint of disappointment. Even though their beloved Ash had become the center of attention, it did not deter them from indulging in the spectacle. Throughout the meal, Ash felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles. He mechanically chewed his food, each second stretching into eternity. Beneath the table, his knee trembled involuntarily, prompting Pikachu to shuffle away in disdain. Pikachu cast a sidelong glance at his trainer, sensing the impending turmoil, shook its head, and resumed its focus on devouring its ketchup. This ketchup was truly delightful. After the meal, Manu was the first to rise. Ash, it has been a long time. Shall we converse upstairs? Nine also stood, adjusting her sleeves, and smiled at Ash. I have something to discuss with you as well. Shigeru, take a break. I will find you later. Ash Bro Xiaochun tugged at Ash's sleeve, her eyes wide with anticipation. Just in time, I have something to share too. Naji shot a neutral glance at Ash, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, Ash ascended to the second floor amidst a throng of girls. Good luck, brother. Shigeru raised his glass, his face betraying a gleeful malice. I will make sure to inscribe great in life, content in death on your gravestone. Of course. With Hanako and the other adults present, Shigeru refrained from uttering the latter part of his statement. You come too. Naji suddenly turned back, seizing Bailan, who was clutching a fruit snack for her Piplup, and pulled her upstairs despite the latter's evident unease. At the opposite end of the table, Shigeru elbowed Dr. Okido, whispering, Grandpa, I told you something entertaining was about to unfold. Even with Shigeru's sister among the group of girls, he remained undeterred in his enjoyment of the unfolding drama. The League's laws do not adhere to monogamy. In places like the Kalos region, where titles are preserved, polygamy is even more common. The League's history stretches back over a century, but that pertains to the establishment of its predecessor organization. In truth, the League has only existed for about 60 to 70 years. At its inception, the then president, Damaralan, could only struggle to survive among various kingdoms. And it was only after Dr. Okido's generation emerged that the League's system was thoroughly propagated. The establishment dates of various regional leagues differ. Even now, Alola is still mired in bureaucracy and has yet to establish its league. Due to the vast expanse and sparse population of the Pokémon world, the League has not instituted a monogamous marriage system, but rather embraces an open and liberal approach to matrimony. It is said that in the Unova region, there are individuals married to Ms. Gothatel or Ms. Mismagius. All right, let us eavesdrop on their conversation. After rubbing his hands together, Dr. Okido retrieved his Rotom phone and dialed Shigeru's phone, which promptly floated upstairs. Soon, muffled voices emanated from the device. Observing Dr. Okido's approval, the crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dr. Sakuragi sighed and leaned in to listen attentively. In a guest room on the second floor, as soon as they entered, Naji unceremoniously pushed Ash out. Bailan, cradling Piplup, who was happily sucking on a bottle, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Wait a moment. Bailan mechanically blinked. Why did you pull me up here? The atmosphere between Miss Naji, Miss Nine, and Miss Manu seems a bit off. Had Miss Naji already sensed something? Piplup, with its tiny arms clutching the bottle, demonstrated the basic qualities of a bystander, knowing how to watch without fanning the flames of drama. Naji glanced at the other 4 girls in the room and remarked, Ash has been preparing for this match for quite some time. To prevent any interruptions, I had no choice but to take this course of action. Just then, the most terrifying event unfolded. With an expressionless face, Naji raised her hand. Her eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and two waves of psychic energy enveloped Mew and Nidoking in an instant. With a whoosh, the two girls, who moments ago exuded low pressure and were ready to engage, were transformed into diminutive dolls, plummeting to the floor. Xiaochun, Bailan. With a thud, Piplup's bottle clattered to the ground. Outside, Ash, who had just tossed his Rotom phone down after a call, was surreptitiously observing the situation in the room with his psychic abilities. Ash. Wait, ladies. Chapter 131, Battling Ahong. As Naji's eyes, now radiating blue light, turned towards the last two remaining in the room, Xiaochun and Bailan, the two girls and Piplup immediately huddled together, trembling with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Boom. In that critical moment, Ash could no longer contain himself. He forcefully kicked open the door, his voice rising in pitch. Wait. Naji, stop this at once. Ultimately, after Ash's desperate pleas and a touch of earnestness, Naji reluctantly blinked, the blue light in her eyes flickering once more. The two unfortunate dolls on the floor wobbled, and amidst a halo of psychic energy, they rapidly grew larger and transformed back into the bewildered and shaken Nidoking and Mew. After this ordeal, the previously tumultuous undercurrents and the enigmatic atmosphere of subtle rivalry among the young women were completely dissipated by this straightforward, albeit brutal, method. In its place emerged a peculiar calm, tinged with apprehension, resignation, and a hint of absurdity. The following morning, the defeat of Xiao Mao significantly dampened the celebratory mood among the crowd. The one who vanquished Xiao Mao was not a novice trainer, but rather a youth several years his senior. This individual was Yulong Suk, a cousin of Adu, boasting the same azure hair as his sister Xiaochun and a hairstyle reminiscent of Adu's. His team consisted entirely of fully evolved dragon-type Pokémon, a level 58 Dragonite, a level 55 Salamence, and a level 47 Gyarados. He was indeed a formidable opponent. The final match of the afternoon featured a battle between Xiaoji and Ahong. Go Xiaoji! With no interference from Team Rocket as seen in the original story, Xiaoji arrived punctually at the competition arena. In the original narrative, Xiaoji's Pokémon were considerably fatigued, particularly BB Bird, who had nearly collapsed after being transported to the venue via a hot air balloon, and Pikachu, who had expended considerable energy defeating Team Rocket. Ultimately, Xiaoji was compelled to deploy his Charizard in a critical moment against Bulbasaur and Charizard, resulting in a defeat due to Charizard's lack of motivation against Ahong's Pikachu ran. Based on their performances, it was evident that even in peak condition, the original Xiaoji might not have lost to Ahong, let alone the current Xiaoji. On this day of the 5th round, both competitors had entered the arena. The red side featured Ahong, also a newcomer among the top 16. While the green side showcased the dark horse of the championship, Xiaoji from Xinshin Town, who had secured victories with a flawless 3-0 record in each of his matches. As the commentator's voice echoed, the audience erupted into cheers, overwhelmingly rallying behind Xiaoji. Opposite him, Ahong felt an immense pressure. The audience's applause was secondary, as he faced an opponent who had effortlessly triumphed in all previous battles. From the very outset of the match, Ahong questioned his ability to prevail against Xiaoji. With sweaty palms, he removed his gloves and stowed them in his pocket. Taking a moment to breathe in the gentle breeze, he felt a modicum of calm return. He reached for a Pokeball. Bobby, I entrust the first battle to you. Charizard, this fight is yours. Let us showcase your absolute speed. As both Pokemon entered the fray, it was clear that Ahong's Butterfree was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of presence. When the referee announced the commencement of the match, Ahong, albeit nervous, took a deep breath and commanded, Bobby, use sleep powder. Charizard stood still, watching as Butterfree ascended, flapping its wings to disperse sparkling powder. With a disdainful flick of its wings, Charizard summoned gusts of wind that sent the sleep powder back toward Butterfree. In a frantic attempt to avoid inhaling the powder, Butterfree flapped its wings desperately to redirect it. However, Charizard unleashed a powerful gust that propelled both the sleep powder and Butterfree straight toward Ahong. Butterfree succumbed to the sleep powder, drifting into slumber. Xiaoji turned to the referee, awaiting the countdown, but after a moment of silence, he realized the referee might have been eager to conclude the match after witnessing his Squirtle asleep. After all, thanks to Team Rocket, the audience had waited from afternoon until night for Xiaoji's arrival. Bobby, get up. Come on. Seeing Ahong anxiously attempting to rouse Butterfree, a rather impatient Xiaoji commanded Charizard to end the battle. Charizard, send it flying. Following Xiaoji's directive, Charizard flapped its wings, seemingly showcasing its prowess, and generated a powerful gust that swept Butterfree into Ahong's embrace. Once Butterfree was blown off the battlefield, the referee immediately initiated the countdown and announced the match result. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Butterfree is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Indeed, Charizard, the pride of Xiaoji, easily defeated Ahong's Butterfree. This hasty confrontation left the commentator at a loss for words. The absence of any special conditions and the vast disparity in strength between Ahong's Butterfree and Xiaoji's Charizard meant that Charizard didn't even need to utilize conventional techniques to secure an instant victory. "You've worked hard, come back, Bobby." As he recalled Butterfree into its Pokeball, a sense of humiliation blossomed within Ahong. He had anticipated losing to Xiaoji, but he never imagined he would be defeated so effortlessly. "Go, Jibwa. I believe you can triumph even against fully evolved Pokemon." Fortunately, with a resilient mindset, Ahong quickly composed himself and released his second Pokemon, a Charmander. This was his starter Pokemon, and Ahong firmly believed Jibwa could create a miracle. Upon seeing that Ahong's second Pokemon was a Charmander, the commentator, who had prepared to engage the audience's interest, found himself at a loss for words. Trusting one's Pokemon is fundamental for every trainer, and Ahong excelled in that regard. However, onlookers remained skeptical that a mere Charmander could defeat Charizard. Otherwise, why would Charmander evolve into Charmeleon and subsequently into Charizard? As Jibwa entered the arena, a bead of cold sweat appeared on its forehead upon encountering the towering Charizard. It glanced back at its trainer, noticing the unwavering confidence etched upon Ahong's face. Jibwa pointed at itself, as if questioning Ahong. "Battle Charizard? Me." Feeling the trust of its trainer, Jibwa, initially hesitant, steeled itself and prepared to confront Charizard. "Jibwa, use Ember." Jibwa unleashed a torrent of fiery flames aimed at Charizard's belly. Yet the intensity of this attack barely registered as warmth to Charizard. It inflicted almost no damage whatsoever. Xiaoji found the battle increasingly tedious and yearned to bring it to a swift conclusion. Although Ahong's abilities were indeed as depicted in the animation, facing them firsthand left Xiaoji feeling somewhat disheartened. "Charizard, let us end this quickly and show them the true power of Flamethrower." Charizard expelled a searing stream of flames, and Jibwa, overwhelmed by the heat, panicked and began to flee. Observing the vast gap in strength between his Jibwa and Charizard, Ahong hurriedly recalled his fleeing Charmander. "Charmander is unable to battle. Charizard wins." Upon seeing Ahong withdraw his Charmander, the referee promptly declared the match outcome. Chapter 132, Advancing to the Top 8. Ahong's performance paled in comparison to Xiaoji's earlier opponents. The audience only realized the match was nearing its conclusion when Ahong sent out his third Pokemon, a Pikachu with a tuft of hair atop its head. "Xiaoji's Charizard is truly exceptional. It's no wonder it's my son." As Xiaoji's mother, Hanako, reveled in her son's victory, it became apparent that defeating weaker opponents did little to showcase Xiaoji's true prowess, rendering the spectacle rather dull for the audience. Professor Okito nodded in agreement, noting that Ahong, despite being commendable among novice trainers, had underperformed against Xiaoji. Beside him, Bailan muttered under her breath, "This cannot merely be deemed a lackluster performance. Were his prior victories merely a stroke of luck?" Ahong's display instilled in Bailan a sense of confidence, as if she, too, could achieve similar feats. Nasi nodded in agreement, unreservedly expressing her opinion. "It feels like attending this battle is a sheer waste of time. This performance pales in comparison to Ash's gym battles. I truly cannot fathom what sort of rubbish gym would so readily award a badge to such a feeble trainer. Ji-Jun is indeed remarkable." Manuet gazed at Ash with a beaming smile, while Nine-Eye also nodded in concurrence. Ash had yet to unleash his ace, Pikachu, indicating that the Pokemon he had captured since his departure was evidently capable of dominating the league competition and securing a place in the top 8 with ease. In truth, Ahong's level among novice trainers could be considered above average. However, he was up against the creme de la creme of rookie trainers, the astonishingly rapid progressing Ash. Of course, were Ash to encounter the trio of Chi Hong, Qing Lu, and Bailan from the special edition manga, who had traveled for a year without utilizing paradoxical Pokemon, he would scarcely stand a chance. Those three, along with Xiao Huang, truly exemplified mediocrity. "You have a Pikachu as well. Although your training is commendable, I firmly believe my reign will not succumb to it." Observing the Pikachu that had yet to take the field, Ahong scrutinized it and declared, "If you wish to challenge my Pikachu, first deal with Charizard." Charizard let out a heavy snort, flames erupting from its nostrils. Ash's Pikachu, being the elder statesman of the team, had proven itself capable of besting even a higher-leveled Aerodactyl. Charizard had also faced Ash's Pikachu in the past, and the outcome had been decidedly unfavorable for it. The audacity of an opponent who couldn't even overcome their own hurdles to boast of challenging Pikachu was almost laughable to Charizard. Witnessing Charizard's disdainful demeanor towards Rain, even a Hong, known for his good temper, felt a tinge of irritation. He commanded Rain to initiate an attack. Rain, use Thunderbolt. The arcs of electricity crackled ominously from Rain's red electric pouches as it glared fiercely at the contemptuous Charizard. Upon seeing the diminutive creature daring to bare its teeth, Charizard stomped a foot onto the ground, creating vibrations that interrupted Rain's charge and sent it tumbling to the ground. Rain quickly regained its footing, only to be knocked down once more by another stomp from Charizard. Enough. Show some mercy to the opponent, Ash interjected, his brow furrowing at Charizard's playful antics. This remark nearly set a Hong's temper aflame. It was devoid of any courtesy. Do not underestimate me. Rain, use Quick Attack to close in on Charizard, then unleash Thunderbolt. Rain leaped forth, transforming into a streak of white light as it charged towards Charizard, which responded only with a blast of flames. In an instant, the flames engulfed Rain, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Pikachu is unable to battle. Charizard is the victor. The winner is Ash. This match was devoid of any spectacle, leaving the audience and staff thoroughly uninterested. Charizard's battle against a Hong's Pokémon resembled a cat playing with a mouse, entirely unengaged. However, the other competing trainers observed with serious expressions, contemplating their own odds should they face Ash. As Ash entered the player tunnel to exit, a throng of reporters surged forward, encircling him. Ash, do you have any thoughts on today's match? We've heard you possess a formidable hidden ace. Could you share some details? There are rumors that you are a disciple of Professor Oak. Is that true? Can you comment on your opponent from today? We've heard you have a girlfriend with psychic abilities who is 2 years older than you. Is that accurate? Some claim to have seen you shopping with a girl of your age. Is she your girlfriend? Ash remained silent, pressing onward. Previously, there had been instances where reporters had pushed too close, causing exhausted trainers to collapse. Therefore, the reporters dared not encroach too closely, opting instead to surround Ash and incessantly bombard him with questions. To Ash, they were akin to a swarm of buzzing flies. Despite his growing impatience, he refrained from acting out. Any aggressive response could very well lead to a sensational news headline the following day, potentially casting a shadow over the newly established Huemu innovation. Silence was his best retort for the moment. Before long, Ash sensed something amiss among the reporters. They appeared as though they had just awoken, frantically searching with microphones and cameras for something. A slender hand grasped Ash's wrist, pulling him and Pikachu away from the crowd. Once they reached a safe distance, Nasi released Ash's wrist. Clearly, the reporters had fallen victim to Nasi's hypnosis, rendering them disoriented. Ash recalled that Nasi was not particularly adept at hypnosis. As a powerful psychic with immense physical strength, she excelled in telekinesis and transformation, her teleportation skills still lagging behind her father's proficiency. Let us go? Ash couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen a hint of red tint on Nasi's ears as she walked ahead. Congratulations, Ash, on making it to the top 8. Sangtai had fully embraced his role as Ash's ardent admirer, leaping onto Ash's back like a koala upon his arrival. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, leaped to his head, slightly apprehensive that Sangtai might inadvertently hit him while attempting to wrap his arms around Ash's neck. Ash quickly steadied Sangtai to prevent him from losing his grip and falling, as this energetic young boy was akin to a monkey, and it would be unfortunate should he stumble at the sight of something exciting. As Ash surveyed the gathering, he noticed that Xiao Mao was absent. Perhaps he had embarked on a new journey of his own. Sensing Ash's search, Professor Oak explained, Xiao Mao has already departed. He mentioned that he would definitely secure victory in the next league competition. Chapter 133, Evolve Mini Dragon. In the original narrative, Xiao Mao's transformation began when he was eliminated in the 32 strong at the Quartz Conference. One could hardly anticipate that an enhanced version of Xiao Mao would also meet his Waterloo here. The formidable Yulong Jie was indeed powerful, but at 23 years of age, his future potential may not surpass that of Xiao Mao. For prodigies like Ash and Xiao Mao, time for growth is the most scarce resource. In the face of peers, they both felt confident that unless they encountered each other, they would hardly ever be bested. They were merely geniuses, not the absurdly overpowered characters from the promotional video for Mega Evolution, Pokémon Origins, who could traverse through the Elite Four in just a year. It was entirely normal for them to encounter somewhat awkward situations, especially in their first year of journeying. The core Pokémon they had developed during this period were all elite level, nearing the quasi-champion status, with Ash as Pikachu and Kangaskhan nurtured 3 years in advance, while Aerodactyl and Onyx were captured later. Only Lucario had subsequently risen to the quasi-champion level. If Xiao Mao were to battle the current Yulong Jie during the Silver Conference next year, the scales of victory would be nearly impossible to predict. Once again stepping onto the battlefield, Ash faced off against his old rival, Yudo Saidai. It was surprising to find her in the top 8 as well. However, it was unfortunate that she had to face him. She should prepare herself for an 8th place finish. In the first round of the top 8, the red contestant was the underdog rookie trainer from Masera Town, Ash. The green contestant was the top student from the Pokémon Research School, Yudo Saidai. The question remains, which is more formidable, the traveling trainers or those from the academy? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. I must say, the commentator certainly knows how to stir the pot. The academy faction looks down upon the majority of the impoverished and undereducated traveling trainers, while the latter scoff at the former, who are often seen as inept theorists. The two factions find themselves entrenched in mutual disdain. However, it is worth noting that while academy trainers typically hail from more affluent backgrounds and possess a wealth of theoretical knowledge, they often exhibit a general inferiority in practical prowess compared to their traveling counterparts. Moreover, the current champions and Elite Four are predominantly traveling trainers, albeit many have since transitioned to other roles. Even with their substantial influence, the academy trainers still cannot rival the traveling faction, while both sides may engage in verbal sparring. When it comes to actual combat, the academy trainers tend to falter unless they are exceptional individuals like Zhu Lan or elite talents such as Kina. Professor Oak, who stands beside Ash, is a representative of a trainer who transitioned from the traveling faction to the academy. However, he has never acknowledged such a label. Ash, with his modest education from Pallet Town, is naturally regarded as a mere traveling braggart, despite being a researcher of some repute. On the other hand, the esteemed Yudo Shirdai, who has been recognized as an academic prodigy at the Pokémon Research School, epitomizes the elite of the academy. Ash's attitude mirrors that of his mentor, Professor Oak, as he regards those who hastily label others as a bunch of fools, seeking to maintain their own sense of superiority through such trivial tactics. What distinction is there between academy and traveling trainers? They are all trainers, after all. As the competitors prepare to enter the arena, the crowd's fervor largely favors Ash. However, once the participants make their entrance, a significant portion of the audience shifts their allegiance to Yudo Shirdai. It is no surprise that even the typically stoic Ash exhibits an awestruck expression in her presence. Yudo Shirdai's beauty is indeed striking, especially in her Pokémon Research School uniform, which radiates youthful exuberance. The well-tailored attire accentuates her elongated figure, while the ribbed neckline of her knitted vest hugs her graceful neck, exuding an air of academic rigor and elegance. As she turns, the skin just above her knee-high socks glimmers healthily, and the crisp sound of her black shoes striking the ground resonates with each of her lively movements. Oh, it is truly unfathomable to imagine how stunning she will become in a few years. In the classic pre-battle banter, Yudo Shirdai's face beams with confidence as she declares, "Ash, I have prepared a guaranteed trump card to defeat you this time." It is for the sake of capturing this ace Pokémon that she forewent the opportunity to acquire her 8th badge, ultimately being recommended for participation in the tournament by the principal. Though this contradicts her initial intention to travel, she consented to represent the academy in the Indigo conference for a chance to best Ash. The other academy representative was swiftly eliminated in the second round, leaving Yudo Shirdai as the sole academy trainer remaining in the competition. With a chuckle, Ash concluded the tedious pre-match banter. The red corner represents Ash, while the green corner signifies Yudo Shirdai. This match is conducted in a standard 6v6 format on neutral ground, allowing both trainers to freely switch their Pokémon until one side's Pokémon are rendered unable to battle. Should one side lose 3 Pokémon, a 15-minute intermission will ensue. Now, let the match commence. As the referee's words echoed, Ash and Yudo Shirdai simultaneously released their first Pokémon. Go Geodude! Go Dratini! The crowd erupted as the Pokémon took the stage. Ash had summoned a Dratini, the juvenile form of the semi-legendary Dragonite from the Kanto region. It was unexpected that Ash would deploy the initial form of this esteemed Pokémon, and though his Dratini is only at an advanced level, it has yet to evolve due to Professor Oak's nurturing. Now seems the perfect moment. Dratini, evolve! As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Dratini tossed the Everstone towards Ash, and a brilliant light enveloped it. Dratini's form elongated, the small horn atop its head grew longer, and the white fins on either side transformed into miniature wings. An indigo orb hung beneath its neck, while its tail sported 2 gourd-shaped orbs. The nearly 5-meter-long Dragonair soared into the air, twisting gracefully, and as it did, dark clouds began to gather, soon unleashing a torrential downpour. Witnessing Dragonair's aerial display, not only the audience, but even the staff and onlookers outside erupted in cheers. It is said that those fortunate enough to witness Dragonair's graceful flight will enjoy a year of good health. Truly, Ash knows how to elevate the atmosphere. Professor Oak, observing the crowd's exuberance, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This evolution of Dragonair has also successfully initiated rainy weather, a rather clever maneuver. In Pokémon battles, such tactics are not considered against the rules. During the earlier league tournaments, trainers and Pokémon fought indiscriminately, and one could only blame their own lack of caution if they fell in battle. With Dragonair having summoned the rain, Showdown promptly reconsidered her plan to have Geodude initiate a sandstorm. Should Geodude clash with Dragonair over weather control and be struck by an unexpected attack, it could lead to a detrimental situation. Unlike the previous two instances where she employed Rain Dance, Dragonair, upon evolving, automatically acquired the ability to summon rain. However, its proficiency was lacking. Despite its efforts to control the area, it inadvertently enveloped both trainers in the downpour. Showdown, prepared for this eventuality, had already deployed an umbrella as the rain began to fall, an indication of her foresight. To secure her victory, she must have analyzed her past battles, likely anticipating that she would utilize Rain Dance after sending out Scyther and Squirtle. Geodude used Defense Curl. Showdown decisively abandoned her original strategy, opting to fortify Geodude in preparation for future maneuvers. Dragonair used Water Pulse. The Defense Curl only bolstered Geodude's physical defense, yet in rainy conditions, Water Pulse would deliver a significant blow to Geodude, whose special defense is only half of its physical defense. In the downpour, Dragonair effortlessly gathered a water sphere and launched it toward Geodude. Instead of taking the hit, Geodude curled into a ball and rolled away, evading the Water Pulse entirely. Although both Defense Curl and Defense Increases are defensive maneuvers, Defense Curl does not amplify the power of rolling. Moreover, a rolling Geodude on the ground cannot reach the airborne Dragonair. The initiative in this match remains firmly in Ash's hands. Dragonair used Ice Beam to create large ice blocks on the ground to slow down Geodude. In order to counter the Dragon-type Pokémon, Ash deliberately acquired several Ice Beam TMs. And naturally, both his female and male Dragonair learned this move. Most pseudo-legendary Dragon types possess a quadruple weakness, with Dragonite, Salamence, and Garchomp being especially vulnerable to ice. Ice-type moves present an excellent option for Dragonair, whether in Dragon-type battles or for broadening its offensive capabilities. Have you ever heard of the Ice Punch Dragonite? Well, perhaps it's more about the variable dice and scale shot. Where the ice beam reaches, the ground swiftly crystallizes into expansive layers of glistening ice, exuding an aura of chill. Suddenly, the rolling golem skidded uncontrollably upon making contact with the icy surface, its massive form twisting awkwardly. The previously smooth rhythm of its roll was thoroughly disrupted, causing it to slide out of the battlefield and crash against the wall below the audience, eliciting gasps of surprise. Upon witnessing this, Showdown felt a shudder of apprehension and silently pondered. Ash is indeed a formidable opponent. The skill range of his Pokémon is exceedingly vast. The league recommends that trainers carry 6 Pokémon, each proficient in 4 moves. This is already the limit for most trainers and their Pokémon. Carrying an excess number of Pokémon or having them master too many skills would hinder a trainer's choices and judgments. With the support of the system, Ash need not worry about forgetting his Pokémon's moves. He can even assist other trainers in recalling their Pokémon's abilities. The golem, having ceased its rolling, extracted itself from the wall just before the referee began the countdown and re-entered the battlefield. Golem unleashed Earthquake, shattering the ice covering the arena. Following Showdown's command, Golem leapt forcefully and crashed down, causing the ground to convulse like boiling waves, fracturing spiderweb-like fissures around it. The ice splintered under the earthquake's might, sending shards mixed with rainwater flying in all directions. Now, use Water Tail, Ash commanded while raising his arm to shield himself from the flying ice shards. The rain obscured his vision, but he could compensate for it with his aura powers. However, a hit from the ice fragments might momentarily distract him. If long-range attacks proved difficult to execute, why not opt for close-range ones? As Golem executed Earthquake, Dragonair had already begun to approach at Ash's behest. Once the tremors subsided, a long tail enveloped in water struck Golem fiercely. Golem was sent rolling away as if struck by a cue ball. Although the damage inflicted was not as substantial as anticipated, it was still commendable to have landed a hit. Wave Splash. The rolling golem struggled to halt itself, crashing against the opposite wall, followed closely by a surge of water. The water balloon exploded, nearly splattering nearby spectators, who gasped in surprise. Initially, the league tournament had no protective measures in place. In earlier competitions, It was not uncommon for trainers to perish on the battlefield, a time when participants had to sign life and death waivers. By the time of the later Kalos tournaments, spectators were kept at a considerable distance, yet the current court's conference evidently lacked such funding. Golem was rendered unable to continue fighting, granting victory to Dragonair. After Yuto Shirdai recalled Golem, the announcer declared a pause in the match to erect a protective barrier for the subsequent battles. Returning to their respective waiting rooms, both trainers prepared for the next match. The use of healing items during the rest period was prohibited. Utilizing them would be considered an automatic forfeiture of that Pokemon's chance to battle. 10 minutes later, Ash and Yuto Shirdai returned to the battlefield. Yuto Shirdai donned a fresh outfit, complete with protective goggles, exuding an air of determination. Ash, meanwhile, dried his hair, but did not change clothes due to a lack of prior preparation. The protective barrier enveloped the arena, and the crater created by Golem was repaired. The sky returned to clarity, though the ground remained somewhat muddy from the melting ice. The organizers had not anticipated that the clash between two novice trainers would nearly dislodge the audience stands. To facilitate repairs, they reluctantly covered the rainy weather with a sunny day. Although the arena had been preserved to the greatest extent possible, it still favored Yuto Shirdai. As the rain had ceased. Chapter 135, Out of Control. The Rampaging Rampardos. The disappearance of the rain had little impact on Ash, as he was not utilizing a rain team. Soon, the second round commenced, and Ash summoned Dragonair once more. Yuto Shirdai's second Pokemon was a Rampardos. Could she be specializing in ground types? If so, the absence of rain would indeed affect Ash. Due to the obscured view of Yuto Shirdai's remaining Pokemon, Ash could not ascertain her full lineup. Perhaps she intended to employ a sandstorm strategy. Given his fondness for Tyranitar, Ash had experimented with sandstorm teams in the games. In terms of team composition, he considered himself somewhat lacking, preferring a diverse array of types to prevent being countered by opponents. When constructing a sandstorm team in the Kanto region, the Pokemon options would be limited to Rampardos, Onyx, Golem, Magneton, Donphan, Dugtrio, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Marowak, Shelter, and Zapdos. The opponent did not initiate a sandstorm, likely due to wanting to avoid competing with Dragonair for weather control, as sandstorms are difficult to raise in rainy conditions. If she had access to a Tyranitar beyond Kanto, Ash needed to be cautious, as it could serve as the core of her sandstorm team. Yuto Shirdai's Pokemon lineup had become clearer, consisting of the incapacitated Golem, the deployed Rampardos, and her previous ace, Marowak, which was likely to be followed by the latter. Dragonair, use Rain Dance. Dragonair raised its head and emitted a clear dragon cry, its jewel glowing with a blue aura. Perhaps due to the recent downpour or the protective barrier, the accumulation of clouds was significantly slower this time. Yuto Shirdai smirked at the sight. Rampardos, use Rock Slide to knock it down. Rampardos let out a deep roar, gathering a massive boulder in its hands and swinging its robust arm to launch it skyward. Aiming directly at Dragonair, the rock soared through the air, tracing a clear trajectory with astonishing speed. Dance of the Dragons to evade. Dragonair agilely twisted its body in a graceful, ancient dance of the dragons. At this moment, Dragonair's jewel remained bright, seemingly maintaining the rain dance. However, the distraction of executing two skills simultaneously prevented Dragonair from evading this attack entirely, and the edge of the boulder grazed its tail. This hit caused Dragonair to falter momentarily. But fortunately, the rain dance had successfully activated. The protective barrier now concealed the sky in dense clouds. The enhanced effects of the Dance of the Dragons had also triggered, allowing Dragonair to gain a temporary boost. However, having been struck by the rock slide, Dragonair temporarily lost its ability to soar high, barely managing to hover above the battlefield. Use Water Pulse. Dragonair steadied itself, gathering a swirling water sphere in its mouth and launching it at Rampardos. The water sphere absorbed surrounding rainwater during its flight. Increasing in size, Yuto Shirdai remained unfazed. Rampardos, use Rock Shield to defend. Rampardos slammed its fists into the ground, causing a row of rocks to rise and form a barrier. The waves of water crashed against the rocks, sending up a magnificent spray, yet were completely blocked by the stones. Ash pondered to himself. It appears that Shirdai Uding has made considerable progress. The lower-level Hakuron would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome the mighty Doranox. Perhaps I should substitute it. Observing Ash, Uding swiftly produced another Pokeball. Seizing the opportunity to command, Doranox, unleash Earthquake. Doranox raised its robust right leg and stomped heavily onto the ground. The entire arena trembled violently, causing the pooled water on the surface to splash in all directions. Hakuron struggled to remain afloat. This move had no effect on it. Return, Hakuron. Almost simultaneously with Uding's command, Ash held a Pokeball in each hand, retrieving Hakuran while releasing a new Pokemon. Come forth, Scyther. To Ash's surprise, his action of summoning Scyther was anticipated. His movements were fluid. As the red light of Hakuran's recall struck, the white light of Scyther burst forth. Utilizing the momentum of its release, Scyther soared high into the air. Scyther, use Water Jet. Scyther momentarily suspended in midair, then enveloped itself in a torrent of high-speed water, diving toward Onyx like a cannonball. This maneuver allowed Scyther to evade any impact from the earthquake, minimizing its effects. Onyx was clearly taken aback by Ash's swift substitution. Onyx had just completed its earthquake and was unable to defend itself in time. Bang! The water jet collided forcefully with Onyx's heavy shell, sending water spraying everywhere. Onyx staggered back, yet its formidable defense meant the blow inflicted minimal damage. Onyx quickly recalibrated her strategy. Onyx, use Horn Drill. Onyx let out a roar, its gigantic horn spinning rapidly as it charged toward Scyther. Scyther deftly sidestepped, and as Onyx rushed past, its scythes, now infused with dark energy, slashed fiercely at Onyx's back. Roaring in pain, Onyx thrashed its tail in furious response. It had always despised the downpour, and now this skeletal creature was inflicting such pain upon it. In a fit of rage, Onyx attacked Scyther with the ferocity of a wild beast. However, buoyed by its ability to float effortlessly, Scyther easily evaded all of Onyx's assaults, occasionally striking back with its own vicious blows. Onyx grew increasingly enraged. Onyx, calm down. Onyx's plea fell on deaf ears as Onyx, overcome by fury, resisted her attempts to call it back. The rampaging beast, slipping and sliding on the muddy battlefield, soon found itself in a disheveled state. Yet, Scyther also endured a few hits from Onyx's powerful strikes, which felt as though a car had collided with it. As Onyx, panting heavily, began to tire, a fierce jet of water struck it. It was Scyther's saltwater attack. With a pained howl, Onyx succumbed, losing its battle capacity. Onyx is unable to continue, and Scyther emerges victorious. Rest well, Onyx. Onyx, somewhat resigned, recalled her Onyx, which she had captured in the Rock Mountain Tunnel, known for its volatile temperament. However, she had never anticipated such a loss of control. If Onyx were to lose another Pokemon, she would face a mid-battle break. On the other hand, Ash had yet to lose a single Pokemon, placing Onyx in a precarious situation. Chapter 136, The Insurmountable Mountain for Onyx. Eevee takes the stage. After a long sigh, Onyx released her third Pokemon. Go, Nidoking. As the Pokeball arced gracefully through the air, a large purple Pokemon landed heavily on the battlefield. Nidoking's sharp red eyes locked onto Scyther, exhaling 2 jets of white vapor, demonstrating its fierce fighting spirit. Is this the ability of a fighting spirit? Noticing Ash's hesitation to make the first move, Onyx boldly issued her command. Use Sunny Day? Return, Scyther. Ash's unexpected maneuver took everyone by surprise. He recalled Scyther and sent out Eevee instead. What? Ash has chosen not to continue his offensive, opting instead to switch Scyther for Eevee, allowing Onyx's Nidoking to change the weather. Could it be that Ash is finally showing some mercy? As the commentator's voice faded, those beside Naji felt a sudden drop in atmospheric pressure, making it difficult to breathe. All right, Naji, just listen to your aunt. Seeing Naji's distressed expression, Hanako gently embraced her, whispering soothing words into her ear. Comforted by Hanako's presence, Naji gradually calmed down, and those around them sighed in relief. An out-of-control psychic was indeed a perilous situation. Now composed, Naji felt a gentle tug on her hand. Turning, she saw Nanami smiling at her. As a companion of Ash's travels, she should understand him well. When it comes to battles, Ash is indifferent to whether his opponent is male or female. His sole focus is on victory. Reflecting on how Ash had trained her Happiny for 2 months before their journey, ensuring she could evolve into Blissey, Nanami felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. This guy wouldn't even show leniency to himself. How could he extend any to others? Unlike the others, Onyx's expression shifted to one of gravity upon seeing Ash's Eevee enter the fray. She was acutely aware of how troublesome this Eevee could be. At that moment, Nidoking's sunny day was completed. In an instant, the dark clouds were torn asunder. The gloomy sky appeared as though it had been scorched by flames, and sunlight poured down like molten gold. The once drizzling rain evaporated instantly, dispersing into wisps of white mist in the air. The sun's rays became increasingly blinding, scorching the earth, causing the puddles in the arena to dry up rapidly, while ice began to melt. The humidity in the air plummeted, replaced by a stifling heat that felt as if flames lingered in every breath. Suddenly, a large awning was deployed above the audience. a precautionary measure by the organizers to shield spectators from the intense sunlight. After all, if anyone suffered from heat stroke due to the blazing sun, it would be a catastrophe. Ash shook his damp hair, droplets scattering and refracting light in the sun. He wiped his face to rid it of the remaining moisture, then rummaged through his waist pouch for the hat Hanako had prepared for him before departing. Due to his aversion to wearing hats, he typically reserved it for Pikachu, having seldom donned it himself. However, under the glaring sunlight of sunny day, this cap emblazoned with a Pokeball logo served its purpose well. Eevee, use quick attack. Eevee. With all its limbs poised for a forward leap, a blue aura flickered in Eevee's eyes as psychic energy coalesced into a powerful telekinetic force directed at Nidoking. At the moment of attack, an invisible barrier formed before Eevee, shielding it from harm. Caught off guard, Nidoking was struck by the psychic skill, sent flying backward. Is that a psychic-type move? Nidoking was equally deceived by Eevee's feint. She had never expected this seemingly adorable Eevee to exhibit such cunning, especially considering its prior behavior in the earlier battles. Even though Shodai Yudo has never heard of the technique known as Hua Chi Chong, the name suggests it is a field-related transformation move. How could it possibly affect Nidoking? Or is its area of effect so vast that it nearly encompasses the entire battlefield? Previously, during the battle between Yudo and Ash, Eevee had only utilized the moves Zhuozhua Hongxia and Hua Qipao. Her understanding of her partner's abilities is rather limited, and Ash has not elaborated on this move to anyone else. Nidoking, pull yourself together. Use Earth Power. Nidoking shook its head, rising from the ground, its eyes igniting with a fiery rage. With a low growl, it stomped its forelimb onto the ground, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. Waves of earthen energy erupted from below, rushing towards Eevee. Eevee skillfully leaped and dodged, but the breadth of Earth Power was too extensive, and it was still staggered by the residual shockwave. Seeing this, Ash immediately called out, Eevee, close the distance and use Bad Field. Upon receiving Ash's command, Eevee dashed toward Nidoking, dark energy swirling around it. Nidoking, use Poison Jab. Nidoking growled, its right claw suddenly emanating a purplish-black toxic energy as it swung fiercely at the charging Eevee. However, just as the Poison Jab was about to strike, a surge of pitch-black dark energy erupted from Eevee, swiftly forming a barrier that intercepted Nidoking's attack, while simultaneously unleashing a backlash that forced Nidoking to stagger back a few steps. What skill is this? Shodai Yudo's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of technique could not only block Nidoking's attack, but also counter it? Seizing the opportunity, Ash shouted, now? Use Huahuachipao. Eevee. Within the field's radius, Eevee adeptly turned, rapidly condensing a massive water sphere in its mouth. The water-type attack struck solidly against Nidoking's chest, inflicting significant damage and causing it to retreat once more. Ash's Eevee is truly formidable. Yudo's Nidoking stands no chance against it. This is the most powerful Eevee I have ever encountered. The commentator, who is also proficient in Sichuan opera, began to extol Eevee's prowess as it dominated Nidoking. Meanwhile, Shodai Yudo, hearing the commentator's words, felt a few beads of sweat form on her forehead. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Don't be swayed, Nidoking. We still have a chance. Yet, despite her words, Ash was an insurmountable mountain in her mind. She had imagined numerous scenarios of battling Eevee again, but in a straightforward one-on-one, she was certain to be easily defeated. Each time she faced Ash, it felt as though he could see right through her. Through observing Ash's matches, Yudo became increasingly astonished by his vast knowledge base, as if he could always predict his opponent's next move. Most importantly, every battle video of Ash she could find ended in victory. He truly seemed to be a warrior born for battle. Nidoking, use Flatter. Nidoking suddenly adopted an exaggeratedly obsequious expression, gesticulating wildly at Eevee while emitting peculiar sounds. The commentator exclaimed, the Flatter technique can confuse opponents, but it is quite comical to see such a fearsome Pokemon as Nidoking employing this move. However, Eevee merely tilted its head, sensing a surge of power within, soon becoming immersed in Nidoking's Flatter, only to be momentarily perplexed. Chapter 137. Sakamoto's invitation. When Ash heard Yudo command Nidoking to use Flatter, he did not immediately react, as he could harness the power of Aura to awaken Eevee on a mental level, thereby gaining an additional boost. Eevee, wake up! The Aura energy directly roused the disoriented Eevee, thwarting Yudo's plan and inadvertently granting Eevee a special attack enhancement. Awakened by Ash, Eevee quickly regained its combat stance. Finish it. Use Huahuachipao. Eevee. In an instant, a remarkable surge of water energy enveloped Eevee, and a colossal water sphere rapidly formed in its mouth. Nidoking. still maintaining its comical flatter pose, was caught off guard. Boom. The Huahua Chi Pao struck Nidoking squarely, sending it crashing against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Nidoking slowly slid down, its eyes spiraling into a daze. With Nidoking incapacitated, Eevee emerged victorious. Udo was the first to lose 3 Pokémon, entering the halftime break. Upon returning to the player lounge, Ash sat on a bench and took out a bottle of water to replenish himself. The previous battle had been drenched in rain, and the next segment was under the blazing sun. The earlier conditions were manageable, but now, even without direct sunlight, the rising temperature was causing discomfort among the spectators. Fortunately, the duration of weather-based moves would be short-lived without Pokémon to maintain them, and soon the sun's rays would become less intense. Having watched past league competition videos, Ash noted that weather teams rarely appeared in previous tournaments, so the event had not prepared extensively for such scenarios. The sunshade had been installed due to the occasional summer competitions, as open-air arenas could adversely affect the audience's experience. A gentle knock sounded at the lounge door. Ash called out, "Come in," and looked up to see a woman with an air of cold elegance standing at the entrance. Her meticulously styled violet short hair and sharp gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses commanded attention. "I am Jean Yao from the Evergreen Group." After stepping inside, she promptly introduced herself and stated her purpose. "My employer wishes for you to join him for dinner after today's match." She extended a gold-embossed invitation, the reflective edges casting delicate golden lines across Ash's face. "Of course, you may bring family and friends. Our employer has prepared a token of gratitude for you." Earlier, Sakamoto strode into the laboratory with a measured gait, the polished soles of his shoes echoing rhythmically against the marble floor. He adjusted the cuff of his black suit, the silk tie glinting subtly under the lights. "Has the location of Mutwo been pinpointed?" His deep voice resonated within the lab, causing the researchers operating machinery to straighten their backs immediately. Secretary Jean Niao swiftly followed, her tablet's blue glow reflecting off her rimless glasses as data scrolled rapidly across the screen. "Mutwo's psychic energy has been interfering with our scientific tracking methods. But based on the intel submitted by Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth a few days ago, along with the patterns of our equipment malfunctions, we have inferred its approximate location." At that moment, Mutwo was near the Quartz Plateau, likely within the Champion's Road. Upon hearing this address, a subtle smile crept across Sakamoto's face, revealing an inscrutable expression. He walked deliberately to the control panel, where the drone footage captured by Team Rocket displayed the Quartz Plateau's outline, shrouded in mist, with the rising sun casting a bloody hue over the snow-capped peaks. "Quartz Plateau," he whispered, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the tempered glass. "A strategic choice within the League's territory." Jean Niao quickly summoned a holographic map, compressing the aerial view of the Quartz Plateau into a small window, and a three-dimensional model projected onto the large screen, with red-marked areas indicating weak points in the League's defensive perimeter. Sakamoto's gaze lingered on a specific spot on the projection before he suddenly sneered. "Have Sachi lead the team, equipped with the latest psychic suppression devices. Also, send some captains to the vicinity to divert the League's attention." As he turned, the hem of his suit skirted sharply, and he commanded, "Prepare the aircraft immediately. I must go capture Mutwo." "Yes, sir." Zhun Yao promptly commenced issuing instructions from Sakaki to Sachi and several commanders. As Sakaki's secretary, she instinctively recognized that Sachi's name signaled the selection of those commanders. Sachi believed she had concealed her true intentions adeptly. However, Sakaki had long since discerned that she was an undercover agent from an organization in the Sinnoh region known as Team Galaxy. One should not underestimate the intelligence network of Team Rocket. Although they had not established themselves as an underground sovereign like in Kanto and other regions, they had nonetheless laid down a necessary web of intelligence. This time, Sakaki aimed to have Sachi and those commanders confront Mutwo and the Bond's alliance, considering their sacrifice inconsequential. After nurturing them for 1,000 days, he was prepared to use them in a moment, regardless of how he had cultivated their abilities. Those disloyal individuals were merely slightly more powerful cannon fodder. When the time came for sacrifice, Sakaki would not hesitate to dispose of them. Team Rocket had provided them with resources for growth and shelter during their formative years, yet these individuals had still failed to show genuine allegiance. If they perished, it would be their own doing. Thus, Zhun Yao swiftly selected several names from the list of commanders. The primary reason Sakaki dared to employ these double-minded individuals was that they often performed in a charade within the organization. He was confident that they were unaware of each other's disloyalty to Team Rocket, given their origins from different regions and organizations, necessitating the concealment of their identities. He intended to exploit this fact to eliminate them all at once. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to their training, but when the time came for abandonment, he would show no mercy. This was the essence of the leader of Team Rocket, the underground godfather of the Kanto region. Even if they failed their mission, Sakaki had contingency plans. He withdrew his gaze from the window, where the dim reading lights of the cabin cast varying shadows across his sharply defined profile. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the leather seat before he suddenly spoke. "Jinyao, I recall previously instructing you to pay special attention to a boy named Ash." His voice was rich and deep, akin to aged whiskey, imbued with a hint of danger. "Is he currently participating in the League Conference at the Quartz Plateau?" Jinyao adjusted her reflective glasses, and the tablet immediately displayed an encrypted file next to Ash's recently taken identification photo from the League competition. A plethora of information about him was densely inscribed. A student of Professor Oak, possessing a unique Pikachu and Eevee, suspected to have extraordinary abilities, a trainer of exceptional talent, and so on. Indeed, leader, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is set to advance to the semifinals today. Advancing to the semifinals as a novice trainer is commendable. However, for the individual who took the green badge from my hands, it would be disappointing if he did not reach the finals. A faint smile lingered on Sakaki's lips. Perhaps we might witness his match before Sachi's scheme unfolds. I hold great expectations for him. Chapter 138, The Emergence of Lucario. The Evergreen Group. Ash pondered for a moment before recalling that it was Sakaki's company. Although he was behind the scenes as the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki was publicly renowned as an entrepreneur and philanthropist, having graduated from the psychology department of Yuhong University. After becoming a successful businessman, he continued to donate to orphanages and schools. In the Kanto region alone, there were hundreds of schools that benefited from Sakaki's contributions, and his alma mater, Yuhong University, invited him annually to speak as an outstanding alumnus. Coupled with his position as the gym leader of the Evergreen City Gym, Sakaki presented a facade of immense capability. Being dubbed the most likely gym leader to become a member of the Elite Four in his 20s, heralded as the foremost individual beneath the Elite Four of Kanto. However, he had declined the position of ground-type Elite Four when the league offered it to him. Perhaps by that time, he had already established Team Rocket. What was Sakaki doing at the Quartz Plateau now? "My boss is Mr. Sakaki, the gym leader of Evergreen City. He expressed great gratitude for your previous assistance at the gym, wishing to thank you in person. He has also prepared small gifts for you and your friends, hoping you will graciously accept." "Very well, I shall meet with my friends at the appointed time." Ash hesitated briefly before nodding. He had initially contemplated a refusal. However, the current Sakaki, still shrouded in mystery as the leader of Team Rocket, had not yet stepped into the open. The fact that the other party mentioned he could bring friends undoubtedly indicated knowledge of his mother and Professor Oak's presence. Moreover, should he take Professor Oak along? Ash truly did not believe Sakaki could detain them. If Sakaki could outmatch Professor Oak, Kanto would have long been under Team Rocket's control. Before long, the intermission concluded. Ash and Shinda Yudo once again stood on the battlefield. Although the arena remained a familiar standard design, it had undergone alterations. Eevee stood on the battlefield, brimming with fighting spirit as it gazed intently at Shinda Yudo across from it. Shinda Yudo took a deep breath, tucking her bangs behind her ear. While her school uniform bore a few wrinkles, it still retained the distinctive neatness of an exemplary student. She lifted her head, her gaze unwavering as she addressed Ash. "Ash, I know I am unlikely to defeat you." Her voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable sincerity. "However, I still wish to engage in a battle where I give my all." With that, she retrieved a specially crafted heavy pokeball from her waist. Its surface marked with several scratches, clearly indicative of fierce battles endured. Her fingers gently traced the scars on the pokeball's surface. "This Pokemon was one I put forth great effort to capture deep within the Silver Mountains." A confident smile graced her lips. "It is my ace, specifically meant to contend with you." She raised the pokeball high and hurled it forcefully into the center of the arena. "Go, Tyranitar!" With a thunderous roar, a massive Tyranitar crashed onto the battlefield. Its dark green armor glimmered ominously under the sunlight, and its blood-red eyes scanned the arena with an intimidating presence. Merely standing there exuded an invisible pressure. Even more astonishing, as it appeared, fine grains of sand began to swirl through the air, gradually transforming into a violent sandstorm. This was Tyranitar's Sandstream ability, the very origin of its title as the Desert Tyrant. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. The commentator excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my! Competitor Shinda Yudo has sent out the pseudo-legendary Tyranitar. Will this lead to a significant turnaround in the match? Tyranitar, huh? Quite a formidable opponent indeed." A thrill of excitement danced across Ash's lips, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. He glanced at Eevee, squinting against the wind and sand. "Eevee, take a break for now. This battle will be entrusted to Lucario. Eevee. Eevee protested with a hint of reluctance, but was ultimately obediently recalled into its Pokeball. Ash gently polished the surface of the Pokeball. You have performed admirably. Now, it's Lucario's turn. Securing Eevee's Pokeball back at his waist, Ash's fingers decisively landed on another familiar Pokeball. This Pokeball trembled slightly, as if sensing its trainer's intent. Lucario. Ash launched the Pokeball into the air, declaring, "Let them witness the fruits of our training." The Pokeball traced a brilliant blue arc through the air, and with a resounding pop, a lithe yellow figure executed 2 graceful flips before landing solidly on the ground. Lucario knelt on one knee, its right fist resting on the ground. And as it raised its head, its crimson pupils reflected Tyranidar's massive form. Lucario. It let out a low growl as it stood, crossing its arms over its chest, with a unique golden aura of energy swirling around it like flames. Though it lacked Tyranidar's ferocious appearance, its fierce presence was equally formidable. To everyone's astonishment, a dazzling shiny Lucario emerged. It was utterly unexpected that Ash possessed such a formidable ace. The commentator's excitement soared, surpassing even the anticipation felt during the entrance of Tyranitar. This was not merely a rare Lucario, it was a shiny Lucario. Had Tyranitar retained its pre-evolutionary rock and ground typing, Ash's team would have faced a daunting challenge, especially since his water-type Pokemon were not particularly leveled. However, Tyranitar evolved into a rock and dark type, and after a period of training, Lucario, with its quadruple advantage, had a significant chance of victory. Currently, Mega Evolution was not commonplace. In the interest of balance, the tournament rules prohibited the use of items that could enhance a Pokemon's abilities or alter its appearance. It could only be said that the Kanto region's S1 season was not a season for Mega Evolution, and one could only endure that for now. In the midst of a raging sandstorm, grains of sand pelted against the protective barriers surrounding the arena, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. The blinding yellow sand obscured vision. Yet for the Steel-type Lucario, it was of no consequence. It stood resolutely at the center of the arena, its golden fur dancing wildly in the tempest. Its crimson eyes slightly closed. Possessing the aura power, it did not require vision to perceive the world around it. Release the restraining belt. Ash's clear voice pierced through the storm. Upon hearing this, Lucario's slender fingers brushed against the metallic belt clasped around its waist. With a soft click, the specialized buckle sprang open. Without hesitation, it cast the heavy belt toward its trainer. With a resounding thud, Ash opened his palm, expertly catching the incoming metallic belt. The weight caused his arm to dip slightly, but he quickly adjusted his grip, securing it firmly in hand. Simultaneously, Lucario erupted in a brilliant golden radiance, a sign that its long-suppressed energy was finally being unleashed. A powerful wave of energy radiated from Lucario, dispersing the surrounding sandstorm momentarily. Its previously restrained aura surged, stabilizing at the level of a quasi-champion. Although it still fell short compared to the ferocious Tyranitar, Lucario emanated a fierce battle intent, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Yoshida Sayaka couldn't help but widen her eyes. This boy from Pallet Town possessed a Pokemon of quasi-champion caliber? Moreover, judging by the current situation, Lucario had been wearing a restraining device all along. How intriguing, Sayaka mused quietly, a smile of excitement involuntarily curving her lips. She tucked her disheveled dark red hair behind her ear, her anticipation for the battle igniting a fervor within her. Tyranitar seemed to sense the shift in its opponent, letting out a deafening roar as its heavy claws stomped forcefully against the ground, sending clouds of dust flying. Ash carefully stowed away the restraining belt and lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity. Lowering the brim of his cap, he spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Now, let us commence the true battle. Lucario responded by assuming a combat stance, its aura pulsating powerfully. In this sandstorm that obscured the sun, a quasi-champion level clash was about to unfold. Chapter 139, vs Tyranitar. Tyranitar, Earthquake. Sayaka initiated the onslaught, and Tyranitar unleashed a furious roar, its massive form leaping into the air before crashing down with tremendous force. The battleground trembled violently, resembling a raging sea. As the solid rock surface cracked instantaneously, spiderweb-like fissures spreading at an astonishing rate. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, many instinctively gripping their seats to steady themselves. Jump and use Aura Sphere. Ash's command rang out simultaneously. Lucario's leg muscles tightened as it soared into the air, just as the shockwave hit. In midair, it gracefully twisted its body, crossing its arms before its chest, golden aura energy swirling rapidly like a vortex. coalescing into a violently spinning energy sphere in the blink of an eye. Lucario. With a sharp cry, the aura sphere shot forth, trailing a brilliant light as it bore down upon Tyranitar. In that moment, Tyranitar was momentarily hindered by the aftermath of the earthquake, and combined with the homing nature of the aura sphere, there was no escaping this blow. Boom. In a thunderous explosion, Tyranitar was pushed back, its heavy claws carving deep grooves into the ground. Shaking off the smoke, its eyes glinted with renewed ferocity. Now, Sayaka pointed at Lucario, who was momentarily suspended in midair, and commanded, "Rock slide." Tyranitar raised its arms high, and from the sandstorm emerged dozens of jagged boulders. As it swung its arms down, the rocks cascaded toward Lucario like a meteor shower. Lucario. Lucario let out a near-violent roar, its crimson eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fighting spirit. The aura energy surrounding it surged violently, forming a glowing golden energy staff in its right hand, the ends thicker than the middle, tracing dazzling arcs in the air. The wave of energy shattered the incoming boulders upon contact, sending fragments scattering like raindrops. When Lucario landed, it was surrounded by rubble. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge. Sayaka seized the opportunity as Lucario defended against the rock slide. Tyranitar let out a deafening roar, its powerful arms striking the ground. Instantly, countless sharp rock pillars erupted from the earth, fanning out toward Lucario with great speed. Ash's expression sharpened as he quickly adjusted his strategy. Lucario, counter with Bullet Punch. Just as Lucario landed, the red glow in its eyes intensified. It lowered its body slightly, its fists gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen. In the split second before the first wave of rock pillars struck, Lucario transformed into a golden blur. Its fists moved with a speed surpassing the naked eye, each strike targeting the weakest points of the rock pillars with precision. The sound of explosive impacts echoed as debris flew in every direction. The commentator exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Incredible! Lucario has shattered the Stone Edge with Bullet Punch. What terrifying speed and accuracy!" Sayaka, undeterred, urged, "Don't give it a moment's respite. Tyranitar, use Rock Slide again." Tyranitar howled, its claws reaching skyward once more. Instantly, countless boulders coalesced in midair, raining down upon Lucario. Boom, boom, boom. Lucario's form darted through the sharp rock pillars at breakneck speed, its silvery fists striking each protruding rock with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer velocity of Bullet Punch allowed its movements to create afterimages, and as the rock pillars met its fists, they crumbled into countless shards. But it was not over yet. Sayaka's eyes sparkled with determination. "Now, Tyranitar, use Bite." Just as Lucario shattered the last rock pillar, Tyranitar lunged forward with astonishing speed, its gaping maw imbued with dark-type energy, ready to sink its teeth into Lucario's right shoulder. Lucario. The searing pain elicited a grunt from Lucario, yet its fighting spirit flared brighter. Ash's voice rang out just in time. Close combat. Lucario's left fist erupted with blinding white light, delivering a powerful uppercut to Tyranitar's jaw. As Tyranitar recoiled in pain, Lucario unleashed a flurry of knee strikes and elbow blows upon its abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike resonating like a sonic boom, Banquilas was forced back several steps by the sudden onslaught. However, as a quasi-deity, it quickly regained its footing, its robust tail shimmering with a metallic sheen. "Iron Tail, counterattack," commanded the voice of the referee. Boom. The heavy iron tail struck Lucario squarely in the midsection, sending it hurtling through the air. Lucario deftly adjusted its posture mid-flight, landing on one knee and sliding several meters across the rocky ground, carving deep grooves into the surface. As the dust settled, both Pokémon panted heavily, yet the fierce determination in their eyes remained undiminished. "Lucario, just like during our training, let us bring this battle to an end." At the sound of the command, Lucario vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Banquilas, its right fist enveloped in a gleaming metallic aura, striking fiercely at Banquilas' abdomen. "What?" Yudo, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. How can it be so fast? The speed of Lucario was beyond comprehension unless the opponent had been concealing its abilities. No, it was not merely quick attack. It must also be Bullet Punch. The commentator's voice transformed with excitement. Quick attack combined with Bullet Punch. This speed is simply astonishing. Not yet. Ash clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. This isn't over. Lucario, engage in close combat. Lucario possessed the ability Justified, which heightened its attack power upon receiving dark-type attacks. In this scenario, let us see if it can withstand two close-range battles. Lucarion's figure blurred once more, transforming into a golden streak that darted around Banquila's with incredible speed. Each flash was accompanied by a powerful punch. Banquila's, reeling from the blows, roared in fury. Its powerful hands swiped at Lucreon, but only struck the afterimage left behind. Incredible! Song Tai exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he stood up. Lucreon has perfectly predicted Banquila's every move. For the final strike, a flying knee. Lucreon's eyes glowed with intensity as it delivered a punch that sent Banquila's sprawling, its leg muscles tensing abruptly. It shattered the ground beneath it, and its right knee radiated blinding fighting energy, crashing into Banquila's belly. The weighty form of Banquila's was driven into the earth by the force of the blow. From its center, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the arena, debris erupting like bullets in all directions. Lucreon deftly executed a backflip, landing solidly, with residual energy still swirling around its knee. As the dust began to clear, Banquila's lay deeply embedded in a cracked pit, its eyes spiraled into a daze. Banquila's had lost its battle capability, and Lucreon emerged victorious. Chapter 140, The Steadfast Mewtwo. Yudo slowly raised the pokeball in her hand, a silent red light enveloping the fallen Banquila's. Her slender fingers gently stroked the surface of the ball, trembling slightly at her fingertips. Is it truly over? She lifted her gaze, forcing a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Though she still had 2 Pokémon remaining, she knew they would stand no chance against this monstrous opponent. No, she had never truly triumphed over this creature. Even with a powerful quasi-deity Pokémon, she remained unable to defeat it. Referee, I concede. In that instant, the arena fell silent. Ash, waiting for Yudo to release her next Pokémon, was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated such a swift surrender from her. Banquila's was only level 55, clearly just evolved. Had it not been for the fighting type's 4 times effectiveness against Banquila's, Ash's Lucreon would likely have struggled against this foe. The audience erupted in cheers. This match had been worthwhile. Witnessing the clash between the quasi-deity Banquila's and the shiny Lucreon was a spectacle rare even in past finals. The victor basked in the applause and accolades, while the defeated could only depart in silence. At the back of the audience, Sakaki observed the unfolding events, murmuring to himself, "Both of these trainers are exceptionally promising newcomers, yet regrettably not of use to me. One is the daughter of a prestigious family, related to the Kanto champion. The other is a student of Professor Oak. Moreover, according to Team Rocket's investigations, this Ash seems to be more than just a mere pupil of Professor Oak. The Professor's investment in him rivals that of his own grandson, and their relationship with Professor Oak's granddaughter appears to be quite close." Ash exhaled softly. Today's battle had been physically taxing. He resolved to take a shower before his next appointment. Conditions had not permitted him to do so in the wilderness. But now at the competitor's village, he had the opportunity and did not wish to venture out reeking of sweat. The Champions Road in the Kanto region was a tunnel along Route 23, named for the necessity of all trainers aspiring to become champions to traverse it. Initially, the league tournaments were highly prestigious. After obtaining 8 badges, one would receive a tournament badge and must defeat all trainers on the Champions Road to access the league headquarters. At that time, challengers faced the Elite Four and the champion, and for a long period, no one succeeded in overcoming them. Of course, the original Elite Four and champion, including Professor Oak, played a significant role in this. The format of the league tournament later transformed into the current battle format, yet it remained an unruly contest. Trainers who had proven themselves through the 8 gyms adjusted their battles on Champions Road for the league. The champion of the league, akin to the victors of the past who emerged from Champions Road, could challenge the Elite Four. Naturally, this opportunity could also be reserved for later use. Following a victory against one Elite Four member, a trainer could take a breather before challenging the next, and after defeating all 4, they would earn the title of the strongest in the region and ascend to the champion's throne. Currently, Champions Road was teeming with elite-level trainers, all of whom had acquired the 8 gym badges and were diligently preparing to challenge the Elite Four. As long as one could defeat all the trainers on Champions Road, they would still qualify for the challenge against the Elite Four. At this moment, Mewtwo sat upon a crystal throne at the very bottom of Champions Road, its psychic powers radiating outward to sense everything around it. All the trainers on Champions Road had fallen under Mewtwo's control. After leaving the Evergreen Gym, Mewtwo's first destination was New Island, its birthplace. Even though New Island had been ravaged following Mewtwo's departure, remnants of its former glory still lingered. There, Mewtwo mastered cloning technology through the remaining manuscripts and its own memories. In pursuit of greater power, Mewtwo recalled the human boy it had seen upon its escape. That boy must possess something of great significance to Mewtwo. It felt a deep, intrinsic connection to him. as a product of the dream gene. Mutwo's understanding of such connections was etched deep within its very essence. Although Team Rocket had not imparted much knowledge to it, Mutwo had overheard a wealth of information during its time in the incubation chamber, including various techniques such as cloning and fossil revival. Mutwo had also established its own legion of clones. Soon, when the so-called league tournament concludes, it would be time for me to make my move. Watching the live broadcast on the nearby wall-mounted television, Mutwo's emotions began to steady. Soon, it would be merely 3 days away. Having witnessed Sakaki's strength, Mutwo understood that there existed humans who could pose a threat to it. Arriving late, Mutwo had missed the opening ceremony and could only wait for the conclusion of the league tournament, when the audience would be at its peak. At that time, I would orchestrate the elite trainers to encircle the Alliance tournament, with the spectators held as my hostages. Given the nature of humanity, that young boy would have no choice but to surrender obediently, wouldn't he? Mutwo may not fully comprehend human behavior, yet it has been observing, learning, and seeking to understand humanity. Of course, if that boy fails to secure the ultimate victory, there would be no need for a battle with him. If he cannot even triumph in such a contest, then he shall have no opportunity to challenge me. Let us simply eliminate him alongside Mew. In the coming days, I must clone more Pokémon to prepare for the impending events. Although Team Rocket has employed a few technical machines to enhance its offensive capabilities, it remains insufficiently secure. I am Mutwo. I must proceed with caution before fully developing my power. Name: Mutwo. Gender: none. Ability: pressure type, psychic terrestrial type, psychic held item, none. Strength: master level, 80. Moves: Psy Strike, Calm Mind, Barrier, Agility, Aura Sphere, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Sandstorm, Psychic, Brick Break, Telekinesis, Bulk Up, Giga Drain, Reflect, Light Screen, Seal, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Psychic Terrain, Volt Tackle, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Self-Suggestion, Trick, Knock Off, Weather Ball, Trick Room, Hyper Beam, Hurricane, Blizzard, Solar Flare, Overheat, Thunder, Earthquake, Aura Sphere, Stone Edge, Trick, Phantom Force, Power Gem, Taunt, Rock Slide, Electro Ball, Avalanche, Icy Wind, Endure, Heavy Slam, Low Kick, Disable, Teleport, Life Dew, Confusion, Psychic Blade, Mind Reader, Barrier, Self-Restore, Mist, Psychic Break, Future Sight. How can such a limited repertoire of moves allow Mutwo to feel secure? I am still not powerful enough. I must acquire more skills. Before I become the strongest Pokémon, I shall first strive to be the most formidable trainer. A master of a Pokémon Legion is also a trainer. Chapter 141, Team Rocket in Action. As the headquarters of the Alliance, the hotel at the Quartz Plateau is naturally of the highest caliber. This 37-story glass edifice rises like a sword piercing the heavens, its exterior shimmering with a platinum glow under the sun. Even someone as influential as Sakaki in the Kanto region must temper his brilliance within these walls. After all, those who can stay here are either high-ranking Alliance officials or esteemed figures from various regions. For this gathering with Ash and his companions, Sakaki chose the 16th floor Central Banquet Hall, renowned for its excellent views, instead of the 37th floor Pinnacle Banquet Hall, which is often reserved by the Alliance as a symbol of power. The elevator glided smoothly to the 16th floor, and as the metallic doors slid apart, the corridor adorned with champagne-colored carpets opened up to reveal 2 gilded doors gradually parting. Though opting for the more understated yet luxurious Central Banquet Hall over the 37th floor venue, the ambience here radiated an air of refined elegance. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting perfectly diffused warm light across the room. This way, please. A well-dressed server inclined slightly, guiding the guests toward the circular sofa area beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. From this height, the distant Silver Mountain resembled a natural painting, its eternal snow-capped peaks tinted with soft rose gold in the sunset, while the sea of clouds at the mountainside flowed languidly. In the center of the banquet hall, 3 long tables draped in linen were arranged in a triangular formation. The left table was laden with seafood delicacies from the Hoenn region. The center showcased dishes from the Sinnoh region, while the right was dedicated to a barbecue station featuring Unova flavors. A chef in a white uniform grilled salmon on site, the fat sizzling enticingly as it dripped onto the charcoal below. In the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Pikachu, accompanied by Psyduck and other small Pokémon, peered curiously at the dessert table, while Ash's Eevee nimbly hopped onto the cart laden with fruit salads. The servers maintained a respectful distance, ensuring they did not disturb the Pokémon while being readily available to assist. Long time no see, Ash. Sakaki smiled, acknowledging Ash as the host of this gathering. Impeccably attired in a well-fitted suit, he recognized Ash's black trench coat, crafted from the shed skin of a Dratini, as a remarkably high-quality garment. This coat had been a gift from Full Moon, and Ash had prepared a high-quality toxic orb as a return gift for this evening. Ash nodded in response. It's been a while, Mr. Sakaki. After greeting Ash, whom he valued highly, Sakaki turned his attention to the eldest attendee, Professor Oak. To his surprise, Professor Oak was Ash's mentor. As an esteemed alumnus of Yuhong University, Sakaki was well acquainted with Professor Oak, who annually lectured at the institution. In fact, during Sakaki's time at Yuhong University, Professor Oak was already a professor there, and Sakaki had attended his classes, making their rapport feel more familiar. Ash is exceptionally talented. He has made my guidance quite effortless. Professor Oak replied with a warm smile. He was genuinely pleased with Sakaki, a remarkable junior. After gaining prominence, Sakaki frequently donated to educational causes and orphanages, establishing a foundation to support emerging trainers. Unlike those who evade taxes imposed by the Alliance, Sakaki's donations are genuine acts of generosity. This gathering is to express my gratitude for Ash saving my life during the gas leak explosion at the Evergreen Gym. I have prepared some small gifts for everyone. Saying this, Sakaki clapped his hands. A cadre of servers promptly arrived with trays, positioning themselves behind Ash and the others, prompting them to turn around. Professor Oak's gift was an ancient tome, which, judging by his reaction, seemed to be quite valuable. Hanako received a lavish shawl, while Ash's gift was a sizable metallic coating. Natsumi's was a championship-grade spoon forged from the life force of a deceased alakazam. Koharu received a set of evolution stones, while Nanami was gifted a beautiful scale. Full Moon received a high-quality toxic orb. The Sakuragi couple received a pair of seemingly luxurious watches. The youngest, Soda, received a mysterious amber, and Bailu was gifted a high-purity mysterious water droplet. Sakaki's thoughtfulness in selecting gifts was evident. The tome presented to Professor Oak was undoubtedly the most valuable, as it contained the history of an ancient kingdom in the Johto region, possibly linked to the legendary Ho-Oh. Following closely was Koharu's set of evolution stones, which included not only the stones needed for Eevee's evolution, but also rare awakening stones and shiny stones. Ash had previously deployed a gigantic Onyx during the second round of the preliminary competition, so the metallic coating was likely intended for it. Nanami, an elite coordinator, could utilize the beautiful scale to evolve her Phoeba into Milotic. Full Moon, known as the Poison Mistress, would find the toxic orb particularly fitting, although the surprise Ash had prepared for her was now firmly in his grasp. Natsumi, the former gym leader of Goldenrod City, received a spoon capable of enhancing psychic-type moves. Professor Sakuraki, a researcher, and Mrs. Sakuraki, an artist, found the watches to be a versatile gift. As for Soda's amber, it was likely the mysterious amber of a fossilized Aerodactyl, which could be resurrected through fossil revival technology, making it immensely appealing to a child interested in Pokémon battles. No doubt, Sakaki's generosity was extravagant. Meanwhile, the path of champions unfolds. Within the dim recesses of the cavern, several searchlights cast a pallid glow upon the jagged rock walls. Dr. Nanbua paced anxiously beside a colossal apparatus, his murky eyes, framed by crimson brows, frequently darting towards the Team Rocket grunts assembling the equipment. Fools! The energy converter must be connected to the left side port. He suddenly bellowed at one of the underlings. Following the ensuing chaos, the clang of metal reverberated through the cavern, startling several Zubat into flight deeper into the shadows. At that moment, the shadows upon the rock face began to writhe ominously. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels striking the stone, a woman with cascading purple hair emerged from the darkness. At her feet, Meowth arched its tail, its golden eyes gleaming with a dangerous light amidst the gloom. Dr. Nanbua, what troubles you? Sachi's languid voice echoed. It's Dr. Nanbua. The elderly scientist leapt as if his tail had been stepped on, his white beard quivering with indignation. However, upon realizing the visitor was Sachi from the Three Beasts, his bravado diminished considerably. He instinctively cast a glance at the elite guards stationed at the cave's entrance, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Ahem, Doctor. Nanbua retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his balding Mediterranean scalp. We are nearly finished. He turned to point at the towering 3-meter-tall machine, its myriad tubes coiling around its metallic exterior like veins. Once we complete the final energy calibration, we can commence the Mutwo capture plan as early as tomorrow. Not far away, within the shadowy depths of the cavern, a dozen unconscious elite trainers lay haphazardly in a corner. Several malevolent Pokémon were connected to the machine via conduits, a faint glow pulsating toward the central device as if infused with life. A dangerous smile curved Sachi's crimson lips. Let us hope this time does not mirror the calamity of New Island. Chapter 142, Sakamoto strikes. In the deepest cavern of the Champion's Path, cold droplets of water condensed on the damp rock walls. In the dimly lit space, only an antiquated television flickered with intermittent light, illuminating Mutewo's expressionless visage. The match had dragged from morning until 4 in the afternoon due to one contestant, named Jitai, being part of a team. Consequently, the afternoon matches were postponed until 5:30, where the young trainer with a Pikachu commanded his Charizard to confront an opposing Magnemite. The Magnemite unleashed a thunderbolt, illuminating the night sky above the arena with a golden flash. Mutewo's fingers unconsciously rubbed the armrest of its chair, awaiting the conclusion of the battle. Suddenly, it jerked its head up, its purple pupils narrowing sharply. A familiar, nauseating scent was rapidly approaching from the entrance of the Champion's Path, an aroma it could never forget, the scent of Team Rocket. Sakamoto. The name escaped its lips, causing the temperature within the cavern to plummet. At that moment, an explosion echoed as the rock wall above shattered, and a browless woman leapt down, accompanied by Meowth. It was indeed Sachi. Mutewo's pupils constricted to pinpricks, as a surge of violent purple energy erupted from its being. That name was a key, unlocking the darkest prison within its memories. Sachi. As the name slipped from its teeth, the air within the cavern seemed to freeze. Stalactites hanging from the ceiling shattered, raining down debris, while the old television exploded, sending countless shards of glass eerily suspended in midair, each reflecting Mutewo's increasingly distorted face. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the rocky ceiling of the cavern suddenly burst apart. Debris rained down like a tempest. Yet it disintegrated into dust a mere 10 meters from Mutewo, crushed by an invisible psychic force. Amidst the swirling dust, a lithe figure gracefully descended. What a touching reunion. Mutewo. Sachi brushed a meticulously styled strand of her light purple hair, a signature faux smile gracing her browless face. At her feet, Meowth arched its back, its golden slit pupils fixed intently on Mutewo, claws scraping the ground with a piercing sound. Mutewo slowly raised its right hand, and the suspended shards of glass shifted direction, each glinting with lethal coldness. Sakamoto has not come. Do you truly believe you can defeat me alone? Sachi extended her right hand, revealing a remote control glowing with crimson light, her scarlet nails delicately caressing the buttons. You are quite formidable, but you are merely a product of technology. Technology can indeed subdue you. Mutewo's movements abruptly halted, sensing its psychic powers significantly suppressed. Through the dissipating haze, it perceived that the cavern had been surrounded by soldiers clad in our uniforms, each wielding specially designed pokeballs. Behind Sachi, 3 wheezing exhaled ominous purple smoke. Meowth bared its sharp fangs, while Sachi's laughter echoed through the cavern. Come with us, Mutewo. The boss has missed you dearly. And do not concern yourself with those trainers you controlled. They have all been dealt with. Mutewo ceased its offensive maneuvers, and as Sachi prepared to use technology to capture it, she distinctly noted the mockery in its eyes. An unsettling feeling crept into Sachi's heart. Suddenly, the roars of countless Pokémon erupted from all directions. Charizard, Onyx, Blastoise, Exeggutor, Alakazam, Kangaskhan, Nidoking, and Golem surrounded the area. Explosions echoed from above. Mutewo felt the pressure on its form dissipate. Its psychic abilities were no longer restrained. I sensed your arrival yesterday. Can you guess why I did not strike? The voice of telepathy reverberated throughout the cavern, audible to all humans and Pokémon alike. It is because I had long since positioned my fellow clone Pokémon in ambush. I was aware of the strength of your technology. However, you are correct. Technology can indeed contend with you. No sooner had the words left its mouth than 8 Machoke bore what resembled a mortar forward, positioning it before the legion of clone Pokémon. Countless black Pokeballs were launched from the mortar, targeting the Pokémon of Team Rocket. Soon, several of Team Rocket's Pokémon were captured. In response, some Team Rocket members hurriedly withdrew their Pokémon, only to find that as soon as they did, a mechanical eye on the black Pokeballs opened, ensnaring their Pokeballs as well. This left not only the Team Rocket grunts, but even Sachi momentarily dumbfounded. A Pokeball capable of forcibly capturing others' Pokémon, even seizing their Pokeballs. Unprecedented. Stripped of their Pokémon's power, even with modern weaponry, they could not contend with such a multitude of Pokémon, let alone capture Mutewo. Yet Mutewo did not attack Sachi and her comrades. Instead, it gazed upward. It seems I must intervene personally. A man in a black suit stood at the cavern's entrance, surveying the scene below, flanked by a formidable Nidoking and an even more powerful Beedrill than Mutewo. You are an artificial deity, yet you are not my most perfect creation. You, who have fallen short of my expectations, are merely a defective product. Beedrill, defeat it, and bring it back. Just after departing from a gathering, Sakamoto had rushed over, Realizing that spending a few small gifts would temporarily sever Professor Oak's contact with the outside world, quite a bargain. Ultimately, Sakamoto confirmed that the professor had indulged a bit too much in drink. Thus, there was no fear of Professor Oak, the current highest power of the Pokemon League, intervening. He intends to personally take this imperfect creation back to refine it. The only response to Sakaki was the rapid vibration of Beedrill's wings. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by a strike as fierce as a dragon. Mutwo sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the Beedrill. Rather than employing its psychic powers as a barrier to counter the assault, it opted to teleport swiftly to the side, unleashing its abilities in a sudden eruption. The expansive psychic attack left the Beedrill with no escape, yet it showed no inclination to evade. The long spear, imbued with bug-type energy, pierced through Mutwo's skill, striking directly at its abdomen. Mutwo was hit by the Beedrill and was sent hurtling into the ranks of the cloned Pokemon army. Instantly, countless black Pokeballs were launched at the Beedrill, but as they neared, the Beedrill's spears shattered them effortlessly, rendering capture impossible. Nidoking then unleashed Thunderbolt, knocking down all the balls. Golden lightning crackled around Nidoking's form. Under its masterful control, the bolts shot forth like bullets, striking the swirling black Pokeballs in the air. Chapter 143, Alliance Mobilization. The night had deepened, yet unusual activity from deep within the champion's path put the entire Alliance headquarters on high alert. The previously vibrant atmosphere of the Alliance Plaza, bustling due to the impending conclusion of the tournament, was now enveloped in an air of tension. Trainers turned their gazes towards the direction of the champion's path, whispering about the sudden surge of energy. Within the headquarters, alarms blared abruptly, and red warning lights flashed along the corridors. A psychic energy response and combat fluctuations were detected emanating from the champion's path. It was suspected that numerous Pokemon, or even those surpassing the champion level, were engaged in battle. Operators in the monitoring room promptly reported the situation. Upon receiving the information, President Damalin furrowed his brows. He immediately issued orders. Notify the Elite Four to assemble at once. With the Alliance tournament nearing its end, it was customary for the Elite Four to partake in an exhibition match with the champion. Thus, Kanna, Shiba, Kikuko, and Wataru were all present at the headquarters. Kanna was in the lounge, elegantly savoring her black tea. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed, and her expression sharpened. She set down her teacup and adjusted her glasses. It seems my leisurely time has come to an end. Shiba was in the training ground, engaged in strength training with his Macamp. Upon receiving the news, he grinned widely, clenching his fist. Finally, something interesting is happening. Kikuko, hearing the alarm, picked up her cane and scoffed. Humph, a bunch of restless fellows. Wataru stood in a room at the top of the Alliance, his red cloak billowing in the wind. He gazed towards the champion's path, his eyes sharp. Psychic energy, could it be Mew? He truly could not fathom that there were other psychic-type Pokemon surpassing the champion-level battling near the Alliance. After all, there were no psychic-type elites of that caliber in this region. Chengdu did have one. The massive machine that was the Alliance headquarters began to operate. And soon Joy and the Junsha family, along with the Alliance's investigators, began to mobilize. They were the main forces for logistics, maintaining order, and engaging in direct combat. The Alliance immediately thought of Professor Oak, who had come to watch the tournament, but they could not establish contact with him. Ultimately, it was Kikuko herself who ventured out to retrieve Ash, who had been surrounded by a throng of exuberant girls, looking somewhat flustered. Humph. You certainly have your fair share of admirers. On their way to the meeting place, Kikuko skillfully mounted her Dragonite, casting a sidelong glance at Ash with a teasing huff. Faced with the elder's jest, Ash could only awkwardly avert his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, among that lively group of girls was Kikuko's granddaughter, Nanami. As the night breeze swept by, Ash instinctively adjusted his brand-new cap, meticulously chosen for him by Nanami. The gentle wind tousled his bangs and lifted the crisp trainer's jacket. Selected by Natsumi. On this outing, several girls had collectively dressed him from head to toe in new attire. This ensemble now seemed to serve as a silent testament, particularly conspicuous in the night air. However, Kikuko appeared not to mind it too much. Ash mounted Professor Oak's Pidgeot. Kikuko and Ash arrived at the Alliance headquarters, riding on Professor Oak's Dragonite and Pidgeot, respectively. She truly did not expect that having finally relented to seek out that old coot, she would encounter him inebriated. A somewhat guilty Professor Oak recommended Ash to her and entrusted her with his Pokemon to hand over to Ash. Kikuko then contacted Ash via her Rotom phone, reaching him amidst the group of 4 girls, including her granddaughter, who were out shopping. Upon landing before the Alliance's gates, the guards saluted Kikuko as they saw her approach. Just before entering, Kikuko suddenly spoke. Once you step through this door, you may call me Kikuko, and I shall not hold it against you. After all, one must maintain professionalism while working. Kikuko glanced at Ash, who wore an unperturbed expression, and inquired, "But what should you call me in private?" Ash had no hesitation in his response. "Grandma. Ah, you, like that sweet-tongued boy Shigeru, are quite charming." Kikuko's smile broadened, though perhaps due to a lack of practice. It bore an eerie quality. She then pressed a pokeball into Ash's hand. "Since you have called me Grandma, take this. It is a gift from your grandmother to welcome you." Her smile radiated warmth and kindness. Ash scanned the pokeball with the system panel, and the information regarding the Pokemon inside immediately materialized. Name, Ghastly Leader. Gender, male. Ability, Levitate. Type, Ghost, Poison. Terra type, Ghost. Item, Curse symbol. Level, Intermediate, 20. Skills, Mirror Move, Lullaby of the End, Dark Mist, Fog of Filth, Smoke Screen, Toxic, Trick, Substitution, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Sleep Talk, Magical Shine, Poison Fong. Strange Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Black Glare, Revenge, Grudge, Curse. Well, a leader, Ghastly? The term leader refers to those large Pokemon from the Pokemon legend Arceus that can be captured, characterized by their glowing red eyes. Unlike the dominant Pokemon, which are typically the leaders of their groups, leader Pokemon are special. These Pokemon are larger than their counterparts and can utilize rare moves. This could be a real troublemaker. I hope you treat it well, as well as Nanami. Upon hearing Kikuko's words, Ash felt a chill run down his back, as if something were watching him from behind. "I will, Grandma." Ash was quite adept at charming the elderly. Back in his school days, he had greatly enjoyed the company of his teachers. A responsible one, indeed. Ash followed behind Kikuko, stepping into the core area of the Kanto Alliance headquarters. The guards at the entrance exchanged glances, acknowledging the significance of the news. The towering dome, the impeccably polished marble floors, and the mingling scents of expensive furniture and old documents combined to create an atmosphere of authority and a slightly oppressive sense of progress. As they entered the corridor, this atmosphere intensified, whether in the hallway or through the open office doors. Everyone paid their respects to Kikuko. This was not a battleground of fiery contests, but rather an invisible arena woven with rules and power. Grandmother Josie leaned on her cane, her pace unhurried, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. She walked ahead with a leisurely gait, while Xiaoji trailed half a step behind her, positioned slightly to her side. Instinctively, Xiaoji straightened his back, his gaze level and unwavering, neither curious nor timidly avoiding the scrutiny around him. Even Pikachu remained composed, resting quietly on Xiaoji's shoulder. Clad in freshly minted trainer attire, he appeared somewhat out of place among the sharply dressed crowd in suits and uniforms. However, the calm demeanor forged through his travels oddly balanced this incongruity. Throughout their journey, nearly everyone paused to pay their respects to Grandmother Josie. "Champion Josie." "Good day, Senior Josie." Greetings echoed in a respectful tone, each voice tinged with reverence. Simultaneously, every individual who acknowledged Josie cast inquisitive glances towards the youth following her. Some gazes were kind, others perplexed, while some were sharp as daggers, filled with scrutiny, speculation, and unmistakable curiosity. What manner of young man could be personally escorted into the inner sanctum of the league by the notoriously austere ghost-type champion? Grandmother Josie responded to most salutations with a slight nod, occasionally acknowledging them with a brief gesture. Yet, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Xiaoji. Noticing his unwavering composure amidst the unspoken pressure, a fleeting, nearly imperceptible satisfaction flickered across her typically stoic face. This boy maintained his calm during battles and stood tall in such an imposing situation, not bringing her any shame. As they traversed through automated doors requiring identification, the deeper they ventured, the loftier the status of those they encountered seemed to become. Some gazes grew more unabashed, even tinged with evaluative scrutiny. Xiaoji sensed that the atmosphere here was far more tense than the battles at the League conference. However, he took a deep breath, transforming this pressure into focus. His steps remaining steady behind Grandmother Josie. This was not merely a simple following. It felt like a silent proclamation and introduction. Grandmother Josie was guiding Xiaoji into the true corridors of power within the League. Yet this journey lacked the adrenaline-fueled soundtrack or the mournful melodies typical of grand entrances. Devoid of cheering spectators, replaced only by the sound of polished shoes striking the floor and an enveloping silence of observation. Xiaoji couldn't help but murmur inwardly. This path of progress, devoid of the cheerful tunes of advancement, is rather difficult to endure. Upon entering the headquarters conference room, Kona, Du, and Shiba were already present, accompanied by a group of others. Upon seeing that Grandmother Josie had not returned with Professor Okido, President Damalanki expressed a hint of disappointment. Champion Josie, where is Professor Okido? Why have you brought only this child with you? In the conference room of the Quartz Plateau League headquarters, Vice President Minjing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze searching behind Josie. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, the League emblem glimmered under the lights. That old fellow's health is failing him, Grandmother Josie huffed, leaning on her wooden cane. But my grandson has a good rapport with his Pokémon. With that, she nudged Xiaoji forward. Most present recognized him as a prodigious trainer. The boy offered a shy smile, his eyes radiating determination. Pikachu, perched atop Xiaoji's head, curiously surveyed the surroundings. I brought the old fellow's Pokémon along, Grandmother Josie added, her tone cold, yet softened by a barely perceptible warmth when she glanced at Xiaoji. Minjing nodded thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on Xiaoji for a moment. The other League officials in the room also cast curious looks, whispers echoing in the spacious hall. Grandmother Josie, growing impatient, tapped her cane against the floor, leading Xiaoji directly to the other side of the conference room where Shiba, the fighting-type champion, sat casually in a chair, a large plate of angry buns before him, savoring the delicacies. Hey there, little brother. Good to see you again. Shiba greeted, his laughter bright and revealing a gleaming smile. He set down his food and waved energetically at Xiaoji, his muscular arms flexing with emotion. It's been a while, Master Shiba. Xiaoji replied with a bashful grin as he took a seat beside Shiba, quickly straightening his posture. The arrangement of the chairs was meticulously calculated, ensuring that they provided comfort while maintaining the ability for swift, silent movement when required. Pikachu leaped onto Shiba's table, sniffing the angry buns with curiosity. Its nose informed it that these were sweet treats. Shiba laughed heartily, offering a piece of an angry bun to Pikachu and affectionately ruffling its fur. Looks like Xiaoji's Pokémon are quite spirited. After receiving Xiaoji's nod of approval, Pikachu eagerly began munching on the bun. Shiba turned his attention back to Grandmother Josie, Senior Josie. It seems you have great confidence in bringing Xiaoji along this time. Grandmother Josie nodded slightly, her wrinkled face adopting a serious expression. Indeed, this boy possesses a certain talent for battling. I brought him here to broaden his horizons. A certain talent? The attendees exchanged glances. Realizing the old lady could easily express her pride, her tone betrayed her attempts at modesty. They all knew Xiaoji was a student of Professor Okido, and Josie's humble words were hard to take seriously. Chapter 144. If you don't die, how could I? Go tell that to my destructive beam. Who doesn't know that this rookie trainer, having only set out for a year, has already conquered 8 gyms and swept through the league tournament? Had it not been for Yulong Du's cousin, Yulong Jia, this young man would surely have faced off against Professor Okido's grandson in the final match of the league tournament. Just yesterday, that academically inclined girl almost cried during the semifinals, and had the finals not been scheduled for the day after tomorrow, they would have certainly opposed Xiaoji's participation in this mission. However, Yulong Jia, Xiaoji's opponent in the finals, was also called by Du to join the search team, which seemed fair enough. Given that the mission involved suspected legendary Pokémon, casualties were unavoidable. Especially considering that only Team Rocket would dare to capture legendary Pokémon with their Pokémon army near the League. Do they truly believe that the League's Pokémon forces are ineffective? The numerous search officers and armed police led by the Elite Four were merely the vanguard. The Pokémon forces near the League had already begun mobilizing. This time, they would ensure that those Team Rocket scoundrels would not return. President Damalanki slammed his hand on the table, causing a few drops of red tea to splash from the cup. Despite his height of only 5 feet, the intensity of his glare stilled the air in the conference room, the little old man exuding an aura that felt like it was 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. Yes, everyone echoed in unison, rising immediately. The wooden chairs made no sound on the polished floor as the attendees' eyes sharpened with battle intent. Yulong Du dramatically tossed his crimson cloak and strode toward the door, the sound of his black boots echoing steadily on the floor. The 3 champions followed closely behind Xiaoji. As the operational personnel exited, the conference room fell silent, leaving only the flickering surveillance footage on the electronic screen. President Damalanki stroked his snow-white beard, smiling at Vice President Minjing. Minjing, stay here and help the old man keep watch. My health isn't what it used to be compared to you youngsters. He leisurely returned to his armchair, his tone relaxed. Perhaps the command for the latter half of the night will have to be entrusted entirely to you. The president chuckled. You are still in your prime. I must learn much from you. Vice President Minjing offered a slight bow, adorned with a proper smile. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the window, where several figures were soaring towards the champion's path aboard flying Pokémon. His fingertips gently tapped the table, the rhythm betraying a hint of anxiety. What's the matter? Concern for the front lines? The elderly president suddenly inquired, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. Minjing quickly retracted his thoughts and replied with a smile, I just find it quite rare for all 4 Elite Four members to be mobilized. Ha ha. Dharmaki erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the empty conference room. It is precisely because such an event is uncommon that we should both stay up late to witness it. Minjing chuckled in agreement, yet felt a trickle of cold sweat run down his back. The old president's smile inexplicably reminded him of the oppressive sensation faced when confronting a champion-level Pokémon. Outside, dark clouds stealthily obscured the moonlight. Agia, take a team of flying Pokémon with you. The others are to follow the orders of their respective team leaders and ensure all entrances to the champion's path are sealed to prevent Team Rocket's escape. Everyone, proceed according to the previously established battle plan. Yulongdu's deep voice resonated in the night breeze. He leapt onto the back of his Dragonite, his crimson robe billowing as he did so. The golden scales of the Dragonite glimmered under the moonlight, emitting a chilling light as it let out a thunderous roar, its wings stirring a tempest as it surged ahead towards the champion's path. Ash followed closely behind. Professor Oak's Dragonite, although larger, deliberately lowered its speed. This legendary Dragonite, having endured countless battles, bore a steady gaze, and it was precisely due to its presence that Ash had been assigned to Adu's side. Pikachu clung tightly to Ash's shoulder, its electric pouch glimmering slightly in response to the brisk winds of their rapid flight. As Ash looked up, the 3 Elite Four members formed a triangular formation behind Yulongdu. Kona elegantly sat upon the back of his Fearow, her red hair dancing in the wind. This Fearow, with feathers as sharp as blades, had been Professor Oak's aerial ace during his sweeping victory in the Kanto League. Shiba boldly straddled Ash's Charizard, his bronze muscles glinting alongside the orange scales of the dragon. Charizard, sensing the battle intent, flared its tail flame dramatically. Kikuko, riding Ash's Aerodactyl, was enveloped in an eerie purple glow, indicating that her Jengar had also emerged. The Aerodactyl now appeared excessively subdued. The old woman's sinister laughter mingled with the wind. Little one, don't get left behind by the Dragonite. Further back, Yulongjie rode his Dragonite, his gaze fixed intently on Adu, while the dark-clad search officer squad glided through the air on various flying Pokémon, arranged like geese migrating south. This truly was a crushing scenario. Adu's ace Dragonite was level 72, Professor Oak's Dragonite was level 95, and Fearow was level 90. With merely these 3 Pokémon charging into the champion's path, they could wreak havoc at will. Perhaps it was precisely because this mission was akin to a freebie that Professor Oak had allowed Kikuko to accompany him. Just as the League's forces were on the verge of reaching the entrance to the champion's path, Professor Oak's Dragonite suddenly flared its nostrils, its dragon eyes narrowing. It emitted a low growl of warning, its wings abruptly halting, creating a vacuum in the clouds. Almost simultaneously, 3 dark figures erupted from the rocky crevices below. As expected, an ambush. Adu's crimson robe glimmered like blood under the moonlight. But did these 3 Zubat truly believe they could obstruct us? The night wind ceased abruptly, and the air seemed to solidify. From the shadows of the rocks, a tall figure strode forth. A man with green hair, clad in the black uniform of a high-ranking Team Rocket officer, draped in a dark red cloak, wore a calm smirk at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, dozens of elite Team Rocket members stood in formation, all dressed in specially designed combat suits, with pokeballs at their waists pulsating with dangerous red light. Even in the face of Yulongdu and the Elite Four's imposing presence, Apollo remained unperturbed, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, the other playing with a pitch-black pokeball. Yulongdu, long time no see. He lifted his gaze slightly, revealing a pair of snake-like, piercing eyes beneath his green hair. But I'm afraid I cannot allow you to pass today. He paused, suddenly pinching the spinning pokeball, his tone turning icy. At least not until my mission is complete, or I perish first. Adu narrowed his eyes, looking down at the confidently smug Apollo, and then chuckled lightly. For someone of your rank to come here to meet your doom, your mysterious leader must be inside. To that enigmatic leader, you hold no value now, so do not obstruct my path. Perish. Not until my mission is complete, or I die? You think I'm going to die before you? He retorted defiantly. Tell that to my Hyper Beam. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Chapter 145. You are under arrest. Adu's roar echoed through the heavens. His Dragonite suddenly opened its massive jaws, brilliant golden light swirling within, as the surrounding air distorted from the terrifying energy fluctuations. The mere residual force from charging the attack shattered nearby, floating rocks into dust. Apollo's expression finally changed. In a panic, he tossed out a Pokeball. Houndoom. Use Protect. But it was too late. Boom. A devastating beam of light, over half a meter in diameter, tore through the night sky, vaporizing the very air in its wake. Apollo's figure was instantly engulfed in blinding white light, and the dozens of elite Team Rocket members behind him scarcely had time to scream before being reduced to ashes under this calamity-like onslaught. As the radiance faded, a charred crater, 100 meters in diameter, lay at the entrance to the champion's path. The rocks at the bottom glowed molten red, emitting a sinister heat. Ash gazed at this scene, instinctively clutching his Dragonite's neck. Pikachu's ears were pressed tightly against its head, its electrified tail stiff as a rod. Good grief. It seems Adu's Dragonite can indeed obliterate a town. It's no mere boast. Although this was Ash's first encounter with death in his 2 lifetimes, he felt little discomfort. His formidable mental fortitude allowed him to maintain control over his body. Professor Oak's Dragonite watched the scene with a calm demeanor, appearing quite satisfied with Adu's destructive capabilities. Is it over? Sheba asked. Kona adjusted her glasses. No, I don't think it's that simple. As if to validate her words, the scorched earth suddenly heaved. A charred Apollo stumbled from the shadows, his left arm hanging limply, his right eye smeared with blood, yet a frenzied smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. 6 elite-level Pokémon, led by Houndoom, formed a protective formation in front of him, each radiating ominous dark purple energy waves. Cough, what a brutal greeting, Yulongdu. But to kill me? You'd need another 100 years. He spat blood, his blood-stained teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight. Dragonite, I'm counting on you. Ash gently patted Professor Oak's Dragonite on the neck. The Dragonite slowly lowered its head, a hint of approval flickering in its golden eyes. It made no sound. Yet Ash sensed its response, a silent trust. With one hand steadying Pikachu, Ash leapt off Dragonite's back, using his psychic abilities to hover in midair. In the next moment, Dragonite's wings flared wide, the gust lifting debris from the ground. Its expression transformed, shedding its previous languid demeanor for one resembling a drawn sword. Radiating an edge, Apollo's smile faltered slightly as he sensed the shift in atmosphere. Huh, little brat, do you think your Dragonite can surpass Yulongdu's? He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning maliciously as he raised his right hand. Houndoom, Dark Pulse. Hiryu let out a low growl, conjuring a pitch-black energy sphere in its maw before unleashing it with ferocity. The dark purple wave of energy tore through the air, hurtling towards Dragonite with relentless force. Yet, the Dragonite made no attempt to evade. Its right claw lifted, gently closing in a fist. Boom. The malevolent wave abruptly shattered mid-air, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Hiryu's pupils contracted, and before it could react, Dragonite's form had vanished from sight. What? Apollo's sinister grin froze on his face. In an ethereal flash, Dragonite reappeared before Hiryu, sweeping a claw in a devastating arc. Hiryu had no time to wail, as it was violently hurled away, disappearing into the tunnel of the champion's path. With a resounding roar, Dragonite raised its head to the heavens, its draconic might spreading like a tidal wave, causing Apollo's remaining 5 Pokémon to instinctively take a step back. Cold sweat beaded on Apollo's forehead as he finally realized that this Dragonite might indeed surpass even that of the champion, Dado. What a joke. Even if you are a prodigy favored by the top, it is impossible to raise a Dragonite that transcends the champion level. Damn it, everyone, attack together. He roared, issuing commands. The 5 elite-level Pokémon launched their assaults simultaneously. Gyarados unleashed its Hyper Beam, Crobat summoned its Air Slash, Weezing detonated its Sludge Bomb, Honchkrow unleashed its Dark Pulse, and Mamoswine struck with its Ice Punch. 5 attacks intertwined to form a cataclysmic net of energy, raining down upon Dragonite. However, Dragonite merely lowered its body slightly, crossing its claws before its chest. Boom. The explosion sent plumes of dust soaring into the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Apollo laughed maniacally. Haha, let's see you withstand this. His laughter abruptly ceased. As the dust settled, Dragonite remained standing, completely unscathed. Impossible. Apollo's expression morphed completely. The fear he had masked in laughter erupted at this moment, and he suddenly recalled that there were 2 other trainers within the league who possessed formidable Dragonites. One was Ado's grandfather, the former dragon champion, now elder of dragons, Yulong Chao, who would certainly not lend his Dragonite to an outsider. That left only Professor Oak. You pale? This little brat is a student of Professor Oak. Dragonite's gaze turned icy as it slowly ascended into the air. Dragon Dive, Ash said softly. Dragonite's form was enveloped by a colossal purple energy dragon. Apollo's Pokémon had no time to react before being hurled away by the frenzied dragon energy. Boom. When the light dissipated, Apollo slumped to the ground, all 6 of his Pokémon lying defeated, devoid of battle capability. Dragonite descended slowly, standing beside Ash. Its gaze restored to calmness, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Ash took a deep breath and looked at Apollo. It is over. The blue-haired investigator, Yulong strode forward to stand before Apollo, looking down upon the high-ranking member of Team Rocket. His expression was stern, the black uniform billowing slightly in the night breeze. The investigator's badge on his chest glinting coldly in the moonlight. Apollo, you are under arrest. His voice was deep and serene, stating an all-too-ordinary fact. Apollo slumped on the ground, the bloodied corner of his mouth twisting into a warped smile. Perhaps it's time to find a psychiatrist. He might still be of some use. Yulong raised his hand, signaling the 2 investigators behind him to step forward. Apollo, laughing maniacally, was handcuffed and escorted away by the 2 investigators, while Yulong remounted Dragonite and led a group of investigators into the champion's path. Just before entering, he glanced back at Ash. This boy named Ash is truly a monstrous talent. For a rookie trainer who has only been on his journey for a year to reach the finals of the league tournament is already remarkable. It is astonishing that he possesses such unique abilities. It seems he is quite confident in his own strength, not fearing the potential leak of information even with his finals opponent watching from behind. Truly, a commendable genius rival. Yet, this is just as well. Yulong clenched his fist. If the finals opponent were too weak, it would only lead to disappointment. Dragonite's speed surged suddenly. Yulong thought to himself, Ash is indeed a respectful genius rival. I am increasingly looking forward to the match the day after tomorrow. Just make sure this operation does not interfere with the subsequent battle. Chapter 146. How is this possible? Am I not the strongest Pokémon? Sakaki gazed somewhat disheveled at the transformed Mewtwo within the confines of the cage. Capturing Mewtwo had required considerable effort on his part. Were it not for his years of experience at the master level, combined with the power of technology, dealing with a creature like Mewtwo would have been exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Mewtwo had only been born for less than 2 months. Given it more time to grow stronger, even he, Sakaki, might find himself in a precarious situation. Boss, someone is coming in. A deep, echoing voice broke the silence. Sakaki turned his gaze to see a burly man with a Carablast perched atop his head striding hastily towards him. The newcomer was Oka, one of the 3 beasts. Perfect. Let them experience Mewtwo's power. The newly donned armor on Mewtwo was precisely what it needed to test its abilities against an opponent. The armor, controlled by the Dark Ball, would not hinder Mewtwo's strength. Rather, it would amplify Mewtwo's attacks. It was only with the Dark Ball that Sakaki dared to transition Mewtwo's armor from restraint to enhancement. Sakaki opened the cage before him, revealing armored Mewtwo to both himself and Oka. Unlike the previous restraining armor, this newly developed armor showcased a sleek combat aesthetic. With shoulder guards sharp as blades and a dark red energy core pulsating at its chest, while 6 energy conduits extended from its back, rhythmically pulsing as if alive. Click. Mewtwo levitated in midair, purple energy mist seeping through the seams of its armor. Its head was concealed by the armor, rendering its visage indistinguishable. Oka unconsciously took a step back, his Carablast retreating into its shell. Even as one of the 3 beasts, he felt breathless under this overwhelming presence. The guests are arriving soon. Sakaki calmly adjusted his gloves. 3 beasts, let us depart. Allow Mewtwo to entertain them. Now is not the time for me to reveal myself. As long as Professor Oak is alive, Kanto will remain in disarray. After all these years, is it truly worth waiting another year or 2? His purpose in taking over Team Rocket was neither to dominate the world nor to amass wealth like his mother, but to find his son. Compared to the League, Team Rocket suits him far better. Yes, Sachi and Shakura emerged from the shadows, following Sakaki and Oka as they left the depths of the champion's path. After Sakaki and the 3 beasts departed, Edo and his companions arrived to witness the armored Mewtwo. Along the way, they encountered numerous Team Rocket members, trainers from the champion's path, and both cloned and non-cloned Pokémon, all motionless and collapsed. Upon reaching their final destination, the scene before them sent chills down their spines. In front of them, the pitch-black armored Mewtwo hovered above the shattered incubation chamber. 6 energy conduits writhed like living creatures, each one connected to the half-bodies of Team Rocket members. Ash's stomach churned. Today's events were far too intense. Pikachu's fur bristled as electric sparks erupted from its electric sacs. Seeing someone approach, armored Mewtwo began to execute Sakaki's orders. Using its psychic abilities, it cleared the rubble and bodies from within the cave, creating a space for battle. Edo shouted towards the rear. Ajia, no investigators are allowed to enter. Go search for Team Rocket's whereabouts. The energy fluctuations emanating from the opponent are undoubtedly above that of the champion. Allowing the investigators to enter would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Their safety here is not even as secure as Ash's, as their self-preservation capabilities do not match those of Ash, the psychic. Even so, we absolutely cannot allow such a monstrous entity to escape. Unbeknownst to the turmoil outside, Ryanosuke, upon hearing Otto's words, immediately rallied the others to search for any surviving members of Team Rocket in a different location. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Ryanosuke's Dragonite let out a resounding roar, channeling a tempestuous surge of dragon-type energy, which erupted in a torrent of purple and gold, tearing through the air towards Mewtwo. The echo of its dragon cry reverberated through the cavern, leaving deep fissures in the ground in its wake. Dragonite, Icy Wind. First, slow it down to prevent escape. Professor Oak's Dragonite spread its wings wide, unleashing a frigid breath akin to an Arctic storm. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized into countless ice shards, freezing the ground at a visible pace, the ice layer crackling as it spread toward Mewtwo. Machamp, Aura Sphere. Hibiki's Machamp simultaneously gathered strength in its forearms, muscles bulging to their limits as fighting-type energy coalesced into a sphere, launching it toward Mewtwo. Lapras, Ice Beam. Kona's Lapras gracefully lifted its head, gathering ice crystals at the tip of its horn into a radiant orb of light. The next moment, a beam of aurora half a meter in diameter shot forth. Jengar. Dark Pulse. Grandma Kiku's Jengar emerged from the shadows, grinning widely. The dark energy took the form of chains, striking toward Mewtwo. Mewtwo hovered in midair, its purple gaze coldly scanning the quintuple assault, an ethereal psychic barrier shimmering around it. Slowly, it raised its right hand, the tips of its fingers glowing with a ghostly blue light as an invisible field of psychic energy rapidly expanded. Boom! The Dragon Pulse and Icy Wind collided first against the psychic barrier, the intertwining purple-gold dragon energy and ice-blue chill erupting in a brilliant explosion, sending shockwaves that violently shook the entire cave, with debris raining down. Yet, Mewtwo's psychic barrier remained unyielding, not even a crack appearing. Following that, the Aura Sphere and Ice Beam struck simultaneously. The fighting-type energy and Ice Beam frantically tore at the psychic barrier, erupting in blinding white light. But Mewtwo merely furrowed its brow, gently closing its right hand. Bang! The Aura Sphere was crushed with raw force, while the Ice Beam rebounded as if striking a mirror, hurtling back towards Lapras. Kona's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently, "Lapras, dodge!" However, the chains of Dark Pulse had already ensnared from all directions, each imbued with a malevolent intent that constricted fiercely against Mewtwo's barrier. Jengar grinned mischievously, its crimson eyes sparkling with cunning. Mewtwo finally moved. It raised its left hand, unleashing an explosive wave of psychic force, causing the chains of Dark Pulse to abruptly halt mid-air, before, crack, 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 they were all pulverized into black particles, dissipating into nothingness. What? Grandma Kiku's expression shifted dramatically. Her Jengar had just attained the champion level, although it had only just crossed into this tier. Was it truly incapable of threatening this unknown Pokémon? This could spell disaster for Ash. With such a powerful Pokémon before them, they might all fall here. Mewtwo slowly lifted its gaze, its blue light intensifying, as a deep voice echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Is that all your attacks can muster? Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Ash assessed the situation, fully grasping the battlefield dynamics. There was no way this level 80 Mewtwo, even as a legendary Pokémon, could defeat Dragonite. The Dragon Claw of Dragonite was enveloped in a layer of purple-gold energy, its dragon might erupting without restraint. Mewtwo suddenly froze in surprise. How could this be? Am I not the strongest Pokémon? What a jest. Chapter 147. The Reappearance of Mew. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Ash's eyes blazed with determination as he pointed forward, his voice brimming with unwavering conviction. Dragonite let out a thunderous roar, its wings unfurling, creating gusts that rustled the garments of the Elite Four and Ash alike. It lifted its right claw high, the purple-gold dragon energy swirling around it, refracting dazzling light under the sun. Even more astonishing was the overwhelming dragon might surging forth, as if an ancient dragon had awakened, making the very air tremble. This is impossible. Mewtwo staggered back 2 steps, its purple pupils dilating in shock. It could distinctly feel the oppressive force that sent shivers through its very soul, utterly shattering its understanding. I am clearly the mightiest Pokémon. What kind of farce is this? I lost to Sakaki only because of a coordinated assault and his use of human weaponry. But could this Dragonite truly be a Pokémon? How could it possess such strength? Beneath Mewtwo's mechanical mask, its previously calm visage now bore an expression of fear. The psychic power it had always prided itself on felt as fragile as tissue paper before Dragonite's might, an overwhelming sense of helplessness it had never experienced since its inception. Ash's gaze was more resolute than ever. Go, Dragonite. Let them witness true power. Dragonite unleashed a deafening dragon cry, its purple-gold claws tearing through the air, descending upon Mewtwo with an unstoppable force. Mewtwo hastily raised its arms, instantly forming a psychic barrier, but Dragonite's claws shattered that invisible defense with sheer force. The explosive shockwave cracking the ground around them. Impossible. My power is being suppressed. Mewtwo's pupils quivered violently. It retreated abruptly, conjuring a massive shadow ball with both hands, hurling it fiercely at Dragonite. Dragonite, Dragon Dive. Ash commanded without hesitation. Dragonite flapped its wings, enveloped in a torrent of raging dragon-type energy, transforming into a purple-gold comet that smashed through the shadow ball, hurtling towards Mewtwo with unrelenting momentum. Boom! A fierce explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, sending Mewtwo crashing against a distant rock wall. Struggling to rise, its eyes were filled with disbelief. Fragments of its black armor fell away, and Mewtwo regained its original clarity. But soon after, that clarity was overtaken by fury. Why? Why can you surpass me? I am the most powerful Pokémon ever created. Mewtwo's voice seethed with indignation and resentment. True strength is not solely dictated by genetics. Your might is reliant on technology and genetic modification. Dragonite's strength transcends mere talent. It stems from dedication. Ash calmly regarded Mewtwo. Does being the original mean I am destined to be inferior to you? Mewtwo's voice was rife with rage and frustration, its psychic waves violently oscillating, distorting the very space around it. It raised its hands suddenly, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy akin to a colossal tidal wave. The air snapping with piercing explosions as the ground crumbled inch by inch, debris lifting into the air, forming a devastating storm aimed squarely at Ash. Pikachu, anxious to rush forward, found itself nearly immobilized by the oppressive psychic force. Just at that precarious moment, a light, cheerful call rang out, and the air shimmered as a petite pink figure suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of Ash. With its large, azure eyes blinking, it flicked its tail lightly, effortlessly dissipating Mewtwo's overwhelming psychic assault as if it were a gentle spring breeze, not a single ripple reaching Ash. Mew? Ash's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this small Pokémon before him. Name: Mew. Gender: none. Ability: synchronize. Type: psychic. Terra type: psychic. Held item: none. Level: legendary, 99. Skills: strike, mirror attributes, instant amnesia, relay, primal power, life droplets, deception, finger wave, sealing, transformation, wave missiles, mental fortitude, too many to list. This is Ash's second encounter with Mew. The first time was during a summer camp near Pallet Town. Mew gracefully floated in the air, its tail swaying gently, curiously observing Mewtwo as if it were a lost child. Mewtwo's pupils suddenly constricted, its voice trembling. You are my prototype? Mew tilted its head, offering no reply but gently waved its tiny paw, sending forth a wave of soothing psychic energy, seemingly calming Mewtwo's agitated emotions. Ash took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he addressed Mewtwo. Mew may be the origin of your existence, but you have become a life of your own. Your purpose is not to surpass or destroy anyone, but to be yourself. Well, the antagonist is starting to waver. Quickly, use your verbal evasion technique. Mewtwo stood frozen, its fists clenched and then released, the internal conflict leading to a momentary silence. Meanwhile, Mew gracefully circled around Ash, playfully tapping his cheek with its tail, as if to convey, from here on out, it's up to you. Mewtwo, momentarily stunned by Dragonite's prowess, fell into compliance. In Mewtwo's mind, Dragonite was merely a messenger, one who had bested the self-proclaimed strongest. After Ash managed to persuade Mewtwo with his words, an unexpected event unfolded. Mew and Mewtwo suddenly struck in unison, as if prearranged. The Elite Four and their Pokémon accompanying Ash all collapsed to the ground. I've erased their memories of me and Mewtwo. Mew's soft voice echoed directly in Ash's mind, laced with a playful pride. It floated effortlessly before Ash, its tail swinging joyfully, as if it had just accomplished a trivial task. I've seen you before. Mew suddenly communicated telepathically, its tone teasing. You once fought a child with dark skin. Huh. Ash was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't suppress a laugh. You must be talking about Max, right? That was quite satisfying. Mew tilted its head, its eyes crescent-shaped, clearly stifling a laugh. Pika Pika. Mew burst into laughter, twirling elegantly above Ash's head, its tail brushing against his cheek in a ticklish manner. You truly are entertaining. Mutwo observed the scene from a distance, its icy gaze gradually softening. It suddenly recalled the time in the incubation chamber when it met little AI. Perhaps this was the very thing it had always needed, not a clash of power, but a simple and warm connection. Chapter 148, Capturing the Mischievous Mew. By the way, are you going to take responsibility? Mew's tail lightly brushed against Ash's cheek, its pink form gracefully twirling in the air, its tone imbued with mischief. Those sparkling blue eyes glimmered with a playful glint, relishing Ash's moment of shock. After all, you have a child together. Cough, cough. Ash nearly choked on his own saliva, his face flushing visibly. Wait, that phrase is rather peculiar. What is going on with this Mew? Pikachu tilted its head, its ears twitching. Pikachu? What's happening? Mutwo, lost in deep self-reflection, stumbled upon hearing this, its expression somewhat distorted. What? Abstract, yet undeniably abstract. Strictly speaking, Mutwo is neither viviparous nor oviparous. Its existence originated from a reckless scientific experiment in which Professor Oak and his friend, Professor Fuji, initially attempted to resurrect Mew using fossil revival technology, reconstructing Mew's lost eyelashes into a complete entity. However, due to the immaturity of the technology at that time, the experiment faced a significant impasse. Hence, they turned to gene supplementation technology, with the supplementary human genes coming from Ash. Initially, Professor Oak intended to use his own genes, but by a twist of fate, he encountered Ash just as the experiment hit a bottleneck. The young trainer's radiant talent, vibrant vitality, and physical strength rivaling that of Pokémon prompted Professor Oak to change his mind immediately. After making a deal with Ash, the latter provided his blood to Professor Oak. The blood was then given to Professor Fuji to create Mutwo. After countless sleepless nights, they finally reached the crucial final step of the Mutwo project, and the heart of the Mew embryo in the incubation chamber began to beat. Thus, Mutwo's initial form came to be. Mutwo indeed carries the genes of both Ash and Mew within it. Therefore, Mutwo's voice trembled as it gazed down at its hands. My battle instincts, my indomitable will, these were not mere programmed traits? Mew joyfully circled around Mutwo. It's hereditary, hereditary. Ash scratched his flushed cheeks. So, there is indeed a bit of, Such matters truly require a dialectical perspective. Be quiet. Mutwo's mind was clearly overloaded. I need some peace. With that, it activated teleportation, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a few scattered shards of armor. Mew stifled a giggle. How shy. Once Ash's emotions settled, he suddenly grasped Mew's tail. Meow? Mew's short fur bristled, casting an indignant glance at Ash. Little did it expect Ash to present an Ultra Ball right in front of it. All right, I will take responsibility, Ash beamed brightly, completely shedding the innocent demeanor from earlier. Mischievous little Mew deserved a good scare. Just as Mew was about to break free, it suddenly spotted the Ultra Ball before its eyes, leaving the entire Pokémon stunned. Meow meow. Wait. Its tail was still firmly held by Ash. The pink fur fluffed up like a cotton candy. Those sparkling blue eyes widened in disbelief, completely unprepared for this turn of events. That's not the kind of responsibility I meant. You only need to occasionally give me some snacks. Ash grinned, showcasing his signature sunny smile. If I must take responsibility, then it must be to the fullest. With that, his finger hovered over the button of the Ultra Ball. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Just consider it a game. Mew mused. Pika Pika. Pikachu excitedly leaped onto Ash's shoulder, its tiny paws clenched in encouragement for its trainer. Stop, you idiot. Mutwo's voice suddenly erupted from above. In an instant, it teleported right in front of Ash, ready to swat the Ultra Ball away. But Mew was quicker. Meow. It suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, transforming into a streak of light and diving into the Ultra Ball of its own accord. Ding dong, ding dong, ding. The Ultra Ball gently shook on the ground. Mutwo's hand froze in midair, its expression entirely petrified. Captured successfully? Ash could hardly believe it himself. Ding. With the final crisp sound and 3 stars bursting forth, the Ultra Ball ceased its shaking. The entire world seemed to pause in that moment. Ash stared blankly at the Ultra Ball on the ground, forgetting to breathe. Had he truly captured Mew, the legendary Pokémon of illusions? Pikachu? Pikachu cautiously poked Ash's frozen face. This is impossible. Mutwo slowly crouched down, trembling fingers softly brushing against the Ultra Ball. Mew had been captured so effortlessly. Suddenly, the Pokeball sprang open of its own accord, and a joyous pink light burst forth. Mew twirled gracefully in the air, its tail swaying with delight. Gotcha! It covered its mouth with its hands, giggling mischievously, for it could freely enter and exit the Pokeball. Ash let out a long sigh of relief, though his tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. So it turns out it could be like this. Mutwo's expression instantly shifted, returning to its characteristic calm demeanor. Foolish. Did you truly believe that a legendary Pokémon could be captured so easily? Mew floated before Ash and gently tapped the tip of his nose with its paw. However, it suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, suggesting that if it were Ash, it might consider becoming your temporary partner. Really? Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Mew playfully winked, but there are conditions. What conditions? If you can manage to catch a level 99 mythical beast, Professor Oak will do anything. Doghead, you must prepare a plethora of delicious treats every day. Mew raised a tiny claw, adding that you must also frequently play hide and seek with me. Most importantly, you are not allowed to use me for research. By the way, it suddenly floated over to Mutwo, wrapping its arms around the still-dazed Pokémon. And you must take good care of our child. Who is your child? Mutwo's cheeks began to redden. Mew then vanished, perching on Ash's left shoulder. Excellent. This outing has truly been profitable, capturing both Mew and Mutwo. What? You say you merely temporarily captured Mew, and have not yet captured Mutwo? It's only a matter of time. Mutwo is nothing more than a rebellious adolescent, requiring only a gentle nudge and a little coaxing to leave it utterly disoriented. Chapter 149. Contact information. Ash instructed Mew and the others to modify the memories of the Elite Four and their Pokémon, altering them to recall a confrontation with the masked leader of Team Rocket and a multitude of its members. Ash then awakened them and had Mew erase their memories of the awakening. Professor Oak's Pokémon had already agreed to proactively conceal Mew and Mutwo, so Ash was unconcerned about any trickery. After all, Mew's playful nature would undoubtedly lead it to tease its fellow Pokémon, and in due time, while in Pallet Town, Professor Oak's Pokémon would surely discover Mew. Mew would not obediently heed Ash's words. It preferred to play. You did well this time. Granny Kikuko chuckled hoarsely as she slowly approached, her gnarled hand unexpectedly grasping Ash's arm. You flatter me. Ash bent slightly, wearing a humble smile. Based on your performance, I can trust you to take care of Nanami. Hee hee, Sister Nanami is my sister. I will certainly protect her. Ash responded cheerfully. However, Kikuko's smile faded in an instant, her tone turning ominous. You little rascal, don't pretend to be oblivious to what I mean. That old woman wouldn't object to you being with other girls. Or are you unaware that Professor Oak treats you so well because of Nanami? Sister Nanami has been tirelessly traveling between Hoenn and Sinnoh to become a top coordinator over the past few years. We are still young. I do not wish for the tragedy that befell my mother to be repeated in our lives. It would sadden not only Sister Nanami, but also my mother. Ash certainly understood that Professor Oak was grooming him as a potential son-in-law. Before Nanami developed feelings for him, Ash was merely one of Professor Oak's many talented students. Even Hanako, another of Professor Oak's students, did not pay Ash much heed. However, Ash did not want Nanami to suffer the same fate as Hanako. For Hanako, it would have been a second trauma. Hanako had barely begun to show signs of pregnancy when she lost all contact with Ash's father, and to this day, not a single word had reached them. Currently, both Ash and Nanami were far too young, and it would be quite some time before they could settle down in Pallet Town, satisfied with their achievements. Previously, Ash had feared that he might perish outside, hence his tendency to feign ignorance. Liking someone is a solitary affair, yet love is a collision of two hearts in resonance. Being together signifies responsibility, a commitment to one another's future. Upon hearing this, Kikuko sighed deeply. Very well. She too had heard of Hanako's circumstances and felt a pang of sympathy for her. She recalled past events. After Kikuko and Professor Oak's child was born, they barely enjoyed a few peaceful days before Professor Oak decided to forsake martial pursuits for scholarly ones. At that time, the couple had significant disagreements, and due to various circumstances, they ended up living apart for decades, almost as if they were strangers. During the funeral of their son and daughter-in-law, Kikuko had intended to take Nanami away, but Professor Oak had stopped her. However, she suddenly wore a peculiar smile, the tip of her cane glowing ominously. Should the old woman discover that you dare to betray Nanami? Ash and Pikachu eagerly offered a shoulder massage to Kikuko. How could that be possible? Sister Nanami is so gentle, I would never wish to see her sad. Such words hold no weight with me. You should save your sweet talk for those little girls. Though she said this, Kikuko's expression betrayed her true feelings, revealing her long-standing tsundere nature. Exactly. Such a stubborn old lady is usually easy to please. You simply must go along with her. After leaving the Champion Road, the group arrived at the predetermined meeting point to await the return of the others. Otto's cloak fluttered gently in the night breeze as he approached Ash and placed a reassuring hand on the young trainer's shoulder. You should head back and rest. Otto's voice was softer than usual, yet still carried the inherent authority of a dragon master. I will provide a detailed report of your performance to President Damalin, and the League will not neglect those who have made contributions. He retrieved an exquisitely crafted business card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Ash, stating that if he ever wished to become a ranger, he could seek him out at any time. Ash accepted the card, which bore Otto's name and contact information, with a miniature dragon design embossed around its edges. Pikachu curiously leaned in to sniff it, its electric sacs flickering slightly, as if sensing something. This card seemed to emanate the essence of the forest. I shall join in as well. Granny Kikuko had somehow appeared behind Otto, her bony fingers extracting an aged pen from her pocket, its nib radiating a faint purple glow. Without hesitation, she took Otto's card and scribbled her contact information in the blank space. Should you encounter any ghost-type troubles, seeking me out will be far more effective than turning to this young man. Shiba sat cross-legged nearby, patiently waiting. He waited for Kikuko to finish writing, then reached out to take the pen, his robust fingers contrasting sharply with the slender writing instrument. Shiba, be careful not to break my pen. I understand, Kikuko-sensei. Here is mine as well. He grinned widely as he inscribed his number on the card with bold, forceful strokes, nearly piercing through the paper. After finishing, he seemed unsatisfied and added, "Come find me when you have time. I can teach you a few tricks." Before Ash could express his gratitude, Kona gracefully approached. She adjusted her glasses and took the pen from Shiba's hands. "Since everyone is being so enthusiastic, I cannot fall behind." Her handwriting was elegant and flowing. Upon finishing, she returned the card to Ash. "If you ever wish to train on Seven Island or Orange Archipelago, I will always welcome you." She smiled gently, her gaze behind her glasses warm and profound. Seven Island is situated in the southern seas of the Kanto region. Although it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Orange Archipelago, it is quite close. The underdeveloped state of Seven Island has led many young individuals to prefer leaving for the nearby Orange Archipelago or the bustling cities of the Kanto region, resulting in a severe aging population in Seven Island. Recently, Kona enlisted Gene Huey's assistance, which facilitated the establishment of internet connectivity in Seven Island at that time. Ash was Gene Huey's assistant, helping to connect Seven Island with Kanto and Hoenn. Although Kona has rarely returned to her hometown of Four Island since attending school on Silver Mountain, she still holds her birthplace close to her heart. While the current circumstances in Seven Island have improved due to Kona's efforts, it remains a case of superficial assistance rather than sustainable development. The persistent lack of labor remains a formidable challenge for the advancement of Seven Island. Chapter 150, Emotional Value. Upon returning to his room in the early hours of the morning, Ash found the moonlight obscured by thick clouds, leaving only a few scattered stars glimmering through the glass onto the floor. He entered the house and levitated himself to the second floor in an effort to avoid disturbing anyone's rest. As he removed his dew-soaked jacket, he reflected on recent events. It was not merely for the sake of rest that Adu requested his early return. Rather, it was due to his non-member status in the Alliance and the desire to keep certain matters from him. For instance, it was apparent that the vice president, Ming Ying, had a contentious relationship with the Elite Four's Kiku, yet considering Kiku's age, her retirement should be a straightforward matter. Internal discord within the Alliance is inevitable, and Adu likely wished to shield Ash, the passionate newcomer, from the darker realities of the organization, serving as a form of protection. As he opened the door, Ash suddenly froze in place. A crisp sound echoed in the darkness, followed by the soft rustle of cards sliding across the table. The room was suddenly illuminated, revealing Naji using her psychic powers to levitate several playing cards while resting her chin on one hand, seemingly deep in thought about her next move. Manyu's cookie, which she had been nibbling on, fell onto the bed, and she hurriedly picked it up while Nine held a card in the act of throwing. It was surprising to see the three of them so harmoniously engaged in a card game in their room. "You've returned," Naji spoke first, her long black hair seemingly moving without the aid of wind, and the floating cards gently descended into the pile. "The meeting lasted quite a while," Manu exclaimed, hurriedly brushing cookie crumbs off the bed in embarrassment. "We got a bit bored waiting for you, so we played some cards." Nine offered Ash a gentle smile as she put away the cards. "So, did your grandma send you anything?" Pikachu had stealthily made its way to Manu's side, affectionately rubbing against her hand, seemingly hoping for some of the tomato-flavored chips she had opened. "Well, the meeting at the Alliance was quite troublesome, and since I was representing my teacher, I couldn't afford to slack off. I'm utterly exhausted. Kiku gave me a rather large Jengar." Ash was too weary to inquire why the three were in his room. The fact that they hadn't quarreled was already a minor victory. "Since you're back, we can relax," Nine said, her slender fingers gently brushing through her cascading hair. with the moonlight streaming through the slightly open window casting dappled shadows on her delicate profile. She had no intention of examining the Jengar that Ash received from his grandmother. And after acquiring the answer she desired, she gracefully stood from the edge of Ash's bed, her white nightgown swaying gently with her movements, casting a flickering shadow on the wooden floor. I'll head back to sleep now. As she reached the door, she paused, turning to reveal a sweet smile. The competition is the day after tomorrow, so do your best. Seeing this, Mew immediately leaped off the bed, her bare feet making soft pattering sounds on the floor. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes and ran after Nai, her shoulder-length hair flowing behind her. I'm going to. See you tomorrow, Ash Ketchum. Ash was genuinely pleased to witness Mew transform from a reclusive research enthusiast into an energetic young girl. He had anticipated that her visit to cheer him on would nearly be thwarted by Naji. He resolved to spend more time with them the following day, as it would be a while before they could meet again. See you tomorrow. Good night. Ash waved, watching their figures disappear into the darkness of the corridor. As the door gently closed, he noticed Naji still quietly seated at the bedside, the moonlight outlining her straight silhouette. Naji, do you need anything else? Ash rubbed his slightly sore eyes, his voice tinged with fatigue. Naji slowly turned her head, the moonlight reflecting in her dark red pupils. She did not respond immediately but instead retrieved a mysterious stone tablet from her bosom. I have discovered its method of use, she said softly, her voice akin to the night breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Even someone as composed as her could not help but experience a shift in her emotions at this revelation. Instantly, Ash's drowsiness vanished. Wow, that's incredible, he exclaimed, genuinely surprised by this unexpected delight. He had initially entrusted the tablet to Naji with the hope of advancing her psychic abilities, yet she had uncovered its application. Though he did not fully comprehend Ash's exclamation, it was clear he was expressing astonishment. After handing the tablet to Ash, Naji explained, this tablet contains an immense and pure reservoir of psychic energy. Its substantial and refined psychic properties confer a high resistance to psychic attacks. In essence, it serves as a colossal psychic sphere. The psychic sphere was the silver orb Naji had provided Ash to train his mental strength. Known for its suppressive effects on psychic energy, used to enhance mental fortitude. However, levitating the psychic sphere was quite taxing on mental energy, making it difficult for an average psychic to sustain its use without reaching their limits. The principle behind this enhancement of psychic abilities is akin to lifting heavy objects to build strength and endurance. The concept is straightforward. This tablet is remarkably extraordinary, Naji continued, her cool voice tinged with a hint of barely perceptible enthusiasm. While you expend psychic energy to levitate it, the tablet will simultaneously dissipate pure psychic energy, replenishing your expenditure in return. This enables you to utilize your psychic abilities for high-intensity training without the concern of mental exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Ash nodded in agreement. He was already aware that the tablet could replenish mental energy, and the fist tablet would also restore his physical stamina. Nevertheless, he had always employed the psychic sphere to train his psychic load and control, never directly attempting to levitate this wondrous tablet imbued with primal energy. Naji, you truly are impressive, Ash sincerely praised, his tone earnest. I've had this in my possession for so long, merely treating it as a power bank, unaware of its profound capabilities. Noticing Naji's rare enthusiasm in sharing and guiding him, Ash resolved not to dampen her spirits. Such interactions were a rarity for someone as reserved as Naji. Yes, I will return it to you soon. I still require it to enhance my strength, Naji replied. That's perfectly fine. You can use it for as long as you need, Ash reassured her. Once Naji left the room, Ash let out a long sigh of relief. He tidied up his slightly disheveled bed and then lay down. It seems you are quite fortunate to possess a tablet from that Arceus fellow. Mew suddenly appeared beside Ash's pillow. However, Ash, ever attuned to Mew's presence through its aura, was not startled. Do you know what other purposes that item serves? How could I possibly know? The slate is but a manifestation of Arceus's power, a reflection of the world's very essence. Arceus would never allow the legendary Pokémon to possess it. Mew fluttered over to the snacks left beside the full moon and expertly tore open a package to indulge. All right, you take a rest now. Tomorrow, you must bring me an abundance of delicious treats. Chapter 151, The Finals, Part 1. In the early morning, sunlight flooded the main venue of the Quartz Plateau, and the audience erupted into deafening cheers, filling every seat. The commentator's enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Quartz League Finals. The red team's contestant is the dark horse of this competition, Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Though he has only traveled for a year, he has astonishingly overcome formidable foes to reach the final stage. In the audience, Ash's friends and family cheered him on, including Hanako, Sakura-kuji, Professor Oak, and the recently arrived Takashi, all waving fervently at Ash. After such a lengthy tournament, Ash had gained a modest reputation in the trainer community and garnered a considerable fanbase. Pikachu, having taken a day's rest, perched confidently on Ash's shoulder, its electric sacs shimmering with energy. As the commentator's voice rose in pitch, the focus shifted to Ash's opponent, the Dragon Master of Kanto, Gyarados, whose cousin, the acclaimed Dragon Star, Gyarados, was about to face Ash. At the end of the corridor, a blue-haired youth clad in a black trench coat stepped forward gracefully. His tousled hair fluttered in the breeze, and his piercing gaze exuded the same commanding presence as the dragon-type Pokémon he specialized in. The audience responded with a wave of excited screams as numerous trainers brandished support signs for Gyarados, shaking them fervently. The two competitors almost simultaneously stepped onto the battlefield, locking eyes across the arena, and the air seemed to crackle with unspoken tension. Gyarados spoke first, his voice low yet resonating clearly throughout the venue. "You are quite the prodigy." He slightly raised his chin, his blue locks glinting in the sunlight, as his right hand caressed the premium Pokeball at his waist. "However, my full strength is not something you can contend with at your current level." Ash grinned at this remark. "Your words hold no weight." His youthful voice brimmed with determination. "We shall settle this in battle." It was rare for Ash to engage in banter, but he spoke with unwavering resolve, his eyes shining with conviction and a confident smile gracing his lips. "My friends and I have journeyed this far. We will not falter at the final hurdle." Pikachu echoed, its cheeks crackling with energy, its tail held high, embodying readiness. The large screen illuminated, displaying Ash and Gyarados' avatars, with 6 Pokeball icons beneath them, symbolizing the Pokémon yet to join the fray. The atmosphere in the audience ignited, cheers erupting once more. "Go, Charizard!" Gyarados confidently threw his Pokeball, executing the motion with elegance. In a flash of crimson light, a colossal Charizard roared into existence, its expansive wings creating a gust of wind, its crimson wings shimmering in the sunlight. It let out a thunderous cry, asserting its dominance over the arena. The commentator excitedly proclaimed, "Gyarados has sent out one of his trump cards right from the start. This Charizard has virtually gone undefeated in previous matches, bulldozing through opponents." Ash fixated on the fierce dragon-type Pokémon before him, his expression serious. He understood better than anyone that Gyarados was not only stronger than his previous opponent, but also possessed several years more experience. Yet, this pressure invigorated Ash further. He inhaled deeply and retrieved a unique Pokeball from his waist. "Charizard, is it? Well then," Ash murmured, his eyes sharpening. "Let's go with you, Eevee." The Pokeball soared through the air, and the adorable Eevee landed lightly on the ground. After a brief survey of its surroundings, upon spotting Charizard, it exhibited no signs of fear. Turning back, it called out to Ash with a determined "Eevee." Ash gave a thumbs up in response. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of ice cream afterward." After Ash spoke, he felt a slight movement on his left shoulder where Mew was concealed. "Rest assured, I won't forget about you," he communicated telepathically to Mew, and the stirring on his shoulder ceased immediately. The audience erupted into gasps of astonishment, recalling Eevee's remarkable performance against the illustrious Mewtwo. Professor Oak beamed at the sight of Eevee below, a birthday gift he had presented to Ash upon reaching adulthood. He never anticipated it would grow so swiftly, achieving the level of a quasi-champion in merely a year. "Eevee?" Gyarados raised an eyebrow, a smirk of disdain playing at his lips. "You believe this basic form Pokémon can stand against my Charizard? Perhaps you should evolve before challenging me." "Further evolution?" Ash chuckled. "Even if it evolves 2 more times, it won't become a Steelix or a Gardevoir. I fear that if my partner evolves further, it might just make you weep." Without elaborating, Ash left Gyarados perplexed by his reference to a previous incarnation. The base stats of a standard Eevee are 325, while his partner's Eevee boasts a commendable 435. Should it evolve in a similar manner, a fully evolved partner Eevee with a staggering 635 base stat could easily dominate Pokémon of equal level. The match begins. The referee's flag sliced through the air, resonating sharply. Gyarados' eyes gleamed with intensity. "Charizard, Dragon Dive." Charizard unleashed a deafening roar, spreading its wings wide as indigo dragon energy enveloped it like an external armor. It soared into the sky, tracing a brilliant arc in the sunlight, akin to a shooting star, hurtling towards Eevee. Ash's lips curled into a smile, excitement bubbling within him as he envisioned his next move. "Eevee, Fairy Wind." "Eevee." Taking a deep breath, Eevee radiated a soft pink glow. Its petite form transformed into a swirling vortex of energy, countless sparkling pink particles coalescing within its mouth. With a melodic cry, a dazzling pink storm erupted forth, interspersed with glimmering light points, emanating a sweet fragrance. Charizard's pupils constricted, and its momentum faltered. As a Dragon-type Pokémon, it instinctively sensed the imminent threat, the absolute counter of the Fairy type. Yet, it was too late to alter its trajectory, and it braced itself to plunge headlong into the pink tempest. Boom! At the moment of collision, Charizard's dragon energy dissipated like snow meeting fire. The fairy power embedded within the storm pierced through its defenses, and Charizard let out a pained roar, its massive form plummeting like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the arena floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ash grinned widely. Ha, downed it. A hush fell over the arena. Even the commentator momentarily at a loss for words. Gyarados' blue hair whipped about in the gusts, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the battlefield. This Eevee has mastered such a formidable fairy-type move? As the storm subsided, a sweet scent wafted through the arena. Eevee landed gracefully on a piece of rubble, the residual pink energy swirling around it. Charizard, forced to recover from its fall, struggled to rise, its wings flapping as it stirred the air, dispersing the fragrance along with the dust. Yet, its movements were noticeably slower now, and a glimmer of wariness appeared in its eyes. Chapter 152, The Finals, Part 2. In the audience, the full moon vibrantly shook Nana. Nana, did you see that? Eevee's fairy wind was simply breathtaking. I wish I could have an Eevee too. Nana gently caressed the hair of the full moon, her affection palpable. Naji turned to observe this scene, somewhat perplexed by the sudden closeness between the two. After a moment's contemplation, she embraced both Koharu and Aoi. It was clear that she could not use her psychic abilities on them as per Sho's restrictions, thus she needed to seek assistance. Startled by Naji's embrace, Koharu and Aoi recalled Naji's formidable powers and complied without protest. Meanwhile, Professor Oak was diligently jotting down notes on his prepared notebook, an astonishing discovery that Eevee could learn such advanced fairy-type moves. In addition to the skills used in their previous battle, glancing around, he noticed his two students sharing equally intense gazes. The trio of mentor and pupils instantaneously reached an unspoken agreement. They would collaboratively study this Eevee once the match concluded. Rigokai took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead, his gaze sharpening once more. Intriguing. But the competition had only just begun. Dragonite, can you still fight? Dragonite shook its head defiantly, emitting a resolute roar, its wings unfurling again, though it was evident to all that it was now considerably more cautious than at the outset. Dragonite, use Steel Wing. Rigokai swiftly altered his strategy. If your Eevee's fairy-type abilities were so formidable, then I shall employ Steel-type moves. He now harbored grave doubts that the opposing Eevee was merely a regular Eevee, cloaked in an Eevee's exterior. In an instant, Dragonite's wings gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, reflecting a blinding light under the sun. It spiraled downwards at high speed, akin to a drawn sword. Sho felt a tension in his jaw. Akin to the pressure of an A-rank match, battling alongside his partner Eevee was like being suddenly dragged by a roommate to assist in climbing ranks, only to find a roster filled with superior Pokémon. Having never fought such an affluent battle, he entered the ranked match, only to discover his rank was still at the novice level. Those who do not laugh may very well be diagnosed with depression. My Eevee is not merely proficient in fairy-type moves. He waved his right hand and exclaimed, Eevee, use Ice Beam. With a deep breath, Eevee summoned a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped its being. Its fur bristled as countless tiny black ice crystals formed in the air. With a sharp cry, a torrent of frigid breath laced with dark ice mist surged forth, instantly coating the ground in an eerie black frost. The announcer leapt to his feet in excitement. Goodness! This Eevee can also learn Ice-type moves. The skills employed by Sho's Eevee are mostly unseen before. Truly a youthful prodigy. Only Sho understood that the true genius was not himself, but rather the nameless Pokémon trainer from Hualan City. As Dragonite's steel wing made contact with the black ice mist, black frost rapidly crept over its metallic surface. The frigid energy penetrated its steel-type defenses, invading Dragonite's very being. It writhed in agony, its dragon head raised, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. How is this possible? Rigokai's blue hair was tousled by the cold wind, and he displayed an expression of panic for the first time. As a dragon-type specialist, he was acutely aware of what ice-type moves, with their quadruple effectiveness, meant for Dragonite. This is rigged. Is this Eevee cheating? Boom. Dragonite's massive form crashed heavily onto the arena floor, black ice crystals swiftly covering its entire body. It struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness with a final, reluctant whimper. The arena fell silent for a full 3 seconds before erupting into deafening cheers. The referee, still in disbelief, raised the flag. Dragonite is unable to battle. A nearby Otto, sitting with Chairman Damalanki, was equally unsettled. What on earth is going on with this Eevee? These two moves have effectively defeated a Dragon-type Pokémon. Knowing his brother's team should comprise Dragonite, Tyranitar, Garchomp, Dragonite, Shiny Noctowl, or either a Desert Dragonfly and a Sceptile, all of which were quadruple weak to this Eevee. If it could not be defeated in one blow, it was highly likely that he would be taken down in return. How had Sho managed to raise such a Pokémon? Kikuko's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This was certainly not Professor Oak's training, for if he could cultivate such an Eevee, it would be unreasonable not to share it with his own grandson, Shigeru, and granddaughter, Nana. This Sho possessed an extraordinary talent for raising Pokémon. Rigokai's fingers tightened around Dragonite's Pokeball, the knuckles turning white from the string. He inhaled deeply, recalling the now unconscious Dragonite, his gaze sharper than ever. He could no longer allow that Eevee to continue its rampage. Internally, he resolved, casting a glance at the Eevee that was playfully charming Sho. As a descendant of a dragon-type lineage, he had discerning eyes. Should he permit this Eevee, which wielded multiple attribute moves, to persist in battle, he risked facing the humiliation of being completely shut out. Understanding his own situation, where all his Pokémon were weak to fairy or ice-type moves fourfold. Rigokai's blue hair billowed in the wind as he dramatically drew forth his finest Pokeball, declaring, "Allow me to showcase the true power of the dragon lineage. Go, Dragonite!" With a thunderous roar, a robust Dragonite descended to the arena. Its orange-yellow scales gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, and though its wings were small, they housed incredible strength. Dragonite, use extreme speed for a swift victory. Rigokai's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Dragonite's gaze sharpened instantly, its body erupting with a blinding white light. Its form nearly transformed into a streak of light, leaving behind a series of afterimages upon the battlefield. The speed was so astonishing that even the referee couldn't help but rub his eyes. The excited commentator shouted, "Here it comes. Rigokai's signature Dragonite." This Dragonite once set a record by defeating an opponent in just 5 seconds. Sho's pupils dilated. He instinctively sensed the impending threat of this attack. Eevee, quickly use Protect. However, before he could finish the command, Dragonite collided with Eevee with tremendous force. A dull thud echoed as Eevee's petite form was sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut, skidding across the ground for several meters before barely coming to a halt. As Eevee struggled to rise, Dragonite lunged forward, its claws poised to strike down upon Eevee's small frame. Yet, at that moment, the fallen Eevee morphed into a doll, its form twisting and shifting. Chapter 153, The Finals, Part 3. Rigokai's pupils constricted in disbelief, his expression frozen. Dragonite's extreme speed had undeniably struck true. Yet Eevee's form had dissipated into the air like an illusion. Substitute. When had this occurred? His voice trembled with incredulity. As an elite trainer, he had completely overlooked when Eevee executed its substitute move. Suddenly, it dawned on him, recalling the footage of Sho's previous battles. This individual Scyther would capitalize on the moment their opponent switched Pokémon, using Sword's Dance amidst the cheers. It must have been during the distraction when he recalled Dragonite that Eevee executed its substitute. Indeed, based on past performances on the Champion Road, it appeared that this Sho was also a psychic, having surely communicated the corresponding command to Eevee telepathically. Earlier, he had even attempted to mislead him by calling for Protect. This sunny and cheerful boy transformed into a cunning strategist in battle. Did this Eevee retain even the slightest semblance of innocence? The commentator's voice trembled with excitement. Ash's Eevee has stealthily employed the move substitute. At that moment, the genuine Eevee quietly emerged 3 meters behind Dragonite. Its petite paws delicately touched the ground, producing not a sound. The mischievous glimmer in its large, round eyes sparkled with cunning, and a satisfied smirk revealed a sharp little fawn. "Eevee, experience my icy frost, Dragonite." With a deep breath, Eevee's fluffy fur rose and fell rhythmically. Suddenly, the temperature around it plummeted, and dark ice crystals rapidly formed in its mouth. Unlike before, this time, tiny stars flickered within the ice crystals, a result of its covert integration of ice-type energy after utilizing Swift. Dragonite, beware of what's behind you. Use Quick Attack to evade. Only then did Dragonite realize and turn around, but it was too late. Eevee unleashed a torrent of dark icy mist, laced with shards of ice. As a frigid energy swirled through the air, striking Dragonite's broad back. Grr! Dragonite roared in agony, ice spreading visibly across its back. The quadruple effectiveness of the Ice-type damage caused this formidable quasi-legendary Pokémon to collapse to the ground, its hefty body creating a shallow crater. Yuryugai's hand trembled uncontrollably as he watched his ace struggle within the black icy fog. Even more alarming, those ice crystals had struck Dragonite's wings. Despite their small size, those wings were crucial for Dragonite's swift movements. Dragonite, use Heat Wave. Yuryugai's impassioned voice thundered across the arena. Dragonite, enduring the excruciating pain from its wings, expelled a scorching whirlwind from deep within its throat. The searing heat swept through the arena, forcing Eevee to stagger backward while temporarily halting the spread of the black ice crystals within Dragonite's body. Eevee's diminutive form was tossed by the heat wave, crashing heavily onto Yuryugai's side of the arena. Yet, the moment it landed, a circle of crimson flames erupted around it. This fire formed a protective barrier, isolating the intense heat of the heat wave. The commentator leaped to his feet in exhilaration. It's the Inferno. Ash's Eevee has previously employed this move, which boasts a high probability of igniting the opponent in flames. Remarkably, Eevee has transformed its offensive maneuver into a defensive tactic, utilizing the flames to negate the damage from the heat wave. Truly impressive. Yuryugai keenly observed that the ice crystals on Dragonite's wings were nearly entirely melted under the influence of the heat wave. This is my chance. Dragonite, quick attack. Dragonite let out a thunderous roar, and its previously frozen wings regained their mobility. A brilliant white light erupted around it, and in an instant, its form became a streak of light. In a furious state, its speed surpassed even that of before. Upon hearing the opponent's command, Ash quickly communicated his directive to Eevee through telepathy. Quick, use Protect. However, the reason Quick Attack is deemed a priority move is due to its incredible speed. Just as Ash issued his command, Dragonite, with the force of thunder, collided with Eevee. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Eevee was sent soaring. Although the Inferno Shield absorbed some of the impact, the force of this blow was overwhelmingly fierce. The actively charging Dragonite suffered from the burning status condition, letting out a pained groan. Eevee managed to adjust its position mid-air, tumbling several times before finally halting. It stood panting, the flames on its body extinguished. Dragonite, pursue the victory and use Quick Attack. Yuryugai's command echoed throughout the arena. Dragonite, enduring the searing pain from the burn, once again burst forth in a dazzling white light. Its battered wings flapped vigorously, and in an instant, it became a mere afterimage. I'm up against a Quick Attack being used like a regular attack. Ash mentally lamented, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He watched helplessly as Dragonite flickered across the arena like a phantom. This marked the third use of Quick Attack in this battle. This dragon was treating a priority move as a standard attack. The commentator's voice grew hoarse. Incredible. Yuryugai's Dragonite has executed Quick Attack 3 times in succession. This utterly defies the conventions of Pokémon battles. The trainers in the audience were left flabbergasted. A novice trainer, clutching his head, shouted, "Is this even reasonable? What about the stamina cost of Quick Attack? Isn't it an extremely stamina-draining move?" A nearby experienced trainer explained with a hint of amusement. Stamina consumption doesn't imply that Dragonite can't handle it. After all, it's a Pokémon of the robust dragon type. Bang! This impact was less thunderous than the previous ones. Yet Eevee had reached its limit. Like a kite severed from its string, Eevee flew several meters before bouncing on the ground multiple times before coming to a stop. It struggled to rise, but its forepaws buckled, collapsing once more, clearly at the end of its endurance. Eevee! Ash cried out in anguish. He noticed that several beautiful brown fur patches on Eevee had been singed, and its right forepaw trembled unnaturally, a sign of the sprain sustained during its landing. A cruel smile crept across Yuryugai's face. It's over. Dragonite, deliver the finishing blow with Dragon Rush. I concede this match. Return Eevee. Just as Dragonite began to ascend slowly, Ash suddenly shouted and recalled Eevee into its Pokeball. During the league tournament, trainers are permitted to switch Pokemon freely. But it was evident that Eevee could no longer continue battling. This was the most severe injury Eevee had sustained since joining Ash's team. Chapter 154, The Finals, Part 4. On the big screen, beneath the avatars of Ash and Yuryugai, the status display of the Pokeballs altered. The icons representing Eevee and Dragonite had turned gray, indicating they had lost their ability to battle. Meanwhile, on Yuryugai's side, aside from the fallen Dragonite, the icon for his remaining Dragonite still glowed brightly, accompanied by 4 unused Pokeball icons shimmering faintly. Ash has chosen to concede with Eevee. The commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena. Faced with Yuryugai's formidable Dragonite, what would he send out in response? Whispers of speculation rippled through the audience. Xiaochun anxiously grasped Nasi's sleeve. Could it be Aerodactyl? Or perhaps Pikachu? Balan pondered, stroking his chin. According to type advantages, it should be Aerodactyl. Amidst the chatter, Ash had already retrieved his second Pokeball. With a stoic expression, he opened the ball. Go, Steelix. Yesterday, Ash had utilized the metallic membrane gifted by Sakaki to facilitate Steelix's evolution. And the current Steelix now stood as the bulwark of Ash's team. Its defense was astonishingly high. Boom. With a deafening roar, Ash's second Pokemon crashed onto the arena. As the dust settled, an imposing Steelix coiled majestically in the center of the battlefield, its gleaming steel body reflecting dazzling rays of sunlight. Each segment of its armor polished to a mirror finish. The commentator's voice quivered in disbelief. My goodness. This Steelix is at least twice the size of an ordinary individual. While a typical Steelix measures over 9 meters in length, Ash's Steelix stretched an impressive 21 meters. Naturally, its weight was several times that of a standard Steelix. Fortunately, it had learned to lighten its body after evolving. Yuriyogai's mouth twitched in disbelief. Is this creature truly human? The radiant Lucario, the fossil Pokemon, the powerful Eevee. And now this colossal Steelix. Was he truly destined to falter here today? Yuriyugai recalled Dragonite and summoned his own Bagon. As one of the only 2 quasi-divine dragon-type Pokemon capable of evolving into its final form at the level of 40, Eulongia naturally possesses one. Ash also has one. But these quasi-divine Pokemon comprise his second tier and are still in training. With a flash of golden light, a dragon-type Pokemon adorned with white scales edged in gold made a regal entrance. It flicked its long tail, the scales clashing together to produce a crisp metallic sound, while the armor on its fists glimmered under the sunlight. As a dragon and fighting-type quasi-divine Pokemon, it was evidently more suited to combat steel and ground types. Like the colossal Steelix than the Dragonite. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. Eulongia has sent forth his Bastiodon. This Pokemon is renowned for its unique scale defense and fighting prowess, being one of the 2 that can evolve into its ultimate form at the elite level. On the battlefield, the 21-meter-long Steelix loomed over its opponent, who stood at less than 2 meters tall, the size disparity reminiscent of a skyscraper towering over a cottage. Yet, the Bastiodon stood unfazed, eagerly thumping its chest plates and emitting a provocative battle roar. Eulongia's blue hair danced in the wind, his gaze sharp as a blade, prepared to witness the true essence of the dragon lineage. Bastiodon, unleash Soul Dance, Resonant Blast. The Soul Dance, Resonant Blast, a power-enhancing technique, consumed a third of its stamina to elevate all 5 of its dimensional attributes by 1 level. Without hesitation, Ash commanded, Steelix, use Earthquake. How could anyone stand idly by while their opponent powered up? Steelix's colossal metallic tail swung upward, crashing down onto the ground with the force of tons. The entire Quartz Stadium trembled violently, the sturdy battleground fracturing like a brittle cracker, shockwaves radiating outward in a circular pattern, lifting lighter spectators and their cups from their seats. Eulongia remained composed. Bastiodon, jump. The Bastiodon, caught in the midst of its power-up, was forced to interrupt its ritual, yet the earthquake's impact came too swiftly and ferociously. It had no means to suspend itself in the air. As Steelix's tail hammered the ground like a drum, the Bastiodon was sent flying from the surge of ground energy upon landing. Iron Tail. The gigantic steel tail swept in with a whistling wind, poised to send the nimble opponent sprawling. However, the Bastiodon displayed remarkable agility, rolling to the side upon landing and climbing up Steelix's body along its tail. What? Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. How could its reaction speed be so swift? The corners of Eulongia's mouth curled into a smirk. Now's the time for close combat. The Bastiodon's fists erupted with dazzling fighting energy. It seized Steelix's tail with one hand, while unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Steelix's massive body with the other. In disbelief, Ash scoffed, raising his right hand decisively. Steelix, use Earthquake. With the command, the iron behemoth unleashed a terrifying pressure. Its steel armor, honed through countless trials, gleamed with a cold light under the sun. A monstrous physical defense stat of 200 was not merely for show. Boom! Steelix's tail struck the ground with sudden ferocity, catching the Bastiodon off guard as it was thrown into the battlefield. The onslaught of Steelix's tail continued, mercilessly whipping it back. Steelix coiled its tail around the struggling Bastiodon and, with a powerful flick, hurled it away like a cannonball. The Bastiodon was flung to Ash's side of the arena, landing with a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, it was clear that the Bastiodon's eyes were spinning, having completely lost its fighting capability. Eulongia felt a pulse of anxiety in his temples, gazing at the towering 21-meter fortress of steel across from him, his molars aching. This monstrous Steelix not only boasted an astronomical physical defense, but also possessed formidable physical attack power. How could he possibly prevail? The correlation between size and strength was undeniable. This behemoth could render many opponents incapable of fighting simply by virtue of its weight. Taking a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly, he withdrew the Bastiodon and instead grasped the luxurious ball at his waist, as dark as ink. The dragon patterns engraved on its surface glimmered with a chilling light in the sunlight. This was his final quasi-elite Pokémon. Dragonite had already succumbed to a burn status, having its physical attack power. Thus, he had only this one left. Go, Garchomp! With a roar, a deep blue Pokémon resembling a double-headed shark rose up, announcing its arrival. Its scarlet vertical pupils locked onto Steelix, and a near-savage grin spread across its face, revealing a mouth full of glistening fangs. Chapter 155, Finals, v. A level 57 Garchomp. Evidently, Eulongia's strongest Pokémon aside from Dragonite. Now, he had released 4 Pokémon, while Ash had only sent out 2. Among Ash's quasi-elite Pokémon were Pikachu, Snorlax, and Lucario, with the closest to quasi-elite being a level 49 Charizard. Aside from the burned Dragonite and Garchomp, Ash had no other quasi-elite Pokémon left. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined. What was once thought to be the toughest opponent turned out not to be as daunting as anticipated. Eulongia's blue hair whipped around in the aura of Garchomp as he slowly raised his right hand. Garchomp, earthquake. A thunderous shockwave erupted, even more intense than the previous tremor caused by Steelix, sending the entire court stadium into a violent shake akin to a small boat in a tempest. The unique battleground, resembling fragile cookies, fractured under the strain, and the shockwave struck Steelix directly. Ash's expression remained unchanged. Steelix, use iron defense. A metallic sheen enveloped Steelix, and amidst the violent tremors, it stood unwavering. As a tank-like Pokémon, Steelix was naturally equipped to withstand residual damage, which was why Ash dared to let Steelix endure the earthquake for the sake of enhancement. The earthquake inflicted considerable damage, yet it remained within tolerable limits. And having utilized iron defense twice, Steelix was now more fortified against Garchomp. Observing that Steelix had not sustained the level of damage he had anticipated, Eulongia deduced the correct answer based on the prior performances of Ash's other Pokémon. The opponent had sneakily powered up while he was switching Pokémon. Damn it. No wonder he felt like Steelix had glimmered when he switched out Bastiodon. He had assumed it was merely a reflection, but it turned out to be a cunning trick. Eulongia's mouth twitched as he gazed at the steel fortress across from him, veins pulsating on his forehead. How could he possibly contend with that? Garchomp's most prized physical attacks felt akin to mere tickling against this moving fortress. With physical attacks proving ineffective, Eulongia's gaze turned dangerously sharp. He would have to employ a different strategy. Garchomp, Sandtomb. Garchomp raised its claws and struck the ground with force. In an instant, the battlefield trembled violently, the solid alloy floor visibly turning to sand. The ground surrounding Steelix suddenly caved in, forming a vortex of quicksand that began to pull its massive form downward. Oh no! Ash's expression changed dramatically. Steelix quickly digged to escape, but it was too late. Within the quicksand vortex, countless hands seemed to tug at Steelix, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Furthermore, the quicksand contained a special energy that continuously drained its stamina. The commentator shouted excitedly, Eulongia has altered his strategy. He intends to wear down Steelix with sustained damage. The more Steelix struggled within the quicksand, the faster it became ensnared. Unable to recall his Pokémon from the sand tomb, Ash could already anticipate Eulongia's next move. It would surely be ground force. The fierce Garchomp had not learned Flamethrower. Garchomp, unleash the power of the earth. The command from Eulongia arrived as expected, just as Ash had predicted. Garchomp slammed its claws heavily onto the ground, and a blinding yellow light erupted from the swirling sands. Countless sharp rock pillars emerged from the shifting sand, entwined with a unique ground-type energy, aiming directly at the trapped Steelix. Yet, could this not also be considered a means to break the stalemate? Steelix, use iron defense. Upon hearing this, Steelix ceased its struggles and conjured a massive green energy shield in front of itself. With a crack, the shield, overwhelmed by the continuous onslaught, shattered into a myriad of light particles. However, at that very moment, the sand whirlpool completely disintegrated, and Steelix regained its freedom. Eulongia's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that his method to break the deadlock would be so easily thwarted. What startled him further was the sight of Steelix's crimson eyes locking fiercely onto Garchomp, its mouth curling into a menacing grin. Now it's our turn. Ash commanded Steelix to charge at Garchomp. Steelix, use Heavy Slam. Time it right to follow up with Iron Tail. The true killing move was concealed within Ash's telepathic command. Given Steelix's weight, altering its approach mid-charge was quite challenging. Thus, feints were the only recourse. With Steelix's mass, this move possessed a staggering power of 120. Garchomp, evade quickly. A rare hint of panic crept into Eulongia's voice. When confronted with a heavy truck, would a normal person not instinctively dodge rather than take the hit head-on? Garchomp's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, its muscles tensed instantaneously. As a quasi-legendary Pokémon, its battle instincts were sounding alarms. It absolutely could not take this hit. It propelled itself off the ground with powerful legs, attempting to sidestep. Yet, in that critical moment, Steelix suddenly shifted its approach. Now, Ash's eyes sparkled with determination. Iron Tail. Sweep. The seemingly cumbersome Steelix exhibited astonishing agility, halting its charge abruptly, and its metallic tail swept through the air with a thunderous roar. The sudden change in tactics caught Garchomp off guard, its evasive maneuver only half executed. Ah, life, could you spare me just this once? Bang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated throughout the arena. Garchomp was struck as if hit by a speeding truck, its body contorting into an exaggerated C-shape. Its once proud, tough scales crumpled like paper under the impact, and a visible crack appeared on its red chest plate. Garchomp! Eulongia cried out in alarm. All he could do was watch helplessly as his ace was sent flying like a rag doll. Incompetent trainer. As the dust settled, Garchomp crouched on the ground. Its eyes glazed over. Roar. It was now in its fury state. The commentator quickly explained Garchomp's current condition. Eulongia's Garchomp has entered its fury state. In this berserk state, Garchomp charged at Steelix like a mad beast, and Steelix stood its ground. After a brief struggle, Garchomp seized the opportunity to climb onto Steelix, viciously attacking the joints of its body. In unbearable pain, Steelix retaliated with a body slam, using its weight to crush Garchomp. The arena was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Garchomp lay in the shattered center of the battlefield, its eyes spinning. Meanwhile, Steelix, though battered and bruised, still stood tall, the battle scars on its steel armor resembling badges of honor. The referee took a deep breath and raised the flag. Garchomp has lost its ability to battle. The arena fell silent for a full 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous cheers. Eulongia staggered back 2 steps, incredulous as he gazed at the towering steel behemoth. His meticulously trained quasi-legendary ace had fallen just like that. Ash let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Steelix, you can rest now. However, just as he prepared to recall Steelix, this resilient steel giant suddenly swayed and crashed to the ground, having finally reached its limit. Steelix has also lost its ability to battle, the referee announced. Since Eulongia was the first to have 3 Pokémon unable to battle, there would be a 15-minute break. On the big screen, the avatars of both trainers dimmed, indicating the loss of another Pokémon. This thrilling offensive and defensive clash concluded with both sides suffering losses. Chapter 156, The Finals, Part 6. Ash entered the waiting room and gulped down a bottle of mineral water in one go. His opponent still had 2 Pokémon yet to make an appearance, but the already injured Dragonite was hardly a threat. His Pikachu and Aerodactyl were both capable of fighting. During the break, Pokémon that had already battled could not receive items or be swapped, as officials would be monitoring closely. Moreover, with so many eyes in the audience, Ash was not worried that his opponent's Dragonite would recover from its status when it reappeared. Of course, if the opponent had a Pokémon capable of using aromatherapy, that would be another matter. However, aromatherapy could not be learned from a TM, and the Pokémon that could learn it were primarily fairy or grass types, making it unlikely for his opponent to possess one. As the referee's whistle blew, the second half of the court's conference finals officially commenced. Go, Flygon. Eulongia was the first to throw a Pokeball. A completely green Flygon emerged, possessing ground and dragon types, but its ability was levitate. It could soar without fear of thunder and burrow without concern for earthquakes. This was the essence of Flygon. Almost simultaneously, Ash made his move. Aerodactyl, you're up. A flash of red light, and a fierce Aerodactyl roared onto the scene. Its wings spread wide. The ancient predator's imposing presence enveloped the arena. The commentator's voice trembled with astonishment. Goodness! Ash has sent out Aerodactyl. This ancient sky dominator is a rarity among trainers in the Kanto region. The audience erupted into a frenzy, while Professor Oak, who had thoroughly researched Aerodactyl, closed his pen with disappointment and tucked it back into his pocket. Chungwei looked bewildered at the calm demeanor of his teacher and Dr. Sakuragi. Why are you two not surprised at all? Because my teacher and I have actually studied it before, Dr. Sakuragi explained awkwardly. At that time, They were conducting their research while Cheng Hui was laboriously studying the Rotom phone. It may have been a bit unfair, but once they had results, he did share them with his senior. You didn't see the email I sent you earlier, did you? It contained some information about Ash's rare Pokémon. Cheng Hui suddenly recalled that he had indeed received an email, but he had been too busy lately to check it. In the arena, Aerodactyl tilted its head and unleashed an ancient roar that resonated throughout the venue, as if traversing through eons. Its sharp gaze fixed on the Flygon, wings slightly retracting, preparing to dive. This was the precursor to an attack from an ancient predator. Since Yulongia had a Flygon, he was one of the few trainers in the world who understood Aerodactyl. Flygon, be cautious. Yulongia's voice carried a rare hint of tension. Start with bug buzz to disrupt. Flygon's wings beat rapidly, emitting a piercing high-frequency sound wave. Counter with supersonic. Ash's command followed closely. Aerodactyl opened its massive jaws, releasing a wave that distorted the air. The two sound waves collided mid-air, creating a cacophony that made many in the audience instinctively cover their ears. Soon, both sides ceased their sonic waves clash. Now is the moment. Ash seized the opportunity, commanding, Rock Slide. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring innumerable sharp rocks that descended like a torrential rain upon the desert dragonfly. Yulongia immediately issued an order, swift retreat. The desert dragonfly transformed into a streak of green light, deftly maneuvering through the fissures of rocks. Its tail began to glow with bug-type energy, preparing to counterattack. However, as Yulongia commanded, Ash, already in the zone, promptly countered with sharp stone attack. His voice resonated throughout the arena. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings with fervor, summoning countless sharp stone pillars that struck the retreating desert dragonfly with uncanny precision. This preemptive strike was chillingly accurate, directly hitting the wings of the desert dragonfly. Desert dragonfly! Yulongia exclaimed in disbelief. The desert dragonfly plummeted like a severed kite, crashing into the sandy ground and creating a shallow crater. As the dust settled, the desert dragonfly lay dazed, its eyes swirling, utterly incapacitated. The arena fell into a profound silence. The referee took several seconds to process. The desert dragonfly had lost its fighting capability. Witnessing the desert dragonfly's defeat, the fossil pterodactyl began to perform a wild dance in the air, cloaked in a shimmering layer of dragon-type energy. Yulongia's lips twitched. Here we go again. This time, he recognized it clearly. As a messenger of the dragons emerging from Smoke City, how could he not know Dragon Dance? In his team, aside from the Garchomp, no Pokemon was unfamiliar with Dragon Dance. Deploying the Desert Dragonfly was a last resort, as the two-headed Tyrannosaurus needed to reach level 64 to evolve, which was on par with the Elite Four. Although the two-headed Tyrannosaurus required a quasi-legendary level to evolve, this was precisely the time for it to gather strength in its second form, not quite reaching the prowess of an elite-level fighter. Faced with the fossil pterodactyl, the 7-star bird was also not a viable choice. Thus, it could only be the one. Go, Kingdra. At level 48, Kingdra was the special attacker in his team. He could not allow the opponent to continue accumulating dragon dances. The longer he pondered, the more vigor the opponent would gain. If Ice Beam could hit the fossil pterodactyl, it might even force a switch. Kingdra, Rain Dance. Yulongia took the initiative. Kingdra raised its head and released a long, resonant dragon's cry, and in an instant, the clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential raindrops poured down. With the rain's enhancement, the power of water-type moves would be significantly amplified. Ash decisively commanded, Fossil Pterodactyl, Rock Slide. Rather than contesting the weather with Sandstorm in the already dampened air, it was better to deal damage directly. The battle was exhilarating. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of sharp rocks. Yet Kingdra was already prepared. Defend. Yulongia's command was perfectly timed. A verdant barrier sprang forth, blocking all the incoming rocks. Seizing the opportunity, Kingdra began to gather a chilling ice-type energy in its mouth. Sensing the imminent danger, the fossil pterodactyl took to the skies. At the moment the protective shield shattered, Kingdra unleashed Ice Beam. Ice spikes began to rain down in the path swept by the Ice Beam. The fossil pterodactyl, bolstered by the speed from Dragon Dance, easily soared through the air, effortlessly evading the Ice Beam. In the sky, the fossil pterodactyl was more elusive than a fish in water. It could fly all day, but could Kingdra keep up with Ice Beam for that long? Chapter 157, The Finals. As Kingdra crashed down under the sharp stone attack, the entire quartz arena was engulfed in a momentary silence. On the big screen, beneath Yulongia's icon, only one Pokeball remained flickering, that of his battered Dragonite. Come back to rest, fossil pterodactyl, Ash murmured, recalling the Pokeball to his waist. He turned to look at Pikachu, poised on his shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Let us finish this quickly, old friend. Pikachu's electric sax erupted with dazzling sparks as it executed a graceful somersault into the arena. Its seemingly petite frame radiated an astonishing aura. Its tail erect like a battle flag. Eulongia's blue hair, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead. He took a deep breath and threw his last Pokeball, Dragonite. Quick attack. Roar. Dragonite surged forth with a desperate momentum. Despite the burns marring its body, this quick attack was still as swift as lightning, leaving trails in the air. Yet Ash and Pikachu awaited this moment. Electro Ball. A brilliant golden electric light erupted around Pikachu, transforming its body into a lightning arrow. This move not only had priority attack properties, but also guaranteed a critical hit. Boom. The two figures collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Electricity intertwined with normal energy, forming a small energy sphere that subsequently detonated. As the dust cleared, Dragonite knelt on one knee, its body entwined in golden currents, paralyzed. Reality is not a game, and status effects naturally stack. Although Pikachu was also injured, it stood firmly in the center of the arena. Dragonite, struggling to rise against the paralysis, suddenly erupted in flames. The burn effect ignited. Dragonite, I believe in you. Eulongia had not anticipated that he would falter this time. At this moment, all he could do was trust in his partner. Roar. Dragonite threw its head back and unleashed a thunderous roar, its body bursting with robust dragon-type energy. This energy not only dispelled the golden currents, but also consumed the burn status entirely. Its orange-yellow scales gleamed like gold, and its eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. Has it gone berserk? Excellent, Dragonite. This is the bond we share. Eulongia's blue hair whipped like furious waves. His eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck, his roar reverberating throughout the arena. The crowd in the stands seemed to hold their breath at that moment, all eyes fixed on the invisible bond between trainer and Pokémon. Dragonite let out a soaring cry, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. It felt Eulongia's fervent heartbeat resonating through the intangible link, each drop of blood in unison. Its small dragon wings suddenly unfurled, stirring up a whirlwind that lifted the debris from the ground. Dragonite, use quick attack. With Eulongia's piercing shout, Dragonite transformed into a golden flash, instantly tearing through the air, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Was this a bond with Dragonite? No, this was a bond with quick attack. Ash's eyes widened, watching in disbelief as the golden afterimage flickered erratically around the arena, moving so swiftly that even its shadow was undetectable. His lips twitched, unable to suppress his sarcasm. This guy is shouting about bonds, yet he's crushing me with quick attack. How was I supposed to know what was happening? He's yelling about bonds and charging at me. He glanced down at his Pikachu, then back up at Eulongia's fervent gaze, inexplicably feeling like the underdog in a shonen manga about to be overwhelmed by the protagonist's power of friendship. Hey, I'm the one who just set out from Pallet Town as a passionate youth. Why does it feel like I'm about to be pummeled by the protagonist's bond power? Dragonite's form flickered once more, and Ash's Pikachu barely had time to react before being launched into the air. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, as if Eulongia were the destined hero, while Ash was merely an unfortunate soul caught in the fray. Pikachu rolled twice upon landing, shaking off some dust from its golden fur, yet its bright black eyes still burned with determination. Ash drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward in a defiant arc. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing at the golden specter still wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Are you done yet? His voice, no longer frantic, resonated with a calm fury, akin to a flame ignited in a moment of desperation. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Although Quick Attack and Volt Tackle both fell under priority moves of the same tier, their power was insufficient for a decisive strike. However, Thunderbolt was different. Its potency was a reflection of their unwavering bond. Electricity crackled from Pikachu's cheeks, and the brilliant golden lightning transformed from mere currents into countless tiny particles of light, swirling around it like stars in the night sky. Its body crouched slightly, its gaze locked onto Dragonite. The next moment, Pikachu. Boom. The golden lightning cascaded down like a galactic torrent. No matter how swift Dragonite's quick attack, it could not outpace this lightning born of their shared will. In the instant of the explosion, Gyarados' pupils dilated in shock. What? Dragonite was engulfed by the lightning, the tremendous force propelling it violently against the barrier at the edge of the arena, a cloud of dust rising ominously. Ash clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. The bond between Pikachu and me will not be bested by anyone. With a resounding crash, the blinding lightning dissipated, revealing Dragonite half kneeling on the battlefield. Charred patches marring its scales, its chest heaving heavily. Yet, its eyes remained sharp, fixated intently on Pikachu. Gyarados' blue hair was tousled by the shockwave of the explosion. He wiped the dust from his cheek and suddenly burst into laughter. This is interesting. Now this is what it means to be a rival. With a swift motion, he commanded, Dragonite, show them the true wrath of a dragon. Use extreme speed. One might as well rename Gyarados to God of Dragon Speed, Volt Tackle. While Volt Tackle lacked the raw power of extreme speed, its guaranteed hit mechanism compensated somewhat. The two priority moves clashed, sending shockwaves that uprooted debris throughout the arena. The audience clung to the railing, fearful of being swept away by the force of the collision. Gyarados' hair danced wildly in the wind, and instead of anger, he trembled with excitement. This is too interesting. He raised his gaze fervently, his eyes ablaze with zealous battle spirit. Let us see whether your Pikachu is superior or my Dragonite. Dragonite dive. Gyarados' command propelled Dragonite skyward. A tempest of dragon energy coalescing around it into a fearsome, draconic visage. The entire arena quaked under the pressure of this move, and the audience instinctively held their breath. Ash's pupils constricted sharply. He knew all too well the magnitude of this attack, yet a confident smile crept upon his lips. Pikachu, are you ready? Pika. Just as the Dragoness shadow was about to engulf Pikachu, Ash shouted, now, Thunderbolt. Pikachu erupted in dazzling electric energy, not retreating, but charging headlong into the dragon's descent. The golden electric light collided with the Azure dragon shadow in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion. What? Gyarados gasped in astonishment, witnessing the tiny figure daring to withstand the dragon's assault. As the dust settled, Pikachu, though battered and bruised, stood resolutely, while Dragonite lay defeated, unable to continue. With Dragonite incapacitated, Pikachu emerged victorious. The referee promptly declared, the winner of this match is Ash from Pallet Town. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the crowning of the Quartz Conference champion. Chapter 158, Journey to the Orange Islands. A month had passed since the conclusion of the league conference. Natsuki exhaled softly as she stowed away the mysterious stone tablet. Several days of relentless training had left her feeling fatigued. Just as she prepared to rise, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning, she found Hanako standing behind her, beaming, with 2 tickets in her hand, exuding an air of mystery. Natsuki, I have something to tell you. Hanako's voice was low, her eyes twinkling with excitement, as if concealing a momentous surprise. Natsuki blinked, tilting her head in confusion. What is it, Aunt Hanako? Hanako glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning closer to Natsuki, whispering as if sharing a secret. You see, I noticed how hard you've been training these past few days, so. She slowly unfurled the tickets in her hand. The golden embossed logo of the Orange Archipelago Vacation line glimmering in the light. I've purchased tickets for you to the Orange Islands, hoping to let you take a break and relax. Natsuki was momentarily taken aback, a rare look of astonishment breaking her typically stoic demeanor. Instinctively, she glanced at Ash, who was nearby, attentively tending to Lucario's injuries, oblivious to their conversation. Hanako continued with a smile. I hear the sunny beaches of the Orange Islands are perfect for a getaway, and the Pokémon there differ from those in Kanto. Pausing, she added, of course. The tickets are for 2. You can enjoy this rare vacation together. Natsuki's ears flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat, attempting to maintain a calm tone. Thank you, Aunt Hanako, but Ash. Oh, that boy has been so tense lately. He definitely needs to unwind. Hanako waved her hand dismissively, wearing a knowing expression. And you 2 train together every day, right? A change of scenery might yield even better results. Natsuki fell silent for a moment before nodding gently. All right, I will tell him. Hanako beamed with satisfaction, offering Natsuki an encouraging glance before playfully slipping the tickets into her hand, winking, don't forget to bring sunscreen. Natsuki looked down at the tickets, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the surface. In the distance, Ash seemed to sense her gaze and looked up, meeting her eyes. Natsuki quickly concealed the tickets beneath the mysterious stone tablet, turning her face away with an impassive expression. Ash noticed Natsuki's ears suddenly redden. Had she been sneaking glances at him, only to grow shy when caught? He scratched his chin, pondering the possibility. Could it be true? The Pokémon had made significant progress recently, and Ash's mood had been quite buoyant as well. When Natsuki invited him after lunch, his first thought was that Hanako or Professor Oak must have given her the tickets. After a moment's thought, he decided to accept. It was the perfect opportunity to relieve the stress of their training. Recently, he had been busy accompanying several girls, who were soon to part ways with him, on shopping trips during the day, while at night, he trained Pokémon to create energy cubes and formulate new training plans. It was all becoming overwhelming for Ash. After he agreed, Natsuki and Hanako quickly packed their belongings, as if they had long planned this. The next morning, Ash and Natsuki boarded a ship to the port city of Binu, located just south of Pallet Town, en route to the Orange Islands. Binu was home to the creator of the Pokémon Index, Masamiune Nishiyama V. He was a playful old man who had delighted in teasing Ash and the others when they were children. Generous in spirit, he was nonetheless very particular about his portrait and that of his ancestors. Although the likenesses of Nishiyama 1 to 4 bore a striking resemblance to him, he had enhanced his own portrait with an exaggerated transformation, turning from a stout man into a gaunt old man resembling Shaber. Ash had visited Binu several times as a child when accompanying Professor Oak to see Nishiyama V, thus he knew the way to the dock quite well. In the morning, the two individuals boarded a vessel, which was not far from the site of the theatrical release of Lugia's birth, the island of Asia. However, their first destination was the southernmost Daikon Island, home to Dr. Inuki. This trip was intended for leisure rather than mere travel. The completion of their mission took precedence. Prior to their departure, Professor Oak had specifically requested Ash to retrieve the GS ball from Dr. Inuki. It seemed that this journey to the southern lands might have been subtly influenced by his mentor's intentions. Nevertheless, Ash was indifferent to the Champion Cup of the Orange Archipelago. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the Snorlax that could perform the butterfly stroke and the crystalline Onyx. The latter likely represented a regional variant and might have even served as inspiration for the crystallization system from the previous game. As a large Onyx capable of swimming and seemingly vulnerable to fire, Professor Oak would undoubtedly be eager to study such a remarkable Pokémon. Perhaps even his senior, Sakuragi, who specialized in Pokémon ecology, would be interested in this peculiar creature. The Snorlax was presumably found on an island abundant with fruit, likely near the Isle of Fruits according to the map of the Orange Archipelago. Regarding the crystalline Onyx, Ash vaguely recalled that there was a person nearby who crafted Pokémon from crystal or glass. His father, or perhaps a mentor, appeared to be quite renowned within the narrative, and he could inquire about them during his stay in the Orange Archipelago. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the orange hues of the sunset bathed the sea in a vibrant tapestry. Ash stood at the bow of the boat, the sea breeze tousling his hair, while Pikachu and Eevee nestled obediently on his shoulders, gazing toward the distant land. Mew floated atop Ash's head. Through their conversation, Ash learned that this Mew was not the original from the World Tree. To be precise, the original had been deceived by this lesser Mew, bound to a divine role, and upon its liberation, it had fled. Fearing retribution, it had not dared to return to the vicinity of the World Tree for countless years. Without the duty of guarding the World Tree, it wandered the globe, which is precisely why Team Rocket had discovered its ancient eyelash fossil, leading to the creation of Mewtwo. Recently, Mewtwo had been reluctant to emerge from its Pokeball, a dilemma Ash found himself unable to resolve. Ahead lay Daikon Island. Ash pointed toward the increasingly distinct outline. In the twilight, the silhouette of the island resembled a slumbering giant turtle, while the coastal lighthouse began to emit its warm glow. Natsuki leaned against the railing, her dark hair dancing in the wind. She gazed at the approaching island, a contemplative smile gracing her lips. It was said that the Pokémon Center here was situated within a citrus grove. She softly remarked, "Tonight, we should be able to smell a delightful fragrance." It appeared she was eagerly anticipating this journey and had done her homework in advance. The ferry gradually glided into the harbor, the gentle waves lapping against the dock supports. A few wingulls swooped overhead, their calls ringing clear. Ash inhaled the briny air deeply and turned to Natsuki, saying, "Tonight, we will first rest at the Pokémon Center, and in the morning, we shall pay a visit to Dr. Inuki." Natsuki nodded, the moonlight beginning to shimmer in her crimson eyes. With the sound of the ferry's horn echoing as it docked, the two embarked on a new adventure on this island cloaked in the hues of dusk. Chapter 159, Dr. Inuki. Dr. Inuki specialized in the study of regional variant transformations of Pokémon and was a longtime friend of Professor Oak. In Ash's memory, she was a woman who relished desserts and exuded a languid demeanor. Despite her esteemed position in the field of research, she could often be found indulging in sweets at various academic conferences, especially in the absence of her own presentations. On one occasion, after her table had run out of desserts, she had awkwardly used Ash as a shield to request more. However, over the past 2 years, Dr. Inuki had developed a thicker skin. When Ash last encountered her at the Alola Academic Summit, she had completely disregarded the gazes of others. The following day, after breakfast, they arrived at Dr. Inuki's laboratory. The lab was in disarray, completely devoid of personnel. After calling out a few times, a hidden door suddenly opened, and 3 individuals, appearing to be triplets, emerged from below. "Ah, it's Ash. You must be here to collect the GS ball, right? The doctor is in the back. Follow us." The triplet assistants seemed to share a telepathic understanding, each expressing what needed to be said. With that, they proceeded toward the rear of the laboratory. Ash and Natsuki exchanged glances before following in their wake. Before Ash and Natsuki reached the backyard, one of the triplet assistants draped a lab coat over Dr. Inuki. It appeared that she had just finished swimming, as she was clad only in a deep blue swimsuit beneath the coat. "Oh, Ash, my dear brother. You finally decided to visit me," Dr. Inuki exclaimed, her demeanor transforming from languid to fervent upon seeing Ash and Natsuki, particularly the latter. "Oh, is this your girlfriend, Doctor?" Inuki's eyes sparkled as she strode over to Natsuki, scrutinizing her closely. What a beautiful girl. Initially wary of Dr. Inuki's sudden approach, Natsuki felt her cheeks flush upon hearing the compliment, but chose not to respond. "This is my friend, Natsuki. She used to be the gym leader in Goldenrod City." Seeing Natsuki's silence, Ash stepped forward to introduce her to Dr. Inuki, dismissing the notion of her being his girlfriend as merely a playful jest from an elder. "Doctor." Inuki's eyes widened in surprise. This girl named Natsuki was once the gym leader of Goldenrod City, a bustling metropolis. How had Ash managed to win her over? "Doctor, we are here to retrieve the GS ball," Ash clarified, recalling Professor Oak's instructions. "Come along, let's get it over with so I won't intrude upon your little world, Doctor." Inuki replied with a hint of annoyance. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation device indoors. A gold and silver pokeball lay quietly within the apparatus, engraved with symbols reminiscent of the letters G and S, which gave rise to its name. Item, GS ball. Purpose, to capture Shalebi. When placed within a shrine in the woods, it can summon the legendary Pokémon Shalebi. Description, a sphere crafted from the feathers of Ho-Oh and Lugia. The golden portion comprises Ho-Oh's feathers, while the silver part consists of Lugia's. The initials GS represent gold and silver. The system panel displayed the information regarding the GS ball. Indeed, it was capable of capturing Shalebi. In a special episode, Professor Elm had relied on the GS ball to summon Shalebi in hopes of returning to the past to save Lapra's parents. Ultimately, the GS ball was shattered by a piercing volt tackle from Akin's Piku. On television, the ball had fallen into the hands of Mr. Steel. But little else was revealed thereafter. Using his aura to carefully assess the GS ball, Ash found no discernible difference. It felt just like any ordinary Pokeball. "This is the GS ball. It cannot be transported by any means, nor can it be opened," Dr. Inuki stated, pointing at the enigmatic Pokeball. "If this ball is placed in a Kangaskhan's pouch, the Kangaskhan cannot be stored in a Pokeball. Other Pokeballs do not share this limitation. Truly remarkable." Ash and Misty watched as Dr. Nakamiki's 3 assistants attempted, with various tools, to pry open the GS ball, only to meet with failure at every turn, causing both of them to furrow their brows. Dr. Nakamiki's methods for opening the GS ball were indeed quite rudimentary. However, the inclusion of a laser gun was rather perplexing. I pondered that perhaps Professor Oak, as a veteran in the field of research, might possess the means to uncover the origins of the GS ball. Thus, "The GS ball is entrusted to you, Ash." A rare seriousness graced Dr. Nakamiki's face as she removed the GS ball from the transfer device and handed it over to Ash. "Rest assured, I shall deliver it safely into the professor's hands." After receiving the GS ball, Ash placed it into his waist pouch, planning to store it in the system space later to avoid any unfortunate loss. Once the transfer of the GS ball was complete, Ash dialed Professor Oak via video call. "Is this the Rotom phone you, Sakuragi, and Masaki have been tinkering with, Doctor?" Nakamiki leaned in with curiosity, having only heard of its existence but never having seen it. The call was quickly connected, and after Ash showcased the GS ball, Dr. Nakamiki invited him to the side for a moment of respite. Thus commenced the dialogue between the 2 professors. Their conversation appeared to stretch on indefinitely, leading Ash and Misty to take a stroll around Daikin Island, savoring the picturesque southern landscapes. "I feel that Dr. Nakamiki's research facility is rather chaotic." Once they exited the research institute, Misty was the first to speak. "How about we return later to help them tidy up?" Although Ash was unsure why Misty brought up the disorder of Dr. Nakamiki's lab, he pondered for a moment before replying. "I was merely wondering if all these scholars are so careless with details." After considerable thought, Misty finally managed to find a more tactful term from her limited vocabulary. "Indeed. Upon reflection, it seems that the research facilities of Professors Oak, Nakamiki, Sakuragi, and Soramine are all rather disorganized. I'm not certain." After a moment of contemplation, "I shall relay to you Professor Oak's assessment of Dr. Nakamiki." Ash recounted what Professor Oak had said during their last encounter in Alola, Dr. Nakamiki is much like the majority of researchers, perhaps a bit carefree, yet perpetually in pursuit of the truth. This was Professor Oak's evaluation after Dr. Nakamiki finished the third cart of sweets. Moreover, this ant, only a few years older than Hanako, is also an undisguised glutton. Chapter 160, The Stranded Lapras. After a day of recuperation at Dr. Nakamiki's, Ash and Misty officially commenced their leisure-focused journey through the Orange Archipelago upon leaving Daikin Island. The first destination Misty chose was Pumpkin Island, located to the northwest of Daikin Island. Pumpkin Island boasts the world's largest Pokémon theme park, and Misty thought Ash, with his fondness for Pokémon, would certainly find it intriguing. Hanako had provided Misty with a one-year all-access ticket for the Orange Archipelago, akin to a pass in Ash's previous life on Blue Star, which allowed access to numerous tourist attractions. The primary aim, of course, was to encourage visitors to explore multiple islands and stimulate consumption. The expenses incurred during travel typically encompass transportation, food, and lodging. Naturally, souvenirs aren't cheap either. After a few hours aboard the connecting ferry, they arrived at Pumpkin Island. Upon reaching the island, Ash and Misty prepared to replenish their supplies. This departure had been somewhat hasty for Ash, and he needed to find time to create a batch of energy cubes. While searching for the Pokemon Center and a shop selling berries, they passed by a beach when suddenly they heard the anguished cries of a Pokemon along with a series of curses. "Hey, come on, hurry up. Why won't you move?" A raucous voice from the beach caught Ash and Misty's attention. Turning to look, they saw three ruffians tormenting a Lapras that lay stranded on the sand. Lapras, a Pokemon capable of understanding human speech and possessing considerable intelligence, is gentle in nature and dislikes fighting. It enjoys carrying passengers on its back and is classified as an endangered Pokemon. Unlike the gourmet delicacies that might be derived from other Pokemon, Lapras has been heavily hunted due to its aversion to combat, coupled with its hearty appetite, leading to a decline in its population as those who capture them refrain from allowing them to breed. According to some rather archaic recipes, the flavor of this large creature is evidently not as delectable as that of the culinary favorite Farfetch'd, and it could be deemed quite unpalatable. Thus, few would venture to consume it, sparing it from the tragedy of extinction through consumption. "Misty, please take care of Pikachu and Eevee for me." Ash frowned as he entrusted Pikachu and Eevee to Misty and leaped over the railing onto the beach below. Above him, Mew floated, eager to observe how Ash would handle the two humans. A green-haired thug seized a stick and swung it at the Lapras's head. "You better behave." Lapras shut its eyes tightly, but the anticipated pain never arrived. "Who are you, you bastard?" "Ah!" Splash, splash, splash. 3 splashes echoed in succession as Ash swiftly snatched the stick from the green-haired thug and broke it, discarding it carelessly. Those 3 ruffians were no match for the blue-haired one, whether it was Daisuke or Daigo. After a prolonged wait, Lapras suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet, fragrant aroma wafting into its nostrils. Its slightly dry nose twitched. Before it could react, a cool substance was gently pressed against its mouth. Instinctively, it opened its mouth, and immediately, a burst of rich berry flavor exploded in its mouth, the sweet, yet slightly tart juice flowing over its tongue. Lapras's eyes widened in surprise. "Take your time. This is a specially made energy cube," a warm voice resonated. Lapras blinked its tear-filled eyes to see a black-haired boy kneeling on the beach. Sunlight cascaded behind him, casting a golden halo around his hair. He held a few translucent blue cubes that sparkled like jewels in the sunlight. Lapras cautiously rolled the energy cube onto its tongue. The cube melted instantly, and the fragrance of the berries compelled it to emit a pleased hum. "Are you all right?" Misty, having led Pikachu and Eevee down the nearby stairs, joined Ash on the beach. She had witnessed the entire process of Ash dealing with the ruffians, and it was the first time she had seen him fight, and he was quite formidable. "It's nothing, just a few ruffians." With his superhuman physique, honed over years of training and experience, Ash felt confident in facing off against any combat-oriented Pokemon. A few thugs posed no threat to him at all. Once he confirmed that Lapras had calmed down, Ash began to examine its stats. Name, Lapras. Gender, female. Ability, water absorb. Type, water ice. Terrestrial type, water. Item, none. Level, beginner, 15. Moves, water gun, sing, ice beam. Having learned ice beam at just level 15 indicates that this Lapras possesses exceptional talent in the ice type. Ash gently stroked Lapras's smooth head. It was a young Lapras, and according to the feedback from his aura, it appeared to be even smaller than his smallest Pokemon, the Torkoal. "Kid, how dare you ambush us?" The 3 ruffians emerged from the water and shouted at Ash from the beach. "Is this your Pokemon? You think you can just hit people? Go Hitmonchan. Charmeleon. Do not underestimate my Beedrill." The trio of ruffians immediately unleashed their Pokémon, eager to teach Ash a harsh lesson. In their eyes, this boy and the beautiful girl beside him, armed only with a Pikachu and an Eevee, Pokémon that seemed more suited as pets, were undoubtedly weak. At that moment, Ash had no time to spare for these three miscreants. He commanded Pikachu to launch an attack using his aura. With a graceful leap, Pikachu positioned itself behind Lapras, its cheeks crackling with electricity. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the air, enveloping the three charging Pokémon along with their trainers in a violent surge of electricity. A chorus of anguished cries echoed, and soon, both the ruffians and their Pokémon lay unconscious on the beach. Such is the vigor of youth. Pikachu, of course, had moderated its strength, merely rendering the ruffians unconscious. Ignoring the trio now lost in a childlike slumber, Ash turned his attention to Lapras. He straightforwardly inquired whether it would accompany him. After a moment's hesitation, Lapras glanced at the energy cube in Ash's hand. How enticing! Lapras leaned forward, its somewhat slimy tongue delicately licking Ash's hand, eagerly consuming the energy cube. So you agree? Lapras nodded. Subsequently, Ash produced a Pokeball and placed it atop Lapras' head. With a flash of red light, Lapras was captured within. The Pokeball wobbled momentarily before displaying the successful capture effect. Ash secured the Pokeball to his belt, only to turn and find Nessa regarding him with a look of disdain. Her cool demeanor was momentarily overshadowed by an unmistakable expression of contempt, akin to that reserved for a scoundrel. Before Ash could question her about her expression, Nessa's countenance shifted dramatically. The disdain melted away, replaced by a suppressed chuckle, her shoulders shaking with barely contained laughter. Just now, Nessa struggled to stifle her amusement, her eyes glinting mischievously, reminiscent of a peculiar uncle enticing a little girl with a lollipop. Ash was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only manage a dry, awkward chuckle while scratching his head in embarrassment. Surely, there can't be such a dashing and youthful uncle as myself? He silently scoffed. Besides, is capturing Pokémon truly akin to trickery? This is undoubtedly a legitimate process of bonding. However, upon reflection, Ash found it rather amusing that Nessa had taken to jesting. She appeared to be in good spirits. Evidently, she had made significant strides recently. He composed his expression, attempting to defend himself earnestly. This is a profound friendship established between a trainer and their Pokémon, built on mutual recognition. He insisted with fervor, emphasizing that the relationship between trainers and Pokémon could never be considered deception. Chapter 161. The Tale? Upon returning to his room, Mew eagerly dispelled the illusion. Pink light rippled through the air like waves, gradually revealing its true form. Finally, a moment to relax. Mew performed a somersault in midair, wrapping its slender tail around Ash's cap, donning it in a comical fashion, its large, round eyes adding to the hilarity. Ash smirked, reaching to reclaim his hat, but Mew nimbly evaded his grasp. It floated before Ash, playfully lifting his chin with the tip of its tail, its azure eyes gleaming with mischief. It seems your charm is truly remarkable, Ash. That little Lapras gazed at you with such admiration in its eyes, Mew conveyed telepathically, clearly teasing him. Too much flattery. Ash replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he retrieved his hat from Mew's head, his movements fluid as though practiced countless times. His gaze swept over the waste bag on the table, which contained all of his Pokémon-esque Pokeballs, while Pikachu dozed contentedly on the windowsill. Mew puffed its cheeks in disapproval, circling around Ash, its tail brushing against his neck, causing him to instinctively shrink back. Suddenly, Mew seemed struck by an amusing thought. Halting midair with a gasp, it exaggeratedly covered its mouth with both tiny paws, its eyes wide. I just recalled something dreadful. Ash raised an eyebrow, accustomed to waiting for Mew's next revelation. I once encountered a human who married a Pokémon. Mew wrapped its long tail around itself like a scarf, striking a defensive pose, yet its eyes sparkled with playful mischief. You wouldn't consider doing the same to adorable Mew, would you? It formed a heart shape with its tiny hands, declaring, even though we have a child together, such behavior is strictly prohibited. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. A crack finally appeared in Ash's stoic expression as he sighed in exasperation. What bizarre television series have you been watching now? Mew spun in the air, bursting into giggles. I saw it on the Rotom on my phone. Humans are truly fearsome creatures, engaging with Mareep and Esper despite knowing they cannot reproduce. Perhaps what Mew had watched was not some adult film or a curiosity, but rather a documentary chronicling ancient mariners' voyages across the seas. It floated to Ash's shoulder, nuzzling its fluffy cheeks against his. However, if you truly had any improper intentions towards me, it might be worth considering. I can transform into a human. You know, enough of this nonsense. Ash lightly flicked Mew's forehead, unable to hide the amusement in his eyes. We have a journey to embark on tomorrow. I need my rest. He certainly would not become a straw hat wearing character. Mew pouted, rolling onto the bed in boredom. Ash is becoming increasingly unappealing. Suddenly, an idea struck it, and its eyes lit up. Oh, how is our child doing lately? Does it wish to come out and play? Ash paused in his packing, his voice dropping a notch. It is still contemplating. Mew, keenly attuned to Ash's emotional shift, gracefully floated to his front, gently patting his head with its tail. Don't worry, though that child may be a bit awkward, it still cares for you deeply. It blinked innocently. After all, it is a combination of our genes. Ash couldn't help but chuckle. That description sounds rather peculiar. What is peculiar about it? Mew protested, striking a pose with its tiny arms akimbo, though its short limbs prevented it from truly doing so. Scientifically speaking, it's accurate, though the process might be somewhat unconventional. It tilted its head in contemplation before joyfully spinning around the room once more. But the fact that the child is so strong now indicates that our combination is indeed perfect. Even Mew was surprised to discover it could have biological offspring. Endowed with exceptional intelligence, Mew carries within its genetic makeup the information of all Pokémon and can utilize every move, leading many scholars to consider it the progenitor of Pokémon. Yet it is not the progenitor. Who knows how many eons it spent indulging in a life of leisure, eating, sleeping, playing, until one day it sensed the birth of a child. It took Mew quite some time to muster the courage to approach Mewtwo. Upon overhearing the words of certain individuals clad in white coats, it became apparent that Mewtwo was, in fact, a Pokémon created through the recombination of its own genetic material. At that moment, Mew's interest in Mewtwo waned significantly. Throughout the annals of history, there have been those who coveted the power of divine beasts, with numerous ancient civilizations having crafted one so-called legendary Pokémon after another from the bodily tissues of these creatures. The earth and sea entities stand as prime examples among them. Mew had observed the suppression of those failed attempts at creating legendary Pokémon, and, upon learning that Mewtwo was a product of human ingenuity, it immediately recalled those two mindless monstrosities. Initially, Mew intended to let humanity taste the bitter fruit of its own making. However, it was taken aback to discover that Mewtwo possessed self-awareness and was exceedingly powerful. On the windowsill, Pikachu, disturbed from its slumber, cast a bleary-eyed glance at Mew before returning to its habitual napping position, clearly unfazed by such occurrences. Ash shook his head and retrieved a finely crafted box from his waist pouch, within which various dried berries were meticulously arranged. Would you like some? I prepared these especially for you. Yes, I would. Mew's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're the best, Ash, it exclaimed, leaping towards the box, only to suddenly halt midair, feigning caution as it regarded Ash. Wait a moment, you're not trying to bribe me with food to scheme against me, are you? With an impassive expression, Ash slid the box closer to himself. In that case, forget it. I was just joking. Mew quickly dove toward the box, wrapping its tail affectionately around Ash's arm. Ash would never resort to such underhanded tactics, although it was true that sometimes he would sneakily touch Mew's tail. But your tail feels so delightful. If I offer you your favorite treats, can I at least touch it once? Mew purred, narrowing its eyes in satisfaction as it floated to the bed, munching on the berries while humming a tuneless melody. Watching Mew's carefree demeanor, Ash couldn't help but soften his gaze. The room was filled solely with the subtle sounds of Mew munching and Pikachu's steady breathing. Moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a shimmering silhouette of Mew upon the floor. In the adjacent room, Nashi, lying in bed with a blanket over her head, suddenly yanked the cover off. A tale? So, it turns out there's a real fox in Ash's room after all. Chapter 162, The News of the Crystal Onyx. The following morning, Ash noticed that Nashi appeared markedly more spirited. It seemed her mood had been rather poor during their shopping excursion the previous day. Had something transpired overnight? Alright, let us first head to the Pokémon Center to retrieve Lapras, Nashi stated, taking the lead and not giving Ash a chance to speak. Upon mentioning Lapras, Ash nodded and took out his phone to follow the navigation to the Pokémon Center. After receiving Lapras's Pokeball from Nurse Joy, Ash inquired about glass and crystal products. If you're looking for glass or crystal items, you should know that Pomelo Island to the northeast is renowned for its high-quality crystals. There's an elderly gentleman there who crafts glass items in the likeness of Pokémon, and they appear almost animated, as if imbued with life. Without hesitation, Nurse Joy recommended a master in that craft, as she was well acquainted with the products of various islands being from the Orange Archipelago. Are you the champion from the Quartz Conference, Mr. Ash? Nurse Joy suddenly grasped Ash's sleeve and whispered as he prepared to leave. If you're the Ash from Pallet Town, then that's me. I'm a huge fan of yours. Could you please give me an autograph? You were simply magnificent during your battles. Many of our sisters are fans of yours too. Ash was not surprised to encounter a fan, considering the Orange Archipelago was also part of the Kanto region. Although Nurse Joy's voice was soft, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Ash accepted the pen and notebook she offered and elegantly signed his name. Mr. Ash, while this may be somewhat presumptuous, I'm quite curious. If you were to battle against Mr. Green at his peak, what would your chances be? Nurse Joy blinked her blue eyes eagerly at Ash. Green, who had journeyed with Ash from Pallet Town, had lost to Drayden, who in turn had been defeated by Ash. The odds were rather apparent. Yet Nurse Joy had a sister who was a fan of Green. As an Ash fan, she yearned to hear the answer directly from him. That is difficult to say. I think this year's Chengdu Region Alliance Conference might provide an answer to that question. Ah, I see. Nurse Joy nodded in satisfaction. Much like someone who had just learned that their favorite anime was returning after several years of hiatus. Returning to Nashi's side, Ash searched for information on Pomelo Island on his phone. Pomelo Island is situated directly north of Daikon Island, in the southwestern part of the Orange Archipelago. It is famous for its glass craft products, and many residents are skilled glass artisans, drawing visitors from around the world to admire these glass artworks. However, there is no Pokemon Center on the island, making it less suitable for Pokemon trainers to visit. Pomelo Island is quite expansive, and there is a smaller island nearby that is connected to Pomelo Island by a sandbar. Is there a smaller island connected to Pomelo Island by a sandbar? Ash raised an eyebrow. The map indeed showed a small island adjacent to Pomelo Island, but it seemed rather distant. What's wrong? Nashi inquired, noticing Ash's changing expressions as she leaned closer in curiosity. Look, Ash showed her the information he had found. I'll ask Nurse Joy again. You mean that? Nurse Joy replied playfully. That's a place only visible during low tide, where the sandbar connects. I used to think of that little island as my secret base. If it weren't for the lack of a Pokemon Center, I would have stayed on Pomelo Island. She pointed to the sea area near Pomelo Island. The location of that small island is about here, but you have to take a ferry to Pomelo Island before you can walk there. The low tide lasts only a brief period, and you can only cross during those few hours at dusk. There's a crystal cave there. When I was a child, I always thought there were terrifying monsters inside, so I never dared to go in. Perhaps there are Pokemon that feed on crystals as well. Ghostly eyes and most rock Pokemon tend to consume crystals. Such Pokemon are not rare at all. Upon learning that low tide would occur in the evening, Ash and Nashi decided to spend the day enjoying the theme park, planning to visit the Crystal Cave on the small island the following day. It was surely the dwelling place of the Crystal Onyx. Although Ash longed to soar on Charizard's back and capture that Crystal Onyx to deliver it to Professor Oak's research lab, he had already promised Nashi a day of fun at the theme park. That Onyx had been there for countless years. It wouldn't he mind waiting an extra day or two. Did Ash really think that the Crystal Onyx would flee just because he was coming? Upon arriving at the park, Nashi suddenly pulled Ash aside and retrieved the mystical stone tablet. My psychic abilities have advanced. This is yours. Ash accepted the mystical stone tablet. Yes. Now you need it more than I do. Your progress has been rather slow lately. I'm merely an average person, Nashi replied. With a chuckle, Ash tucked the mystical stone tablet away, not overly concerned about Nashi's comment regarding her slow progress. Unexpectedly, Naz's next remark caught him off guard. If you fancy touching tails, I recall there's a store in the mall that sells them. I believe it's called Catgirl Cosplay. Ash was momentarily stunned. The thought of Catgirl Naz was exhilarating. But wait. Gazing at Naz, who wore a playful smile, Ash suddenly realized she had been eavesdropping on his conversation in his room the previous night. Even though she couldn't hear his telepathic link with Mew, he had spoken aloud. Ash, feeling quite embarrassed, pulled Naz close and whispered, "It's not what you think. I'll explain everything when we get back to the hotel tonight. It's not convenient here." Witnessing Ash's rare display of awkwardness, Naz, who had likely guessed that he was actually conversing with Pokemon, smirked and took his hand. "All right, I trust you. Let us go play over there. I've seen many delightful attractions in novels, and I just noticed one that was mentioned in a book." With that, she pointed towards a nearby amusement park. An amusement park? For someone like Naz, who had grown up under peculiar scrutiny and had rarely ventured beyond the dojo, it was likely that visits to such places were a rarity. Chapter 163, The Crystal Onyx. After returning to the hotel that evening, Ash arranged for Mew to meet Naz formally. To be frank, this encounter occurred later than Ash had anticipated. He had initially thought Mew would reveal itself at Professor Oak's lab, but it only emerged now. Upon discovering that the tail Ash wished to touch belonged to Mew, Naz felt no disappointment. Her earlier comment had merely been a jest to tease Ash, and she had inadvertently summoned a legendary creature. The following noon, Ash and Naz boarded the ferry to Pomelo Island. Due to the absence of a Pokemon Center on Pomelo Island, neither of them intended to linger. A place devoid of even a Pokémon Center indicated a lack of development potential, and there was nothing to attract trainers. Of course, if news about the Crystal Onyx were to spread, with the infrastructural capabilities of this world, Nurse Joy would be summoned to work here by the following day. The setting sun bathed the entire sea in a captivating orange hue, with the shimmering surface resembling a layer of gilded flakes. The tide gently receded, producing a soft rustling sound as if the ocean were whispering. On the damp beach, tiny shells and pebbles glimmered in the afterglow. As the final wave reluctantly retreated into the depths, a winding sandbar gradually became visible. The moist sandy ground glistened with an amber sheen under the sunset, and the residual seawater formed shallow mirrors that reflected the brilliant twilight. This naturally formed pathway led to a small island not far away. Shrouded in the embrace of the setting sun, its lush shadows appearing particularly enigmatic in the twilight. The narrowest part of the sandbar allowed only one person to pass, with water on either side gently rippling in the breeze, occasionally disturbed by a kingler leaping from the surface, its scales glinting dazzlingly. The seaweed brought by the tide emitted a faint, briny scent, mingling with the fruity fragrance wafting from Pomelo Island. The surface of the sandbar remained slightly damp, leaving clear footprints that would soon be smoothed over by the returning tide. In his past life, Ash would have found it difficult to witness such a scene even if he lived a lifetime. Perhaps he could only glimpse similar vistas through his phone or the news. The beauty of nature was an unattainable luxury for Ash in his previous existence. The sunset's remnants refracted through the cave's entrance, casting an ethereal glow throughout the cavern. Ash and Naz tread carefully upon the crystalline sand-covered ground, while Pikachu's ears perked up alertly. And Eevee snuggled close to Naz's leg, its fluffy tail slightly bristled. The temperature here was noticeably cooler than outside. Naz reached out to touch a protruding crystal on the rock wall, surprise flashing in her crimson eyes. Each crystal seemed to harbor a unique energy, reminiscent of ice-type energy. Ash closed his eyes, allowing his aura to ripple outward. In his perceptual vision, the entire cave appeared composed of countless points of light, and deep within the cavern, a particularly bright life signature lay in wait. "I found it," he whispered, right in the pool ahead, turning down a fork in the crystal cave. The sight before them caused both to instinctively hold their breath. A colossal, translucent onyx coiled atop a massive crystal in the cerulean waters, its body shimmering with a blue halo through the crystal walls, resembling a living masterpiece. As it slowly raised its head, light passed through its crystalline form, casting brilliant reflections upon the ground. Pikachu and Eevee instinctively took a step back. This legendary crystal onyx was even larger than its ordinary counterparts, rivaling the size of Ash's own Steelix before its evolution, each segment of its body seemingly sculpted from the purest crystal. It gazed at the intruders with its glowing eyes, and the crystals within the cave gently resonated with its breath, producing chime-like, melodious sounds. A deep growl reverberated. The crystal onyx turned its gaze toward Ash and Naz, its tone laden with warning. Name: Crystal Onyx. Gender: male. Ability: clear body. Type: ice, rock, with steel type conversion. Crystal type: ice. Item: never melt ice. Level: high 38. Moves: rock slide, tackle, rock polish, dragon breath, rock wrecker, stealth rock, heavy slam, ice beam. Though the repertoire of moves was somewhat lacking, the type combination was indeed peculiar. Ice and rock types seemed to be a pairing exclusive to the Wash Rotom. It had 2 4x weaknesses. However, what did the steel type conversion mean? Its form appeared solely as ice and rock types, with no indication of steel type. Could it be that this crystal onyx was on the verge of evolution? It was said that in the profound depths of underground mines, those onyxes, having endured the test of time, undergo a transformative metamorphosis. They traverse through the hard rock layers day after day, their rough bodies gradually polished by the stones. Initially, only a metallic sheen would occasionally flicker upon their surface. But as time passed, it spread across their entire forms. These persistent onyxes would actively seek mineral-rich layers, consuming hard iron, ore, and brilliant crystalline rocks as sustenance. Their digestive systems would absorb and transform these mineral essences, gradually metallicizing their rocky exteriors. The high-temperature, high-pressure conditions underground accelerated this process, akin to a natural forge. Throughout their lengthy evolution, onyxes endure a painful molting phase. Their old rocky shells peel away in layers, revealing a new metallic body that glows with a cold light beneath. During this stage, they become particularly vulnerable, often retreating into the most concealed depths of the mines. When the final molt is completed, their bodies transform into a smooth and hardened metal, marking the evolution into Steelix. Could this crystal Onyx, having lingered in this cold pool for too long, be on the cusp of evolving into a crystal Steelix? Charizard. Ash released his pre-prepared Pokémon to counter the threat. The adversary was submerged in the pool, making it difficult for the bagging Pokémon to exert its strength with no long-range abilities. Do you need my help? Naz inquired. Just watch me. This crystal Onyx isn't as formidable as you might think. Ash shook his head, then commanded, aim for the crystal Onyx. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. The crystal Onyx let out a roar, its massive form emerging from the water. Large shards of crystal began to gather above Ash's Pokémon, as it intended to exchange blows with Ash's creature. But the question remained, could it withstand the exchange? After Ash's Pokémon executed their moves, they did not immediately evade. Charizard continued to unleash its fiery breath. Roar. Soon, the crystal Onyx was engulfed by Charizard's flames, turning it a vivid crimson. Chapter 164, An Encounter with Kona. The flames danced across the crystalline blue body of the Onyx, reminiscent of molten lava spreading across ice. Once as clear as crystal, the serpent's body was now saturated with firelight, each segment transforming into amber, pulsating with inner flames. During its evolution, the already diminished defenses of the crystal Onyx failed to withstand even a single round of assault, and it plummeted heavily into the pool below. Seizing this opportunity, Ash swiftly tossed a great ball. After capturing the crystal Onyx, the ball fell into the water. Observing this, Ash recalled Charizard and released Lapras to retrieve the fallen Pokeball. As Lapras emerged from the water, it splashed, the cool sensation invigorating Ash. He approached the poolside, extending his right hand to gently stroke Lapras's large head. The young Lapras relished Ash's caress, opening its mouth to return the Pokeball, delicately balanced on its tongue. After taking the Pokeball, Ash rinsed it in the pool, as it was slick with Lapras's saliva. Failing to clean it would undoubtedly result in an unpleasant stench once the saliva dried. The refreshing chill of the water was thoroughly enjoyable for Ash. After confirming with his aura that no Pokémon or items were nearby, Ash poured a bottle of mineral water outside the pool before filling another bottle with the pool's water. He intended to have it tested later, as the evolution of the crystal Onyx was undoubtedly linked to its environment. The Pokémon of the Orange Archipelago also exhibited regional forms, albeit distinct from those of Alola and Galar. The colors of Nidoran and Nidorino in the Orange Archipelago are deeper than those in other regions, and Butterfree displays unique wing colors and patterns. No changes in type were noted, compared to Professor Oak and Professor Rowan. Perhaps Professor Naki's interest in the crystal Onyx would be even greater, given her focus on regional forms. Having exited the Crystal Cave, Natsum and Ash prepared to take the last ferry to Kinkin Island before dark, with plans to transfer through Dayfon Island to visit Corey Island. Their ultimate destination was the Fruit 7 Island to savor the freshest fruits of the Orange Archipelago before departing. After sending the crystal Onyx to Professor Oak's laboratory via Rotom phone, Ash and Natsum boarded the ferry to Kinkin Island. Ash, where did you catch this Onyx? In a quieter part of the deck, Ash connected to Professor Oak's call. Professor Oak was particularly excited, as it was his first time seeing such a form of Onyx. Its body sparkled like crystal under the lights, dazzling to the eyes. Although it had a bit of a temper, it had already been lulled to sleep by Professor Oak's Dragonite's gentle claws. Once he received it tomorrow and trained it properly, they could delightfully commence their research. I'll send you the water from the pool where this Onyx resides once I reach Kinkin Island. You should examine it. This Onyx seems on the verge of evolving, likely transitioning from ice rock to ice steel. An Onyx residing in a pool. Would you mind if I invited Sakuragi and Naki to join the research? Although Professor Oak's research is broad, he acknowledges that specialists excel in their respective fields. Professor Sakuragi is particularly adept at utilizing computer technology to aid research and demonstrate results, as well as establishing and maintaining Pokémon ecosystems. Professor Oak believes that his research in Pokémon ecology may not surpass that of his own students. As for Professor Naki, she is a renowned Pokémon researcher specializing in regional forms, undoubtedly very interested in the crystal Onyx. Of course, I don't mind, but I hope you can assist the Onyx in completing its evolution during your research. I'll send you the coordinates of its habitat later. All right, I promise. Professor Oak responded cheerfully. Big City is located to the west of Corey Island, which is the largest island in the Orange Archipelago. After arriving at Corey Island, Ash and Natsum found an old seaside restaurant to dine. It turned out that the food at the renowned establishment was not necessarily good. Additionally, the portion sizes were somewhat insufficient for Ash, who refused to compromise his appetite with such expensive scraps. As they exchanged glances, Ash was about to leave with Natsum in search of a more fulfilling meal when a somewhat familiar female voice called out to him. Long time no see, Ash. Turning his head, Ash spotted a red-haired woman waving at him from the railing. He recognized her as Kona, the Ice-type Elite Four member. As she approached, a warm smile graced her face as she assessed Ash. "It's been a while, Master Kona. Indeed, the last time we met was during the League Conference. However, my younger sister has been mentioning you quite frequently lately." "Younger sister? When did I meet Kona's sister?" Noticing Ash's bewildered expression, Kona chuckled and clarified. "My sister is an exemplary student at the Pokemon Research Academy. Yuyuki side-eye. Oh right. The most prestigious school on Kori Island is the Kori branch. If Kona is Side-Eye's sister, does that imply?" It seemed that Ash had pieced together the identity of Kona's sister, prompting her to reveal the answer with a smile. "Exactly. Side-Eye is currently training hard on Kori Island to defeat someone. As an older sister, she rarely saw her normally proud and haughty sister putting in such effort, even dragging her along to train during her own vacation. Side-Eye is much cuter now than she was before." Ash nodded. Side-Eye had encountered him at the court's conference and lost, and now she was training on Kori Island with her sister Kona. Their acquaintance was merely superficial. To be honest, Ash was currently more concerned about his rival, Gary. Side-Eye's strength was not a significant concern. She was not standing still while others progressed. Gary was advancing at a much quicker pace. Noticing Ash's lack of response, Kona shifted her gaze to the expressionless Natsum beside him, quickly realizing their relationship. "Oh, I see. I've been quite presumptuous." Kona had initially thought about challenging Ash, but her lack of romantic experience made her realize she might be interrupting a date for the young couple. Chapter 165, Snorlax of Fruit 7 Island. Although Kona's sudden appearance and departure left Ash somewhat puzzled, it did not diminish Ash and Natsum's enthusiasm for their journey. After leaving the restaurant, they resolved their dining needs at the Pokemon Center. The food at the Pokemon Center may not have been exceptional, but it was certainly adequate and plentiful. They spent 3 enjoyable days in Big City, during which they also encountered the sewer monster, a Bulbasaur abandoned by the city mayor. Ultimately, the mayor lost the support of the citizens and resigned, as abandoning Pokemon in the Pokemon world is seen as a disgraceful act, leaving a significant stain on one's character. The monotonous urban landscapes and island vistas did little to dampen Nashi's enthusiasm for travel. Her joy often stemmed not from the bustling cities or tranquil nature, but rather from the silent yet affectionate gaze cast her way by the reticent Ash. Upon exiting the golden-hued gym, Nashi felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the face of the steel forest-like city, an apprehension born of the unknown and solitude. Now, however, she relished the delightful companionship of the young boy and their 2 Pokemon as they leisurely walked along the pavement. How wonderful it was to no longer feel isolated. Ash treated her with kindness. At times, Nashi found it difficult to discern whether her feelings were simply those of friendship or something deeper, akin to love. Aunt Hanako was exceptionally warm towards her, often more so than towards Ash, engaging her in conversation and teaching her culinary skills. Likewise, the amiable demeanor of Koharu, Professor Oak, and Professor Sakuragi enveloped her in a sense of belonging. In their eyes, she did not perceive the fear that often accompanied parental gazes. They harbored no disdain or exclusion towards her formidable abilities. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the flowers emanating from the Eevee cradled in her arms, Nashi took great satisfaction in her choice of perfume. The soft and cuddly Eevee was a delight to hold. Ash, sensing her elation, was left pondering what had transpired moments before. The 2 soon arrived at the port to board a ferry to the 7 Islands of Fruit. Upon their arrival, Ash was greeted by a breathtaking expanse of pomelo trees. They landed on the 3rd island, the largest among the 7 Islands of Fruit, where the level of modernization was relatively low, likely due to the island's small size and scarcity of resources, resulting in a predominantly village-like habitation. While purchasing pomelos, a green-haired woman approached them. "I recognized you from the live broadcast of the Indigo conference. You must be Ash, the champion of the Indigo League." "I am Nana, the island's mayor." Mayor Nana elaborated on the situation of the 7 Islands of Fruit, explaining that recently, the pomelos had mysteriously vanished, and while the thief stole the fruit, it had also caused damage to the trees. Only days ago, they discovered that the culprit was a Snorlax. This Snorlax had even mastered the art of the butterfly stroke, allowing it to traverse freely among the 7 Islands of Fruit. The island lacked formidable trainers capable of subduing or driving away the Snorlax. She had consulted with Miss Junsha, who also found herself at a loss regarding the gluttonous creature. After Miss Junsha relocated the Snorlax to nearby Naplu Island, it swam back on its own. Mayor Nana was at her wit's end, as Snorlax possessed an insatiable appetite. She had begun recruiting outside trainers at the port to capture the Snorlax. The previous few had proven no match for it, but today, she had encountered the champion of the Indigo League. Surely, The champion could capture that Snorlax, could they not? Snorlax required a staggering 400 kilograms of food daily to feel satiated. In ancient times, it was regarded as a natural disaster. Indeed, in the eyes of ancient peoples in the Pokémon world, Snorlax was considered a calamity. This creature, adept at locating granaries and voraciously consuming their contents, was impervious to blades and toxins, resembling a walking disaster. Had Ash not prepared special energy blocks in advance to satiate it, he would have hesitated to attempt its capture. Given that capturing Snorlax was his primary objective for coming here, he readily agreed. After Ash's affirmation, Nana led him and Nashi to the resting place of the Snorlax. It lay beneath a pomelo tree, surrounded by a chaotic scene, with several villagers, armed with farming tools such as hoes and forks, encircling the Snorlax. "This is the Snorlax," she announced. Name, Snorlax. Gender, male. Ability, thick fat type, normal Terra type, normal held item, none level, elite, 45, inherited moves, none taught moves, none self-taught moves, body slam, surf, headbutt, hyper beam, tackle, rest, ice punch, protect, heavy slam, heavy punch. Remarkably, this Snorlax had learned to use protect, ice punch, and surf, skills that typically required a technical machine for a standard Snorlax to acquire. Ash retrieved the energy block from his bag. Approaching the Snorlax under the watchful eyes of the villagers, he poured some energy blocks into the Snorlax's gaping mouth. Gulp, gulp. Snorlax? The once sleeping Snorlax suddenly sat upright, startling the nearby villagers, who watched it warily. The Snorlax paid them no mind, instead focusing on Ash. Snorlax, Snorlax. Was that delicious morsel you gave me? While resting, it had felt a delightful treat enter its mouth, albeit a small one, yet it was immensely satisfying. Typically, Snorlax had to wander extensively in search of food, often compromising on taste to fill its belly. Suddenly, it contemplated the idea of having this human by its side to prepare meals. Perhaps dining would become far less laborious. Snorlax, Snorlax, come with me, and I will take care of you. Upon hearing the Snorlax's words, Ash chuckled. Snorlax, if you can defeat my Pikachu, I will accompany you. If you lose, however, you must come with me. How does that sound, Snorlax? The creature scratched its head, pondering, to its understanding. The two scenarios appeared quite similar. In the endless cycle of eating and sleeping, its brain had not engaged in much thinking for quite some time. Nevertheless, for the sake of food, Snorlax resolved to battle this human before making a decision. The victor would be the boss, while the loser would obey the winner's commands. Guided by Mayor Nana, Ash, along with Pikachu and Snorlax, arrived at a spacious clearing to conduct their battle. Chapter 166, Arrival at Azure Island. In the clearing, Ash's Pikachu and the wild Snorlax took their positions on opposite sides. Pikachu crouched low, electricity crackling between its cheeks, its tail taut like a spring, poised for action. The Snorlax, on the other hand, patted its round belly contentedly, its normally squinted eyes now radiating an unusual glimmer of determination, its sturdy legs firmly planted on the ground. Perhaps due to having eaten well, it exhibited an unexpected spirit for battle. Ash had no intention of directing Pikachu to attack. As Mayor Nana announced the start of the match, Pikachu transformed into a golden blur, shooting forth like an arrow, leaving a trail of light across the grass. To everyone's astonishment, Snorlax reacted with remarkable agility, skillfully positioning itself in Pikachu's path. With no time to evade, Pikachu collided directly with its soft belly, only to be sent flying backward. Snorlax. Although its ample fat provided some cushioning, Snorlax did not appear unaffected. Pikachu's passive ability from the quick attack had inflicted significant damage. Recognizing that its opponent was formidable, Snorlax charged forward, determined to strike first. With newfound vigor, the massive creature erupted into astonishing speed, barreling toward Pikachu like a freight train. Each step sent tremors through the ground, the grass beneath its feet uprooted, a cloud of dust trailing in its wake. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Who could have imagined that this typically lethargic ball of fluff could unleash such ferocious power? Yet Pikachu remained unfazed, gracefully leaping just as Snorlax was about to collide with it. With a nimble leap, it deftly utilized the round, plump head of Snorlax as a springboard, executing an elegant somersault in midair before landing gracefully behind its opponent. Snorlax, unable to halt its momentum, tumbled headfirst into the thicket, startling a flock of Pidgey that took to the skies in a flurry. After several rounds, Snorlax sat panting heavily on the ground, its rotund belly rising and falling dramatically with each labored breath. It wiped the beads of sweat from its forehead, the fervor of battle having long since dissipated, replaced now by a palpable reluctance to continue exerting itself. The formidable, once mighty behemoth had reverted to its languid self, now idly patting its belly and glancing around, seemingly in search of its next meal. It was evident that Snorlax had reached its limit. Ash could not help but chuckle at the sight of this great creature. Pikachu too relaxed, bouncing back to its trainer's side, its tail swaying joyfully. Meanwhile, Snorlax had entirely relinquished the idea of combat. Plucking a branch laden with pomelo from a nearby fruit tree and indulging in its delectable bounty, fully immersed in its culinary reverie. Noticing the islanders' fervent excitement, Ash raised his hand to quiet them. Of course, he could not silence everyone, but Nene managed to hush the crowd. It seemed that this Snorlax was on the verge of being captured by Ash, and it was not the time for any distractions. After all, should they annoy Ash, he might refuse to capture Snorlax, and they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Hey, Snorlax, does that mean you concede? Ash tossed an energy cube to Snorlax. Upon seeing the cube, Snorlax perked up instantly, finishing off the pomelo in one go and fumbling to retrieve the energy cube that had fallen onto its body, popping it into its mouth. Snorlax, as per our agreement, you must come with me. At this, Snorlax patted off the remnants of food from its body and rose to its feet. Snorlax, so when are we leaving? I will accompany you. Ash produced a great ball and captured Snorlax within its confines. The great ball wobbled thrice before emitting a triumphant chime and revealing 3 shimmering stars. Snorlax, capture successful. After witnessing Ash's successful capture of Snorlax, the island chief Nene approached with a smile, presenting Ash and Natsuki with the local delicacies of the 7 islands. Ash and Natsuki purchased additional pomelo, having achieved their primary objective in this locale, and leisurely strolled around before boarding a vessel to depart the Orange Archipelago. However, it appeared that unforeseen complications had arisen at the port of departure, leading to a sudden prohibition on passage. What is going on? We can't leave? Ash pondered, feeling a headache coming on from the crew's vague explanations. The crew themselves were unaware of the underlying issue, rendering them incapable of resolving it. It seemed their return would be delayed for an indefinite period. Ash then took out his phone to study the maps of the Orange Archipelago and the Kanto region, while Natsuki quietly cuddled her Eevee beside him. After gaining a general understanding of the route, Ash and Natsuki decided to follow the navigation to board Lapras towards the direction of Orange Island, planning to rest briefly there before flying on Charizard and Aerodactyl to Massera Town. The route to depart was situated north of Orange Island, connected by a sprawling sea bridge. This was the island in the Orange Archipelago closest to Massera Town. While sailing on Lapras for several hours might be somewhat monotonous, flying for hours atop unprotected Pokémon truly exerted a tremendous strain on their stamina. They had set out for enjoyment, not to risk their lives. Once their navigation was set, Ash and Natsuki embarked on Lapras towards Orange Island. Despite its youth, Lapras's considerable size was undeniable. Natsuki sat cross-legged on Lapras's back, avoiding the protrusions of its shell as she meditated, while Ash grasped the back of Lapras's neck, standing at the front of its shell and relishing the sea breeze. Due to the limited space on Lapras's back, Pikachu and the 2 Eevees, one belonging to Ash and the other to Natsuki, refrained from their usual antics and instead engaged in quiet conversation. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and the sea appeared ominous with the threat of an impending storm. It seemed rather unsafe. After discussing the situation, Ash and Natsuki decided to rest at the nearest Asia island until the weather improved before continuing their journey back to Massera Town. Upon arriving at Asia Island, they were immediately surrounded by a group of feathered, fur-clad islanders. Seeing this, Ash recalled the storyline associated with this location. The theatrical film, Lugia's Birth. They had indeed arrived just in time, initially believing they had evaded the confrontation with Mutwo and strayed from the original timeline. They unexpectedly found themselves entwined in the narrative of Lugia's emergence. The islanders encircled Ash and his companions, yet Ash remained unperturbed by their proximity, focusing on calming Natsuki. One of the islanders, donning a wooden bird mask, stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you two?" "I am Ash from Massera Town, and this is my friend Natsuki. We have come to explore the Orange Archipelago." Extra, Nene's diary, the second brother. This entry was penned 3 days after Ash's victory, and the tranquility following the celebration enveloped Massera Town. Nene was tidying up the room she had not occupied for a while. On the bookshelf, she stumbled upon a somewhat aged diary. As she picked it up, a familiar texture brushed against her fingertips, causing her to pause in surprise. It was the very diary she had used many years ago. The deep blue cover still bore the stickers she had cherished in her childhood, albeit now faded. With a mix of nostalgia and curiosity, Nene gently opened the diary that belonged to her past. The yellowed pages contained the youthful scrawl of her childhood musings. She had not written daily, resulting in a somewhat fragmented collection of thoughts. As her gaze danced across the words, Nene found herself irresistibly drawn back to the memories chronicled within, those days spent with Ash and Shigeru in Master Town, the laughter and tears intermingling, all vividly reawakening in that moment. On this day, the weather is gloomy. Recently, it seems that father and grandfather are somewhat displeased. Why? With a brother or sister on the way, are they not happy? A pair of tender, childlike hands clumsily yet earnestly closed the thick diary spread open on the table. Young Nene blinked her wide eyes, unable to fully grasp the heavy emotions etched on her father and grandfather's faces. She only vaguely sensed that her father seemed a bit downcast lately. At that moment, she was unaware that not long before, her father had lost one of the most important friends in his life. That profound sorrow and void were far beyond her youthful comprehension. However, the faint shadow that had settled over the household did not linger for long. Soon, a new life arrived in the family. Her brother was born. The busyness, joy, and hope that accompanied this new life burst forth like warm sunlight, swiftly dispelling the lingering doubts and sadness etched on the adult's brows. The house once again brimmed with laughter and the cries of a newborn, temporarily burying the memories of loss beneath the mundane and the joy of new beginnings. Young Nene's attention was entirely captivated by this small, moving, crying new toy, leaving the closed diary and its hidden stories momentarily forgotten. As time passed, young Nene gradually grew a little older. One day, while holding her brother, who had just learned to walk, she played on the pastoral streets of Master Town. It was then that they encountered a young boy of similar age to her brother. The little boy appeared to be no more than 2 years old, with a fair complexion and a defiant mane of black hair. Yet at that moment, he wore an expression of utter despondency, his small hand being gently yet firmly held by Aunt Hanako, as if he were a soulless puppet being dragged forward. Nanami recognized the warm smiling aunt. Aunt Hanako was the wife of her father's close friend and a former student of her grandfather. She often visited their home and shared a wonderful rapport with Nanami's parents. In Nanami's young heart, Aunt Hanako was fondly remembered for her delightful treats, delicious candies and homemade cookies that were simply divine. Most importantly, her culinary skills far surpassed those of both her father and mother. Each meal prepared by Aunt Hanako felt like a festive occasion for Nanami. Observing the black-haired boy being led by Aunt Hanako, his face betraying a resigned acceptance, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Nanami. She tilted her head, striving to dredge up memories. She recalled her mother mentioning that Aunt Hanako had a very young son. Ah, this boy must be Aunt Hanako's son. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. Just then, Aunt Hanako spotted the siblings and beamed at Nanami with her signature warm smile. "Are you taking little Momo out to play?" she inquired, bending down to regard Nanami's brother, Momo, who was in her grasp. Nanami nodded vigorously, then raised her finger to point at the despondent black-haired boy and curiously asked, "Aunt Hanako, is he Satoshi?" She finally voiced her speculation. This boy, held by Aunt Hanako, must indeed be Satoshi, right? She had heard from her grandfather that Satoshi was a prodigy, having begun reading books related to Pokémon and history right after learning to recognize characters. Nanami found it utterly perplexing how someone so small could comprehend such intricate subjects. It was precisely because he devoted so much time to reading that Satoshi rarely ventured outside, even during their family's occasional gatherings. He would bring a book or pester Professor Oak with questions. Nanami didn't know much about Satoshi since he had never played with her or Momo. However, Professor Okido held a particular fondness for Satoshi, one that seemed to surpass even his affection for Momo. Nanami was unclear as to why her father had such an affinity for this little bookworm. As a child, Nanami struggled to understand why adults seemed to favor Satoshi so much. This preference felt oddly familiar, much like the way adults favored her over Momo. This subtle sense of similarity left a small question mark in her young mind, one for which she could find no answer. It was only later that she understood. To Professor Okido, Satoshi represented the sole lineage of his dear friend, and he had unconsciously redirected his emotions towards Satoshi. Furthermore, Satoshi was diligent and obedient, a stark contrast to her own baby brother Momo, who often resembled a little whirlwind. That was until Satoshi and Momo both turned 4. During a family gathering, everyone was seated around Professor Oak's dining table. The seating arrangement was quite intriguing. Satoshi and Aunt Hanako occupied the left side of Professor Oak, with Nanami beside Satoshi. On Professor Oak's right sat Nanami's parents and her brother Momo. Professor Oak's grandchildren flanked him on either side. This arrangement was made so that her parents could manage the somewhat boisterous Momo, while the more mature Nanami could be entrusted to Aunt Hanako's care, as Momo was their son and easier to handle. Nanami soon noticed the table was adorned with an extraordinary array of dishes, each more enticing than the last, their aromas wafting through the air. Furthermore, nearly all the dishes were entirely new to her, their vibrant colors and exquisite presentation making her mouth water. She curiously inquired of Aunt Hanako beside her. To her astonishment, after a proud introduction from Aunt Hanako, Nanami learned that the entire spread had been prepared solely by Satoshi. In disbelief, she turned her gaze to the still diminutive black-haired boy seated beside her. He sat quietly, his clear eyes revealing a hint of shyness. In that instant, the lingering question mark in Nanami's heart seemed to dissolve. No wonder her parents and grandfather adored him so much. The food he prepared was not only fragrant, but also looked utterly delectable. At that time, she was still quite young, and it struck her as amusing that she had thought that way. Now, as she glanced at her childish musings in her diary, a light chuckle escaped her lips. Her younger self was truly something special. By the age of 7, Nanami's thoughts had become far more perceptive than those of her peers. She keenly sensed the peculiar emotions her grandfather exhibited throughout the dinner. The way he looked at Satoshi was not merely one of admiration. It contained a complex sentiment that she could not fully decipher. Particularly, when her grandfather sampled Satoshi's cooking, his movements paused noticeably, and his eyes, usually filled with wisdom and mirth, glistened with unshed tears, as if the meal had evoked long-buried memories. This subtle shift did not escape Nanami's notice. After dinner, the atmosphere remained warm and congenial. In that moment, her grandfather solemnly announced his decision to accept Satoshi as his disciple. Although somewhat unexpected, considering Satoshi's evident talents and the close relationship between their families, the news felt fitting. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. As per usual, her mother gently combed Nanami's hair. The comb glided softly through her locks as her mother gazed into the mirror at her daughter. Speaking in a warm yet serious tone, "Nanami, from today onward, you have 2 younger brothers." Through the mirror, Nanami caught the gentle yet earnest glimmer in her mother's eyes. Her mother continued, "You must treat Satoshi as you do Momo." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight. "He is your brother now." The young Nanami, still somewhat bewildered, nodded. Was it because he had been taken as her grandfather's disciple? Epilogue. Nanami's diary. Suffering is also a form of growth. On a certain date, in a certain month, it rained, crossed out, heavily. A tragic car accident took away the lives of my parents. Grandfather was heartbroken, suddenly sprouting countless white hairs. An unfamiliar elderly woman wanted to take me away, but grandfather stopped her. If memory serves, that day was not rainy. Perhaps the weather recorded in the diary reflects my emotions? Nanami pondered. Now, she had long since emerged from the pain of losing her parents. Time had dulled the sharpest of wounds, and life had long since returned to its normal rhythm. However, as she reread those words, a faint, settled discomfort stirred deep within her heart, akin to touching an old scar that had healed yet still lingered. This occurred in the same year Satoshi became a disciple. A sudden, devastating piece of news struck Masera town like a bolt from the blue. Professor Okido and his wife were involved in a severe car accident while in Yuhong City, tragically passing away and leaving behind Nanami, who was working and studying at the Yuhong Research Institute, and her younger brother Momo, who suddenly became orphans. When this news reached Professor Oak's ears, the typically spirited elder appeared to have all his strength suddenly drained away. He abruptly rose from his chair, only to falter and collapse heavily to the ground due to overwhelming sorrow and dizziness. Professor. Nearby, the quick-witted Ash, having only been under Professor Oak's tutelage for a few months, exclaimed in alarm and hurried over, crouching down to attempt to assist the fallen professor. Perhaps fueled by a surge of adrenaline, or perhaps owing to his inherent strength, the mere 4-year-old Ash remarkably managed to lift the upper body of the professor, who had succumbed to his grief and fainted, steadying him against the wall. Before long, Hannah arrived, having heard the news. Faced with this sudden and devastating familial upheaval, the distraught Professor Oak, nearly incapacitated by grief, found Hannah exhibiting remarkable strength and resolve. Suppressing her own sorrow over the loss of a dear friend, she swiftly took charge, reassuring those around her and making arrangements. In her capacity as a student of Professor Oak, she stepped forth to preside over the heart-wrenching funeral, striving to ensure that everything unfolded in an orderly manner amidst the sorrow. During the ceremony, an elderly woman entered, weeping uncontrollably, prompting the attendees to offer their condolences. Nanami recognized her as the grandmother who occasionally frequented the vicinity of Pallet Town, bringing treats for her and her brother. It was only later that Nanami learned she was the Ghost-type Elite Four member, and also the grandmother of both her and Shigeru. At that moment, She had attempted to take Nanami away, but was stopped by their grandfather. Shigeru, her younger brother, seemed to have matured significantly overnight. He did not cry, but instead offered comfort to his sister Nanami. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon countless times. The sound was light, yet bore a stubborn insistence, shattering the suffocating silence within the room. However, as before, there was no response from within. After a brief stillness, a different commotion was heard from outside, the sound of someone forcefully kicking the door. Bang! The already fragile door splintered under the impact, half of it swinging askew from the frame. Immediately, a small figure nimbly squeezed through the hole created by the kick. It was Ash. His eyes, however, shone with an unusual brightness and determination. In his hands, he carefully cradled a bowl of steaming rice porridge, evidently freshly prepared. Upon seeing Nanami, he visibly exhaled in relief. He stepped into the dimly lit room, curtains drawn tightly, and spotted Nanami curled up in a shadowy corner, resembling a soulless doll. Leave, she muttered, seemingly startled by the intruder, mechanically turning her head to face Ash. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her once vibrant eyes now hollow and devoid of spirit. She fixed that vacant gaze upon Ash, coldly repeating the two words, leave. Ash, undeterred by her icy dismissal, approached her with the warm bowl of porridge, placing it gently on the low cabinet beside her. Nanami, you haven't eaten in 3 days, he said softly, his voice like a pebble cast into still waters. If this continues, your body won't hold out. Nanami remained unresponsive, her vacant eyes fixed on the wall as if the world had become irrelevant to her. Refusing to be discouraged, Ash pondered briefly before sprinting out of the room. Before long, he returned, carrying a small box. Inside were a diary and an album. He opened the album and pointed to a particular photograph. In it, Nanami was joyfully holding Shigeru, with their parents beaming warmly behind them. Uncle and Auntie will become stars watching over us. They surely wish for you to continue living happily. Ash spoke gently. Nanami's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Ash continued to leaf through the album, softly narrating the stories behind each photograph. Some he had heard from Professor Oak, others he imagined based on the images and diary entries. His voice was steady and warm, like a gentle stream, gradually seeping into the frostbitten heart of Nanami. When he reached the last page, he closed the album and looked earnestly at her. Nanami, you are not alone. You have me, Shigeru, grandfather, and mother. We will always be with you. At that moment, Nanami's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Large droplets cascaded from her lifeless gaze, initially silent sobs evolving into a torrent of anguish long suppressed. Ash said nothing, merely enveloping the trembling Nanami in a gentle embrace, patting her back like a little adult. Sunlight streamed through the damaged door, casting a warm beam upon the disarrayed room. After the anguish had subsided and the tears had flowed, it felt as though she was reborn from a chrysalis. That cathartic outpouring of grief seemed to wash away much of the gloom and frost that had settled in Nanami's heart. She had not forgotten her sorrow, but she chose to carry it forward, continuing her journey. Nanami had grown. No longer did she confine herself within the dim room. Instead, she took the initiative to step outside. The first thing she did was to earnestly seek Ash's guidance in culinary arts. Nanami understood that grandfather was busy, and to care for her brother Shigeru, and to support their household, she needed to acquire more life skills, with cooking being one of the most fundamental and vital. Ash, naturally, shared his knowledge without reservation. Amidst the bustling kitchen, as ingredients were chopped and cooked, Nanami's smile gradually returned. Initially, it bore the marks of her past pain, but it soon transformed into a natural, warm glow that radiated the vibrance befitting her age. Occasionally, she would engage in light-hearted mischief, such as stealthily adding an extra spoonful of sugar to the ingredients while Ash was focused on cooking, or feigning seriousness to suggest he had oversalted the dish, only to burst into laughter as she watched him frown in confusion. Ash never minded these harmless pranks. On the contrary, witnessing Nanami's return to laughter and jest brought him genuine joy. He knew she was gradually emerging from her shadows, growing ever stronger. Epilogue, Nanami's Diary of Dreams. On a certain day, under a cloudy sky, Ash seems to have developed a fondness for fishing recently. He says his dream is to live a peaceful and joyful life. Such an ordinary dream seems so unfitting for someone as talented as him. He asked me what my dream was, but what is my dream? A plump and adorable Snorlax lounged lazily by the riverbank, its large pink tail lazily dipping into the clear water, swaying gently with the faint ripples, as if awaiting something. On the riverbank, Ash and Shigeru sat side by side, each holding a fishing rod, intently focused on the bobber on the water's surface, engaged in a silent fishing contest. Meanwhile, Nanami sat a little higher on the grassy knoll behind them, an open book resting on her lap, though she was not reading. Instead, she wore a serene smile, gently observing her two brothers fishing. The warm sunlight spilled over the river, causing it to sparkle, and illuminated the three of them. The only sounds were the gentle trickle of the flowing water, the occasional chirping of birds, and the subtle rustling of the fishing line swaying in the breeze, crafting a tranquil and beautiful afternoon tableau. As the sun ascended higher into the sky, reaching the zenith of noon, Nai meticulously retrieved the prepared bento from her basket. The trio then migrated beneath the expansive canopy of a verdant tree, forming a circle in the cool shade to relish their midday meal. Nai's culinary skills were truly unparalleled. She could easily assume the role of a head chef. Xiaoji savored a mouthful of rice, and with his eyes gleaming with delight, he promptly gave Nai a thumbs up, showering her with effusive praise. "It's not as exaggerated as you say, Xiaoji," Nai replied, feeling a touch bashful from his compliments, yet inwardly relishing the affection. She had grown accustomed to Xiaoji's nature. He was ever generous with his words of admiration, offering encouragement in a tone that was sincere, albeit slightly embellished. Even the most mundane of home-cooked dishes, when spoken of by him, seemed to be exalted to celestial heights. Xiaoji, a child with an almost boundless appreciation for food, rarely exhibited any picky tendencies. Even dishes of mediocre flavor were consumed with quiet diligence. To him, food was a treasure not to be squandered. Thus, one could only wonder how unpalatable a dish must be to elicit a strong aversion from him. Nai had witnessed such an occasion firsthand. It transpired during their visit to Chongqing City, at a locally renowned eatery. Upon the arrival of their meal, Xiaoji took but a single bite before his brows furrowed deeply. His expression rapidly transformed, revealing a mixture of disbelief and offense. Nai even observed him snap his chopsticks in frustration, nearly hurling the bowl to the ground. Fortunately, Aunt Huazi intervened just in time. After tasting the dish herself, Nai had to concede that it was indeed poorly prepared. The timing and seasoning were all askew, resulting in an utterly unsatisfactory flavor. It was a stark contrast to the delightful meals prepared by Aunt Huazi and Xiaoji. In fact, Nai felt quite confident that she could surpass that dish in culinary prowess. The restaurant, despite its reputation, had left them with an indelible negative impression. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the side, where her younger brother, Xiaomao, was discreetly attempting to remove the vegetables from his bento, methodically pushing them to the corner of the box. Witnessing this scene, Nai couldn't help but sigh softly, a hint of affectionate exasperation filling her thoughts. How unlovable it is. This picky eater Xiaomao. After their lunch, Xiaoji and Xiaomao resumed their fishing by the riverbank, casting their lines while engaging in leisurely conversation. As they chatted, the discussion deepened unexpectedly. Xiaomao suddenly inquired of Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, what is your dream?" Xiaomao's own aspirations were crystal clear. He puffed out his chest with youthful pride, declaring, "My dream is to become a powerful trainer, to capture countless formidable Pokémon, earn every gym badge, challenge the league, and become a champion admired by all." This was a radiant dream that nearly every passionate young trainer harbored. However, when Xiaoji heard the question, he did not respond immediately. He gazed thoughtfully at the shimmering surface of the river, contemplating for a moment before replying in a serene tone, "My wish is quite simple." He turned to Xiaomao and Nai, a pure smile gracing his face. "I simply hope to live a safe and joyful life alongside my Pokémon, family, and friends." This answer left both Xiaomao and Nai astonished, momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that the exceptionally gifted Xiaoji yearned not for grand achievements and accolades, but for something so humble, so ordinary. "What about you, Nai?" Noticing that Xiaomao and Nai were momentarily taken aback by his modest wish, Xiaoji naturally shifted the topic to Nai, curiously asking about her dreams. "Me?" Nai seemed caught off guard by the sudden turn of conversation towards herself. Pausing briefly before a complex smile, tinged with nostalgia and a hint of uncertainty, graced her lips. "In the past, I aspired to be a researcher," she softly confessed, her gaze seemingly piercing through the river's surface to her past self, filled with curiosity about the ecology and mysteries of Pokémon. Eager to explore the unknowns of the Pokémon world, much like her parents and grandparents. Yet, her tone shifted, becoming somewhat uncertain. "But now, I haven't quite figured it out." The abrupt loss of her parents had thrust her into the responsibilities of caring for her brother and the family, disrupting her once clear life plan. She needed more time to reevaluate and rediscover her path forward. "Have you ever thought about traveling?" Xiaoji continued to inquire, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. In his view, travel was an excellent means of experiencing the world and seeking direction. Nai gently shook her head, a slightly bashful smile emerging. "Actually, I don't particularly enjoy battling. She candidly expressed her thoughts. In contrast to the fiery confrontations typical of trainers, she preferred the tranquility of observing and studying Pokémon, cherishing the peaceful moments spent in their company. You don't necessarily have to be a trainer focused solely on battles. Xiaoji seemed to have anticipated this, waving his hand dismissively while proposing another avenue. There are many other paths in the Pokémon world, such as breeders and coordinators. He elaborated. Coordinators emphasize showcasing the charm and skills of Pokémon rather than mere victory or defeat. I feel that would suit you perfectly, Nine. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of interest in Nine's eyes. She had heard of coordinators, though she had never considered becoming one herself. Xiaoji's words had opened a new avenue of thought for her. Perhaps she could give it a try. Epilogue. Nine's diary. What does it feel like to like someone? On a certain day, the weather shifted from cloudy to clear. Today marks the second month of my journey, and I miss Xiaoji and Xiaomao dearly. I have earned my first ribbon badge and captured a Clefairy, traveling alongside a girl named Huiyin. Huiyin suddenly asked me if I had someone I liked. I told her about my grandfather, Aunt Huazi, Xiaomao, and Xiaoji, but Huiyin clarified that she meant a different kind of liking. What does that kind of liking feel like? The image of Xiaoji involuntarily surfaced in my mind. In the realm of coordinators, two inconspicuous young girls had embarked on their journey together, making their mark in grand competitions across various locales. Who could have anticipated that the quieter one, named Nai, would, in her first year of travel, triumph through numerous challenges and successfully reach the prestigious stage of the grand ceremony for coordinators, ultimately securing a commendable second place. This second place held significant weight, as everyone acknowledged her merit. The champion of that year was none other than the renowned Macaulay, a figure known to all. Macaulay was already somewhat famous, being a few years older than Nai. He was not only the gym leader of the Liu City, but also a world-renowned coordinator, celebrated for his unparalleled elegance and the exquisite portrayal of water and beauty. To have lost to such a formidable and esteemed competitor was an honor in itself. However, following the grand ceremony, Nai appeared to require some time to process the outcome of this peak confrontation and to recalibrate her mindset. Nanami bid farewell to her traveling companion, Hashiaki, and set off alone back to Masaki town, returning to the place that offered her solace and tranquility. Guess who I am? A deliberately lowered voice, laced with mirth, drifted from behind Ash, followed by a pair of somewhat chilly small hands gently covering his eyes, obscuring his vision. At that moment, Ash was diligently preparing dinner in the kitchen. Faced with this sudden ambush, he exhibited no signs of panic, not even pausing in his cooking. With remarkable dexterity, as if rehearsed countless times, he first reached out to extinguish the gas flame beside him, preventing the food in the pan from burning. Only then did he leisurely raise his other hand to grasp the delicate, icy hands that shielded his eyes. A smile of recognition unconsciously graced his lips as he spoke with unwavering certainty and affection. The only one who would cover my eyes like this is you, Nanami. Shigeru would never do that. He prefers to flaunt his bravado directly. Releasing her grip, Nanami affectionately tousled Ash's slightly tousled black hair, savoring the softness beneath her palm. She gazed at Ash's profile, which was gradually shedding its childishness, and could not help but exclaim, "You've grown so fast." Her tone carried a hint of sisterly pride and a touch of nostalgia. "Perhaps by the next time I return, you will have surpassed me in height." Ash displayed a resigned expression, yet offered no resistance, merely allowing Nanami to ruffle his hair. He silently mused, "What can I say? She is my sister after all." He could not refuse such endearing gestures between family, and, deep within, he cherished them, even though they were not blood-related siblings. After spending so much time together and enduring numerous experiences, he had long considered Professor Oak, Nanami, and Shigeru as his most cherished family. This bond, forged through time and sincerity, had long transcended mere blood ties. "I heard you've made quite a few new friends this year." After dinner, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in warm hues of orange and red, Nanami and Ash strolled leisurely along the serene rural paths of Masaki town. Pikachu and Nanami's Bulbasaur frolicked joyfully in the golden fields, eliciting curious glances from some wild Pokémon resting nearby. Indeed, Ash nodded, reflecting on the year's experiences, feeling a sense of substantial accomplishment. Memories of his time on Crown Mountain flashed through his mind, particularly the unexpected acquisition of the fist plate. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to the three poachers in the cabin. He wondered whether they had perished in the flames. I should have been firmer then. I must learn from that. Perhaps next time, I should just dig a hole and bury them. Let me count them, Nanami said, playfully counting on her fingers as she recited names like Koharu, Manatsu, and Shikurin. She paused after each name, lifting her gaze to Ash with a teasing and scrutinizing look. "It seems all the people you know are rather charming girls." As she said this, her smile remained intact, yet her eyes gradually narrowed into crescent moons, glimmering with an unusual light. Suddenly, Ash felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if some dangerous creature were watching him. He instinctively shrank his neck, his gaze becoming somewhat erratic as he mumbled, "Perhaps, maybe, could be." He struggled to find a reasonable explanation, but the sensation of unease lingered. At that moment, Nanami seemed oblivious to his discomfort, remaining immersed in her reflections. She turned to Ash, her tone gentle yet imbued with complexity. "Speaking of which, Ash, you are approaching that age when you will soon embark on your own journey." Her gaze appeared to transcend time, envisioning the day he would shoulder his backpack and set forth on his adventure. "In the blink of an eye, you will be an adult." Hearing this, combined with the earlier chill and the overly tender, meaningful look in Nanami's eyes, alarm bells rang in Ash's mind, and he inwardly lamented, "Oh no, oh no. It seems Nanami's affection for me is about to change." By the way, Nanami suddenly slowed her pace, adopting a seemingly casual tone. "There's a rather handsome fellow who has been pursuing me lately. What do you think? Should I accept his advances?" This unexpected question caught Ash off guard. He turned sharply to face her. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, wondering why Nanami had never mentioned this person before. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be a trick to gauge my reaction? Alarm bells rang louder in his head as he forced himself to remain calm, cautiously responding, omitting her name in favor of a more intimate address. "So, what do you think of him, sister?" He deliberately dropped the formal address, attempting to navigate this precarious situation. Nanami noticed his unease, her eyes shimmering with playful mischief. She sighed dramatically, speaking with a tone that was half jest, half earnest. "Not much, really." She elongated her words, her gaze lingering on Ash's face. "You see, having known someone as remarkable and talented as you since childhood, all other boys seem to fall short of my expectations. It's hard for any of them to catch my eye." The implications of her words were almost overt. Yet, Ash found himself ill-equipped to handle such directness. At that moment, he wished for a crevice to hide in to escape this awkward predicament. His feelings were akin to the phrase from the Tale of the Two Cities. Two opposing forces, each vying to retreat. "Sister, please spare me." Under different circumstances, Ash might have confronted anyone else directly, but Nanami was different. Their families were close, and he was acutely aware that a careless slip could lead to dire consequences from a nearby, sleeping Dragonite. Epilogue, Nanami's Diary, Eternal Family. Upon finishing the last entry, Nanami covered her face with her hands. She had placed the diary in her home during that time. After a moment's thought, she picked up her pen and inscribed a final line on the last page. "On this day, under clear skies, I discovered this notebook unexpectedly. Let this line serve as a conclusion to this diary, which has but one page remaining. Ash, we are family for life." Gently clasping Ash's hand, her touch was tender yet bore an undeniable insistence. "I want us to be family forever." Her voice was soft, yet it brushed against the core of Ash's being like a feather. Instinctively, Ash sought to respond in kind. "We are family after all. You are my sister." However, as the words reached his lips, he abruptly halted. He realized that Nanami's smile had shifted. While it remained beautiful, the curve of her lips softened further. Yet her eyes held an unusual, intense depth he had never witnessed before. Though her smile persisted, it sent a shiver down his spine, a sensation both chilling and disconcerting. Within the depths of Ash's mind, alarm bells resounded furiously as he instantaneously recognized the perilous state of Nanami. At that moment, Nanami gently brushed her fingers across Ash's cheek. Her fingertips were cool to the touch, yet conveyed an unsettling sense of possessiveness. She tilted her head slightly, her smile unwavering, and with a voice so tender it sent shivers down one's spine, she softly uttered, "It's just the two of us here. So there's no need to feign ignorance, is there? Ash, you truly lack ambition." Her light laughter, tinged with affectionate teasing, was juxtaposed with the narrowing of her eyes, revealing an elusive intent. She stepped closer, her tone imbued with a disquieting softness, continuing, "Your previous dream was to live a safe and joyful life with friends and family. Is it not true that you wish for your sister to find happiness as well?" As her words lingered in the air, a sinister, dangerous crimson glow began to emanate from Nanami's eyes, glaringly bright against the dim light, fixated firmly on Ash. Her voice remained gentle, yet it wrapped around him like icy threads. "Do you not desire your sister's happiness?" This relentless inquiry, coupled with her unnaturally red gaze, transformed the atmosphere into one laden with foreboding tension, as if a mere misstep in response could yield unpredictable consequences. How deluded, Ash thought, his mind racing. Had she been influenced by something during her year away? With a sudden motion, he shook off Nanami's hand, striving to distance himself. He turned swiftly, desperate to find an escape route, only to be taken aback by the sight of Bulbasaur, who had stealthily positioned itself behind him, its resilient vine tightly ensnaring the struggling Pikachu. Sparks danced around Pikachu, yet it remained unable to free itself. Pika Pika, it cried out anxiously. At that moment, Nanami's other Pokémon had also completed their encirclement. Her Clefairy, with a mischievous glint in its eyes, stood to the left, while her Chansey maintained its seemingly harmless demeanor to the right. The sky for Shaman spread its cloud-like wings, swirling at low altitude to seal off the space above. Together, they had trapped Ash in a complete enclosure, severing all avenues of escape. You've become increasingly unlikable as you've grown. Nanami's voice, laced with a hint of mournful sighing, wafted from behind. In the next instant, she enveloped Ash from behind, her warm body heat permeating through his clothing, her arms encircling his waist with an unyielding grip. She pressed her cheek close, whispering in a breathy tone that caressed his ear, "Dear brother, I still cherish that little Ash who would quietly let me hold him while reading, obediently allowing me to play with him." Her voice brimmed with nostalgia and an almost obsessive possessiveness. Such sentiments ensured that Ash would forever belong solely to her, never depart from her side. This whisper resonated like a sweet, yet perilous incantation in the silent room, unveiling the twisted attachment she harbored. "In truth, I was somewhat envious of you from the very beginning," Nanami continued, her voice still lingering by his ear, steeped in reminiscence. "You were so exceptional, excelling in everything you did, while compared to you, Shigeru could never fully satisfy our father." Her embrace tightened slightly, as if she intended to meld Ash into her very being. However, her tones softened abruptly, imbued with a sickly dependency. "During my moments of deepest anguish and helplessness, it was you, little Ash, who remained by my side, comforting me." A hint of nostalgic sweetness colored her voice, even now. "I yearn to savor that warm kanji you brought me that day." Madness. Upon hearing Nanami's twisted confession, Ash found an unexpected calm wash over him. The prior shock and panic dissipated, replaced by a chilling resolve. He was acutely aware that if she were the gentle, strong Nanami he knew, he would be incapable of acting against her. Yet, faced with this version of Nanami, consumed by obsession and exhibiting a Yandere persona, he resolved to unleash the corrective force of his character without hesitation. Regardless of any dragon being fast or not, being entangled with a Yandere was an accident waiting to happen. Half an hour later, Ash sat exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his clothing disheveled. Although he had succeeded in subduing all her Pokémon, it had evidently drained a significant amount of his stamina. Surrounding him lay Nanami's 4 Pokémon, all rendered incapable of further combat. Bulbasaur's flower buds had wilted, its vines languidly sprawled on the ground. Shaman's pristine feathers were slightly ruffled as it lay panting. Clefairy and Chansey had both collapsed, their eyes swirling in confusion. Meanwhile, Nanami knelt beside him, covering her face. Her shoulders trembled subtly, and wet traces were visible between her fingers. Whether from pain or the tumult of emotions stirred by his intervention, it was unclear. The fervent, frenzied aura had dissipated, leaving behind a poignant silence of fragility. After a brief respite to steady his breath, Ash rose and approached her. He knelt in front of Nanami, still shielding her face, extending a hand to caress her cheek tenderly, his fingertips gently brushing away any remnants of tears. His movements were gentle, imbued with a soothing power. "Have you returned to normal?" he inquired softly, his gaze intently fixed on her eyes, which had regained their clarity, no longer glimmering with that perilous crimson hue. As he carefully assessed her state, under his gentle touch and inquiry, Nanami's body relaxed slightly. She lowered her hands from her face, revealing eyes that were somewhat flushed yet undeniably restored to normalcy, nodding earnestly at Ash, her voice tinged with a hoarse quality, as if recovering from tears. In those eyes, the previously obsessive possessiveness faded, replaced by the gentle gaze Ash was familiar with, now imbued with a hint of apology and reliance. "Your earlier demeanor was truly frightful," Ash remarked, his tone laced with lingering trepidation. Upon hearing this, Nanami's eyes widened in shock, nearly exclaiming, "Who was truly afraid of whom?" Images of Ash subduing all her Pokémon with overwhelming strength flashed through her mind, leaving her bewildered. How had Ash suddenly become so formidable? Before she could collect her thoughts, Ash continued with a serious yet gentle expression, "We are still too young. Discussing this now is not appropriate." He paused and proposed, "How about this? Once you have truly realized your dream of becoming a top coordinator, if your feelings remain unchanged, We can explore a relationship. He indeed lacked grand ambitions. Living a simple life was already a profound blessing. As for a future partner, as long as they cherished him and he did not harbor disdain, that would suffice. This unexpected promise ignited a spark of joy in Nanami's eyes. She could hardly believe her ears. Overwhelmed with elation, she impulsively leaned in and pecked Ash's cheek swiftly, leaving a soft touch in her wake. It's a promise. Her face radiated with a brilliant, hopeful smile as she clutched Ash's hand tightly, as if grasping the most significant vow, convinced that Ash would indeed become her everlasting family. Indeed, a true family. Chapter 167, The Birth of Lugia, Part 1. Are these 4 Pokémon yours? Inquired the leader of the bird-masked individuals. Indeed, came the reply. So, you two are Pokémon trainers? That's correct. At that moment, it seemed as if a switch had been flipped, and the group of mask-clad figures collectively shouted, Pokémon trainers? The scene left Natsuki and the 4 Pokémon somewhat bewildered. Ash had initially intended to hastily depart from the Orange Archipelago. However, if the situation indeed mirrored that of the movie, it would not be long before his mother and his teacher were caught up in the chaos, prompting him to consider resolving matters himself. Thus, he stepped forward. Yes, we are Pokémon trainers. Is there a problem? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a figure adorned with a blackbird mask, embellished with blue feathers, emerged from the throng. Upon his arrival, the masked individuals parted to create a pathway. According to legend, as the world faced destruction, the god of the sea appeared, calming the wrath of the gods alongside a worthy commander. The one before you, the masked figure declared. Is that commander, the Pokémon trainer? The elder approached Ash, and as he observed Ash's expressionless visage, his serious demeanor transformed into a smile. Relax, it's just a customary formality. With that, the elder donned his mask once more, and the ancient, robust music resumed, even more fervent than before. Everyone is here. As the elder's words echoed, a vibrant female voice resonated from atop the stone walls, revealing a stylishly adorned girl who looked down upon the gathering. Flora, what on earth are you wearing? Where is your festival attire? The bird-masked individual beside the elder removed his mask, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the fashionable girl. Ugh, I refuse to wear such tacky, outdated clothing. Besides, doesn't the festival start in the evening? The girl turned her head away, adopting a nonchalant attitude in response. Seeing her sister turn away, Flora's elder sister, Yui, turned to Ash and Natsuki, explaining, This is my sister, Flora. She then glanced back at her sister, adding, Times have truly changed. Such an attitude can still allow one to take center stage as a priestess. Flora gracefully leapt down from the wall and approached Ash. You are a Pokémon trainer, right? Well, never mind, it's just a formality. As she spoke, she suddenly mimicked a kissing gesture. Realizing what was about to unfold, Ash instinctively took a step back to evade her advance. If she truly kissed him, Natsuki would undoubtedly explode with fury. Ash was well aware of the feelings Natsuki and the others harbored for him, though he often feigned ignorance. At times, he would ponder late into the night, questioning whether he was truly capable of entrusting his life to any of them. Could he bear the weight of another person's existence? Sometimes one might pretend to be oblivious, but one cannot afford to be genuinely so. If Natsuki were to erupt, he knew he would be unable to contain her. As anticipated, upon witnessing Flora's actions, Natsuki immediately unleashed a powerful psychic wave, lifting Flora into the air. What do you think you're doing? Ash quickly grasped Natsuki's wrist. Natsuki, put her down. Simultaneously, he offered an apology to the astonished islanders. My friend is a psychic, and she hasn't been in the best of moods lately. I sincerely apologize. As Natsuki felt Ash's grip on her wrist, her attention shifted away from Flora, causing the girl, now freed from psychic control, to slump into her sister Yui's embrace. Rather than inciting anger, the surrounding islanders became increasingly in awe of Ash and Natsuki. After all, they had heard tales of psychics, who, through the whispers of history, were often regarded as priests or priestesses, possessing the ability to eliminate foes without a trace. The crowd simply wished to expedite the welcoming ceremony, and therefore, no one spoke out further. Soon, amidst the rhythmic beating of drums, they proceeded deeper into the island. Their masks bore a resemblance to Kapu Mele Mele, one of Alola's guardian deities. As Ash recalled Lapras, he contemplated the peculiar black bird masks and their intricate patterns, which indeed resembled Kapu Mele Mele. However, Ash had never encountered such primitive tribal attire in the Alola region, perhaps due to the islanders of Asia Island's prolonged isolation from modern influences. The 3 pillars of the Alola region's economy were agriculture, tourism, and livestock. Among these, tourism spurred the other 2 industries, as visitors not only enjoyed the scenery but also indulged in Alola's distinctive cuisine. The atmosphere here was quite similar. Azure Island buzzed with excitement, exuding a festive ambience akin to the Lunar New Year. Along the way, there were numerous parades featuring furfrou, lion dances, and Gyarados, dragon dances, as the elder, adorned in his bird mask, deftly avoided the revelers, while the villagers stepped aside to make way for them. This elder was likely a highly respected elder of Azure Island, or perhaps the island's chieftain. As Flora had mentioned, the festival would not commence until evening. During this time, Ash and Natsuki wandered about the island, guided by the locals. After some contemplation, Ash decided to transfer his Paradox Pokémon and the recovered Melmetal over. His Pokémon were ill-suited for battles of such magnitude, and transferring the Paradoxes would serve as a precaution. Melmetal, despite its reluctance to battle, would be pivotal in the upcoming confrontations alongside the Psychic-flying Lugia, the Fire-flying Moltres, the Ice-flying Articuno, and the Electric-flying Zapdos. After nurturing them for so long, it was high time to let them stretch their legs. As night fell, the clouds above grew increasingly dense. Ash seized the opportunity to contact Professor Oak via his Rotom phone, arranging for the transfer of his Paradox Pokémon. He cited the excuse that he had heard of the legendary birds appearing near Azure Island and planned to test his luck. Seemingly anticipating this, Professor Oak also sent over his Dragonite. Take Dragonite. Safety comes first. Rest assured, Professor, if Dragonite is needed, it would indicate that my strength is insufficient to handle the legendary beasts, and I would promptly abandon my pursuit of the legendary birds. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Ash's attempts to catch those Paradox Pokémon, particularly Melmetal, had indeed involved some clever tactics. This was also the fundamental reason why Melmetal was reluctant to enter battle mode. If Ash could not capture the legendary beasts through his own strength, their inherent pride would likely render them uncooperative. Chapter 168, The Birth of Lugia, Part 2. Before long, it was time for the banquet. Ash and Natsuki found a table in the Grand Hall and prepared to partake in the feast. As the festivities commenced, Ash was determined to fill his stomach, for if battles were to ensue later, there would be no opportunity to eat. Noticing Ash's relentless appetite, Natsuki silently poured him a glass of juice. You should eat something too. There's a big event coming up. Hearing her, Ash turned to Natsuki, who was watching him eat. All right. Natsuki nodded gently and picked up her chopsticks to join in. Although she was unaware of what Ash meant by a big event, she had always trusted him. Dressed in her festival attire, Flora seemed like a different person entirely, standing on stage as she gracefully danced while playing an unknown melody on a shell resembling an ocarina. As her gaze scoured the crowd and finally landed on Ash, she was nearly thrown off key in her fury. Was this fellow reincarnated from a famished spirit? Clad in her most exquisite attire, performing a meticulously choreographed dance, and serenading the deities with melodious tunes, he was solely preoccupied with eating. The image of him dodging her moments ago sparked within Furura an impulse to swat the chopsticks from Ash's grasp. As the final note resonated, Furura glided toward Ash, her steps as light as a butterfly, under the eager gaze of the islanders. Her delicate fingers caressed her chest as her crystalline voice flowed like a clear spring, when heaven and earth rage, and the world teeters on the brink of annihilation. The sea god shall descend upon the mortal realm, hand in hand with the destined conductor, to quell the wrath of the deities. With the last syllable lingering in the air, Furura suddenly lifted her skirt, kneeling with utmost reverence. Moonlight filtered through the colorful stained glass of the altar, casting a pure glow upon the veil that adorned her head. She tilted her exquisitely crafted visage upward, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lord Ash, she intoned, her voice softening into a tender, almost pitiful tremor. If you truly are the prophesied conductor, please, demonstrate your proof to us. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Furura leaned forward, her slender hand gently resting on Ash's shoulder. He was instantly enveloped by a subtle fragrance of gardenia, his back stiffening in response. He keenly sensed a barely perceptible gaze from behind. Nazi. Ash discreetly unleashed his aura powers, catching sight of the dark-haired maiden elegantly cradling a teacup, her demeanor inscrutable. Phew. Ash exhaled a silent sigh of relief, only then noticing Furura's radiant face, mere inches away. The maiden mischievously blinked, whispering, "Don't be so tense. This is merely a traditional part of the festival." Furura called out a voice from the neighboring table. Xiaoyu, ever the vigilant sister. She had always known her younger sibling to be unreliable. All right, Furura dismissed nonchalantly, waving her hand. As she turned, her skirt traced a graceful arc. When she faced Ash once more, her expression shifted to one of solemnity. The method of proof is quite simple. On 3 nearby islands, 3 treasures are venerated. You need only retrieve these 3 items and place them upon our island's altar. Before she could finish, Furura suddenly stepped back lightly, rising onto her toes like a startled fawn, and then gracefully twirled twice, her flowing veil dancing in the wind. Finally, she froze in the aftermath of her spin, producing a conch shell flute. I shall play this offering to the gods. All right, then I shall set off now, Ash exclaimed, akin to a player eager to embark on a quest after a cutscene. Wait, there's no need to rush. The festival doesn't conclude until tomorrow. You can go then. Furura attempted to grasp Ash's arm again, but a sudden chill gripped her back, and her raised hand hesitated. Upon Ash standing, Nazi followed suit, both mounting a Charizard as they soared toward the nearby island. As soon as the Charizard took flight, ominous dark clouds loomed overhead. Torrential rain poured down, weaving an impenetrable curtain in the tempest. Raindrops hammered against the Charizard's wings, cascading down its smooth scales. Wow, the weather changes swiftly, Ash mused, wiping the rain from his face. Just as he turned to speak to Nazi, he noticed the raindrops had abruptly frozen mid-air. Nazi raised a hand, and a psychic barrier unfurled like an umbrella, enveloping them securely. The rain pelted the shield, splashing tiny droplets, yet it could not intrude even a fraction. Her expression remained placid, as if she had merely performed a trivial task. Thank you, Nazi. Ash beamed. Nazi placed a hand on Ash's waist, and he, seemingly accustomed to it, said nothing, his legs squeezing the Charizard's belly. With a roar, Charizard accelerated, breaking through the downpour, hurtling toward the island of fire. From their aerial vantage, the sight of the island was peculiar. What should have been a tropical paradise was instead blanketed in thick ice. Is this really the island of fire? Ash thought, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It can't be directing us to the island of ice, can it? Nazi furrowed her brows slightly. Through her psychic abilities, she sensed the chaotic energy fluctuations on the island. The fire energy here is indeed strong. This must be the island of fire. Charizard landed near the altar, its scorching breath swiftly melting the ice beneath. Ash leaped from its back, hastening to the altar's center, where he retrieved the token of the flame bird, a crimson orb, within which flames seemed to dance. He closed his eyes, letting his aura expand. The orb warmed in his palm, emitting a unique aura frequency, akin to an invisible key awaiting the unlocking of a door. Item: Token of the Flame Bird. Function: one of the 3 orbs required for a certain ritual. Indeed, this item is merely a key, Ash muttered, just as he was about to signal Nazi to depart. Crackle! A jarring sound of electricity shattered the air, and the sky erupted in blinding gold. They both looked up abruptly to see a Zapdos, enveloped in ferocious currents, descending with a piercing gaze that scrutinized them from above, its golden wings shimmering in the lightning. This fellow is quick to assert its territory, Ash squinted, his hand instinctively resting on his belt of Pokeballs. Zapdos emitted a shrill cry, gathering violent lightning around itself, clearly not intending to let intruders leave easily. Even though this was not its domain, but that of the flame birds, it seemed to claim this place as its own. A slender bolt of electricity struck Zapdos, a form of greeting common among electric-type Pokémon. Spotting a mere mouse in greeting, Zapdos carelessly sent a jolt of electricity toward Pikachu. Thanks to its static ability, Pikachu effortlessly absorbed the show of force, deciphering its intent. Chapter 169, The Birth of Lugia, Part 3. Ash seized a moment to glance at Zapdos' stats. Confident with Mew and Mewtwo, along with a cadre of paradoxical creatures by his side, he was not intimidated by the legendary birds. Name: Zapdos. Gender: none. Ability: Pressure. Type: Electric. Flying. Terrestrial type: Electric. Held item: Thunder God's Divinity. Level: Master Class, 85. Inherited moves: none. Taught moves: none. Self-taught moves: Peck, Thunder Wave, Thunder Shock, Light Screen, Beak. Quick Attack, Origin Pulse, Charge, Beak Drill, Feather Rest, Discharge, Rain Dance, Thunder, See-Through, Magnetism Control, Thunder Cannon. Your level 85 is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to my level 99 Mew, Ash thought. Just as Pikachu perked its ears, eager to communicate with Zapdos through gentle electric waves, a massive entity abruptly ripped through the heavy clouds, a dark aerial fortress slowly descending. Its exterior gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and crimson lights flickered at the base, resembling a mechanical eye surveying the earth. Zapdos' pupils dilated in alarm, its feathers bristling as electric sparks danced wildly. It released a shrill cry, almost piercing their eardrums, and its wings unfurled with ferocity. Crack! A thunderclap far more violent than before erupted from within, a thick pillar of lightning shooting skyward, crashing down upon the aerial fortress. However, A chilling scene unfolded. The energy patterns on the fortress's surface suddenly illuminated, and the lightning was inexplicably drawn in, absorbed entirely, leaving not a single spark behind. Subsequently, an immense surge of electricity surged from the body of the Thunderbird, passively flowing towards the fortress suspended in the sky. Before they could even react, several hatches at the base of the fortress suddenly opened, and a swarm of bizarre mechanical devices erupted forth like a hive of bees. They rapidly morphed and assembled midair, swiftly coalescing into a colossal electromagnetic cage, its surface crackling with perilous blue-violet arcs of electricity. The Thunderbird, in a fit of fury, flapped its wings desperately in an attempt to escape, yet the interior of the cage erupted with a tremendous magnetic wave, causing its body to stiffen as if bound by invisible chains, rendering its movements agonizingly sluggish. However, it was too late. The cage thunderously sealed shut, entrapping the Thunderbird completely within. With a cacophony of harsh mechanical sounds, the cage was swiftly retracted back to the aerial fortress. The bird's struggles and furious shrieks fading into the distance, ultimately vanishing into the abyss of the fortress's deep hatch. The entire Fire Island succumbed to an eerie silence, the only remnant being the chilling sounds of mechanical operations echoing through the clouds. Ash had little to express. Alongside Pikachu and Misty, he mounted Charizard once more, soaring towards the next island. Within the aerial fortress, Jirutai, observing through the monitors, paid little heed to the unfolding scene. The boy appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place him. He was merely a collector, not a heinous murderer, just a passing trainer. His family held considerable influence within the league. If that fellow knew what was good for him, why not let him go? Following the forcible abduction of the Thunderbird, the token of Thunder Island, a pearl shimmering with golden electric light, lay quietly within the mouth of the stone statue on the altar, unguarded. Ash approached and effortlessly pocketed it, shaking his head at the sky, so intent on claiming territory, and now look what it's cost you. Misty tapped her chin thoughtfully. With the Thunderbird captured and the token of Thunder Island unguarded, we've certainly saved ourselves a great deal of effort. But the question remains. She lifted her gaze towards the sky, eyeing the aerial fortress. Who is behind this? A collector named Jirutai. I've seen him before. He inherited his family's fortune after his father's death. That aerial fortress must have been constructed in recent years. He seems quite amiable, albeit particularly fond of imprisoning Pokémon as collectibles. In this regard, he shares common ground with Luzaman, the president of the Ether Foundation. One seeks to collect the legendary birds and Lugia, while the other aims to gather the Ultra Beasts. Both are affluent and possess cutting-edge technology with a penchant for collecting. Their next target was Ice Island. Before they could approach, a biting cold wind assailed them. The entire island was blanketed in thick layers of ice and snow, resembling a colossal crystal sculpture. Above the island, a massive ice-blue bird gracefully circled, Articuno. Each beat of its wings scattered delicate ice crystals that refracted a dreamlike halo in the sunlight. However, the moment Ash and Misty set foot on Ice Island, the blizzard abruptly came to a standstill. This was no protagonist's aura causing Articuno to bow before Ash in reverence. High above, Jirutai's aerial fortress descended with an imposing presence, emitting beams of light that completely sealed off Articuno's escape route. Ash, witnessing the capture mechanism of the fortress slowly opening, suddenly conceived a bold idea. His Rotom phone still housed a multi-type Pokémon. Could this mean he could have multi-type replicate the data of the aerial fortress? Articuno struggled valiantly against the beams, its crystalline feathers shedding continuously. With that thought in mind, Ash did not hesitate. Once Charizard landed, he dashed towards the altar, forcibly prying the token embedded within the ice pillar from its grasp. The ice pearl felt frigid to the touch, its surface adorned with intricate frost patterns. Pikachu, we must go. At that moment, as they turned to leave, a piercing cry erupted from behind them. They glanced back to see the ice deity firmly restrained by mechanical arms, being forcefully dragged into the fortress. At this moment, the Orange Archipelago was engulfed in tumultuous weather phenomena. Thunder Island was cloaked in blizzards, while Fire Island crackled with lightning, and towering waves surged dozens of meters high across the sea. What was more alarming was that this bizarre climate was spreading toward the Kanto continent. Pallet Town was already experiencing extreme weather conditions. Surely, Professor Oak would arrive soon. If he came and you didn't flee, you would earn a thumbs up. If you could escape, that would earn you an even bigger thumbs up. Upon reaching the main island, blanketed in ice and snow, Ash encountered the talking dugong. Where do we place the treasures? Dugong pointed towards the altar behind it, which featured 3 holes for the pearls. As long as the 3 tokens were placed in the corresponding holes visible to their respective islands, The ritual would only require the final step, blowing the offering flute. Wait, I forgot to bring that girl named Fura. After positioning the 3 tokens, Ash suddenly recalled that he did not have the offering flute on him. Chapter 170, The Emergence of Lugia, Part 4. Suddenly, the sea fell eerily calm, as if even the surging waves held their breath. Beneath the deep blue waters, a massive silvery shadow ascended at an astonishing speed. With a resounding boom, amid the towering waves, the divine and majestic figure of Lugia burst forth, its pristine wings unfurling and shimmering with a pearlescent glow under the sunlight. Finally, the sea god, Lugia, had emerged. Within the command center of the aerial fortress, Jirutai abruptly sprang from his seat, his face nearly pressed against the monitor screen. His pupils constricted sharply, and an unrestrained, manic smile curved his lips as his fingers nervously caressed the image of Lugia on the screen. So beautiful. This is the perfect collectible. His voice trembled with excitement, breath quickening and becoming erratic. A mechanical arm behind him conveniently offered a glass of red wine, which he violently knocked to the floor, the crimson liquid splattering onto the luxurious carpet like a pool of blood. On the display stand, a page inscribed with ancient text lay quietly protected by glass. Jirutai staggered back a few steps, collapsing into his chair, obsessively reciting the prophecy inscribed within the book: the god of fire, the god of ice, the god of thunder, sacred and untouchable. Otherwise, the wrath of heaven and earth shall lead the world to destruction. Upon uttering the final word, he suddenly erupted into a fit of mad laughter, the sound reverberating within the confined command center. On the monitor, the climatic anomaly data of the Orange Archipelago blared incessantly. Yet he remained utterly oblivious. What a marvelous legend. Jirutai licked his parched lips and pressed the red button on the control panel. Let me see if the so-called wrath of the divine can shatter human technology. The base of the fortress slowly opened, and dozens of bizarre mechanical devices began to charge, glowing ominously with red light. Meanwhile, below on the sea surface, Lugia tilted its head and emitted a thunderous cry that echoed through the clouds. This cry was not one of furious rage, but carried an ancient and profound sorrow, penetrating the heavy alloy plating and resonating clearly in Jirutai's ears, momentarily overshadowing his maniacal laughter and the hum of machinery. Jirutai's laughter abruptly ceased, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face, soon replaced by an even deeper thrill. Did you hear that? It's responding. It fears us. Continue charging. Lock onto it. I want the most complete bioenergy data. On the screen, the numbers representing energy levels skyrocketed, the tips of those bizarre machines radiating red light as if they were about to bleed. A multitude of robust, deep crimson energy beams suddenly shot forth, akin to tendrils emerging from the abyss, precisely targeting the sacred white figure upon the ocean's surface. Yet, at the very moment the beams were poised to strike, a faint silvery aura enveloped Lugia. The energy beams collided with this aura, producing a shrill hissing sound akin to droplets falling onto a searing iron, instantly evaporating and dissipating without inflicting the slightest harm. What? Gillut sprang up from his chair, lunging towards the screen, his eyes brimming with disbelief. An energy shield? No, this is a more advanced energy field. Record the data, quickly, rather than succumbing to fear. He plunged into a deeper fervor due to this unexpected revelation. However, Lugia's actions remained unperturbed. It gently stirred its massive wings, not to soar, but to summon the forces of nature. The once turbulent sea surrounding the fortress suddenly boiled over, and colossal water spouts shot skyward like towering vines, crashing violently against the fortress's energy shield. The entire structure shook violently, and the alarms blared an agonizing wail. How is this possible? Gillut roared, his gaze fixed relentlessly on the main screen, where Lugia remained suspended, its expression calm and unruffled, as if the cataclysmic assault had no bearing on it. How could the sea god be so much more powerful than the other 3 deities? More weapon modules emerged from various parts of the fortress, unleashing missiles, lasers, and electromagnetic nets, the devastating fruits of human ingenuity pouring down like a torrential storm. At last, Lugia made its move. It emitted a long cry, this time imbued with a discernible note of disappointment. Instead of directly confronting those attacks, it dove abruptly into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, Gillut remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding in his own backyard. The Zapdos and Moltres had freed themselves from their confines amidst the earlier turmoil. If the fortified aerial fortress were breached from within, it would become comparatively easier to dismantle. Soon, the 2 almost identical silvery birds pierced through the fortress walls and soared into the open air. In the sea, 2 immense, Nearly identical silver birds floated serenely in the deep blue waters, their sheer size exuding a sense of authority that allowed the surrounding marine life to swim about peacefully, as if they were an inherent part of this profound abyss. Long time no see. One of the large birds suddenly playfully blinked, a delicate pink aura enveloping its form. Its psychic powers instantaneously expanded a vast area devoid of water, causing its body to rapidly shrink and morph, eventually transforming into a petite, dainty pink cat with a swishing tail, the ever-changing mythical Pokémon Mew. It elegantly twirled in the air, buoyed by its psychic ability. The awe-inspiring spectacle that had so effortlessly dragged Gilead's once mighty aerial fortress into the depths was a masterpiece of its transformation into Lugia. With its formidable psychic prowess, it adeptly mimicked Lugia's skills imbued with psychic attributes, executing them with ease. Long time no see. A voice, steadier and more resonant, echoing with the depths of the ocean, resonated directly in Mew's heart. This voice carried an ancient power and undeniable authority. Mew recognized it as the true sea god, Lugia. The genuine Lugia slightly turned its massive head towards Mew, its gaze gentle yet tinged with an unmistakable gravity. It looked into the distance, as if it could pierce through the endless waters to see the restless natural energies still surging upon the three islands. I never anticipated humanity could stir up such turmoil. Lugia's voice resounded again, laden with a heavy sigh. The reminiscing could wait. I must first quell the fury of the thunder god, the fire god, and the ice god. Should their conflict persist, the wrath of the heavens and earth unleashed would far surpass this previous skirmish. Before the words had fully escaped, the true Lugia's immense wings began to stir the waters, its colossal form preparing to charge towards the eye of the storm. Maintaining the balance of the world is its eternal duty. Divinity entails both power and the corresponding obligation. Chapter 171. The Emergence of Lugia, Part 5. Upon witnessing Lugia's urgent turn, its vast tail fin slicing through the deep waters as it resolutely surged towards the source of turmoil, Mew blinked its gem-like eyes. It chose not to follow. Its pink aura flickered once more, and in the next instant, its diminutive figure had vanished into the cold, dark depths of the sea, leaving no ripple in its wake. In the high skies, the air surged violently, carrying the briny scent of the ocean and the distant, heart-stopping sounds of energy detonations. Ash, seated in front of Misty, clung tightly to the back of Charizard, the searing winds buffeting him as he focused intently on guiding their direction back towards the Azure Island. Suddenly, he felt a gentle weight settle on his left shoulder, accompanied by a warm, furry sensation. Pikachu? The Pikachu perched on his right shoulder perked up, its ears twitching in alertness. Ash turned in surprise, locking eyes with a pair of clear, mischievous blue orbs. "You're back." The little guy had vanished moments ago, causing him some concern. Mew affectionately nuzzled its cheek against Ash's neck, emitting a soft, joyful chirp, as if it had merely slipped away for a brief game of hide and seek, entirely disregarding the monumental role it had played beneath the ocean's depths. Ash breathed a sigh of relief, about to speak when a horrifying roar from the distant horizon once again seized his attention. He looked up, his heart nearly skipping a beat. The sky in the distance had transformed into a chaotic battlefield of energy, flames, ice crystals, and thunder clashing and exploding, painting the air with hues of destruction. The silhouettes of Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno frantically darted within, their minds evidently consumed by rage and manipulation. At the center of this maelstrom of ferocity, the enormous silvery form stood out strikingly. The sea god Lugia had joined the fray. Yet, its approach was utterly unexpected to Ash. Rather than exhibiting overwhelming power, it appeared remarkably conservative, even passive. Its colossal body adeptly navigated through the dense barrage of attacks, relying more on evasion or creating massive gusts and water curtains to obstruct and temper the onslaught of the other three deities. The occasional cyclone attacks it unleashed were clearly restrained, aimed at pushing them back rather than inflicting harm. This was not a battle of equals. It resembled a patient adult attempting to soothe three uncontrollable, weapon-wielding children. This self-imposed restraint led to a curious situation where Lugia, whose strength should have vastly surpassed theirs, found itself momentarily overwhelmed, pressed by the three frenzied forces. Misty observed with confusion. She distinctly sensed the energy within the massive silver bird was as boundless and profound as the ocean itself, far beyond the frenzied elemental disturbances caused by the three birds. That white bird, her cool voice, tinged with perplexity, pointed towards Lugia. Its power level is clearly superior. Why does it choose to restrain itself, even yielding to the three birds that incessantly assault it? In her past understanding, powerful psychic abilities should be wielded to dominate and control, not to endure. Ash watched as Lugia skillfully deflected Zapdos's furious electric strikes with a gentle cyclone, only to feel the searing flames of Moltres graze its wing, prompting a sigh filled with understanding and a hint of resignation. Perhaps it is simply the only one still possessing a clear and rational mind. He paused for a moment, as if elucidating a point to Naji while simultaneously affirming a simple, yet often overlooked truth to himself. When one's moral standards are elevated, one becomes encumbered by numerous considerations, unable to strike decisively, unable to reciprocate harm with harm, thus often finding oneself at a disadvantage and appearing rather disheveled. It was evident that Lugia embodied such lofty moral principles. Its power was not wielded for destruction, but rather for the preservation and equilibrium of existence. This formidable restraint stemmed not from external pressures, but from its own volition. Consequently, it would rather endure assaults, its wings tainted by scorch marks and frost, than inflict genuine harm upon the rampaging Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. Thus, it found itself in a state of passivity, in a rather precarious position. But could Lugia's high moral standards be held accountable for this predicament? Ash's gaze sharpened as he regarded the three relentless legendary Pokémon, their fury unabated, and resolutely continued. This cannot possibly be blamed on Lugia. The true fault lies with those three foolish birds, who, in their selfishness, know nothing but to wreak havoc. Their numbers embolden them to challenge Lugia's authority, and because Lugia is unwilling to harm them, they believe it deserves to be struck, even to the extent of thinking that Lugia should continue to endure. He shook his head, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. Justice should not serve as a shackle binding the virtuous, but rather should be a blade piercing through malevolence and chaos. Lugia's forbearance was an act of compassion, yet it was certainly not a justification for those three imbecilic birds to overstep their bounds. Anyone who shelters those who espouse the notion that the law does not apply to the many or that the weak are inherently justified is likely not a wise creature themselves. The essence of true justice should not be determined by who suffers more, but rather by who acts rightly. Pokémon endowed with divine roles possess the ability to harness the forces of nature. Power and duty are inherently intertwined. The three foolish birds, in their reckless pursuit of vengeance and territorial expansion, misuse their divine powers for selfish gains, indicating their unsuitability for their positions. The cosmos is indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. It does not act with sentimentality, but regards all with impartiality. The current situation of the three foolish birds is one of mutual territorial ambition. You struck me with lightning, and thus I must retaliate with fire. When they come to cherish gold as gold and despise mud as mud, they have already lost the capacity to regard all beings with equality. Naturally, Ash, who detests moralistic platitudes, had no desire to expound such truths to his friends, with the exception of Naji, whose worldview remained underdeveloped. Naji nodded, and though Ash could not see her expression from his position, he assumed she was listening intently. She always did so, keenly attentive to whatever Ash had to say. The two soon arrived on Azure Island. After Mew had concealed itself, Ash summoned his Aerodactyl and mounted it, setting off to the original location in search of Flora. The chaotic seas rendered the sight of passers-by non-existent. Disappointed, Ash immediately amplified his voice with psychic powers. Where's Flora? The sea god has said that the ritual is just one step away from completion. It is now at a breaking point and requires assistance. Chapter 172, The Emergence of Lugia, Part 6. Ash's voice resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending clear ripples across the tumultuous skies of Azure Island. His cry, empowered by psychic enhancement, pierced through the cacophony of wind, crashing waves, and distant thunderous roars, reaching every corner of the island with precision. Where's Flora? His voice, infused with undeniable urgency, echoed, for the sea god required aid. The ritual was but a step away from completion. It was now in dire need of support. The sound reverberated, prompting the panicked residents of the island to look up, seeking the source of the voice. Soon, a tightly shut window on the second floor of a seaside house was flung open with a loud bang. Flora leaned out, her long hair tousled by the sea breeze. Her face still marked by remnants of tears and the pallor of shock, yet her eyes sparkled with resolute determination. She spotted Ash, anxiously shouting from atop Aerodactyl, and immediately waved her arms vigorously, calling out with all her might, "I'm here. Ash, I'm here." Inside the room, the elder priest of Azure Island, Flora's grandfather, wore a visage of struggle and concern. Instinctively, he wished to prevent his granddaughter from venturing into perilous circumstances at such a tumultuous time. The outside world resembled an apocalypse. fraught with lethal threats at every turn. His aged hand had already extended halfway, attempting to pull Flora back into the relative safety of the house. However, Ash's words struck him like thunder, declaring that the sea god, in its moment of vulnerability, required assistance. The elder priest's movements froze. His murky eyes gazed out the window, where the colossal silver-white deity was valiantly withstanding the onslaught of flames, frost, and thunder, its compassion and restraint rendered impotent amidst the absolute chaos. The ancient tales raced through his mind, with every phrase underscoring the ritual's significance. Only a complete ritual could channel divine power and quell the god's wrath. Reason dictated that the legends might indeed hold truth. Now was not the time to cower in avoidance. Should the sea god falter, the entire world would be upended. This minor risk was a gamble for the only chance of survival. As the elder priest wrestled with his inner turmoil, Flora had already decisively pushed the window wide open, and the sea breeze flooded the room. She leaned half her body out, her expression transformed from fear to one ignited by a sense of duty. As if she were not confronting an impending doom, but rather eagerly welcoming a force that embodied hope and change. She trusted Ash, and even more so the ancient prophecy and the battling Lugia. "Grandfather, this is our responsibility," Flora called back, her gaze fierce and unyielding. Aerodactyl hovered steadily outside her window, its massive wings creating gusts that bowed the flora around them. Ash extended his hand eagerly towards Flora inside. "Quick, Flora, there is no time for explanations. Come with me." His tone was urgent, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Do you have the sacred offering flute with you? Lugia is in a fierce battle. We must reach the altar immediately and sound the ritual's melody to complete the final step." Had his Pokémon not been below level 85, he would have already confronted those three foolish birds. Flora regarded Ash's outstretched hand, glanced back at her grandfather, whose anxious expression had ultimately shifted to silent acquiescence, then took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Swiftly, she retrieved a long object delicately wrapped in soft silk from her bosom, carefully unwrapping a corner to reveal an ancient flute, glimmering with an enigmatic luster. "Of course I brought it." Though her voice trembled slightly, it resonated with an undeniable sense of duty. She held the flute tightly to her chest, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. "Today, I am the priestess of Asia Island. This sacred artifact, symbolizing duty and communion with the divine, must never leave my side." With that declaration, she firmly grasped Ash's hand and, using his support, deftly leaped out of the window, landing securely on the cold, broad back of Aerodactyl. The sea breeze tousled her headscarf, and the offering flute in her hand shimmered with a warm and sacred glow beneath the dim sky. As Ash rode on Aerodactyl, carrying Flora, alongside Nagi on her Charizard toward the altar on the main island, Professor Oak finally arrived, piloting a helicopter toward the tumultuous scene. The thunderous roar of the massive rotors grew louder as the helicopter struggled through the turbulent air. The hatch swung open abruptly, and Professor Oak, braving the fierce winds, leaned out, immediately spotting the fossil pterodactyl and Charizard poised for takeoff, with Ash and Misty riding atop. "Ash!" Professor Oak shouted anxiously, his voice nearly drowned out by the howling wind and distant thunder. "It's far too dangerous here. The climatic anomalies have reached catastrophic levels. You cannot." His words were abruptly halted as he noticed the unfamiliar girl clinging tightly to Ash's waist for balance. Dressed in distinctive attire, with her chestnut hair wrapped in a headscarf, her face, though tense, exuded an extraordinary resolve. Hanako, who had also arrived on the helicopter, felt her heart leap into her throat upon seeing her son in such peril. She rushed forward, intending to pull Professor Oak back to prevent him from complicating matters. Following the direction of the professor's astonished gaze, she too was struck dumb. "Ash, who is that?" Hanako's voice brimmed with concern and confusion. In this critical moment, how could a girl they had never seen before suddenly be by their son's side? Yet Ash had no time for elaborate explanations. Speaking rapidly, his eyes ablaze with determination, he addressed Professor Oak. "This is Flora, the island's priestess. She is the key to performing the ritual to appease the wrath of the gods. Professor, you arrived just in time. I need your Firo. I've observed for long enough. While the legendary birds, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, are frenzied, their powers seem unstable. In terms of combat capability, your Dragonite and Firo are undoubtedly superior to any of them. Lugia requires support. It cannot continue to endure passively." "Very well, but you must be cautious," Professor Oak replied. Trusting Ash's judgment, he decisively handed over Firo's Pokeball. Ash telekinetically placed Flora in front of Misty, who understood Ash's intent and held Flora securely to prevent her from falling. "You two go complete the final ritual. I will assist Lugia." With that, Ash released Professor Oak's Dragonite and Fearow, then mounted Fearow's back, soaring towards the tumultuous battlefield where the legendary beasts clashed. With the addition of Professor Oak's experienced and formidable Dragonite and the swift Fearow, Ash felt a surge of confidence, his posture straightening significantly. The frustration he had felt earlier, witnessing Lugia's passive suffering and his own powerlessness, finally found an outlet. What he had longed to do but lacked the strength for was now within his grasp. His objective was crystal clear: to teach those three reckless birds a lesson and deliver a sound thrashing to bring them to their senses. As he entered the chaotic maelstrom of energy, Ash immediately summoned his transformed Mewtwo, now a Dragonair. He used his psychic abilities to lift himself onto Dragonair's back. The cool, scaly texture heightened his fighting spirit. With Mewtwo's protection, he felt no concern for his safety. Empowered, Ash swiftly surveyed the battlefield, making tactical decisions with precision. Dragonite, that yellow-feathered chicken is your target. Fearow, the fiery bird, is yours. Hit them hard, leave no mercy. Dragonite was well equipped to counter Zapdos' electric attacks. Though Fearow faced a type disadvantage against Moltres, its remarkable speed and flying prowess, honed by Professor Oak's meticulous training, were sufficient to match the fiery bird without any elemental advantage. As for Articuno, whose ice-type moves posed a significant threat to both Dragonite and Fearow, Ash wasted no time shouting towards Lugia, who was struggling. Lugia, that blue-feathered chicken is yours. Leave the toughest foe to the strongest fighter on the field. Once Dragonite and Fearow have bested their opponents, they will come to assist. At that moment, the fossil pterodactyl finally caught up. Ash immediately issued a straightforward and infuriating command. Fossil pterodactyl. No need to aim. Unleash rock slide indiscriminately upon them. Smash them hard. In an instant, Dragonite charged towards Zapdos with a furious roar, its indigo dragon breath erupting. Fearow transformed into a streak of white light, enveloped in flames and a tempest, as it engaged Moltres. Meanwhile, Lugia felt a significant reduction in pressure, finally able to unleash its formidable water energy against Articuno. After all, Lugia was the god of the sea, and manipulating water currents was its forte. No other Lugia possessed such a powerful water-controlling ability. The previously passive situation, where Lugia endured relentless assaults, was instantly transformed into a chaotic yet efficient battlefield. Professor Oak's well-trained Dragonite proved to be immensely powerful. It seized on an opening as Zapdos dove, its wings flaring with energy. With an explosive burst of speed that belied its massive size, it surged forward like a bolt of blue lightning. Its colossal claws, imbued with solidified dragon energy, precisely gripped Zapdos' wings, eliciting a painful and furious screech from the electric bird as currents of electricity crackled against Dragonite's thick scales, merely producing wisps of smoke without loosening its grip. With a deep, resonant roar, Dragonite, leveraging its sheer might, dragged the thrashing Zapdos downward, akin to a falling meteor, hurtling towards Fire Island. With a resounding crash, the two Pokémon slammed into the scorching volcanic rock of Fire Island, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. Dragonite denied Zapdos any opportunity to distance itself and unleash ranged attacks. Upon landing, it swiftly closed in, its enormous fists enveloped in dragon energy, unleashing a barrage of powerful blows upon the pinned Zapdos, plunging into a frenzied close-quarters combat. The cries of Zapdos mingled with the explosive sounds echoing from the dust cloud. Meanwhile, high above, the battle between Fearow and Moltres intensified. Utilizing its unrivaled speed and agility, Fearow darted around Moltres like a phantom, searching for a critical strike opportunity. Finally, it keenly observed a brief moment of vulnerability after Moltres unleashed a torrent of flames. With its beak enveloped in a sharp, blinding light, it launched forward with pinpoint precision, aiming directly for Moltres' fiery eyes. At the last possible instant, Moltres instinctively turned its head. The sharp beak grazed its eye socket, singeing several burning feathers and leaving a charred mark beneath its eyelid. The excruciating pain and the terrifying prospect of losing an eye ignited all of Moltres' fury. Its flames surged wildly, deepening in color and intensity as the fire elements around it began to coalesce frantically, clearly preparing to summon its divine powers for a cataclysmic attack. However, Fearow's assault came like a tempest, leaving no room for Moltres to catch its breath or gather strength. In the very moment Moltres evaded the beak strike, Fearow, capitalizing on its momentum, twisted mid-air, its wings, honed to perfection and glimmering like metal, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, delivering a devastating blow to the juncture of Moltres' neck and wing. In the midst of the chaotic melee, Moltres and Zapdos, having already exhausted considerable stamina in their reckless skirmishes, stood no chance against the well-rested and meticulously trained Dragonite and Fearow, who had received explicit instructions to unleash their full potential. Zapdos found itself pinned to Fire Island, struggling futilely and emitting cries of despair. Reduced to a mere target for Dragonite's relentless assault, Fearow epitomized the essence of unparalleled speed and precise strikes. Its silhouette etched countless afterimages in the air, steel wings, swift returns, and flashes of lightning, an array of skills seamlessly intertwined, relentlessly assailing the fiery bird like a tempest. The flames enveloping the firebird grew increasingly unstable, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Meanwhile, the tides of battle underwent a transformative shift, deprived of two allies to distract and harass. The freezing bird could no longer manage the pressure against the restrained Lugia as it once did, relying on sheer numbers and a frenzied assault. Although its attacks continued to rain down upon Lugia, they were effortlessly deflected or shattered. Attempts to summon blizzards were swiftly dissipated by the overwhelming currents stirred by Lugia. At that moment, a haunting, ethereal melody wafted through the din of battle, resonating with a divine, ancient power that profoundly echoed within Lugia. The colossal guardian quivered slightly, and the weariness that had enveloped it from prolonged defense vanished instantaneously. A silvery luminescence surged like a tide across its form, erasing the remnants of battle's scorch marks and frost in an instant, while its gaze sharpened, and a surge of divine energy inundated its being like a tsunami. It was as if it had consumed a potent elixir, revitalizing its state to an even greater zenith than before. A majestic, powerful cry erupted from Lugia, releasing the pent-up energy that had been suppressed for too long. The ensuing combat transformed into a one-sided exhibition of dominance. The freezing bird, gripped by panic, realized that the Lugia before it had undergone a radical metamorphosis. The patient guardian had vanished, replaced by an exalted entity embodying the majesty of the sea god. With a powerful flap of its wings, the gentle currents morphed into a terrifying tempest capable of rending the skies. A breath expelled no longer formed a mere barrier of water, but unleashed a devastating beam of energy saturated with the essence of compressed water. Its strikes became fierce, precise, and devastatingly efficient. The freezing bird spiraled into despair, desperately attempting to evade and defend, but to no avail. The violent vortex tossed it about, while the weighty water cannon ravaged its feathers, shattering its icy armor to fragments. It resembled a helpless top, buffeted by an unseen force, spinning and tumbling in the air, passively enduring Lugia's relentless assault, imbued with a chilling fury, deprived of any chance to retaliate. Chapter 174, The Emergence of Lugia, Part 8. The battle swiftly reached its conclusion, proving that when words and restraint fail to convey intent, sometimes physical persuasion is a more effective means for deep understanding and acceptance. The three birds, blinded by anger and control, profoundly grasped this truth in that moment. The freezing bird, amidst the tempestuous onslaught from Lugia, endeavored to curl into itself, gathering its last vestiges of strength to conjure an absolute zero realm for a final stand. However, Ash and the transformed Dragonair, Mew, had been attentively watching from the sidelines. At the moment the freezing bird focused its energy, Ash's eyes sparkled with determination. Now, Mew, use hypnosis. Mew's gem-like eyes radiated a brilliant, drowsy blue aura, sending an invisible wave of mental energy that struck the freezing bird at its most vulnerable point. The freezing bird's movements abruptly halted, its once manic gaze dimming like a candle extinguished by the wind, its condensed frigid aura dissipating completely. Its massive head jerked uncontrollably, its colossal body swaying unsteadily, before emitting a muffled whimper as the potent force of hypnosis dragged it into a deep slumber, plummeting like a massive block of ice. Gently caught by Lugia's soft currents and placed upon the shores of Azure Island, the freezing bird could hardly fathom that a Dragonair could wield hypnosis, and that it had succumbed to its effects. Witnessing the last of their companions succumb in such a dishonorable manner, the already beleaguered Firebird and Lightning Bird resigned themselves, curling up in place, their flames and sparks diminishing significantly, fearing to draw the attention of the formidable Dragonair and the keen-eyed Fearow once more. At that moment, Lugia gracefully descended before Ash. The shadow cast by its immense form enveloped him, yet its gaze radiated warmth and gratitude. A steady, powerful voice resonated within Ash's heart. "Thank you, trainer recognized by Mew. Your wisdom, courage, and compassion have averted the worst outcome and aided me in regaining my lost balance." Ash, huh? Wisdom, courage, and compassion? Me? As it spoke, Lugia lowered its head, carefully extracting a silver feather from the opulent interior of its expansive, shimmering wings. It gently offered the feather to Ash. "Take this." Lugia's voice carried a hint of regret. "I possess nothing else to give you. This feather bears my strength and intent, symbolizing my friendship and my deepest blessings to you." The feather felt icy to the touch, yet it pulsated with vibrant vitality and the gentle energy of water. Ash could distinctly sense the extraordinary power contained within. "In the future, as long as you carry this feather within the realm of the ocean," Lugia solemnly promised, "as long as you possess this feather, the sea shall regard you as a friend. The ferocious ocean Pokémon will not attack you unprovoked. The surging currents will part for you, and you will even be able to traverse and breathe underwater as we do. This is the supreme gift and protection bestowed by the sea god, enough to drive any sailor to madness." "Thank you." Ash accepted the silver feather, tucking it into his pouch. "This is something to keep close. It's a fine treasure." Observing Ash's earnest acceptance of the iridescent feather and his careful safeguarding of it, Lugia's eyes shimmered with satisfaction. It released a long, harmonious cry, its vast form slowly ascending back into the sky. Its magnificent silver wings began to flap rhythmically, each movement devoid of the ferocity from battle, instead exuding a grand, tranquil, and sacred cadence. An invisible yet immensely powerful force of order spread forth with each flap of its wings, akin to a gentle tide, caressing the sky, the ocean, the islands, and the realm that had recently endured a near-apocalyptic chaos. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. The once roiling, tempestuous ocean calmed at a visible pace. The towering waves seemed to be smoothed by an unseen hand, transforming into delicate froth that gently lapped at the shore. The heavy, ominous clouds crackling with electric fury were swiftly dispersed, as if the stage curtains had been drawn back to reveal the azure sky and warm, radiant sunlight beyond. The howling gales transformed into a pleasant breeze, carrying the refreshing essence of survival. Lugia was not merely calming the storm. It was exercising the authority of the sea god to restore the natural laws that had been distorted and torn asunder by the chaotic powers of the firebird, lightning bird, and freezing bird, re-establishing harmony and tranquility. Meanwhile, the various water-type Pokémon that had been summoned or frightened by the uncontrolled divine forces, converging like an overwhelming army, now appeared to awaken from a nightmarish trance. Their eyes, once filled with worry and resolve, regained their former serenity, halting in unison to bow in reverence to Lugia. Immediately, as if receiving a silent yet unmistakable command, they ceased their convergence towards the island and, in an orderly and serene manner, altered their course. Like the retreating tide, they silently sank into the depths of the ocean or dispersed towards their original directions, swiftly vanishing into the azure waves. The flying Pokémon, drawn to or repelled by the unusual energy, emitted relieved cries, no longer flitting about in panic, but instead stretching their wings and transforming back into free, dark specks, scattering towards the distant horizon. On the shore, the Pokémon that had previously been agitated by fear, yet unable to traverse the sea, gradually calmed down. They cautiously surveyed the now clear sky and tranquil sea, glancing at the sacred figure in the air, before finally letting out a few roars or cries and turning away, disappearing into the island's jungles or rocks. In the blink of an eye, the ominous black clouds and the terrifying stampede of beasts dissipated, leaving behind a realm of tranquility and peace, as if the cataclysmic clash had never occurred. Only the sea god, Lugia, hovered high above, its silvery form shimmering in the sunlight, silently safeguarding the balance it had reclaimed. Professor Oak, Ash, along with Hannah and Natsumi, captured these scenes with their Rotom phones, subsequently exchanging videos and images. Such is the might of the divine beasts. Professor Oak marveled at the breathtaking spectacle before him. Chapter 175, The Birth of Lugia, End. Once all anomalies in the world were thoroughly quelled and the rampant energy returned to serenity, Lugia emitted a deep call. The flames of Moltres, the lightning of Zapdos, and the chill of Articuno dimmed significantly, their previously fierce demeanor replaced by a sense of dejection as they gathered in response to the call. Lugia gently flapped its enormous silver wings, signaling them to follow, before turning and leading these legendary Pokémon, resembling wayward children, towards the horizon where the ocean met the sky. As Ash watched them depart, the Mew that had transformed into a Dragonair nuzzled its cheek against his, and once again, a telepathic message resonated in his mind, imbued with an air of mystery. "Let me share a little secret." Ash, Mew's voice was lively and tinged with excitement as it whispered. "Those troublemaking deities have been sealed away by Lugia. They are temporarily unfit to wield the powers of nature. Ash was momentarily taken aback. Sealed? Indeed. Mew swished its tail. Soon, among their kind, new, more reliable molters, Zapdos, and Articuno will be chosen by the laws of nature to take their place, becoming the new gods of fire, thunder, and ice. Lugia is taking them away to oversee this transition to prevent further chaos. Upon hearing this, Ash instinctively focused his attention, looking once more towards the direction the three birds had vanished. Sure enough, within the system panel, the items previously marked as God of Thunder, God of Fire, and God of Ice now bore glaring dark gray parentheses that read, sealed. Moreover, he distinctly recalled that during their frenzied attacks, their energy levels had astonishingly registered around level 85, likely a result of their divine status. Now, that number had plummeted, stabilizing at level 65. While still formidable, far exceeding ordinary Pokémon, they had undeniably shed the vast power akin to the very essence of the divine, reverting to a comparatively mundane Pokémon standard. This was perhaps the most direct manifestation of losing their divine status and having their powers sealed. The lesson learned from this ordeal was undeniably profound for them. Just as Mew's telepathic message, laced with a hint of laziness and anticipation, settled in Ash's mind, a voice filled with urgency and concern broke through. Ash, are you all right? He turned to see Hannah rushing towards him, her face etched with worry, evidently still shaken from the earlier cataclysmic battle. Ah, here comes Ash's mother. Mew, still in its Dragonair form, lightly tapped Ash's shoulder with its tail, its tone cheerful. I'll retreat into my Pokeball for some peace and quiet. It paused before quickly adding, its voice tinged with evident eagerness. Oh, and don't forget, I want a fruit pizza today, the kind with double pineapple and mango. Consider it a reward for my stellar performance. Without waiting for Ash's response, it deftly used the tip of its tail to precisely tap the switch of its Pokeball at Ash's waist. In a flash, a red light enveloped its Dragonair form. Withdrawing it into the ball, Ash found himself standing alone, still catching his breath, now faced with Hannah, who was hastily approaching. Accompanied by Professor Oak and a throng of reporters wielding cameras and microphones, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of uncovering a monumental news story. Professor Oak and his team had arrived at the remote Orange Archipelago by hitching a ride on the television crew's pursuit of the unusual weather phenomenon. With the crisis averted and the skies clear, it was indeed an opportune moment for news coverage. Before Ash could ponder further, a sharp-eyed female reporter darted forward, practically thrusting her microphone under his chin. I recall you are Mr. Ash, the champion of the Indigo League. Did you command that incredible battle just now? Could you share with us your experience of battling alongside the sea god? Ash felt overwhelmed, caught off guard by the flashing lights and rapid-fire questions. After finally managing to navigate through the throng of reporters, he returned the Pokeballs of Dragonite and Pidgeot to Professor Oak, who cheerfully patted Ash on the shoulder. Well done. Do share your adventures with us later. A resounding roar echoed through the sky. Natsumi, riding Charizard and carrying Flora, executed a graceful glide and landed near Ash. Ash, we did it, Flora exclaimed, jumping off Charizard's back. Upon seeing Ash, her face radiated with excitement and joy. The relief of survival and pride in their successful mission, causing her to throw her arms wide for a celebratory embrace. However, as she took a step forward, her collar was suddenly yanked back. Natsumi, having silently approached from behind, held her hand out, still glowing with psychic energy, impassively restraining her like a kitten. Flora's jubilant movement froze, her smile faltering as her exuberance was doused, akin to being splashed with cold water. She turned back, meeting Natsumi's calm yet piercing gaze, which seemed to harbor the depths of an icy abyss, capable of seeing through the tempest of emotions within. A wave of guilt washed over Flora, causing her to instinctively retract her neck, akin to a student caught daydreaming by a teacher. She quickly composed herself, folding her hands obediently in front of her, standing upright. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Haha, Hannah's mother broke the silence with a gentle laugh, kindly diffusing the awkwardness. She stepped forward, warmly taking Natsumi's hand that had just exhibited the kitten-lifting technique, skillfully placing it between Natsumi and Flora, and with a soft gaze, inquired curiously, Natsumi, don't be so stern. Is this lovely girl here your friend? Natsumi's gaze shifted from Flora to Hanako's gentle face, and the invisible chill that enveloped her slightly receded. She nodded and, with her steady yet unembellished tone, succinctly introduced, Auntie, she is the priestess of this island. After a brief pause, as if sensing the insufficiency of her explanation, she added a clarifying remark regarding Flora's earlier agitation, stating that it was she who performed the ritual to quell the wrath of the divine. Was Hanako unaware of this? Earlier, when they encountered Ash, he had mentioned it. However, for the sake of her son, It was essential for her to break the oppressive atmosphere. That child, Ash, truly was a source of worry. Chapter 176, Waki Town, the town where the winds of beginnings blow. Ultimately, concerning the aerial fortress known as Gilruto, a veritable mobile stronghold infused with cutting-edge technology, Ash hurriedly dispatched multifaceted beast replication data before the international police arrived, successfully recovering and analyzing approximately 80% of the data. The core energy furnace and some of the most advanced weapon systems were destroyed by two foolish birds that escaped during the fortress's transformation into Lugia's dream attack. Nevertheless, the relatively intact data acquired was indeed an astonishing achievement. Attaining such information was already a commendable result. As for the instigator of the incident, the collector Gilruto, due to his reckless capture and provocation of a legendary Pokémon with divine attributes, unleashed a catastrophic climate anomaly that affected the globe, leading to immense economic losses and ecological devastation. Consequently, the international police charged him with a multitude of serious crimes, ranging from endangering global security and illegal weapon modifications to environmental destruction and the unlawful confinement of rare Pokémon. He was swiftly apprehended, facing a protracted incarceration, entirely severed from his beloved collection. Perhaps this time, Gilruto's grand upheaval was not without the tacit approval or even covert support from certain factions within the League or higher authorities. After all, directly confronting a deity wielding dominion over nature posed significant risks and would tarnish reputations. Having a fervent private collector as a scapegoat was undoubtedly the ideal choice. Perhaps there were indeed individuals above him, harboring a hope to witness firsthand whether humanity's current technological creations could suppress or even capture such an entity, which approached the nature of a natural disaster. Gilruto's failure undoubtedly doused the fervor of these ambitious schemers. However, all these clandestine power plays, calculations, and undercurrents were of no concern to Ash. At present, he, accompanied by Pikachu and his companions, had returned safely to the tranquil embrace of Pallet Town. After a brief period of respite at home, during which he regaled his mother and Professor Oak with thrilling tales from his journey, he prepared to embark on a new adventure with Natsu to the Chengdu region. To Ash's surprise, Bailan, who was traveling with Professor Sakuraji's family to Kure City, suddenly arrived in Pallet Town with the intention of joining them on their trip to Chengdu. Bailan's parents were currently engaged in innovative work at Huamu, and after consulting with Natsu, Ash gladly agreed to take Bailan along. For this fresh journey, Ash intended to bring Pikachu, Eevee, Togepi, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Ghastly, and Lapras. Previously, Togepi had been cared for by Hanako after Bailan's departure, making it a perfect opportunity for it to experience the world. The remaining Pokémon were entrusted to Professor Oak's laboratory, training under his guidance. Particularly, the mother and child of Dratini, along with Snorlax, were making rapid progress under the tutelage of Professor Oak's Dragonite and Snorlax. Their first destination in the new region was Waki Town, where they planned to visit Professor Kuki and register for the Chengdu region's league competition before commencing their travels. 2 days later, having concluded their brief respite in Pallet Town, Ash, Natsu, and Bailan arrived at the starting point of the Chengdu region, Waki Town. The fresh air carried a subtle fragrance of flora, distinctly different from the Kanto region. The town was modest in size, yet it exuded cleanliness and vitality. So this is Waki Town, Ash mused, reading the signpost by the roadside. Waki Town, the town where the winds of beginnings blow, what a lovely connotation. As they passed by the entrance of the town, where a wooden sign adorned with a friendly shop emblem and flying-type Pokémon illustrations welcomed visitors, an orange-red light suddenly burst forth from Bailan's pocket. Her Rotom phone automatically emerged, focusing its camera on the sign, capturing a clear photograph with a satisfying click. The expression on the screen reflecting delight. You enjoy taking these tourist snapshot photos, do you? Ash remarked, somewhat surprised as he glanced at Bailan. Before she could respond, her Rotom phone shook slightly, and a voice emanated from the speaker. Possessing an unmistakable electronic synthetic quality, yet striving to emulate emotional inflections. Isn't it a profoundly romantic and meaningful endeavor to document every starting point and beautiful moment of our journey? Rotom. The expression on the screen morphed into a cheerful one. Ash chuckled. The mass-produced Rotom phones had begun their public sale, albeit at a steep price. However, as the daughter of a corporate executive, it was entirely reasonable for Bailan to possess the latest model without delay. He retrieved his own Rotom phone from his pocket. Previously, he had disabled many of its functions due to their noisiness, but now it was time to reactivate them, especially with Ash's strong recommendations and some technical support. The latest batch of Rotom phones came pre-installed with the universally applicable instant messaging software, greatly facilitating communication among users. Before long, guided by the map, the trio arrived at the modern research facility on the outskirts of Waukee Town, Professor Kuki's laboratory. Professor Kuki appeared considerably younger than Professor Oak, wearing glasses and exuding the focused aura of a scholarly researcher. He had already been informed of their arrival and warmly welcomed Ash and his companions, particularly expressing great interest in Ash, his long-lost junior, and the mysterious GS ball they brought along. "Welcome, welcome. Professor Oak has already briefed me over the phone. I truly appreciate your long journey," Professor Kuki greeted enthusiastically, preparing to inquire in detail about the GS ball. Just then, the doorbell of the laboratory chimed once more. A novice trainer entered, seemingly there to collect their starter Pokémon. The newcomer was a girl who appeared to be around Ash's age, clad in an oversized bright yellow striped lab coat, with short, vibrant blue hair. Her face radiated the nervousness and anticipation of someone stepping into the unknown. However, this anxiety was instantly replaced by an intense, almost palpable glow as she lifted her gaze to take in the interior of the laboratory. Her eyes, drawn like magnets, immediately fixated on the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, curiously surveying its surroundings. "Pikachu. It's a real, adorable Pikachu." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her voice filled with a near dreamlike awe. Before Professor Kuki could introduce anyone, under the astonished gazes of Ash, Nazi, and Bylan, the girl unexpectedly erupted forth with astonishing speed and fervor. Ignoring everyone else in the room, she cried out for Pikachu and, like a cannonball, charged directly at Ash, arms outstretched, as if she intended to envelop Pikachu in a tight embrace. Pikachu, startled by this sudden onslaught, perked up its ears. Although Ash was momentarily taken aback, the instincts of a trainer kicked in swiftly. As the girl rushed forward, he instinctively sidestepped with remarkable agility, skillfully shielding Pikachu on the opposite side. Wow! The girl, caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, lost her balance and let out a short, startled cry as she fell face first to the ground with a dull thud. Her baseball cap flew off, dislodged by the impact with the earth. Chapter 177. The New Trainer. Nana. The research facility was enveloped in an eerie silence as they observed the girl sprawled on the ground. Ash, noticing her predicament, bent down and gently helped her to her feet. "Are you all right?" A sense of remorse was utterly unwarranted. She had charged at him unexpectedly, and he merely stepped aside to avoid her. She was not tripped by his own foot, after all. Why should he feel guilty? Yet, the girl seemed entirely unfazed by the pain of her fall, neglecting even the dust that clung to her. Her entire focus remained locked onto Pikachu. In the instant Ash pulled her up, a spark of opportunity flickered in her eyes. Seizing the moment when she was in close proximity to Ash and Pikachu, she suddenly flung her arms wide open and enveloped the still-dazed Pikachu in a tight embrace. "Wow, I finally got to hug it. So soft, so warm." The girl buried her face in Pikachu's plush back, emitting a sigh of contentment, as if she were floating amongst blossoms. "Pika." The sudden, forceful hug startled Pikachu immensely. Its fur bristled, its tail stood straight up, and the electric sacs on its cheeks erupted with dazzling golden sparks. Although it remembered not to unleash its full power on a mere human, the instinctive discharge of electricity was still formidable at such close quarters. Zzzt. Ah! A surge of intense tingling coursed through her body, and she let out a short, sharp scream, trembling violently as her hair stood on end from static electricity. Her arms instinctively loosened their grip on Pikachu, and she stiffened, falling backward, her face reflecting an expression caught between bliss and agony, as if she had plummeted from paradise to perdition. A faint burnt odor filled the air, emanating from the girl still twitching on the ground. Pikachu seized the opportunity to nimbly leap back onto Ash's shoulder, slightly shaken as it patted its little chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Pika, you scared me. What is wrong with this human?" However, just when everyone assumed the girl would either cry from the shock of being electrocuted or flee in terror, she let out a voice that was even more bizarre, verging on euphoric. Wow. This scream was no longer one of pain, but rather filled with an ecstatic discovery akin to finding a new world. A living Pikachu. Amazing. This feels so real. She wobbled upright, her hair still frizzed and her face smudged with dirt, yet her eyes gleamed with an alarming intensity as she fixated on Pikachu, her fingers trembling as if savoring the sensations from moments before. The fluffy, soft texture, she murmured, an unusual blush creeping onto her cheeks, and this tingling, electrifying sensation that makes my whole body shiver, sending my soul into a flutter. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, shivering with delight. This is incredible. Absolutely marvelous. In the research facility, a profound silence enveloped the room. Professor Oak pushed up his sliding glasses, opening his mouth yet producing no sound. Blue's previously anxious expression froze in place, slowly morphing into a puzzled look. Nae's perpetually stoic face showed the faintest arch of her brow. Ash and Pikachu shared a look of utter confusion and wariness, instinctively taking a half step back. A startling, outrageous thought struck Ash. Oh my! Could it be that this girl has an affinity for the bizarre? He had heard rumors about the region's peculiarities. Seeing the girl's eyes brighten with anticipation, as if ready to pounce once more, Ash swiftly pressed Pikachu into Nae's hands and turned, positioning himself firmly to shield Nae and Pikachu, forming a human barricade. His expression turned serious. If Pikachu were to unleash its power and fright, it could indeed lead to a fatal mishap. You don't need to cling to my Pikachu just to get zapped. Pikachu, huddled safely in Nae's embrace. Pikachu sighed with relief and cautiously peeked out to observe the situation. Ahem. Professor Oak finally snapped back to reality from his astonishment, clearing his throat a few times as he stepped forward, attempting to redirect her attention. He waved his hands vigorously in front of her, trying to catch her fiery gaze that was still fixated on Pikachu. All right. Look over here. Raising his voice, he finally managed to draw her attention. I remember you. You are Nana, the new trainer who's scheduled to receive her starter Pokémon today, correct? As he spoke, Professor Oak hastily moved to a temperature-controlled storage box, operating it with swift precision to retrieve 2 red and white Pokeballs. With a couple of soft clicks, 2 beams of white light materialized. One revealed a small, brown creature curled into a ball with tiny flames flickering on its back, Cyndaquil. The other was a green, dinosaur-like Pokemon with a large leaf atop its head and a gentle demeanor, Chikorita. Both Pokemon curiously surveyed their surroundings and the newcomers. As you can see, Totodile has already been chosen by an earlier trainer. Professor Oak indicated to the 2 remaining Pokemon, striving to maintain a normal and guiding tone. Currently, we have Cyndaquil and Chikorita available. Both are splendid companions. Come now, Nana, as per tradition. You need to interact with them and select the one you fancy to embark on your journey through the Chengdu region. He hoped that by addressing the matter at hand, he could successfully divert Nana's attention from Pikachu. Oh, I've already made up my mind. I want to choose Chikorita. Upon hearing she could choose her starter Pokemon, Nana's attention indeed shifted from Ash's Pikachu. It was as if she had flipped a switch, her demeanor turning serious as she approached Chikorita, squatting down before it. Hello, Chikorita. I'm Nana. She extended a finger, gently touching the leaf atop Chikorita's head with an unexpectedly tender motion. Your leaf looks so vibrant. I look forward to our journey together. Chikorita blinked its large eyes and emitted a soft cry, Chico. It appeared quite pleased with Nana's choice, nudging her finger with its leafy head. Seeing this, Professor Oak breathed a sigh of relief and promptly handed Nana Chikorita's Pokeball. Excellent. This will be your partner. Be sure to nurture your bond. Nana joyfully accepted the Pokeball, but, as she stood, her gaze involuntarily drifted back toward Ash. Instantly, Ash became alert and positioned himself defensively in front of Nae, who was still holding Pikachu. Chapter 178, Special Training. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, the trio did not hastily head to Violet City to challenge the gym, but instead ventured into the lush, vibrant forest surrounding the research facility to find a suitable spot to train their newly acquired companions. Ash turned his attention to Lapras. During their previous travels in the Orange Archipelago, Lapras had had little opportunity to serve as a water mount, as Ash and Nae relied on a universal ticket for their island-hopping adventures. Although Lapras had battled, it predominantly utilized its massive size and formidable water abilities to dominate the seas. Indeed, the systematic combat training on land has been considerably delayed due to the delightful excursions with Nasi. This moment presents a perfect opportunity. Ash gently patted Lapras's cool, smooth shell and glanced at the mischievous Ghastly floating nearby, making faces. Why not engage in some rigorous training with Ghastly? The objective is to ensure that even when ashore, you can become a formidable force in battle. Lapras emitted a gentle call, its massive form seeming somewhat constrained in the clearing of the forest. Yet it made an effort to adjust its posture, exuding a spirit of determination. Beside it, the mischievous Ghastly cackled with glee, seemingly already devising amusing methods to assist its companion in this training endeavor. Meanwhile, a flash of white light appeared as Buniri, just released from its Pokeball, blinked its round, sparkling eyes and wobbled forward with its short legs, making a beeline towards Scyllin. The little creature promptly hugged Scylin's leg, emitting a series of affectionate sounds, stretching its tiny arms upwards, evidently seeking a cuddle. When Buniri hatched, Ash was fully immersed in the intense battles of the Quartz Conference. By sheer coincidence, Scyllin was the first human it laid eyes upon. This unique bond of a fledgling's attachment rendered Buniri particularly close and reliant on Scyllin, to the point of being inseparable. However, whenever Scyllin was absent, Buniri would gravitate towards Ash and Hikari first, before warming up to a few other humans it had encountered. Scyllin looked down at the charming little creature clinging to her leg. A blend of exasperation and affection dancing in her smile, as she effortlessly bent down to scoop Buniri into her embrace, expertly positioning it for comfort. Buniri immediately nestled contentedly in her arms, seeking the perfect vantage point to observe the training. With Buniri nestled close, Scyllin naturally strolled over to a fallen, sturdy tree trunk nearby and waved at Nasi. Nasi nodded slightly and approached, the two settling down side by side, embodying the epitome of leisure as they prepared to witness Ash's training showcase. Scyllin even miraculously produced a bag of snacks, sharing a few morsels with Buniri while indulging herself. Fully immersed in the spectacle, neither Scyllin nor Nasi shared Ash's fervor for Pokémon battles. Although Lapras was on par with Ghastly in terms of level, it had spent the entirety of its existence in the vast ocean, accustomed to the buoyancy of water supporting every inch of its being, utilizing the ocean's currents to enhance its combat style. Now, standing on solid yet foreign ground, it felt clumsy and unbalanced, its hefty shell seemingly a burden, each movement proving to be exceedingly arduous. In stark contrast, Ghastly glided through the shadows of the forest with the grace of a true specter, weaving effortlessly through the dappled light, its form undulating as it emitted mocking cackles. It refrained from employing any formidable skills, instead playfully circling Lapras in rapid succession, occasionally unleashing a chilling beam of light from unexpected angles to disrupt its vision, or swiftly striking Lapras's unyielding flanks and rear with a quick lick. Lapras strained to twist its neck, attempting to unleash a water gun or coalesce an ice beam, but exerting force on land proved challenging. Its attacks either veered off course or lacked potency, easily evaded by Ghastly's playful antics. The weighty Pokémon struggled to pivot in response, yet it was riddled with vulnerabilities. Within mere moments, Lapras was left panting heavily, emitting low cries of Lapras, Lapras, having utterly succumbed to the rhythm of Ghastly's peculiar and agile maneuvers. Full of strength, yet unable to channel it effectively. Don't lose heart, Lapras. It's just the beginning. Meanwhile, Kamikam, engaged in an intense sparring session with Bulbasaur, keenly observed Lapras's plight and despondency. It promptly halted its clash with Bulbasaur's Vine Whip and dashed over. Despite Lapras's imposing size, it was still a child in terms of mentality and age. As a former leader of the Squirtle squad, Kamikam was well-versed in comforting and guiding younger companions. Familiar with this emotional state, it extended its small flipper, reassuringly patting Lapras's drooping, icy neck, exuding a reliable big brother aura. Kamika's departure caused Bulbasaur to momentarily freeze, its Vine Whip still suspended in midair, taken aback by the sudden concern for the newcomer. Bulba? Hey, why did we stop? Simultaneously, Charizard, engaged in a tandem battle with Eevee against Pikachu, noticed the commotion and Bulbasaur's abrupt solitude. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it decisively abandoned the unproductive skirmish with Pikachu and landed thunderously before Bulbasaur, casting a vast shadow. Lowering its head, Charizard addressed the diminutive Bulbasaur, which appeared minuscule in comparison, emitting a deep yet not entirely menacing growl. Hey, buddy, since we're both idle, how about we practice together? Bulbasaur gazed up at the muscular behemoth before it, its tail ablaze with fire, and contemplated Charizard's seemingly friendly, yet undeniably intimidating proposition. After a brief pause, its seeds trembled in fright. Bulbasaur, buddy, do you even hear yourself? It exclaimed incredulously, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, overwhelmed by the disparity in strength. Here was a first-stage grass-type Pokémon facing off against a third-stage fire-flying type. This is a dream come true. Bulbasaur, buddy, you can't still be holding a grudge from when I devoured the last piece of strawberry cake before you evolved from a Charmander. Bulbasaur exclaimed, its vines bristling in anxiety. Charizard, upon hearing this, generously thumped its solid chest with its massive claws, producing a resounding thud, as if to signify that it had long since let bygones be bygones. However, the wide grin it displayed bore a chilling smile in Bulbasaur's eyes, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Hey, if you hadn't reminded me, I might have almost forgotten about that. Charizard's deep voice resonated with a sense of realization and delight in having found the perfect excuse. Before Bulbasaur could divulge, Charizard had merely harbored suspicions. That cake had been a reward from Ash for its diligent training, and, unsurprisingly, it had been pilfered by this little rascal. It seemed fate had dictated that they must engage in some serious practice today, an opportunity to stretch their muscles. Chapter 179, The Swarm of Heracross. All right. Enough of this ruckus. As the scene threatened to escalate into a one-sided slaughter, Ash quickly intervened to halt the increasingly absurd spectacle. Hands on his hips, he surveyed the eager or trembling Pokémon and began to redistribute tasks sensibly. Pikachu, you and Eevee continue your battle, but remember to control your strength. Pikachu clapped its tiny paws. Pika, no problem. Eevee shook its fur and readied itself. Eevee, I'm good too. Lapras, hold off on battling Ghastly for now. Ash turned to the still somewhat bewildered Lapras and pointed at the reassuring Kamekame, who had just come to comfort it. Kamekame is experienced and can train with you. Together, you can explore how to exert force and control water flow on land. Kamekame, upon hearing this, confidently patted its shell. Kamekame, count on me. Lapras gently nodded in agreement. Bulbasaur. Ash looked at the finally relieved Bulbasaur. You'll face Ghastly. Its speed and mental disruption will help hone your reflexes and accuracy. Gengar floated before Bulbasaur with a mischievous grin, flicking its long tongue. Hee, come play? Bulbasaur regarded this peculiar adversary with a twinge of apprehension, yet found it far more manageable than facing Charizard. Steeling itself, it responded with a determined Bulba. Let us go. Ultimately, Ash's gaze shifted to the disgruntled Charizard, who was exhaling heavily due to its thwarted revenge plan. As for Charizard, Ash pondered briefly before directing his attention to the leisurely Blue, who was feeding Togepi snacks. Blue, let your Blastoise join the fray. It shall take on Charizard. Hearing her name, Blue momentarily paused her antics with Togepi before releasing Blastoise. All right, come forth, little turtle. In a flash of white light, a large, sturdy Blastoise landed with grace, letting out a deep and resonant roar. Blastoise? These two Pokémon had often clashed in Professor Oak's backyard due to their excess energy, becoming as familiar as old foes. Charizard relished its battles against two particular Pokémon there. One was Aerodactyl, and the other was Blue's Blastoise. As soon as Blastoise appeared, and before either Blue or Ash could issue a clear command, its steady gaze met Charizard's fiery, provocative eyes. Sensing the unmasked surge of fire-type energy emanating from Charizard, it instantly comprehended the unspoken challenge. No words were necessary. The eyes of the two Pokémon locked in fierce confrontation, as if igniting invisible sparks. In perfect unison, they issued low growls, disregarding the surrounding trainers and Pokémon, and turned away to carve out their own battlefield. Soon, the two Pokémon cleared a patch of ground. Almost simultaneously, Charizard unleashed a searing torrent of flames from its mouth, while Blastoise raised its cannons, firing two powerful water jets. Boom! The crimson pillar of fire collided violently with the azure water jets, erupting with a deafening roar and a cascade of scalding white steam. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, rustling the nearby trees and flattening the grass. This sudden, formidable surge of combat energy startled the native inhabitants of the forest. A flurry of rustling sounds and the cracking of branches echoed nearby. Moments later, a dozen or more Kabutops, adorned with menacing pincers, emerged from the woods, drawn by the fierce energy clash and noise. Some perched upon tree trunks, while others stood on the ground, their eyes flickering with a mix of ferocity and vigilance, fixated on the steam-filled battleground, closely monitoring this unexpected clash of titans. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the group, as if they were assessing the battle's threat and opportunity. Clearly, a direct confrontation would be unwise. The sound of insects filled the air, ubiquitous in the forest. Soon, one or two Kabutops silently retreated into the deeper shadows of the trees. However, a larger number began to move stealthily, utilizing their excellent camouflage and agility in the underbrush. They spread out like phantoms, capitalizing on the chaos created by Charizard and Blastoise, forming a gradually tightening encirclement. As Charizard and Blastoise paused after an exhilarating bout, both sporting minor wounds and fatigue, they exchanged heavy breaths in acknowledgement of one another. It was at this moment that Ash and Misty simultaneously sensed an unsettling shift in their surroundings. It was too quiet. The birds that had been startled by the battle had vanished, replaced by an eerie, spine-chilling sense of being watched. Ash whipped around, while Misty's pupils constricted slightly, her psychic awareness expanding instantaneously. To their astonishment, they discovered that the thick trunks of trees, the dense canopies, and even the shadows on the ground were now silently teeming with Kabutops. Their enormous pincers glimmered coldly in the dappled light filtering through the leaves. Their compound eyes fixated on everyone and every Pokémon in the center of the clearing, exuding an oppressive silence. The Kabutops clan had successfully encircled Ash, Misty, and all the battling Pokémon. How intriguing, Ash remarked, clapping his hands, prompting all Pokémon to cease their actions. It was only then that Blue, belatedly sensing the unusual atmosphere, stopped feeding Togepi and began to look around in confusion. When she caught sight of the multitude of Kabutops on the trees, their cold pincers and compound eyes flashing ominously, she gasped, clutching Togepi tighter. When did all these Kabutops appear around us? Instinctively, she drew closer to Misty, her voice tinged with panic. Yet Ash remained remarkably composed, even sporting a slight smirk of anticipation. No need to panic, Blue. This is a splendid opportunity for practical training. He turned to the ever-calm Misty. Misty, let your Exeggutor and Psyduck join the fray as well. Let them stretch their legs. Nodding slightly, Misty sent forth 2 Pokeballs. In a flash of light, Exeggutor, with its 3 serene heads, and Psyduck, still clutching its head with a dazed expression, appeared in the clearing. The moment Psyduck materialized, it tilted its head and quacked in confusion, seemingly oblivious to the situation at hand. Ash quickly surveyed the encroaching horde of Kabutops, a gleam of analysis flickering in his eyes. This formidable-looking group may seem intimidating in number, but their individual strength is generally just at the beginner to intermediate level. The leader might be slightly stronger, but not by much. He patted the panting Charizard beside him, then pointed at the poised Blastoise. You two are more than capable of handling this. It would be overkill to use our strongest Pokémon against them. Such a waste of experience. Chapter 180, The Forest Men. Although Kabutops are known for their aggressive nature and sturdy shells, they possess a critical vulnerability. They are extremely susceptible to cold. Low temperatures can swiftly drain their vitality, rendering their proud pincers stiff and sluggish, making movement difficult, and ultimately leaving them helpless against their foes. Hence, trainers who wish to cultivate Kabutops must engage in specialized cold resistance training, dedicating significant effort to mitigate the effects of Ice-type moves to ensure they can focus on battle. What a stroke of luck! Lapras possesses an exceptional affinity for Ice-type abilities and has already mastered Ice Beam at a young age. Faced with the encroaching Kabutops, whose menacing pincers rubbed together as they emitted threatening sounds, Ash's selected Pokémon, Exeggutor, Gengar, Bulbasaur, and Lapras, each with their diverse attributes and varying sizes, displayed no hint of fear. Rather, they each assumed a stance ready for battle. Gengar mischievously melted into the air, preparing for a stealthy ambush. Bulbasaur's vines rose, rooting itself firmly to the ground as its form gradually enlarged. Lapras inhaled deeply, gathering icy energy within its mouth. Meanwhile, Exeggutor's heads shimmered with different hues, their psychic powers ready to unleash. Only Psyduck remained oblivious, still tilting its large head, its vacant eyes blinking in confusion at the ever-growing, menacing Kabutops surrounding them. And it uttered a bewildered sound. Quack? What is going on? Psyduck clutched its head, tilting it as it gazed at the swarm of clattering Heracross surrounding it. Wearing a perplexed and adorably dazed expression, Psyduck, use confusion to disrupt them, commanded Naza in a voice as frigid as the winter chill. However, Psyduck merely blinked in confusion, tightening its grip on its head. Quack, quack. My head feels a bit itchy. I must be growing a brain. With no faith in this notoriously unreliable duck during critical moments, Ash swiftly redirected his focus back to the 4 main Pokémon at his disposal. Lapras, now is the time. Use Mist straight ahead, then follow up with Aurora Beam. Lapras let out a powerful cry, and a dense, icy white mist erupted from its mouth, spreading like a tidal wave, enveloping the approaching Heracross. The frigid temperatures caused frost to form on their shells, rendering their movements visibly stiff and sluggish. Following this, a dazzling and chilling beam of light surged through the mist, striking one of the immobilized Heracross. It let out a wail, the frost thickening around it, leaving it frozen in place. Bulbasaur, bind those on the left with Vine Whip. Ghastly, use Hypnosis on the right. Exeggutor, use Telekinesis on those in the air. Bulbasaur's vines, empowered by the growth skill, coiled like agile green serpents around the Heracross, attempting to flank from the left, temporarily restraining them. Ghastly's shadow flitted past the Heracross on the right, releasing eerie waves that rendered several of them dazed, causing them to stumble and collide with one another, succumbing to slumber. The 3 heads of Exeggutor glowed simultaneously, its formidable psychic energy acting like an invisible hand, forcefully pressing down the Heracross, attempting to swoop in from above. Though the coordination of the 4 Pokémon was somewhat juvenile, they executed their tactics with impressive flair. Particularly, Lapras's Ice-type abilities became a veritable nightmare for the Heracross, freezing everything in its path and slowing their movements. Under Naza's icy gaze, Psyduck finally managed to unleash its confusion, sending the remaining Heracross hurtling against nearby tree trunks. "Stop! What are you doing?" A robust voice suddenly bellowed from the woods, interrupting the fierce battle. A middle-aged man, clad in classic mountaineering attire and sporting a bushy beard, rushed forward, panting heavily. He quickly scanned the battlefield, taking in the sight of the frost-covered, sluggish, or bound Heracross, yet his face bore no signs of sorrow or anger. His gaze then shifted sternly towards Ash and his companions as he approached, revealing a badge marked with a forest emblem. "I am a member of the Johto Region Forest Patrol, Forestman. It is my duty to patrol and protect the ecological balance and Pokémon habitats in this forest." After a brief pause, Forestman's eyes swept over the temporarily incapacitated Heracross, and his tone grew serious. "I must clarify, the Heracross in this forest are exemplary Pokémon. Consequently, it is common for trainers to come here to capture them." He shifted his finger emphatically, stating with utmost seriousness, "However, this is precisely why. To maintain the sustainable development of the Heracross population and prevent overharvesting from leading to their decline, our patrol has regulations. In this designated area, each trainer is permitted to capture no more than one Heracross. You must adhere to this rule." Ash, Naza, and Cobalt exchanged bewildered glances. Mr. Forestman." Ash stepped forward, shrugging helplessly as he pointed to the Heracross still in various states of abnormality around them. "We had no intention of capturing any Heracross. They suddenly surrounded us from all directions and attacked, and we were merely defending ourselves." "The Heracross attacked you unprovoked?" Forestman's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yet he did not doubt Ash's words. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That is indeed unusual. In my years of observation, while Heracross may appear fierce, they are not typically prone to the violent territoriality exhibited by Beedrill. They usually remain quite docile." His demeanor grew grave as he continued. "However, speaking of which, the forest has been rather unsettled lately. For reasons unknown, the Heracross population has become unusually irritable and aggressive. They have even clashed fiercely with the Heracross from the neighboring Heracross forest, a phenomenon that was nearly unheard of in the past." Forestman's gaze roamed over the Heracross, gradually regaining their mobility, yet still warily encircling him, his voice tinged with perplexity. "Perhaps their unexpected aggression towards you today is influenced by this inexplicable restlessness? Have they perceived you as potential threats or intruders?" "Sigh, I am still investigating the precise cause. It truly is a headache." Chapter 181, The Bewildering Forest. Driven by curiosity regarding the sudden aggression of the Heracross, Ash and his companions assisted Forestman in a deeper investigation into the forest. To their astonishment, the source of the disturbance lay with their neighbors, the Heracross. The crux of the issue was an anomaly within the Heracross population, a gluttonous individual with an insatiable appetite. This particular Heracross could easily consume food equivalent to the weight of 20 or 30 Heracross in a single meal. Initially, the two species coexisted without conflict, with the Heracross adopting an attitude of tolerance. As long as its eating habits did not interfere with their own foraging, all was well. However, the insatiable Heracross proved to be too much. After feasting in the Heracross forest for half a year, it drained the sap-rich trees, leaving them shriveled and hollow, resources that the Heracross depended on for survival. Forestman discovered that this gluttonous Heracross had been expelled from its own kind due to its excessive eating, becoming a wandering individual. It had ventured into the Heracross territory, and when the Heracross attempted to drive it away, it merely endured the blows, continuing to feast, adopting an attitude of "hit me all you want. I'll just keep gnawing on the bark." It appeared impervious to the attacks as long as it could fill its belly. The Heracross found themselves at a loss. They couldn't overpower it, nor could they drive it away. Faced with desperation, the Heracross leader devised a plan. "Fine. If you gluttonous Heracross are eating all our food supplies, then we shall feast upon yours. We will raid the Heracross territory for their sap." Thus, two species that previously lived in harmony erupted into fierce territorial disputes, all due to this one insatiable Heracross. The reason the Heracross had targeted Ash and his friends was equally absurd. Driven by hunger, they had caught the enticing aroma of the sweet resin wafting from the large seed on Bulbasaur's back, perceiving it as a mobile supply station. Instinct compelled them to rush forward to partake in the feast. Upon learning this outcome, even Naza couldn't help but laugh. What they had initially thought was aggression turned out to be sheer hunger. Ash, feeling that Snorlax must be lonely as it sat in Professor Oak's lab as a food streamer, decided to capture this gluttonous Heracross to keep Snorlax company. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their journey. A few days later, during a dusk when the sunset painted the horizon in hues of orange, Ash's phone, featuring the Rotom, buzzed with a familiar ringtone. The name flashing on the screen was none other than Gary. As soon as Ash answered, Gary's face, adorned with his signature confident smile, appeared on the display, set against the backdrop of what seemed to be a lounge area in a Pokémon Center. "Hey Ash." Gary's voice resonated through the speaker, still laced with that familiar, slightly boastful tone. "I have some news for you. I've already collected 4 badges." He then deliberately brought his half-filled badge case closer to the camera and gave it a shake. Before Ash could respond, Gary pivoted the conversation, a smirk playing on his lips. "Based on your speed after finishing your journey in Goldenrod City, I deduced that you must have reached the bewildering woods by now." Ash paused, surprised at Gary's ability to make such an accurate calculation. Indeed, the navigation from the Rotom indicated that they were indeed at the outskirts of the forest renowned for its disorienting paths and eerie atmosphere. On the screen, Gary was seen with a strikingly beautiful girl, his expression one of knowing amusement as he continued, "As your senior who arrived first, I thought I'd kindly remind you, the bewildering woods are inhabited by numerous ghost-type Pokémon. Illusions and deceptive walls are commonplace. Without proper preparation, one could easily get lost for days." He paused momentarily, a hint of pride illuminating his features. "To ensure a safe and efficient passage through there, I specifically rented a ghost-type Pokémon, a Noctowl, from the ancient shrine nearby. Its ability to see through illusions will reveal the true forms of those pesky ghost types." He added, "I've uploaded the shrine's exact location and rental details to your Rotom's map, marked quite clearly." With a casual wave of his hand, as if it were a trivial favor, he concluded, "No need to thank me." He hung up with his signature laughter, leaving Ash to stare at the location-sharing notification on his phone, bemused. Ash tucked away the Rotom. It seemed Gary had moved on from the disappointment of the Quartz conference and even found himself a girlfriend. In the original narrative, Gary was depicted as a flamboyant traveler driving a luxury car with a bevy of beautiful companions, so Ash was hardly surprised by this development. Although the girl with Gary was indeed beautiful, Ash couldn't recall any significant impression of her. She likely wasn't an important character in the original storyline. He mentally noted her appearance, planning to subtly inquire with Professor Oak and Gary's sister, May, to uncover her background. After all, who doesn't relish a bit of gossip? Especially concerning someone like Gary? "Hey, Ash," Blue exclaimed, gazing at the location of the shrine shared by Gary on the phone's map, her excitement palpable. "We should go rent that Noctowl. It sounds like a thrilling adventure." However, Ash shook his head decisively, rejecting her proposal. "There's no need for that." He pointed to himself and then to the quiet Nessa beside him, a confident smile gracing his face. "Nessa and I are both psychic types. Our mental prowess is the best ability to counter those ghost Pokémon that rely on illusions and stealth." Furthermore, he added, "Lucario can learn the ability to see through illusions as well. After all, fighting types need to utilize this skill to land a hit on ghost types." With a thumbs up, his smile broadened, a hint of arrogance creeping in. "Those little tricks of theirs are utterly futile against us. If they dare not flee upon seeing us, well." He suddenly turned his thumb down. "If we can't simply pass through, then we are this." The mere presence of Ash and Nessa was the greatest deterrent against ghost-type Pokémon, rendering the assistance of Noctowl unnecessary. Chapter 182. To speak frankly, this is Celadon City, a place steeped in nostalgia. As Ash, Nessa, and Blue traversed the city streets, passing an ancient wooden sign that bore such an inscription, they inhaled the air, which indeed seemed to carry a faint scent of sandalwood or aged timber. They had journeyed tirelessly and, after capturing a chikorita along the way, finally arrived in this historically rich city. Upon entering the bustling streets, a series of vivid telepathic signals crashed into Ash's mind like a menu of demands. "Ash, I want ice cream, the double-scoop kind, and slathered in chocolate sauce and crushed nuts. Oh, and look at those strawberry cakes in the pastry shop window. They look so fluffy, and the strawberries are massive. Oh, and chips. I want 3 bags of every flavor. No, 5 bags." It turned out to be Mew, who had transformed into an Eevee, perched eagerly on Ash's left shoulder, ready to tally up the snack debts from the past few days. Clearly, this greedy little creature had been spoiled during their time in the serene towns of Pallet and Viridian, where the shops lacked the variety of exquisite snacks and chips Mew craved. When they passed through the relatively bustling Eastgate town, it was supposed to be an excellent opportunity to stock up on supplies. But, to Ash's dismay, he had completely forgotten to buy snacks from Mew. Ironically, Mew had been resting comfortably in its pokeball, oblivious to the opportunity, and when it finally awoke, they had long since departed Eastgate Town without any of the delectable treats it had anticipated. Now, as Ash entered the city, Mew could no longer contain itself and leapt out, demanding an accounting of its snack deficit, the blend of indignation and hunger evident. "All right, All right, I'll buy you snacks. All of them. Ash chuckled, ruffling the fluffy head of Eevee on his shoulder, his tone dripping with affection. Upon hearing Ash's unequivocal promise, Mew's joy was palpable. Its large, expressive eyes formed crescents of delight, and its tail wagged enthusiastically as it nuzzled against Ash's cheek. Hee, Ash is the best. The telepathic communication was filled with joy and affection. Ash playfully huffed, responding in jest. Only when I'm buying you snacks do I get to hear that I'm the best. Mew immediately adopted an expression of utmost sincerity, its head shaking like a maraca, the tone of its psychic voice exaggerated yet earnest. How could that be? That's not true. Ash is the best person in the entire world. Sweeter than all the berries combined and brighter than all the stars. Even if I don't buy you snacks? Yep. The flurry of sweet words bombarded Ash. And while he was fully aware that Mew was showering him with flattery solely for the sake of snacks, he couldn't help but chuckle. Noticing that Ash was chuckling to himself without engaging in conversation with anyone, Nessa's cool gaze shifted slightly, landing precisely on the Eevee affectionately rubbing against Ash's cheek. Her expression was calm and composed, yet it seemed capable of piercing through illusions to discern the essence of things. Lost in the joy of impending snacks, Mew sensed Nessa's gaze, pausing momentarily in its antics before slowly turning its head to meet her piercing red eyes. It was not surprised that Nessa could see through its facade, as they had formally met before. What's up? With a hint of mischief and intrigue. The psychic whispers of Mew floated silently into Nashi's mind. In the vernacular of humanity, one might say, are you feeling jealous? Nashi's expression remained utterly unchanged. Not even a flicker of her gaze betrayed her thoughts, as she merely regarded it with quiet contemplation. Mew, seemingly amused by her stoicism, allowed a subtle, almost impish smile to grace its mouth in its Eevee form, continuing its telepathic communication with an air of sharing a momentous secret. Hee, don't be upset. How about I tell you what Ash likes? The enchanting undertones of Mew's psychic message resembled that of a small devil attempting to barter souls. Perhaps it was the flavor of berries he favored, or the type of girl he subconsciously preferred. This was exclusive insider information. Nashi, who had remained silent, experienced the slightest flicker in her eyes. You know? This brief response appeared to unlock the floodgates of Mew's chatter. It swayed its tail with pride, exuding an aura of omniscience. Of course, I see everything clearly. Ash, despite his outward demeanor of gentle aloofness, is essentially a simpleton who favors straightforwardness. He detests convoluted riddles and roundabout expressions. With the tip of its tail, it gestured towards Nashi, as if indicating a direction beyond their immediate surroundings. The issue lies with you all, whether it be you or that girl beside you, or the other girls I am aware of. You are all far too coy. Either you hide your feelings, express them awkwardly, or merely stand by and watch. Mew's tone took on a slightly exasperated quality. If any one of you dared to cast off your inhibitions and deliver a clean, unambiguous declaration with his personality, he would either be taken aback and begin to contemplate seriously, or he would be genuinely moved. You could have easily captured his heart long ago, without needing to resort to such convolutions now. After finishing its statement, Mew blinked its large eyes at Nashi, as though eagerly anticipating her reaction, almost urging her to take immediate action. After a moment of silence, Mew's telepathic tone shifted, shedding its playful guise for a more serious and perceptive demeanor. Deep within Ash's heart, there are profound matters he has kept hidden. Its gaze seemed to penetrate Ash's cheerful facade. Perhaps it related to his father, whom he had never mentioned. He had been utterly deprived of this crucial figure in his life since childhood. Although he never voiced it, deep within, he must have harbored feelings of abandonment, confusion over the sudden absence, and perhaps even resentment. The sensation of being forsaken by the most significant person in one's life is indeed unbearable. Hanako was an exceptional woman, and her husband had treated her well before Ash's birth, but he vanished before Ash even came into the world. Nashi's telepathic response remained cold and direct. Are you suggesting that I should locate his father and present him as a gift? Certainly not. Mew nearly exclaimed in its Eevee form, hastily correcting itself through psychic communication, laced with a hint of exasperation over Nashi's misunderstanding. Who knows what kind of person his father is? If he abandoned Ash and his mother, what if he turned out to be a dreadful individual? Wouldn't that only further wound Ash and his mother? It paused, its conveyed thoughts becoming increasingly clear and profound. What I mean is, Ash subconsciously harbors fears. He is afraid that one day he might falter in his pursuit of dreams and succumb to failure. If he were to forge a deeper bond with you all at this moment, he fears that one day he may be forced to leave, whether through failure, disappearance, or some other means, leaving you with memories of someone who may never return. Much like his mother, Hanako, he is terrified of not being able to shoulder that responsibility, of becoming the second person to vanish without a trace, and of subjecting those he cherishes to the same suffering his mother endured. Yet, he does not wish to abandon his dreams. Thus, he instinctively maintains a distance, pouring all his passion into his aspirations, as though this would stave off the onset of loss. I urged you to be direct because I want you to help him find resolution. The power of love is formidable. It may just enable Ash to relinquish his anxieties about the future. Mew's voice was akin to a devil's whisper. Is there not a girl beside you who harbors feelings for Ash? Do you not wish for Ash to belong to you? Nashi's eyes widened in astonishment. For Ash to belong to me? Her heart raced with fervor. Chapter 183, The Johto Gym. Seeing Nashi stirred by emotion, Mew commenced its lessons. As Nashi absorbed the teachings from her psychic mentor, she became engrossed in analyzing the insights regarding Ash's inner world, entirely oblivious to the subtle, yet pivotal phrasing Mew employed, referring not solely to you, but to the broader you all. After a brief silence, Nashi's frigid telepathic communication resurfaced, imbued with a trace of barely perceptible concern and affirmation. If I were to comprehend and support him as you suggest, would that genuinely aid Ash? Mew, in its Eevee form, immediately adopted an authoritative demeanor, assuring her with unwavering conviction through psychic communication. Absolutely. You can trust me on this. I am a mythical Pokémon with psychic abilities, an expert in comprehending and interpreting the intricate emotions and subconscious of humans, while imparting its wisdom to Nashi. Another sly telepathic message, intended solely for Bichuan, infiltrated her mind. Although slightly tailored to suit individual circumstances, the core theme was likely similar. Mew was simultaneously providing both of them with private coaching on how to breach Ash's emotional defenses, engrossed in its role as a romantic consultant, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. After concluding its teachings, Mew joyfully indulged in the ice cream Ash had offered. The three of them were driving it to distraction. It felt akin to watching a cringeworthy drama, where mutual affection was palpable, yet none dared to confess. Let me lend you a hand. Consider it a reward for the snacks. After a flurry of purchasing, Ash entrusted Pikachu, Mew, and Togepi to the two girls who wished to go shopping, while he made his way to the Johto Gym. This gym appeared to be rather modernized. The Johto Gym was a uniquely designed tower. The battleground was not situated within the tower itself, but rather at the very pinnacle. The arena was open to the sky, allowing flying-type Pokémon to maximize their aerial advantage by harnessing the currents. It is not unusual, as many gyms customize their arenas based on their specialty attributes to better showcase their characteristics and create favorable conditions for the gym leader. Upon entering the gym, Ash found the interior slightly dim, with a faint scent of incense permeating the air, imparting an atmosphere of tranquility and solemnity. A guide, attired in traditional training garb, approached him quietly. Ash stepped forward decisively, clearly articulating his purpose. Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town in the Kanto region, here to challenge the Johto Gym and hope to compete against Gym Leader Aso. Upon hearing that Ash was there to challenge the gym, the guide's face broke into a warm smile, and he nodded. I see, a challenger from afar. Please, follow me. The master is currently training in the arena above. The guide led Ash to an elevator, gesturing for him to enter. This elevator will take you directly to the battle arena, where the master awaits. Ash followed the guide up to the top floor, where the elevator doors opened to reveal a young man clad in a sky-blue training outfit, diligently training a Pidgeot. Before him lay an expansive outdoor battlefield, the gentle breeze from the heights immediately brushing against them. The guide hastened towards the young man to explain the situation. Upon hearing the guide's words, the young man slowly turned around. His right eye was obscured by strands of blue hair cascading from his forehead, but the exposed left eye was sharp and bright, akin to that of a hawk, as if it could perceive every detail in the high skies. He first whispered a couple of instructions to the guiding personnel, then approached Ash with measured strides. Greetings, Challenger. I am Aso, the gym leader of the Orange League. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a sense of confidence and composure. Hello, Mr. Aso. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Ash replied earnestly, introducing himself. The two exchanged a few polite remarks. Suddenly, Aso's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his keen left eye fixated on Ash. Ash, before we commence the battle, I have a request. I hope that during our match, you can summon Pokémon that can genuinely counter flying types. His tone was earnest. What I wish to witness is a challenger employing strategy and type advantages to earn the badge, rather than simply overwhelming force. That is the true essence of a gym battle. As he spoke, the gym apprentices had already organized themselves into two orderly lines. taking their places in the viewing areas on either side of the battlefield, holding their breath in anticipation of the forthcoming contest. Ash sensed Aso's earnestness and pride in flying types, and he nodded solemnly. I understand, Mr. Aso. I will give it my all. Seeing Ash's agreement, a satisfied smile filled with fighting spirit crept across Aso's lips. The two exchanged no further words and turned to their respective sides of the battlefield, each taking their position. The wind at altitude rustled their garments. An apprentice stepped forward, standing at the edge of the field, raising both hands high to clearly and powerfully announce the battle rules. Now, I declare the rules of the match. This gym battle will follow a 3-on-3 format, continuing until one side's 3 Pokémon have all lost their ability to battle. The challenger may freely substitute Pokémon, while the gym trainer is prohibited from doing so. His gaze swept across both sides. Now, let the battle begin. Very well, my first Pokémon shall be this one. At the referee's loud proclamation signaling the start of the match, Aso's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, launching the first red and white Pokeball into the air, which arced sharply, crashing heavily into the center of the battlefield with a resounding impact. With a gentle burst of white light, a brown-feathered Hoot gracefully landed, tilting its head as it emitted a crisp call, its ruby-like eyes shimmering with a mysterious glow under the lights. Observing this, Ash stepped forward, opening the Pokeball in his hand. This is the first battle in the Chengdu Region Gym Challenge. I choose you, Lapras. The Pokeball opened with a satisfying click, accompanied by a resonant call. Lapras, adorned with crystalline ice on its shell, emerged elegantly, its long neck raised gracefully, scattering fine droplets of water across the field. Lapras trumpeted proudly, its tail fin slapping the ground, causing tiny ice crystals to fall, refracting a myriad of lights. Hoot stood on one leg, its other claw slightly retracted, wings poised in a peculiar balance, its red eyes reflecting the imposing form of its opponent. Strike first. Hoot, use peck. Aso commanded with a swift motion of his right hand. Hoot unfurled its wings and darted forward like a brown arrow, its sharp beak glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, Ash shouted his command. Block it with water gun. Both sides opted for a cautious probing in the first round. Lapras inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of blue water that surged towards the rapidly approaching Hoot. Yet Aso's lips curved upwards slightly now, soaring to the sky. Hoot suddenly halted, vigorously flapping its wings, rising swiftly just before the water column could reach it, creating a gust that stirred up dust across the battlefield. A few feathers drifted down, while the water gun soared past where it had just been. Not done yet. Aso pressed the assault. Dive in with peck. Hoot, now airborne, twisted its body and spiraled down at an astonishing speed. Ash remained unflustered, issuing his command. Create a barrier with ice wind. Lapras raised its head and let out a cry, the cold breath it exhaled coalescing into a dense wall of icy mist. Hoot's form vanished into the swirling frost, while the gym apprentices rhythmically cheered for Hoot. The gazes of the two trainers met in the air. The initial probing round had just concluded, and the true contest was only beginning. Within the icy mist, the sound of rapid wing beats echoed, and Hoot burst forth from the haze. Its feathers adorned with tiny ice crystals, its speed in the dive remained unabated. The sharp beak aimed directly for Lapras' neck, delivering a dive attack of formidable ferocity. Evade with a sharp turn. Lapras, despite its massive size, displayed unexpected agility, tilting its head. Hoot's peck narrowly grazed its shell, inflicting no damage. Aso quickly adapted. Do not let it catch its breath. Use hypnosis. Hoot, turning back, emitted a strange glow from its eyes, but Lapras did not engage in eye contact, thus evading the attack. The cheers from the gym apprentices grew ever more fervent. Counter with water gun. Ash commanded. A torrent of blue water surged toward Hoot in midair. The assault came unexpectedly, prompting Hoot to hastily dodge, but the water gun still grazed its wing. Aso frowned slightly. Create distance and use confusion. Hoot soared high, its eyes glowing blue. An invisible psychic force surged towards Lapras. Observing this, Ash smiled. Lapras, unleash a salt water attack. Lapras showed no intention of evading the confusion, as the water it expelled formed a torrent. Hoot had no choice but to cease using confusion to maneuver in the air. But the extensive range of the salt water attack still brushed against its wing. Ugh! It cried out in pain, its flight path faltering slightly. Aso clenched his fists. In that case, let us resolve this with a direct attack. Hoot, show your spirit, and use peck with all your might. As if triggered by a keyword, the apprentices on both sides shifted from cheering to chanting, show your spirit. Show your spirit. Show your spirit. Hoot folded its wings, soaring down like an arrow released from a bow, its beak concentrated with all its strength. Ash stood his ground. Face it head-on. Use Ice Beam. Lapras raised its head, gathering a dazzling ice blue energy in its mouth. The icy energy effortlessly engulfed the charging Hoot. As the ice blue light gradually faded, Hoot was completely encased in a block of transparent ice amber, gently landing on the waterlogged battlefield. Frozen within, it maintained the posture of flapping its wings valiantly, its ruby eyes frozen with undying fighting spirit. Lapras gasped for breath. During that fierce exchange, it had cleverly absorbed most of the impact with its sturdy shell. Though it had expended considerable energy, it had sustained no substantial harm. Hoot has lost the ability to battle, and Lapras is victorious. The referee swiftly waved the flag to declare the outcome. Aso stepped forward, gently stroking the frozen Hoot, his eyes filled with compassion. Well done, Hoot. I saw your spirit. He turned to beckon two apprentices standing by the side, instructing them to take Hoot for thawing and healing. The two apprentices carefully lifted the frozen Hoot and quickly exited the arena. Aso took a deep breath, retrieving his second Pokeball from his waist, and without hesitation, tossed it into the air. It's your turn to take the stage. A burst of radiant light heralded the majestic arrival of a formidable Pokémon. Adorned with feathers of a rich chestnut hue, it stood firmly on its robust legs, but what captivated the eye were the three proud heads, each crowned with a distinctive black diadem. 6 piercing eyes converged upon Lapras with unwavering focus. It was none other than a well-developed Dodrio. The central head emitted a menacing cry, while the flanking heads scanned their surroundings with vigilant precision, their sharp gazes locking onto their opponent. Notably, this Dodrio possessed the common ability of Runaway, rather than the rarer ability of Tangled Feet. While this trait may appear ordinary in formal battles, its practical implications are far from negligible. Pokémon endowed with the Runaway ability exhibit extraordinary agility and remarkable mobility in real-world scenarios. They seem innately optimized for rapid movement, boasting explosive leg power and heightened maneuverability. Among rideable Pokémon, those with the Runaway trait often excel in competitive racing events. Generally speaking, trainers tend to favor Dodrio's Runaway ability over the early bird trait. Upon encountering this level 32 Dodrio, Ash hesitated momentarily, gently caressing the Pokeball in his hand. He spoke softly, "You've worked hard, Lapras." With a flicker of red light, the fatigued Lapras was returned to its sphere. "Now, I entrust the next phase to you." Ash raised another Pokeball high. "Squirtle, prepare for battle." With a resolute thud, Squirtle landed and assumed a combat stance. Heh. Although ASU was slightly taken aback by Ash's composed demeanor in the face of Dodrio, he earnestly elaborated, "To many, Dodrio may seem incapable of flight. However, to me, it represents the very essence of bird Pokémon. Like me, it harbors a heart that yearns for the azure skies, longing to soar above." Dodrio. In an extraordinary display of unity, the three heads of Dodrio echoed their trainer's sentiments, simultaneously releasing a resonant cry toward the heavens, their eyes brimming with aspiration and determination. Clearly resonating with ASU's words, Ash felt a profound appreciation for this declaration of a creature that, though flightless, possessed an indomitable spirit to ascend. This, perhaps, epitomizes the mutual journey between Pokémon and trainer. As the battle commenced, Ash swiftly focused his thoughts and issued his command. "Squirtle, use Water Gun." Faced with a bird Pokémon that could neither fly nor do anything beyond swift running and jumping, the most effective countermeasure was to transform the battlefield environment, turning its advantages into disadvantages. By utilizing the powerful water-type move Water Gun to thoroughly drench the arena, the ice layer could be formed more rapidly and extensively, transforming the ground into a slick expanse of ice. This smooth surface would severely restrict Dodrio's mobility, which relied on high-speed running and powerful legs, rendering it nearly immobile, even unsteady on its feet. "Squirtle." At the command, Squirtle retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Suddenly, 6 openings in its rounded shell, originally intended for its head, limbs, and tail, erupted with astonishing water pressure, unleashing 6 formidable jets of water akin to a high-pressure hose. Dodrio, take flight. Though the term fly merely implied high jumping. Fortunately, Squirtle had not aimed directly at Dodrio, but rather unleashed a circular, encompassing assault upon the battlefield. With a resounding splash, torrents of water swiftly inundated the entire arena, the accumulated water spreading rapidly. Dodrio, having narrowly avoided the deluge, instinctively retreated a couple of steps, its powerful legs splashing against the damp ground, indicating that its movement had indeed been affected. ASU's brow furrowed slightly, His keen left eye instantly discerned Ash's tactical intent, drenching the arena with water gun. Was he planning to either switch to an Ice-type Pokemon immediately or compel Squirtle to unleash an Ice-type move to thoroughly freeze this mire, thereby constraining Dodrio's agility?